In the year 41 of Konoha, the Second Shinobi World War left the Land of Rain teetering on the brink of collapse. The three shinobi villages, Konoha, Awakens, and Sunagakure, engaged in fierce combat within this small nation, delivering a catastrophic blow to its very existence. Even though Hanzo, revered as the demigod, stood as a pinnacle of power among ninjas, the disparity in strength between the villages plunged the Land of Rain into a ceaseless inferno of conflict. Beneath the drizzling sky, it seemed as though the nation itself wept. "I'm so tired. Why do they have to attack our village?" Caseman murmured, his voice hoarse. The village had been reduced to a battleground, forcing the frail figure of Caseman to flee for his life. As an orphan, the loss of his village's protection meant he might not survive the night, likely to perish quietly like countless other war orphans in the corners of the world. Caseman's eyes brightened as he spotted a massive tree hollow ahead. The existence of a tree hollow promised shelter from the rain, increasing his chances of survival. He quickened his pace toward the hollow. At the base of the tree lay a substantial cavity, surrounded by lush moss. Vines hung down at the entrance, and Caseman brushed them aside as he entered the hollow. Finally, a place to escape the rain, he sighed, relief washing over him. However, the sudden relaxation caused his body to weaken, and he stumbled forward. In the dim light, he failed to notice a pool of water within the hollow and unwittingly fell into it, gurgling. Caseman's body sank slowly toward the bottom of the icy water, robbing him of the ability to move. To die like this, perhaps it's not so bad. I hope the world beyond is free from the ravages of war, he thought, devoid of panic, merely reflecting on the harshness of survival. The horrors of conflict had extinguished his will to live. As his back, accidentally scraped, began to bleed, the crimson liquid spread through the water. Caseman's form gradually descended deeper into the abyss, enveloped in darkness with not a glimmer of light to be found, as if mirroring the despair of the shinobi world. In the depths where Caseman fell, his blood mingled with the water, attracting the attention of a grotesque insect carcass. If stirred by the scent, the once lifeless creature began to writhe and move toward Caseman. The carcass merged with Caseman's spine. Boom! The storm clouds were torn asunder, and a golden lightning bolt struck down into the hollow where Caseman lay. Roar! A colossal figure with fiery red hair bellowed skyward. The force of the wind swept the rain away, revealing a 15-meter giant standing within the shattered hollow. Its formidable presence startled the birds in the forest, and a beam of sunlight broke through the clouds to illuminate the giant's face. With sculpted muscles and a visage exuding power, the giant bore 10 pronounced abdominal muscles, his mature countenance radiating an aura of authority. What has happened to me? Caseman's consciousness returned to reality as the sunlight bathed him, leaving him bewildered by the sight of the sky and the broken tree hollow, before Kieran could delve further. Into his thoughts, a sudden and intense headache incapacitated him. Roar! The excruciating pain compelled the giant Kieran to swing his colossal fists wildly. With a single punch, splinters of wood erupted, and a casual strike further shattered the already broken tree hollow. The giant Kieran began to roar in fury, and with each stomp, the ground beneath him cracked, soil crumbled, and dirt flew into the air. In the wake of the giant's actions, everything in the vicinity faced catastrophic destruction. Boom! The giant Kieran knelt down, pounding the earth with tremendous force. Instantly, a massive pit was formed in the ground. As this blow landed, the giant ceased all movement. Kieran felt the headache subside, and memories flooded back to him. He was not from this world. He hailed from the Dragon Kingdom of Blue Star. Having watched videos that stirred his indignation at the hardships faced by the virtuous, he felt powerless to enact change, fearing that even good deeds could lead to misfortune. For himself and his family, the shifting societal norms left Kieran feeling helpless, allowing only for a moment of outrage. Then he awoke in this world, burdened by the enigma of his existence. It was only upon transforming into a giant that the memories of his past life resurfaced. Is it true that I have arrived in the world of Naruto? Kieran pondered silently, recalling his orphan status, nearly starving in this realm while being caught in the throes of war. The 5 great nations, are they fond of war? Do they relish the conquest of territory and the plundering of resources? Now that I possess strength, all of you shall kneel and sing my praises. Reflecting on the sights he had witnessed over the years, Kieran clenched his fists. The struggle for survival was arduous for the common folk, slightly better in the land of fire, yet in smaller nations, Life was a constant battle, war's repercussions rendered survival a mere illusion. Kirin regained his composure, surveying the world from his towering vantage. With a mere swing of his fist, he could effortlessly shatter a tree, this body, brimming with power. He recalled the anime attack on Titan, recognizing the similarity of his form to the Titans within. Moreover, he remembered that the tree hollow he entered resembled the one where the progenitor Ymir emerged. Had he been possessed by a grotesque entity? Yet, why was he only this tall? The progenitor's power should surely grant a stature of hundreds of meters. Kirin was perplexed, but he contemplated how possessing the Titan's strength could allow him to deliver a fierce lesson to the 5 great nations, compelling them to understand. Peace. With a surge of excitement, he tightened his fists, reflecting on the tragedies of this world, the plight of the commoners, and his own past sorrows. He suddenly grasped the fervent pursuit of peace by the characters in the story. However, Kirin believed that the peace they sought was merely a fleeting respite. The village model established by Hashirama and Madara provided a better environment for the children to thrive, yet it also escalated the scale of war, resulting in greater loss of life. If Hashirama could support Madara in unifying the shinobi world and propagate the ideology of unity, it might be far superior to the ongoing conflicts of the current shinobi realm. At the very least, Hashirama and Madara would not engage in internal strife, resulting in a longer lifespan. That a century of unification has unfolded, and one cannot help but wonder how long such peace can endure, perhaps for several centuries more. Since you are unable to achieve this, allow me, endowed with the power of the Titans, to unify the shinobi world and usher in an era of peace. Eren has envisioned the true potential of the Titans' power. Conan, Yahiko, hurry up. A child with orange hair beckons to his companions behind him. Yahiko, be cautious. Avoid detection. The girl, referred to as Conan, whispers to Yahiko ahead. The trio carefully ascends to the mountaintop, concealing themselves as they observe the battle of ninjas below. At this moment, Orochimaru stands, gazing at Hanzo, while Tsunade supports Jiraiya, and the 3 stand resolutely together. They behold Hanzo, poised in a defensive stance atop the salamander. Feeling an admiration for the 3 youthful ninjas before him, Hanzo cannot help but appreciate their potential. Moreover, the Land of Rain is indeed unable to rival the 5 great nations, leading Hanzo to abandon hope and resolve to end the conflict. He bestows upon the surviving trio the esteemed title of the legendary 3 ninjas. Unbeknownst to the young Nagato, the wheels of fate have begun to turn. Chapter 2. The unfortunate spicy strip. Liren harbored a profound curiosity regarding his current colossal form. It seemed he had transformed into a giant, possibly due to the bizarre worm. Yet he was only slightly taller than the surrounding trees. With a resounding thud, Liren attempted to leap, discovering that his height was quite commendable. There was no heavy sensation, merely an exhilarating feeling of strength, as if a single bound could propel him great distances. With a fervent roar, the giant with fiery red hair commenced a wild sprint, and Liren observed the world around him whizzing past, feeling the rush of the wind. With a thunderous shout, he leapt over a cluster of trees, landing heavily upon the distant ground. The earth cracked beneath him, and clods of soil erupted, indicating the giant's considerable weight. Suddenly, Liren felt as though he had stepped upon something, and upon lifting his foot, he discovered an enormous spicy strip. The head of the strip was crushed beneath his foot, having transformed from a whole piece into a mere puddle. Gazing at the writhing body of the snake, he uttered an apology in his heart. As a novice giant, he was still unaccustomed to his newfound power. I shall repay you by offering my merits, he thought, and to honor you, I must now allow you to enter my belly for your salvation. With determination, Liren grasped the convulsing body of the snake, pulling at its skin with a swift motion. The snake's skin peeled away effortlessly. Observing the still twitching spicy strip, he delivered 2 swift slaps, silencing its movements. Holding the snake meat in his hands, he turned his gaze toward a nearby stream, surmising that the serpent had aspired to reach the water's edge. Wrapping the snake meat in leaves, Liren strode toward the riverbank. After depositing the meat, he broke off some branches to use as firewood. Gazing at the snake meat and firewood beneath his feet, he felt a sense of hope for the days to come. Not long before, he had been on the brink of death, yet now he could contemplate the future. Such was the gift of strength. Steam emanated from the nape of the giant's neck as Liren supported himself. In this titanic form, he half sat up, marveling at his height. He pondered why he had not thought to crouch down, making it easier to descend. With this thought, he decided to test whether he could regain control of the giant's body from the nape. After a moment of flesh writhing, Liren successfully regained command of the giant's form. Remarkable. Can the giant be controlled in such a manner? This was never depicted in anime. He mused, astonished by the discovery. He began to maneuver the giant's body into a crouch, allowing himself to emerge once more from the nape. As he observed the rapidly diminishing giant form before him, he reflected on the vulnerability of the nape. It was a weakness that could easily be exploited in the ninja realm, and he wondered if he could eventually compensate for this flaw. Approaching the location of the snake meat, Liren prepared to ignite a fire with the branches he had gathered, eager to create a roasted snake delicacy. However, to his dismay, he found that the recently rain-soaked branches were all damp, rendering him unable to kindle a fire. Staring at the moist branches and the snake meat, Liren fell into deep contemplation. The thought of consuming it raw is quite unsettling. I have heard that snake meat harbors numerous parasites. I had hoped to cook it over an open flame, yet the branches I gathered to ignite are damp and unyielding. The wanderer scratched his head, contemplating the use of ninjutsu to conjure flames instead. A mere fire technique could suffice to kindle a fire, and perhaps even to prepare a delectable snake stew directly. Alas, for now, he could only gaze longingly at his predicament. Resolute, he decided to search once more for dry wood within the heart of the trees. After a diligent search, he indeed discovered a section that remained unsoaked. Elated, he set about preparing his snake stew. The sizzling sound of the snake meat dripping in the flames made his mouth water uncontrollably. Since fleeing, he had not eaten, and after the transformation into a giant, he found himself ravenously hungry. Believing the meat was sufficiently cooked, he brought the skewered snake before him, and the aroma wafting from it was irresistible. He hastily blew on it, eager to cool it down. Before long, he devoured the entire python, astonished by his own appetite. He had thought he would be unable to finish, yet it vanished in one sitting. Sated, he reclined by the stream, gazing at the clearing sky. In this war-torn world, he came to understand how precious peace truly is. The lives of ordinary people are so fragile, easily snuffed out by a single kunai. After resting for a while, he resolved to seek out a village or town to reside in for a time. Living as a wild man in the forest paled in comparison to the comforts of civilization, especially with his newfound giant strength. He needed stability to develop further. He was still too young. Having tidied up the traces of his presence, he ventured forth in the direction he had glimpsed earlier. As he stepped into the forest, he noticed a figure among the trees. Alarmed, he scarcely had time to react before a sharp pain in his heel sent him sprawling to the ground. In an instant, a shadowy figure approached, kunai drawn, poised at his throat. "Captain, you are overly cautious. This boy is clearly a refugee. Is such extreme measures really necessary?" The figure with the kunai addressed the one in the trees. "Fool, I warned you upon arrival to be vigilant. The signs of disturbance around us are clear. How could a wandering child traverse this area unscathed?" The figure in the trees leapt down, chastising the kunai-wielding ninja. "Very well, Captain. You are aware of how it goes with Siren. Had it not been for us, he would have perished countless times by now." Another figure emerged from behind a tree, speaking to the ninja who had just descended. "Enough, Siren. Disable this boy's tendons, then we shall interrogate him. There may be more to this situation than meets the eye." "Understood, Captain," replied the ninja known as Siren, preparing to incapacitate the kneeling wanderer. As the man with the hat discovered that he was under attack, he remained remarkably composed, meticulously observing the number of assailants. The laceration on his Achilles tendon did not hinder his transformation, sparing him the necessity of biting into his own palm. He regarded the three indifferent ninjas before him, who displayed a blatant disregard for civilian lives. In the realm of ninjas, aside from a select few, how many truly cared for the lives of the innocents? What did it matter if they were refugees? In this war-torn world, had there ever been a time of peace? His expression morphed into one of ferocity as he began to emanate a golden aura crackling with electricity, and in an instant, a bolt of golden lightning descended. Boom! Dust and debris were sent swirling into the air. The three ninjas, sensing the danger, attempted to leap away, but alas, it was too late. The proximity to the man with the hat and his rapid transformation left them with little room to escape. One of them, still airborne, suddenly noticed a colossal hand descending swiftly towards his helpless body. Smack! A resounding crash echoed as the airborne ninja was engulfed by the enormous hands. In a heartbeat, the giant's hands were drenched in crimson. The powerful gust of wind dispersed the dust, revealing a towering giant with fiery red hair, its hands converging in a menacing gesture. One adversary lay vanquished, as the giant form of the man with the hat emerged. Chapter 3. Slaying the Three Ninjas. Jin, shouted the leader of the trio, witnessing the once weak refugee transform into a giant and swiftly eliminate one of his comrades. The man with the hat, undeterred by the exclamations around him, hurled the remnants of the fallen ninja towards another member of the group, though he was not in the beastly form of the monkey. The force of a 15-meter giant's throw was no trivial matter. The remaining ninja had barely landed from his leap when he saw the bloody remnants of his teammate hurtling toward him. The sight of the crimson gore expanded rapidly in his vision, obscuring his view. The debris struck him with immense force, sending him flying. The scent of his comrade's blood filled his senses, inciting a wave of nausea. Regardless of the enemy's psychological turmoil, the man with the hat offered no respite. Seizing the moment while his foe was airborne, he charged forward. The leader, observing the giant who had just slain one of his own now springing into action, realized he had no time to perform the necessary hand seals. He resorted to hurling shurikens and explosive tags, hoping to delay the oncoming assault. The shurikens whizzed through the air towards the advancing giant. Yet, the man with the hat regarded the shurikens with indifference, pressing onward towards another enemy. The projectiles merely grazed the surface of his muscular form. Boom! A few of the explosive tags detonated upon contact with the giant's arms and torso, leaving only a few holes in their wake. But under the giant's formidable regenerative power, the damage was swiftly mended. The man with the hat sensed the injuries to his colossal body but did not relent in his forward momentum. The steam-emitting giant approached the vanquished foe. With a thunderous thud, the giant's left foot came crashing down before the adversary, while the right foot retracted. Like an athlete preparing for a free throw, the airborne enemy resembled a ball in flight. The giant cast a wide grin at the opponent. With a resounding crack, the giant's right foot struck the ball, producing a sound akin to a tomato hitting the ground. The enemy was sent hurtling backward, crashing through several trees before coming to a halt. In that moment, the enemy's body lay limp among the shattered trunks, resembling a broken doll. Another foe dispatched. Yuta, the captain of the trio, watched in despair as his last remaining comrade fell instantly. Damn the giant. I shall see you perish. The captain swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A fierce gust surged toward the giant, causing the surrounding trees to sway precariously. However, the giant merely scoffed. The titanic figure was impervious to such winds. With a mighty roar, the giant charged toward the captain of the trio. Observing the futility of his jutsu, the captain leapt into the trees, seeking to evade the giant's onslaught. The giant's fist shattered the trunk that supported the captain, then lunged forward with another blow. Bam! 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 The captain dodged desperately, as one tree after another fell victim to the giant's relentless assault. The surroundings were left in utter ruin from the giant's rampage. Cursed be this giant. How can it move so swiftly? The captain's teeth gritted as he continued to evade. The giant's speed was deceptive, not cumbersome but rather remarkably swift, relentlessly pressuring the captain's escape routes. Only by exerting every ounce of strength could he barely survive the giant's onslaught. Yet, with each passing moment, his stamina waned, while the giant remained abundantly energized, more than capable of dispatching him before reverting to its normal form. In a moment of desperation, the captain ceased his evasions, propelling himself from the next tree toward the giant. The giant, observing the captain's boldness, focused intently and swung its arm toward him. The captain recognized the imminent danger of the powerful strike, aware that the fate of the previous trees awaited him. His fallen comrades had already witnessed the giant's lethal prowess. The captain swiftly activated an explosive tag, launching it toward the giant's arm. The giant's assault was thwarted, but the captain sustained injuries from the blast, using the explosion's force to propel himself toward the giant's head once more. As the giant noticed the incoming attack, it opted to counter with a headbutt. Thud! The captain unleashed a kunai laced with an explosive tag, aiming for the giant's eye. Yet, he too was struck down by the giant's headbutt, crashing to the ground. Bam! The giantized figure of Casa tilted its head as its eye was obliterated by an explosive talisman. Yet, it proved ineffective. The giantized Casa merely swayed slightly. For one who wielded the power of a giant without injury to the nape, such wounds were utterly inconsequential. The bloodied eye swiftly began to emit wisps of steam as it commenced its healing. At that moment, The enemies on the ground were engulfed in despair. Their desperate strike had utterly failed against this monstrous being. What manner of creature are you? The leader of the trio coughed blood repeatedly. Injured by the explosive talisman and subsequently struck by the giantized Casa's headbutt, he had evidently lost the ability to move. The giantized Casa remained silent, its remaining eye revealing a sense of indifference as it slowly raised its right foot. Witnessing the giantess' elevated foot, tears streamed down the leader's face. What on earth is this vagrant? Thud. The giantized Casa's right foot came crashing down, ending the last life of the trio beneath its heel. From the moment you attacked me, you should have been prepared for the consequences of my retaliatory strike. Gazing down at the lifeless body crushed beneath its foot, the heavy, emotionless voice of the giantized Casa resonated for the first time since the battle commenced. Observing the chaotic battlefield, the giantized Casa uprooted a tree with its hand, unleashing further devastation upon the scene. Satisfied with the ravaged surroundings, the giantized Casa nodded approvingly. It tore the tree trunk apart and hastened toward the forest's exit. The giantized Casa moved at a speed far surpassing that of its human form. In a short while, it neared the forest's edge, the open ground visible in the distance. The giantized Casa paused, squatting as its true form emerged from the nape. Watching the swiftly vanishing giantized body, Casa jogged out of the forest. Chapter 4. Two novice gift packs. Casting a glance back at the place it had emerged from, Casa reflected on the remarkable events that had transpired in less than half a day. Just half a day ago, it had been a refugee oppressed by the struggles of the ninja world. Now, it had the power to slay ninjas. Fate had altered in the span of mere hours. Casa sprinted forward, intent on locating a town to take refuge in. After an indeterminate amount of time running, exhaustion began to set in, prompting Casa to spot the outline of a town ahead. Observing the distant silhouette of the town, Casa couldn't help but express its thoughts. Finding a gathering place truly proved difficult. The shinobi world was indeed vast, yet sparsely populated. Of course, it might also be that the inhabitants resided in areas with more favorable geography. Casa hastened to the road leading into the town, gradually slowing its pace as it noticed the discrepancies between its expectations and reality. The town was not as grand as Casa had imagined. A long road traversed the small settlement, flanked by the figures of various vendors. Surrounding the road were other branching paths, and the diminutive houses bore an air of dilapidation, their walls marred by dirt. Only a few slightly taller, cylindrical towers appeared somewhat better maintained. Naturally, the land of rain was merely a small nation, especially now amidst the ravages of war. How could a small town within such a country possibly thrive? The figure clad in a conical hat slowly ambled into the town, where the surrounding vendors and shoppers remained oblivious to his presence, engrossed in their own affairs. Only a few idlers leaning against the walls cast a fleeting glance in his direction. Noticing his tattered garments, the hat-wearer resolved to procure a new outfit. However, as he walked, he realized he seemed to be utterly penniless. Being an orphan with no savings, especially prior to acquiring the strength of a giant, merely surviving was a feat in itself. Thus, the notion of purchasing clothing appeared rather improbable. What? Are you truly intent on accepting my money? A voice dripping with menace emanated from a nearby shop, instantly capturing the attention of the hat-wearer. He turned his gaze toward the establishment, where two men donned in conical hats confronted a middle-aged gentleman, one brandishing a knife as he spoke. Faced with the intimidating stance of the two, the middle-aged man quickly responded, No, esteemed sirs, there's no need for payment. Humph, at least you possess some sense, replied the knife-wielding figure, retracting his weapon and grasping a burlap sack left on the ground, preparing to exit with his companion. What are you staring at, kid? Are you seeking death? The man carrying the sack, stepping out first, noticed the hat-wearer lingering at the doorway and delivered a swift kick in his direction. The hat-wearer, anticipating the movement, deftly sidestepped and hastily retreated into a narrow alleyway. Humph, consider yourself lucky to be quick on your feet, the man with the sack muttered, watching the hat-wearer dart into the alley. All right, once we've eaten our fill, let's make haste. We must complete our task before the rain begins. The other of the duo spoke, seizing the burlap sack from his companion and heading towards a different alley. Good brother. The hat-wearer, having swiftly slipped into the alley, mused to himself that these two were merely delivering money. Observing their disappearing figures, he followed them and soon spotted them entering a restroom. When I express confusion, it is not I who am mistaken, but you too. The meaning of this thought reverberated in his mind. Images of old ate, little hamburger, secret recipe, and the exuberant cheer of let us go, brothers, flooded his consciousness, sending a shiver down his spine as he hastily dismissed such notions. Contemplating the restroom reminded him of a seemingly insignificant detail from Naruto, where a location known for its illicit dealings, the exchange of gold, had been the hideout of the assassin who once targeted the first Hokage. Realizing he could potentially acquire some funds at this exchange, he also considered the possibility of obtaining a chakra training method, as such items were not particularly rare. With this thought, the hat wearer ventured into the restroom. Upon entering, he found that the two men from earlier had vanished. However, aside from the foul odor, he discerned no other suspicious elements within. Pondering his surroundings, he began to knock on the restroom walls. How can it be this foul? Isn't this a rainy season? Why is it still so putrid? He nearly retched, but then noticed that one section of the wall produced a different sound upon being struck. Instantly, he intensified his efforts, knocking around the area with renewed vigor. With a crack, the wall before the hooded figure began to retract upwards, revealing a descending staircase. The figure swiftly descended the stairs, finally escaping the noxious atmosphere that had enveloped him. Upon surveying the surrounding lights, a peculiar expression crossed his face. One might say, indeed, that this is a world worthy of a Hokage. One might assume it belongs to a bygone era, yet it boasts electricity, televisions, and fluorescent lights. Who is this child? As the hooded figure reached the bottom of the staircase and entered a door, he was greeted by a voice filled with curiosity. Following the sound, he beheld an elderly man seated behind the bar, addressing him directly. I have come to accept a mission, the figure stated, casting a glance around the room at the old man. Youngster, there are no missions for you here, the old man chuckled at the figure's words. Perceiving him as merely a child who had stumbled upon this place after hearing some rumors, the hooded figure felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had assumed that, like in the ninja village, one simply needed to accept missions. Here, we choose our missions ourselves, undertake them, and upon completion, present our targets to claim our rewards. The old man explained, producing a booklet for the figure to examine. He did not dismiss the figure for his apparent ignorance. Explaining was no burden to him. After all, what if the hooded figure possessed the ability to accomplish a task? Nodding in understanding, the hooded figure approached the bar. He noticed that it was a perfect height for him, and he took a seat on a nearby stool, perusing the booklet the old man had provided. Isn't that the little brat from the entrance? What is he doing here? Just as he was engrossed in the booklet, the two individuals he had been tailing earlier emerged from a door nearby. The man who had previously kicked him approached, preparing to lift him by force. The hooded figure, noticing the impending threat, retaliated with a swift kick, sending the man stumbling back a couple of steps. Caught off guard, the man's expression soured, and he reached for his weapon. Enough. If you wish to fight, do it outside, the old man intervened, addressing the man. It was not that the old man was protecting the hooded figure. Rather, it was the established rule, no violence within the exchange office. Of course, if one possessed the strength of a formidable ninja, they could act with impunity, and the exchange office would remain silent, merely cleaning up the aftermath. Fine, old man. Your rules are paramount, the man conceded, turning to leave towards the staircase the hooded figure had descended. The hooded figure, sensing the man's tone, realized he might encounter them again at the exit. However, he found solace in the thought of potentially receiving some monetary benefit from them, especially since they appeared to be a pair of novice adventurers who had just completed a task and were likely to possess a rewarding bounty. The hooded figure had already devised a plan for how to spend the money. Moreover, why is this old man referred to as Old Rice? This name seems to be quite popular. As he continued to peruse the booklet, he discovered that the tasks listed were not solely bounties for ninjas. There were also assignments for the assassination of wealthy merchants and nobles, and even tasks involving human trafficking. After a brief contemplation, he made up his mind about which mission to undertake. Some of these were long-term tasks, requiring the provision of corpses from corresponding ninja villages. During the war, several hidden villages released information. Do you have a method for extracting chakra? Asked Kasumin, closing the booklet and directing his query towards the elderly man. Indeed. You can access it for free upon completing a task, the old man replied, putting away the booklet and addressing Kasumin, indicating that this was not the first time someone had inquired about it. Listening to the response, Kasumin felt an unsettling sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of past deceptions. You can indeed access it for free. However, Kasumin merely scoffed, preparing to head to the currency exchange. As he ascended the stairs, a realization struck him. He didn't need to seek out those ninjas. After all, he had recently eliminated 3 of them. He merely needed to retrieve their corpses and headbands. Yet, he pondered the difficulty of finding intact bodies. Approaching the exit, a smile crept upon his lips. His first fortune was within reach. Chapter 5. The beginner's package has escaped. As soon as Kasumin stepped out of the currency exchange's stairwell, he was immediately besieged by a swarm of E. coli. Is this reasonable? I just stepped off a staircase. Yet it feels as though I've entered an entirely different realm. With a constipated expression, he hastily exited the restroom. One could not deny that the currency exchange possessed some peculiarities. The entrance felt like a portal to another world. While internally lamenting, Kasumin's gaze swept the vicinity, eager to locate his first fortune. Oddly enough, where had the people gone? Hadn't they been threatening him below? Why, upon ascending, was he met with silence? After scanning the area and finding no sign of his beginner's package, Kasumin felt a twinge of confusion. Could they have fled? He wondered, beginning to doubt. After all, those 2 did not seem like the types capable of stealthy assassination. If they were present, they would have surely surrounded him upon his appearance. Waiting a bit longer without any sign of life, Kasumin became convinced that the duo had indeed made their escape. What a joke. So much for their bravado. Standing at the restroom entrance, he felt rather foolish as he waited. Meanwhile, the elusive beginner's package was making its getaway. Hey, why did we leave? Shouldn't we have waited for that brat? Questioned the man who had previously threatened Kasumin as he fled alongside his companion. Fool, it's one thing to bully the common folk, but a child who dares to follow us to the currency exchange and remains unfazed by my threats is clearly not to be trifled with. We must flee to survive. Choose the softest persimmons to squeeze. The lead figure, who was sprinting ahead, admonished his companion without glancing back, imparting his wisdom on how to navigate the world. No wonder you only take on low-bounty tasks. I suggested high-reward jobs, yet you refused. The companion, now enlightened, responded with a sigh. With a heavy heart, Kasumin resolved to search for the corpses of the 3 wild creatures he had previously dispatched to secure his first fortune. Initially, he had intended to enjoy a hearty meal beforehand. As he walked towards the outskirts of the town, his thoughts lingered on the departing duo with the coveted beginner's package. Dining on the spoils of others was out of the question. Life as a commoner was already fraught with difficulty, and there was no need to resort to such measures. Certainly, if it were to indulge in the extravagant feast offered by the elusive Hokage, I am certain that the figure known as Lirin would be all too willing. Upon leaving the quaint little town, Lirin glanced back at this place where he might reside in the future before setting off in the direction from whence he came. After a considerable distance, Lirin felt he had put enough space between himself and the town, and thus chose to abandon his human form for the swiftness of his true nature, as the distance was still somewhat significant. As he sprinted, Lirin bit into his palm, and in an instant, his body radiated with a dazzling golden light, a spectacle akin to lightning. With a resounding thud, he transformed into a giant, observing the world receding behind him, and suddenly embraced a feeling of unshackled freedom. Fueled by this newfound exhilaration, Lirin surged forward with even greater speed. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the forest where the battle had previously taken place. Indeed, his giant form allowed for a velocity far surpassing that of his human guise. It felt as though he had scarcely run at all. Continuing along the forest's edge towards the exit, Lirin soon beheld the remnants of his earlier destruction. The area lay strewn with ravaged earth and toppled trees. The giant Lirin began to sift through the debris with his massive hands, desperately searching for the spoils buried beneath the dirt. It proved to be a daunting task, for his previous devastation had been thorough. Growing somewhat anxious, Lirin pondered how long this search would take. However, the promise of a sumptuous meal and a method for chakra cultivation made this pursuit worthwhile, unless he chose to undertake a task instead. As his hands continued to rummage through the earth, fortune smiled upon him. He uncovered a rather substantial item. Gazing at what he had unearthed, a pile of debris alongside a damaged forehead protector from a sand ninja, he wondered if a single protector would suffice. Determined to find more, Lirin resolved to explore other locations. He recalled a site where there seemed to be a complete corpse, which might serve as satisfactory evidence of his exploits. As he ventured forth, Lirin suddenly spotted a row of severed trees, as if they had been violently struck. This must be the place. The path appeared familiar, and to his delight, it remained untouched by his previous rampage, revealing a hidden area. following the line of broken trees. Liren soon came across a limp body of a sand ninja. Approaching cautiously, he lifted the corpse, only to find it had grown soft, threatening to disintegrate at his touch. Contemplating how to transport it, Liren lamented his oversight in not acquiring a sack upon leaving the town. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He recalled having discarded the wrapper from some spicy strips he had previously consumed. Perhaps he could retrieve it and repurpose it. With that thought, he quickened his pace toward the nearby stream, where, indeed, he discovered a sizable wrapper. What fortune! Not only could the meat provide him with sustenance, but the wrapper would serve as a vessel for his mission's items. As he picked it up, Liren marveled at the serendipity of finding such a valuable resource. It was a treasure in itself, and he could hardly fathom what he would have done without it. The giant-sized Casa sat down, placing the task items and the headband atop the spicy snack wrapper before wrapping them up. However, without anything to secure it, the bundle was prone to unraveling, which posed a dilemma for the giant. Glancing at a nearby branch, the giant-sized Casa surmised that it could be utilized to string the items together. He reached out and plucked a branch from a tree, then carefully threaded the snake's skin, securing it with the branch. A rudimentary snakeskin pouch was thus fashioned. Satisfied, the giant-sized Casa nodded and returned to the untouched area to uproot another tree. Observing the scene that resembled a tornado's devastation, the giant nodded in approval and began his journey back to the town to submit the task. As for the remaining item, he deemed it unnecessary to seek out. He simply discarded it as a weapon. With the crafted snakeskin pouch in his left hand, he commenced his return. This time, the giant ran out of the forest, and when the town came into view, he reverted to his normal size. Dragging the snakeskin bag behind him, he entered the town. Although the task item had been dead for some time, Casa's handling of it left a trail of blood on the ground. Upon noticing the bloodstain, Casa felt a bit troubled. Unwilling to carry it, he hastened his pace, thinking, "Only I cannot feel it, thus no one can see me." Casa swiftly dragged the snakeskin bag to the restroom, enduring the foul odor as he opened the staircase leading down to the currency exchange. Unbeknownst to him, townsfolk had witnessed his actions. The sight of Casa entering the restroom with the snakeskin bag, alongside the blood trail he left, gave rise to rumors of a peculiar individual who dined in the restroom. Due to a startled witness who perceived Casa's hurried exit as somewhat awkward, this strange figure was dubbed Little Old 8. Chapter 6. Extracting Chakra in the Currency Exchange. Old Me perused the latest intelligence. Ultimately, Hans had been defeated. The Land of Rain remained too feeble in comparison to the 5 great nations. Old Me's contemplative voice happened to reach Casa's ears as he descended with the snakeskin bag. It appeared that the war had escalated to the point where Hans conferred the title of Sannin. Remembering the plot from his previous life, Casa realized that the defeat of the Land of Rain and the bestowal of the Sannin title were intertwined in the same battle. Evidently, the Land of Rain would experience a tumultuous period before the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War. Casa pondered the future dynamics within the Land of Rain. Continuing with the snakeskin bag in tow, he approached Old Me, who was lounging behind the bar, and remarked, "Old Me, I have come to submit my task. Do not laze about here." Upon hearing Casa's voice, Old Me immediately straightened up from his reclined position. "You completed the task so swiftly? What could possibly be accomplished in such a short time? How long have you even been gone?" Old Me exclaimed, astonished as he regarded Casa standing before the bar with the snakeskin bag. "You need not concern yourself with how I completed it. Just exchange my task, please," Casa replied, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor in light of Old Me's astonishment. After all, he was a man endowed with the strength of a giant. Completing a task was but a trifling matter. Upon hearing the words, the old man did not linger in contemplation and promptly inquired, "Which task shall you present to me?" The mention of the Sand Ninja's corpse startled him anew. "You are capable of slaying ninjas from the 5 great nations? The corpse and the headband will suffice for the reward." Although astonished that an ordinary individual devoid of chakra could vanquish a ninja, his professional demeanor compelled him to outline the conditions for redemption. "I had an inkling. Fortunately, the headband was included. I wonder how much a single corpse and 2 headbands can fetch." The man, known as Kaze, silently contemplated his anticipated reward as he prepared to open the snakeskin bag. "Do not open it here. Proceed to the back door where someone will handle your settlement," the old man cautioned, observing Kaze's intention to unveil the contents of the bag. Complying with the advice, Kaze ceased his actions and dragged the snakeskin bag into the adjacent door beside the old man. Watching Kaze's retreating figure, the old man muttered. This lad possesses some substance, a sentiment rooted in the belief that Kaze genuinely brought the sand ninja's corpse. Should it be otherwise? The exchange center would undoubtedly possess the means to ascertain the truth, revealing that Kaze was not to be trifled with. Upon entering the door, Kaze found himself in a corridor, which he traversed until reaching another door leading into a spacious room. A man seated in a chair stood upon Kaze's arrival. "Oh, a visitor. What do you wish to submit? The old man has informed you, I presume?" The seated man approached Kaze. One sand ninja's corpse and 2 headbands. "Only a single intact corpse remains," Kaze replied, observing the man's peculiar expression as he furrowed his brow. Without further ado, Kaze unfastened the snakeskin bag, revealing a headband-adorned corpse along with a sand ninja's headband. The man stepped forward to inspect the contents. Upon discovering the sand ninja's corpse, its bones shattered and limp. The man's expression shifted. "With only 1 corpse and 2 headbands, it can be counted as 1, but I shall credit you with 1.5. After a thorough examination, the man addressed Kaze. 1.5? That is acceptable. Will the old man provide the payment? Kaze responded, satisfied with the outcome. Having initially anticipated just 1 full reward, an additional half was certainly welcome. No, I shall provide it to you, the man replied, shaking his head. And he turned to retrieve silver coins for Kaze. Upon receiving the long-awaited payment, Kaze could not suppress a slight nod, diligently storing away his first earnings. With his newfound wealth secured, Kaze prepared to return to seek the chakra training method from the old man. Before departing, he inquired. The old man mentioned that upon completing a task, I would receive the chakra training method. The man's gaze became fixed and intense upon hearing Kaze's question, causing Kaze to feel uneasy under the scrutiny and glare back defiantly. You should seek the old man for that, the man replied before lifting the corpse and placing it into a nearby cabinet. Having received his answer, Kaze exited the room. Upon his emergence, the old man greeted him. Have you received your payment? Yes. The individual inside indicated that I should retrieve the chakra training method from you, Kaze succinctly replied before inquiring about his desired reward. The old man retrieved a book from beneath the table and handed it to the man in the straw hat. This object was not rare, otherwise it would have been carried by anyone, as even a mere ninja could easily find one. After presenting it to the man, offered a brief explanation. Having obtained what he desired, the man in the straw hat paid no heed to Mi's words and swiftly slipped out the door. Once he departed, the man who had previously given the straw hat man silver appeared beside me at the entrance. This individual was no ordinary person. The corpse he had provided seemed as though it had been struck down by immense force. The man observed the direction the straw hat man had taken and remarked to me, Muta, in this world, those who manage to survive are far from ordinary. Mi casually replied, and then reclined back into his chair. Seeing me lie down once more, Muta shook his head and returned to his own affairs. Exiting the currency exchange, the man in the straw hat quietly counted the money in his possession, a profound sense of satisfaction blooming within him. Indeed, he thought, it would be delightful to find a nice establishment for a hearty meal and then secure a place to rest well. Today had been extraordinarily eventful. Strolling down the street in search of a pleasing venue, he passed by a clothing store. Noticing his own tattered garments, he decided to enter. The owner of the clothing store, seated behind a desk, hurried to greet the newcomer. Are you looking to purchase some clothing? However, upon realizing that the visitor was a poorly dressed child, the owner hesitated momentarily. Noticing the owner's reluctance, the man in the straw hat paid it no mind. Casually browsing the displayed attire, he selected several suitable pieces for the owner to package. You see, hearing the owner's hesitation, he remained silent and produced some silver. The owner, upon seeing the funds, promptly bundled the garments. Sir, you can change here. The owner gestured towards a corner. The man in the straw hat nonchalantly picked a set of clothes to change into. After completing the change, he discarded his former attire carelessly and made his way to a grilled fish restaurant, where he indulged in a satisfying meal. Having filled his stomach, he found a nearby inn to stay for the night. Once he settled his belongings, he took out the chakra cultivation method given to him by old man Mi and began to peruse its contents. So this is how it works, he thought, and soon commenced his practice. Sitting cross-legged, he began to extract chakra. Before long, he sensed a surge of energy coursing through his body. A wave of joy washed over him. He finally possessed chakra, though he wondered if it could be combined with the power of giants. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, he felt a peculiar transformation in his spine. Chapter 7. The Power of Coordinates. What is happening? The man in the straw hat sensed that the chakra he had drawn forth was being absorbed by his spine. He immediately halted his chakra cultivation and began to feel the changes within himself. In the northern region of the Land of Fire, at the mountain graveyard, the elderly Uchiha Madara, in a moment of meditation, suddenly sensed unusual activity from the outer path golem behind him. What is going on? Why is the golem moving? The aged Uchiha Madara quickly formed hand signs to regain control over the golem. However, due to having transplanted the Renegan to Nagato, his control over the golem was considerably diminished. The outer path golem behind Uchiha Madara began to writhe, unleashing a furious roar in a specific direction. Madara, who had been relying on the golem for his prolonged existence, found himself at its mercy, rendered passive by its movements. Observing the escalating agitation of the golem, a sense of foreboding washed over Madara. He promptly leaped atop the golem's head, exerting all his strength to suppress its erratic behavior. As he imposed his will, the golem's turmoil gradually subsided. At that moment, a white object began to emerge from the ceiling of the space where Madara resided. With the golem's disturbances now quelled, Madara turned to the white figure above him and inquired, "Kisame, as a product of the outer path golem, can you discern the reason for its unrest?" Kisame approached Madara, glancing at the now still golem, and replied with a hint of sarcasm, "I'm not certain, Lord Madara, but I seem to sense the golem's anger." Pondering Kisame's response, Madara reflected on the golem's previous actions. Is that direction towards the west of the Land of Fire? Could it be related to Konoha? Sitting atop the golem, Madara's gaze shifted towards Konoha's location. "Kisame, deploy your white Zetsu clones to the Land of Fire for reconnaissance. Report any anomalies directly to me." "Understood, Lord Madara," Kisame responded before merging into the wall seamlessly. Meanwhile, the diligent Kasumi, pausing his training, sensed an unusual vitality coursing through his spine. "What is happening? My spine is connected to the aberrant insect, isn't it? I never considered this before. I transformed from the aberrant insect. Yet I stand only 15 meters tall and possess no additional abilities. This is not akin to Ymir." Kasumi mused, running his hand along his back, contemplating the peculiar sensations. "Never mind. If no issues arise, I shall continue my training and investigate my changes tomorrow." Dismissing his thoughts, Kasumi resumed his chakra cultivation. Each extraction of chakra was absorbed by his spine, and he could feel a distinct difference within his body. It seemed as if he had become stronger. Acknowledging this transformation, Kasumi was convinced that it would not bring him any harm. He relentlessly continued to extract chakra, allowing his spine to absorb it without restraint. He lost count of how much chakra was taken in until he could no longer draw any more. "I'm so tired, I can't take it anymore. Time to sleep." The exhaustion from the day's labor and the constant nourishment of his spine overwhelmed him, and he collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber. Oblivious to the fact that his actions had disturbed another's sleep, Kasumi enjoyed a peaceful night. The following day, he relished in the comfort of his slumber, grateful for the softness of his bed. With newfound strength, he had never slept so soundly. Awakening naturally, Kasumi stretched and prepared to indulge in breakfast. Noticing that the day was once again sunny, his spirits soared. He sought out a bun shop, devouring an impressive amount of buns to the point where the owner questioned whether he was causing a ruckus. Kasumi cleared the entire inventory of the breakfast establishment. "Quite delightful," he said to the owner, ready to settle the bill. After finishing the entire stock of buns, he beckoned the owner to finalize the transaction. The proprietor, addressing the man adorned with a conical hat, stated that the cost amounted to 6,500 taels, while his form subtly shielded the man from view. Upon hearing that such an exorbitant sum was spent merely for a meal, the man felt a pang of anguish in his heart. After all, a single sand ninja and 2 protective headbands only cost around 100,000 taels. Spending 1/20th of that for a meal seemed excessive. How many more meals could he afford? He harbored a suspicion that he might have to toil endlessly for food expenses in the future. If this was the case while he was still young, what would become of him as he matured? Upon exiting the small town, the man chose a direction and began to advance. As he ran, he could distinctly sense the enhancements in his physique. His speed markedly increased. He soon found a secluded spot, ready to experiment with his newfound transformation. He bit into his palm and transformed into a giant. With a thunderous impact, he stomped the ground and immediately felt the differences within his being. This was astonishing. He perceived energy pulsating from his burgeoning giant form. It seemed that the energy previously associated with his transformation had shifted from mere physical stamina to his chakra. Yes, chakra flowed incessantly from his spine. Feeling the chakra coursing through his giant form, he delivered a punch to the earth. Boom! A massive crater instantly formed beneath him, startling him with the sheer power of his strike. Had he possessed such strength when battling those 3 sand ninjas, their remains would likely have been obliterated. Experimenting with his speed in this giant form, he discovered an undeniable enhancement in his velocity. Was this akin to having switched engines? While uncertain about the defensive capabilities of his physical form, the augmentation in speed and strength was undoubtedly formidable. Sensing that there were still aspects yet to be explored, he paused to reflect. Suddenly, his consciousness was transported to a vast grassland. The sky above was cloaked in night, with a colossal beam of light connecting the earth to the heavens at the center of the plain. This must be the consciousness space of the progenitor giant, he mused. That beam surely represented the coordinates. Gazing at the towering pillar reaching into the sky, he realized this was indeed the progenitor's domain. Although the ground beneath him was grass rather than desert, and the coordinates were not marked by a tree, he could still sense its significance. Was it because no one had inherited the power of the giants that the coordinates remained merely a beam of light? Reflecting upon the barren pillar, he recalled the coordinates associated with Ymir and surmised they must resemble this. If complete mastery of the coordinates required someone to inherit the power of the giants, could a mindless giant suffice? And if so, where might such a being originate? He fell into contemplation, pondering the seemingly frivolous nature of this ability. Although he could not voice his concerns about the coordinates' insignificance, he conceded that having something was better than nothing. After exploring his own progenitor space and assuring himself that no enigmatic figure would materialize to bewilder him, he withdrew from the realm. Yet, he pondered the origin of his giant form. After all, his ancestral lineage had not bestowed him with such stature, and he wondered about the source of his progenitor's giant physique. Alas, it seems I must engage my intellect. The figure, known as Casa, has come to this realization and expressed a desire to refrain from understanding. After all, as long as it is functional, that suffices. Upon exiting the ancestral realm, Casa resolved to attempt a process of hardening. Standing still, fist raised and eyes closed, the giant Casa endeavored to solidify his fist. To his dismay, this endeavor proved futile. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that his fist remained flesh and blood, untransformed, prompting a cascade of inner complaints. This ancestral form is rather taxing. As Casa crouched slightly, the smaller version of himself emerged from the nape of his neck, gazing in exasperation at his giant form. Suddenly, Casa sensed an electric current traversing his body. This sensation indicates a transformation is imminent. His form radiated a golden glow, and a bolt of golden lightning struck down. Chapter 8. A fist for every bandit by the heavens. I venture into the ancestral space and return uncontrollably transformed. After transforming back into his giant form, Casa found himself at a loss. Why was his transformation now beyond his control? Wait a moment, why do I seem shorter? He perceived a dissonance in his perspective post-transformation. Raising his arms, he discovered his hands had morphed into formidable claws. This is extraordinary. Touching his head revealed a texture that was no longer flesh, but rather solid and unyielding. Indeed, this transformation was not ancestral. It resembled that of the colossal creature known as the Urju. Realizing the changes accompanying his transformation, Casa expressed his delight. It appeared he would not be confined to the ancestral form indefinitely. As he evolved, other giant forms could be unlocked. He was familiar with the Urju, known for its formidable biting strength and sharp claws. However, among the wise giants, it was comparatively shorter. Testing his claws against a rock, Casa struck. The rock shattered into fragments. The sharpness is commendable. Observing the smooth, mirror-like surface of the broken rock, he felt quite satisfied. As for using his teeth, Casa refrained from attempting that. After all, he was a civilized being and found the notion of biting someone rather unthinkable. Next, he sought to gauge his speed. He recalled that the Urju was not lacking in swiftness. The giant Casa bounded between trees, and any onlooker would witness a colossal shadow leaping deftly between the trunks. Feeling the Urju's velocity, Casa surmised that his chakra must be at play. Otherwise, such rapidity would be implausible for the Urju. As he leaped from tree to tree, Casa spotted a creature ahead. A wild boar, happily indulging in wild greens, suddenly froze. With a swift motion, the boar's body was cleaved into 5 pieces. tumbling to the ground, blood spreading across the grass. Pausing, Casa flicked his right hand to shake off the blood. He gazed at the boar, which had not even had time to fear its fate at his hands. Narrowing his eyes, he marveled at the swiftness of his massive form. This stealthy approach would certainly be advantageous against the high-attack, low-defense ninjas of this realm. The scene was nothing short of exquisite. Upon arriving before the wild boar carcass, the figure, known as Kiri, collected the meat, preparing for an impromptu picnic. Perhaps it was due to the awakening of his giant powers or the natural growth of his body, but Kiri found himself ravenously hungry, envisioning a sumptuous feast of roasted wild boar. After reverting from his giant form, he commenced his picnic, consuming half of the boar before realizing he had overestimated his appetite. Faced with the remaining half, he felt a pang of regret at the thought of discarding it and decided to take it back to the village. However, before departing, he wanted to experiment with his newfound abilities. Dismissing his giant form, Kiri bit his palm, transforming into his ancestral state once more. Upon assuming this form, he raised his hand, discovering that, indeed, after awakening the giant powers, he could harness the strength of his giant self in this ancestral form. Although the sensation was somewhat ineffable, confirming his thoughts, he observed his fingernails elongating and fell into contemplation. What did this signify? Should I use my fingernails to scratch someone? At that moment, Kiri's expression reflected a mix of confusion and frustration. While it was usable, what purpose did it serve? Merely a superficial enhancement? Retracting his fingernails, Kiri hoisted the remaining half of the boar and set off towards the village. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he noticed smoke rising in the distance. Immediately discarding the boar, he sprinted back at full speed. As he neared the village, he canceled his giant transformation, his brow furrowing at the sight of the charred buildings. Please, spare us. I will give you all my wealth. A distant voice caught Kiri's attention. Humph. Fools, it matters not whether I kill you. The robber, brandishing a knife, scoffed at the desperate pleas of a couple. Let us fight. The man, realizing the futility of survival, prepared to confront the robber. You must flee. I will hold him off. The man, after rising, was brutally kicked down by the robber, uttering a desperate plea to his wife. Before he could finish, a colossal fist descended from the heavens, striking the robber dead. Covered in blood, the man stared in astonishment at the immense fist, slowly retracting. This staring at the giant before him, he was rendered speechless. Kiri, in his ancestral giant form, lowered his gaze to the terrified couple, then proceeded forward with deliberate steps. In moments of weakness, Kiri might merely concern himself with his own affairs. However, endowed with the might of a giant, he would not indulge in the misdeeds of evildoers. As Kiri's imposing figure receded into the distance, the frightened couple finally regained their composure, embracing one another tightly. Risuk, it was that giant who saved us. The wife, cradled in her husband's arms, spoke with a tone of relief. Gazing at the bloodstains nearby and the retreating giant, the husband suddenly declared, "Could it be that our village is saved?" Hearing cries from the vicinity of the houses, Kiri noted, "Do not resist. Hee, no one will come to your aid." The robber, leering as he mounted a woman, continued to tear at her clothing. A stone fell upon the bandit, who, sensing the disturbance, turned his head. "Oh, what are you? Let me go?" The colossal figure, resembling a giant with a conical hat, grasped the terrified bandit in its hand. With a resounding clap, the bandit met his demise. At that moment, a woman, tears streaming down her face, gazed upon the scene, pondering if this was the work of a deity. In the glaring sunlight, the silhouette of a giant with hair like flames profoundly astonished her. Having dealt with one insect, the giant began to feel the pace was too slow. It commenced a sprint towards the area shrouded in the densest black smoke. Boss has gathered all the valuables in this town. A diminutive figure, barely 3 inches tall, flattered the bandit leader while pointing at the spoils before them. Upon witnessing the meager collection, the bandit leader prepared to unleash his fury. Thud, thud, thud. Hearing a commotion from a distance, the bandit leader turned to observe a giant racing towards them, leaving bloody footprints with each step. Upon spotting the bandits ahead, the giant exerted its strength. With a mighty leap, the bandit leader narrowly evaded the descending foot, rolling aside. However, the 3-inch tall figure nearby was not so fortunate. Thud! Nothing remained of him. The giant, seeing the bandit leader evade, retaliated with a punch. The bandit leader, having barely avoided the blow, was met with the giant's fist, transforming him into a mere smear. Including the journey here, The giant had already dispatched numerous bandits, estimating that a few remained hidden within the buildings. The giant let out a furious roar. Roar! Some bandits, caught off guard by the ferocious sound, emerged to investigate. Upon noticing the scattered bandits, the giant ceased its roar. The remaining bandits, upon glimpsing the giant's imposing figure, felt a sense of dread. The massacre commenced anew. Chapter 9. This town is mine. Apart from a few bandits who had fled early, nearly all those who came to pillage and burn had perished. Observing the many charred homes, the giant deeply felt the chaos of this era. Beyond the conflicts between ninja villages, many bandits thrived on plunder. Numerous small villages and towns, untouched by war, had nonetheless fallen victim to these marauders. Even though there were tasks to eliminate bandits during peacetime, the presence of bandits proliferated, especially in times of war. After vanquishing these bandits, the giant departed from the town. In a remote location, it reverted to its normal size. Indeed, with the acquisition of Chakra, its endurance had significantly enhanced, leaving it devoid of fatigue. Perhaps this was also due to the fact that it was merely ordinary individuals engaged in battle. There was indeed a difference between relying on one's physical strength and utilizing Chakra. Yet, the question lingered: how did its strength measure up in the ninja world? Since gaining the power of a giant, the giant had only encountered a ninja once, and at that time, it had not yet harnessed Chakra. Now that Chakra serves as the energy source for the power of giants, I wonder if it can withstand the shadow. After all, you may strike me countless times, yet with a single touch from me, your fate is sealed. Fortunately, it has only been half a day since Kasumi left the town, allowing for a timely return. The destruction within the town is not severe. Only a handful of residents have suffered casualties at the hands of the bandits. Most of the surviving townsfolk witnessed the astonishing sight of the giant Kasumi vanquishing the robbers, leaving them in awe of his colossal form. In the realm of ninjas, conventional combat predominantly involves ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. The sudden emergence of a humanoid giant has undoubtedly left a profound impact on the civilian populace. The survivors gathered together, one expressing his trepidation. "Did you all see that giant?" A couple, saved by Kasumi, chimed in. "Without him, we may not have survived." "Yes, he saved me too," another added. "He crushed that bandit with a single stomp." "Me as well. The bandit didn't even have time to react before he was slain." "I shall never forget that fiery mane of hair," echoed another sentiment, as the couple's words acted as a catalyst, sparking a chorus of agreement among the rescued residents. Old Man Me observed the crowd that had gathered, now fervently discussing the events, his eyes filled with curiosity. A giant, slaying bandits, with hair like flames. How intriguing. I never expected such a phenomenon to occur in this humble town. Just then, Muta appeared behind Old Man Me, inquiring, "What are your thoughts on this sudden giant?" "What thoughts could I possibly have? The ninja world is vast, and peculiarities abound. Who knows whence he came? Yet, he demonstrates a clear intent. He must possess intelligence," Old Man Me replied, retracting his gaze from the townsfolk as he savored his tea. "Let us return. I had thought we would need to relocate. Who would have imagined that a sudden giant would save this town?" After finishing his tea, he prepared to head back to the exchange office, pondering the peculiar arrangement of its location beneath the restroom. Do you know the torment an old man endures each time he ventures out? Who doesn't suffer, you say? If you have the ability, relocate the exchange office. Came the retort. I was merely jesting. You, young rascal, insist on sparring with me, an old man, he replied. Unbeknownst to Kasumi, the attention surrounding the exchange office did not concern him. Even if he were aware, he would not mind. His enhanced strength made him unafraid of revealing his existence. After all, in such a vast ninja world, who could claim that such a bloodline limit could not exist? Of course, should one wish to study Kasumi's giant form, they would do well to consider whether they could withstand the force of his fist. Fortunately, he had not thrown the pork too far. With a little washing, it could still be consumed. Upon reverting from his giant form, Kasumi sought the pork he had carelessly discarded. Observing the dust upon it, he felt a pang of regret, realizing he should have found a suitable place to stow it away instead of tossing it aside. Bearing the weight of pork, the man returned to the small town, his human form casting a shadow on the ground. Occasionally, he could hear the townsfolk engaging in discussions about their newfound giants, recounting tales of how they were saved by the giants, how the bandits met their demise before their very eyes, and the immense strength of these colossal beings. Hearing such words, a smirk crept across the man's face. Although his intention in slaying the bandits was not to earn their gratitude, The appreciation expressed by the townspeople nonetheless brought him a sense of joy. With a buoyant spirit, the man, still carrying the pork, made his way to the restaurant where he had previously dined without paying. It was not that he had remembered this place. Rather, it was the only establishment still in operation. "Owner, prepare this half-wild boar for me, braised. Make it generous, and I shall reward you handsomely," he declared, tossing the half-pig onto the table and revealing the coins he had, a testament to his wealth. The owner, upon hearing his words, promptly began to prepare the meat. After consuming the substantial meal, the man reflected on his extraordinary capacity for food, a testament to his giant-like nature. After rewarding the owner for his labor, he strolled through the town's main street, observing those whose homes had been ravaged by bandits quietly clearing away the debris, while others mourned their deceased loved ones. Eventually, he made his way back to the inn where he had been staying, fortunate enough to have escaped the bandits' wrath, the establishment remaining intact. Upon returning to his room, he examined his dwindling fortune, pondering how it had vanished so swiftly. Why does it feel as though I have accomplished nothing yet have fallen into poverty again? Scratching his head, he resolved to visit the exchange office in search of tasks to undertake and to inquire about the current state of the war. With determination, he stepped out of his room, heading toward the exchange office. To his surprise, he spotted the duo from earlier who had threatened him, now standing at the restroom entrance with a bag in hand, evidently having completed some task of their own. However, the man no longer harbored thoughts of eliminating them outright. After all, they had shown a certain cleverness by threatening him and then fleeing. "Look, it's that little brat," one of them exclaimed before they could even reach him. "Run." The leader, upon recognizing the man, dashed away immediately. Confused by their sudden flight, the man wondered why they were running again. "Why are we fleeing this time?" he inquired. "You fool, the first time was caution. This time, can't you see he has changed his attire? Clearly, he has completed a task before, which means he is no longer an ordinary citizen. There's no need for a direct confrontation. If we must eliminate him, it must be through stealth rather than a frontal assault." "You're astute, brother," the other replied as they continued to flee further and further away. The two figures, realizing they would not acquire their desired rewards, let out a soft click of annoyance before entering the restroom. A familiar scent wafted through the air as the figures swiftly opened the passageway and entered. Once inside, he naturally took a seat on the bench, requesting the old man to produce the ledger for his perusal. While flipping through the pages, he casually inquired, "How fares the war in the land of Shinobi?" The old man cast a surprised glance at him, taken aback by his apparent concern for such matters. "We charge for intelligence," he replied. "Is it something you require?" Without a direct answer, the old man merely provided a brief overview of their intelligence operations. "Very well, I merely asked out of curiosity," the figure acknowledged, losing interest upon hearing that a fee was involved. Upon discovering numerous new missions targeting the land of fire and the land of wind, he speculated whether the old Tsuchikage had instigated this, as he had a penchant for such schemes. After perusing the options, he resolved to seek out formidable ninjas to test the waters. The Sand Shinobi, Koyabe Yakin, with a bounty of 8 million, appeared promising, particularly with the added detail of his known whereabouts. Feeling a twinge of unease over the inclusion of a location, he scrutinized the highlighted annotations, sensing that this intelligence bore the hallmarks of espionage. After all, where would such detailed information on high-ranking ninjas come from during wartime? Resolute in his decision, he exited the exchange house. Chapter 10. The Clash of Rock and Sand Shinobi. Having purchased a small amount of provisions, he spent his last bit of money. With supplies in tow, he journeyed along the path leading out of the town. Unbeknownst to him, the residents he had rescued were beginning to undergo subtle transformations in their gratitude towards him. Though these changes were minor at first, his extended stay in the town would eventually yield a revelation that would astonish him. After securing his provisions, he began to grow in size. The experience of traversing the land as a giant was exhilarating. Grasping his supplies, the now giant figure set forth towards his target location, the capital of the land of rain. During his run, he encountered hunters emerging from the woods, though he could not discern if they hailed from his own town. As he hurried along, rain began to pour once more in the land of rain. The sun would not forever shine upon its skies. Within the ruins of a dilapidated house, an elderly man, nearing the end of his days, coughed violently. The thundering footsteps reverberated through the air, drawing the elder's attention. Turning, he glimpsed the figure rushing past. Beneath the somber sky, the figure noticed the frail old man amidst the crumbling structure. The broken walls could no longer offer warmth. Rainwater had soaked the elder's bedding. It seemed he would not survive the day. Had it not been for the rain, perhaps he could have lingered a while longer. Observing the coughing elder lying in the wet sheets, the figure felt a pang of uncertainty regarding his own expression. He could vanquish ninjas and robbers with ease. Yet witnessing the plight of civilians caught in the crossfire of war, the displaced and the dying, filled him with profound sorrow. Liren does not perceive himself as a person endowed with a saintly heart. Yet, upon witnessing those who endure suffering, he cannot help but feel a pang of sorrow. Pausing in his tracks, Liren breaks a branch from a nearby tree to cover the damaged roof, and then uses the twigs to shield the walls from the biting wind. After completing this task, he resumes his forward journey. Rain relentlessly pelts Liren's face, now transformed into a giant. The 5 great nations, the ninjas, are indeed fond of warfare. Once I unlock the power of the Colossal, I shall arrange for a nuclear bomb, turning all those who revel in conflict into gigantic titans. A look of indignation crosses the face of the giant Liren as he dashes forward. Though his pace is swift, he soon realizes he has lost his way. Curse it! How is this place a cliff? There was no indication of a precipice on my path. Gazing at the chasm before him, Liren understands that it is over. Navigating in the rain without a map proves to be exceedingly challenging. Acknowledging his mistake, Liren has no recourse but to seek a main road and follow it. With the footprints from his earlier journey, he retraces his steps to the main path, wary of straying again. Boom! As he hurries along, Liren becomes aware of the distant roar of explosions. Bang! 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 The continuous blasts signal something amiss. Could it be that he has stumbled upon the clash of 2 ninja villages? Damn it! The intelligence has been compromised. This ambush has turned into a counter-ambush. An enraged Sand Ninja J-Nin is embroiled in battle with the enemy. Huh, you Sand Ninjas think you can ambush us? Little did you know. We were already aware of your plans. The IWA Ninja J-Nin scoffs at the Sand Ninja's words. Retreat. We must withdraw at once. Ryudo, cover my back. The Sand Ninja J-Nin bellows as he momentarily drives back the enemy. Wind release. Beast wave, gale palm. The Sand Ninja J-Nin attempts to delay the advancing foe. Earth release. Earth flow wall. The IWA Ninja immediately employs earth release to defend. However, the effectiveness of wind release is diminished in the downpour. Earth release. Yellow spring swamp. Another IWA Ninja casts a jutsu, ensnaring a majority of the Sand Ninjas in the mire. The rainy weather amplifies the potency of the yellow spring swamp technique, binding many of the mid-level Sand Ninjas. Die here, all of you. Earth release. Rock fist. A fist enveloped in stone hurtles toward the Sand Ninjas trapped in the swamp. Damn it! The enemy has at least 4 J-Nin. This time, with only 2 J-Nin leading the attack. The Sand Ninja team is likely to meet their end here. Boom! The leading J-Nin, unable to spare a thought for anything else, strikes down nearly half of the mid-level ninjas caught in the swamp with a single blow. Ryudo, there's no escaping now. We must fight to the death. Freeing himself from the clutches of the enemy J-Nin, Ryudo approaches his brother and speaks gravely. This is my fault. I never anticipated they would know we were coming. If we manage to return, I must demand an explanation from the intelligence department. Looking at the carnage among the mid-level ninjas, J-Nin Yudo exclaims in anger. Whether we can return is uncertain. We have no time for such discussions now, as the enemy approaches again. As the giantization was lifted, the observer on the hillside watched the fierce battle between the Sand Ninja and the Rock Ninja, feeling a rush of excitement at the prospect of newfound wealth. With so many corpses scattered around, it seemed fortune was finally within reach. However, a lingering disbelief accompanied this revelation. Could such riches truly be so easily acquired? It appeared that the Sand Ninja were on the verge of annihilation, while the Rock Ninja suffered minimal losses. Observing the impending conclusion of the clash, the observer contemplated whether to intervene and assist the Rock Ninja in their annihilation of the remaining foes. It seems we can no longer return, muttered Yudo, gravely wounded beneath the onslaught of 2 Rock Ninja Jonin, as he gazed weakly at his younger brother. Flowing with frustration, Ryudo, equally injured, lamented. I never imagined that a spy within our village could acquire intelligence on our surprise attack. The 4 retreating Rock Ninja Jonin showed no urgency as they mocked the remaining 2 Sand Ninja. Huh. We knew the Sand Village harbored ill intentions. Attacking the Rain Country while plotting against us, one of the Rock Ninja taunted. Ryudo dismissed their words with scorn, retorting, as if you lack such intentions yourselves. Do not presume we are unaware of your attempts to stall for time, another rock ninja said, eyeing Yudo behind Ryudo. Knowing this, you still dare to converse with us? As Ryudo sensed his brother's readiness to unleash a technique, he spoke. Who isn't? Fearing that the opposing duo might take a life in their final moments. The rock ninja prepared for a powerful jutsu. Wind release, wind surge. Wind release, wind blade. Wind release, storm eruption. The combined techniques of Yudo and Ryudo instantaneously formed a formidable tornado. This powerful vortex surged towards the four rock ninja, filled with countless blades of wind. Should one be ensnared within, there would be no doubt of their utter obliteration. The rock ninja, witnessing the approaching tornado, displayed an expression of certainty. We anticipated this move. Do you think we would be unprepared? The three rock ninja expertly executed their jutsu. Earth release, rock giant. Chapter 11. The descent of the giant. As the tornado drew near, a colossal figure made of stone materialized. Huh, you believe a mere rock-based jutsu can withstand my techniques? You are gravely mistaken, Yudo thought, initially concerned about what the rock ninja might unleash, only to find it was merely a stone target. Is that so? The rock ninja replied nonchalantly, not bothering to refute Yudo's claim. The three rock ninjas' stone giant was swiftly shredded by the wind blades. Although the giant continually regenerated, it became evident that it could not keep pace with the rate of destruction inflicted by the blades. Secret technique, adamantine armor. Instantly, the stone giant was enveloped in a layer of diamond-like armor. The wind blades' assault diminished significantly, and once the armor was breached, the damage inflicted upon the stone giant was negligible. What? It's a bloodline limit. Realizing the diamond coating on the stone giant, Yudo understood that he and his brother were unlikely to escape death. The three rock ninja maintained control over the stone giant, while the leading rock ninja reinforced it with the diamond armor. After the wind eye was obliterated, the tornado gradually subsided. As the ninjutsu was obliterated, the two brothers, Yudo and Ryudo, resolved not to succumb to despair, but to attempt an escape. Earth release, earth flow wall. Earth release, earth flow wall. Earth release, earth flow wall. The sand shinobi were left with only the two brothers, while the rock shinobi were far from diminished. In an instant, the surrounding rock shinobi ensnared the duo with their techniques. Cursed be their fate. Witnessing the colossal diamond giant before him, Yudo, filled with resentment, launched an attack. Bam! The diamond giant struck Yudo down with a single blow. Brother! Ryudo cried out, witnessing his sibling's demise, and hurled the remaining explosive tags toward the diamond giant. Boom! The explosion proved inconsequential to the diamond giant, who retaliated and ended Ryudo's life with a punch. It was over, gathering the fallen bodies of his brothers. He prepared to retreat. The leading rock shinobi, observing the last of the sand shinobi had perished, addressed the remaining rock shinobi. I'm coming. A flash of golden lightning flickered amid the rain, as the transformed progenitor giant, Kasu, descended from above, delivering a devastating punch to the leading rock shinobi. As the fist loomed larger, the leader seemed to realize the fate that awaited him, akin to those who had been crushed by their diamond giant in their final moments. Bam! The leading rock shinobi met his end at the hands of the giant Kasu. Damn it, there are still enemies. The three remaining rock shinobi immediately commanded the rock giant to charge at the now giant Kasu. The other rock shinobi swiftly unleashed shurikens in the giant's direction. Observing the disintegrating diamond exterior of the rock giant, Kasu scoffed. If it weren't for the need to resolve this battle swiftly, I would genuinely relish testing whether your diamond is tougher or my claws. With a roar, he smashed the rock giant's head, sustaining merely a scratch upon his own skin. The enhancement of Chakra proved formidable. He pondered whether Senjutsu Chakra was even stronger. Relishing in his body's augmentation, Kasu felt immense satisfaction. Ding! The shuriken attacks against the giant Kasu now failed to penetrate his defenses. What? The faces of the three rock shinobi paled as they witnessed their rock giant's head explode under a single punch from Kasu. Quick! Regroup and restrain him. One of them commanded. Bam! 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 Kasu offered no opportunity for a counterattack, pummeling the rock giant relentlessly. Bam! With a final kick. The rock giant was reduced to mere foot stumps. Humph! That was hardly a challenge, Kasu declared disdainfully, gazing at the pulverized remnants of the rock giant. Earth release, earth rock spear. Realizing that the rock giant had been dismantled, the three rock shinobi promptly abandoned it. The rock spears lunged toward the throat of the giant Kasu. Bam! Kasu countered with a punch, shattering the rock spear into fragments, which then flew toward the three rock shinobi. Thud, thud, thud. The rock shinobi dodged with haste. Once more, golden lightning flickered in the ring. What is that? One of the rock shinobi sensed impending doom as the golden lightning reappeared. Ah, what kind of monster is this? Run. Suddenly, they heard the terrified screams of the remaining rock shinobi, and the three turned to behold the source of the commotion. A shadowy figure darted incessantly between the rock Nin, leaving a trail of dismembered bodies in its wake. The calm rock Nin, a mid-level ninja, attempted to thwart the rampaging titan, the colossal figure of the Casa, with the earth release technique, Earth Flow Wall. However, the rising earthen barrier was effortlessly pierced by the titan's razor-sharp claws. With sheer brute strength, the titan could obliterate the wall, and now, as the titan of the Casa, it was an insurmountable force. The rock Nin, casting the jutsu, could only watch in horror as the claws magnified in his vision before he was torn apart. Earth Release, Yellow Spring Marsh. The senior rock ninja endeavored to restrain the titan. Feeling the ground beneath him soften, the Casa propelled himself forcefully against a mid-level rock ninja, charging towards three senior ninjas. Excellent, he's been drawn in. The senior rock ninja prepared to strike the Casa mid-flight. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bomb. The howling earth dragon surged towards the titan. As the airborne titan regarded the dragon, it swiped a claw. Crack. The earth dragon was instantly shattered, yet the titan was also propelled backward by the force of the blast. Splendid. Utilize ranged ninjutsu to attack him. Observing the efficacy of the earth dragon, the three senior rock Nin immediately launched additional assaults. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bomb. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bomb. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bomb. Three earth dragons surged towards the recently landed titan. Boom, boom, boom. The titan's speed was astounding. The earth dragons could not land a blow and were entirely evaded. Witnessing the titan so close, the three senior rock Nin dispersed. However, their speed was no match for the titan, and one was swiftly eliminated. The titan turned its attention to another. Earth Release, Rock Fist. As the titan approached, the senior rock ninja struck with a rock fist. Crack. The sharpness of the titan's claws easily surpassed the resistance of the rock, and yet another rock ninja fell. Damn it! Where did this monster come from? The last remaining ninja shouted in desperation. Alas, his fury proved futile, as he too was caught and slain by the titan's claws. The surviving mid-level rock Nin, witnessing the slaughter of four senior ninjas as if they were mere vegetables, began to flee. Yet, their speed was no match for the titan, and they were swiftly pursued and dispatched. Breathing heavily, the Casa surveyed the battlefield devoid of life, realizing the magnitude of his own strength. This was merely the titan of the Casa and the progenitor titan. Once I harnessed the armored titan, the colossal titan, and the warhammer titan, unifying the ninja world will surely be within reach. The titan of the Casa was thoroughly pleased with his prowess. You invade other nations and must be prepared for slaughter. But once I unify the ninja world, war will cease. He murmured as he gazed upon the field littered with corpses. Chapter 12. The discovered battlefield. It appears that my strength is not to be underestimated in the ninja world. Ordinary senior ninjas are no match for me. After this battle, it can be said that I have sustained no injuries at all. Having gained a clearer understanding of his own capabilities, Kajurin realized that, under the influence of Chakra, ordinary blades and swords could no longer inflict harm upon his colossal form, even in its unarmored state. As he surveyed the 6 corpses of the elite shinobi below, he concluded that there would be no further need for missions. He merely had to await his physical maturation and subsequent augmentation of strength. With the aspiration of unlocking greater titan powers, he intended to first unify the land of rain and establish a formidable stronghold, subsequently turning his attention to the 5 great nations' ninja villages. Kajurin pondered that the land of rain's complete defeat during the Second Ninja War, which allowed the fire, wind, and earth countries to transform its territory into a battlefield, was primarily due to a lack of military strength. At the pinnacle of his era, Hanzo was undeniably among the finest, and in one-on-one confrontations, no one from the 3 ninja villages could claim an unequivocal victory over him. Hanzo possessed the potential to become a Kage. Thus, if Kajurin could unlock the power of the colossal titan with the enhancement of Chakra, he firmly believed that the might of a super colossal explosion would yield a tremendous advantage. If one explosion was insufficient, he could summon another. The tailed beast bombs were prone to being redirected or destroyed, whereas a colossal explosion could be unleashed right at the source, making it impossible to evade. If all else failed, he could harness the Founder's Titan abilities to create a super colossal Titan. Although such Titans, crafted from the Founder's powers, lacked explosive capabilities, they were cost-effective. One human could transform into a super colossal Titan, radiating intense heat. The only challenge remaining was to devise a method to transform ordinary humans into Titans. Bearing the legacy of the first founder, Kazuran was confident in his ability to resolve this issue. If necessary, he could always seek the assistance of Orochimaru, the master of core technologies, who would undoubtedly be intrigued by beings that could bask in sunlight and yet possess boundless mobility. After contemplating his future path for a while, Kazuran resolved to first collect the bounty for the 6 elite shinobi. He maneuvered his Titan form to the location of the 2 deceased sand shinobi. To his dismay, he discovered yet another grim scene. Both corpses were completely obliterated. Gazing down from his elevated position at the remains of the 2 sand shinobi, Kazuran surmised that he would soon be deprived of 2 bounties. This realization struck him with a sense of urgency, as he recalled the fate of the other 4 Earth shinobi. My stable development capital, he lamented, witnessing yet another heap of Earth shinobi corpses. A heart-wrenching wail escaped his lips. The pain was overwhelming. Elite shinobi held immense value in every village, particularly during times of war, far exceeding their worth in peacetime. Fortunately, 3 remained intact, albeit in fragments. It seemed that in the future, if he wished to exchange corpses for bounties, he must refrain from reducing them to mere ninja paste with a single blow. Reflecting on the millions lost due to his previous indiscretions, Kazuran resolved to preserve the bodies in their entirety moving forward. With only 3 elite shinobi corpses remaining, he contemplated collecting the bodies of the fallen Chunin as well. With a Titan's might, Kazuran commenced the task of gathering the lifeless forms of the deceased Chunin. In the midst of a torrential downpour, a gigantic figure, devoid of clothing, was seen retrieving corpses from various locations with its hands. Witnessing such a scene would undoubtedly instill terror and bewilderment in any onlooker. It seemed that these were the only intact bodies available, aside from those gruesomely slain by the giant wielded by the Casa people. Most corpses had already been collected by them. Observing the accumulation of dozens of bodies, the Casa pondered, how could I possibly transport them all? Scratching its large head in distress, the Casa contemplated an alternative solution. Perhaps it could simply wrap them in vines for easier transport. Finding this idea feasible, the Casa set off toward the mountain where it had previously lain in wait, in search of suitable vines. Fortunately, it discovered an ample supply of vines atop the mountain. Otherwise, the Casa would have been forced to abandon most of the bodies. After binding the corpses into groups of 10, it hoisted them up, resembling a farmer collecting firewood. With each bundle of bounty in its hands, the Casa felt akin to an elderly farmer returning home after gathering kindling from the mountain. After deliberating on the direction to take, the giant Casa strode forward, still clutching its bundles of firewood. A short while after the Casa departed, several rock ninja units appeared on the battlefield. What is happening? Were they not supposed to have dispatched Inuzuka Tomoya and his team for a counterambush? How did it come to this? One individual exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at the scattered corpses across the battlefield. Something has gone awry. Zonghu, lead your team to survey the surroundings. The apparent leader of the rock ninja instructed the squad behind him. Understood, Zonghu replied, guiding his team to investigate the area. The leader of the rock ninja then advanced further into the fray. Captain, look here. There are traces of Inuzuka Tomoya's ninjutsu. Another exclaimed, pointing to the remnants of a rock giant's footprint left by the giant Casa. This cannot be. According to intelligence, this sand ninja squad only had 2 J-nin. We also dispatched Inuzuka Tomoya's team, which specializes in countering their ninjutsu. How could they have been defeated? The leader of the rock ninja knelt to touch the giant's footprint, muttering to himself. Rising again, the rock ninja captain scanned the battlefield and instructed one of his subordinates, Ayasu, conduct a review of the combat scene to identify where the issue lies. Following the captain's command, Ayasu began to sense the battlefield continuously. In the current environment, ordinary ninjas would find it impossible to navigate the rain-soaked terrain. However, for Ayasu, equipped with secret techniques, this was not a problem. As Ayasu utilized his techniques, he uncovered numerous discrepancies. There were traces of the Sand Ninja Brothers' ninjutsu, confirming that Inuzuka Tomoya's team had indeed engaged in battle with the rock giant. If the intelligence was accurate, it suggested that Inuzuka Tomoya's team had emerged victorious. Noticing two pools of nearly undetectable blood linked to the Sand Ninja Brothers ninjutsu, Ayasu was convinced that the intelligence was correct. Indeed, Inuzuka Tomoya's team had achieved victory. Yet, the question remained, why had Inuzuka Tomoya's team also vanished? Once again, we ventured to investigate the location of the rock giant. Stripped of its diamond exterior, it appeared that after the victory of Inuzuka Tomoya's squad, they had been ambushed, resulting in Tomoya's demise and the cancellation of the secret technique. Assessing the injuries on the rock giant's foot, I formed a tentative judgment. Captain, we have discovered signs of torn vines on the nearby mountain. The missing bodies must have been taken away by someone. Additionally, we found footprints leading in one direction. At this moment, the reconnaissance team led by Awakens returned. Chapter 13. The followed Casaman in response to the report from the reconnaissance team. Captain Awakens remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Inuzuka, who was diligently exploring the surroundings. As time passed, Inuzuka concluded his investigation and approached the captain to report. Captain, based on my findings, after defeating the Sand Ninja squad, Inuzuka Tomoya's squad was ambushed by a third party, resulting in Tomoya's swift demise. The rock giant, having lost its diamond armor, was also vanquished by the enemy, and the remaining 3 team members perished following the giant's defeat. Upon hearing Inuzuka's report, Captain Awakens fell into deep contemplation. Noticing the captain's silence, Inuzuka continued. From the scene, it seems that 2 individuals were involved in the assault. One appears to be a taijutsu ninja, as the rock giant was obliterated in a single strike, while the other likely wielded a special weapon, as the bodies left behind were instantaneously torn apart. Inuzuka, having completed his analysis, turned his gaze toward the captain. After listening intently, Captain Awakens addressed the reconnaissance team, saying, "Let us proceed to examine the footprints you've mentioned." He then led the Awakens squad toward the location where Casaman's giant footprints had been discovered. Captain, look here. Although the rain has obscured the traces, we can still discern a colossal footprint. The Awakens members gazed at the enormous imprint left by the Casaman. Suddenly, Inuzuka reconsidered his previous hypothesis regarding a powerful taijutsu ninja. Could it be not a ninja, but rather an enormous human, or perhaps a gigantic monkey? Observing the footprint, which bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a human, only magnified in size, Inuzuka voiced his uncertainty. Very well, Casa, your team shall follow these footprints and see if you can catch up. If you do, simply gather intelligence and refrain from engaging in combat. After all, Inuzuka Tomoya's squad is our elite unit. We cannot allow them to perish under such mysterious circumstances. The others proceeded to the main battlefield, where Hanzo, having concluded his battle with the Land of Fire, arrived at our location. Lord Suchikage is troubled by the toxic gas. Report the situation. After issuing these commands, Captain Awakens prepared to depart. Obeying the orders, Casa's team began to follow the giant footprints. Unbeknownst to them, Casaman, still clutching his bounty, was blissfully unaware that the Awakens squad was trailing behind his massive footprints. Is it this direction? I'm not quite certain, he thought, feeling a tinge of fear about losing his way back. After walking a while longer, he spotted a house covered in branches, which reassured him that he had not strayed from his path. Gazing at the dwelling he had personally repaired by clearing away the branches, Casaman felt a swirl of complex emotions. The man beneath the hat was uncertain whether he should check if the elderly man had survived. He feared that parting the branches might reveal a lifeless corpse. After much inner turmoil, he resolved against taking a look. He felt powerless. Regarding an old man lying in a sickbed, he dared not disturb him, fearing that the shock might lead to an untimely demise. Lacking the means for healing, his strength was solely destructive, devoid of restorative power. He could only shelter the old man from the elements with branches, hoping to prolong his life. However, the absence of any coughs or groans from within the dwelling led him to conclude that the old man had likely passed away. With a heavy heart, he continued on his journey. Some time later, the team led by the fox arrived at the very house where the man had lingered. Captain, the footprints here are quite deep. He must have stayed for a while, reported one of the team members, observing the tracks before the house. The fox, noticing the branches shielding the entrance, cast them aside and peered inside. But why did he stop here? He pondered, seeing only the lifeless body of an ordinary civilian. Captain, should we search this house? There might be remnants left behind, suggested another team member. Nodding in agreement, the fox permitted the search. and the team began to scour the dilapidated dwelling. Inside, they found nothing but a few pots and pans and the deceased old man. The captain found no suspicious elements. The search was brief. As he examined the civilian's body, the fox's gaze fell upon the corpse of the elderly man. When the team members lifted the covers, a foul stench wafted forth, the result of prolonged exposure and moisture leading to decay. Despite the odor, the ninjas maintained their composure, meticulously searching for any clues. "It's merely an ordinary civilian's body, nothing unusual," reported one of them. The fox furrowed his brow, clearly perplexed. If there was nothing amiss in the house, why had their target chosen to linger here, covering it with branches? An unsettling thought crossed his mind. Could it be an act of kindness? In a world of ninjas, was there truly one so benevolent? Unable to comprehend, the fox resolved to restore the house and set a trap. "Let us return the items to their original positions and place explosive tags," he instructed his team. Following his command, several ninjas began to act, meticulously restoring the arrangement of the house according to memory. They then positioned the old man's body as it had been. Once they retreated outside, they restored the branches and affixed the explosive tags to thin wires tied to them. Anyone who disturbed the branches would trigger the trap. Having completed this task and erased their traces, the fox followed the footprints of the giant. The strides of the giant were swift, and under the full speed of the man beneath the hat, he soon glimpsed the faint outlines of a town shrouded in the rain. A peculiar sensation enveloped him, leaving him with an unsettling impression of the place. As the giant-sized figure approached the quaint town, he came to a halt, observing the peculiarities of the settlement. Holding a bundle of bounties, he felt that entering directly would be rather ostentatious. Thus, he resolved to find a suitable place to deposit his belongings, allowing the currency exchange personnel to retrieve them. Contemplating this, the giant sought out a secluded grove to stow away his items. He then reverted to his original size and dashed towards the town's restroom. Upon returning to his normal stature, he was acutely aware of the heavy rain that had been unnoticed during his transformation. The sudden impact of raindrops against his face was painfully apparent. Quickly entering the restroom, he opened a concealed door leading to the currency exchange office. Upon entry, he was greeted by the sight of the elderly gentleman sipping tea. "Enough of your tea, old man," he declared. "I bring you a lucrative opportunity." The leisurely tea drinker turned his gaze towards the giant, bemused. "What brings you here again? Have you completed your task so swiftly? What have you done this time?" The old man found it peculiar to see the giant so frequently, almost as if he had ceased to notice anyone else. "Well, if it's me, it signifies business," the giant replied. "This time, I've procured a considerable number of corpses from the sand and rock villages, including those of elite ninjas." The elderly man, taken aback by the mention of elite ninjas, questioned in disbelief. "What? You managed to acquire the bodies of elite ninjas? You? How could you, so small, have done that?" While he had previously remarked that surviving in battle was no simple feat, this seemed beyond comprehension. "Indeed, there are too many corpses to bring inside. They are all outside the town. Call your associates and let us count them." The mention of numerous bodies piqued the old man's curiosity. "This little rascal has ventured into battle to slay?" he mused, though he knew business must proceed. He summoned his companion, Makita, from the adjacent room to accompany the giant. Chapter 14. Counting the coins, the old man and Makita followed the giant out of the currency exchange office. Makita quietly questioned the elderly gentleman. "Are you sure this little rascal can truly procure the bodies of sand and rock ninjas? Especially the elite ones. These are not mere self-proclaimed elites from small nations." The elderly man, harboring his own doubts, replied, "We shall see for ourselves. Are you afraid this little one could pose a threat to us? While our strength may not be formidable, we have yet to be outpaced in our ability to flee. We have witnessed our share of storms." Though Makita was skeptical of the giant's combat prowess, he acknowledged the old man's perspective. "That's true. The leadership of the currency exchange has changed numerous times. Yet we remain constant like an enduring tree." Hearing their murmurs as he led the way, the giant rolled his eyes in disdain. "A bunch of nincompoops from the ninja world. Do they comprehend the meaning of giant strength? If I were to eliminate you both, who would pay me?" The heightened sensitivity of his ears, enhanced by his giant form, allowed him to catch every word. Suddenly stopping in his tracks, the giant turned to glance back at the elderly man and Makita. Upon witnessing the sudden halt of the old man with the straw hat and the woodworker, it was initially presumed they had arrived. However, the lack of further action from the straw-hatted figure led to a sense of confusion. It was primarily the overheard conversation between the two behind him that sparked a realization. Why not eliminate these two and seize all the wealth from the money exchange? Directly robbing the affluent to aid the impoverished? Why undertake arduous tasks when one could simply take advantage of the situation? Exchanging uneasy glances, the old man and the woodworker sensed something was amiss in the straw-hatted man's gaze. Could it be that the boy truly intended to dispose of them both? A wave of anxiety washed over the woodworker. The old man, glancing at his companion, felt a twinge of dread, wondering if the boy's intentions were indeed as sinister as they feared. Observing the growing wariness in the two, the straw-hatted figure abandoned the notion of directly eliminating them. Although these individuals were hardly virtuous, he hesitated to resort to such measures, recognizing they had not actively conspired against him. Unlike the ruthless acts committed during war against the sand and rock ninjas, this situation felt different. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the straw-hatted figure reassured himself that he was not devoid of morals. Perhaps he considered the notion of a long-term strategy. Killing them both at once would yield only a mere 1 or 200 million, whereas a more gradual approach might prove even more lucrative. Yet, the thought of that substantial sum ignited a sense of urgency within him, prompting him to lead the way. As the straw-hatted figure ceased to regard them with such a peculiar gaze, both the old man and the woodworker released a sigh of relief. After all, if the boy could indeed eliminate the elite of the 5 great ninja villages, it was clear they stood no chance against him. The old man pondered the uncanny strength of the boy, questioning how he had so rapidly acquired such power since recently obtaining the Chakra cultivation technique. Soon, the straw-hatted figure guided the old man and the woodworker to a location where he stored firewood. The sight of numerous ninja corpses bound tightly with vines sent a chill down their spines. This boy regarded human life with utter disregard. A shared thought emerged between the two as they exchanged glances. Although both were affiliated with the money exchange and had witnessed death numerous times, they had never encountered corpses so grotesquely bound, reminiscent of meat bundles, with many bodies so distorted they were unrecognizable. The straw-hatted figure, observing their contemplative silence, urged them to expedite their task, remarking on the sheer number of bodies present. As the ease of dispatching ninjas grew, he found himself more confident in his newfound strength, no longer burdened by fear. Hearing the boy's insistence, the old man and the woodworker reluctantly approached the bound corpses to begin their grim task. With a strained effort, the old man attempted to free the vines, but found himself at a disadvantage, feeling the weight of age upon him. He drew forth a kunai to cut the bindings, working alongside the woodworker to count the bodies. While the ordinary chunin corpses posed little challenge, the true test lay in those from the renowned ninja villages. However, when the two beheld the incomplete corpses of 3 rock ninja jonin, their expressions shifted dramatically. Were these not members of Inuzuka Tomoya's squad from the rock ninja village? Both Old Me and Muta exchanged glances, realizing they shared the same thought. Fearing a misjudgment, they meticulously cross-referenced the intelligence. Yes, it was indeed Yamato, Nakazumi Keita, and Kurai Shinosuke, the members of Inuzuka Tomoya's team, but where was their captain, Inuzuka Tomoya? Nearby, Kasa, who had overheard Old Me's words, couldn't help but recall the rock ninja he had dispatched with a single blow of his own divine justice. Curiously, he asked, "Are these for well-known?" Upon hearing Kasa's question, Old Me and Muta exchanged another glance. Old Me replied, "These 4 have shone brightly in this second Great War, their combined techniques allowing ninjas with insufficient attack power to endure considerable hardship." Realizing that his own one-punch, one-grab technique had made such a name for itself, Kasa pondered aloud. So, these 4 must be quite valuable then? Old Me was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, these 4 were valuable. But the crux of the matter lay in who could have slain all 4 together. Casting a glance at Kasa, Old Me had initially believed he had overestimated Kasa's strength. Yet, upon witnessing the 3 corpses, he began to reconsider. Although Old Me was recalibrating his assessment of Kasa's capabilities, he remained unaware that Kasa had sustained no injuries in the process. It was merely a case of overwhelming force. The colossal rock giants had encountered an even larger flesh and blood titan, and Kasa's punch had shattered their diamond-like defenses, rendering them ineffective. Certainly, they were valuable. But why were there only 3? What had become of Inuzuka Tomoya? While Old Me silently elevated Kasa's danger level in his mind, he nonetheless responded to Kasa's inquiry. Well, Kasa recalled the rock ninja leader he had reduced to a mere pulp with his fist and hesitated to admit that even the body was unrecognizable. Just focus on calculating the worth of these 3. Don't worry about the 4th. Casa did not directly answer Old Me, but instead urged him to hasten the estimation of their bounties. All right. Old Me acknowledged Casa's insistence, refraining from further questions, and began calculating the value of the ninjas alongside Muta. Chapter 15. Fortune awaits. Observing the footprints vanish into thin air, Zonghu narrowed his eyes, crouching down to examine the imprints left by the giant Casa. Captain, there is a small town in the distance. Still contemplating the abrupt disappearance of the footprints, Zonghu heard his teammate's voice. Zonghu turned to follow the direction indicated by his comrade, and indeed, through the heavy rain, a vague outline of a town emerged. All units, raise your guard. The footprints have vanished here. Be wary of ambush. Zonghu directed his attention toward the distant town, urging his team to remain vigilant. Although the footprints had disappeared, it was suspicious that they had done so just as they neared a settlement. Who would believe that to be mere coincidence? Accompanied by his team, Zonghu began to approach the town, hoping to uncover any valuable information that might be lurking within. While the money-counting figure remained oblivious to the pursuers encroaching upon his homeland, the ever-diligent Old Me and Mudian hastily finalized the bounty for the figure. Upon completion, the total amounted to a mere 56.5 million taels. Observing the two, who had finally concluded their labors, the figure's expression shifted. What? Is that all? His incredulous voice reached Old Me and Mudian's ears. They quickly offered explanations, fearing he might suspect them of embezzling funds. The notoriety lies in the combination of the 4 individuals. Without the crucial leader, Inuzuka Tomoya, their value diminishes significantly. It is the assembly of all for that holds true worth. Upon hearing Old Me's elucidation, the figure likened it to collecting cards. The value only burgeons when the complete set is amassed. Individual cards bore lesser significance. Nevertheless, dissatisfaction lingered. Had he known his strength was so formidable, he would have refrained from dispatching Inuzuka Tomoya so carelessly. Well, fine, 56.5 million taels it is, he resigned. Reflecting on how Asuma was worth merely 35 million taels, and considering his own bounty to be relatively favorable. After establishing the amount, Old Me and Mudian informed him they would accompany him to the exchange center to collect the funds. And you'll handle the body yourselves? Upon hearing this, the figure cast a glance at the lifeless form on the ground and assured them, we can manage. Old Me and Mudian quickly concurred. Very well, let us depart. Being out in the rain is rather unpleasant, even with a raincoat. The figure spoke as he turned toward the exchange center. As he prepared to leave, Old Me and Mudian promptly employed their ninjutsu to conceal the body before following him. One must admit, with newfound strength comes a shift in how others perceive you. Reflecting on their initial demeanor upon his arrival at the exchange center compared to their current attitude was quite telling. Meanwhile, on their way back to the exchange center, the Zonghu team had gathered a wealth of information in the town. Captain, we confirmed that the footprints belonged to a giant. This town recently endured an assault by a band of robbers, and it was a giant who saved them. Listening to the reports from his team, Zonghu felt certain that the giant was concealed within this town. Yet, the means of its concealment eluded him. Could it be a summoning technique? Recalling the suddenly vanished footprints, Zonghu entertained this hypothesis. However, if it were indeed a summoning technique, why wait until after the demise of Inuzuka Tomoya's team to engage in it? Perhaps, if the giant were a summoned beast with an owner, it would make sense. The owner wielded a special weapon for killing, while the summoned giant employed brute force. The delay in employing the summoning might have been to facilitate the return journey with the summoned giant. Upon reflection, the Zonghu Fox has developed a preliminary understanding of its objective. The primary goal now is to locate the missing corpse, for its discovery will unveil the target. The enemy's intent to seize the body undoubtedly harbors a specific purpose. Little did the Zonghu Fox anticipate that the reason behind the Liren's abduction of the corpse was for the sake of a bounty. After all, the bounty exchange is deemed too trivial by the 5 great nations, rendering it beneath their notice. However, unbeknownst to the Zonghu Fox and its companions, after the giant Liren rescued the townsfolk, they underwent a significant transformation. The townspeople quickly discerned that the Zonghu Fox and its entourage were inquiring about the whereabouts of the giant Liren. While other townsfolk may not have been as perceptive, the giant Liren was astute enough to recognize the situation. Upon returning to the bounty exchange, Liren received a staggering 56.5 million taels. He was indeed laden with riches, his bounty filling a sack to the brim. Yet, carrying such a heavy load proved cumbersome. Observing Liren's predicament, the well-informed Elder Me promptly offered him a scroll, allowing Liren to compress the sack within it. Liren was greatly appreciative of Elder Me's thoughtful gesture. As Liren prepared to depart, both Elder Me and Muti visibly exhaled in relief. At that moment, Liren recalled that he had not inquired about the current state of the ninja world. Just as he was about to ascend the stairs, he turned back, prompting Elder Me to hurriedly explain the situation. Currently, there is a conflict between the Rain Ninja Village and Konoha. Following Hanza's surrender and the bestowal of titles upon Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, the curtain has fallen on this chapter. However, the Land of Rain continues to engage in battle with the lands of Earth and Wind. Although Konoha has emerged victorious, intelligence suggests that both the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth are now plotting against Konoha. Liren was aware of Hanza's granting of titles to the three Sannin, and after this battle, the trio would likely seek to apprentice under Jiraiya. Liren surmised that the conflicts involving the Rain, Earth, and Wind nations would persist for some time. Furthermore, it appeared inevitable that Konoha would also have to contend with the Sand and Rock ninjas. Only upon the conclusion of the Second Ninja World War would peace be restored. As the future leader of the Rain Nation, Liren knew he must find the opportunity to recruit the trio of Sannin. Given the scarcity of capable individuals in the Rain Nation, he could not allow Hans to squander their potential. Both Nagato and Yahiko, having survived, possessed commendable strength. Contemplating the foundation for his future unification of the Rain Nation, Liren inquired of Elder Me, "Will there be a fee for this intelligence?" Elder Me, slightly embarrassed, chuckled and replied, "Considering you are a major employer, this time, there will be no charge." Delighted to hear the answer he sought, Liren turned and ascended the stairs, exiting the bounty exchange. As Liren finally departed, Elder Me and Muti truly breathed a sigh of relief. The earlier moment when Liren had turned to face them had been genuinely intimidating. They could not help but reminisce that the last time such a situation occurred was during the threat posed by Kaku. Nevertheless, Kakuzu was a renowned bounty hunter and unlikely to truly harm them, but Liren's intentions remained uncertain. Chapter 16. The unfortunate Tibetan fox whistling a cheerful tune. The man in the conical hat emerged from the currency exchange, and even the foul stench of the lavatory seemed less unbearable with money in hand. Alas, the reality was that wealth did not diminish the unpleasantness. On the contrary, it amplified it, for there were nefarious individuals lurking among the crowd. As the noxious fumes grew increasingly potent, the man hastened his departure. With newfound riches, he pondered whether it was time to acquire a property. For a house imbues one with a sense of home. Possessing a staggering sum of 56.5 million taels, the man felt that as a wealthy individual, he too deserved a place of his own. First, he resolved to indulge in a sumptuous meal. He returned to the establishment where his journey commenced and called out to the familiar proprietor, "Bring me every dish you have." With a grand flourish, he gestured expansively. The owner, recognizing the generous patron, promptly began serving an array of dishes. As he dined, the man contemplated his future path. Having recently come into wealth, he decided to forego further missions and instead establish a 3-year plan. Once he matured, he would return as the Dragon King, uniting the Rain Kingdom and capturing the leaders of the 5 great nations. With a foundational strategy set for the next 3 years, he focused intently on his meal. After finishing, he returned to his inn, deciding to postpone thoughts of property acquisition until the morrow, for fatigue had overtaken him, and sleep beckoned. While he found rest, others were not so fortunate. The Tibetan Fox squad had scoured the town nearly to its last corner, yet they could not uncover the whereabouts of so many bodies. The Tibetan Fox speculated that perhaps the remains were sealed within a spatial scroll. "Captain, I have a discovery." Just as the Tibetan Fox was at his wit's end, an Earth ninja arrived with news that shattered the stalemate. "What news?" The Tibetan Fox inquired eagerly, his curiosity piqued by the prospect of a breakthrough. "During my reconnaissance, I uncovered a branch of the currency exchange in this town," responded the squad member. "Excellent, Mountain Fox. How did you come upon this information?" the Tibetan Fox queried, though he suspected the answer might be somewhat unorthodox. Mountain Fox hesitated, unsure if he should confess that he had kicked a wall out of frustration during a particularly odorous moment. The inquiry was merely a formality, and soon they set off to the currency exchange. Arriving at the entrance, the Tibetan Fox regarded the establishment with disdain, remarking, "These vermin thrive in the filth." Despite his scorn, he was determined not to overlook any suspicious locales. Upon entering the lavatory, he grimaced at the overpowering stench and glanced at Mountain Fox, who then knocked on a wall, revealing a concealed passage behind it. The Tibetan fox charged ahead, undeterred by the foul odor. Upon entering the main hall of the currency exchange, he spotted Old Me conversing with Mukin. The elderly man halted his discussion upon noticing the arrival of the Earth ninjas, and a shadow of concern crossed his face, recalling the recent delivery of a dead Earth ninja. He realized that today's matters were unlikely to resolve smoothly. Although the currency exchange merely acted as an intermediary for employers seeking bounty hunters, the situation could become precarious should the ninja village of a slain comrade come seeking retribution. They dared only to engage in covert schemes. If the 5 great shinobi villages insisted on causing trouble, one could only resign to misfortune. Is there something you wish to discuss? Before the cunning Sanghu could utter a word, the elderly Mi approached with a welcoming smile. Upon seeing Mi's amiable demeanor, Sanghu's expression softened slightly. Although he held disdain for the exchange center, he recognized that his Tsuchikage enjoyed employing such underhanded tactics. Sanghu, feigning casualness, remarked, "Old man, your indiscretions have been uncovered." With a subtle signal to his team, they swiftly moved to subdue Mi and Muti. The sudden aggression from Sanghu's group caught Mi and Muti off guard. They had yet to properly dispose of the corpse, and exposure should not come so swiftly. Despite the urgency of the situation, Mi resolved firmly to deny any wrongdoing, aware that although the exchange center was weaker than the 5 great nations, it still wielded some influence. Why resort to violence? We have a partnership with your Tsuchikage, Mi insisted, refusing to resist while invoking the collaboration with the Tsuchikage. Sanghu, observing Mi's lack of resistance and constant justifications, began to doubt whether the exchange center was indeed involved. Initially uncertain, Sanghu pondered whether to release Mi and Muti, but he ultimately decided that any incident in such a small town must surely be linked to the exchange center. Thus, he ordered his subordinates to escort Mi and Muti away for interrogation. Regardless of their actual involvement, an interrogation would yield insights. After all, a mere branch of the exchange center was hardly worthy of concern to the mighty Iwagakure. As Mi sensed the relentless determination of Sanghu's group, his expression darkened. This was dire. The IWA shinobi were adhering to a principle of better to kill an innocent than to let a guilty party escape, and alarmingly, this matter was indeed connected to them. In a state of acute anxiety, Mi understood that falling into the hands of the IWA shinobi would not bode well, as they would show no restraint. Their objectives justified any means, even if it resulted in the demise of the two. Quietly, Mi conveyed a signal to Muti, indicating it was time to resist. Muti, understanding the cue, seized the opportunity while ascending the staircase to shove aside an IWA shinobi and press against the wall. Instantly, the lights in the hidden passage extinguished and gas began to spray around them. Sanghu, noticing the gas, shouted, "Hold your breath. Secure the 2. Retreat from the passage immediately." With that, Sanghu led his team towards the exit of the secret passage. The IWA shinobi flanking Mi and Muti swiftly drew their kunai, prepared to incapacitate them. Yet, Mi and Muti were no novices. Having adeptly managed the exchange center, they darted towards a concealed door, with Mi delivering a swift kick to the nearest IWA shinobi. Realizing they could not capture Mi and Muti, the IWA shinobi abandoned their pursuit and made for the exit of the hidden passage. Just as Mi and Muti slipped through the secret door, several explosive tags flew toward them. Not good. Explosive tags. An IWA shinobi shouted in alarm upon seeing the tags affixed to his hand. Hearing the warning, the other IWA shinobi hastily fled the hidden passage. The explosive tagged rock ninja was indeed the same one who had been kicked by the old man Mi. At this moment, he found himself unable to escape. Earth style, harden. The rock ninja could only hope that this technique would spare his life. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, the hidden passage collapsed, burying the former exchange point beneath a pile of stones. The explosion, occurring within the confines of the narrow passage, amplified its destructive force significantly. The escaping members of the group, including the fox, watched in horror as the restroom behind them crumbled amidst the cacophony of the explosion. Damn those 2 rats. How dare they detonate an explosive tag in the passage? The voice of the fox was laced with fury. "Captain, this is bad. Sure Jian hasn't come out. He's buried beneath the explosive tags." The mountain fox reported to the fox, noting the absence of one of their own. Chapter 17. Let's make a run for it. Old man Mi. What? The fox's anger intensified upon hearing the mountain fox's words. Damn it, we should have incapacitated those two directly. Hurry, dig out Shijian. The fox was consumed with self-reproach for his misjudgment. Initially, he had only intended to bluff the old man and his companion, never intending to interrogate them directly, which had now resulted in one of his team members being unaccounted for. Without needing further prompting, the remaining rock ninjas began their rescue efforts for Shijian. Damn it! Their pace was hindered by their fear of using ninjutsu, which might inadvertently harm Shijian buried below. What do we do now? We've crossed a line with the rock ninjas, asked Muti, who had managed to escape through the secret door. What can we do? We must flee, but first, let's notify that little brat. I see great potential in him. He will undoubtedly become a formidable figure in the ninja world. It's worth establishing a good rapport with him now, the old man me replied, squinting at the distant rising dust. All right, let's go find that little brat, and then make our escape. Muti agreed with me's suggestion. Then lead the way. Why are you looking at me like that? You expect me to guide you? Me snapped at Muti, who was staring at him expectantly. I thought you knew where the little brat lived. Muti said innocently after being reprimanded by me. Me widened his eyes in disbelief at Muti's apparent innocence. So you don't know where he lives either? They exchanged incredulous glances, both taken aback. Should we still go notify him? Muti broke the awkward silence. Let's check the inn first. I really underestimated this situation. I only realized that the little brat has been here for a few days, and I don't even know his name, let alone his address, me lamented, feeling somewhat frustrated. In just a few days, he has lost his home. What a misfortune. Remaining thoughts lingered unspoken in me's mind. With relentless efforts, the fox and his companions finally located Shijian amidst the ruins. Fortunately, being ninjas, they managed to unearth him in a matter of days, a task that would have been nearly impossible for others. Shijian lay unharmed within the collapsed passage. Captain, Shijian. Upon seeing Shijian in one piece, the mountain fox felt a surge of hope, but as he examined Shijian's condition, he became speechless. The technique of hardening employed by Shijian merely preserved his lifeless form. It could not save his life. Calmly, Sanghu gazed upon Shijian's corpse, meticulously preparing it for burial before embarking on the pursuit of the two assailants from the currency exchange. After attending to Shijian's remains, a fellow rock ninja who had accompanied him remarked, "The special technique I left on that man allows us to trace their movements. Well done. They must not be allowed to survive." Sanghu replied, his tone flat as he regarded the neatly arranged body of Shijian. Meanwhile, the slumbering figure of Liren was abruptly awakened by the sound of an explosion. What on earth is happening? Is Pain here to confront me? He quickly leapt from the window to the rooftop. What? The restroom has exploded? And someone has blown it up? His astonishment deepened as he realized that the source of the explosion was indeed the restroom. Wait a moment. Isn't this the currency exchange? As the dazed Liren regained his senses, he recalled that the restroom served as the entrance to the exchange. Should I investigate? Could this be connected to the ninja corpses I dealt with today? But then again, whose corpse would explode? As he pondered his next move, he spotted two figures in the distance. Finally found you. Muti breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Liren atop the building. What is going on? Why has the currency exchange exploded? Liren asked, bewildered, as he observed the approaching figures of the elderly Me and Muti. The rock ninja you killed has come looking for you. We were the first to take the hit. If we hadn't had a backup plan, we would have met our end there, Me explained succinctly. What? A rock ninja? Why would they come after us? Liren's expression shifted from confusion to shock. We're not sure, but they did come for us. We just wanted to inform you before we make our escape. Me replied before he and Muti hurried toward the town's exit. Watching their retreating figures, Liren glanced back at the now destroyed currency exchange. So, will I truly have no place to exchange money anymore? Is this 56? 5 million taels truly my swan song? Liren felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. Contemplating his next steps, he returned to the inn. Captain, the two of them lingered here. Their scent is significantly stronger than elsewhere. A ninja tracking me reported to Sanghu. Could it truly be connected to those two from the currency exchange? The thought emerged in Sanghu's mind as he directed his team to swiftly inspect the inn for any suspicious individuals, particularly adult males carrying substantial belongings. Inside the room, Liren sensed the presence of someone lingering outside before they entered the inn. He immediately adopted the demeanor of a startled onlooker, awakened by the explosion. After a thorough search, the rock ninjas found no anomalies. Determined not to waste any time chasing after Me and Muti, Sanghu ordered his team to advance at full speed. Thus, Sanghu's squad departed. Kazan sensed the departure of the enemy, who had come to the inn for reconnaissance. Leaning his head towards the window, he confirmed their absence. They must be the rock shinobi mentioned by Old Me. It seemed he remained unaware of the pursuit. Kazan, with his keen perception, discerned several shadowy figures and realized that Old Me had signaled him to be cautious. Noticing a rock shinobi pursuing them, he could not feign ignorance and decided to lend assistance. With a leap from the window, Kazan pursued the direction in which the rock shinobi team had departed. They must be quite a distance away by now. Old Me had run far. Muta, feeling fatigued, inquired about Old Me's condition. Glancing back at the dark forest, Old Me felt they had distanced themselves sufficiently and suggested a brief respite. After resting, they would continue their flight, for though exhaustion weighed upon them, survival was paramount. Who could say what tracking abilities the rock shinobi possessed? Seated and gasping for breath, Old Me analyzed their situation, emphasizing the importance of caution. Muta agreed with his reasoning, and they resolved to rest a while longer before resuming their escape. As Muta sat back, contemplating the ominous woods behind them, he lamented the day's dramatic turns. What had begun as a promising venture had devolved into a perilous explosion, nearly costing them their lives. Fortunately, they had managed to evade the worst of it with their swift retreat. However, just as they were catching their breath, a voice pierced the air, sending them spiraling into despair. What? How could the rock shinobi have caught up to us? Both men startled at the sound and leaped away immediately. Thud, thud, thud. As they sprang from the tree they had leaned against, shuriken struck it, turning it into a pincushion. Old Me glanced back into the dark forest and saw 5 figures emerge, confirming the source of the earlier sounds. Indeed, it was the leader of the rock shinobi. Realizing that the 2 of them must have been marked for tracking, Old Me understood the futility of their situation. They had scarcely paused when the rock shinobi appeared. Quite a distance you've run, you 2 fools. It seems we have no trouble following you, sneered Zhonghu, eyeing them from the trees. Bah, you think we would have resisted if you hadn't sought to capture us? Old Me retorted, his frustration boiling over as he recognized the hopelessness of their escape. Humph. I hope your bravado remains intact until your final breath, Zhonghu replied, dismissing further conversation as he prepared to attack. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bomb. A massive earthen dragon surged towards Old Me and Muta. Water release, Water Barrier. Just as Old Me formed a seal to protect against the earth dragon, a rock shinobi wielding a katana charged at him, aiming for his arm, with the earth dragon restraining him. Old Me had no time to evade and braced for the loss of his limb. In a moment of desperation, a thread ensnared the katana of the approaching rock shinobi. Fire release, Dragon Fire Technique. A fire dragon, propelled by the thread, surged towards the assailant. The interrupted assault forced the rock shinobi to retreat. But there were more than just 2 adversaries. Earth release, Decapitating Technique. In an instant, the body of the old man was pulled into the ground, leaving only his head above the surface. The disparity in strength was overwhelming, and the old man, with just his head exposed, felt a sense of despair. He and Muti were no match for the rock ninjas. Captured, Muti naturally found himself devoid of any means to resist. With a thud, Muti, barely conscious, was tossed beside the old man's head. Captain, let's eliminate these 2 immediately, commanded a rock ninja, wielding a large sword, to Zhonghu. Observing the nearly lifeless Muti and the old man with only his head visible, Zhonghu contemplated, let us use interrogation. We must extract everything they know. Although their original objective had shifted beyond merely tracking giants, Zhonghu resolved to interrogate the old man and Muti nonetheless. It's over. I should have never engaged in this deal. I should have fled upon seeing that brat. The old man lamented as he watched the approaching rock ninja with a sense of hopelessness. Suddenly, a flash of golden lightning illuminated the night. Dodge! Zhonghu shouted, recognizing the anomaly too late. I've arrived. With a crash, the ancestral giant, transformed into a colossal figure, descended from the heavens, delivering a fatal blow to the rock ninja near the old man. One must admit, while this tactic may be old, it is undeniably effective. The giant mused, reveling in the thrill of having dispatched yet another rock ninja with a single strike. As the old man observed the giant's lethal prowess, a sudden epiphany struck him. Of course, it makes sense now, why that boy was being followed, why a giant came to the town's rescue, and what these rock ninjas were pursuing. All the pieces fell into place. Gazing at the giant standing tall after retracting his fist, the old man pondered. If that giant is indeed that boy, Everything aligns perfectly. In that moment, clarity washed over him. The giant turned his head toward the remaining 4 rock ninjas, beckoning them with a gesture. Zhonghu, seeing their target materialize before him, wore a fierce expression. "Follow me. We must slay this summoned beast." Although he could not comprehend why the giant appeared as a flash of lightning instead of a plume of smoke, the abruptness of its emergence bore a striking resemblance to summoned beasts. Zhonghu's desire to eliminate the giant was immensely potent. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp. Earth Release, Earth Rock Spear. Techniques aimed at restricting and assaulting the giant surged forth. Feeling the ground beneath him soften, the giant felt a wave of nausea. He despised such restraining ninjutsu. Trapped within the swamp, the giant was overwhelmed by disgust. As the confined giant watched the approaching Earth Dragon Bullet, he abandoned the idea of swinging his fist and allowed the bullet to strike his chest directly. Boom! The Earth Dragon Bullet sent the giant, ensnared in the swamp, hurtling away. After rolling several times upon the ground, the giant rose, looking down at his smoking chest with disdain. "Is that all the damage you can inflict?" Assessing his injuries, which were minimal, his flesh merely bruised and his bones intact, the giant charged toward the rock ninjas with renewed vigor. As the colossal, transformed Casa approached, the cunning fox found himself in a precarious situation. It was evident that this was no mere fade. The defeat of Inuzuka and his companions was justified. Gazing at the fallen comrade, crushed under the might of the giant's fist, the fox recalled the formidable rock giant whose diamond-like exterior had been shattered. They scattered, seeking the creature's vulnerabilities. Upon announcing the battle strategy, the fox alone faced the giant head-on. Ah, have they truly dispersed? How Navi, the rock-clad giant, undeterred, surged toward the fox with relentless speed. Within his mind, a technique for decapitation took form as a rock ninja attempted to drag the giant into the earth. The giant, feeling the impact of something breaking, dismissed the attempt with disdain. "How foolish to think human strength could impede me." A cry of agony erupted from the buried rock ninja. Hearing the wail, the giant unleashed a powerful stomp. The ground trembled violently, blood seeping forth. "You fools were supposed to find its weaknesses. And this is how you do it?" The fox could not help but curse in frustration. Suddenly, the giant noticed a shadow above. Looking up, he saw a rock ninja swiftly descending with a blade aimed at his head. The airborne ninjas had already claimed countless lives. The giant swung his hand violently at the rock ninja. As the massive hand approached, the ninja formed a hand sign and sank down, narrowly evading the giant's strike. "This is bad." Realizing the ninja had dodged, the giant braced himself for the impending attack. Indeed, the armed ninja swung his blade toward the giant's eye. Blood gushed forth as the giant's vision was obliterated, yet he remained composed, alert, and vigilant. With a powerful technique, the fox shattered the earth. The giant, caught off guard, stumbled and fell. Another technique followed, as enormous stones hurtled toward the giant, a clumsy jutsu that under normal circumstances would fail to connect. However, now the giant was trapped, unable to evade. Instantly, he was pinned beneath the weight of the boulders. Steam began to rise from his form. Earth Release, Earth Spear. Earth Release, Earth Spear. Earth Release, Earth Spear. 3 earthen spears surged toward the giant's eyes, aiming to pierce through his skull. Chapter 19. The rock ninja falls again. Faced with the onslaught of spears, the giant appeared dazed, seemingly unable to react. With a sickening sound, the 3 spears penetrated his eyes. Excellent. The attack was effective. The fox felt a surge of elation as he witnessed the spears embed themselves in the giant's visage. Is it over? Are we truly doomed? The seemingly lifeless Makita, witnessing the glimmer of hope as his head was pierced, suddenly came back to life. How are you still alive? The focused observer, Elder Me, jumped at Makita's unexpected utterance. I merely had a moment of revival. With that, Makita lay down, motionless again. The 3 rock ninjas exchanged glances, staring at the giant, now pierced by the earth spears. Has he truly met his end? A rock ninja observed the motionless giant-sized Casa person, enveloped in steam, and could not help but speak. He should be dead. His head has been pierced. Another rock ninja echoed his sentiment, feeling a wave of sorrow as he realized that their team was now reduced to only 3 due to Casa's demise. Sanghu remained still, and neither of the 2 dared to take action. Meanwhile, the Casa, feigning death while lying prostrate, sensed that his wounds were nearly healed. Yet the 3 rock ninjas had not approached. Even his intention to surprise them was abandoned. The giant Casa's form began to rapidly vaporize and disappear. Sanghu detected the commotion surrounding the giant Casa and, upon witnessing the sudden surge of steam, his vigilance heightened. What is that? A rock ninja hurled a shuriken to intercept an object flying out from the steam, yet he had yet to discern what it was. Golden lightning radiated from the shadowy figure's form. Sanghu, recalling the scene of a teammate being crushed by the giant Casa, urged, attack swiftly. In addition to the shuriken, he hastily performed hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Transformed into the mighty giant, Casa observed the familiar earth dragon and thought, indeed. We earth ninjas share a kinship. All are earth dragon bullets. He lunged forward with a powerful grasp. The earth dragon bullet crumbled under his assault, shattering the technique. The giant Casa swiftly approached the remaining 3 rock ninjas. Astonishment washed over the faces of the rock ninjas as they beheld the altered figure of Casa. These giants were humans transformed, not summoned beasts. All along, there was only one individual. Sanghu comprehended the truth. There were not 2, but 1 person capable of metamorphosing into different giants. Regrettably, Sanghu's realization came too late, for the giant Casa had already closed in. Too fast. There was no time to evade. Sanghu recognized that escape was futile against the giant Casa's overwhelming speed. Block him. Sensing that a mere earth flow wall would be inadequate, the 3 rock ninjas collectively utilized their defensive ninjutsu. Earth release. Earth flow city wall. The trio conjured a massive earthen barrier to obstruct the giant Casa. You underestimate me. No matter how you transform, you cannot alter the essence of the earth. With a swift swipe, the giant Casa shattered a significant portion of the wall. Before long, the barrier was torn asunder. Earth release, rock fist. Just as the giant Casa emerged from the earth, he was struck by a powerful rock fist from a rock ninja. Boom. The giant Casa was slammed against the earth flow city wall, which began to crack. As the blow landed, the rock ninja brandished a kunai, hoping to sever the giant Casa's limbs. With a smirk, Casa observed the rock ninja charging at him, armed with the kunai. The 2 forces collided. Instead of the anticipated clatter of weapons, only the sound of flesh being cleaved could be heard. The kunai wielded by the 2 rock ninjas was effortlessly severed beneath the claws of the giant Casa, as if slicing through tofu. The lifeless bodies of the 2 rock ninjas fell to the ground. Did you truly think to resist my claws with kunai? I, the giant Casa, have no need for honor. Perhaps if you wielded the Kusanagi sword, you might stand a chance against me. The evaluation of such an individual is akin to the use of a kunai by a mere child. Just as the individual was lamenting about 2 rock shinobi, a shadow emerged from below, wielding a kunai and thrusting it towards the neck of the giantized figure. Feeling a slight jab without any breach in defense, the giantized figure was left speechless. So they all prefer kunai, do they? The cunning fox, realizing the lack of damage inflicted, promptly delivered a kick to the giantized figure, using the recoil to propel itself backward. Simultaneously, it hurled all its explosive tags at the giantized figure. Bang, 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 bang. The continuous explosions enveloped the giantized figure entirely. Damn, the ninjutsu caused minimal damage. The kunai could not penetrate my defenses. This monster, unable to even pierce the defenses with its own kunai. The fox could only hope that the explosive tags would prove effective. After the explosions, the giantized figure's body did indeed sustain damage, but it almost instantaneously regenerated due to its rapid healing. The giantized figure then swiped a claw at the fox. Observing the giantized figure emerge nearly unscathed, the fox realized it was likely facing certain doom. Attacking proved futile. Its speed was no match for the giant, and its defenses were inadequate. However, it was fortunate that it had sent the peculiar information about this small town to the village. The fox resolved to fight desperately, hoping to discover some weakness of the giantized form to relay to the village. Earth release, yellow spring swamp. Another familiar technique, but alas, I am not the progenitor. The giantized figure merely leaped out of the swamp's grasp. Earth release, earth spikes. Countless protruding spikes aimed to impede the advance of the giantized figure. Even the smallest spikes only needed to delay its approach. Fists and claws shattered them effortlessly. The fox retreated swiftly while employing ninjutsu to probe for the giantized figure's weaknesses. Close combat was out of the question. Contact meant death, and even a brush could inflict wounds. The only option was to delay the approach of the giantized form. Earth release, rising earth. A massive mound of earth enveloped the giantized body, and the fox noted the effectiveness of the ninjutsu, continuing to slow the giantized figure's progress. Bang! The mound erupted with a large hole. So what if it was somewhat larger? Can it bind me? The giantized figure broke free from the earth mound and charged towards the fox. Faced with the liberated giantized figure, the fox found itself at a loss. The speed of the giantized figure was overwhelming, leaving no time to execute further ninjutsu. The giantized figure's claws drew ever closer, and the fox could only resort to its kunai. Knowing full well the kunai would be ineffective, it had no other choice. There was no time for ninjutsu, no speed to outrun, and it could only splash blood onto the giantized figure. The fox was not mistaken. The kunai could merely stain the giantized figure with its blood. This should suffice, right? After the last rock shinobi fell to the giantized figure, it thought to itself, shaking the blood from its hands. The giantized figure turned its gaze towards the remaining elder. Chapter 20. A little bit of everything. The elder, under the scrutiny of the giantized figure, now felt immense pressure. He was uncertain whether the giantized figure intended to eliminate both of them, given that they were privy to so many of its secrets. No. If the figure in the conical hat intended to eliminate the two of them, he would not have come to their rescue, thus indicating that they still possess a glimmer of hope. Clearing his throat, the elderly man prepared to express his stance to the figure, only to realize, just as he was about to speak, that he did not know the stranger's name. This presented quite a dilemma, having been saved yet remaining ignorant of the savior's identity, especially when his very life was in the hands of this enigmatic being. The towering figure approached him, casting a shadow over the elderly man, who could only reveal his head amidst the vastness of the giant's presence. The pressure was mounting as he stood before this colossal form, uncertain of how to initiate a conversation. I believe we still hold some value, he ventured. We are from the exchange of gold and possess considerable intelligence regarding the ninja realm. Furthermore, there is a substantial sum of money in the exchange, approximately 50 million, even after deducting your requested 56,050,000. Moreover, we took the initiative to inform you, ensuring your secrets remained undisclosed. We vow to keep your ability to transform into a giant confidential. Despite the growing tension, the elderly man continued to articulate the advantages of their survival, emphasizing that he and his companion had no ill intentions towards the figure. The giant, now listening intently, began to emit steam and subsequently reverted to his original form. The elderly man watched in astonishment as the steam enveloped the figure, his heart racing with trepidation, fearing he had failed to persuade the giant. You are indeed quite astute, the figure remarked, stepping forth from the vapor with an air of appreciation. The elderly man felt a profound sense of relief as the true form of the giant emerged, alleviating his fear of an untimely demise. However, his gaze shifted to the lifeless body of Muta, igniting a flicker of annoyance within him. Although Muta was no longer injured and on the brink of death, the elderly man felt disgruntled that he was left to endure this fear alone. After all, such a formidable giant was undeniably linked to him. With a chuckle, he remarked on the absurdity of the situation, eliciting a curious glance from the figure. The elderly man had initially perceived him as a reclusive powerhouse, only to find himself in a rather absurd predicament now. Well, I had no intention of taking action against you two. Had I wished to do so, it would have been during our previous encounter. Nevertheless, I appreciate your timely warning before you fled, which prompted me to come to your aid. Crouching down, the figure examined Muta's injuries. Indeed, it seems you harbored murderous intent while we were settling accounts. The elderly man internally screamed, though his outward demeanor remained unchanged. Could Muta possibly survive? The figure observed Muta, whose breaths were growing shallow, and inquired of the elderly man, will he live? Of course. If you extract me, I can still apply my medical ninjutsu. The elderly man quickly responded, fearing that if he delayed, Muta would truly be left with no breath to spare. Hearing that the elderly man possessed medical skills, the figure felt a slight surprise. Who would have thought this old fellow was a seasoned practitioner? As the figure, resembling an elderly man with only a head remaining, scratched his scalp, he lamented that he should have extracted the old man before relinquishing his giant form. Realizing his miscalculation, the figure resolved to transform back into the giant to retrieve the old man, for he was merely a child of 8 years, lacking any ninjutsu skills apart from his chakra. He turned around, hoisting the old man upon his back, and bit into his palm. The old man raised his hand as the figure turned, and in an instant, a giant materialized before him, radiating light. Astonished, the old man widened his eyes. Though he was unsure of the mechanics behind it, witnessing such a transformation from a diminutive figure to a colossal being was enough to astonish him for an entire year. The giant version of the figure delicately inserted his claws around the old man, gently excavating him from the ground. As the old man stood, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, acutely aware of the sharpness of the giantess claws. Any slight miscalculation could have resulted in the loss of limbs. Fortunately, the giantess grip was steady, sparing the old man from such a fate. Approaching the nearly lifeless Makita, the old man reflected on his fortunate survival and employed a healing ninjutsu to preserve Makita's life. Was that all there was to it? Having reverted from his giant form, the figure gazed at the old man and emitted a green light towards Makita, only for him to vanish. The old man, noticing the figure's astonished exclamations, cleared his throat awkwardly. Well, I did mention that I possess a modest grasp of healing ninjutsu. It's sufficient to sustain Makita's life. Wouldn't you agree? He chuckled. Indeed, your skills are truly modest, the figure replied, initially believing the old man to be merely modest, but realizing he truly possessed only a slight knowledge. All right, use your fire release to incinerate these corpses. Observing the scattered bodies, the figure inquired, aren't we exchanging them? The old man, shocked that the figure intended to burn the bodies instead of exchanging them, responded, with whom shall I exchange? Aren't all the resources in the exchange treasury yours? The figure's words left the old man speechless. Indeed, the exchange treasury belonged to the figure. Quietly, the old man rose and breathed fire upon each corpse, reducing them to ashes. Once finished, he carried Makita back, suggesting, let us head to my inn and find a room. By the way, do you have your own house? The figure recalled his lack of accommodation and posed the question to the old man, who was still expelling flames. I have a building above, though it's seldom used. Generally, we reside in the exchange treasury, the old man replied candidly. Excellent. I shall requisition your place. Hurry up and finish burning the bodies. Then lead me to my new abode. From now on, you may simply call me Kaizen. Upon hearing that his residence had swiftly become Kaizen-S, the old man harbored no grievances and dutifully expelled one final burst of fire. After incinerating the corpses, he hoisted the lifeless Makita and led Kaizen back to the small town. What a splendid venture. I've acquired 2 subordinates, a house, and 5 million ryo, truly rewarding. In a buoyant mood, the cheerful Kirinin followed the old man, humming his favorite little tune, all filled with love. You might wonder why this is all my fault. While Kirinin soared with joy, the sand and rock ninjas faced a dire situation, having suffered significant losses. Chapter 21, Progress of the Ninja War. The rock ninja captain had finally returned to the main battlefield, where he was reporting to the Tsuchikage. What did you say? The Inuzuka team has been completely annihilated, and we have yet to recover even a single body? At that moment, Noki, upon hearing his subordinate's report, was infuriated. We have investigated the scene and gathered some leads. I have dispatched the Kajutsun team to pursue the matter. I believe in their investigative prowess to uncover the culprit, the rock ninja captain quickly added, seeing that Tsuchikage's fury and shared their conjectured clues. But they still haven't been found. Daisuke, you assured me that sending the Inuzuka team against the 2 brothers of the sand was a surefire plan. Noki disregarded Daisuke's defense and held him accountable. Faced with this unforeseen predicament, Daisuke recognized he must bear the blame, as it was indeed his suggestion. Lord Tsuchikage, this was my oversight. Please mete out the punishment. He admitted his fault. Father, it is not entirely Daisuke's fault. Who could have foreseen such a turn of events in the land of rain? A voice interjected in defense of Daisuke. It was Yoko, who had just come of age and accompanied Noki to the battlefield for training. Enough, Daisuke. You will proceed to the front lines. Noki decided not to punish Daisuke, but rather assigned him to the battlefield. Upon hearing this, Daisuke exited the tent. Father, are there any other formidable figures in the land of rain besides Hanzo? Yoko inquired, having been present during Daisuke's earlier deductions, now discussing with Noki. It is remarkable that someone could eliminate the Inuzuka team before Daisuke's arrival and remove the bodies. Such strength appearing in the land of rain is indeed alarming, Noki remarked. Possessing a deeper understanding of the Inuzuka team's capabilities, thus recognizing the prowess of Kirinin, we must keep a vigilant eye on the movements in the land of rain. In addition to dealing with Hanzo, he added, the rock village was still engaged with Hanzo, leaving them little time to monitor the entirety of the land of rain. Thus they could only remain cautious. Meanwhile, Within the Sand Village's Wind Shadow headquarters, the third Kazekage slammed his hand on the table in frustration after receiving the intelligence. Damn Noki. To think we were ambushed by the Rock Ninja, and that they dispatched the Inuzuka team. At that moment, he learned of the deaths of the two brothers. Realizing the spies within their village had reached such a level of capability. We must conduct a thorough investigation of the village's spies, the third Kazekage instructed Chiyo. I initially believed we could catch the Rock Ninja off guard, but it seems we have suffered the losses instead. Chiyo lamented Naka's cunning. Having managed to nurture spies to such an extent, it appears we can no longer strike against the Rock Ninja. We must focus our efforts on the Land of Rain. Hanzo is not an easy opponent, but we are both engaged against the Land of Rain, and it cannot withstand much longer. Regarding the events that have transpired, the third Kazekage finds himself powerless, compelled to temporarily defer any aggression against the Rock Ninja and instead focus on the Rain Country. No matter how formidable Hanzo may be, he pales in comparison to the two great nations. However, the third Kazekage is unaware that, before long, Konoha will also enter the fray. Within the Rain Ninja encampment, a subordinate reported to Lord Hanzo, the intelligence from Konoha indicates that they will soon dispatch troops to attack the Sand Ninja. At that moment, Hanzo, equipped with his respirator, listened intently to the report. The prospect of Konoha's involvement in the conflict did not bring him joy. After all, he had only recently declared Konoha's defeat. While Hanzo's individual prowess is formidable, rivaling that of any Konoha ninja, the overall strength of the Rain Village, or rather, the Rain Country, is insufficient to withstand a clash with Konoha. At this juncture, Hanzo remains resolute in his aspiration to usher in peace for the Rain Country, embodying the ideals of a visionary leader. Far removed from his later years when he became enamored with power, stifling the nascent Akatsuki. For now, he must endure the pressure. Let Konoha come. Hanzo has conceded that the Rain Country faces immense strain in opposing two great powers. Upon hearing Hanzo's words, the Rain Ninja departed the encampment to relay orders. As Hanzo gazed out at the rain-soaked landscape, his expression was one of complexity. The geographical position of the Rain Country is quite disadvantageous. If it were strong, it would be a different story, but being weak and encircled by three great powers is dire. Kasumi accompanied the old man back to the house he had mentioned. Is this what you meant by not returning often? Kasumi observed the various trinkets scattered throughout, along with jars of tea leaves and the meticulously clean surroundings. Ahem. I do come up occasionally. These items are merely personal hobbies, the old man replied, feeling somewhat awkward after placing Mutant onto the bed. Kasumi picked up a vase-like ornament, noting it was crafted from wood, reminiscent of the figurines from his past life. He also had a fondness for tea, particularly jasmine tea, though it must be the genuine article, not a mere beverage. After exploring the surroundings and feeling quite satisfied, Kasumi turned to the old man and inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" The old man, caught off guard by the question, hesitated, uncertain of the path ahead. Returning to the exchange? That seems unlikely. If the Rock Ninja discovers us, the exchange will undoubtedly turn us over. As for who initiated the conflict, who would care? After a prolonged silence, the old man finally spoke, while Kasumi observed him with a knowing smile. In a moment of inspiration, the old man realized the expression on Kasumi's face and declared, "Of course, I will follow you from now on. After all, we have acknowledged that the intelligence and the funds from the exchange are yours, Kasumi. You saved us, and we must repay your kindness. Henceforth, we shall stick with you." He gestured grandly, indicating that he would follow no one but Kasumi. Upon hearing the old man's words, Kasumi finally composed himself, preparing to find a room to settle in. Seeing the departure of the young lad, the old man let out a sigh of relief. That mischievous rascal dared to target an elder like him, even questioning their future plans, as if he had meticulously memorized every word spoken before. A sense of melancholy washed over me, realizing that he was now bound to follow a child. But then a thought struck him. Despite still being a mere youth, the lad possessed such formidable abilities. What would he become in adulthood? Suddenly, clarity dawned upon me. Aligning himself with this young master could yield tremendous benefits. As the lad was merely at the beginning of his journey, who knows, he might eventually become a venerable figure in the ninja world. Gazing at the still unconscious Muti, me mused, "You lucky wretch, even in your stupor, fortune smiles upon you." With a gentle tap on Muti's head, he reflected on the adage that oftentimes, the foolish are blessed with serendipity. Just then, Muti unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Oh no, I haven't knocked him dead, have I? Me panicked upon witnessing Muti's distress. He promptly employed his healing ninjutsu once more. Though the effects were minimal, they at least halted the bleeding. Observing Muti's recovery, me couldn't help but grumble. You are truly delicate. One cannot even touch you without fear of harm. Meanwhile, the young lad was exploring the second floor of Mi's 3-story abode. The ground level housed various rooms, a conference hall, and a collection room, all encircling a quaint courtyard complete with a pond teeming with small fish. Ascending to the second floor, he found an array of bedrooms, culminating in an opulent master suite at the end of the hallway. Pleased with his discovery, he decided that this would be his new home. With little more than a scroll for storing money to his name, the lad flung himself onto the plush bed. Ah, delightful. Much softer than that of an inn, he exclaimed, rolling about with glee. After a brief respite, he descended to seek out me. Upon his arrival downstairs, he noticed me diligently wiping away the bloodstains from Muti's head. Initially incredulous, he approached me, who, clearing his throat, remarked, Muti's condition has taken a turn for the worse. But thankfully my medical ninjutsu has saved him, otherwise he might not have survived. In response to Mi's explanation, the lad remained contemplative, shifting the topic. Tell me, are exchange centers established by various nations? A hint of awkwardness crossed Mi's features as he pondered the query. That is unlikely. The establishment of an exchange center in the Land of Rain is solely due to its pivotal role in this impending ninja war, facilitating wandering ninjas and renegades in submitting their missions. Mi's response aligned with the young lad's understanding of the Second Ninja War, which predominantly unfolded in the Land of Rain, aside from a skirmish between the Rock and Cloud ninjas towards its conclusion. By the way, what became of the corpses of the Rock ninjas I previously dispatched? At this moment, Kasiran recalled that shortly after he submitted the corpse, IWA Shinobi's pursuit team had arrived. He wondered how old Mi and the others had managed the situation. They had not yet dealt with it. They merely covered it up with a simple illusion. Old Mi briefly explained their method of handling it. Find a time to incinerate the bodies. They serve no purpose now, and I no longer need them to exchange for money. Kasiran noted that having someone in command was quite advantageous. All right, I will go shortly. Old Mi, begrudgingly directed by Kasiran to burn the corpses, internally complained that he was not a cremator and questioned why he always had to incinerate bodies. Do you have a chakra test paper? Bring me one. I wish to ascertain my chakra nature. Kasiran requested a piece of chakra test paper from Old Mi. Just a moment. I'll fetch it for you. Old Mi replied as he stood up to retrieve the paper. While waiting for Old Mi, Kasiran assessed his current chakra levels, realizing that his spine had absorbed quite a bit of extracted chakra. According to the principle that anomalies indicate an issue, he pondered whether he was competing with the Ten Tails for chakra. He began to contemplate the implications of his spine's unusual absorption of chakra. Was Uchiha Madara still alive? He recalled that Madara had only perished during the Third Ninja World War. Was it still possible to seek him out? After further reflection, he considered the current existence of Madara and questioned how much of his power remained. Would participating in the Ninja World War draw Madara's attention? Just as Kasiran was deep in thought, Old Mi returned with the chakra test paper, having brought several sheets to accommodate any potential needs. Taking the paper from Old Mi, Kasiran was eager to test his chakra attributes. The most crucial aspect was to determine whether the absorbed chakra retained its original properties. After infusing chakra into the test paper, Kasiran observed the changes. After a prolonged wait, the test paper showed no reaction, confirming Kasiran's suspicion that the absorbed chakra was indeed problematic. Old Mi, witnessing the lack of change in the test paper after Kasiran infused his chakra, gazed in astonishment. Typically, any ninja capable of extracting chakra would exhibit at least one form of chakra attribute, with some prodigies displaying 2 or even 3. Old Mi had never encountered a ninja like Kasiran, who displayed none at all. Contemplating the test paper, Kasiran decided to test whether the power of the Titans would yield any effect. He attempted to summon the Titan's power from within, a skill he had developed through deepening his mastery of the original power. Golden sparks of electricity danced between his fingers. Upon the golden lightning making contact with the chakra test paper, the paper suddenly disintegrated into powder, slipping from his grasp. Observing this occurrence, Kasiran was uncertain whether it was favorable or not, concluding that perhaps the Titan's power was simply formidable. Still, he felt something was amiss. Logically, the Titan's power allowed a human host to transform into a colossal ancestor giant, towering hundreds of meters tall. possessing the diverse abilities akin to the Titans of Wisdom. It is evident that these powers were inherited only after the death of the progenitor Ymir, when her marrow was consumed. Such prowess was thus dispersed. However, the individual known as Kassa, upon acquiring the grotesque worm, appeared to have reached a height of merely 15 meters. This form distinctly belongs to the ancestral state inherited post the consumption of the spinal fluid, rather than embodying the complete essence of the progenitor. Moreover, based on the representations observed in the anime from Kassa's previous life, the powers of the Titans are evidently inferior to that of Chakra. Chakra, a gift of the Tsutsuki clan, originates from Kagaya, who ingested the fruit of the divine tree and subsequently birthed two beings, H-Ri and H-Mura, who were innately endowed with chakra. It was later through H-Ri's dissemination of chakra that the current chakra system was established within the world of Naruto. Thus, the ability to consume chakra through the spinal column is far from being merely a grotesque worm. It seems the time has come to delve deeper into the capabilities of this grotesque worm, dispelling any simplistic notions. Kassa has begun to grasp a rudimentary understanding of the grotesque worm residing within his body, and the ensuing days shall be dedicated to exploring its powers. Additionally, it is imperative to refine his physical prowess, for the Titan's abilities can indeed complement his own physical techniques. Previously relying solely on raw power to overpower adversaries, Kassa recognizes the need for finesse in his combat style, which had been lacking due to circumstances. Now, with a residence and servants, old man me, are you polite? It is an opportune moment for personal growth and refinement. Chapter 23. The excavation at the exchange of gold. Unbeknownst to him that his status has diminished from that of a minion to that of a servant. Old man me gazes thoughtfully at Kassa. Possessing chakra yet lacking a specific affinity, devoid of ninjutsu but capable of transforming into a titan, old man me contemplates Kassa's peculiarities. One cannot fault old man me. The current ninja world remains rather simplistic, with ninjas engaging in covert assassinations, ninjutsu duels, jinjutsu confrontations, and physical combat being the norm. We are far from the era of piloting mechs, and thus, for an elder like old man me, it is somewhat beyond his comprehension. As for the notion that an elderly man like old man me could be unaware of the mech piloting of Uchiha Madara, one must consider that he has yet to attain the power level of AJ Nin. Moreover, not being from a major ninja village, he lacks the credentials to possess knowledge of Uchiha Madara's intelligence. Ask an ordinary ninja if they know of Senju Hashirama, and they will affirm. Yet, inquire about his abilities, and they might only mention wood release. Could they truly comprehend the intricacies of his wood golem or wood dragon techniques? Likewise, Uchiha Madara's name may be recognized, but understanding the Sharingan or the concept of godly power, Susanoo, would be an overreach. Observing the contemplative expression on old man me's face, Kassa arouses him, instructing him to sweep the ground and organize the wooden fields, and together they venture forth to excavate the remainder of his funds. Once the wooden fields are arranged, Kassa and old man me set off towards the ruins of the exchange of gold. As they approach, they notice a crowd gathered around a collapsed restroom. Although it was the dead of night, the sounds of explosions and the collapse of the restroom still attracted a few inquisitive onlookers. Observing the sparse gathering, Kasumin couldn't help but think how fearless they were. The explosions were likely the result of a ninja battle, and yet they dared to come and witness the commotion. It was a mystery how they managed to survive. Noticing the presence of others made Kasumin hesitant to take action, so he shot a glance at the old man me. Understanding the unspoken command, me immediately stepped forward and cast an illusion, rendering the curious spectators unconscious. To think you possess such illusionary skills? Kasumin mused, having only intended for me to disperse the onlookers. Little did he know me had such talents. Just a little trick, me replied sheepishly. After moving the unconscious bodies aside, Kasumin and me prepared to proceed. Someone has excavated a passage for us, me remarked as they approached. He noticed that the path to the gold exchange, which should have been buried, had been unearthed. It was likely the work of the rock ninjas. He recalled having kicked one before fleeing. Surely, that ninja met a fiery end in the explosion. The rock ninjas must have dug the passage to retrieve his remains. Me explained to Kasumin the possible origins of the tunnel. Once the explanation was complete, me took the lead toward the underground gold exchange. The passage was enveloped in darkness, as all the lights had been destroyed during the collapse. Unable to contain his frustration, Kasumin voiced, "Can't you conjure a flame? It's pitch black. How can we navigate?" Hearing Kasumin's words, Mi retrieved a torch from his pocket and ignited it. The flickering light unveiled the passageway, revealing scattered debris everywhere, with the original stairs shattered by fallen stones. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the gold exchange. Mi pushed against the door, but it wouldn't budge, likely obstructed by fallen rocks. Watching me struggle, Kasumin smirked in disbelief. In such a confined space, he couldn't transform, and he was also incapable of partially enlarging himself. Surely, they wouldn't be stranded outside. Realizing the door was indeed impassable, Mi sensed Kasumin's gaze and gestured for him not to worry, handing the torch to Kasumin. Earth release, mud manipulation, Mi declared, pressing his hand against the wall beside the door. Gradually, the wall softened, and soil began to cascade down. In no time, a hole was created. Retracting his hand and observing the newly formed passage, Mi took back the torch and ventured inside. Upon entering the gold exchange, Mi rummaged around the counter, eventually producing a bag of tea leaves, which he gleefully tucked into his robe. Seeing the old man retrieve something, Kasumin initially thought it to be significant, only to realize it was merely a bag of tea leaves, prompting him to glare in astonishment. Noticing Kasumin's disapproving expression, Mi quickly ushered him through a nearby door. Now that we're here, it would be a shame not to take this exquisite tea with us, he explained. As they entered the chamber where the bodies were stored, Mi felt along the wall, uncovering a hidden door and stepping inside. Within was the fabled stash of 5,000 taels, along with some fire and water ninjutsu scrolls. Kasa casually picked up a scroll and began to peruse it. It contained a fire release ninjutsu of a certain rank. Although he lacked a chakra affinity, there was no stipulation that one could not perform ninjutsu without an attribute. Thus, Kasa decided to keep the ninjutsu scrolls. What is this? He inquired of the old man, noticing a stone in the corner. Ah, that appears to be chakra metal. The old man replied while organizing the items from the hidden chamber. A valuable item. Take it with you, although I have no use for it. After gathering the chakra metal, Kasa concluded his tidying up of the hidden chamber. Observing the bulging sack filled with various treasures, he felt quite satisfied with his haul. Not only had he acquired 50 million ryo, but also a plethora of ninjutsu. Once the old man finished his own arrangements, Kasa prepared to leave. Upon exiting, he glanced at the several individuals still slumbering and asked the old man, how much longer will they sleep? They should awaken by tomorrow. They are merely in a deep sleep, the old man replied. Convinced that it would not be detrimental to spend another night outside, Kasa made his way home with his belongings. Back at his residence, Kasa and the old man began to sort through their collected items. Kasa inspected the ninjutsu scrolls, finding that most were of a low rank, though one or two included a shadow clone technique, the origin of which remained a mystery. The shadow clone was indeed a valuable asset, potentially aiding his training. After setting aside the necessary items, Kasa prepared to ascend to his bedroom for rest. Having been rudely awakened by an explosion in the night, and now utterly fatigued from their treasure hunt. Upon reaching his designated sleeping quarters, he collapsed onto the bed and drifted into slumber. As the sun rose high in the sky, Kasa finally enjoyed a restful sleep. The weather in the land of rain was splendid that day. No rain fell, and the sun shone brightly. Descending the stairs, he intended to grab a bite to eat and discovered an abundance of food in the kitchen. Approaching the table, he found the remnants still warm and, not one to be picky, sat down to enjoy a meal. After finishing, the old man, having finished tending to Muta's wounds, joined him. Noticing the medicine in the old man's hand, Kasa inquired, how is Muta? Is there a place with a lake outside the town? The old man placed the medicine down and replied, if all goes well, he should awaken today. As for a lake, if you exit the town and turn left, you'll find a small lake after a short walk. Kasa nodded, preparing to practice his chakra advancement today, such as walking on water and climbing trees, both of which would greatly benefit his combat in giant form. Chapter 24. Climbing trees in giant form. As Kasa strolled through the streets, he observed the town had largely recovered from the bandit raid, and he felt a sense of accomplishment. The streets were bustling with vendors selling various goods, ducks, fish, and fruits. Kasa purchased a bag of apples, intending to enjoy them during his training breaks. While passing through an alley, he heard the sound of weeping and turned to investigate. In the narrow passage, a child, no more than 7 or 8 years old, was struggling against 3 delinquents, while another child lay motionless on the ground. It was evident that a single child stood little chance against 3 ruffians. In an instant, the child was knocked to the ground as a thug swiftly seized the package from his hands. I remarked that this young lad possessed something valuable. Having caught a glimpse of it during his earlier purchases, one of the thugs unwrapped the package, revealing several pieces of jewelry and a stash of silver notes. The other thug, upon inspecting the notes, discovered they amounted to merely 3,000 taels, concluding that perhaps only the jewelry held any real worth. "Don't harm my brother, please. You wicked villains." The boy on the ground cried out in desperation, standing up to bite one of the thugs on the leg, only to be kicked away. Undeterred, he lunged back at the thug, continuing to bite. "Damn that little brat." Just as the thug prepared to retaliate, a stone flew through the air, piercing his leg. "What?" The other two thugs, witnessing their fallen comrade, were caught off guard as another pair of stones struck them down as well. Seeing the thugs incapacitated, the boy rushed over to embrace his sister, attempting to shield her from any further projectiles. Trembling as he held her, he realized that no stones were coming. Only a voice echoed, "Take care of your belongings, and be wary of thieves in the future." The boy looked up to see a figure carrying an apple depart into the distance. How bothersome, he thought. Though not particularly formidable, such ruffians were indeed a nuisance. The figure, clutching the apple, pondered the complexities of maintaining peace. After all, his strength lay in unifying the ninja realm through force, rather than governing the populace. He contemplated allowing someone else to manage the people while he oversaw their affairs incognito, ready to chastise any inadequate leaders with a swift slap. Though he had yet to leave the small town, he began envisioning the model for a unified ninja realm. Taking a bite of his apple, he made his way to the location Mr. Rice had mentioned. Indeed, it was a small lake, quite distant from the town. The figure surveyed the lake, which seemed to stretch endlessly before him, and set down the apple to practice climbing trees. Approaching a tree, he concentrated his chakra at the soles of his feet and stepped onto the trunk. Crack! As soon as he did, a hole appeared in the tree. "I haven't even moved yet," he mused, realizing he had concentrated too much chakra. Determined to refine his control, he moderated the amount of chakra he gathered. Crack! After taking 2 steps, another hole formed beneath him. "This requires some finesse," he acknowledged. Having always utilized his chakra as a source of immense strength, he found delicate control challenging, accustomed as he was to overwhelming force. With renewed focus, he consciously regulated his chakra, managing to traverse 5 or 6 steps before creating a hole. Gradually, he grasped the essence of tree climbing, discovering that controlling chakra was not as daunting as he had believed. You can summon as much chakra as you wish. If you have too much this time, simply use less the next until you reach a harmonious balance. After damaging one tree, he switched to another, and within the span of 3 trees, he mastered the technique of concentrating chakra in his feet for climbing. The figure, having ascended to the pinnacle of a tree, leapt down and first indulged in a few apples before venturing to the lakeside to experiment with treading water. Standing at the water's edge, the figure pondered whether it was necessary to plunge directly into the lake or if merely resting on the shore with their feet submerged might suffice. Having devised a plan, they seated themselves on the bank, allowing their soles to rest upon the water's surface while concentrating their chakra to enable their feet to remain buoyant. Drawing from their experience in climbing trees, the figure successfully balanced their feet upon the lake's surface for the first time. However, as the water rippled, their feet alternated between sinking into the lake and standing above it. Realizing that treading water was indeed more challenging than tree climbing, the figure slowly experimented. Akin to playing with water, their feet drifting with the currents. They thought they could enjoy the apples while attempting this, so they picked one up and began to eat. After consuming 7 or 8 apples, the figure felt confident that their feet could remain above the water, signaling it was time to venture into the lake. Discarding the apple core, they rose and approached the water's surface. With a thud, as they stood, they instinctively increased their chakra output, causing a small splash beneath their feet. Sensing the excess chakra, the figure quickly adjusted their focus. Shortly thereafter, they stood steadily upon the water's surface. This was not as difficult as they had anticipated. Climbing trees had proven more arduous. Having effortlessly mastered the art of treading water, the figure began to run across the lake, finally embodying the essence of a true ninja. As they dashed and leaped across the water's surface, they felt as though they had stepped into the world of a shinobi. Previously, they had relied on sheer strength to overpower ninjas with ease, akin to playing whack-a-mole. Now, they had truly embraced the ninja spirit. After indulging in this newfound agility, the figure returned to shore, ready for the main event. Approaching the very tree where they had first practiced climbing, They bit into their palm and transformed into a colossal being. With a flash of golden lightning, the progenitor giant emerged resplendently, gazing at a tree of comparable height. The figure pondered its size, feeling it might be somewhat small, but not entirely unfeasible to attempt. Concentrating their chakra beneath their feet, the giant figure stepped onto the revered tree. Thud! Upon making contact, the giant promptly lay down, inadvertently taking a branch with them. Alas, the transformation had rendered them too heavy. The tree could not bear the weight. Observing the tree split beneath them, the giant sheepishly scratched their head and resolved to seek a sturdier tree. They placed the branch beside another tree and ventured into a small grove. Tree, utterly exasperated. I have split apart. As the giant traversed the grove, they discovered that the trees were not adequately suited for their size, either too short or slightly taller, clearly incapable of supporting the weight of their colossal form. After an extensive search, the figure realized that suitable trees were scarce in this modest grove. And then a thought struck them. Why not utilize the 7-meter form of the Titan instead? They suddenly recalled that they need not rely solely on the 15-meter progenitor form. It was a miscalculation. The tendency to revert to the progenitor form was instinctual. With this revelation, the figure withdrew from their giant state, preparing to transform anew. Chapter 25. Treading Water. The giant, having transformed back into a smaller form of the colossal being, commenced the endeavor of channeling chakra into the soles of its feet. As anticipated, the diminutive size allowed the trees to bear its weight. With chakra now infused into its giant physique, the being traversed the treetops with remarkable ease. Having successfully navigated the terrestrial realm, it was time to embark on the challenge of walking on water. Upon reaching the lake's edge, the giant attempted to walk upon the surface. With a resounding splash, it plunged into the depths. Indeed, maintaining buoyancy in its enlarged form proved to be a formidable task. However, the giant experienced no sensation of choking while swimming, astonishingly retaining the capacity for underwater combat. Recalling the anime, the giant remembered that these titanic beings were impervious to drowning during the calamitous event known as the rumbling. Even the colossal giants had swum through the waters en route to Marley, without a single one showing signs of distress. The giant took its time beneath the surface, savoring the aquatic experience. To its surprise, schools of fish swam nearby, and even a crocodile lurked in the depths. Displaying a certain bravado, the giant struck a passing fish with a powerful punch, sending it darting in all directions. Observing the crocodile on the opposite shore, the giant found the lake to be quite intriguing. After relishing the sensation of swimming, it began its ascent towards the surface. With a splash, the giant emerged. Attempting to balance one hand upon the water's surface, it concentrated, channeling chakra to discern the subtle shifts between deep and shallow. After persistent effort, one palm stabilized upon the water, achieving a commendable feat. Excellent. Now, the goal was to rise fully. Using one palm for support, the giant endeavored to tread water. Despite tenacity and determination, it could only manage to balance on one hand. This was perplexing. The giant pondered why, despite its efforts, the other limbs could not maintain buoyancy, leaving it in a state of existential contemplation. Reluctant to remain submerged any longer, it propelled itself back to the shore using its solitary palm. Standing at the water's edge, the giant became engrossed in thought, questioning the underlying principle. Why could it maneuver underwater but not above? Setting aside its palm, the giant resolved to attempt techniques it had employed in its human form. What followed was a peculiar sight. A giant sprawled on the shore, playfully splashing the water with its hands. As the giant rhythmically stirred the water, it began to rediscover that elusive sensation. With both hands firmly planted upon the surface, the giant felt the moment had arrived to venture further. It transitioned into the water, balancing both palms atop the surface, while simultaneously managing to stabilize its feet as well. After all, the colossal being required all four limbs to achieve its full speed. Envisioning it standing upright while running and brandishing its formidable claws seemed rather absurd. Drawing from the success of its prior endeavors, the giant finally succeeded in placing both feet on the water's surface. At long last, it was a remarkable achievement for the one who could transform into a giant to tread upon the water's surface. As he gazed at the sun gradually descending beyond the horizon, he realized that an entire day had passed in practice. Fortunately, his efforts had culminated in the ability to traverse both land and water freely, utilizing chakra to anchor his human and giant forms. After a spirited run across the lake, the giant returned to the shore. Watching the sun fully sink behind the mountains, he relinquished his transformation. Sitting by the lake, he indulged in the few remaining apples, casting his gaze towards the sunlight filtering through the mountains, creating a radiant spectacle. It was a beautiful sight, perhaps only appreciated when one is free from the burdens of survival, allowing for the enjoyment of nature's wonders without the constant struggle for sustenance. Discussing ideals and freedom with those preoccupied with mere survival would yield little understanding. Such pursuits are luxuries only attainable after one's basic needs are met. Once he finished the apples, he discarded the cores into the lake and rose to return home. He had laid the groundwork today and planned to delve into ninjutsu and physical training the following day. Sighing, he reflected on the burdens of his youth. As he walked along the path to the town, he pondered whether a meal awaited him at home, despite having rescued the elderly couple. However, he remained uncertain if they would truly stay. The notion of having two subordinates was more of a fanciful thought on his part, as he had yet to voice it aloud. Gradually, he arrived at the doorstep of his future abode. "What? You say this house belongs to the old man?" He asserted that while people may come and go, the house must remain. Upon entering, he spotted Muti-in, who was engaged in rehabilitation exercises in the yard. "You're already able to move about?" He was taken aback to see Muti-in, who had been in a dire state just the day before, now walking. Was there some extraordinary quality about him? "I'm not sure. Even the old man was astonished that I could exercise today. According to him, I shouldn't have been able to until tomorrow." Hearing Muti-in's uncertainty, he mused that perhaps Muti-in possessed some unique constitution. "And where is the old man?" he inquired, noticing the absence of the elderly figure. "He's busy organizing his treasures, worried that you might mishandle them." Muti-in replied candidly, relaying the old man's exact words. "I saved him, and that is how he assesses me?" He was incredulous, wondering how he could possibly have mishandled the old man's possessions. After all, they were merely figurines and tea. As he set off to confront the old man, Muti-in wore a knowing smile. "It cannot be that I suffered while he merely experienced a moment of distress. I endured a near-death experience at the hands of the rock ninjas." Muti-in, intentionally speaking for his amusement, continued with his exercises, striving for a swift recovery. Upon entering his room, he discovered that indeed, the figurines and tea had diminished significantly, confirming Muti-in's earlier assertion. He searched for the old man on the first floor and finally located him in a room, diligently tending to his belongings. What could the old man possibly mean by that? "Are you whispering about me behind my back?" the man with the hat said, casting a malevolent glance at the old man. Upon hearing the words of the man with the hat, the old man instantly knew they must have come from Muti, a person he understood all too well, who likely felt a pang of envy over his unscathed condition. "Ah, do not pay attention to that scoundrel Muti's nonsense. I am merely organizing some items," the old man said, discreetly placing down what he held and chuckling in defense. "Nevertheless, I am primarily here to inquire about something." The man with the hat recognized that the old man had indeed been informed, yet he could not resort to transforming into a giant and delivering a punch, lest he reduce the old man to a mere heap of flesh. Chapter 26. The anomaly of coordinate power. Upon hearing that the man with the hat had come to ask him questions, the old man felt reassured. After all, in his eyes, the man with the hat was capable of killing without a flicker of an eyelid. "What do you wish to know?" "I possess ample intelligence regarding the land of rain, and I am somewhat aware of information concerning other major nations," the old man confidently proclaimed to the man with the hat. Though the old man exuded confidence, the man with the hat contemplated asking him about the moon's eye, but ultimately decided against it, opting instead to respect the wisdom of an elder intelligence officer. "You previously shared insights about the situation in the ninja world. Please elaborate further," the man with the hat requested, expressing genuine interest in the previously conveyed understanding of the current state of affairs. "As for more detailed information, I do not possess much. The Second Great Ninja War was scarcely documented in the past, mostly glossed over," the old man replied. "In truth, the ninja world is largely as I previously described. The rock and sand ninjas are eyeing the land of rain with ill intent. The land of rain has indeed suffered defeat at the hands of Konoha. However, Hanzo is undeniably formidable. Despite the loss of the land of rain, one could argue that Hanzo himself has not truly been defeated. I have also received intelligence suggesting that the Cloud Ninja may have intentions regarding this upcoming ninja war, and it is uncertain whether they will partake in it. On the other hand, there has been no significant movement from the Mist Village, while Konoha may very well continue its conflict with the rock and sand ninjas. The man with the hat listened intently, finding that the old man's insights aligned closely with his own understanding. What difference does it make? I might as well have not listened, he thought, casting a disapproving glance at the old man. The old man felt wronged, believing he had indeed relayed all that he knew to the man with the hat, understanding that the old man was merely an ordinary worker at the exchange. It was evident that his knowledge stemmed from that very source. What do you know about physical techniques? The man with the hat, harboring little hope for intelligence, decided to pivot the conversation. In terms of physical techniques, Konoha does maintain some traditions, the old man admitted, realizing he was not particularly well-versed in matters concerning physical techniques. The man with the hat could only express his bewilderment at the old man's bland responses. Recognizing the man with the hat's exasperation, the old man fell into silence, acknowledging his own limitations. No longer harboring expectations of the old man with the hat resolved to pursue his own training instead. He would start with the fundamentals. If all else failed, he could always rely on raw strength. With no food available and intelligence lacking, he reasoned that at least he could manage to prepare a meal. Having eaten little throughout the day, he had merely consumed some apples. Upon hearing the man with the hat's remark, the old man set off to prepare something to eat. Next, I will attempt to explore the ancestral space once more, wondering whether there exists a means to unlock further powers of the giants. Kasiran sat patiently, awaiting Old Me to prepare the meal, contemplating that he had only managed to unlock one air giant thus far. If he were to intervene in the Ninja World War at this moment, it might still be insufficient. Deep in thought, Kasiran remained seated. After a while, Old Me brought forth the prepared dishes, and simultaneously, Mutian entered, drawn by the enticing aroma of the food. Observing Mutian's arrival, Old Me shot him an unfriendly glance. Mutian, feigning ignorance, inquired casually if he could join Kasiran for the meal. Upon hearing this, Kasiran nonchalantly replied, "Sure, let us eat." Thus, the three of them gathered around the table to dine together. After their meal, Mutian decided to take a stroll, wary of Old Me calling him back. Watching Mutian dash away, Old Me clenched his fists, regretting not having struck him a few more times. Tidying up the remnants of the meal, Old Me busied himself, while Kasiran retreated to his room to prepare for rest. There was no need for further training that evening. Balance between labor and leisure was essential. Although Kasiran held this thought, once he lay on his bed, he attempted to enter the ancestral space. Lying there, he began his efforts. Transforming into the ancestral form was indeed quite challenging. It took him a considerable time before he sensed any progress. Perhaps it was merely difficult at first. Once he felt a connection, his advancement accelerated significantly. At last, he succeeded in entering. Feeling the grass beneath his feet, Kasiran realized he had finally arrived in the ancestral space. He crouched down to pluck a blade of grass, curious to discover if it possessed any extraordinary qualities. After a thorough examination, he found nothing remarkable, only that the grass appeared tender, as if it had just sprouted. Not having discerned anything special about the grass, Kasiran grabbed a handful of soil and inhaled deeply. What was this? A faint odor of decay? Upon examining the earth, he was astonished to detect a subtle scent of decomposition. Discarding the soil, he surveyed the lush greenery of his ancestral space. Initially, he found it quite pleasant, yet he was taken aback to realize that the soil nurturing this verdant growth reeked of death. Furthermore, according to the anime, the ancestral space should resemble a vast desert. Clearly, there was something amiss with his ancestral realm. While the grass was one concern, the tainted soil was another. After grappling with these thoughts without resolution, Kasiran decided to set aside his worries, promising to address any issues that arose later. He approached the coordinates of the power within the ancestral space. Gazing at the colossal beam of light, he lamented his solitary existence. As he scrutinized the coordinates of power, he noticed something unusual. Had it been like this during his last visit? To his surprise, he observed that the luminous pillar of coordinates had developed faint, almost imperceptible branches. These branches were transparent, as if not yet fully realized. This was peculiar. He distinctly recalled the last time he observed the coordinates of power. There had been no such branches. Kasiran meticulously reflected on his previous experience, convinced that when he last entered the ancestral space, the coordinates of power had been a singular, massive beam of light, devoid of any branches. So, where had these branches come from? I do not possess the power of the Titan, nor has anyone inherited it from me. The individuals across from me, bewildered, ponder how the founding Titan could possibly create subordinates on its own. As I revolve around the power of coordinates, I find myself yearning to ascend and explore this branch. To my astonishment, I discover that my body actually lifts off the ground. Indeed, I am flying. It turns out that in the realm of the Founding Titan, one's thoughts manifest into reality. As I ascend higher, observing the distance of the coordinate power branches, I unlock a new functionality within the founding space. I arrive at the apex of the coordinates power. Gazing at the ethereal branch before me, I reach out to touch it. To my surprise, my palm indeed makes contact with something tangible, leaving me in awe. The illusion feels real. I can actually touch it. With my eyes closed, I immerse myself in the sensation of this phantom branch. I ponder the reason I cannot distinctly perceive who this branch represents. Is it perhaps due to its lack of physical embodiment? In the anime, all branches of coordinate power represent the Eldians connected to the Founding Titan. Thus, my own branch should symbolize those humans I can control. Yet, the emergence of this illusionary branch is peculiar. Chapter 27. Speculations on the branches. Although I cannot definitively ascertain whom this intangible branch signifies, I can sense that the individual it represents is nearby. Therefore, can these branches be interpreted as the residents of my small town? However, there are only a few dozen branches, which starkly contrasts with the population of the town. While I can perceive the locations of the individuals represented by these branches, it remains exceedingly strange. If the branches signify the townsfolk, there should be far more of them. Why do only a select few residents correspond to these branches? I contemplate the connections. Lowering my hand, I resolve to sequentially sense the numerous branches. As I continue to engage with them, I discover that each branch signifies different locations. Some are in close proximity, while others are further away. Yet they all reside within a general vicinity. I notice two branches particularly close to me. Could they possibly represent Old Man Peak and Mikasa? Observing these two adjacent ethereal branches, I fall into silence. If they indeed represent Old Man Peak and Mikasa, why have they suddenly manifested on the coordinate power? I reflect on the moments I encountered them. My interactions with Old Man Peak and Mikasa predominantly occurred at the exchange point. There was also the time I rescued Old Man Peak and Mikasa, during which they informed me of pursuing enemies. Could the triggering condition be my encounters with them? Although my movements within the town are limited, I must have seen more than just a few dozen individuals. I dismissed the notion that merely seeing me would cause them to appear on the coordinate power. Might it be possible that they witnessed my Titan form? I entertained this new possibility. The likelihood of encountering those who have witnessed their own giant forms is rather slim. Aside from the individuals saved from bandits during the previous encounter, only the elderly gentleman and Mutian have survived to witness this transformation. While the possibility seems substantial to Kafu, upon further contemplation, he realizes this notion may not hold true. The number of people who have seen their own giant forms surely exceeds mere dozens. Although Kafu has yet to ascertain the precise basis for the manifestation of coordinates, it is undeniably linked to the giant transformation. Witnessing one's own giant body is certainly a prerequisite, yet it appears there must be additional conditions that must be satisfied to manifest within the coordinates. Kafu is convinced that witnessing one's giant form is a requisite condition, but he suspects there are other criteria to be met as well. With these thoughts in mind, Kafu resolves to exit the ancestral space to inquire with the elderly gentleman and Mutian, hopeful for some insights. With this intention, Kafu exits the ancestral space. Upon his return, he rises and descends to seek out the elderly gentleman and Mutian for further questioning. After scanning the vicinity upon his descent, he finds no sign of the elderly gentleman. Thus, he makes his way to the courtyard, where he observes Mutian walking slowly. Seeing Mutian rekindles Kafu's earlier curiosity about how swiftly he was able to regain his footing, which may indeed relate to his manifestation within the coordinates. However, isn't the ability to recover rapidly a hallmark of one who wields the power of giants? Can one recover while existing in the coordinates as well? As Kafu contemplates these complexities, he approaches Mutian, preparing to voice his inquiries. Yet before Kafu can speak, Mutian, having noticed him, inquires, "Kafu, is there something on your mind?" The elderly gentleman may be in the kitchen. Caught off guard by Mutian's preemptive question, Kafu momentarily hesitates, realizing he must clarify. "I was actually here to ask you." Mutian, surprised that Kafu sought him, responds, "You wish to ask me? Please, feel free to inquire. I shall answer all that I know." Kafu, encouraged by Mutian's openness, follows up with a question, "Were you conscious during the battle with the rock ninja?" "I was indeed awake, but only momentarily." I recall seeing your head pierced by 3 earthen spears and thought I was doomed, only to lose consciousness again, Mutian explains. Kafu, upon hearing Mutian's account, deduces that he too has witnessed his own giant form. Therefore, the connection to the giant body has been confirmed. Seeing Kafu remain silent, Mutian continues, in that moment, I believe my fate was sealed. I never expected to survive. I am truly grateful to you, Kafu, for coming to rescue both me and the elderly gentleman. Mutian expresses his gratitude for Kafu's intervention. After all, you did come to notify me. Assisting you is a matter of my own will. Please focus on your recovery. I shall check on the elderly gentleman now. With that, Kafu departs to seek out the elderly gentleman. As Kafu walks, he ponders Mutian's words. Could the other conditions pertain to my emotions? Perhaps a positive disposition? With these contemplations swirling in his mind, Kafu arrives at the kitchen and spots the elderly gentleman washing dishes. Upon noticing Kafu's presence, the elderly gentleman pauses his task and looks toward him. What brings you here, Kafu? He inquires. I came to inquire about your thoughts when you gaze upon me in my giant form. Upon hearing Kizaren's question, the old man pondered for a moment. When I witnessed your transformation into a giant, it became clear to me why the town was saved by a giant during the bandit attack, and I also understood why the rock ninjas pursued you. Although Kizaren was not initially seeking this information, he found himself curious about why he was being hunted by the rock ninjas. Why are the rock ninjas after me? He asked the old man. At that time, it was raining, and your giant footprints were left on the ground. If you had been human, the rain would have washed away your traces, but your gigantic form was too immense, leaving prints that the rock ninjas could trace, the old man elucidated. Well, I assumed the rain would have washed them away. I didn't expect that remnants would remain. Also, I wish to inquire about your emotions during that moment, Kizaren admitted, realizing that his transformation had inadvertently exposed him. At that moment, I truly felt joy, knowing that someone had come to rescue me. Followed by a sense of gratitude towards you, the old man responded. Kizaren began to grasp the conditions that accompanied the sight of his giant form. Have you noticed any changes in your body recently? Kizaren posed another question to the old man. Changes? I haven't felt anything significant, the old man replied. Hearing this, Kizaren concluded that any changes might be subtle or perhaps only effective during recovery. All right, I was merely inquiring. You may continue with your endeavors, Kizaren said as he took his leave. How peculiar. Just asking about my feelings? The old man watched Kizaren depart with a hint of curiosity, yet soon understood. Considering Kizaren's age, despite his strength, he remained a child, and such vanity was comprehensible. Unbeknownst to Kizaren, had he been aware of the old man's thoughts, he might have found himself with another companion in illness. Back in his room, as he lay on his bed, Kizaren reflected upon the responses of Makita and the old man, deducing that the other condition must be a positive emotional state following his transformation. Gratitude or joy would suffice. Chapter 28. 3 months later, feeling he had discovered the correct answer, Kizaren promptly re-entered the ancestral space. Yet, he found it curious why these 2 conditions were required. Gazing up at the luminous pillar of coordinate power, he concentrated, and his body began to ascend towards its apex. Upon reaching the summit, he observed dozens of ethereal branches. Contemplating whether there existed a means to materialize them, he extended his hand to touch them. After a moment, he withdrew his palm. It seemed unfeasible. Were their conditions unmet? Or did it require time? Returning to the ground, Kizaren envisioned the form of his ancestral giant in his mind, hoping to manifest it. He closed his eyes and attempted this. As he did so, the earth beneath him began to stir, coalescing steadily. With the continuous accumulation of earth shaping itself, a mud giant resembling Kizaren's ancestral form emerged. Sensing the success of his manifestation, Kizaren opened his eyes to behold his earthen giant. It appeared achievable, thus. He began to manifest the form of his colossal titan. Before the imposing earthen statues of giants, the visionary pondered whether the unawakened giant could manifest. As he began to summon forth his powers, the surrounding soil surged and swirled. He observed as the earth gradually shaped itself into the form of a giant. Was this the form of the colossal titan? Gazing at the emerging figure, which lay sprawled upon the ground, he sensed that the next awakening would indeed be that of the colossal titan. Just as the earthen statue was on the verge of completion, the soil inexplicably crumbled and collapsed, causing the statue to disintegrate. Despite the failure of his manifestation, he felt no despair. After all, he had yet to unlock this power, and failure was to be expected. The completeness of the statue suggested he was nearing an awakening. And although he was uncertain whether the statue's integrity truly represented the progress of awakening, he felt an instinctive connection between the two. Could he perceive the unlocking degree of other Titan powers? The visionary contemplated and endeavored to coalesce them. However, despite his repeated attempts, the surrounding soil remained inert, teaching him that he could only unlock one Titan form at a time. Disheartened, he recognized that the Colossal Titan's form offered little enhancement to his abilities. He believed that the true augmentations would come from the Armored Titan's armor transformation, the Colossal Titan's enormous scale, and the Warhammer Titan's weapon crafting skills. These three Titan abilities would be of the utmost utility to him. Frustrated, he lamented that his progenitor was a blank slate, requiring the unlocking of Titan forms to access other powers. Although he deemed the Colossal Titan unhelpful, he understood that unlocking it was a prerequisite for the next Titan form, and impatience would serve no purpose. Subsequently, he continued to explore the other functions of the progenitor space, but met with repeated failures. It appeared that his progenitor space possessed only these limited capabilities for now, and he had exhausted all possible attempts unless new functions were to emerge in the future. Exiting the progenitor space, he felt fatigued, reflecting on how fulfilling his day had been. The night passed in silence. The following day, after a hearty breakfast, he set off to train. His future endeavors would focus on physical training and chakra refinement. Observing the tree he had previously felled, he considered using the remaining stump as a target. However, upon seeing a nearby broken log, he decided to spare it. He transformed into a giant, driving the broken log into the ground until only a 2-meter-high remnant remained. After establishing his training post, he reverted from his giant form. In the days that followed, he oscillated between home and the training ground, practicing physical techniques and refining chakra during the day, returning home to rest at night. Time flowed swiftly, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. On the morrow of this 3-month milestone, while training as usual, he suddenly sensed a transformation within his body. This sensation mirrored that of awakening the Armored Titan. Was the Colossal Titan on the verge of awakening? It was indeed a slow process. He leapt from the water onto the shore, and at that moment, his human form had become sculpted and defined through 3 months of rigorous training. Shedding his once frail appearance, the figure of the Casa person emitted a golden radiance as a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. The Casa individual transformed into a Colossal Titan of chariot-like stature, feeling somewhat awkward in this purely prone form. The Casa person noted that while the ogre could run swiftly while lying down, it could also stand, whereas the chariot could only remain prostrate. This was a disconcerting adjustment. It seemed that the chariot possessed no remarkable abilities. If one were to insist, it could merely sustain its giant form for extended periods. The Casa individual, having never experienced the sensation of being unable to maintain a giant form, felt indifferent towards this prolonged state. Nevertheless, they hoped to discern something distinct by maintaining the chariot form. As the Casa person sprinted in this guise, their speed was commendable, faster than the progenitor, yet slower than the ogre. Attempting to strike a tree was cumbersome in this position, making their actions awkward and hesitant. Alas, the chariot form appears to be of little utility to me, they mused. Despite this sentiment, the Casa individual was determined to experiment with sustaining this characteristic over time. Upon resolving to test this trait, the giant Casa began to utilize the chariot for training. However, the fundamental nature of the chariot, which required all 4 limbs to be grounded for optimal movement, rendered the Casa incapable of executing human-like actions. Thus, the Casa could only persist in running, channeling chakra into their feet to traverse various terrains. After several laps under the sun, the giant Casa felt a warm sensation enveloping their body, akin to being replenished. Yet, this feeling was fleeting, soon leaving them to suspect it was merely an illusion. Determined to expend their stamina rapidly, the Casa individual pushed themselves to the brink of their limits, running, jumping, spinning, and halting abruptly. After this prolonged exertion, the giant Casa returned to bask in the sunlight once more. Indeed, soaking up the sun seemed to restore their strength. It appeared that their chakra was also replenishing. Could this be the reason the chariot could maintain its giant form for so long? While basking, the Casa sensed their stamina recovering along with the expended chakra. In light of this, could it be that the progenitor form might also be sustained for an extended duration? Perhaps they could maintain the giant form indefinitely, especially during the day when their recuperative abilities would be further enhanced. The Casa recognized that although the chariot did not directly augment combat prowess, its supportive enhancements significantly contributed to overall strength. Might this also elucidate the actions of mindless giants? Could they be reliant on the sun as well? With newfound insights into the chariot's capabilities, the Casa individual contemplated further possibilities. If the progenitor form could indeed be sustained, a sudden thought struck them. Could they participate in the impending ninja world war? After all, their original form lacked the formidable power of the giant. Faced with highly skilled assassins, they might not even have the chance to transform, being reduced to mere remnants in an instant. Realizing this left the Casa feeling helpless. Their time to acquire giant strength had been woefully brief, just over 3 months. Their human form's combat capabilities remained negligible, relying entirely on the giant form for support. With the sunlit restoration ability granted by the power of the founding titan, transforming into the progenitor certainly alleviates the necessity to revert to one's original form for rest. However, the vulnerability at the nape of one's neck remains unresolved. In previous battles, the tactics employed were primarily stealthy ambushes and swift assaults, leaving little time for adversaries to exploit this weakness. Engaging in prolonged combat, however, would inevitably lead to the discovery of this critical flaw. Although the newfound power has inspired the soldier to contemplate participation in the ongoing conflict, the unresolved vulnerability has compelled a reconsideration of that ambition, or perhaps a potential unlocking of hardening abilities. Contemplating the prospect of unlocking hardening, the soldier recalled that having recently accessed the power of the founding titan, they should be able to perceive the next form awaiting manifestation. With this thought in mind, the soldier hastily exited the titan transformation and entered the founding space. Upon entering, the soldier focused on coalescing the next titan form. Observing the swirling earth materializing, there was a fervent hope that the next entity would be the armored titan. The sensation of a complete founding ability being fragmented is indeed disheartening, as the tumultuous soil merely formed a semblance of a calf before collapsing. The soldier's spirits soared upon witnessing this partial manifestation. Although it was merely a calf, it was unmistakably adorned with armor. Excellent. The key titan has finally emerged, the colossal titan, Armin, and I am now poised to acquire the ability to harden. Since the attempt to utilize hardening through the founding titan met with failure, it became apparent that the founding power was fundamentally unrefined. To attain the complete abilities of the founding titan, one must unlock each titan form progressively, a fact vividly illustrated during the unlocking of the jaw titan. The jaw titan itself had manifested claws and teeth, which were scarcely utilized, while the founding titan granted the ability of sunlit restoration. Now, the armored titan is finally able to recover the hardening capability. Realizing that the next titan form to be unlocked was indeed the armored titan, the soldier prepared to exit the founding space. However, casting a glance at the coordinates of power, a decision was made to further investigate the ethereal branches. Upon soaring to the pinnacle of the coordinates, the soldier was astonished to discover that these ephemeral branches had indeed lengthened. The lengths varied, with the longest comprising 3 segments. 2 adjacent ones unmistakably belonged to the old man and Mikasa, while the identity of the third remained a mystery. The soldier pondered why the branches had grown longer and why their lengths varied. Could it be related to emotions? The more emotions directed towards me, the faster they grow? There was an unmistakable essence of faith in this notion. As the soldier contemplated, a realization struck. Previously, there had been confusion regarding why branches representing corresponding individuals appeared at the coordinates, necessitating a view of one's titan form and positive emotions directed towards oneself. Now, in conjunction with the evidence of varying lengths among individuals, this unmistakably suggested a sense of belief. Feeling vindicated in this thought, the soldier regarded the old man and Mikasa with newfound admiration, realizing that these two possessed great potential. It was evident that their association with oneself would undoubtedly yield mutual benefits. However, there remains a question. Who is the other person? Cassiran struggles to comprehend, as it is understandable that both the old man Mi and Mutien, having resided with him for 3 months, could be accounted for. But who could the other individual be? Perhaps one of the people he rescued? Cassiran extends his hand, attempting to exert control over the 3 protruding branches. His palm rests quietly upon them. Yet it is evident that he fails. The branches remain unchanged. Despite this setback, Cassiran does not lose heart, viewing it merely as an experiment. Subsequently, he withdraws from the ancestral space. Once outside, he intends to explore any transformations in the form of the ancestor. Transforming into the colossal form of the ancestor, Cassiran begins to assess the changes within himself. Standing silently in his giant form, he realizes that his energy seems to restore without any noticeable depletion. After standing for a while and noticing the lack of sensation, he recalls that his energy restoration ability is indeed functional. Testing this capacity proves somewhat troublesome, so he first experiments with other abilities, assessing his physical condition in giant form. His physical prowess has been enhanced across the board, albeit subtly. After completing his tests, Cassiran perceives the alterations in his body and decides to explore the powers of the colossal form. His nails begin to elongate, and he senses an increase in both their resilience and sharpness. After testing the damage potential of his ancestor's nails, he draws a conclusion. It appears that each unlocked giant form enhances his ancestral abilities. Although his ancestral form has indeed been fortified, the powers of other giants are exceptionally pronounced in specific aspects. Having become familiar with the ancestral form post the unlocking of the colossal abilities, Cassiran eagerly awaits the completion of the armored giant's unlocking. Should the unlocking occur while the ninja world is still embroiled in battle, he intends to join the fray. After experimenting with the powers of the giants, Cassiran prepares to return home. However, just as he is about to revert from his giant form, he senses something amiss in his surroundings. It feels as though someone is observing him. The giant Cassiran turns to the source of his suspicion. With a leap, he lands atop the observer's head. Ninja art, Needle Earth Store. The giant Cassiran feels as if he has stepped onto a hedgehog and is pierced through. After being pricked, he jumps away from the observer's location, and his foot, now injured, begins to emit smoke as it heals. Before him stands a white, spherical hedgehog, and a name surfaces in Cassiran's mind, Jiraiya. In the ninja world, this technique is unique to Jiraiya, a creation of his own. After successfully defending against the giant Cassiran's foot, Jiraiya dispels the jutsu, retracting his hair. The two, one human and one giant, lock eyes. Ultimately, it is Jiraiya who breaks the silence first. Ha ha ha. I merely sensed some activity here and came to investigate. I did not mean to spy, he explains with a smile, clarifying his presence. Chapter 30, A Wild Jiraiya. Observing the situation, Kasumi was perplexed by the presence of Jiraiya, despite knowing that at this moment, Jiraiya was instructing Yahiko and his companions in the Land of Rain. It baffled him how Jiraiya managed to arrive in his small town, and Kasumi was uncertain about how long Jiraiya had been aware of his existence, or whether he had witnessed his transformations. Jiraiya, seeing the giant form of Kasumi, spoke again, clarifying, "Do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill will towards you." Kasumi's suspicions were not unfounded. Jiraiya had indeed witnessed his transformation. Upon his recent arrival in the town, while exploring the terrain, Jiraiya had noticed the commotion caused by the giant Kasumi training in the vicinity and had followed the sounds. By the time Jiraiya arrived, he had just caught sight of Kasumi emerging from the origin space, transforming into his primordial form. At that moment, Kasumi was at a loss on how to proceed. He had initially intended to conceal his ability to transform into a giant until he resolved his weakness at the nape of his neck, fearing that revealing such a capability might lead others to deduce the true nature of his being. As for the old man Mi and Muta, they merely believed he had become a giant without witnessing the transformation. However, Jiraiya was different. He had seen the transformation, and Kasumi wondered if Jiraiya might consider eliminating him to silence him. Yet, Jiraiya was not inclined to resort to violence. It was uncertain whether he could defeat Kasumi, who, although not at his peak strength, was nearing the level of a Hokage, unlike the previous weaklings he had faced. If Jiraiya still retained his sage techniques, the outcome of a confrontation could be unpredictable. Moreover, Kasumi held a certain admiration for Jiraiya and did not wish to engage in a deadly conflict simply due to his witnessing the transformation. He believed that his weak point at the nape could eventually be addressed. After a moment of contemplation, Kasumi finally addressed Jiraiya. "I recognize you. One of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. What brings you to this place?" His voice, resonant and authoritative, filled the air. Jiraiya, noticing that Kasumi had ceased any aggressive actions, felt a slight relaxation, responding, "The title of legendary 3 ninjas is merely a label for those who have been defeated. It is hardly worth mentioning. I am simply journeying through the Land of Rain with my disciples." Kasumi found it increasingly strange that Jiraiya was accompanied by Yahiko and the others, and he was taken aback by the alteration in the narrative. Although he was confident in his future strength to unify the shinobi world, he was puzzled as to why the storyline had shifted when he had not yet made any significant moves. At this time, Jiraiya was supposed to be living with Yahiko and his friends, teaching them for 3 years before returning to Konoha to participate in the Third Great Ninja War. Now, however, he had left with the trio, claiming to be wandering throughout the Land of Rain. Something was amiss, very amiss. As Kasumi scrutinized Jiraiya's unwavering gaze upon him, he felt an increasing sense of unease. There was little of value to explore in the Land of Rain, only the incessant turmoil of war and the plight of displaced civilians. There is nothing worth exploring in the Land of Rain, the giant Kasumi remarked. Upon hearing the words of the giant transformed Kassanin, Jiraiya fell into a contemplative silence. For the past few months, Jiraiya had wandered through the Land of Rain with Yahiko and the others, witnessing the grim realities that mirrored Kassanin's descriptions. The land was rife with ninja battles, and the suffering of the displaced common folk was beyond words. Furthermore, his disciple Yahiko openly expressed his animosity towards the enemy ninjas. Observing Jiraiya's silence, Kassanin understood that Jiraiya was well aware of the current state of the Land of Rain, which had descended into utter ruin. I believe the war shall not endure for long. Those who yearn for peace will inevitably halt it. Moreover, I feel I have discovered individuals capable of ushering in tranquility to the ninja world. Jiraiya, naturally opposed to warfare, found himself compelled to partake due to his role as a Konoha ninja. Nevertheless, he was convinced he had identified a figure who could bring peace to the shinobi realm, Nagato. Upon hearing Jiraiya's confident assertion, Kassanin, though uncertain as to why Jiraiya was divulging so much, comprehended whom he referred to. Alas, Jiraiya, you remain unaware that after your departure, Yahiko's death profoundly altered Nagato's perspective on the concept of peace, steering him away from the very tranquility you envision. One might argue that this alternative peace is not without merit. Understanding the potential future of Nagato and his companions if he chose not to intervene, Kassanin harbored doubts regarding Jiraiya's words. The world continued to plunge into flames of conflict, fundamentally driven by the competition for resources among major nations. To attain world peace, one must unify all nations into a singular entity. Kassanin possessed his own vision of peace, intending to realize it through equitable distribution of resources. As for the scarcity of resources, that was a matter he chose to overlook. His sole concern was to prevent chaos in the world, ensuring that civilians could live in safety and prosperity. If necessary, he contemplated the prospect of utilizing giants for excavation or even sending them into space, as their transformation rendered them devoid of sensation. Upon hearing Kassanin's perilous remarks regarding the giant transformation, Jiraiya felt a sense of foreboding. He had not anticipated such thoughts from Kassanin, who appeared to be preparing to unify the ninja world by annihilating the 5 great shinobi villages. Deep down, Jiraiya longed for peace, especially after learning from the great sage of Mount Myaboku that his disciple would be the one to bring tranquility to the ninja realm. Thus, he embarked on a quest to find the prophesied child mentioned by the sage. He believed he had found him in Nagato, possessing the Renegan. Jiraiya's plan was to remain in the Land of Rain to mentor Nagato. However, one day, a toad from Mount Myaboku sought him out, urging him to return. This journey to Mount Myaboku ultimately led to Jiraiya traversing the Land of Rain with Nagato and the others. Let us rewind time to 2 months prior, when Kassanin awakened his giant powers a month earlier. During an encounter with a rogue IWA ninja that separated from the main force, Yahiko and Nagato faced peril, prompting Nagato's Renegan to erupt once more, swiftly dispatching the IWA Chunin, while Konan hurried back to seek Jiraiya's assistance. As Shao Nan and Jiraiya returned, the Ch-Nin of IWA Shinobi had already perished. It was at this moment that Jiraiya discovered Nagato's Renegan. Gazing upon Nagato's eyes, Jiraiya was filled with astonishment. These eyes bore a striking resemblance to those of the legendary sage of 6 paths, leading him to believe that Nagato was indeed the prophesied child spoken of by the great sage frog. Following this incident, Jiraiya took Yahiko and his companions as his disciples. But not long after, a frog messenger sought him out. Chapter 31. The prophecy of the great sage frog. Curious about the messenger frog that had come to him, Jiraiya inquired, "What brings you here, frog messenger?" Typically, it was rare for my Bokuzen to send for him, piquing his interest. "Jiraiya, the 2 sages have summoned you to my Bokuzen. They require your presence." The frog relayed the message. "Senpai and Shima are looking for me." "Very well. I shall head to my Bokuzen shortly, Jiraiya replied, and the frog departed. Once the frog had left, Jiraiya realized that the sage's summons must be significant. He informed Yahiko and the others, Yahiko, continue training with Nagato and Xiao Nan. I must step out for a bit, but I will return swiftly. Understood, Master Jiraiya. We will train diligently, Yahiko assured him with a smile. Jiraiya nodded and prepared to use the reverse summoning technique to reach my Bokuzen. Observing Jiraiya's departure, Xiaonan wondered aloud. What do you think Master Jiraiya is up to? Fool. He is undoubtedly off to undertake something monumental. We should focus on our training. Yahiko replied confidently. Xiaonan pondered Yahiko's words, recalling Jiraiya's mention of the two sages. If the two sages are indeed seeking him, they must be formidable individuals. That is certainly true. However, they may not necessarily be human. They could very well be frogs, Yahiko contended. Why couldn't they be human? Perhaps the frogs are the summoned beasts of the two sages, Xiaonan countered, leaving Yahiko momentarily speechless, his pride slightly wounded. Must you always chatter? Let us just get back to training, he retorted. Watching the playful banter between Yahiko and Xiaonan, Nagato felt a sense of contentment, wishing that their current life could persist indefinitely. Upon arriving at my Bokuzen through the reverse summoning technique, Jiraiya found the two sages, Fukasaku and Shima. Fukasaku, Shima. I have arrived. The frog messenger mentioned you sought me, Jiraiya announced. You've come, young Jiraiya. We summoned you primarily because the great sage frog has awakened and had a dream related to the ninja world, seemingly connected to your current whereabouts, Shima explained. What? The great sage frog has had another prophecy? Jiraiya exclaimed, well aware that the dreams of the great sage frog often bore prophetic significance. He was astounded that another prophecy had emerged so soon. Indeed, young Jiraiya. Come with us, Fukasaku said, and with that, Shima and Fukasaku led Jiraiya to where the great sage frog resided. Upon arriving at the location, Jiraiya beheld a large toad sage adorned with a doctoral cap and a necklace bearing a gem inscribed with the character for oil. As he observed the sage, who remained with his eyes shut, Jiraiya pondered whether he had once again succumbed to slumber. At that moment, Shinsaka stepped forward to awaken the sage, calling out, Great Lord Toad, Jiraiya has arrived. After several attempts, the sage finally opened his eyes, exclaiming, Ah, who might this be? The toad sage spoke languidly, and upon witnessing his feigned oblivion, Shima stifled her urge to comment, thinking to herself how tiresome this routine had become. Shinsaku, aware of the sage's penchant for playful inquiries, dutifully elaborated, Great Lord Toad, I am Shinsaku, and this is Jiraiya. We have come to seek your prophecy. Upon hearing Shinsaku's words, the sage seemed to recall the identities of the visitors and slowly remarked, Ah, it is you, Shinsaku. In my old age, I often forget things. After this, he turned his gaze to Jiraiya, saying, Ah, young Jiraiya, I have dreamt of matters that may pertain to you. With that, the sage appeared to drift back into slumber. Closing his eyes once more, Jiraiya, anxious upon hearing that the sage had dreamt of something related to him, found himself pondering whether it was connected to Nagato, who possessed eyes akin to those of the sage of six paths, the Renegan. Shinsaka, look. The great toad sage has fallen asleep again. Jiraiya lamented, seeking assistance from Shinsaku. The latter, equally exasperated by the sage's antics, recognized that the sage had a peculiar habit of delivering cryptic statements before retreating into slumber. Great Lord Toad. Great Lord Toad. Shinsaku called out repeatedly until the sage finally opened his eyes once more. Ah, my age weighs upon me. I cannot resist the allure of sleep, he explained, a sentiment he held without concern for belief. Meanwhile, the two individuals and the toad felt a pang of embarrassment. Young Jiraiya, the sage continued. I dreamt of a colossal crimson head on a rainy day. Jiraiya listened intently, but noticed that, after uttering this single phrase, the sage fell silent. Is that all? Great Toad Sage? Jiraiya queried, perplexed by the brevity of the prophecy, which stood in stark contrast to the previous detailed insights. Not only was Jiraiya bewildered, but Shinsaku and Shima were equally taken aback. This is unusual. While the great Lord Toad enjoys teasing, he usually articulates prophecies clearly. Why this time just a vague statement? Shinsaku pondered, sharing Jiraiya's curiosity. Great Lord Toad, is it truly just one phrase? To their inquiries, the sage felt a sense of helplessness, while he could indeed prophesy. This particular vision filled him with trepidation, for throughout his dream, the rain had relentlessly poured from the heavens. Then, a crimson-haired head emerged. Just as it was about to reveal its full form, it seemed to notice him and lunged forward to bite, instantly awakening the great toad sage. Hence, this prophecy was exceedingly brief. Observing the great toad sage's silence and closed eyes, they understood that this prophecy was limited in scope, leaving the remainder for their own contemplation. After bidding farewell to the great toad sage, Shinzua and Jima escorted Jiraiya out of the sage's chamber. Shinzua, what do you think the great toad sage meant? Why is this prophecy so succinct? How should it be interpreted? Jiraiya inquired on their way, hoping that Shinzua, who had long been by the great toad sage's side, could shed some light. In response to Jiraiya's question, Shinzua could only express his helplessness. He genuinely did not comprehend the significance of a giant, crimson-haired head on a rainy day. Chapter 32. The intent of Shinzua and Jima. Young Jiraiya, since the esteemed sage has summoned you, it indicates that the prophecy pertains to you, and it is for you to ponder, Shinzua remarked solemnly, his hands clasped behind his back as he addressed Jiraiya. Jiraiya, observing Shinzua's demeanor, was not so easily deceived. Please, Shinzua, if you are unsure, it is perfectly fine. I shall think for myself. Jiraiya seated himself, one hand resting on his forehead, the other tugging at his hair, clearly vexed by the prophecy. In truth, the prophecy was not difficult to grasp, a giant, crimson-haired head on a rainy day, but the crux lay in what could be deciphered from it. As Jiraiya contemplated the great toad sage's words, his agitation grew, leading him to incessantly tug at his hair. How perplexing! Jiraiya exclaimed in frustration. This enigmatic prophecy was indeed a challenge for someone of his youth. Observing Jiraiya's distress, Jima pondered and then suggested, could the rainy day spoken of by the esteemed sage refer to the land of rain? After all, young Jiraiya, you are currently in the land of rain. Jima's words instantly sparked recognition in Jiraiya. Indeed, a rainy day signifies rain, and I am presently in the land of rain, a place where it perpetually drizzles. Following Jima's insight, Jiraiya felt as though he had received enlightenment. Perhaps the great toad sage meant that I would encounter someone with crimson hair in the land of rain? As Jiraiya contemplated this interpretation, he found it oddly familiar. Wait a moment. The individual with crimson hair I have already encountered. Could this be a prophecy concerning the child of destiny? Jiraiya realized that Nagato possessed crimson hair. Yet, why would there be another prophecy following the first one? Moreover, the initial prophecy indicated that I would be the one to guide this transformation, while this one seems to pinpoint a specific individual. What is it, young Jiraiya? Have you made a discovery? Upon witnessing Jiraiya's peculiar inquiry directing the prophecy towards the child of prophecy, the sage of Shima pondered deeply. In response to Shima's question, Jiraiya contemplated for a moment and resolved to elucidate his discovery of Nagato, who might be the disciple foretold by the prophecy, to the two sages. After battling Hanzo in the land of rain, I encountered 3 orphans who sought to become my apprentices, though I initially declined their request. Subsequently, during an ambush by the rock ninja, one of the children manifested the Renegan and vanquished the attackers. I surmised that this child could indeed be the one prophesied by the great sage frog. Hence, I accepted the 3 of them as my disciples. The child possessing the Renegan bore striking red hair, leading me to suspect that the prophecy might pertain to the child of prophecy. Upon hearing Jiraiya's reflections regarding the prophecy and his decision to take on a child with the Renegan as a disciple, both sages were profoundly astonished. Are you certain, young Jiraiya? Is the child indeed the one with the Renegan? Days hastily sought confirmation from Jiraiya. A child with the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths? It is indeed plausible that he is the individual mentioned in the great sage's prophecy. Shima expressed her thoughts. Indeed, Nagato is a child who possesses the same eyes as the Sage of Six Paths, the Renegan. I too believe he may be the one who could usher in transformation within the ninja world, Jiraiya earnestly conveyed to Shima and Days. This is a remarkable discovery. Let us go and meet this child, Days suggested after a moment of contemplation, feeling compelled to see Nagato. Thus, young Jiraiya, do you believe this prophecy may indeed refer to your disciple Nagato's identity? Shima inquired, connecting Jiraiya's earlier words. Precisely, Sage Shima. It was my encounter with Nagato that led me to consider that the great sage's prophecy pertains to his identity. Since Sage Days has concurred, let us proceed to meet Nagato, Jiraiya resolved, feeling he had sufficiently interpreted the prophecy. As they prepared to visit Nagato, Jiraiya requested that the 2 sages refrain from excessive questioning or scrutiny of the child, expressing his hope that Nagato would mature independently despite possessing the Renegan. Of course, We merely wish to observe the bearer of the Renegan. Days acknowledged Jiraiya's request with understanding. Just as Jiraiya was about to perform the reverse summoning technique to return to the cottage, Sage Shima expressed her reservations about Jiraiya and Days' conjectures. Wait a moment. Young Jiraiya. Shima halted Jiraiya's preparations. I believe the great sage's prophecy may not necessarily refer to your disciple Nagato's identity. The great sage has never issued two prophecies pertaining to a single individual. Shima's perspective on the prophecy diverged from Jiraiya's, as she felt it could not simply point towards identity. Unbeknownst to Shima, there indeed existed two prophecies that pointed to one person. That being Naruto, once as the child of prophecy, and once as the blue-eyed youth who called forth 9 beasts. However, the current Shima is unaware, which has led to such a conclusion. Upon hearing Shima's analysis, Jiraiya found it quite reasonable. After all, it is the two sages who possess a deeper understanding of the great sage frog. With this in mind, Jiraiya decided to continue his travels through the land of rain while imparting wisdom to his disciples. Regardless of whether the prophecy pertains to Nagato, he believed there was no error in pursuing his journey through the land of rain. Once Jiraiya made his decision to proceed with his exploration, Shima chose not to elaborate further. Shima and Fukasaku followed Jiraiya into the small hut. Master Jiraiya. Upon Jiraiya's return, the 3 young ones gathered eagerly around him. What are those on your shoulder? Conan inquired curiously, noticing the 2 additional figures perched upon Jiraiya's shoulders. Haha, these 2 are the sage frogs of Myaboka Mountain. Fukasaku and Shima, Jiraiya explained with a smile. Without entering sage mode, Jiraiya could still effortlessly summon Shima and Fukasaku. Oh, so these are the 2 sages you mentioned. Master Jiraiya? The trio expressed their astonishment, with Yahiko gleefully teasing Conan. Haha, I told you so, Conan. Jiraiya approached Yahiko, ruffling his hair and chuckling. What mischief have you concocted in my absence? Yahiko replied with a smile. I was just telling Conan whether the 2 sages might also be frogs. See, I was right. Conan, seeing Yahiko's jubilance, playfully pursued him to give him a light smack. Yahiko, don't get too carried away. Chapter 33. Yahiko signs the contract, observing the 2 playfully darting about. Jiraiya felt a sense of contentment. The bond between Yahiko and Conan is truly heartwarming. Meanwhile, Fukasaku and Shima looked on at Nagato, who was quietly observing with a smile reminiscent of a doting ant. Is that child the possessor of the Renegan? Fukasaku quietly inquired of Jiraiya. Jiraiya, maintaining his smile, gazed at Nagato and replied, Indeed, that is Nagato. The 3 of them share a profound bond in the land of rain. He proceeded to introduce Nagato to Fukasaku and Shima. Little Jiraiya, do you intend for them to inherit your legacy? Fukasaku asked while observing the lively Conan and Yahiko alongside the more reserved Nagato. My intention is to guide these 3 children. Although Nagato possesses the Renegan, I sense that Yahiko serves as his emotional anchor. I will mentor them until they can thrive in the land of rain and pursue their dreams, Jiraiya articulated, sidestepping a direct response to Fukasaku and instead outlining his plans for the trio. Jiraiya's words plunged Fukasaku into contemplation, prompting a silent exchange of glances between him and Shima. Subsequently, the 2 sages retreated to a corner to confer quietly. We initially intended for Nagato to sign the contract with Myaboka Mountain, but after hearing your thoughts, little Jiraiya, we have decided to have your disciple Yahiko sign the contract instead, Fukasaku conveyed after their discussion. Jiraiya was somewhat taken aback by Shinsaku's words. In truth, he had harbored some suspicions upon hearing that Shinsaku and Shima intended to visit Nagato. However, he had not anticipated that they would change their minds and choose to have Yahiko enter into a contract with Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya felt no resistance towards their decision. Although the summoning contracts could be inherited between master and disciple, it was also not forbidden for Mount Myaboku to choose its own candidates for contracts. He promptly called Yahiko over. Yahiko, come here for a moment. Yahiko, accompanied by Conan, approached Jiraiya. What is it, Teacher Jiraiya? Instead of responding directly, Jiraiya encouraged Shinsaku to speak. You must be Yahiko. I am Shinsaku, the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku. At this moment, I wish to sign a summoning contract with you on behalf of Mount Myaboku. Shinsaku addressed Yahiko directly. Faced with such a momentous occasion, Yahiko felt somewhat nervous and glanced towards Jiraiya for reassurance. Noticing the plea in Yahiko's eyes, Jiraiya smiled and said, My own summoning contract is also with Mount Myaboku. Since Sage Shinsaku has extended this offer, if you are willing, then let us proceed. Upon hearing Jiraiya mention his own connection to Mount Myaboku, Yahiko's eyes gleamed, and he nodded eagerly. Seeing Yahiko's enthusiasm, Jiraiya retrieved the summoning scroll. Yahiko, inscribe your name on the scroll, then bite your finger and press your handprint. Jiraiya instructed Yahiko on how to formalize the summoning contract. Following Jiraiya's guidance, Yahiko wrote his name on the scroll and pressed his handprint with determination. Once completed, Konan and Nagato approached to congratulate him. Congratulations, Yahiko. From now on, you will protect us, Konan said, smiling with her hands clasped behind her back. Congratulations, Yahiko, Nagato added, though his demeanor remained more reserved. Ha, of course. Just watch me from now on. Yahiko chuckled, a bit bashful from the praise. Observing Yahiko's burgeoning pride, Jiraiya playfully ruffled his hair and cautioned, don't get too carried away. You have merely signed a contract with Mount Myaboku. To become a powerful ninja, you must engage in diligent training. While Jiraiya's intention was to temper Yahiko's exuberance, he underestimated him. Of course, I will train earnestly. I must protect Konan and Nagato, and I will bring peace to the land of rain. Shinsaku and Shima exchanged knowing glances, realizing they had made the right choice. The heir to the Eye of the Sage was still immature and required a guardian to guide him toward maturity. After fulfilling their purpose, Shinsaku and Shima prepared to take their leave. Jiraiya, my husband and I will return to Mount Myaboku. Do bring them to visit more often. You have not been to Mount Myaboku in ages. When you come, I will prepare delicious meals for you. Upon hearing Shima's words, Jiraiya's expression shifted, and he appeared somewhat dismayed. Absolutely, I will certainly visit Mount Myaboku more often, he replied awkwardly, assuring Shima with a nervous laugh. After receiving Jiraiya's assurance, Shima returned to Myaboku Mountain with Shinsaku. Xiaonan, noticing Jiraiya's evident sigh of relief, curiously inquired, Jiraiya-sensei, what is troubling you? Did not Sage Shima merely request you to visit Myaboku Mountain more frequently? Xiaonan was puzzled by Jiraiya's apparent apprehension regarding the journey to Myaboku Mountain. Xiaonan, you are still quite young and unaware of what Sage Shima means by a feast. Jiraiya was about to elaborate on the nature of Shima's grand banquet when a sudden thought struck him. How could he deny his disciples the experience he had once encountered? Clearing his throat, he continued, in truth, I am concerned about Sage Shima becoming overly fatigued, given our considerable number. As you have seen, preparing so many dishes is quite taxing for one individual. However, since you all have expressed interest, I believe it is wise to heed Sage Shima's wishes. I will arrange for us to experience it together at an appropriate time. Listening to Jiraiya's response, Xiaonan felt a twinge of skepticism, sensing that matters may not be as straightforward as Jiraiya suggested. Yet, Yahiko and Nagato did not share her keen perception. How wonderful, Nagato! We three shall venture to Myaboku Mountain, Yahiko exclaimed, joyfully draping his arm around Nagato's shoulders. Indeed, I am quite looking forward to it, Nagato expressed his anticipation. Observing Yahiko and Nagato's enthusiasm, Xiaonan dismissed her doubts, reasoning that as long as the three of them were together, it mattered not where they went. Watching the trio's exuberance, Jiraiya was momentarily seized by guilt, but upon reflection, he realized that since they were eager to go, there was no cause for remorse. All right, we have yet to dine. I declare today a feast of grilled fish. Jiraiya announced the menu to the children. But Jiraiya-sensei, we have no fish. Xiaonan voiced her confusion. Haha, catching a few fish is a simple task for me. Besides, I'll teach you about the use of chakra in the process. The three children eagerly joined Jiraiya in fishing. During their grilled fish banquet, Jiraiya revealed that they would travel through the land of rain while instructing them in ninjutsu. The trio had no objections. After all, they often roamed the land of rain, even in Jiraiya's absence. Thus, Jiraiya and his companions continued their explorations in the land of rain, eventually arriving at the town of the Kage 2 months later. Chapter 34. A punch that left him bewildered. After settling the three children, Jiraiya wandered around the outskirts of the town. While meandering, he noticed unusual activity emanating from the Kage, who was experimenting with the power of giants. Upon discerning the commotion, Jiraiya hastened toward the source. Upon reaching the grove where the Kage was situated, Jiraiya discovered him with closed eyes, deep within the ancestral space. Observing the Kage and the surrounding environment, Jiraiya decided against approaching him and chose instead to conceal himself and observe. Before long, Jiraiya witnessed the Kage opening his eyes. He then saw the Kage bite his palm, and amidst a flash of golden lightning, he transformed into a giant with reddish hair. The Kage, now in the form of the ancestral giant, was testing the variations of his ancestral physique. Beside him, Jiraiya was also stirred by the sight of the giant-sized Kasumi, his heart tumultuous as a tempest. Although he heeded the advice of the sage Shima to continue his travels through the land of rain, he remained convinced that the prophecy of the great toad sage pertained to Nagato. Thus, during his journey in the land of rain, Jiraiya primarily focused on instructing the trio in their training. However, upon witnessing the giant Kasumi today, the meaning of the great toad sage's prophecy suddenly crystallized in his mind. Indeed, as Shima had said, the rain symbolized the land of rain. The enormous crimson-haired head, which Jiraiya had initially thought to be merely a figurative embellishment, now took on a profound significance. Realizing this, he understood that the prophecy of the great toad sage bore no element of triviality. It unmistakably referred to the giant Kasumi. The singular focus on the head might be attributed to the limitations of language, which could not fully encapsulate the entirety. Jiraiya's mind was shaken to its core, and in his moment of distraction, he failed to conceal his presence, which caught the attention of the giant Kasumi. This led to an inevitable confrontation, where Jiraiya was compelled to employ his secret techniques in defense. Now, the perspective shifts back to Kasumi, who, observing the silent Jiraiya, found within himself a burgeoning desire to engage in combat with him. While he did not intend to kill Jiraiya outright, he wished to test his own prowess against the legendary Sannin. With this resolve, Kasumi decided to act. Very well, Jiraiya, since you have chosen to spy, let us first engage in battle, he declared, charging towards Jiraiya. Upon hearing Kasumi's proclamation, Jiraiya sensed impending danger. The moment Kasumi finished speaking, he was already upon him. Having previously felt the defensive fortitude of Jiraiya's ninjutsu, Kasumi was unafraid of potentially delivering a fatal blow. He was determined to experiment with the results of his training. Over the past 3 months, Kasumi had discovered that his chakra was utilized as energy for his giant form, rendering him incapable of executing ninjutsu in that state. Thus, he altered his approach, channeling chakra to enhance his giant physique, akin to the technique of the ninja body. Kasumi gathered chakra, concentrating it into his colossal fist, which ignited with a verdant glow. Drawing inspiration from Tsunade's formidable strength techniques, he dubbed his newly conceived move Giant Fist. As Jiraiya beheld the giant Kasumi's fist hurtling towards him, he initially contemplated countering with his Raging Lion's main technique. However, upon perceiving the glowing fist, an overwhelming sense of peril surged within him. Jiraiya realized that if he were to confront this attack with his technique, he would undoubtedly be reduced to mere pulp. In a moment of critical urgency, he unleashed all his might and executed the body flicker technique to evade the oncoming strike. Boom! The giant Kasumi's fist crashed down upon the very spot where Jiraiya had stood just moments before. In an instant, the earth trembled violently, and an explosion erupted from the impact of Kasumi's colossal fist. The soil beneath the giant Kasa's form was instantaneously vaporized by the explosion, sending shockwaves that reverberated throughout the grove. Countless trees were severed by the force of the blast, and within a radius of 1 kilometer, the area around the giant Kasa was utterly annihilated. Jiraiya believed he had evaded the blast by a sufficient distance. However, he was unaware of the tremendous power behind Kasa's strike, as he remained within the explosive radius. With no other choice, Jiraiya summoned the Toad Ken, wielding his large iron pot to shield himself. After the explosion subsided, both Jiraiya and Ken gazed at the deep craters and the fallen trees surrounding them, their expressions reflecting utter astonishment. At that moment, Jiraiya felt fortunate to have distanced himself enough to mitigate the explosion's force, and he was grateful for Ken's assistance. Otherwise, he feared the consequences would have been dire. The power of that strike seemed to rival that of the tailed beast bombs. Jiraiya mused about the immense strength of Kasa's punch, a sentiment likely stemming from his lack of experience with the destructive force of the 8 or 9 tailed beast bombs. As Jiraiya directed his gaze towards the giant Kasa, he pondered how, despite their recent encounter, there was no reason for such a formidable attack right away, even accounting for prior surveillance. Little did he know that Kasa was also in a dire predicament, unaware of the sheer magnitude of his own punch, thus sealing his misfortune. Upon witnessing the giant Kasa amidst the explosion's epicenter, Jiraiya noted that Kasa's condition was far from favorable. Half of his body was obliterated, leaving only an arm, a torso, and a leg. Steam poured from Kasa's form as he lay motionless on the ground. Truthfully, Kasa's decision to strike the ground had confined the force of his blow, preventing it from dispersing entirely and consequently harming himself. Otherwise, such grievous injuries would have been avoided. Approaching the giant Kasa, Jiraiya began to question whether Kasa was even alive. Ken, having discerned Kasa's appearance, voiced his uncertainty, remarking on the hair and head shape with disbelief. Could it be? Ken inquired, glancing at Jiraiya. Hearing Ken's doubts, Jiraiya responded, "It is quite possible that he is the one foretold by the great Toad Sage." In response to Jiraiya's explanation, Ken expressed his admiration, as expected of Jiraiya, to identify the prophesied individual so swiftly. I, in my folly, may never measure up. Meanwhile, the giant Kasa, lying on the ground, found it peculiar that the great Toad Sage's prophecy was being discussed. Despite his alarming injuries, the giant's physique was remarkably resilient, as long as his core remained unharmed. Recovery was inevitable. Thus, upon Jiraiya's approach, Kasa realized he was merely feigning death, biding his time to observe Jiraiya's next move. Chapter 35. Am I being foretold? Truthfully, Kasa was taken aback, having not anticipated the extraordinary power of his blow. This technique, which he had developed during his training, had been attempted before but had never harnessed such concentrated chakra. Upon witnessing Jiraiya, he felt a surge of confidence and could not resist gathering more chakra in his fist, resulting in an overwhelming force that left him sprawled on the ground. Simultaneously, Kasugai found himself intrigued by Jiraiya's mention of the prophecy concerning the Great Toad Sage. Having watched the anime, he was aware that the Great Toad Sage was none other than Fukasaku, a seasoned veteran from the Six Paths era. Particularly noteworthy was the fact that this sage had foretold the destiny of Naruto long before, a prophecy that had caused Jiraiya great distress. Jiraiya had believed that Nagato was the one destined to transform the ninja world, yet Fukasaku had conveyed an alternative prophecy to the Sage of Six Paths long ago. In summary, while this old sage's prophecies may have led to some miscalculations in identifying the prophetic individual, they undeniably held a measure of accuracy. Thus, Kasugai was deeply concerned about the prophecy shared between Fukasaku and Jiraiya, especially as it seemed to point towards him. He worried about the ramifications of Fukasaku's prophecy, unaware that it had already proven to be a significant setback for him, given that his bizarre insects were far from ordinary. As Jiraiya conversed with Fukasaku, he noticed the giant Kasugai rapidly regenerating. In mere moments, the half of his body that had been obliterated was nearly restored. This astonishing recovery rate was beyond comprehension. Tsunade's healing jutsu could not rival such speed. Observing the now steamless giant Kasugai, Jiraiya took a couple of steps back. Fukasaku also retreated slightly, recognizing that Kasugai was still alive, and this injury posed no significant threat to him. Without needing Jiraiya's reminder, Fukasaku, seeing his own body quickly regaining its form, realized that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Kasugai, having overheard the conversation and sensing that they were no longer engaged in combat, gradually rose to his feet. Jiraiya leaped onto Fukasaku's head and regarded the giant Kasugai with a furrowed brow, questioning, "What do you mean by coming at me with lethal intent? There was no need for us to fight in the first place." Initially, Kasugai had no intention of continuing the battle, but hearing Jiraiya's remark about his lethal intent made him feel somewhat awkward. "I didn't intend to kill you. I was unsure of my technique's potency. Did you not see that I nearly harmed myself?" Jiraiya, recognizing that Kasugai had not yet fully mastered his abilities, chose to maintain the momentum of their dialogue by implying that Kasugai had indeed meant to strike with lethal force. "Shall we now engage in conversation?" Kasugai had relinquished his desire to fight. Instead, he was eager to inquire about the prophecy. "There is truly no need for conflict. I am simply curious about the prophecy you mentioned. Do not deceive me. I am aware that it concerns me," the giant Kasugai asked, his voice deep with concern. After a moment of contemplation, Jiraiya decided there was no reason to keep secrets from Kasugai and replied, "Very well, let us return to the village to discuss this. It is unnecessary to converse here." Kasugai surveyed the deep craters and the shattered trees surrounding him. Feeling a pang of regret for his training grounds, he had inadvertently destroyed his own sanctuary. Not wishing to dwell on the devastation, he recognized the wisdom in Jiraiya's words and resolved to head back to the village. "All right, let us proceed." The giant form of Kasumi sprinted toward the small town, closely followed by Jiraiya riding on the back of the toad, Gamaken. As they neared the town, Kasumi suddenly halted. "What is the matter?" Jiraiya inquired. puzzled by Kasumi's unexpected stop. Without uttering a word, the giant Kasumi cast a deep gaze at Jiraiya before reverting to his normal size. The primordial giant began to dissipate in a cloud of smoke. You witnessed my transformation into a giant. There is no need to feign ignorance, is there? Kasumi emerged from the mist, observing Jiraiya's astonishment and exclaiming with mild irritation. Realizing the futility of his poor act, Jiraiya abandoned his pretense. His skills as a performer were far too inadequate for such theatrics. This was merely a test of Kasumi's composure. Very well, let us enter the town. Do you wish for the townsfolk to know of your giant form? Jiraiya pondered, glancing down at Kasumi from atop Gamaken. Indeed, let us proceed, Kasumi replied succinctly, sprinting toward the town. Seeing Kasumi leave without hesitation, Jiraiya urged Gamaken to follow suit. Upon entering the town, Kasumi waited patiently for Jiraiya, who, after dismissing the summoning technique, led Kasumi to their lodging. Teacher Jiraiya, this town feels so tranquil, so unlike any other place we've visited, Kasumi exclaimed as they stepped into the inn, where they were greeted by a child with orange hair, accompanied by two others, who dashed toward Jiraiya. Recognizing the child speaking to Jiraiya, Kasumi deduced that he must be Yahiko, with the other two likely being Konan and Nagato. In his past life, Kasumi held a fondness for these three due to their pursuit of ideals and the depth of their relationships. Particularly, Yahiko could be seen as a parallel to Naruto. Albeit his life was tragically cut short, had he lived longer, even without Naruto's strength. The trio's capabilities might have led them to realize their vision of peace in the Land of Rain, potentially transforming the entire ninja world. Yahiko and Konan were undoubtedly of Hokage-level prowess, while Nagato, with his mastery over the six paths, was on a trajectory towards surpassing even that level. Alas, Yahiko perished. Nagato succumbed to darkness, and after sustaining injuries that left him crippled, he resorted to using the powers of the outer path, ultimately leading to the creation of the six paths of pain to wield the Renegan's abilities. Although the Renegan was seldom wielded, Nagato's unique approach to creating puppets was a necessity rather than a choice. Unbeknownst to Kasumi, his arrival had prompted the great sage of Mount Mayaboku to make a new prophecy, summoning Jiraiya to the mountain, where he relayed Nagato's situation to Fukasaku and Shima. A series of events unfolded, bringing Nagato into the sights of Mount Mayaboku, while Yahiko gained the summoning contract from the mountain. Should he survive, his future held boundless potential, perhaps even mastering sage techniques. The fates of the three individuals have irrevocably transformed, even though Kasumin has yet to achieve anything of great significance within the ninja realm. His mere presence has altered the course of destiny. Chapter 36. The excited trio. Upon hearing Yahiko's words, Kasumin felt a sense of accomplishment. The tranquility and peace of the town he resided in were a direct consequence of his efforts to eradicate nearby thieves during his training excursions. Over the course of 3 months, even the most astute bandits dared not approach this area, well aware that it was a perilous place, though ordinary folk remained safe. However, due to Kasumin's lethal interventions, no survivors had been left behind, stifling any rapid advancements in the coordinates of power. Kasumin shifted his gaze from Yahiko and his companions to Jiraiya. Is this truly the place to converse? He scrutinized his surroundings, noting that it was merely an ordinary inn and felt it somewhat hasty. Jiraiya, however, remained unperturbed. Given his prowess, he could easily detect any eavesdroppers nearby. Jiraiya-sensei, who is he? Konan inquired, intrigued by the fact that Kasumin, who appeared hardly older than themselves, could converse so casually with Jiraiya. Oh, he might just be the reason I brought you all to explore the Land of Rain, Jiraiya explained, affectionately ruffling Konan's hair. Wow, so Jiraiya-sensei has such a reason for guiding us through the Land of Rain, exclaimed Yahiko, clapping his hands together. Meanwhile, Nagato observed Kasumin discreetly. He shares my hair color, though his hue is far more vibrant. Nagato noted the striking contrast between his own appearance, burdened by the eyes of reincarnation, and Kasumin, who possessed immense strength and enjoyed a nourishing diet. Noticing Nagato's furtive gaze, Kasumin did not address it directly, but instead beckoned, "Follow me to my place." The four companions exchanged glances, and Jiraiya decided to accompany Kasumin. Very well, I shall join you. I need to check out of the room. Thus, Jiraiya and the trio followed closely behind Kasumin. Upon reaching his home, Kasumin called out, "Old man me, we have guests." Startled, Old man me, who had been lounging in the courtyard while fiddling with a wooden walnut, nearly crushed it in surprise. This walnut was one he had crafted under Kasumin's guidance, and he had since taken to playing with it daily. Coming. No need to shout so loudly. After setting his prized walnut aside, Old Man Me turned his attention to the guests. Given the secluded nature of his abode, he surmised that they were most likely summoned by Kasumin. Upon his arrival, Old Man Me scanned the 4 individuals behind Kasumin, quickly fixating on the one with white, spiky hair. Who is this person? He inquired of Jiraiya. This is Jiraiya of Konoha, and the 3 behind him are his disciples. We have come to discuss certain matters, Kasumin elucidated. Why would someone from Konoha be here? Aren't they supposed to be off fighting? Old Man Me questioned, puzzled by their presence. Old Me was somewhat perplexed as to why the ninjas from Konoha would be here, considering that Konoha was still engaged in battle. Furthermore, was not this Jiraiya one of the legendary Sannin, bestowed with a name by Hanzo on the battlefield? That is irrelevant. Just prepare something to eat. We shall discuss matters in the living room, he instructed, recognizing Mi's confusion. Without providing further explanation, Kasumi merely suggested that Mi prepare some food. I truly feel like an old butler in your presence, Mi mused. 3 months of cohabitation had allowed him to better understand Kasumi's character, leading to a more casual manner of speaking. Well, are you not my appointed butler? Once I unify the ninja world, your status will surely rise in tandem. Kasumi waved his hand, employing a metaphorical gesture to dismiss Mi, observing Kasumi's self-encouraging antics. Mi shook his head and proceeded to prepare the meal, reflecting on how many pancakes he had consumed over the past 3 months. Once Mi departed, Kasumi was ready to take Jiraiya to the living room to discuss the prophecy. Let us go, Jiraiya, he stated, stepping forward. You 3 may entertain yourselves. Just remember not to cause any disturbances, as we are in someone else's home. Understood, Jiraiya-sensei. The trio replied, and Jiraiya followed Kasumi. What a magnificent house! Exclaimed Yahiko as he began to explore. Yahiko, do not be overly excited, Nagato cautioned. Unable to resist a facepalm as Yahiko's enthusiasm soared post Jiraiya's departure. I know. Nagato, let us check this area, Yahiko replied, dragging Nagato along, leaving Nagato to wonder if Yahiko had truly absorbed the earlier admonition. Once Jiraiya and Kasumi settled in the living room, Kasumi promptly posed the question he was most eager to explore. Now, let us discuss the prophecy you mentioned. He tapped the table, fixing his gaze intently on Jiraiya. Ahem. Well, this prophecy actually ties back to Mayaboka Mountain, Jiraiya began, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Kasumi's penetrating stare. He cleared his throat and continued. However, you are familiar with Mayaboka Mountain, home of the great Toad Sage, so you may directly share what the prophecy entails. Kasumi interrupted Jiraiya's intention to elaborate on Mayaboka Mountain, expressing his preference to skip the lengthy introduction. Acknowledging Kasumi's insistence, Jiraiya prepared to dive straight into the subject matter. The sharpness of Kasumi's gaze made it difficult for Jiraiya to maintain his composure, leading him to start from Mayaboka Mountain. Since you are aware of it, that simplifies matters. Shortly after I accepted my disciple, the toad from Mayaboku summoned me to hear the great Toad Sage's prophecy, which was merely a single sentence. On a rainy day, a giant head with fiery red hair. Kasumi, intently listening to Jiraiya's words, noticed Jiraiya's sudden hesitation and confusion. Continue, what happened next? Kasumi inquired, puzzled as to why Jiraiya had abruptly paused. Jiraiya, feeling slightly embarrassed by Kasumi's bewilderment, replied, That's it. The prophecy is simply that. He blinked at Kasumi, expecting a response. That's all. Kasumi echoed, truly confounded. What does that mean? Is this Toad's prophecy truly so unreliable? What does this foretelling even signify? Upon observing the incredulous expression on Kasumi's face, Jiraiya cleared his throat and proceeded to elaborate on their conjectures. In truth, we have deciphered some elements. The great sage Toad indicated that this prophecy pertains to me, suggesting that the rainy day mentioned is likely the land of rain. Initially, I assumed it referred to my disciple Nagato, but upon seeing you, I realized it was about you. Jiraiya's explanation plunged Kasumi into deep contemplation. Why did Jiraiya first associate it with Nagato, only to later believe it was me? The rainy day could indeed symbolize the land of rain, given that I was born there. Could it be that the subsequent reference to red hair was alluding to Nagato? Chapter 37, The Many Thoughts of the Elder. Kasumi analyzed Jiraiya's words, yet something felt amiss. How could this be linked to Nagato? Was it possible that this was the prophecy of the Chosen One from the anime, leading Jiraiya to believe this prophecy was an extension of that? Kasumi considered this likelihood, understanding that Jiraiya might indeed think along those lines. Furthermore, Jiraiya's belief that it referred to me likely stemmed from witnessing my transformation into the progenitor giant, realizing that the colossal head was the crux of the matter. However, after piecing everything together, Kasumi remained perplexed. Why did the great Toad Sage only prophesy a single head? What does this imply? What of my formidable physique? Or does it suggest that I will be left with nothing but a head in the future? This notion troubled Kasumi. Could it be that I would suffer a fate akin to that of the great Eren? Misled by the great Toad Sage's prophecy, Kasumi pondered the implications of the Toad's inability to foretell the entirety of his being as a mere limitation of its abilities. Had the great Toad Sage not evaded quickly, Kasumi might have been resolved by the prophetic dream's vision. Once Kasumi had sorted through his thoughts, he turned to Jiraiya and inquired, "So, what exactly does the great Toad Sage's prophecy about me signify? What is my future? Will it impact the ninja world? What did he say afterward?" Faced with Kasumi's probing inquiries, Jiraiya recalled how the great Toad Sage had fallen into a feigned slumber immediately after delivering his message, offering no explanations. "Well, we are uncertain. The great Toad Sage fell asleep right after speaking," Jiraiya explained with a touch of exasperation. "Fell asleep? Do you expect me to believe that? I am not naive. I am well aware of the Toad's penchant for feigning slumber," Kasumi thought bitterly, feeling aggrieved by the Toad's half-hearted utterances. He silently vowed to confront the sage upon his arrival at Mayaboko Mountain. "So, you believe the prophecy pertains to me. Having discovered this, what shall you do next?" Kasumi dismissed the significance of the prophecy, considering it trivial. Surely, the great Toad Sage's prophecy could not hold sway over someone of his caliber. In response to Kasumi's inquiry, Jiraiya found himself momentarily at a loss for words. His original intent was to guide his 3 disciples. Who could have imagined that the prophecy would not concern Nagato, but rather Kasumi? "We might find ourselves residing in this town for a while. My upcoming focus will be on instructing my disciples." After a moment of contemplation, Jiraiya chose to settle in the small town, primarily motivated by the desire to observe Kasuto. Despite being of a similar age to Yahiko and his companions, Kasuto exhibited remarkable strength. One could only wonder how formidable he would become in the future. Although they had not engaged in combat, Jiraiya's assessment of Kasuto's impressive strike, rapid recovery from injuries, and his imposing physique indicated that Kasuto's prowess was not to be underestimated. Understanding Jiraiya's intentions, Kasuto was not deterred by his presence. On the contrary, he welcomed Jiraiya's stay, as it implied that Yahiko and his friends would also remain. Upon first encountering Yahiko and his companions, Kasuto had already resolved to bring them under his wing. How could one unify the ninja world without a dependable cadre? Moreover, Kasuto was dissatisfied with the fate of Yahiko's group. They were all seekers of peace, yet one had committed suicide, another had perished due to the rebirth technique, and the last was killed by Obito. Arriving in this world, Kasuto was determined to effect change, driven by his frustration with the anime he had watched. As for Jiraiya, he was indeed a character Kasuto admired, but that admiration was directed towards the future version of Jiraiya, not the enigma he currently encountered. Since he planned to reside in the town, Kasuto offered Jiraiya and his companions accommodation at his home, which was spacious enough. He had a penchant for the 3 disciples and wished to influence them. Jiraiya, upon hearing Kasuto's proposition, was more than willing, as it would facilitate his observation of Kasuto. Both parties were satisfied with this arrangement. Just as they reached an agreement, Old Me brought forth a platter of delicacies. With Mi's arrival, Kasuto seized the opportunity to inform him of his plans. "Old Me, I intend for Jiraiya and his group to stay with me." After setting down the treats, Mi prepared to return to his walnut cracking, but was taken aback by Kasuto's words. "Kasuto, have you truly thought this through? Jiraiya is a ninja from Konoha, one of the legendary Sannin. Do not be deceived by him." Mi discreetly pulled Kasuto aside, cautioning him about Jiraiya's affiliation with Konoha, fearful that Kasuto might overlook the implications. "Fear not. My main concern lies with Jiraiya's 3 apprentices. I have great faith in their potential. I believe they are destined for greatness." Kasuto was confident that he could sway them under Jiraiya's tutelage. He reassured me, "Your worries are unfounded. Even if Jiraiya is a Konoha ninja, it matters little to me, as my focus remains on Yahiko and his companions." Mi relented. "Very well, should you remain resolute, just exercise caution. If it comes to a confrontation, I will be prepared with poison." Through their time together, Mi had come to understand that Kasuto was not easily deceived and had faith in his abilities. Upon hearing Mi's final remark about poison, Kasuto was at a loss for words. His intentions were solely directed towards Yahiko and his comrades. After conversing with the old man Mi, Kasiran returned to his seat, only to discover that Jiraiya had devoured all the snacks brought by Mi. Jiraiya regarded Kasiran with the gaze of a starving ghost, seemingly indifferent, for even though he had no shortage of food, who would refuse a free meal? Resigning to the absence of snacks, Kasiran stood up, intending to search for Yahiko and his companions. Well, since we are settling here, it is time to inform your disciples, and then we shall inspect the rooms. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya tidied up and joined Kasiran in leaving. Upon exiting, Kasiran observed Yahiko and his companions being reprimanded by Muta. What on earth is happening with Muta? It puzzled him to see Muta chastising Yahiko's trio. Ah, Kasiran, you're here. These three little rascals have been running amok. Especially that one with orange hair who nearly wandered into the room storing the ninjutsu scrolls, Muta explained upon hearing Kasiran's inquiry. Understanding the situation, Kasiran recalled that after realizing he could not perform ninjutsu while in his giant form, he had placed the scrolls in a room without any sealing techniques. Primarily due to his lack of knowledge in that area. We're sorry, we didn't know. We won't run around again, truly sorry. Yahiko, excited by the grandeur of the mansion, acknowledged his mistake and readily apologized. Chapter 38. Preparing for war. Well, since they didn't actually enter, it's all right. Thankfully, although Yahiko and his friends were thrilled, they managed to avoid causing any trouble, thus Kasiran easily forgave them. Otherwise, given Kasiran's aversion to unruly children, even Yahiko and his companions would not have escaped a thorough beating. All right. As long as you three promise not to run around recklessly next time, Kasiran stated. Seeing that Kasiran was unperturbed, Muta waved his hand and departed. You three, I leave you for just a moment, and you managed to stir up trouble. Although Jiraiya was addressing Yahiko's trio, he directed a slap solely at Yahiko. Master Jiraiya, I understand my mistake, Yahiko said, nursing his bruised head. Konan and Nagato trembled, fearing they might also receive a few blows from Jiraiya. Your teacher and I have decided that you will reside here from now on. Kasiran informed the trio regarding their future accommodations. Wow, this house is yours. How impressive. It's about the same size as mine, and you already have your own place. Konan exclaimed in astonishment upon learning that the house belonged to Kasiran. Call me Kasiran. We may even train together in the future, he replied, feeling a fondness for Konan, who would become an angel in the future, especially since she was quite popular in the Naruto series. Moreover, Kasiran was intrigued by Konan's unique paper jutsu and was eager to discover whether her 6 trillion explosive tags were indeed a product of Kagaya's labor. Afterward, Kasiran instructed the old man Mi to guide Yahiko and his companions in selecting their rooms. He then halted Jiraiya, who intended to follow along. Jiraiya, wait a moment. I have something to ask you. I was primarily focused on the prophecy before. Jiraiya halted his steps, turning to Kaizen, who had called him to a stop. Is there something you wish to discuss? Jiraiya was uncertain what other matters Kaizen could have aside from the prophetic ones. I mainly wish to inquire about the current situation on the battlefield in the land of Rain. Due to the old man Mi's departure from the exchange office, his grasp on the intelligence within the ninja world had diminished significantly. Thus, Kaizen was not particularly well informed about the present circumstances in the land of Rain. Upon hearing Kaizen's inquiry regarding the progress of the ninja war, Jiraiya deemed it no burden to share his insights. Although it might seem that Jiraiya, while traveling through the land of Rain, was indifferent to the situation in Konoha, such an assumption would be overly naive. Jiraiya had always kept a vigilant eye on the developments of the ninja conflicts. Should Konoha truly suffer setbacks in the war, he would undoubtedly return to offer support. Yet, in this instance, Konoha had decisively bested the Sand Ninja, treating them as mere children to be chastised. Aside from encountering Hanzo in the land of Rain and enduring some losses, Konoha had been free to engage whom they pleased. The White Fang of Konoha had nearly decimated the Sand Ninja forces. As it stands, the war is unlikely to drag on much longer. The Sand Ninja had already received a beating from Hanzo, followed by another from Konoha, and their surrender seems imminent. Meanwhile, the Rock Ninja are engaged in battle with the land of Rain. Despite Hanzo's presence, the disparity in strength between them and the Rock Ninja is too great. I surmise that Hanzo is nearing his breaking point. Their surrender cannot be far off. Kaizen listened intently to Jiraiya's analysis of the ongoing war in the ninja world, realizing that the situation had indeed reached a critical juncture and was drawing to a close. It appeared that the Sand Ninja would soon capitulate under the assault of the White Fang, while the Land of Rain, as Kaizen had anticipated, was struggling against the Rock Ninja. The latter boasted two-tailed beasts and the formidable Inoki, a master of dust release techniques. In terms of strength, they vastly outmatched the Land of Rain. Even if the tailed beasts could not be deployed lightly, a single Inoki would be a significant headache for Hanzo. Not to mention the considerable gap in abilities among the lower-ranking ninjas. Barring any unforeseen events, the Land of Rain seems destined for defeat. However, the Rock Ninja would also face challenges, as it was likely that the Cloud Ninja would soon launch a surprise attack. Kaizen pondered the dynamics of the ninja world, murmuring the name Cloud Ninja. Jiraiya found Kaizen's mention of the Cloud Ninja curious, as they had not participated in this round of the ninja world conflict. Why would Kaizen suddenly invoke their name? Instinctively sensing that Kaizen might hold some knowledge, Jiraiya decided to broach the subject indirectly. Kaizen, do you possess an alternative perspective on the situation within the ninja world? Kaizen lifted his gaze to meet Jiraiya's, fully aware of the latter's intentions. Thoughts began to form in Kaizen's mind. He believed the Land of Rain should take part in this conflict, to establish some deterrence. If they did not, they risked becoming mere passage for ninjas during the Third Ninja World War. At the very least, the other ninja villages must understand that the Land of Rain is not to be trifled with. I have no particular opinion, merely that it is time for the ninja world to recognize that the Land of Rain is not easy prey, Kaizen replied to Jiraiya. Listening to the response from Kasumi, Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. Although he was reluctant to admit it, if Kasumi were truly to engage in the war, the outcome between the Land of Rain and the Rock Ninja would indeed be uncertain. Jiraiya recalled the earth-shattering punch Kasumi had delivered not long ago. While it is true that the destructive power of the tailed beasts is formidable, they can still be sealed when cooperating with the sealing team. The primary issue is that tailed beasts usually unleash their power in a state of frenzy. However, a lucid and rational giant like Kasumi is far more terrifying on the battlefield. So, you intend to partake in the conflict between the Land of Rain and the Rock Ninja? Jiraiya pondered, gazing at the youthful Kasumi, who already possessed the strength to sway the course of a war. This was merely the beginning. Kasumi did not respond directly to Jiraiya's inquiry, but instead uttered something unrelated. After speaking, he went off to prepare, leaving a lasting impression of strength on the three youngsters. At that moment, Elder Mi arrived with Yahiko and his companions to assign them rooms on the first floor. The trio was elated at the prospect of having their own room. Having endured a life of constant upheaval and only found some semblance of stability by following Jiraiya, now they were suddenly residing in a grand house. As they reveled in their joy, Kasumi approached them. You are Kasumi. Is there something you seek? Yahiko inquired politely, having noticed Kasumi's arrival. It would be impolite not to, for this was indeed Kasumi's domain, and their presence here was at his discretion. Do not be so formal. We are of similar age. I merely wish to have a chat with you, Kasumi said with a smile. You wish to speak with us? Yahiko responded with a hint of skepticism, doubting that someone who could converse with their teacher, Jiraiya, would have common ground with them. Observing Yahiko's uncertainty, Kasumi opted not to clarify immediately, but instead led the three of them into a nearby room. Please, take a seat. We shall engage in a simple discussion. Kasumi and Elder Mi sat on one side, while Yahiko and his companions occupied the other. Kasumi, noticing their anxiousness, posed a question that swiftly eased their tension. What are your thoughts on the Land of Rain being embroiled in war? The trio was visibly taken aback by the gravity of Kasumi's inquiry, but soon fell into silence. They were all individuals affected by the ravages of war and naturally harbored their own perspectives. Our families have been slain in the conflicts between great nations. It is always the small countries that suffer. If I were to gain power, I, too, would wish for them to experience the anguish of losing loved ones. Yahiko replied first, his hands clenched tightly, his voice laced with fury, but as he spoke of Jiraiya's teachings, it softened. Unable to articulate further, Yahiko's current ideals still held onto the primitive anger within him, prioritizing the desire for understanding over mutual empathy. Kazan gazed at Yahiko, his mind drifting back to the anime where Yahiko, in his adulthood, aspired for mutual understanding among people, believing that such comprehension would eradicate war. Yet, this noble ambition was destined to remain unfulfilled in the world of ninjas, leading to Yahiko's demise and Nagato's descent into darkness. Kazan then turned his gaze towards Konan and Nagato, both wearing expressions of sorrow. Although the trio often appeared cheerful and radiant, Each harbored a melancholic past within. If I declare my intention to transform the state of the Land of Rain, to eliminate war from the ninja world, and to ensure that commoners can live peacefully, would you lend me your support? As the weight of Yahiko's sadness lingered, Kazan spoke up. Old Man Mi had been silently listening to the dialogue between Kazan and the duo, astonished at this rare revelation of Kazan's innermost thoughts. What could be so special about these three that compelled Kazan to voice such convictions? Observing them closely, Old Man Mi perceived them merely as ordinary children. The notion of ceasing warfare in the ninja world seemed daunting, particularly as they were still far too weak to even save the Land of Rain. Yahiko was taken aback by Kazan's determination, yet he too felt the inadequacy of their strength. Do you realize that the Land of Rain is still embroiled in conflict with the Land of Earth, and if nothing changes, we are on the brink of defeat? Kazan informed Yahiko and the others of the current situation. Still at war? Why must they perpetually assault our nation? Yahiko clenched his fists and growled. Therefore, I intend to participate in this war. Kazan's declaration stunned the three, causing them to look up at him in disbelief. How can you possibly join the war? You are merely our age. You could meet your demise. Conan's astonishment was palpable, as she feared Kazan's impulsiveness and sought to dissuade him. Yahiko's assertion was astute. Strength was essential for any endeavor, and Kazan was resolute in his belief that he possessed that strength. His unwavering voice left the trio momentarily speechless. Noticing their astonishment, Kazan rose and walked into the courtyard. Over 3 months of rigorous training had equipped Kazan with a remarkable ability. He gently pierced his finger with a nail, and his body radiated a golden glow. Suddenly, a golden lightning bolt struck down. Upon emerging from the smoke, Yahiko and the others beheld Kazan enveloped in a golden aura. As the lightning struck him, in an instant, a cloud of mist engulfed the area, prompting the trio to shield their eyes. As the smoke cleared, they discovered Kazan had vanished, leaving behind a colossal figure with only its upper half visible. Yahiko and the others stared in wide-eyed astonishment at the giant form of Kazan. In these 3 months, Kazan had mastered a fragment of the power of transformation, granting him the ability to control the extent of his giant form at will. Now do you comprehend why I dare to speak of participating in this war? Kazan, now a half-giant, addressed Yahiko and the others. The trio gazed at the formidable figure of Kazan, their eyes glistening with awe. This is merely to demonstrate the power I possess. I am far more formidable when fully transformed into a giant. If you doubt this, you may inquire with your instructor. Upon witnessing Jiraiya's arrival, Hanzo, in his semi-giant form, directed his words towards him. As Jiraiya arrived, he overheard Hanzo speaking of him. Observing the fervent gazes of Yahiko and his companions, he sensed something amiss and wondered if Hanzo was attempting to sway his disciples. Ahem, it is true that Hanzo is quite powerful. Jiraiya felt somewhat embarrassed, recalling how he nearly fell victim to one of Hanzo's formidable attacks. Although it was ultimately a misunderstanding, admitting such a thing would be rather humiliating. Upon hearing Jiraiya concede Hanzo's might, Yahiko's eyes ignited with fierce determination. If Hanzo can wield such power at this age, then I too can achieve greatness. Yahiko brimmed with confidence about his future. Hanzo, are you truly leaving? Although their acquaintance was brief, Conan harbored a deep-seated fear of war, concerned that Hanzo might perish amidst the conflict. Fear not, I have contemplated this deeply, came Hanzo's somber voice. After stating this, he reverted from his giant form. Amidst a cloud of smoke, Hanzo emerged, his semi-giant form still lacking the comfort of his full transformation. After demonstrating his prowess to Yahiko and the others, he withdrew. Yahiko, Conan, Nagato, I have faith in you. I believe you shall one day realize the peace you seek. Hanzo imparted words of encouragement. Jiraiya, listening to Hanzo, felt his earlier suspicions confirmed. Hanzo was indeed attempting to influence his disciples. Puzzled, Jiraiya noted that Nagato had not revealed his Renegan. So why did Hanzo hold such optimism for Yahiko and his companions? After finishing his speech, Hanzo turned his gaze towards Jiraiya. Sensing something amiss, Jiraiya felt a sense of foreboding. Indeed, the next moment, Hanzo spoke. Jiraiya, I believe the peace of the Land of Rain requires your intelligence regarding the whereabouts of Hanzo and the IWA Shinobi. Hanzo intended to involve himself in the conflict between the Rain and IWA Shinobi without causing alarm, thus necessitating Jiraiya's assistance in providing specific locations. Jiraiya could not help but feel a bit sarcastic. Moments ago, Hanzo had been so imposing, and now he was requesting intelligence. However, The issue was that Jiraiya was uncertain of the precise locations. Intelligence has its time sensitivity, and he could only offer a rough estimate. With that thought, Jiraiya smiled and provided Hanzo with the information he sought. Armed with this knowledge, Hanzo set off on the path to confront the IWA Shinobi. Chapter 40. Two Rain Shinobi Hold On. Ryota. We are nearly back to the camp. In the dense forest, two figures swiftly maneuvered through the trees, with Motokawa assisting his injured teammate, calling out to him in an effort to prevent him from slipping into unconsciousness. Motokawa, just let me go and run on your own. If you carry me, the IWA Shinobi will catch up to us. Every escape counts. Ryota, who could only move through the trees with Motokawa's support, urged him to abandon the effort, fearing they would both be overtaken by the IWA Shinobi. What nonsense! Did you not promise Shinko that you would marry her upon your return? You cannot fall here. The two of us will surely return. The camp lies not far ahead. With Hanzo present, the rock shinobi dare not pursue us. Upon hearing Ryota's words, Honkawa was filled with rage. He was determined to rescue Ryota and bring him back to the camp. As they maneuvered through the trees, a kunai embedded with an explosive tag suddenly struck the tree before them. Boom! Ryota and Honkawa could not evade in time and were blasted from their perch. They tumbled on the ground, rolling several times to dissipate the force of the explosion. Honkawa emerged relatively unscathed, having absorbed the impact, but Ryota was not as fortunate. Already injured, he was struck by the shockwave, which exacerbated his wounds. Gasp! Ryota coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling instantly. Ryota, how infuriating! We were so close to the camp, and the rock shinobi dare to pursue us. Do they not fear Hanzo? Honkawa swiftly supported Ryota and administered a soldier's pill to stabilize his injuries. Just as Honkawa fed Ryota the pill, 5 rock shinobi materialized around them. Your Hanzo has been detained. He has no time to rescue you. You foolishly believe that the small nation of the Land of Rain can withstand us? How naive. One of the rock shinobi sneered, shattering their hopes. What? How could this be? Hanzo would never be detained. Has the Tsuchikage descended? In that moment, despair washed over Honkawa. Indeed, the Land of Rain was no match for the great powers. Fool, how could a mere Hanzo warrant the attention of our Tsuchikage? He is but a vessel for a tailed beast, one of the rock shinobi retorted, mocking Honkawa's mention of the Tsuchikage. To employ a tailed beast weapon is already a sign of respect for your range shinobi. With that, the rock shinobi prepared to eliminate them. Thud, thud, thud. As the rock shinobi raised their kunai, heavy footsteps echoed from ahead. What is that? The rock shinobi, drawn by the sound, turned to face the source. Before long, they beheld a giant, transformed figure sprinting toward them. The giant, upon seeing the surrounded range shinobi, instantly erupted with chakra, quickening its pace. Boom! The giant concentrated chakra in its legs, propelling itself forward in the blink of an eye and arriving beside one of the rock shinobi. Crack! One of the rock shinobi was instantly dispatched with a single kick from the giant. Quick! Move aside, enemy attack. Strike him. Witnessing their comrade's demise, the remaining rock shinobi reacted immediately. Earth style, rockfall technique. Earth style, earth spike. Earth style, swamp technique. 3 of the rock shinobi coordinated swiftly, attempting to thwart the giant's advance. After dispatching one foe, a rock descended from above, aimed at the giant's head, while numerous earth spikes surged from beneath, and the ground itself became softened. The 3 rock shinobi unleashed their jutsu, while another hurled an explosive tag and ready to kunai, poised to strike the giant. Observing the rock shinobi's swift response, the giant remained unfazed. The falling rock was no larger than its head. With a single punch, it shattered the obstruction. The earth spikes beneath its feet posed no threat either, as the giant could easily crush them with a mere kick. The swamp proved to be utterly inadequate, merely submerging his ankles, while the giant Casa effortlessly emerged. Even the explosive talismans posed no threat to the giant. What a monstrous being! The rock ninja gazed in awe at the 15-meter-tall giant Casa, who disregarded all attacks, leaving him utterly astounded. Where did this giant come from? Is this physique a result of some forbidden ninjutsu? The survivor, Ben Chuan, marveled at the formidable prowess of the giant Casa. While the rock ninja hesitated, the giant Casa wasted no time in striking. Once more, he concentrated chakra in his legs, and his speed surged dramatically. The rock ninja, witnessing the giant Casa's figure vanish, anxiously scanned the surroundings. Bang! One rock ninja was instantly reduced to a shower of blood and flesh. As the remaining rock ninjas beheld their fallen comrade, their fear intensified. What should we do? His speed is too overwhelming. We can't even see him. One rock ninja, on the brink of despair, shouted. Typically, a ninja would not succumb to panic so easily, but how could one remain composed when faced with a giant, naked human sprinting towards them, slaughtering their allies? Run. Let everyone escape, and report this information. A calamity has befallen the land of rain. The rock ninja urged his comrades to flee, but upon finishing his plea, he realized he was utterly alone. All his companions had perished. Hiss. The body struggles to endure. While the speed is indeed impressive, the intensity proves to be overwhelming. The giant Casa observed his smoking legs, satisfied with his velocity, yet troubled by the harm inflicted upon his massive form from the chakra concentration and acceleration. Ordinary stimulation posed no issue, but excessive chakra would lead to injury. Was something amiss in his technique? Believing in the adage that sheer strength yields miraculous results, Casa simply concentrated chakra, forcefully stimulating his legs to unleash speed, devoid of any finesse. Only a giant physique could withstand such reckless behavior. A human would have perished countless times over. Ah, how could I forget you? Noticing the rock ninja before him, who regarded him with trepidation, the giant Casa seemed to be reminded. The giant Casa charged forward, delivering a powerful kick. Bang! A shadow clone. As his kick connected, the rock ninja exploded into a cloud of smoke, and Casa quickly realized what had transpired. Observing the fleeing rock ninja ahead, the giant Casa, fueled by chakra, pursued relentlessly. Ben Chuan breathed a sigh of relief as he witnessed the annihilation of the rock ninjas by the giant Casa. However, just as he felt a moment of respite, he spotted the giant Casa returning. So swift. As the giant Casa approached them, Ben Chuan grew fearful that they too would be slaughtered. The giant Casa halted before the two rain ninjas and spoke. I have come to assist Hanzo in battling the rock ninja village. Take me to Hanzo. In that moment, the deep voice of the giant Casa resonated like a celestial melody, and Ben Chuan realized that they were spared from death. Very well, my lord. Our camp lies just ahead, but I have heard from the rock ninja that Lord Hanzo is currently restrained by a tailed beast. Chapter 41. The Five-Tailed Jinchuriki. Although the origins of the formidable warrior from the land of rain remain a mystery, Ben Chuan felt confident that Kassanin was not deceiving him. After all, no one would come to aid a nation that appeared doomed to defeat. Upon hearing that Hanzo was being detained by a Jinchuriki, Kassanin's interest was piqued. A Jinchuriki? One of the IWA Shinobi? Which-tailed beast? Kassanin had yet to engage in battle with a creature of such magnitude. He had initially intended to spar with Jiraiya, but the overwhelming power of his own abilities had deterred him from continuing. As Ben Chuan supported Ryota and prepared to lead the way, he was interrupted by the giant Kassanin's inquiry. I am uncertain. I merely overheard an IWA Shinobi mention that Lord Hanzo was held up by a Jinchuriki. Ben Chuan noted the excitement radiating from the giant Kassanin and found himself at a loss for words. After all, it was a tailed beast. How could one feel exhilaration at the mention of a Jinchuriki? Resolving to dismiss his confusion, he decided to proceed. Regardless of whether it was the four-tailed or five-tailed beast, he was determined to deliver a good thrashing today. After expressing his intent, the giant Kassanin instructed Ben Chuan and Ryota to lead the way. He made it clear that not everyone was worthy of being guided by him. As they advanced, the giant Kassanin followed closely behind Ben Chuan, and after some time, the sound of explosions reached their ears. It appears we are nearing the battlefield, he remarked. Emerging from the forest, the giant Kassanin beheld Hanzo engaged in combat on a vast plain. The clash of weapons echoed as Hanzo skillfully repelled the assaults of the surrounding IWA Shinobi. In terms of physical prowess, the IWA Shinobi were no match for Hanzo. However, this time they were collaborating with the Jinchuriki. Han, move in and restrain Hanzo. An IWA Shinobi commanded the young Jinchuriki at his side. Though terrified, Han, the Jinchuriki from IWA, steeled himself and summoned the power of his tailed beast to join the fray. How can he be merely a two-tailed beast? He's still quite immature, the IWA Shinobi thought, observing the two tails that emerged from Han's form. It was evident that a two-tailed beast would not pose a significant challenge to Hanzo. As expected, although Han was a Jinchuriki, his youth rendered him ineffective in this confrontation. Upon seeing the approaching Jinchuriki, Hanzo mused, so, they have finally deployed the Jinchuriki. Summoning technique. Seizing the opportunity presented by the retreat of the IWA Shinobi, Hanzo summoned a salamander. The violet poison swiftly permeated the battlefield, causing the surrounding IWA shinobi to hold their breath and flee from its grasp. The advancing Han fell victim to the poisonous miasma of Hanzo's summoned creature, staggering briefly before collapsing. The IWA shinobi who had commanded Han to charge forward witnessed the desired outcome. Is he finally going to unleash his full power? The five-tailed beast. If the Jinchuriki were to go berserk of his own volition, it would be a testament to his identity as an IWA shinobi. However, if provoked into a frenzy by his adversary, that would bear no consequence. The Rain Ninja, suppressed by the unfolding events, observed Hanzo's display of might with exhilaration, cheering loudly. Ignoring the surrounding jubilation, Hanzo understood that the battle was only just beginning as he gazed upon the fallen Jinchuriki. As anticipated by Hanzo, the fallen Han's tail began to multiply, swiftly transforming from a two-tailed form into a four-tailed state, rising to his feet as a four-tailed beast. Han's skin had become thoroughly permeated by the chakra of the tailed beast, pulsating as though blood were coursing through it incessantly. Roaring. In this moment, the four-tailed Han was in a state of unconsciousness, his own awareness having lapsed into a deep slumber. The manifestation of his four-tailed form was insufficient to summon the consciousness of the five-tailed beast. Like a feral creature, the four-tailed Han let out a deafening roar, immediately spotting the colossal salamander and charging towards Hanzo. Faced with the oncoming beast, Hanzo could not retreat. For the Rain Ninjas behind him were ill-equipped to contend with a tailed beast. He had no choice but to stand firm. With a decisive slap to the salamander's head, it understood Hanzo's intent. The salamander opened its maw and unleashed a spray of venom, though this time it was not lethal, but rather possessed anesthetic properties. Hanzo wished to prevent Han from fully transforming into a tailed beast, hoping instead to subdue him at that moment. Simultaneously, Hanzo formed seals to summon the explosive tags hidden beneath the ground where the rock ninjas stood. Fire style, exploding flame array. With Hanzo's hand seals, explosive tags surged forth from the earth beneath the rock ninjas. Realizing the impending danger, the rock ninjas found themselves unable to escape in time. Hanzo had patiently awaited this moment to detonate them. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of massive explosions reverberated, leaving the rock ninja forces decimated. Now, only the Jinchuriki remained. Witnessing the destruction of the rock forces, Hanzo felt assured that the Rain Ninjas could now contain the situation, allowing him to focus all his efforts on the Jinchuriki. Hanzo resolved to employ a strategy of subjugation against the Jinchuriki, given the limited sealing techniques available in the Rain Village. The four-tailed Han, having momentarily shaken off the paralysis induced by the salamander, raised his left hand in fury. Earth-style, multiple earth flow walls. Walls of earth began to rise before Hanzo. The four-tailed Han's arm descended. Bang! The ground before him was crushed into a fan-shaped pit by the force of the four-tailed Han's strike, shattering the summoned earth walls. Yet they held firm enough to provide some resistance. Hanzo leaped down from the salamander, preparing for close combat. As he swiftly approached the four-tailed Han, the beast plunged both hands into the ground. From the earth, two enormous chakra hands emerged before Hanzo, descending upon him with force. Bang! Hanzo nimbly employed the water body flicker technique to evade the chakra hand's assault, closing the distance to the four-tailed Han. He hurled chains in an attempt to bind the four-tailed beast. Crack! Crack! The chains ensnared the four-tailed Han. Hanzo pressed down on the struggling beast with one hand, while the other sought to inject it with anesthetic venom. However, he had underestimated the power of the tailed beast transformation. After a brief struggle, the four-tailed Han broke free from the chains. The chains shattered as the beast thrashed about, its tails lashing out towards Hanzo, utilizing his scythe to block. Hanzo was sent flying. Such strength. It was indeed a formidable challenge. Hans epitomizes the quintessential ninja, devoid of particularly formidable techniques. He finds himself at a distinct disadvantage against the Jinchuriki, especially those who have undergone the transformation into tailed beasts. After being struck and sent flying by the four tails, Hans turns to witness the creature widening its maw. A small, black orb materializes at the edge of the beast's mouth before it is consumed whole. Tailed Beast Bomb. The four tails channels its energy, unleashing a colossal beam of light directed towards Hans, incinerating the ground in its path. Realizing that standard ninjutsu would be futile against such an assault, Hans swiftly evades, employing the body flicker technique to escape the beam's lethal trajectory. The light beam carves through the forest, leaving a deep chasm in its wake. Chapter 42. Complete Tailed Beast Transformation of the Five Tails. Utilizing the body flicker technique, Hans positions himself above the four tails. Summoning Jutsu, Hans conjures forth a salamander, which promptly lands upon the four tails, driving it into the earth. Faced with the inability to subdue the beast, Hans determines that eliminating it outright may be a viable alternative. Realizing that forcibly restraining the four tails could spell his own defeat, he resolves to strike decisively. The salamander, having pinned down the four tails, is returned to the summoning realm, revealing the creature beneath the soil. Fire Release, Great Fire Dragon Technique. Hans performs the necessary seals, releasing a massive fire dragon that hurtles towards the four tails. The beast, unwilling to remain passive, retaliates with a chakra-infused hand aimed at the dragon. Yet, the fire dragon strikes true, catching the four tails at a perilously close range. Hans seizes the moment, advancing with his scythe aimed at the four tails. The blade meets resistance against the beast's tough hide. Noticing the futility of his initial strike, Hans channels Chakra into the scythe, causing it to emanate a brilliant blue light. With a swift motion, he delivers another strike to the four tails. The scythe cleaves deep, leaving a long gash, and the injured beast begins to sprout a fifth tail. Recognizing the urgency, Hans understands that if the transformation into a full-tailed beast is completed, vanquishing it will become a daunting challenge. Removing his mask, Hans exhales a noxious gas towards the tailed beast, enveloping it in a toxic cloud. The four tails struggles against the suffocating fumes. Hans, momentarily pale from the exertion, raises his scythe, now brimming with concentrated chakra. The energy coalesces, shining even more brightly as he grips the weapon firmly and strikes down towards the creature engulfed in poison. As the fifth tail nears its completion, the beast is nearly cleaved in two by Hans's lethal blow, sustaining grave injuries. Staggering from the impact, the tailed beast suddenly halts, a surge of potent chakra erupting from within. With a deafening roar, the four tails transforms into the formidable five tails king. "You seek death, human," the king speaks, lunging forward with a claw aimed at Hans. Hans deftly evaded the formidable claw strikes, observing the colossal form of the fully transformed nine tails, realizing he was still too late. This battle seemed destined for defeat. The beast had successfully undergone its transformation, and he had not eliminated it beforehand. Now, upon its complete transformation, Hans found himself powerless against the nine tails. Although he possessed some knowledge of sealing techniques, the challenge of sealing a tailed beast was far beyond his capabilities. The Rain Village also lacked the means to seal such a formidable creature. Witnessing Hans evade its attacks, King Mu refused to relent and swiftly charged towards him. The ground trembled beneath the weight of his massive form, drawing the attention of all on the battlefield to the immense nine tails. The Rock Shinobi recognized their impending victory upon seeing the nine tails, while the Rain Shinobi, observing Hans under siege, understood their imminent defeat. Hans continuously relied on his instantaneous movement to dodge King Mu's assaults, urgently shouting, "The operation has failed. All Rain Shinobi, retreat." Upon hearing Hans's command, the Rain Shinobi prepared to withdraw. However, the Rock Shinobi would not miss the opportunity to strike down a fallen foe. "Kill every last Rain Shinobi," bellowed their leader. As King Mu, growing increasingly agitated from his inability to strike Hans, caught sight of the retreating Rain Shinobi, he menacingly declared, "Humans, you are quite adept at fleeing. But what of your comrades?" Pausing his attacks, King Mu began to gather energy for a tailed beast bomb. This was not an assault comparable to that of the four tails. The power of a fully realized tailed beast bomb was cataclysmic. Desperation washed over Hans as he attempted to interrupt King Mu's charge, but the beast offered him no opportunity. The Rain Shinobi gazed upon the gathering tailed beast bomb with despair, while the Rock Shinobi reveled in their fortune, knowing that one strike would render any pursuit unnecessary. "Is this how you intend to reign in the land of rain? Do you dare to wield a tailed beast bomb? Dream on." The thunderous voice of the giant Kasa echoed from above, followed by his colossal form descending from the sky. With a single punch, he struck King Mu's head. Boom! The tailed beast bomb, charged and ready, was sent crashing into the ground as King Mu was forcefully driven into the earth, sending shockwaves through the surrounding terrain. Enormous fissures marred the landscape beneath him. The spectators stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the rapid shift in the tide of battle. "Hans-sama. He is a powerful ally from the land of rain who came to our aid." The astonished Mankawa explained as he approached Hans. What? There exists such a formidable warrior in the Land of Rain. Hans exclaimed, his voice laced with incredulity as he beheld the giant Kasa, who had just incapacitated the Ninetales with a single blow. Mankawa, equally astonished, had long suspected the strength of Kasa, but had never anticipated it to be so formidable. Standing atop the incapacitated King Mu, Kasa showed no mercy. He began to concentrate chakra in his hand and unleashed a barrage of punches upon King Mu's head. Thud, thud, thud. Each blow drove King Mu's head further into the ground, sending nearby rocks flying from the sheer force of Kasa's might. Though momentarily dazed, King Mu was soon engulfed by an overwhelming fury. The mighty Mu Wang struck down fiercely upon the giant transformed Kasa, sending it flying through the air. Seek death, humans! He roared, rising to his full height, towering over the giant Kasa, whose human features were still discernible amidst its fury. The sheer height of the giant was daunting, a stark reminder of Mu Wang's own insignificance. The giant Kasa, now standing at 15 meters while Mu Wang loomed at 65, lamented its inability to match the strength of the tailed beasts. Yet, the giant Kasa did not succumb to despair. Channeling chakra throughout its body, it ignited a faint blue glow that enveloped its form. Come forth, Five Tails! It exclaimed, charging towards Mu Wang. To the surrounding ninjas, the giant Kasa's speed appeared as a blue comet, a blur that was nearly impossible to track. Only Hans managed to keep pace, astonished by the giant's rapidity despite its colossal size. Such speed! Hans marveled, taken aback by the giant Kasa's ability to move so swiftly. Mu Wang, facing the oncoming blue streak, braced himself. With a resounding thud, the giant's fist collided with Mu Wang's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Accursed speed! Mu Wang growled, rising to strike back with all his might, aiming for the blue meteor. In Chapter 43, The Violent Assault on Five Tails, the giant Kasa met Mu Wang's strike head-on. Refusing to evade, the impact sent shockwaves through the surrounding earth, unleashing powerful gusts of wind. Hans raised his hand to shield himself from the onslaught. Who was this being, possessing such immense strength to confront a tailed beast directly? He pondered, his astonishment growing at the sight of someone capable of standing against a creature of such magnitude. Feeling Mu Wang's formidable power, the giant Kasa realized it could withstand the onslaught, bolstered by the chakra coursing through its veins, enhancing its abilities across the board. Yet, it recognized a singular flaw. Its physical form could not maintain this state for an extended period. As Five Tails retaliated, the giant Kasa delivered a powerful kick, sending the beast hurtling away. Swiftly, the giant Kasa pursued, landing another kick that redirected Five Tails in yet another direction. The rapid barrage left Five Tails momentarily stunned, unable to counterattack. Nearby, the rock ninjas watched in disbelief as the smaller giant Kasa toyed with the tailed beast like a mere ball. How is this possible? Where did such a powerful ninja come from? The leader of the rock ninjas murmured in shock. Though eager to assist Five Tails, the rock ninjas found themselves unable to intervene in the clash of these titans, fearing for their lives in the tumultuous battlefield. If indeed this was a formidable warrior from the Land of Rain, the outcome of this conflict might still hold promise for their side. Hans, observing the giant Kasa's domination over Five Tails, felt a surge of excitement. As the giant Kasa continued its relentless assault, Mu Wang began to acclimate to its speed. Sensing another attack approaching, Mu Wang trembled, a wave of scalding steam emanating from his form. The giant Kasa, forced back by the formidable steam of King Mu, lay on the ground, observing the battered form of King Mu and acknowledging the toll of their fierce encounter. Humans, Kasa mused, one must admit your strength is remarkable. Few possess such formidable power. Aside from sealing techniques, you are among the select few capable of confronting us directly. King Mu, recognizing the prowess of the giant Kasa, acknowledged that Kasa was one of the rare beings capable of withstanding the might of tailed beasts. Thank you for the compliment, Kasa replied humbly. Yet sealing techniques are indeed a powerful ninjutsu. While the simple tailed beasts may not rank highly in the later stages of the Naruto saga, a perfect Jinchuriki is certainly more formidable. And then there is Kagaya, who, if we disregard Boruto, can be considered the most powerful in Naruto. However, what is the outcome? Kagaya was sealed not once, but twice by those of lesser strength, once even by Naruto and Sasuke, who bore half of the sage's power. Now, she is merely a moon hanging above the ninja world. But if you believe that you can defeat me with this, you are sorely mistaken. King Mu's voice resonated as he crouched into a charging stance. Casa understood the intent. King Mu was preparing to charge him head-on. With his horns raised, King Mu's body began to emit steam profusely. Suddenly, he dashed forward, transforming into a streak of light racing towards Casa. What incredible speed, Casa thought, realizing that one must never underestimate a tailed beast. As Casa sensed the velocity of King Mu's charge, he illuminated with a faint blue glow, entering his meteor state. In this form, Casa maneuvered deftly while King Mu pursued him closely. Boom, boom, boom. The two figures danced through the battlefield, creating chaos around them. Numerous ninjas were flung aside by the rapid movements of Casa and King Mu, their fates uncertain as they fell to the ground. Quick, evacuate the battlefield, shouted the leader of the Rock Ninja as the battle zone expanded dangerously. Rain ninjas, retreat. Withdraw from the battlefield and stand by for support. Hanzo understood that such a high-caliber fight was beyond the Rain ninjas. To be caught in the fray would mean certain death. As the Rain ninjas retreated, Hanzo remained on the battlefield, feeling confident enough to engage. He began laying explosive tags, preparing for the chaos that ensued as King Mu and Casa wreaked havoc. Realizing he could not keep pace with Casa, King Mu continued to pursue him, releasing small-tailed beast bombs from his mouth in rapid succession. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions echoed around them as King Mu unleashed his small-tailed beast bombs in an attempt to suppress Casa, yet he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his high-speed pursuit. Recognizing that he could not catch Casa, he transformed into a stationary artillery platform, continuously firing the small-tailed beast bombs. The speed of the attack was utterly ineffective against oneself. The giant-sized Kajuran calculated that the Mu King's rate of assault could barely keep pace with him, at most constraining his range of motion. Furthermore, Kajuran observed Hans continually setting up explosive tags, realizing that Hans intended to join the fray. Fire release, multiple Great Fire Dragon technique. 5 fire dragons collided directly with the Mu King's face, creating a resounding impact. The Mu King's head jerked to the side, interrupting his offensive. What a splendid opportunity. Feel the force of my fist. Seeing Hans provide support, the giant-sized Kajuran seized the moment, transforming into a shooting star and hurtling towards the Mu King. With a resounding crash, the Mu King was struck by Kajuran's meteoric form, propelling him onto the explosive tag array laid by Hans. Witnessing this synergy, Hans silently praised the collaboration. Fire release, multiple explosive flame array. This time, Hans had meticulously arranged all the explosive tags, causing a series of detonations that made the Mu King roar in agony. One of his legs was blown off entirely, not giving the Mu King a moment's respite. The giant-sized Kajuran charged forward, unleashing a barrage of powerful punches. Boom, boom, boom. Kajuran relentlessly struck the Mu King's head, who, having endured Hans's assault, was now dazed from the onslaught. With a final, decisive blow, Kajuran halted his fists. The relentless barrage had caused smoke to rise from his hands, and he too had sustained injuries. Observing the fallen Mu King, Kajuran paused and, upon withdrawing from his chakra mode, began to emit smoke as well. The continuous battle had not only wounded his hands, but had also taken a toll on his body due to the strain of chakra. As he felt his body rapidly healing, Kajuran realized that his physical strength was still insufficient. Not only did the exertion cause harm, but even striking the Mu King had led to injuries. Kajuran couldn't help but feel disdain. After all, the Mu King's head had been battered beyond recognition. It was only the formidable vitality of the tailed beast that had kept it alive. An ordinary entity would have perished long ago. Chapter 44. The Ruthless Five Tails. As the flesh and blood on his knuckles continued to regenerate, Kajuran pondered that had he possessed the ability to armor himself, his fists might have remained unscathed. At that moment, Hans approached, gazing up at the still smoldering giant-sized Kajuran, bowing sincerely in gratitude. I thank you for your assistance. Without your support, my ranged shinobi would have suffered devastating losses this time. I still lack the appropriate means to combat tailed beasts. After expressing his gratitude, Hans turned his attention to the fallen Five Tails, genuinely astonished that the Land of Rain harbored such powerful ninjas capable of directly defeating a tailed beast. Observing Hans's demeanor, Kajuran noted that the current Hans was indeed devoid of the later ruthlessness. He still held on to his dreams and aspirations. It is not solely my achievement. I never anticipated that your explosive tags could sever a tailed beast's leg. However, It was indeed your explosive tags that allowed me to seize the opportunity and take down the five tails in one fell swoop. The giant Casa turned his gaze towards the broken leg of King Mu, genuinely marveling at the astonishing power of Han's explosive tags. In the future, should you employ such potent explosive tags against Nagato, it is conceivable that the fourth great ninja war might never transpire. For Nagato could very well be vanquished by your hand. It is indeed humbling. These are not ordinary explosive tags, but rather a potent ninjutsu crafted by me, infused with my chakra, making them a formidable technique. Regrettably, their quantity is limited, and I have expended all of them this time, which has also taken a considerable toll on my chakra reserves. Hans candidly admitted that the explosive tags do not possess such overwhelming power on their own. It is entirely reliant on his craftsmanship and chakra enhancement. Now, his chakra is running low as well. Only a creature like Casa could sustain such a lengthy battle. Retaining half of his chakra, my lord, how do you intend to deal with the five tails? Our village of Rain lacks the sealing techniques necessary for tailed beasts. I had initially considered eliminating the Jinchuriki outright, but now that the five tails has transformed, the situation has become more complex. Unless he willingly returns to the Jinchuriki's body, it is fortunate that you are able to land a blow on him. Hans placed his hand on the head of King Mu, who had been mercilessly pummeled by the giant Casa, his tone filled with astonishment. Aside from hearing tales of the wreckage from the village of clouds, who could confront tailed beasts directly, he had never known anyone else with such capabilities. The emergence of a powerhouse like Casa from their village of Rain, capable of defeating tailed beasts, combined with his poison to eliminate lesser foes, might just tilt the balance in the land of Rain's favor. Contemplating the prospect of peace in the land of Rain, Hans gazed fervently at the robust figure of the giant Casa. Just as Casa was about to respond to Hans's flattery with humility, he sensed the intensity of Hans's gaze upon him. What on earth? Does this old man harbor some peculiar fascination? His stare makes me quite uncomfortable, thought Casa, shivering inwardly. He quickly cleared his throat and turned his attention back to King Mu. While Hans and the giant Casa engaged in mutual praise, King Mu was secretly recuperating. His regenerative abilities, while not on par with the fully powered giant Casa, were nonetheless remarkable within the ninja world. As King Mu prepared to unleash a surprise upon Hans and Casa, he felt ready. Suddenly, his prostrate form erupted with scalding steam. With a loud whoosh, King Mu's unexpected attack caught both the giant Casa and Hans off guard. A deluge of high-temperature steam enveloped them instantly. Casa was relatively unfazed, accustomed to steam. The heat was merely a variation he could withstand. However, Hans, being merely human, was not so fortunate. The scorching steam engulfed him, reddening his skin as if he were a steamed lobster. Had Hans still been equipped with a respirator, he might have endured the initial assault, granting him an opportunity to escape. Alas, he had earlier removed the respirator to release toxic gas. Now, inhaling the blistering steam rendered Hans immobile, searing him in its embrace. The giantized Casa instantly re-entered the chakra mode, his body emanating a soft blue glow, poised to locate the feigning Mu King for a thorough discourse. With a formidable punch, he struck the spot where Mu King lay, yet his fist met only emptiness, as Mu King had evaded, releasing steam in his wake. Cursing under his breath, Casa lamented that he should have shattered Mu King's legs entirely. Who would have thought he could still regain mobility? The tailed beast's resilience was truly astonishing. With Mu King eluding capture, the giantized Casa turned his gaze towards Hans, noting that the latter's entire being had turned crimson. Alarmed, Casa recognized that while his own formidable physique could withstand such heat, Hans was in peril. Without hesitation, Casa swiftly grasped the rigid Hans and leaped out of the steam's hazardous range. Shortly after their escape, several small-tailed beast orbs rained down upon the area once shrouded in steam. Boom, boom, boom. Casa felt the explosions behind him, realizing with astonishment that Mu King had not fled but rather retaliated. Coughing, he remarked, "Inhaling the steam from the five-tailed beast caused my chakra to become disordered in an instant. I nearly succumbed to it. I owe you my gratitude." Once outside the steam's influence, Hans appeared significantly better. It was surprising that Mu King's steam could indeed disrupt chakra. Why had he remained unaffected? Hearing Hans's comment about Mu King's steam being problematic, Casa found himself perplexed by his own immunity. Humans, do not underestimate the power of a tailed beast. In your next life, do not provoke them. From a distance, Mu King seethed with pain and loathing towards the giantized Casa. Tailed beasts were typically sealed by others. Yet here was Casa, mercilessly pummeling him, even managing to distort Mu King's head. He had never endured such humiliation, though Mu King harbored intentions of resistance. After sustaining numerous blows from Casa's chakra-imbued fists, the chakra within him became entangled, rendering him incapable of counterattacking. Upon hearing Mu King's threats, Casa turned towards the source of the voice. Mu King was gathering energy for a colossal-tailed beast orb, powerful winds emanating from its vicinity. Aiming the orb at the fleeing giantized Casa, Mu King exclaimed, "So you wish to play hardball? Unable to best me in close combat, you resort to this." Casa understood well that he could indeed overpower a tailed beast in physical combat, but he was acutely aware that he could not withstand an orb larger than himself. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he recognized he had no time to disrupt Mu King's nearly completed tailed beast orb. Roar! Die, human! The fully charged tailed beast orb hurtled towards Casa. Everything in its path was obliterated by its tremendous force, carving a chasm as it flew. The giantized Casa was in peril. Chapter 45, One Punch Casadam. If only I possessed the skills of Bo, this would be a different story. Sensing the cataclysmic force approaching from behind, Casa understood that he was struck. Both he and Hans were destined for annihilation. In a moment of crisis, a formidable chakra was summoned from the spine of the giantized Casa, continuously flooding his body. As the chakra was released, the pale blue luminescence surrounding the giantized Casa intensified with brilliance. Moments later, he transformed into a radiant blue orb of light. Alas, I have yet to master this mode. The giantized Casa, fully activating his chakra, sensed impending doom, yet felt powerless to avert it. Boom! The tailed beast bomb exploded behind him. In an instant, a sphere of light began to expand outward from the explosion, annihilating everything it touched with its overwhelming energy. A massive orange orb relentlessly pursued the smaller blue orb. Despite the full power of the giantized Casa's chakra mode, the orange sphere was swiftly left behind by the blue orb. As the explosion subsided, a colossal mushroom cloud rose, its pressure akin to that of a typhoon spreading in the vicinity. Once clear of the explosion's range, the blue orb came to a halt, its radiance gradually fading to reveal the giantized Casa within. Enveloped in smoke, his body was mostly obscured, with only his skeletal legs visible. He was undeniably powerful, yet his corporeal form lagged behind. Sitting still, the giantized Casa rapidly healed his wounds, feeling the sun's warmth aiding his recovery. At that moment, Hanzo also regained his composure and, observing the injured giantized Casa, spoke gravely. "I was careless. I was ambushed by the Five Tails. Otherwise, the situation would not be this dire. Curse it, if only I had sealing techniques." Hanzo consumed a soldier's pill and rose, gazing at the approaching Five Tails in the distance. The giantized Casa, having noticed the advancing Mu King, glanced at his nearly restored legs and stood up. He had not intended to unleash his ultimate technique. He merely wished to engage in close combat to test his strength. But if this is how it shall be, then so be it. The giantized Casa's voice deepened as he clenched his fist. "My lord, is there still a way forward? Do you require my assistance?" Hanzo, hearing the giantized Casa's inquiry, sought his opinion. "No need. I shall not engage in close combat any longer." After declaring this, the giantized Casa fully recovered, raising his fist as chakra surged forth. During his battle with Jiraiya, he had realized the potency of this technique, and he was eager to discover how powerful a full-force strike would be in chakra mode. The pale blue light enveloped his body once more, and the brilliance of his right arm intensified. The giantized Casa crouched in preparation, gathering energy in his right arm. While he could not rival Night Guy, defeating the Five Tails would certainly be within his grasp. With a sudden burst of energy, the giantized Casa unleashed a punch, transforming into a pale blue meteor, chakra swirling around him as he morphed into a pale blue dragon's head. A serious punch. The dragon head, born from the giantized Casa, struck the earth with formidable force. As he surged forward, the ground behind him heaving in turmoil. The dragon's head surged toward King Mu, who, recognizing the formidable impact of the giantized Casa, understood that this assault would be difficult to withstand. King Mu continuously unleashed small-tailed beast orbs in a desperate attempt to fend off the assault of the giantized Casa. Bang! The small-tailed beast orbs were obliterated upon collision with the dragon's head, which, undeterred, continued its relentless advance toward King Mu. Roar! King Mu consumed a tailed beast orb and unleashed a beam of light in hopes of slowing the dragon's momentum. However, his efforts proved futile, as the dragon effortlessly shattered the beam and continued its approach. It was over. With the dragon's head looming so close, King Mu realized he could not evade the impending strike. Enveloping himself with 5 tails for protection, he braced for impact. Bang! The giantized Casa's fist collided with King Mu's tails. He was violently hurled away by a colossal beam of light, crashing heavily into the distance. King Mu's roar echoed ominously, culminating in an explosion. As the dust settled, it became evident that although the giantized Casa had unleashed its full power upon King Mu, it too had suffered a backlash, with its right arm entirely vanishing. As the smoke cleared, the battered form of King Mu emerged from the center of the explosion. His 5 tails had completely disappeared. 3 of his horns were shattered, and his body was in tatters, devoid of any unscathed flesh. Struggling to lift his head to gaze at the smoking giantized Casa, King Mu's head fell heavily to the ground. His form rapidly diminished, revealing the wounded figure of the 5-tailed Jinchuriki. Knowing he would perish if he did not return to his seal, King Mu, not wishing to exist as a mere wandering chakra for years, returned to his confinement. The giantized Casa, witnessing King Mu transformed back into a Jinchuriki, realized that this tailed beast had been thoroughly vanquished. With King Mu's grievous injuries, he would surely die if he did not return to his seal. The one-armed, smoke-emitting giantized Casa approached the unconscious Jinchuriki. Earth Release, Mountain Earth Technique. Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp. Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp. As the giantized Casa advanced toward the Jinchuriki, 2 hemispherical formations suddenly rose on either side, converging toward it. The ground beneath the giantized Casa transformed into a swamp, momentarily restraining its movement within the confines of the Mountain Earth Technique. The giantized Casa braced itself against one side while using its foot to support the other, standing on one leg to resist the Mountain Earth Technique. Had a skilled IWA ninja capable of utilizing the Mountain Earth Technique arrived? Those familiar with the anime would recognize this technique as having briefly contained the 10 tails. Yet this time, it was directed at itself. However, the efficacy of ninjutsu depends on the user. Did they truly believe this mere Mountain Earth Technique could bind me? Observing the battle between the giantized Casa and King Mu, the IWA ninja who had covertly overseen the Jinchuriki understood that their Mountain Earth Technique could not confine the giantized Casa for long. Thus, they swiftly emerged, retrieving the 5-tailed Jinchuriki and, along with other IWA ninjas, executed a body flicker technique to escape. As the giantized Casa concentrated chakra throughout its body and exerted its strength, the Mountain Earth Technique was shattered. Had the IWA ninja successfully rescued the Jinchuriki? Did they expect to save him after engaging in battle? Such fortunate circumstances were hardly to be expected. Though the loss of his arm has yet to heal, it does not impede the giantized Case's ability to once again enter chakra mode. With regenerative capabilities akin to that of a titan, Case can persist indefinitely. As long as the sun shines, he will continue to fight, merely hindered by the speed of his recovery. I can duel with you for a lifetime, declared Captain Steve Case of the Shinobi realm. Chapter 46. The Rock Ninja fleeing with the Jinchuriki. You are the shadow guard of Lord Tsuchikage, Tidy Ling, correct? The leader of the retreating rock ninjas spoke gravely to the ninja who had rescued the 5-tails Jinchuriki. Indeed, Shiyu. There is no time for idle chatter. In my capacity as the Tsuchikage shadow guard, I command you to hold off the pursuing enemy with all your might. I will use the body flicker technique to swiftly return to the camp with the Jinchuriki. It is imperative that the Jinchuriki does not fall into enemy hands. I am counting on you. Tidy Ling, bearing the Jinchuriki, quickly issued orders to the Rock Ninja Squad. What? Shiyu understood that holding off the giantized K's meant risking their lives. Defeating the titaniized K's, who had already bested the 5-tails twice, was beyond their capability. Only by sacrificing themselves could Tidy Ling gain precious time to return to the camp. Now is the time for you to embody the will of stone. Upon hearing Tidy Ling's command, Shiyu comprehended that their duty as ninjas had come to fruition. Yes, we must bring the Jinchuriki back. We will hold off that monster. Shiyu gritted his teeth, responding with unwavering resolve. All members of the 5th squad, halt your steps and obstruct the enemy. Fight to preserve the Jinchuriki. As Shiyu's orders were issued, all remaining rock ninjas, save for Tidy Ling, ceased their advance. Your sacrifices will not be in vain. I will report everything here to Lord Suchikich. Tidy Ling uttered these words through clenched teeth, his other hand tightly balled into a fist, revealing his own discomfort. As a shadow guard of the Suchikich, Tidy Ling possessed the courage to sacrifice for the Rock Village, yet among this group of ninjas, he was the most proficient in body flicker techniques. Having observed the battle, Tidy Ling realized that even his superior speed could not outrun the Chakra mode giantized Ks, necessitating that the remaining rock ninjas remain to confront the threat. Shiyu, witnessing Tidy Ling vanish with the Jinchuriki, understood this would be the last time he would see him. Set traps in place, primarily to delay. Do everything in your power to extend our time. With that, the remaining rock ninjas began to lay their traps. The giantized Ks transformed into a pale blue meteor, hurtling towards the direction in which the rock ninjas had fled. I still find it somewhat uncomfortable with one hand missing. Observing his arm, which had only partially regenerated, Ks recognized that today's battle had been exceedingly fierce. He had expended too much energy, causing his recovery to slow. Standing idle under the sun would hasten his healing, yet allowing the rock ninjas to escape left him dissatisfied. As the meteor formed by the giantized Ks passed between the trees, explosions suddenly erupted around him. Boom. The detonation of explosive tags barely inflicted damage even in his normal giant form, let alone in Chakra mode. Aside from producing a sound, it bore no other consequence. The giant transformed figure of Kasirin, bathed in a soft azure glow, halted unexpectedly. To his astonishment, this group of rock ninjas dared to counterattack. Earth-style, Yellow Spring Swamp. Earth-style, Yellow Spring Swamp. Earth-style, Yellow Spring Swamp. Earth-style, Yellow Spring Swamp. A multitude of rock ninjas unleashed their jutsu, causing the ground beneath the giant Kasirin to morph into a vast expanse of muddy swamp. In a typical state, such a large area of Yellow Spring Swamp could indeed ensnare the giant Kasirin. However, he was currently in Chakra mode. Do you comprehend what a meteor is? The Yellow Spring Swamp could not touch the giant Kasirin in Chakra mode, who swiftly scanned his surroundings for the rock ninjas. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst a dazzling display of movement, countless rock ninjas were reduced to mere blood mist. Shiyu realized that the current speed of the giant Kasirin rendered the Yellow Spring Swamp ineffective. Thus, this group of rock ninjas was merely bait. Their purpose was to affix the secret technique soil to the giant Kasirin after he struck them. Secret technique, Stone Prison. Shiyu sensed that there was enough soil on and around the giant Kasirin to execute the secret technique. As the technique was initiated, the area within a 50-meter radius around the giant Kasirin was instantly filled with stones. The giant Kasirin found himself encased at the center. The speed of the Chakra mode Kasirin was so rapid that without this method, he could not be restrained. Quickly, reinforce the Chakra. Once Shiyu's secret technique successfully enveloped the giant Kasirin in Chakra mode, the remaining rock ninjas surged forward, channeling their Chakra into the massive stone formation. Damn! This feels reminiscent of a sealing technique. As the Chakra from the rock ninjas flowed in, the giant Kasirin felt the stone's unyielding nature, rendering him immobile. He harbored doubts that this secret technique was specifically designed for sealing. Although unable to move, Kasirin remained unfazed. His colossal form began to surge with abundant Chakra, launching an assault against the stones. The pressure on the surrounding rock ninjas intensified. The sheer volume of Chakra from the giant Kasirin made it increasingly difficult to maintain the integrity of the stones. Observing the fierce expressions on his subordinates' faces, Shiyu understood that they could not contain the giant Kasirin for long. Hold on with all your might. Every second counts. Shiyu bellowed frantically, his hand trembling as he sustained the secret technique. The rock ninjas roared in desperation, but their efforts proved futile, as some began to perish from excessive Chakra expenditure. With the continuous loss of life among the rock ninjas, the stability of the stone ceiling began to waver, and tiny cracks appeared in the stones. Crack, crack, crack. As the giant Kasirin's Chakra relentlessly battered the stones, the fissures expanded, culminating in a single crack that spanned the entire structure. You think you can trap me? Die. The giant Kasirin suddenly intensified his Chakra output, his Chakra mode growing even more potent. Boom. The stones erupted violently, sending shards flying and resulting in countless casualties among the surrounding rock ninjas. The giant Kasirin, now radiating a brilliant blue luminescence, emerged at the center of the shattered stones. Not bad, this sealing technique. The giant form of Kasu stared at the only remaining standing figure in the distance, the stone wing, and offered words of praise. The condition of the stone wing was dire. His secret techniques had been brutally dismantled, his mind suffered significant trauma, and blood continuously flowed from his eyes. Merely managing to stand was already an immense struggle. Observing the speechless stone wing, the giant Kasu exited his chakra mode and, amidst a swirl of smoke, approached him with deliberate steps. To be able to delay me with your very lives is commendable, though only from the perspective of the Rock Ninja Village. Different stances naturally lead to life and death. The giant Kasu stood before the stone wing, gazing down at this unyielding rock ninja, and raised his restored right hand. Once I have extinguished the 5 great nations and unified the ninja world, you shall no longer need to perish. With that, the giant Kasu brought his fist down. Ultimately, the stone wing met his demise while still standing. The giant Kasu observed the few remaining rock ninjas who were still wailing and walked over to eliminate them. Preparing to pursue the Jinchuriki. Ninjutsu, for Purple Flames Formation. Chapter 47. For Purple Flames Formation? A Great Leap. It turned out that not all the rock ninjas had come forth to infuse chakra and seal the giant Kasu. They had left behind a ninja capable of executing the 4 Purple Flames Formation, intending to trap the giant Kasu after he broke free from the seal. This strategy was devised to maximize the time they could delay the giant Kasu. Watching the barrier rise around him, the giant Kasu smirked with disdain. Quite clever indeed. Instead of confronting me all at once, you left 4 to obstruct me. It appears you are all prepared to face death. Yet, do they underestimate me? The giant Kasu looked upward, while the 4 Purple Flames Formation surrounded him. The top remained open. Having been curious while watching anime, he now had the opportunity to test it. The giant Kasu activated his chakra mode, crouched down, and gathered strength. Boom! A massive pit erupted beneath his feet. A meteor shot directly from the 4 Purple Flames Formation. How is this possible? The 4 Purple Flames Formation was breached like this. The rock ninja maintaining the formation did not anticipate that the giant Kasu could leap out of the ceiling height of the formation. Since the inception of the 4 Purple Flames Formation, those trapped within were either defeated by overwhelming force or forced to release the technique due to insufficient chakra. This method of escape was indeed unprecedented. As expected, as long as I jump high enough, I can soar directly out. This technique likely suits the giant Kasu in chakra mode, for only ninjas capable of reaching such heights possess the formidable offensive power necessary to break the 4 Purple Flames Formation. Conversely, those unable to breach it typically cannot reach such altitudes. The giant Kasu reached out to touch the nearby clouds, looking down at the site of the 4 Purple Flames Formation. Since my desire has been fulfilled, it is time to conclude this battle. The giant Kasu forcefully kicked against the air, producing a tremendous sonic boom, and with great force, he descended rapidly toward the ground. Justice falls from the heavens. With an unparalleled momentum, the giant Kasu crashed down upon the location of the 4 Purple Flames Formation. Boom! A tremendous explosion radiated outward, obliterating the 4 Purple Flames Formation and leaving the 4 rock ninjas who maintained it as mere ashes. The giant-sized Kasa, in a display of overwhelming force, likened his actions to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. It was merely a handful of rock ninjas and the 4 Purple Flames Formation. Yet he felt compelled to unleash such devastation. Rising slowly from the depths of the vast crater, the giant Kasa emitted wisps of smoke, indicating that his colossal form had sustained injuries. Perhaps next time, he mused, it would be wiser to engage directly rather than causing collateral damage to himself, particularly to his recently healed arm. Observing the aftermath of his punch, with his right arm once again incapacitated, Kasa felt fortunate for the extraordinary regenerative abilities granted by his giant transformation. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly been left in a state of utter ruin. As he surveyed the destruction wrought by his so-called heaven-sent justice, Kasa could not help but reflect on the lengths to which ninjas would go for their orders, often disregarding their very lives, akin to moths drawn to a flame. Despite his moment of introspection, he did not forget his prize, the host of the tailed beast. After briefly regaining his strength, he activated his chakra mode once more, and the pale blue shooting star took flight again. Taidailing, the host of the 5 tails, sensed the explosion and fiery eruption behind him, realizing that the rock ninjas who had attempted to impede the giant Kasa had all perished. However, assessing the distance, he understood that he was relatively safe. Not daring to linger for even a moment, He utilized his instantaneous body technique. Even as blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth. The giant Casa, now in chakra mode, soared through the air but soon realized he could not keep up. After being momentarily hindered by the rock ninjas, he lost all trace of the five-tailed beast host. Taidaling's decision to escape using the instantaneous body technique proved astute, as he successfully evaded the giant Casa's pursuit. The giant Casa, halting his chase, recognized the familiar surroundings, understanding that this time he had missed his opportunity and began his retreat. On the battlefield where the five tails had clashed. After declaring his intent to pursue, the giant Casa transformed into a pale blue shooting star and departed, while Hanzo remained behind to recuperate his strength and chakra. After some time, the Rain Ninjas, having noticed the cessation of combat, returned to the periphery of the battlefield. "Look, it's Lord Hanzo," exclaimed one keen-eyed Rain Ninja, spotting Hanzo seated as he recovered. "Only Lord Hanzo remains. Where's the five tails? Have we triumphed?" Another ninja remarked, observing the battlefield with incredulity. "But where is the other lord who was fighting the five tails?" With only Hanzo in sight and no sign of the giant Casa, the Rain Ninjas grew anxious. They could not afford to lose such a formidable ninja in the battle against the five tails. "Lord Hanzo, are you unharmed? What of the other ninja who fought the five tails?" they asked respectfully as they approached him. Opening his eyes, Hanzo was greeted by the sight of the surrounding Rain Ninjas. Recalling the giant Casa, who had not only subdued the tailed beast, but had also delivered a final blow that forced the five tails back into its seal. He could not help but erupt into laughter. "Ha! In our Rain country, we finally possess a ninja capable of rivaling the tailed beasts. The days of being at the mercy of others are over. It has not been an easy journey, indeed, although the origins of this formidable figure, the giant Casa, remain shrouded in mystery. One thing is certain. He is a powerful warrior from our homeland. Would foreign nations come to the aid of a small country in its battle against formidable foes?" After the giant vanquished the five tails, the creature was rescued by the people of Iwa Ninja Village, who then pursued him. "At long last, our Rain country can stand against the five great nations. Peace is no longer a distant dream." The invigorating voice of Hanzo spread among the Rain Ninjas. Despite their speculations, when Hanzo made the announcement, a wave of exhilaration swept through them. They had triumphed over the Iwa Ninja Village, which had wielded the tailed beast as a weapon. They now possessed the confidence to engage with the five great nations, and the long-awaited prospect of peace seemed within reach. As the Rain Ninjas celebrated, the giant Casa, having pursued the enemy to Tidy Ridge, descended like a meteor before them. With a resounding thud, he landed, dissipating his chakra mode. His form enveloped in smoke as he began to recover. The sight of the giant Casa's descent elicited yet another cheer from the Rain Ninjas, their praises flowing forth in a continuous stream into his ears. "Look, behold the grandeur of that noble figure, a powerful presence emerging from the mist. Indeed, just look at those robust muscles and commanding visage. He is truly the man who defeated the tailed beast." Absolutely. That fiery red hair and resolute gaze epitomized the strength of a warrior. The Rain Ninjas gazed upon the giant Casa's form as if witnessing the dawn of peace for the Rain country. The losses endured during this conflict had been immense. Their homeland had become a battlefield, and many loved ones among the Rain Ninjas had perished in the turmoil. The yearning for peace in this small nation was profoundly intense. The giant Casa's valiant battle ignited a flicker of hope within their hearts. Chapter 48. The heavily damaged Iwa Ninjas' endless praises flowed into the ears of the giant Casa, each more extravagant than the last, causing him to stiffen with a sense of embarrassment. What were these remarks? Were they truly so effusive? The giant Casa felt a mix of emotions, unsure how to respond to the fervent admiration of the Rain Ninjas. Their zealous attitude was somewhat overwhelming. Just as he grappled with his discomfort, Hanzo's timely voice alleviated the awkwardness. "My lord, allow us to escort you back to our main camp. Let us sit together and deliberate." Hanzo extended the invitation to the giant Casa to return with them. Acknowledging Hanzo's suggestion with a nod, the giant Casa agreed. After all, he had come to assist the Rain Ninjas, and it was only fitting to manage his home base with care. Seeing the giant Casa acquiesce, Hanzo gestured for the Rain Ninjas to begin their journey. Utilizing the body flicker technique with all their might, they finally arrived at the Iwa Ninjas' main camp. "Halt! Who goes there?" came the challenge from the shadow guards of Tidy Ridge. The guards at Tidy Ridge were immediately alerted upon the sudden appearance of the figure. Yet upon recognizing him, they promptly saluted. Tidy Ridge, seeing the guards' respect, felt a wave of relief wash over him and collapsed, bringing down with him the host of the Five Tails. Quickly, inform Lord Suchikage that I bear urgent intelligence. Tidy Ridge managed to instruct the guards in a fragmented manner. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, one guard supported Tidy Ridge and the Five Tails, while another hastened to relay the message to the Tsuchikage. After some time, the guards returned alongside the Tsuchikage, accompanied by medical ninjas. The Tsuchikage surveyed Tidy Ridge's condition and then glanced at the severely injured host of the Five Tails, his brow furrowing in concern. The medical ninjas swiftly approached to administer treatment to both Tidy Ridge and the Five Tails. Lord Tsuchikage, Tidy Ridge is not gravely harmed. He merely overexerted himself through repeated use of the body flicker technique, resulting in internal injuries that will heal with rest. However, the host of the Five Tails is in a far worse state. His bones are shattered, his organs critically injured, and he has suffered a severe blow to the head. Had he not been a Jinchuriki, he would have perished by now, reported the medical ninjas after their examination. The Tsuchikage's expression fluctuated between anger and despair upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that dispatching the host of the Five Tails to confront the Rain Ninja would yield such dire results. Out of all the rock ninjas sent, only 2 had returned, and the host was gravely injured. What had transpired? Aware of the movements of the Cloud Ninja and fearing a surprise attack, Noki had refrained from joining the assault on the Rain Ninja, believing that sending just the Five Tails would suffice. Yet, the outcome had been catastrophic. The surrounding rock ninjas, witnessing the Tsuchikage's grim demeanor and the palpable tension in the air, remained silent. They were determined to keep today's events confidential. Ensuring the Five Tails was sent for treatment, while Tidy Ridge entered the tent to recount what had transpired. Although filled with anger, Noki managed to organize matters before returning to the tent. Once the Tsuchikage departed, the rock ninjas promptly set about fulfilling his directives. After regaining some composure, Tidy Ridge proceeded to the Tsuchikage's tent. Upon entering, he discovered not only the Tsuchikage but also several others, a young ninja, presumably Noki's son Keidu, along with 2 seasoned elite J-Nin, Sanj Aro, and Otakawa. Approaching the center of the tent, Tidy Ridge knelt before them. It is my failure. I implore Lord Tsuchikage to impose punishment upon me, he declared, pressing his hands firmly against his thighs, his voice laden with remorse. After a moment of silence, Noki, now composed, fixed his gaze upon the kneeling Tidy Ridge. Speak, then. What transpired? Why did only the 2 of you return from the mission against the Rain Ninja? And why is the host of the Five Tails gravely injured? Although the Tsuchikage's tone was calm, the underlying fury was unmistakable to all present. Following our strategy, we successfully intercepted Hanzo and divided the battlefield, denying him any opportunity to employ his toxic gas, continuously depleting his resources. Subsequently, we dispatched the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails. As anticipated, Hanzo had no effective countermeasures against the Jinchuriki, allowing the Five Tails to fully transform into its tailed beast form. Aware that sealing the beast was impossible, Hanzo prepared to lead the Rain Ninjas in retreat. Meanwhile, the Five Tails gathered energy for a tailed beast bomb, but at that moment, Taidling continuously relayed the battlefield conditions to Noki. At this juncture, Taidling's gaze turned venomous, his voice laced with suppressed rage. The Five Tails tailed beast bomb was abruptly interrupted by a colossal figure descending from the heavens, granting the Rain Ninjas a moment to retreat. Wait, you mentioned a giant? Noki inquired. Indeed, a giant approximately 15 meters tall, resembling a human with red hair, Taidling replied, puzzled by the Tsuchikage's skepticism, yet he elaborated on the giant's transformation. Father, could this be related to the intel on the Zonghu? Huangtu interjected. No worries. Continue, Noki urged, his mind racing with thoughts while instructing Taidling to proceed. After the giant interrupted the tailed beast bomb, enveloped in a pale blue chakra, it engaged the Five Tails in combat, astonishingly overpowering it. The giant's speed was overwhelming. The Five Tails stood no chance. In a coordinated effort with Hanzo, the giant shattered one of the Five Tails' legs and ultimately triumphed over it. In a final act of desperation, the Five Tails feigned death and launched a tailed beast bomb, yet the giant evaded it effortlessly. Ultimately, the giant executed a powerful ninjutsu, reverting the Five Tails back to its Jinchuriki form. Upon completing the account of the giant's battle with the five tails, a profound silence enveloped the Tsuchikige's camp. Huangtu's expression reflected sheer astonishment. He had not anticipated that someone from the land of rain could confront a tailed beast head-on, even defeating it. This giant must be the formidable figure mentioned in the previous Zhonghu squad intel. It seemed implausible for the land of rain to suddenly produce two such powerful entities. Although he had speculated about potential surprises from the land of rain, he never imagined someone could overcome a tailed beast without sealing techniques, akin to that rakeage fellow. Noki slowly ascended, casting a furious gaze at the kneeling Taidling pale blue chakra. I wonder if it's the work of the cloud ninjas. Tsuchikige's subordinate, Sunjugata, abruptly interjected with a scoff. Even if the five tails was defeated, why did only you and the Jinchuriki return? On the other side, Keita SG calmly questioned Taidling, recalling Keita SG's inquiry. Taidling remembered his orders for the IWA ninjas to provide cover, and his body began to tremble, though he understood that it was the only way to escape the pursuit of the Chakra mode giant. Commanding his comrades to their deaths plunged Taidling into profound anguish. The enemy was closing in, their speed was too great. In my capacity as a shadow guard, I ordered the entire 5th Division to hold the rear, Taidling confessed, his body shaking, fists clenched so tightly that they turned white. His thoughts were consumed with safeguarding the Jinchuriki, which, despite being preserved, weighed heavily on his conscience. The command that could lead to the demise of the Rock Ninja's comrades now gnawed at Tidy Ridge like excruciating pain. Sanchon Gatai, upon hearing that Tidy Ridge had ordered the entire 5th Division to hold the rear, was instantly engulfed in rage. He seized Tidy Ridge, his face etched with fury. As Tidy Ridge struggled for breath in Sanchon Gatai's grip, shouting on, she fell into a contemplative silence. Chapter 49. The Joyful Rain Ninja. Just as Tidy Ridge contemplated the notion that perhaps dying in this manner was not so bad, Yagi spoke up. Enough. We have already lost so many lives. Must you now take one more with your own hands? Yagi's tone was frigid as he hovered in the air, shocked that his caution had led to the downfall of so many rock ninjas. Upon hearing Yagi's words, Sanchon Gatai released his hold on Tidy Ridge. Gasping for air, Tidy Ridge coughed repeatedly while looking up at Yagi. The losses of the 5th Division were indeed tragic. However, you have successfully retrieved the Jinchuriki, preventing it from falling into the hands of the Rain Ninja, which somewhat redeems your earlier misstep. Yagi recognized that. In the face of a relentless pursuit capable of defeating the tailed beasts, Tidy Ridge's return with the Jinchuriki was no small feat nonetheless. Since it was Tidy Ridge who issued the order, he must bear the corresponding burden of responsibility. Tidy Ridge, I hereby revoke your status as Shadow Guard. You will be reassigned to the 1st Division. Report there at once, Yagi declared, descending to take a seat. Yes, Lord Tsuchikige. Tidy Ridge bowed his head and exited the Tsuchikige's tent. Lord Tsuchikige, are we to swallow this humiliation? I propose we march directly on the Rain Ninja village to remind them of the might of the great nation. Sanchon Gatai knelt partially, fervently advising Yagi. Do you even comprehend the intelligence regarding that giant? Are you aware that the Rain Ninja have yet to reveal their backup? Do you know if the Cloud Ninja will intervene? Such recklessness leaves me apprehensive about your capabilities to lead. Yagi slammed his hand on the table, his expression dark as he chastised Sanchon Gatai. Lord Tsuchikige, you are well aware that Gatai possesses such a temperament. Do not let it trouble you. We should allow the Five Tails Jinchuriki to recuperate and see if we can glean any intelligence from him. Shouting on, she knelt beside Sanchon Gatai, offering counsel to the Tsuchikige. Upon hearing Xiaotianshi's somewhat reasonable thoughts, Yagi's expression softened slightly. Very well. Let us wait a bit longer for the movements of the Cloud Ninja, and allow the Five Tails Jinchuriki to heal. I will personally lead the charge to ensure the Rain Ninja understand the true meaning of the stone's will. With this, Yagi set the tone for the forthcoming actions. Upon hearing that the Tsuchikige would lead the assault on the Land of Rain, Sanchon Gatai ceased his insistence on immediate action. The Rock Ninja encampment commenced preparations for battle. Under Hansa's command, the giantized Casa man arrived at the Rain Ninja's stronghold. The stationed Rain Ninjas, upon noticing Hansa's return, emerged to greet him. Is this truly all the Rain Ninjas that remain? Observing the assembled Rain Ninjas, it appeared that their numbers barely exceeded 1,000. Hans perceived the bewilderment of the giant-scaled man and began to elucidate. In comparison to the civilian population, the number of ninjas is rather limited. Excluding those who remain in the village, The over 1,000 ninjas essentially constitute the entirety of the Rain Ninja Village. Despite their modest numbers, when set against the 5 great nations, our Rain Ninja Village boasts a relatively significant ninja population. Through Hanza's explanation, the giant-scaled man comprehended the scarcity of ninjas. His prior assumption, rooted in his own identity as a ninja and his interactions solely with fellow ninjas, had led him to believe that ninjas were abundant. Nodding in understanding, the giant-scaled man posed a question. How could this over 1,000 ninjas contend with the formidable forces of the rock, sand, and leaf nations? His curiosity was piqued. For the ninjas of the 5 great nations were indeed numerous and powerful, leaving him to wonder how the Rain Ninja Village managed to maintain a stalemate against them. Hans, with a resigned sigh, responded that the ninjas entering the land of rain were but a fraction of their total forces, as the 5 great nations primarily focused on guarding against other major powers. In such circumstances, it was only through my extensive use of poison that we could hold our ground against the 5 nations. He lamented that without your assistance, this battle would have led to our utter defeat. Hans clenched his weapon tightly, his tone tinged with helplessness. Such is the plight of a small nation. Even with a powerful figure like himself during this era, they remained no match for the 5 great nations. The sheer might of a tailed beast posed a significant challenge. Beyond sealing techniques and ocular jutsu that counter the tailed beasts, it remained exceedingly difficult to confront a fully transformed tailed beast with mere strength. While many ninjas possess abilities to counter tailed beasts, Hans found himself lacking such capabilities, rendering his situation quite awkward. He was unafraid of battling fellow ninjas, yet found himself impotent against tailed beasts. Thus, when the 5 great nations deployed their tailed beast weaponry, especially after full transformation, Hans would inevitably face adversity. This was precisely why, during previous confrontations, Hans endeavored to eliminate the Jinchuriki of the 5 tails before full transformation. Unfortunately, he failed. The giant-scaled man grasped that the land of rain truly struggled to contend with the 5 great nations, but the latter had not exerted their full strength against the Rain Ninja Village, allowing them to maintain a semblance of balance. However, he boldly declared that there was no longer any need for fear. The past inability of the Rain to withstand the 5 great nations stemmed from his absence. Now that he was present, the Rain would no longer bow in submission, and peace would ultimately prevail. As the giant-scaled man spoke, a powerful aura emanated from him, creating a gust of wind that spread outward. The returning Rain ninjas held no doubt regarding his formidable prowess, which had been clearly demonstrated. Meanwhile, the ninjas at the base were astonished by his words and swiftly inquired with their returning comrades. Upon learning that the giant-scaled man had decisively vanquished the 5 tails and subsequently pursued and annihilated a rock ninja, the Rain ninjas within the camp regarded him with fervent admiration. With each glance, they found him increasingly impressive. His powerful physique, robust muscles, and handsome countenance marked him as the savior of the rain. The intense gazes of the Rain ninjas made the giant-sized Kassanin increasingly uncomfortable. Were it not for Hans's presence, he would have suspected they were about to encircle him. Goodness, why are their eyes gleaming like that? Had I known, I would have refrained from speaking. The giant Kassanin felt utterly awkward and decided to clear his throat tactically, prompting Hans to lead him away to discuss the upcoming battle against the rock ninjas, eager to escape the fervent stares of the Rain ninjas. Hans escorted the giant Kassanin into the main tent, which was fortunately spacious enough for him to enter with a slight bend. Once inside, the giant Kassanin exhaled a sigh of relief and remarked to Hans, "Your Rain ninjas are quite enthusiastic." Lacking a better way to express his feelings, he settled for calling it enthusiasm. Primarily, it's everyone's excitement. Upon learning of your achievements, there is much hope. I trust you will not take offense. Hans replied, equally exhilarated. With a powerhouse like Kassanin on their side, the nation of Rain was on the brink of driving out the rock ninjas. Call me Kassanin, please. Referring to me as Your Excellency feels rather odd, the giant Kassanin said, thus revealing his name to Hans. Very well, Kassanin, Hans acknowledged. After a moment of contemplation, the giant Kassanin inquired about Hans's plans regarding the rock ninja village. What do you intend to do next? He asked, sitting cross-legged. Alas, despite your assistance in the previous battle, we Rain ninjas suffered considerable losses. Many of our ninjas were injured, and those severely wounded must return to the Rain village for treatment. We shall strive to rotate in fresh ninjas to bolster our defenses, Hans responded. fully aware of the precarious situation facing the Rain Ninjas. Without Kassanen's aid, they would have had to concede defeat. Is that so? Then let us take some time to recuperate. After my recent blow to the Rock Ninjas, they are unlikely to launch an immediate counterattack, Kassanen deduced, recognizing Hans's prudent approach. Compared to high-tier combatants, the Rain Village was significantly disadvantaged in mid-tier and low-tier forces. Having made the decision, Hans called forth the elite Genin of the Rain to announce his orders, while also preparing a sumptuous feast for the giant Kassanen. As all the Genin gathered in Hans's tent, he served tea in place of alcohol and addressed the assembly. The esteemed Genin present here are the elite of our Rain Village. Most participated in the previous battle against the Rock Ninjas. It is fair to say that without the aid of Brother Kassanen, we would not only have faced defeat but also suffered devastating losses, leading to the total downfall of the Rain Nation. However, thanks to Brother Kassanen's valiant counterattack, we have vanquished the Five Tails and secured our victory. Hans's grip tightened around the cup, revealing his tumultuous emotions. Thus, I have decided to elevate Brother Kassanen to the position of elder in the Rain Village, and he shall serve as the vice leader of this expedition. Hans's impassioned voice resonated throughout the tent. The Genin present nearly unanimously endorsed Hans's declaration, fully aware of the formidable prowess possessed by the giant Kassanen. And Hans spoke the truth. This time, without the presence of the titan-like figure of Kassanen, the land of Rain faced utter defeat. Previously, a single-tailed beast orb from the Five Tails could annihilate most of the Rain Ninjas. The titan-like Kassanen, upon hearing Hans's words, offered no dissent. For him, the distinction of title held no significance. Sooner or later, the village of Rain would fall under his dominion. Not only Rain Village, but Kassanen had long since resolved that eventually, all ninja villages would amalgamate into a singular nation under his rule. While the Rain Ninjas nodded in agreement with Hans's actions, one prominent Rain Ninja, Genin, was filled with indignation. I do not concur. His fury clouded his judgment. He had strived tirelessly for the position of deputy leader. How could he endure the sudden usurpation by an outsider? Even if that outsider was formidable, was that not the very reason he had sought to rally support from other Genins? What do you mean, IGA? Hans, taken aback by the audacity of this challenge, slammed his hand on the table, reprimanding sharply. It was no wonder Hans was enraged, having glimpsed the possibility of realizing his ideals. He could not tolerate anyone attempting to sabotage it. What if the titan-like Kassanen became furious and left? Hans's admonition instantly restored IGA's composure. Hans's prowess and achievements in the Rain Village were undeniable. Openly opposing him could lead to dire consequences. He recalled previous conversations with comrades on the battlefield, learning how the titan-like Kassanen had single-handedly vanquished the Five Tails and pursued the Rock Ninja forces. Such an unparalleled warrior. Was he not courting death by challenging him? Regaining his rationality, IGA glanced at the titan-like Kassanen, seated with arms crossed, and felt that a mere punch from him could spell his end. What I meant to say is that Lord Kassanen has rendered us tremendous assistance. How could we not announce his elevation to the status of elder among our Rain Ninjas? IGA felt that in his lifetime, he had never thought so quickly. It was merely a position of deputy leader, an elder. If lost, so be it. At least his life was safe. Hearing IGA's clarification, Hans's expression softened slightly, and he turned to apologize to the titan-like Kassanen. My apologies, Brother Kassanen. My subordinate may have been overly zealous. The titan-like Kassanen paid little heed to Hans's apology. When that Rain Ninja had initially challenged him, he had anticipated experiencing the treatment befitting a protagonist. Yet, this Rain Ninja had faltered. It was evident to Kassanen that the initial outburst was sincere, but the subsequent retreat was a sign of cowardice. No worries. I am indifferent to it, the titan-like Kassanen replied, his voice like celestial music to IGA's ears. IGA silently resolved to remain unentangled in the allure of power henceforth. Subsequently, Hans conveyed this news to all the Rain Ninjas. Perhaps those stationed at the main base had not witnessed the titan-like Kassanen's fierce battle against the tailed beasts, but the tales of his might reached the ears of comrades returning from the battlefield, igniting a fervor among the Rain Ninjas upon learning this news. Since the Rain Country was turned into a battlefield by three great nations, the Shinobi of the Rain Country have, for the first time, found a glimmer of hope for their future. Time passed amidst their celebrations. After the festivities, Hanzo deliberately crafted an oversized tent for the giant-sized Kassa and even constructed an exceptionally large bed, ample enough for the giant to rest comfortably. Although Casa had the option to revert from his giant form, he had initially chosen to remain in that state for safety, thus participating in the war. To cancel his transformation would indeed seem superfluous. Hence, Casa reclined on the expansive bed that Hanzo had specially made for him. One must acknowledge Hanzo's sincerity. He even personally felled trees to create this bed. For Casa, Hanzo's hands-on effort in crafting his resting place conveyed more sincerity than merely making Casa an elder of the Rain Village. Having made such a public appearance and saved numerous lives, Casa pondered whether his power of coordinates might have expanded further. Beyond testing his own strength and participating in the conflict, Casa harbored thoughts of whether an increase in the number of branches could lead to a qualitative transformation. After all, the branches of his power of coordinates had thus far proven to be of little utility, merely providing a vague sense of the distance to those they represented without revealing their identities or enabling him to activate the power of coordinates. Reflecting on this, Casa lay back and entered the primordial space. Upon entering the primordial space, Casa instinctively reverted to his human form, having anticipated that his giant form would persist. Chapter 51. The Blossoming of the Power of Coordinates. After sensing his transformation, Casa ascended to the apex of the power of coordinates. Indeed, he noticed a significant increase in the number of branches. Before his eyes lay countless ethereal branches, as the power of coordinates had finally transcended from a mere beam of light to a blossoming phenomenon. After a cursory glance, Casa surmised that the number of branches corresponded to that of the Rain Shinobi, and he felt a swell of pride in his growing mastery over the power of coordinates. Indulging in a moment of vanity, Casa reached out and pressed against one of the ethereal branches, commencing his serious endeavors. Through the sensation from the ethereal branch, Casa discerned that it was not far from him and likely belonged to a specific Rain Shinobi. He endeavored to summon this ethereal branch into reality. After a spell of facial contortions, Casa realized it was still ineffective. It appeared that an increase in quantity alone might not suffice, although it could also be that the number was still inadequate. However, Casa felt it was something crucial that was missing, speculating that it pertained to a certain ability represented by the giant form. With thoughts of the giant form in mind, Casa dismissed the currently unutilizable ethereal branches. The next giant form was the key to immediate usefulness. He descended to the ground and began to manipulate the earth to shape the giant form. As the soil surged and morphed, the statue of the armored giant was progressively sculpted. Casa recalled that during his previous visit to the primordial space, the statue representing the armored giant could only be partially formed, and he wondered how much more he could now create. As the statue of the armored giant continued to take shape, Cassiran was astonished to discover that it had already formed half of its body and showed no signs of stopping. What a remarkable situation! The speed at which it was sculpted was truly astonishing. Observing the half-formed statue of the armored giant, Cassiran found himself puzzled by the circumstances. Finally, when the sculpture was nearly complete, with only the head remaining, it unexpectedly collapsed. It appeared that only the head was lacking. However, crafting a head would likely require some time. The previous endeavor, the chariot, was similarly in a state of completion, yet it took several months to finalize. While Cassiran was intrigued by the rapid progression of the armored giant sculpture, he surmised that the creation of the head might take a year or more. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he pondered the reasons behind such swift sculpting. If he could uncover the cause, he might be able to harness his hardened abilities much sooner than anticipated. Had there been any significant changes in him recently? Reflecting on the differences between his current self and his training outside the town, he gazed thoughtfully at the blossoming branches of his coordinate power. If there were any changes, it might be that the illusory branches of the coordinate power had multiplied. Observing the branches, Cassiran speculated that he might have stumbled upon the answer. However, speculation without verification could not be deemed a success. Coincidentally, a group of Rain Ninjas was set to return to the Rain Ninja village for recuperation, making way for a fresh batch of Rain Ninjas. As long as the branches of his coordinate power continued to multiply, he could attempt to sculpt the armored giant once more. If that endeavor yielded further results, he would have found his answer. After all, time was not a constraint for Cassiran. With this thought, he exited the primordial space. It was time to rest and await the arrival of the new batch of Rain Ninjas before revisiting his project. Thus, the giant Cassiran settled into the Rain Ninja camp, tirelessly exploring more efficient chakra patterns while awaiting their arrival. A fortnight passed in this manner. This span of time was sufficient for tales of the giant Kasairan's exploits to ripple through the ninja world, leaving many astonished at the significant loss the rock ninja faced in the Land of Rain, with an entire platoon of rock ninjas being annihilated. Simultaneously, several ninja villages were taken aback by the emergence of a force capable of directly defeating tailed beasts in the Land of Rain. Upon receiving this news, various ninja villages understood that the conflict between the Rain and Rock ninjas had shifted dramatically. The outcome of this clash was now uncertain. After all, the Rock ninjas could not afford to deploy their full strength against the Rain ninjas, as they had their own homes to protect. Among those most delighted was the third Reikage of the Cloud Village. Witnessing the defeat of the Rock ninjas' actions against the Rain ninja, and the near capture of the Jinchuriki, the third Reikage erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, that old fool Noki has suffered a tremendous loss this time. An entire platoon of Rock ninjas has been eradicated. He repeatedly slapped the table in his glee, expressing his delight. The table, are you being polite? Father, how could Noki endure such a significant loss without retaliating? The son of the third Reikage, Hate, expressed his thoughts on Noki, remarking, "It is quite vexing that none of the previous fourth Reikages had a proper name, merely referred to as AI. Thus, I have resolved to assign one for clarity." He continued, "Of course, that old man Noki is merely preparing for us. Otherwise, he would have already launched an assault." The third Reikage understood well why Noki refrained from retaliating immediately. "Lord Reikage, we must not overlook the ninja from the Land of Rain who possesses the capability to defeat tailed beasts," interjected the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, who was more concerned about the defeat of the Five Tails, Kasa. It is widely acknowledged that Kishimoto's timeline is rather convoluted, particularly with the original content added in the anime. Thus, prioritizing the author's timeline is essential. Indeed, it is surprising that such a formidable warrior has emerged from the Land of Rain, Hate noted, as he had been selected as the future fourth Reikage and chose Killer Bee as his future partner. For now, let us not concern ourselves with the Land of Rain. Let that old man Noki grapple with his own troubles. Should he dare to take action, then it shall be our moment to strike. The third Reikage pondered for a moment and decided to temporarily disregard the giant Kasa. "Father, the intelligence indicates that the giant warrior from the Land of Rain possesses a ninjutsu that envelopes him in chakra, somewhat akin to our Raijin chakra mode in the Cloud Village," Hate remarked, focusing on the chakra mode of the giant Kasa. He deduced correctly that the inspiration for Kasa's transformation indeed stemmed from their Raijin armor, although he was confident that the village's Raijin armor had not been leaked. Such ninjutsu could easily be associated with them. Was this the reason Noki opted for restraint? The third Reikage contemplated this possibility, particularly given Naka's character. "Disseminate the order to ensure that the IWNE remains oblivious to any signs of our mobilization," he instructed, cautioning his Cloud Ninja against any hasty movements that might reveal their intentions to Noki, thus preventing a decision to deploy against the Land of Rain. Chapter 52. The Disturbance of the Illusory Branch. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, who was instructing Yahiko and his companions in a small town, received intelligence from Konoha regarding the giant Kasa. Jiraiya scrutinized the information in his hands, fearful of misreading even the slightest detail. To his astonishment, the child not only participated in the war, but also triumphed over the Five Tails. Although Jiraiya had only briefly crossed blades with the giant Kasa, he recognized his formidable strength. He had not anticipated that Kasa could defeat a tailed beast. At that moment, Yahiko and his friends, engaged in their training, noticed Jiraiya's exclamation and approached him, curious about his thoughts. Jiraiya looked at his disciple Yahiko and, amidst his reflections, recounted Kasa's feats to the trio. "Is it true? Is it truly so? Kasa not only fought alongside Lord Hans, but also vanquished a tailed beast?" Yahiko exclaimed, utterly astonished. He had never expected Kasa, who had only been away for a little over half a month, to achieve such remarkable feats. It is difficult to believe that Kasumi possesses such formidable strength. He truly strives for the peace of the Land of Rain. Conan, filled with astonishment and joy, recalls that Kasumi had previously promised to bring peace to their nation during their conversation. However, what was unexpected was that he is genuinely fulfilling that promise. Yahiko exclaimed, "Kasumi is truly remarkable. We must hasten our training to assist him." Nagato, observing the excited Yahiko, tugged at him. Having already begun to harness the foundational abilities of the Renegan, Nagato now possessed mastery over all elemental attributes. He could wield any ninjutsu with ease. And though his demeanor had become more reserved, His extraordinary talent left Jiraiya in awe. Indeed, we, too, must train and grow strong. The land of rain is our homeland as well, and we must aid our elder brother, Kasumi, Yahiko declared, clenching his fists and gesturing triumphantly, brimming with excitement. Elder brother? Since when did you consider Kasumi your elder brother? Conan remarked, finding Yahiko's behavior rather typical. After having Jiraiya as their mentor, Yahiko had always displayed such enthusiasm. Though she was curious about when he had come to regard Kasumi in that light. Kasumi has walked a greater distance on the path to peace than I. Thus, it is only natural for me to see him as my elder brother. Yahiko responded, recalling their earlier conversation with Kasumi, which had undoubtedly left an impact. Very well. You should focus on your training. Your current abilities are insufficient to partake in the war, Jiraiya interjected, bringing the excited trio back to reality and urging them to devote themselves to their practice. They understood that only through strength could they pursue peace, and thus, they set off to train diligently. Unbeknownst to the trio, Konoha's intelligence had also inquired whether Jiraiya was aware of the information regarding the giant Kasumi, given that he had been traveling in the land of rain. The inquiry from Konoha left Jiraiya in a dilemma, as it was his village. He felt obliged to disclose the information, yet Kasumi had been prophesied by the great sage frog. Jiraiya pondered the potential consequences of revealing details about Kasumi. After careful consideration, Jiraiya resolved to withhold information about Kasumi, reasoning that he was merely battling the rock ninja. What harm could come from that? Meanwhile, the injured rain shinobi were being returned to the rain village, having been exchanged for some of the shinobi who remained behind. However, the numbers were limited. The military strength of the land of rain largely rested upon Hanzo alone. It was Hanzo who provided the land of rain with the means to stand against larger nations, setting it apart from other small countries. At this moment, the enigmatic Kasumi was within the ancestral space, gazing at the colossal statue of the armored giant. It still lacked a crucial element for complete manifestation, prompting a sigh of disappointment from him. While the increase in the power of coordinates and its ethereal branches would expedite the unlocking of the giant form, the number of rain shinobi remained insufficient. Even after the recent exchange, they were still short. Realizing that his plan to unlock the armored transformation through the exchange of rain shinobi had faltered, Kasumi felt a tinge of disappointment. Just as he was mired in his thoughts, he sensed a disturbance in the power of coordinates. As he gazed at the ethereal branches of coordinate power, 3 of them suddenly surged forth, eclipsing all others to become the longest. The figure, somewhat bewildered, struggled to comprehend the unexpected transformation of the branches. Approaching the essence of coordinate power, he examined the trio of closely clustered branches, feeling at a loss, especially since their hues deviated from the surrounding branches. Were they more resplendent? Upon extending his hand towards the peculiar branches to gauge their distance, he realized that they were quite far from him, certainly not in proximity to the nearby rain ninjas. A glimmer of understanding sparked within him, yet uncertainty lingered, prompting him to venture towards the branches representing the old man Mi and Muti. Indeed, it was they. After sensing the distance to the branch symbolizing the old man Mi, he confirmed that the 3 protruding branches represented the trio of Yahiko. This revelation left him with an odd sensation. Why did the branches of Yahiko's group differ from the others? Was there some underlying significance? After pondering for a while, he felt the sample size too limited to draw conclusions, believing that the next appearance of a special branch might provide clarity. Upon returning to the ground, he sensed something distinctly different, as if a force were gathering. With this thought igniting in his mind, he promptly began to sculpt the statue of the armored giant. This time, the sculpting process unfolded differently. As he neared completion, the structure did not collapse, but rather, the earth slowly molded into the form of the armored giant. Watching the gradual emergence of the giant's shape, his heart raced with anticipation. Could it be that today he would unlock the form of the armored giant? As the figure neared completion, he clenched his fists in exhilaration. At last, he exclaimed joyously upon witnessing the fully sculpted statue of the armored giant. Indeed, the moment the statue was completed, he felt a powerful surge emanating from within. Without a moment's hesitation, he exited the ancestral space, leaping from his bed and sprinting towards the camp's periphery. His transformation into a giant immediately startled the rain ninjas within the camp. They watched in shock as he dashed out, utterly bewildered by his sudden change. I must inform Lord Hanzo. One of the rain ninjas quickly reacted, rushing to alert Hanzo. Upon learning of the giant's unusual behavior, Hanzo wasted no time and pursued him without delay. Everyone, remain calm. Guard the camp. Sanjia, Sakata, accompany me to see what has happened to Brother Cannon. Hanzo led 2 elite rain ninjas in pursuit of the transformed figure. After running a considerable distance, Cannon ceased to restrain himself and began his transformation into the armored giant. Chapter 53. The emergence of the armored giant form. A golden radiance erupted around the transformed Cannon, accompanied by flickering golden lightning. A bolt of thunder struck down. Indeed, through Cannon's relentless exploration, he discovered that he could transform into another giant form without reverting to his original state during the giant transformation. A cloud of smoke enveloped the area surrounding the transformed Cannon. As a hand encased in black armor sliced through the smoke, it revealed a figure entirely shrouded in the same dark armor, a titan of armor. The armored giant gazed at its own fist, realizing that its transformation into a giant seemed distinct. The fist was completely enveloped in black armor, leaving no gaps, with the armor extending down the entirety of the arm. Observing this uniqueness in its transformation, the titan had an epiphany. Lowering its gaze to its own body, the armored giant confirmed its suspicion. Indeed, its entire form was encased in black armor, not a trace of flesh exposed, as if it were ensconced within a suit of armor. Even the joints were covered, leaving no openings. It dawned upon the titan that it was entirely enveloped in black armor, without a single seam. Astonishing, it was an armored being. This was surely more formidable than the flimsy paper shields of Marley. The titan lightly touched its armor, reminiscent of a certain armored giant. Reiner, are you insulting me? Despite being fully armored, the titan discovered it was unhindered in movement. The armor did not constrain it in the slightest. The armored giant performed a few movements, finding them fluid and as effortless as during its ancestor transformation. It became evident that this armor was not merely rigid, it was as adaptable as its own skin. Just as the giant was experimenting with its newfound form, Hans, accompanied by 2 rain ninjas, arrived at the location of the armored giant. What is this? Where is my brother, Kasuga? From a distance, Hans spotted the lightning emanating from the giant form of Kasuga, and upon arriving, he beheld the titan entirely covered in black armor. A wave of apprehension washed over Hans. Who was this figure cloaked in black? Hans and the 2 rain ninjas grew vigilant. The armored giant also noticed Hans, understanding that its departure from the camp had raised suspicions, prompting Hans to follow. Eager to greet Hans, the giant realized that Hans' cautious stance indicated he did not recognize him. Casting a glance at its own all-encompassing black armor, the giant understood the predicament. Hans could not identify him, for the armor concealed everything, even his hair. Now, only the eyes of the giant were visible, and anyone would tremble at the sight. Hans, it is I, the armored giant addressed the wary Hans. Upon hearing the giant's voice, Hans was taken aback, astonished that this figure, shrouded in black armor, was none other than Kasuga. Kasuga, what has happened to you? How did you come to be this way? Hans inquired, his gaze fixed on the titan, sensing an aura of menace emanating from the fully armored figure, clearly not one to be trifled with. Nothing much, I have merely grown stronger, replied the armored giant, clenching its fist with such force that an overwhelming presence radiated outward, causing the ground beneath to shatter under the weight of its might. Hans, witnessing the formidable aura exuding from the armored giant, felt a surge of elation. The stronger Kasuga became, the mightier their nation of rain would be. Splendid. Congratulations, Kasuga, Hans exclaimed, lowering his guard, his heart filled with joy at the sight of his friend's newfound strength. With a measured breath, the giant like Kasu was preparing to address Hanzo when he noticed the silhouette of a rain ninja approaching. Hanzo, too, discerned the incoming rain ninja and felt a flicker of irritation. Had he not instructed to remain vigilant? What was the purpose of their approach? Lord Hanzo, there has been movement from the rock ninja. Their main force is heading our way, the rain ninja exclaimed upon arrival. What? Is Noki preparing for battle? Hanzo was momentarily taken aback by the news, but he quickly regained his composure. A clash between the rain and rock ninjas was inevitable. It was merely a matter of time. Prepare all troops for battle against the rock ninjas. Hanzo's voice resonated with authority. Upon hearing this, the rain ninja swiftly returned to the camp. Brother Kasu, we must return to the camp to prepare, Hanzo remarked, aware that the significant transformation of the giant-like Kasu would warrant further investigation. Kasu nodded, allowing Hanzo to depart first. He remained unperturbed, opting to explore the abilities bestowed by the armored titan before returning. After Hanzo left, Kasu began to examine his newfound powers. The transformation had granted him prolonged giant-like abilities and regenerative capabilities, yet he pondered what else the armored titan might confer. As time passed, Kasu felt a profound difference within himself. "My original form is gone," he exclaimed in shock, realizing that he could no longer sense his human body at the nape of his neck. Logically, the human form should remain at the back of the neck post-transformation. Yet it was absent. Kasu speculated that the armored titan's powers might have eradicated his vulnerability at the nape, given that it possessed the ability to transfer consciousness. However, he never anticipated that his human form would simply vanish. If one were to slice through the back of Kasu's neck, they would find only pure flesh. No trace of his human essence remained. Have I completely transformed into a giant? Can I still revert to my human form? Kasu was bewildered, grappling with the thought of being suddenly stripped of his humanity. At that moment, he attempted to revert from his giant form. Yet without a body to emerge from the nape, he was uncertain if the transformation could be undone. As his giant form began to emit smoke, the human version of Kasu materialized. "I can revert to my human form, so why is there no body left?" No, wait. As he contemplated the matter further, Kasu noticed something unusual. His human form was brimming with strength. Feeling the power coursing through his human body, a realization dawned upon him. With newfound resolve, the human Kasu struck the ground with a powerful fist. Boom! The impact shattered the earth, fissures radiating outward from the point of contact. Staring at the aftermath of his strike, the human Kasu was taken aback. His body had never possessed such strength prior to the transformation. Could it be that I have fused entirely with the giant? In the anime, the armored titan possesses a consciousness transferability, but for me, it seems to have resulted in a complete transformation into a giant? No. It would be more accurate to say that I am the giant now. Is it merely a transformation between gigantification and humanization? That seems incorrect. Human strength still pales in comparison to that of a giant, akin to a diluted version. Only upon achieving gigantification can one unleash their full potential. Thus, after unlocking the armored titan, have I truly merged with the power of the giants? Previously, I was merely the host of this power, but now I embody it. Chapter 54. The terrifying pressure of the founding titan. Kiri believes this hypothesis is accurate. Upon unlocking the abilities of the armored titan, I have indeed fused with the power of the giants, or rather, the grotesque worm, becoming indistinguishable from it. Am I now a grotesque worm in human form? Speaking of which, is this entity genuinely a grotesque worm? Since its inception, aside from the titan form, nothing else aligns. Which grotesque worm can devour Chakra? Kiri muses, feeling that the grotesque worm within him is decidedly peculiar, at least not the one from the anime. As for what it truly is, Kiri has ceased to speculate. With this notion in mind, Kiri once again senses the position of his spine. Indeed, the grotesque worm has vanished. This is dire. I have genuinely become a humanoid grotesque worm. I feel no abnormality where my spine should be. It is purely a spine. Confirming my hypothesis. Previously, I could sense anomalies, but now there is nothing. However, this is a positive change. Having a grotesque worm residing in my spine was a cause for concern, especially since, in the anime, it was not devoid of life. In the climax, the grotesque worm even transformed Eldians into pure titans to protect itself. Now, I need not worry. Kiri feels there is nothing wrong with this transformation. I have thoroughly mastered the power of the giants. I am the giant. There is no conspiracy, merely the protagonist's pure mastery of the titan power. With this realization, Kiri no longer dwells on it. This is quite favorable, especially without a weak point at the nape. In the future, no matter the injuries sustained during gigantification, I shall not perish. Even if my head is severed, I can regenerate, provided even a single cell remains. Unlike having a core at the nape, where death is immediate. Kiri now contemplates experimenting with the changes in the founding titan form after unlocking the armored titan form. Currently, Kiri does not require injury. With a mere thought, he can directly transform into titan form. Is this not more convenient than before? The corners of Kiri's mouth curl into a Nike swoosh shape as he contemplates. Having thought it through, Kiri, now in titan form, raises his fist to attempt hardening. With a thought, his fist begins to harden. Observing his fist transform into white, solidifying, Kiri rejoices at finally mastering hardening. Thinking that one fist suffices, he decides to try hardening his entire body. Before long, The entirety of Kiri in Titan form has also hardened, though not quite as robust as the complete armored state. Now, as the founding Titan, Kiri's entire body is encased in a thin layer, easily discernible to any observer, showcasing whose defensive power is truly formidable. Although the progenitor is capable of full-body hardening, the might of the armored Titan's form surpasses it. Realizing that the full-body hardening of the progenitor can only reach this extent, the individual known as Kassa understands its limitations. After experimenting with full-body hardening, progenitor Kassa attempts to uniquely harden his fist. As the full-body hardening fades, the color of Kassa's hardened fist deepens significantly. It appears that with this unique enhancement, had he possessed such a fist earlier, even the formidable Five Tails would have been unable to feign death and would have been struck down instantly. Satisfied with the experiment of his long-desired hardening, Kassa finds his physical prowess further augmented in the armored Titan form, rendering the progenitor's body even more formidable. Kassa then explores the abilities of the Jaw Titan. Noticing the lengthening of his nails, he realizes their newfound strength after unlocking the armored Titan form. Kassa speculates that upon unlocking all Titan forms, his progenitor will achieve a complete fusion of all Titan abilities, whether it be the claws of the Jaw Titan or the armor of the armored Titan. He is certain that his progenitor form will fully master them all, establishing the progenitor as the most powerful form. It is time for the ninja world to remember his existence. With the mastery of hardening and the absence of weaknesses, Kassa comprehends that the moment to instill fear throughout the ninja realm has arrived. The Titanized Kassa strides back to the Rain Ninja camp, signaling the impending conclusion of the conflict with the Rock Ninjas. At the Rain Ninja camp, the Rock Ninja forces are advancing, and the final battle is upon them. Victory in this encounter would lead the land of Rain towards peace. Hanzo stands atop a platform, rallying the Rain Ninjas for war. Kill. Drive the Rock Ninjas out of our land. With the aid of Lord Kassa, victory is assured. The morale of the Rain Ninjas soars. Observing their fervor, Hanzo realizes that regardless of the outcome, they are fully prepared and ready to fight with all their might. In the past, he feared that his ruthless actions against the 5 great nations ninjas would invite relentless retaliation. Now, he is ready to demonstrate the potency of his salamander's poison. Hanzo dispatches the lower ranks with alarming speed. Without an antidote, an entire battalion could succumb to his venom in mere moments. As the Rain Ninjas gather, the Titanized Kassa returns. Thud, thud, thud. The weighty footsteps of the Titanized Kassa draw the attention of the Rain Ninjas. As he draws nearer, they observe the changes in him. Is that really Lord Kassa? He seems so terrifying now. The pressure is overwhelming. I feel paralyzed. The lower-ranking ninjas, sensing Kassa's formidable aura, become utterly intimidated, leaving them devoid of the courage to fight. In contrast to the arduous circumstances faced by the lower-ranking ninjas, the elite of the Rain Ninja fared somewhat better. Although they too felt the oppressive aura emanating from the giantized Kassa, they were at least able to move, albeit with diminished combat effectiveness. This must have been an unexpected development for Kassa, who had, upon unlocking the armor of the giant, completely merged with the primordial form of the grotesque worm, resulting in a relentless pressure that enveloped him. Hanzo, too, sensed the overwhelming presence surrounding the giantized Kassa, his eyes reflecting a look of astonishment. Unlike the Rain Ninjas, Hanzo, one of the pinnacle figures in the ninja world during this era, could distinctly feel this pressure. Even the tailed beasts, in Hanzo's eyes, were not formidable creatures, but merely beasts that could be sealed by ninjas. Had Hanzo possessed the ability to counter the tailed beasts, he could have subdued even the fully transformed Five Tails back into its Jinchuriki form. Coming back to his senses, Hanzo gazed at the giantized Kassa with an intensity that transcended mere fervor. His gaze was akin to 2 suns fixated on Kassa. The might of the giantized Kassa meant that the land of Rain could potentially liberate itself from the oppression of great nations and attain peace. How could Hanzo not be elated? Chapter 55, The Battle Begins. Rock Ninjas. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Rain Ninjas, the giantized Kassa observed their peculiar behavior. What was happening? I know I am quite striking, but do they not see me often? Why this reaction? With a head full of questions, Kassa could not comprehend the Rain Ninja's demeanor. Yet he felt an intense gaze upon him. Sensing this scrutiny, Kassa did not need to look to know the source. A glance revealed Hanzo's eyes gleaming with intensity. Goodness! Surely, this old man does not possess some peculiar fascination. Kasa felt somewhat unsettled under that gaze. Noticing that Kasa had yet to retract his overwhelming presence, Hanzo swiftly appeared beside him. Brother Kasa, please temper your aura. We are fine, but the other rain ninjas cannot withstand your pressure. Hanzo, suppressing his intense gaze, urged Kasa to rein in his overwhelming presence. What pressure? Kasa was momentarily taken aback by Hanzo's words, but soon realized the reason for the unusual behavior of the surrounding rain ninjas. So, it turns out I am still exuding pressure? After a brief pause, Kasa gradually learned to control the newfound pressure from his primordial form. It seemed to be an active skill, one that I can regulate. After mastering this ability, Kasa contemplated testing the strength of his pressure, but reconsidered upon observing the rain ninjas, deciding it would be better for the rock ninjas to gauge its power instead. Having mastered this new ability, Kasa explained to Hanzo, "It's no trouble, brother Kasa. The stronger you become, the happier we all are." Hanzo was utterly unfazed, welcoming Kasa's strength without reservation. Seeing that Hanzo was unconcerned, Kasa chose not to elaborate further. "Everyone, take 10 minutes to regroup. Then we shall engage in a decisive battle with the rock ninjas." Upon contemplating the influence of the Titanized Kasa on the lower-ranked shinobi, Hans resolved to take a brief respite of 10 minutes before advancing. As the minutes elapsed, the entire contingent of rain shinobi commenced their march. In a vast plain, "Lord Tsuchikage, we are not far from the headquarters of the rain shinobi," reported Otaki to the seated Noki. Observing Otaki's lack of response, Noki felt a pang of concern and addressed him. "Lord Tsuchikage, is it truly prudent to bring along the Four Tails and Five Tails? What if the Cloud Shinobi launch a surprise attack?" Otaki voiced his apprehension. "That will not occur. I hesitated to say it before, but this time is different. Not only the Cloud Shinobi, but even the Sand and Leaf have temporarily ceased hostilities, merely to witness the outcome of our confrontation with the Rain Shinobi." Noki elucidated his rationale. The emergence of the Titanized Kasa, a formidable adversary capable of vanquishing tailed beasts, alongside Hans, posed a threat that even the 5 great shinobi villages could not afford to underestimate. Thus, the impending clash between the IWA and Rain Shinobi had captured the attention of the entire shinobi world, as various villages were eager to ascertain whether the Rain Shinobi could withstand the full-force assault of IWA. Upon hearing the explanation from their Tsuchikage, Otaki grasped that this war transcended mere vengeance. Should the Rain Shinobi successfully endure the onslaught of IWA, even if their foundational strength faltered in comparison to the 5 great villages, an acknowledgement would be required. With the presence of both the Titanized Kasa and Hans, the Rain Shinobi indeed possessed the capacity to contend with the 5 great villages. At this moment, Otaki felt a weight in his heart, astonished that the Rain Shinobi had reached this pivotal juncture, all stemming from the defeat of the 5 Tails by the Titanized Kasa. "Lord Tsuchikage, ahead lies the main force of the Rain Shinobi." An IWA shinobi reported to Noki. "Let's engage directly. Compared to him, Han is still too inexperienced, lacking the mastery over the tailed beasts. If we can eliminate that giant and Hans, the Rain Shinobi will be but a disorganized multitude," Noki declared, resolutely intent on annihilating the Rain Shinobi village from the outset, deploying a Jinchuriki. However, Naka's approach was indeed justified. The strength of the Rain Shinobi was predominantly vested in Hans and the Titanized Kasa. With his orders given, the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Zai, commenced his advance to the front line. "Unfortunate for you, that old coot Noki is unleashing his full might. Is that the one who defeated the 5 Tails?" Zai mused, peering at the Titanized Kasa among the ranks of the Rain Shinobi. Though he voiced his thoughts, his actions were swift. At this juncture, Zai had not yet developed significant animosity towards IWA. Thus he remained wholeheartedly dedicated to the cause of IWA. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zai initiated complete tailed beast transformation. As a seasoned Jinchuriki, he had mastered the ability to undergo full transformation without succumbing to the will of the tailed beast. However, such transformation entailed a struggle for control over his body while battling, making it unsustainable unless he could establish a harmonious connection with the tailed beast, evolving into the perfect Jinchuriki. Such combat prowess is truly formidable. However, none of the great nations possessing tailed beasts have managed to achieve this feat independently, resorting instead to forcibly harnessing the power of tailed beasts through sealing techniques. A roar erupts as the complete form of the Four Tails materializes, with the transformed Old Purple beginning to gather the tailed beast ball aimed at the substantial forces of the ranged shinobi. As the tailed beast ball coalesces, the combat is poised to ignite. Once launched, all rock shinobi will surge forward alongside the tailed beast ball to assault the ranged shinobi. Despite being targeted by the tailed beast ball, the ranged shinobi remain unperturbed, for they trust that Lord Kasumi will prevent its launch and vanquish the tailed beast. The giant Kasumi will not grant Old Purple the opportunity to unleash the tailed beast ball, as the fate of the Rain Village hangs in the balance after a single impact from such a ball. A pale blue meteor streaks forth from the ranks of the Rain Shinobi, hurtling directly towards Old Purple. Boom! Before the tailed beast ball could fully form, Old Purple is sent flying by a punch from the giant Kasumi in his chakra mode. The solidification process proves exhilarating, significantly amplifying the punch's impact. Enveloped in azure chakra, the giant Kasumi remarks lightly upon witnessing the potency of his fortified fist. Impressive strength, indeed. No wonder you could defeat the Five Tails. But I am far from that mere beast. Regaining his footing, Old Purple, now in his four-tailed form, addresses the giant Kasumi. Melt release, great volcano. With this invocation, Old Purple channels the power of the tailed beast, transforming the surrounding earth into seething lava, from which a torrent erupts beneath the giant Kasumi. As Old Purple attacks, the rock and rain shinobi clash fiercely. Chapter 56, The One-Punch Hero returns. Drive the rock shinobi away. Annihilate this rabble of rain shinobi. The battle rages between the rock and rain shinobi, while a vast expanse around Old Purple and the giant Kasumi remains vacant, as no one desires to be caught in the crossfire of their ferocious assaults. Encased in chakra mode, the giant Kasumi's protective chakra is no mere facade. It possesses formidable defensive capabilities. Old Purple's molten lava fails to breach the giant Kasumi's chakra armor, with the lava propelling him skyward. The giant Kasumi seizes the moment to charge at Old Purple. Unfazed, Old Purple relentlessly gathers small-tailed beast balls, launching them at the giant Kasumi. Boom, 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 boom. In the face of the incoming barrage of small-tailed beast balls, the giant Kasumi swings his reinforced arms, obliterating each one with a single punch. The detonated small-tailed beast balls possess insufficient force to penetrate the giant Kasumi's chakra armor. Indeed, he is quite the formidable adversary. Now I comprehend why the Five Tails fell to him. Yet, no matter how daunting, one must advance. Scorching rock, great explosion. Old Purple gathers immense molten fireballs in his hands, simultaneously forming small-tailed beast balls in his mouth before fusing and unleashing them in a cataclysmic eruption. The small-tailed beast orb infused with lava is exceedingly unstable. As it approaches the giantized Casa, the four-tailed Old Purple commands the lava to erupt violently. Boom! The tremendous shockwave propels the giantized Casa away. As he crashes to the ground, his legs carve deep rifts into the earth. Steadying himself, the giantized Casa gazes at the four-tailed Old Purple ensconced in the molten lava. Realizing that the tailed beast's form, under ninja control, is indeed more formidable and difficult to approach than a mere tailed beast. Since you prefer to engage from a distance, then prepare to receive my punch. Observing the resolute four-tailed Old Purple adopting the role of a ranged sorcerer, the giantized Casa feels no regret. If this is your game, then do not blame me for unleashing my full power. With a shudder, the giantized Casa's chakra surges forth, the pale blue energy deepening in hue. Activating his chakra mode to its fullest, he concentrates chakra into his hardened right fist. Since you fancy yourself a mage, allow me to reveal my dual ultimate technique. How will you respond? The chakra in the giantized Casa's hardened right fist coalesces into a tangible form. Enveloped in a blue radiance, he crouches low, channeling his energy before charging toward the four-tailed Old Purple. A serious punch with double the power. In midair, a blue dragon's head manifests. A pure blue orb nestled within its maw. The surrounding air is cleaved apart as the dragon's head creates a vacuum, compressing the atmosphere into shockwaves that ripple outward. Before the giantized Casa's strike even reaches him, the four-tailed Old Purple senses the overwhelming force and realizes that this punch could be fatal. Unwilling to succumb quietly, he invokes Wall of Molten River, Lava Rock, Lava Body. The four-tailed Old Purple erects two defensive barriers along the path of the giantized Casa, transforming himself into a molten form. He understands that these defenses may not withstand the giantized Casa's might. Therefore, he swiftly conjures a small-tailed beast orb and consumes it, attempting to unleash a beam of light in resistance. Unbeknownst to the four-tailed Old Purple, the Five Tails had previously attempted a similar maneuver, only to be struck down by a direct punch from the giantized Kasa, nearly meeting his end. Despite the additional defenses and a protective jutsu, the four-tailed Old Purple's preparations are insufficient against the dual-powered onslaught of the giantized Kasa. Before his two defenses can even engage, they are obliterated by the residual force of the dragon's head. Witnessing this, the four-tailed Old Purple's eyes widen in horror. He realizes his naivety. He cannot withstand this assault. As anticipated, the beam of light formed from the tailed beast orb is shattered by the dragon's head, failing to even slow its advance. Just as the four-tailed Old Purple resigns himself to his fate, another beam of light surges toward the dragon's head. Dust release, boundary stripping technique. The formidable Anoki recognizes the astonishing might of the giantized Kasa's ultimate technique and rushes to provide aid. Dainoki had initially believed that his dust release could shatter the colossal attack of the giantized Kasumi, yet the outcome left him wide-eyed in astonishment. Indeed, Dainoki's dust release exerted some influence, but it did not achieve the anticipated shattering of the giant's head. It merely succeeded in gradually eroding the head and decelerating its advance, rendering it less lifelike, but that was the extent of its efficacy. Given sufficient time, it might have shattered the giant's formidable technique, but time was running out. The giant's head relentlessly broke through Dainoki's dust release, charging towards the four tails, Old Z. Boom. The orb of light from the giant's mouth struck Old Z directly, resulting in a tremendous explosion, with the white blast expanding outward. Damn, the power of this technique is astonishing. It even overcomes my dust release. Dainoki soared away, evading the explosion, incredulous that his dust release had been breached. Nevertheless, the dust release was not without merit. Had it not struck the giant's head, Old Z would have perished from that blow. Thanks to Dainoki's intervention, Old Z, while gravely injured, managed to defend himself. As the blue orb descended, it gradually faded, revealing the giantized Kasumi within. The giant surveyed his smoking, drooping right arm, reflecting on how much his power had surged since unlocking the armored giant form. Under the dual power, his right arm had been reduced to mere bone, yet had not vanished entirely. He had indeed grown stronger. The giantized Kasumi then glanced at the distant Dainoki, contemplating that without this old fellow, Old Z would surely be doomed, yet it appeared that Old Z was still alive. As the explosion dissipated, the battered form of Old Z emerged from the center. Like the Five Tails, he had chosen to envelop himself with his tails, resulting in the loss of all four tails and the destruction of his molten body. Covered in wounds, though severely injured, he still possessed the strength to fight. He had narrowly escaped death. This attack was overwhelmingly powerful. Who exactly is the beast here? How can such a formidable ninja exist? Gasping for breath, Old Z cursed the giantized Kasumi. Although he had survived, calamity often strikes in multiples. The four tails sealed within began to clash for control over Old Z's body, attempting to assert dominance. Chapter 57. The armored giant form makes its debut. Damn, the four tails is vying for control over me. Old Z shouted swiftly towards the distant Dainoki. After uttering this, Old Z stood still, immobilized. Was he too heavily injured to move? Why was he losing control so rapidly? This land of rain is troublesome. Dainoki observed the motionless Old Z with a growing sense of unease. The giantized Kasumi, however, did not pursue the advantage, remaining stationary to recover from his injuries. In truth, the giantized Kasumi had also been taken aback upon witnessing the dust release, for it was regarded as one of the most elite jutsu in the Naruto world. Unexpectedly, the ultimate technique was not directly nullified, but merely countered. The giant-sized Kasa man, feeling the effects of dust release, sensed a suppressive force on his chakra mode upon contact with it, diminishing the decomposition effect of dust release. Suppression? The giant Kasa man speculated that it might be related to his chakra absorption. After pondering for a moment, his injuries fully healed, and he activated his chakra mode again, charging toward the immobile four tails, seizing the opportunity to strike. Damn it, he recovered so quickly. How can we fight now? It seemed as if the giant Kasa man merely stood still for a moment, and all his injuries were mended, igniting Anoki's fury. With a formidable might, the man cloaked in the four tails chakra coat unleashed secret techniques to intercept the giant Kasa man, who transformed into a meteor heading toward the Four Tails Old Sage, Otsutsuki. Boom. The man, adorned with four tails, was sent flying by the giant Kasa man, despite the enhancement of his secret techniques. He was still insufficient compared to the chakra mode of the giant Kasa man. Although the man was hurled away, the chakra mode of the giant Kasa man was momentarily obstructed. It was this opportunity that Inoki seized to strike the giant Kasa man with Dust Release. Dust Release, original world separation technique. A white square formed by Dust Release ensnared the giant Kasa man within it. ZZZZ. The Dust Release and the chakra mode cloak of the giant Kasa man clashed, producing a sizzling sound. Indeed, his chakra cloak could withstand my Dust Release. No wonder my previous attacks had little effect. This is truly an astonishing ninjutsu. Witnessing the clash, Inoki's eyes widened in disbelief. Accepting the reality that a ninjutsu capable of countering Dust Release's destructive force existed. Crack. Encased in Dust Release, the giant Kasa man suddenly unleashed his chakra, causing his chakra cloak to swell and shatter the white square of Dust Release. Upon the explosion of chakra, Inoki noticed that the giant Kasa man's chakra cloak contracted slightly, prompting him to prepare for a relentless assault with Dust Release to deplete the giant Kasa man's chakra cloak. Just as Inoki clasped his hands, directing them toward the giant Kasa man, a voice rang out. Old Tsuchikage, are you going to let a few people gang up on my brother Kasa as if I do not exist? Hans swung his scythe, glowing with chakra, toward the airborne Tsuchikage. Earth Release, Rock Fist Technique. Earth Release, Heavy Rock Technique. Faced with Hans's strike, Inoki did not dare to be careless. He instantly encased his fist in rock, employing the Heavy Rock Technique in defense. Clang. The rock fist, infused with Inoki's chakra, collided with Hans's scythe. Hans retreated and employed the water body flicker technique, appearing behind Inoki to strike again. Sensing Hans's sudden disappearance, Inoki, drawing on his years of combat experience, swiftly dodged, narrowly evading Hans's attack. Brothers of the Kasa, focus on dealing with the tailed beasts. I shall take care of Inoki, this old fellow. Upon finishing his words, Hanzo engaged Inoki once more, utilizing the rapid water body technique, denying Inoki any opportunity to wield his Dust Release, forcing him into a direct confrontation. The giant Kasa observed Hanzo's back-and-forth struggle with Inoki, contemplating the undeniable prowess of Hanzo at his peak. Subsequently, he turned his full attention to the two-tailed beasts. Indeed, while Inoki assaulted the giant Kasa, the Four Tails, Han, had also undergone full-tailed beast transformation. The battlefield now featured two complete tailed beasts. However, the Four Tails was in a dire state, having lost all four of his tails to the giant Kasa. Once having vanquished the Five Tails, he now claimed the Four Tails, earning him the moniker of Tail Slayer. At this moment, Han's consciousness, fully consumed by the tailed beast transformation, had been seized by King Mu, who had since healed his injuries, with his tail regrown, though the severed horns remained absent. Out of the 5 horns, only 2 remained intact. Hey, monkey, how are you faring? This fellow is no easy opponent. I have faced him before. Observing the Four Tails, now devoid of its 4 tails, King Mu felt a strange sense of glee, albeit fleeting, as he turned to inquire about the Four Tails. The Four Tails, standing still, began to stir upon hearing King Mu's voice. Ah, I can sense it. The ninja who sealed me has thoroughly beaten my body. The Four Tails, having successfully wrested control from Old Purple, shook his head, acknowledging the pain coursing through him as he replied to King Mu. As he spoke, the injuries on the Four Tails began to mend slowly under his own control. Witnessing the two-tailed beasts bracing themselves against him, the giant Kasa smirked wryly. If you wish to continue this battle, then prepare to experience my armored giant form. With a mere thought, he radiated a golden aura, and in a flash of lightning, the armored giant Kasa made his entrance, clad in dark armor. The brilliance of the giant Kasa captured the attention of the other 4 present, Hanzo. Recognizing the transformation of the giant Kasa into the more potent form he had previously encountered, intensified his efforts against Inoki, determined not to lag behind. Inoki, sensing Hanzo's renewed ferocity, found no time to observe the battle between the giant Kasa and the tailed beasts, realizing he could not underestimate Hanzo's full commitment. Upon the emergence of the armored giant Kasa, a powerful stomp reverberated, sending a formidable aura cascading outward, with the ground cracking like a spider's web. What overwhelming pressure! It is even stronger than before. King Mu gazed at the armored giant Kasa, whose body was enveloped in pitch-black armor, with only his red glowing eyes visible. Sensing that the ensuing battle would be exceedingly challenging, even with the presence of two-tailed beasts. Despite the formidable presence of the armored giant Casa, the irate Four Tails, having endured a beating, was unfazed, pounding his fists into the ground to begin gathering energy for the tailed beast bomb. Observing Sun Wukong charge his tailed beast bomb, King Mu reluctantly joined in to gather energy as well. Chapter 58. The power of resilience. The two-tailed beasts opposite were resolute in their intent to accumulate energy for the tailed beast bomb. The giantized Casa person truly embodies naivety. Does he believe I am non-existent? Upon activating the chakra mode, a pale blue chakra enveloped his black armor, resulting in a remarkable fusion. The chakra of the giantized Casa person intertwined with the armor, causing it to ignite with black flames. Has it mutated again? Surprised by the transformation of his chakra mode, the giantized Casa person did not anticipate such a fusion with his armor. It seems this mode inflicts no harm upon his physical form. Perhaps the armor bears the burden instead? As he sensed this difference, he decided to test it. With black flames enveloping him, the giantized Casa person charged towards the two-tailed beasts. As he swiftly approached, the Five Tails and Four Tails gathered their energy and unleashed their tailed beast bombs directly at him. Unfazed by the rapidly approaching projectiles, the giantized Casa person did not evade but instead braced himself against the impending impact. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed, sending colossal shockwaves across the battlefield. Just when the Four Tails and Five Tails believed they had succeeded, the giantized Casa person emerged unscathed from the explosions, not a single scratch on his armor, which gleamed even more brilliantly than before. The tailed beast bombs seemed to have polished him. How remarkable! Ignoring the astonishment of the Four Tails and Five Tails, the giantized Casa person advanced with an unstoppable momentum. He leaped and seized the neck of the Four Tails, using his own speed to lift the massive beast off the ground. Sonic Wukong, cried King Mu, witnessing the Four Tails being effortlessly whisked away by the giantized Casa person. The Four Tails, unable to resist the overwhelming strength of the giantized Casa person, was forcefully slammed into the ground. Bang! The impact created a massive crater. The ground trembling beneath the weight of the Four Tails combined with the might of the giantized Casa person. Not yet finished, he exerted his strength and flipped the Four Tails over, hurling it to the opposite side. With the momentum, he continued to send the Four Tails crashing back down. Bang! 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 The rhythm of the strikes quickened, and the body of the Four Tails was brutally battered, blood splattering across the battlefield. Finally, the giantized Casa person leaped into the air, clutching the body of the Four Tails, and brought it down forcefully to the ground. Boom! A massive cloud of dust erupted as the earth shattered beneath the tremendous impact. The sequence of assaults by the giantized Casa person was executed with such swiftness that the Five Tails had yet to reach him before the Four Tails was left gravely injured. The giant-sized Kasumi gazed at the approaching Five Tails, casting a glance at the severely wounded Four Tails. With a firm grip on Four Tails' neck, he spun around and hurled Four Tails towards Five Tails. A resounding thud echoed as Four Tails, propelled by immense force, sent Five Tails soaring through the air. The two-tailed beasts tumbled through the skies, crashing onto the ground with such intensity that each impact created a crater. What a thrill! The infusion of chakra into the armor had significantly enhanced both strength and durability, though it was regrettable that he could not soar through the air. Watching the two-tailed beasts tumbling helplessly, the giant-sized Kasumi marveled at the chakra armor mode. The sensation of not having to worry about physical injury was exhilarating. Meanwhile, the dusty Hans and Noki paused their skirmish, turning their attention towards the armored giant, now wreathed in black flames after tossing Four Tails aside. Ha ha ha! Noki, your tailed beasts are utterly ineffective. They are no match for my brother Kasumi. Hans taunted, observing the grave expression on Naka's face. In response to Hans's mockery, Noki remained silent, instead surveying the battlefield where the Iwanine and Amnine clashed. His gaze revealed a shocking sight. The Amnine were surprisingly withstanding the offensive of their Iwa counterparts. How could this be? How could the Amnine possess such combat prowess? Faced with Hans's ridicule, Noki, now astonished, exclaimed. As Naka's voice echoed, Hans too glanced at the battlefield, equally astonished to see that despite the difficulties, his Amnine managed to hold their ground against the Iwanine. Hans was taken aback, The fundamental combat strength of the Amnine was incomparable to the 5 great villages. Previously, they struggled against a single squad, yet now, despite the full might of the Iwnine, they were not easily overwhelmed. What transformation had the Amnine undergone? Meanwhile, the Amnine engaged in battle found themselves perplexed. Their chakra recovery had accelerated during this fight, and even after sustaining injuries, they could staunch their wounds remarkably fast. Although they could not fully heal, merely halting the bleeding proved invaluable in combat, allowing them to maintain a stalemate against the Iwnine. While the giant-sized Kasumi struck a dramatic pose, he noticed the 2-tailed beast still capable of movement and charged towards them. Son Goku, how are you? Can you still fight? After rolling to absorb the impact, King Mu rose and inquired about Four-Tail's condition. I can barely move, Four-Tails replied. Having already endured a devastating attack from the giant-sized Kasumi and weakened by Naki's dust release, Four-Tails was gravely injured and had not yet sufficiently recovered. After being subjected to another barrage from Kasumi, who used him as a weapon against Five-Tails, it was a struggle for Four-Tails to even stand. King Mu, recognizing the severity of Four-Tails' injuries, fell into silence. Despite the battle with the giant-sized Kasumi having only just begun, it appeared that Four-Tails was on the brink of defeat. Turning to the rapidly approaching giant-sized Kasumi, King Mu felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had hoped for a cooperative effort with Four-Tails, but instead, Four-Tails had been swiftly dispatched by the giant. Now, I find myself utterly alone, having already succumbed to the might of the giant form Casa. Clearly, this colossal adversary has grown even stronger. How am I to contend with such a foe? As the giant form Casa raises its fist to strike me, I, the King Mu, let out a fierce roar, exclaiming, "How shall I fight? I shall fight with my very life." With that, I charged directly at the giant form Casa. Mu, what are you doing? The Four-Tails, momentarily stunned by my reckless advance, recalls the sheer power of the giant form Casa, having just endured a brutal beating from it. Yet, I still rush toward my formidable opponent. Chapter 59, The Spine Breaker. Ah, you dare to resist. The more you resist, the more exhilarated I become. The giant form Casa exclaimed with surprise upon seeing me approach, still adorned with 2 remaining horns. Horn slash. With a resounding clash, I lowered my head and collided my horns against the giant form Casa's fist. This time, I had concentrated an immense amount of chakra into my horns and charged with great speed, managing to hold my ground against the Titan's blow. Success. Realizing that I had not been sent flying by a single punch, a flicker of joy ignited within me, swiftly replaced by a surge of rage. How dare I feel relief for merely standing my ground? I roared, my chakra erupting forth as I pushed against the giant form Casa, launching it into the air. Excellent. Seizing the opportunity to recover, the Four-Tails recognized that the giant form Casa had been unexpectedly propelled aloft by my explosive burst of power. Instantaneously, it began to gather energy for its tailed beast bomb. Boom! The airborne giant form Casa was struck directly by the tailed beast bomb from the Four-Tails. Hans, witnessing the giant form Casa being hit, felt a surge of concern rise within him. Noticing Noki still observing the battle, his anger flared. What are you staring at? With that, Hans seized his scythe and unleashed a torrent of chakra, swiftly swinging it toward Noki. Caught off guard by Hans's sudden attack, Noki, who had been engrossed in the battle between the tailed beasts and the giant form Casa, found himself without a chance to evade, resulting in him bracing for impact. Earth release, rock transformation. Transforming his body into stone, Noki attempted to withstand Hans's strike with his arm. Bang! Hans's unexpected blow sent Noki flying, crashing to the ground and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Summoning technique. Hans did not grant Noki a moment's respite after his successful strike. He immediately summoned a salamander and unleashed a toxic gas spray. Dust release, detachment technique. Though struck and propelled by Hans's blade, leaving a grievous wound that exposed bone, Noki managed to escape Hans's grasp, affording him the opportunity to execute his dust release attack. The toxic gas summoned by Hans was swiftly disintegrated by the dust release, with a beam of energy hurtling toward Hans's position. Without delay, Hans dispelled the summoning and utilized the water body flicker technique to evade the dust release as coverage. Boom! The dust release struck the area where Hans had just stood, resulting in a tremendous explosion that disintegrated everything in the vicinity. The power of Inoki's dust release remains formidable. When faced with the giant-sized Casa, It was merely suppressed by the overwhelming chakra level, rendering its disintegration ability ineffective. Hence, the perceived damage seemed minimal. Unexpectedly, Hanzo launched a surprise attack. Hovering in the air, Inoki berated Hanzo's actions. A battle ensued between Hanzo and Inoki, while the giant Kasa, struck by the tailed beast bomb, emerged from the smoke unscathed. Damn it, just as I feared. The defense of that armor is astonishingly high. It appears that without charging a massive tailed beast bomb, we cannot breach his armor, remarked the Four Tails, observing the intact giant Kasa emerging from the haze. Unable to contain his anger, he pounded the ground. Sun Wukong, it seems our conventional attacks are ineffectual against this armor. Mu Wang, witnessing the undamaged giant Kasa, retreated to the side of the Four Tails to discuss their next course of action. This level of defense rivals that of a complete Susanoo. We lack sealing techniques. If only Shikaku were here, he could employ such methods. The Four Tails echoed this sentiment, acknowledging the extraordinary resilience of the giant Kasa's armor. At that moment, the giant Kasa began to move, twisting its neck as it approached them, accompanied by the ominous black flames enveloping its form. The Four Tails and Five Tails could no longer tolerate the audacity of the giant Kasa. It felt like an affront to their dignity. We shall confront him together. I refuse to believe his chakra exceeds ours, declared the Four Tails, charging forward, albeit in a somewhat comical fashion without a tail. Mu Wang concurred, asserting that as long as they prevented the giant Kasa from unleashing a powerful attack, they could outlast him through coordinated efforts. Enough of this banter. We've tested the capabilities of this armored giant, and it is time to conclude this battle. With that, the giant Kasa unleashed a surge of chakra, the flames around him swelling as he lunged toward the two-tailed beasts. The colossal flames enveloped him, transforming him into a blazing sphere, and his speed surged dramatically. The fireball collided with the Four Tails, who was sent flying by the immense force. The giant Kasa was unrelenting, swiftly following up by delivering a powerful kick to the airborne Four Tails, sending him soaring even higher. The giant Kasa leaped to intercept the ascending Four Tails, delivering a crushing blow to his spine. With a thunderous crash, the Four Tails plummeted to the ground like a meteor, the impact resonating with explosive force. As the dust settled, the Four Tails lay broken, his spine shattered and form contorted, rendered incapable of further combat. In the air, the giant Kasa discovered a new application for his flames. He could utilize them for flight. He then turned his attention toward Mu Wang. The latter, unable to fathom how swiftly the Four Tails had been incapacitated, realized the fireball hurtling toward him was his only recourse, despite knowing the tailed beast bomb was ineffective against the airborne giant Kasa. King Mu continuously unleashed the tailed beast balls, yet they shattered upon colliding with the fireball formed by the giantized Kasumi, failing to even detonate. After dispersing three-tailed beast balls, the giantized Kasumi struck down upon King Mu's position, sending him hurtling away with tremendous force, while simultaneously delivering a powerful punch. King Mu was instantaneously propelled into the sky. The giantized Kasumi pursued closely, reaching the sky behind King Mu, delivering a swift kick before following up with another punch that sent King Mu flying. The giantized Kasumi treated King Mu like a mere plaything, relentlessly assaulting him in midair. Ultimately, the giantized Kasumi launched King Mu upwards, positioning himself atop King Mu and delivering a ferocious kick to his spine. King Mu plummeted towards the ground with alarming speed. Boom. As the dust settled, it became evident that King Mu had suffered a broken spine and lost his combat capability. Upon landing, the giantized Kasumi's flames diminished, revealing his armor riddled with holes. To his astonishment, the flames had been consuming his own armor. Despite the full power exerted, the flames intensified, causing self-inflicted damage rather than penetrating defenses. The expression of the giantized Kasumi shifted to one of confusion, as he had expected the flames to possess some unique function. Chapter 60. The Defeat of the Rock Ninja. The giantized Kasumi then turned his gaze towards the location of the Four Tails. He noticed the colossal form of the Four Tails had vanished, leaving only a human lying on the ground. It appeared the Four Tails had retreated into its seal. As anticipated, the giantized Kasumi recognized that without returning to the seal, the Four Tails was doomed. His attention shifted to the Five Tails, which had also reverted to its Jinchuriki form. The giantized Kasumi approached the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails, seizing him in one hand, before reaching for the Five Tails Jinchuriki with the other. This time, no one came to rescue the Jinchuriki, as all were engaged in battle. The giantized Kasumi grasped both Jinchuriki, attempting to restore his armor. However, it seemed that this armor was no ordinary hardened armor. After trying, he found no signs of recovery, realizing that the armor could not be restored swiftly. Faced with this limitation, the giantized Kasumi refrained from further damaging his already compromised armor. Instead, he emanated a brilliant golden light, transforming back into his original form. Once reverted to his ancestral state, the giantized Kasumi carried both Jinchuriki towards the battlefield of Hanzo and Yuki. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps of the giantized Kasumi reverberated, seemingly echoing throughout the entire battlefield. Yuki, distancing himself from Hanzo, turned to behold the giantized Kasumi wielding both Aji and Han. In that moment, Yuki comprehended the grim reality. The rock ninja had been vanquished. As he witnessed the advancing giantized Kasumi, Yuki clenched his teeth tightly and bellowed, "Rock ninja, retreat." The surrounding rock ninja captains, hearing their Tsuchikige's command, began relaying it across the battlefield. Upon receiving the order, the rock ninja ceased their engagement with the rain ninja and commenced their withdrawal. The rain ninja, noticing their retreat, were initially taken aback before erupting in cheers. They had emerged victorious. They have actually defeated the Awakens, one of the 5 great shinobi villages. The Colossal Casa, observing the retreat of the stone shinobi, was not about to allow them to escape so easily. A formidable pressure emanated from Casa, intensifying with each step taken. As the giant moved, an overwhelming aura enveloped the entire battlefield. This marked Casa's first full exertion of the ancestral pressure he had acquired. Although he unleashed this power with all his might, the vastness of the battlefield rendered its effectiveness limited. Only the lower-ranked shinobi and some average ch-nin found themselves immobilized, while the more formidable ch-nin retained their ability to withdraw. For the Awakens shinobi possessing j-nin level strength, the pressure merely weighed heavily upon their bodies. Noki felt the oppressive force emanating from Casa, his gaze betraying a look of astonishment. While this pressure was not particularly daunting for him, it posed a significant threat on the battlefield, especially as the Awakens retreated. This oppressive force served as a chain binding the lower-ranked Awakens shinobi, should it remain unbroken. The losses could be catastrophic. Contemplating the potential casualties, Noki summoned his chakra and unleashed the dust release technique against the giant Casa. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world. This time, the scale and power of Noki's dust release were magnified, enveloping the colossal Casa entirely. He had little regard for the potential casualties among the Jinchuriki. Neutralizing Casa's oppressive aura was of utmost importance. Upon witnessing the massive dust release surging towards him, Casa promptly activated his chakra mode. Although the previous dust release had little effect on him, there was no need to endure its physical impact. Once activated, the chakra mode of the giant Casa was immediately thrust back by Naki's enormous dust release. The dust technique continued to extend, wrapping around the chakra mode Casa and propelling him backward. As Casa felt the dust release penetrate his chakra shield, slowly dismantling his physical form, he began to unleash his chakra, operating at maximum capacity. With a forceful exhalation, the immense dust release drained Naki's chakra, causing him to involuntarily spit out blood. Hans, witnessing Naki's audacity to disregard him and strike at the greatest asset of Awakens, was consumed with rage. He swiftly appeared beside Noki, removing his mask and enveloping him in a cloud of purple poison, poised to deliver a lethal blow with his scythe. Clang! The retreating j-nin of Awakens arrived to support their Tsuchikige, while the Awakens shinobi, having exhausted their strength to withstand the Awakens, had no excess power left to assist Hans. As Hans's attack was thwarted by the Awakens, he let out a cold snort. Summoning technique. Daring to confront him in such numbers would invoke the wrath of his summoned salamander. The summoned creature unleashed a torrent of toxic gas, enveloping the Awakens shinobi who had rushed in to aid their Tsuchikige. Once Noki was safely extracted from the poisonous cloud, the Awakens shinobi began their retreat, carrying their unconscious leader. Hans, observing the fleeing Awakens, was determined not to let them escape, rising to pursue them. However, unexpectedly, the rock ninja elite did not fully retreat, leaving 4 elite shinobi to desperately impede Hans. Confronted by the 4 rock ninja, Hans could no longer pursue Noki and was compelled to pause and address the situation. As the rock ninja withdrew, they employed ninjutsu to sever any potential pursuit. Earth release, earth flow wall. Earth Release, March of 10,000 miles. After executing their techniques, the Rock Ninja Elite also retreated to the rear. You will remain here to obstruct me, prepared for your demise, I presume? Noki had already escaped, and Hans, gazing at the 4 Rock Ninja before him and wiping his scythe, spoke with a hint of disdain. Even if you are Hans, it will still require some time for you to eliminate us, ample time for our retreat. We are already prepared to sacrifice ourselves. With that, the 4 Rock Ninja charged towards Hans, who showed no mercy, even after battling Noki. Yet, they were merely 4 Rock Ninja, and stood no chance against him. After the giant-sized Casa Ren endured Naka's explosive dust release assault and arrived at Hans's previous location, all the Rock Ninja had already retreated. Noki was nowhere to be seen, leaving only Hans and the corpses of the 4 Rock Ninja. Have they all fled? The giant-sized Casa Ren surveyed the battlefield, devoid of any Rock Ninja, and regarded Hans, who was polishing his scythe. What a pity! I was on the verge of slaying Noki when I was interrupted by the Rock Ninja, who came to rescue him. Our Rain village still lacks the foundational strength to rival the 5 great Shinobi villages. Otherwise, I would have directly eliminated the Tsuchikage. Sheathing his scythe, Hans cast a complex gaze upon the 4 Rock Ninjas' remains. Our Rain village has, at long last, triumphed, decisively overcoming the full offensive of the 5 great Shinobi villages. Peace is finally on the horizon. No one will dare to act recklessly in the land of Rain anymore. Hans spoke, his eyes fixed intently on the giant-sized Casa Ren. And you, Casa Ren, are the true hero and the greatest contributor to this war. Chapter 61, Post-War Inventory. At that moment, the surrounding Rain Ninja gathered around the giant-sized Casa Ren. We have finally achieved victory. Lord Casa Ren, Lord Hans, the land of Rain has finally liberated itself from the oppression of the 5 great nations. Is peace upon us? In this moment, the Rain Ninja exhibited a blend of excitement, confusion, and exhilaration, a myriad of emotions swirling among them. Yet, the predominant sentiment was the hope for a stable future. Casa Ren, come to the Rain village to celebrate. This battle will undoubtedly be a historic event in the Shinobi world. Hans, suppressing his own excitement, extended an invitation to the giant-sized Casa Ren. Of course, let us proceed. There are still these 2 individuals to attend to. The Rock Ninja village will not relinquish their Jinchuriki. Nodding in acknowledgement of Hans's words, the giant-sized Casa Ren lifted the 2 Jinchuriki in his hands. Simultaneously, he contemplated the necessity of building popularity among the Rain Ninja as future foundations. Thus, the battle between the Rain and Rock Ninja drew to a close. The giant-sized Casa Ren entrusted the 2 individuals to the medical team of the Rain Ninja. Although the 2 had not been affected by the dust release due to the protective chakra of the giant-sized Casa Ren, they were originally in a state of near death as Jinchuriki after being struck by the tailed beast. Held in the grasp of the giantized Casa for such an extended duration, the urgency for medical attention had become critical. Without it, death loomed imminent. Once the Rain Ninjas had regained their composure from the euphoria of victory, they solemnly gathered the remains of their fallen comrades. After tidying the battlefield, led by Hans, the giantized Casa and the Rain Ninjas returned to their encampment. To Takashi, the realization of defeat was staggering. They had succumbed to the diminutive Rain Ninja village, losing 2 vital Jinchuriki in the process. On the retreating path, Sunju Cat wore a visage of disbelief, seemingly unable to accept the reality of IWA Ninja's defeat. Bearing the burden of the 3rd Tsuchikage, Kota Takashi observed Sunju Cat's expression, understanding the profound pride Sunju held in his identity as an IWA ninja. The fact that they had lost a conflict against a minor nation, especially with both the Tsuchikage and Jinchuriki deployed, was an unbearable truth for Sunju Cat to reconcile. Sunju Cat, there is no time for despair. Our immediate priority is to ensure the remaining IWA ninjas retreat to the IWA village, Kota Takashi admonished, his voice echoing with urgency. Regardless of disbelief, there was no escaping the truth of their defeat. Even though the Tsuchikage had asserted that the Cloud Ninja would not ambush them, it was prudent to remain vigilant. The command now rested squarely upon their shoulders. Takashi's words silenced Sunju Cat, who soon recognized the validity of Takashi's counsel. Their mission was to lead the IWA ninjas to safety, honoring the opportunity created by the Tsuchikage. The fleeing IWA ninjas, as predicted by Noki, faced no ambush from the Cloud Ninjas and successfully returned to their village without incident. Upon their return to camp, The rain ninjas diligently tended to the wounded from the battle. Those skilled in sealing techniques employed their knowledge to aid Zai and Han. However, the rain ninjas had underestimated the situation. As long as the giantized Casa remained near the two Jinchuriki, the tailed beasts would refuse to emerge. Enduring such treatment was beneath their dignity. The fundamental strength of the rain ninjas paled in comparison to that of IWA, or else I could have directly slain that Tsuchikage. Back at the tent, Hans remarked to the giantized Casa how close he had come to enabling IWA to select a fourth Tsuchikage. It is understandable. A nation as small as ours cannot cultivate a vast number of ninjas. This battle was reliant solely on the two of us. Otherwise, the Rain Ninja Village would stand no chance against IWA, Hans acknowledged. The giantized Casa saw the situation with clarity, accepting their foundational weakness. As long as formidable individuals emerged, a lack of numbers was inconsequential. I suspect that once the ramifications of this conflict unfold, the other four great nations will also take notice, Casa conjectured. Moreover, the Sand Ninja are on the verge of defeat at the hands of Konoha. Their forces remain within the confines of our rain country. What are your thoughts, Casa? Hans broached the subject of Konoha, which was only natural, as his prior declaration of defeat against them had been unavoidable. With two ninja villages within his own territory, engaging Konoha in a protracted battle was not feasible, despite his capacity to annihilate Konoha's ninjas during that confrontation. However, thereafter, the third Hokage remained inactive, and the mightiest tailed beast, the Nine Tails, had yet to make an appearance. Hans found himself both unwilling and unable to annihilate all the shinobi of Konoha, as such an act would lead to the ruin of the Land of Rain. He was thus compelled to seek an alternative course against the other two ninja villages. Yet, the circumstances had changed. With the assistance of the Colossal Casa person, who had successfully captured two Jinchuriki, Hans felt emboldened to address Konoha. There was no need for concern. Once Konoha dealt with the Sand Ninja, they would naturally withdraw from the Land of Rain. The giant Casa was acutely aware of Konoha's situation. Apart from Dan's, who thrived on conflict, the successive Hokages had always preferred to avoid external wars. Konoha possessed the most fertile lands, and their own development consistently placed them ahead of the ninja realm, rendering them indifferent to the territories of others. Although Hans had more to say, the sight of the injured Rain Ninja made him sigh deeply. What of the Jinchuriki, Casa? What thoughts do you have? Must we remain here? Hans inquired, seeking Casa's perspective on the Jinchuriki, especially since their own Land of Rain lacked one. Can the Land of Rain sustain its presence? I mean, does it possess sealing techniques capable of containing tailed beasts? Those that cannot be sealed would wreak havoc upon the Rain Village. Even if I could suppress them at any moment, the residual effects of battle would be unbearable for our village. Casa retorted, questioning Hans's premise. The Rain Village lacked even a rudimentary sealing technique. How could it hope to manage a Jinchuriki? Furthermore, what necessity was there for such a being? Once he could summon other giants, would he still require tailed beasts? He suggested investigating the Chakra supply from the earthquake source. Moreover, perhaps he could even create intelligent giants, which would be far more advantageous than a Jinchuriki. If one could not establish a rapport with a tailed beast, it was not particularly formidable. An intelligent giant is akin to oneself. Is that not appealing? Following the footsteps of this primordial giant is surely superior to the fragmented tailed beasts. Upon hearing Casa's analysis, Hans sighed again. Indeed, even if the Rain Village desired to retain a tailed beast, the other major nations would not idly watch their power swell. And the sealing techniques posed a significant challenge. Thus, Hans relinquished any ambitions regarding the power of tailed beasts. Let us instead leverage the Jinchuriki to seek reparations. The Land of Rain has been ravaged by war and is impoverished. Survival for the common folk is a struggle. Chapter 62. The next giant form ultimately. Hans concluded that utilizing the Jinchuriki to obtain reparations was the most pragmatic approach. Observing Hans's epiphany, Casa refrained from further comments. Once the injuries of the wounded had improved, they would embark back to the Rain Village. Casa had no objections to this proposal, but he then recalled that he ought to inquire about Hans's thoughts. Do you find the concept of one nation, one ninja village to be reasonable? Casa's sudden question left Hans momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated such an inquiry from Casa and had never contemplated alternative governance methods beyond the one village, one nation paradigm established by the first Hokage, which all nations had emulated. Hans could only respond in accordance with that understanding. It is precisely because various nations established villages that the scale of warfare expanded. While the establishment of villages undoubtedly provided more children with the opportunity to survive, it also resulted in greater casualties. The words of the giant Hans echoed in his ears. Moreover, did you know that the original founders of Konoha, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, had substantial disagreements? Uchiha Madara sought to unify the ninja world, whereas Senju Hashirama hoped to maintain the status quo, distributing tailed beasts to prevent large-scale conflicts. But as you know, the outcome was predetermined. Listening to the giant Hans's words, Hans remained silent, genuinely unaware that such matters existed during the founding period of Konoha. However, he had heard of the distribution of tailed beasts. Yet he had not anticipated that the initial idea was such that the existence of tailed beasts intensified the brutality of war. Ultimately, Senju emerged victorious, shaping the current landscape. Yet Senju's peace remained unachieved. Upon hearing this, Hans reacted, his eyes widening in shock as he stared at the giant Hans. You must be implying, indeed. The current ninja world is rife with nations and incessant conflicts. I aspire to unify the ninja world, but not merely for the sake of unification. The daimyos are superfluous. I shall merge all nations into a singular entity, creating an entirely new nation. The calm voice of the giant Hans crashed upon Hans's ears like a tempest, rendering him speechless. Hans had not expected the giant Hans's ambitions to be so grand. Not only to unify the ninja villages, but also to abolish the daimyos. Furthermore, ninjas should not merely serve as instruments of death. They ought to become skilled professionals whose jutsu can benefit the nation. The giant Hans articulated his vision, while Hans remained contemplative. The giant Hans understood that his words exceeded the threshold for Hans, yet he patiently awaited Hans's response. Hans, why are you sharing this with me? After a moment of silence, Hans lifted his gaze to meet the giant Hans's eyes in inquiry. Because I recognize you as a seeker of peace, one who would not oppose me. You understand that the endless conflicts among ninjas only bring suffering to the common people. The giant Hans's words resonated with truth, and Hans, having grown up in the land of rain, possessed profound insight. If it is for the sake of peace, I am naturally willing to assist you. But you are aware that the strength of the land of rain cannot rival that of the 5 great nations. Hans was indeed eager for peace, but was also cognizant of the limitations of the land of rain's power. What if I told you that I could transform others to share in my strength? Bang! Upon hearing the giant Hans's proposition, Hans slammed his hand onto the table and stood up abruptly, staring in astonishment at the giant Hans. Is that truly possible? Standing alongside the giant Hans, Hans understood the immense power he possessed. If he could harness that strength, it would indeed sweep away the 5 great nations in no time. Of course, it's impossible for anyone to possess power as formidable as mine, but a diminished version is feasible. Observing Hans's excitement, as if he were on the verge of soaring, the giant Hans tempered his enthusiasm. Upon hearing the giant Hans's words, Hans regained his composure. Yet he contemplated that even a weakened version of the giant Hans's strength would still be formidable, albeit likely devoid of intelligence. The giantized scarecrow has once again doused cold water on our hopes. Lacking wisdom, Hans was taken aback, never expecting that the weakening would result in a complete absence of intelligence. Indeed, it is possible that most may lack wisdom, yet there could also emerge those endowed with it. The giantized scarecrow itself is uncertain whether it can create a wise giant, though it can undoubtedly produce a mindless one. Is it truly destined to be devoid of intelligence? Hans remained undeterred. After all, he had witnessed the power of the giantized scarecrow firsthand. Let me conduct my experiments. I am confident in my ability to create one. The giantized scarecrow refrained from boasting, for without experimentation, it too was in the dark. Very well. I concur with your proposal, Scarecrow. Hans resumed his seat, gazing at the imposing figure of the giantized scarecrow, sighing inwardly at the multitude of surprises that had unfolded in such a brief span. Well then, I merely wish to prepare you mentally. I shall retire now. With that, the giantized scarecrow rose and returned to its oversized tent. After the giantized scarecrow departed, Hans remained seated, lost in contemplation. Once back in bed, the giantized scarecrow was not inclined to paint a grand vision for Hans. After all, considering the abilities unlocked with its giant form, the capacity to create giants must also be dispersed within a certain giant form. It was precisely this missing ability that prevented it from materializing those ethereal branches within the progenitor space. Contemplating, the giantized scarecrow entered the progenitor space, eager to discern which giant form awaited next. Upon entering the progenitor space, the giantized scarecrow began to mold a giant sculpture. As the clay was sculpted, a massive eagle-shaped figure gradually took form. Gazing at the sculpture, the giantized scarecrow fell into silence. What is this? Is it not a giant form of mine? Why does it have wings? The giantized scarecrow was bewildered, but then a thought struck. Could this be the beast giant? Observing the sculpture depicting a head of a human and the body of an eagle, the giantized scarecrow remained silent, feeling an air of the uncanny. Yet, given its avian form, did the sculpture commence from the head? Watching as the head and upper body materialized, while the lower body remained absent. The giantized scarecrow pondered the incomplete beast giant form. Suddenly, the partially sculpted form collapsed. The giantized scarecrow perceived that the unlocking process had only reached halfway. More time was needed. By the way, could my ability to create giants reside within the beast giant? After all, Zeke serves as a precedent. He possesses royal blood. And I am the progenitor. The giantized scarecrow stroked its chin, contemplating this possibility with considerable conviction. To think the vision I painted for Hans might be realized so swiftly. Chapter 63. The Return of the Rain Shinobi. At this moment, the Rain Shinobi were filled with joy, while Uchiha Madara found himself less than pleased. Having entered the twilight of his years, he was nearly driven to baldness by the Outer Path deity. Sighing, he reflected on the situation. Ever since the Outer Path deity first stirred, it had been prone to furious outbursts. Were it not for my restraint, who knows where it might have fled? Uchiha Madara sat atop the head of the Outer Path deity, rendered unable to dance upon this battlefield for months. Now, I find myself seated atop the Outer Path golem daily, perpetually anxious that it may erupt into chaos at any moment. Outer Path golem, thief. No, wait, it's a robber. My chakra. Once outside, I lose all sensation. Wouldn't you be infuriated if your money was stolen? Not only am I unable to pursue the robber, but I am also suppressed by an old man. Lord Madara, something extraordinary has transpired in the land of rain. While Madara contemplated the intricacies of life atop the Outer Path golem, a white Zetsu named Obito emerged from the wall. Ah, what is it? Is it related to the Renegan? Upon seeing Obito's appearance, Madara hoped for intriguing intelligence, finally able to take a breath, as the ongoing suppression of the golem was rather monotonous. Not just this, my lord, during the recent conflict with the Rock Shinobi, the Rain Shinobi have achieved a significant victory, capturing the 4 tails and 5 tails. Obito relayed the information he had uncovered. Oh, is that all? Hearing such trivial news, Madara's interest waned, and he prepared to close his eyes for a moment of respite. But there is more, my lord. On the battlefield, there was a giant. As I approached him, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped me, as if I feared he might devour me. Obito expressed uncertainty about this feeling, having never experienced fear before. Obito's words suddenly piqued Madara's interest. After all, he was a specially crafted white Zetsu, and it was intriguing that something could instill fear in him. While the giant battled the 4 tails and 5 tails, I wished to step forward, yet was paralyzed by terror, unable to proceed. He even defeated both fully formed tailed beasts. Obito's revelation left Madara in contemplative silence, intrigued by this peculiar entity. Utilize the white Zetsu to investigate his every aspect and report back to me. Madara commanded Obito to delve into the mystery of the giant, the transformed Casa. Very well, my lord. With that, Obito retreated into the wall to gather intelligence. 3 days passed, and the Rain Shinobi camp had nearly been put in order, with the injured stabilized. The group began their return towards the Rain Shinobi village. To my astonishment, I find I can still see Casa, all thanks to Lord Casa. Ryota gazed at the towering figure of the transformed Casa with admiration. Why did you not think of me? Who risked their life to bring you here? Nonetheless, Lord Casa is indeed impressive and powerful. Our victory is entirely due to his leadership. Upon hearing Ryota's omission of his own contributions, Honkawa nudged him in displeasure. Yet excitement surged as he spoke of the giant Casa, his admiration overflowing. Ryota, observing Honkawa's fervor, instinctively distanced himself. This version of Honkawa was somewhat intimidating. Although the Rain Shinobi collectively expressed gratitude and admiration for the transformed Casa, few reached the fervency of Honkawa's sentiments. As the main contingent of the Rain Shinobi continued their march, they finally reached the entrance of the Rain Shinobi village after half a day's journey. At this moment, the village erupted in a cacophony of firecrackers, adorned with lanterns and colorful decorations, with banners festooned everywhere, all celebrating the victory of the Rain Shinobi and welcoming the return of the main forces. Upon arriving near the entrance of the Rain Shinobi village, the transformed Casa beheld the throngs of villagers welcoming them. So many people. The signs of a bustling crowd moved the giant-sized Casa, who marveled at the warmth of the Rain village inhabitants. Naturally, having triumphed over the rock ninjas was tantamount to ushering peace to the land of Rain, causing the villagers to be overwhelmed with emotion. Many had gathered to extend their welcome. Hans explained to the giant Casa with a smile, noting that the victory had alleviated some of his own burdens. While conversing with Hans, Casa's stride remained unbroken. Could this be the help we needed to defeat the formidable rock ninjas? What a colossal figure! Although Rain Village claimed to be for giants, none were quite so towering. Behold, his mouth is remarkably large. Why isn't he wearing any clothes? Yet, what a robust physique and impressive muscles. It is truly blush-inducing. Has peace finally graced the land of Rain? Who would have thought in my lifetime I would witness the defeat of the 5 great ninja villages by Rain Village? Voices of discussion filled the crowd, yet more resounding were the continuous cheers. The grand procession advanced and reached a constructed platform. Hans and the giant Casa ascended. Hans gazed at the citizens of Rain Village, his voice rising with fervor. We, the land of Rain, have triumphed. There was no need for embellishment. This was the most joyous news, the message the war-weary populace longed to hear. As Hans's words echoed, an uproar of cheers erupted from below. Upon hearing their leader's proclamation, countless villagers wept tears of joy. Though victorious, some would not return. The greatest hero of this victory was none other than Casa, who stood beside me. Amidst the villagers' cheers, Hans introduced the giant Casa. Casa is magnificent. I want to bear your children. The populace showered various praises upon the giant Casa. However, Casa humbly remarked, "There is no need. I am but 9 years old and cannot bear such expectations." Hans turned to Casa, silently inquiring if he wished to speak. Casa gently shook his head, indicating he had nothing to add. Then, Hans declared it was time to celebrate and descended the platform alongside Casa. The villagers of Rain began their festivities. After ensuring the villagers were settled, Hans guided the giant Casa toward the heart of Rain Village. Due to the perennial rainfall, the buildings were quite spacious, equipped with ample drainage systems. Hans elaborated on the village's characteristics to Casa, noting that many rooms were sufficiently large to accommodate him. Hans led Casa to a towering central structure, securing a vast chamber for him. Yet, Casa remained uncertain about whether he wished to reside in Rain Village permanently. Initially, he had planned to return to his small town after the war, only to discover his strength had surged remarkably after awakening his Kei. Furthermore, his beast giant was on the verge of awakening, likely enabling him to create giants. As Casa pondered his future, he contemplated where he might go next. Chapter 64. The gold of explosive points. The giant Casa, still uncertain about his transformation, decided to remain in the Rain Ninja Village for a few days. Reclining upon a specially crafted colossal bed, he once again entered the ancestral realm. Upon his arrival in this ethereal space, he found himself at the pinnacle of the coordinates power. Having made his appearance before the multitude of the Rain country citizens, he anticipated an increase in the number of his illusory branches. He pondered how many more branches would manifest this time. Upon reaching the apex, he was greeted by a significant proliferation of illusory branches, suggesting that the populace of the Rain country possessed a modicum of conscience. The emergence of these branches, which represented his essence, indicated a burgeoning positive sentiment towards his giant form. However, amidst his elation, a sense of vexation accompanied him. The sheer number of branches rendered it challenging to discern individual identities, save for the distinctly unique branches of Yahiko and his companions. Suddenly, he noticed not 3, but 4 unusual branches. Who could this unexpected addition represent? Approaching the newly manifested branch, he sensed its proximity. Could it possibly belong to Hans? The closeness of the person it represented led him to surmise that it might indeed be Hans's. Was the branch representing Hans also of a special nature? Casa contemplated any connections between Hans and Yahiko's trio. It seemed they were all characters from a narrative, drawing from his prior experiences with novels. He wondered if the presence of these branches might symbolize their significance within this world. After all, both Hans and Yahiko were characters entwined in the story, playing pivotal roles in its progression. As he observed the increasingly dense array of illusory branches, Casa envisioned the scene that would unfold after he created his giant army. He imagined leading this formidable force to dominate the ninja realm, yet he remained uncertain of their intelligence. After all, Those who harbored feelings of gratitude towards him would not be well suited to become mindless giants. With this thought in mind, Casa descended to the ground, eager to test the implications of the newly emerged branches on the consolidation of his beastly giant form. As he sculpted the earth, a giant with the head of a human and the body of an eagle began to take shape. The completion of the sculpture progressed steadily, nearing the final touches. Yet it ultimately collapsed. It appeared that the beastly giant form was on the brink of completion. Realizing that he would soon unlock the form of the beastly giant filled him with excitement. After all, this new form would bestow upon him fresh abilities, and it was likely to facilitate the creation of his own giants. He was on the verge of becoming a complete ancestral giant, albeit still slightly short in stature. When would he unlock the colossal form? Casa, preoccupied with aspirations beyond his current creation, exited the ancestral realm and prepared to rest. Other thoughts are set aside. It is time for slumber. The affairs of the Land of Rain have reached a temporary cessation. Meanwhile, the conflict between the Sand and Leaf Ninjas will recommence following the outcome of the battle between the Rain and Rock Ninjas. As anticipated, the Sand Ninjas were unable to overcome the Leaf and were defeated. After vanquishing the Sand, the commander of the Leaf, Kakashi Hitaki, intended to maintain a garrison in the Land of Rain. However, a missive from the third Hokage promptly recalled the forces. Thus, the Second Great Ninja War has unequivocally concluded. Although the war has ended, its repercussions continue to reverberate throughout the ninja world. Foremost among these is the Rain Ninja's victory over the Rock Ninja, a battle that has astonished the entire ninja realm. Not only did the Rock Ninjas suffer defeat, but they also lost 2 of their Jinchuriki, leaving their leader incapacitated. This outcome has compelled the other 4 great ninja villages to regard the Land of Rain with newfound respect. As both tailed beasts and leaders were deployed, yet ultimately fell short. The Land of Rain has now gained the confidence to contend with the 5 great ninja villages. Moreover, intelligence regarding the giant-sized Kasumi has been incessantly delivered to the leaders of various villages. The ability of the giant-sized Kasumi to single-handedly defeat 2 fully realized tailed beasts has left the other ninja villages in awe. While the Cloud Village is stunned, the third Reikage has developed a particular interest in the giant-sized Kasumi. Intrigued by the chakra mode exhibited by the giant-sized Kasumi, the third Reikage believes himself equally capable of defeating tailed beasts. He yearns for a confrontation with the giant-sized Kasumi to ascertain whether his chakra mode surpasses the might of their lightning god armor. In contrast, the third Hokage of the Leaf harbors concerns that the Land of Rain may cast its gaze upon their Fire Nation, potentially seeking to seize control. However, such worries are merely speculative, as the Land of Rain has only just emerged from the throes of war. It is unlikely they would initiate further conflict, especially considering they have declared their surrender. The most pressing concern for the third Hokage lies with the newly emerged giant-sized Kasumi. Although Hanzo is formidable, he is not beyond the capabilities of the current Leaf Village. The Mist Village, on the other hand, asserts their distance, suggesting that their astonishment suffices, and they need not pursue further action. The Sand Village expresses indifference, noting that they reside in a desert, questioning how the Rain Ninjas would fare against their arid environment. Meanwhile, the giant-sized Kasumi lies awake in bed, unable to find rest. The thought strikes him that he has yet to partake in any grand festivities since arriving in this world. Troubled by this realization, he resolves to seek out Hanzo and procure some gold coins. "What brings you here, Kasumi?" Hanzo inquires, noticing the giantess' presence while attending to governance. "Not much. Just in need of some funds," Kasumi replies, slightly stooping in Hanzo's cramped office. Though Hanzo finds it peculiar that Kasumi requires money, he refrains from questioning and retrieves a stack of notes from his drawer, handing it over to the giant. Kasumi, satisfied with the pile of currency in his hands, nods appreciatively. "All is well now. You may continue with your affairs. I shall take my leave." With that, Kasumi exits the room. How curious. Hanzo shook his head and resumed his duties. With the recent conclusion of the war, numerous matters awaited his attention. As for the giant transformed person seeking money, Hanzo remained skeptical. Could a giant truly partake in the festivities of the Rain Shinobi village? Clutching the coins bestowed by Hanzo, the giant returned to his chamber. With the unlocking of his giant form, his senses grew increasingly acute. Once he discerned that no one was around, he reverted to his original state. Chapter 65. A long-awaited stroll transforming back into his human form. The giant felt a peculiar sensation as he observed the world around him, everything appearing taller than before. He needed to adapt. Armed with the gold coins gifted by Hanzo, he swiftly ventured outside. The Rain Shinobi village was buzzing with activity, various vendors peddling their wares. One could frequently spot the villagers shopping and indulging in snacks, each resident radiating joy. Adults accompanied their children for leisure, while couples ambled through the streets, crafting a harmonious scene. As the giant meandered alone, the adults around him were unperturbed by the sight of a child wandering solo. The village was experiencing a period of unparalleled safety. Who would dare cause trouble during such a time? One could only imagine the consequences from the Rain Shinobi and Hanzo. The giant approached a vendor selling octopus balls. "Excuse me, how much for the octopus balls?" he inquired, his gaze fixed on the golden, fragrant delicacies that sparked an involuntary salivation. "Ah, young customer, the octopus balls are 100 Rio for 5. They are made from the freshest seafood. Crafted with my own hands," the vendor replied, adorned with a warm smile at the sight of a child. "They look delightful. I shall have 50, please. Pack them in a large box." The giant gestured grandly, placing an order worth 1,000 Rio. "Very well, coming right up." The vendor, noticing the generous offer, promptly began preparing the octopus balls. As the vendor worked, the giant engaged him in conversation. "Is it always this lively around here?" "Ah, not typically. However, following our recent victory, the villagers have come out to celebrate. They say this triumph heralds a new era of peace for the land of rain," the vendor shared, an uncontrollable smile illuminating his face at the thought of long-awaited tranquility. "Indeed, peace is a beautiful thing," the giant remarked. "Certainly, we yearn for a stable life. Yet wars seem to erupt without warning," the vendor replied, as he completed the preparation of the octopus balls. "Here you are, esteemed guest, your octopus balls," he said, presenting 2 large boxes filled with 50 delectable morsels. The giant accepted the boxes and continued his leisurely stroll. As he ambled through the streets, savoring the octopus balls, he felt a profound sense of comfort. Although he could sustain himself by absorbing sunlight, the experience of consuming food rendered life truly complete. Kakashi savored the octopus balls with great satisfaction. He also purchased a drink to accompany his snack. "Tomoko, you look truly beautiful with that hair accessory," Ryota exclaimed as he adorned Tomoko's hair with the ornament, showering her with compliments. "Really? Is it not too ostentatious?" Tomoko blushed, gazing at Ryota, who leaned closer to her. "Not at all," Ryota reassured her and promptly paid for the accessory. "Isn't that the Rain Ninja I saved earlier?" Kakashi mused as he observed the Rain Ninja buying a hairpiece for his girlfriend. "Ah, youth is truly wonderful," he thought, shaking his head before deciding to walk away, not wishing to witness others in romantic moments. As Kakashi strolled, he came across a vendor selling sculptures and approached him. "Good day, sir. Is there anything you require?" "All items are handcrafted and of guaranteed quality," the enthusiastic vendor greeted him. Kakashi picked up a sculpture of a pike, feeling its wooden texture. The lifelike depiction was impressive, closely resembling an actual pike. Suddenly, Kakashi noticed a sculpture of himself among the vendor's wares. He set down the pike and picked up the clay figure. The texture felt different from the wooden sculpture. The vendor, noticing Kakashi's expression, explained, "This sculpture is a tribute to your significant deeds in the recent war, Lord Kakashi. Due to the time required for the wooden version, I crafted this in clay first." Listening to the vendor's explanation, Kakashi remained silent, staring at the sculpture of his giant form, feeling an odd sensation. Despite the strangeness, he had to admit the artisan's skill was remarkable. The details were quite well executed, capturing his abs and muscles accurately. With this realization, Kakashi no longer found the sculpture peculiar. He appreciated it instead. He decided to purchase it, planning to return for a wooden version on his next visit. Contemplating the sculptures, Kakashi wondered if he should have one made for himself, considering that both Hashirama and Madara had grand statues in the Valley of the End. As he carried the sculpture in his bag, Kakashi continued to explore the fair. Suddenly, he heard someone exclaiming, You are? Turning toward the source of the voice, he saw a rain ninja pointing at him, a look of astonishment on his face. "Isn't he one of the ninjas I saved?" Kakashi thought, puzzled by the ninja's reaction. "Wait, could this person actually recognize me? My human face bears only a slight resemblance to my giant form. How could he tell? So many others failed to recognize me." Kakashi pondered this possibility, feeling incredulous. No way, he's just a passerby. How could he identify me? Even Mikasa didn't recognize Eren during his transformation. "I am speaking to Lord Kakashi, am I not?" The rain ninja stammered, eyes wide with excitement. Before Ben Chuan stood the revered figure of Casa Ren, his face brimming with admiration. No way. You truly recognized me. This defies logic. Casa Ren has misled me. Upon hearing Ben Chuan's words, Casa Ren was taken aback, overwhelmed by the realization that this passerby genuinely recognized him. Casa Ren, how have you transformed into this? Is this your human form? Ben Chuan, captivated, continued to express his awe as he approached Casa Ren, his demeanor akin to that of a devoted fan. Hold on, how did you recognize me? Despite his astonishment at being acknowledged by someone he had once saved, Casa Ren's curiosity prompted him to inquire further. It was like this. The moment I laid eyes on you, I felt it was you, Casa Ren. Ben Chuan's expression conveyed the sincerity of his words. Casa Ren found himself at a loss for words, grappling with the peculiar sensation. Was it a reflection of himself? Even though he had been recognized, Casa Ren felt no particular sentiment, especially before fully embracing the power of the Titans. Perhaps he feared that others would discover his human essence. However, at this moment, he thought it mattered little. Did they truly believe his human form to be feeble? In mere moments, he could display a chakra mode, should they doubt him. At most, he was merely weaker than his Titan form. Chapter 66, The Pure Titan? Well, you recognized me, so let's move on without further ado. Casa Ren observed the overly excited Ben Chuan and urged him to calm down. All right, Casa Ren, I will be quiet. Ben Chuan realized his exuberance and promptly subdued his excitement. As he walked alongside Casa Ren, the latter pondered the matter at hand. What was the reason behind this passerby's recognition of him? While others remained oblivious, why was he aware? Was it intuition? Casa Ren contemplated deeply. What is your name? Casa Ren inquired of Ben Chuan. Ben Chuan, at your service, Casa Ren. Ben Chuan was ever vigilant, ready to respond immediately to Casa Ren's questions. When you saw me, did you feel it was truly me? An instinct, not mere conjecture? Casa Ren pressed for specifics. Indeed, Casa Ren, when I saw you, I knew it was you. It was a feeling, not a guess, Ben Chuan replied after a moment of reflection. Upon hearing Ben Chuan's response, Casa Ren halted his steps and entered the founding space. Upon arrival, he gazed at the immense coordinate power before him and soared to its pinnacle. Upon reaching the summit, Casa Ren was first struck by 4 prominent ethereal branches. As he scrutinized the denser collection of these branches, he suddenly discerned a golden ethereal branch. Golden? Casa Ren was taken aback. Amidst the sea of blue branches, the emergence of a golden one signified something monumental. Approaching the golden ethereal branch, he extended his hand to feel its essence. This is. Upon touching the golden branch, Casa Ren experienced an entirely distinct sensation compared to the others. He comprehended fully who this golden branch represented, where it resided, and the thoughts that occupied its mind. Casa Ren also sensed Ben Chuan's unwavering loyalty towards him. Even the figure of Casa possesses an inexplicable sensation, one that suggests that, should he so desire, he could instantaneously transform into a Titan. This branch is exceedingly unique. Even the branches of individuals like Mexico and Hanzo pale in comparison to this extraordinary lineage. It resembles a person entirely influenced by the power of coordinates, akin to the Eldians. With his hands withdrawn, Casa contemplated that this might be the reason why Motokawa could discern his true nature. This branch signifies a profound faith in oneself, an unwavering devotion. Through the golden branch, Casa gleaned insights into Motokawa's perspective. Yet, Casa found it peculiar. Could the power of coordinates possess such capabilities? Originally, this power merely allowed for the arbitrary control of Eldians. Thus, once materialized by the coordinates, I too could exert control, which embodies the essence of the progenitor's strength. The question arises, what does the golden branch represent? A naturally loyal subject? Is that all? The utility of the golden branch eludes comprehension. However, as the sole individual capable of Titan transformation in the world of Hokage, its value is undeniable. Casa withdrew from the progenitor's realm. Motokawa, follow me, Casa instructed, addressing the figure behind him. Understood, Lord Casa, replied Motokawa eagerly, trailing behind him. Due to the emergence of this peculiar branch, Casa abandoned the gathering and returned to the tower with Motokawa. Upon their return, Casa focused his thoughts and transformed into the progenitor Titan. Motokawa witnessed the metamorphosis firsthand. As he beheld the Titan form of Casa, his eyes sparkled with admiration, an emotion that was unmistakable. The Titan Casa, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to such scrutiny, cleared his throat. Motokawa, You now possess the qualifications to assume a form akin to mine, albeit one that may lack intelligence. Although the Titan Kasa could directly facilitate Motokawa's transformation into a Titan, uncertainty lingered regarding the presence of wisdom. Thus, Kasa inquired about Motokawa's sentiments. Lord Kasa, being able to transform into a form like yours, even without intelligence, is of no consequence. Whenever you require, I am ready to engage. The resolute tone of Motokawa reached the ears of the Titan Kasa. No need for any biting, Kasa replied, observing Motokawa's unwavering determination. The Titan Kasa became further convinced of the Golden Branch's presence within the power of coordinates, undoubtedly indicative of a fervent believer. Very well, Motokawa. I have shared the advantages and disadvantages with you. The Titan Kasa inhaled deeply as he regarded Motokawa. Roar. Although the Titan Kasa felt an impulse to allow Motokawa to transform, as the first Titan summoned, he sensed an essential element was lacking without a roar. With the Titan Kasa's thunderous cry, Motokawa's form began to emanate a golden radiance. Golden lightning flickered across Motokawa's body. Roar. Motokawa transformed into a Titan, becoming the second Titan in the Hokage universe, aside from Kasa. Within the progenitor's realm, as Motokawa underwent his transformation, the golden ethereal branch representing him materialized, marking the first practical implementation of the coordinate powers branches. An invisible wave emanated from the coordinates of power, spreading towards the primordial space. Upon reaching the boundary of this realm, it began to radiate outward from the colossal figure of the giantized Kasa. The intangible wave swiftly reverberated throughout the land of the Naruto world. What a sensation! In the Pure Land, the chakra of the Sage of Six Paths suddenly sensed a wave of horror, as though a terrifying entity had awakened. At that moment, the Outer Path Golem, beneath Uchiha Madara, emitted a panicked roar. Was there another disturbance? No, something was amiss. Madara realized the golem was exhibiting signs of fear. In a certain temple, Jijin was meditating, and within him, a resonance also felt this wave. A sense of dread surged within him, a fear born from the presence of a formidable life force. How could such a powerful being exist on this planet? Merely the aura. Despite being gravely injured, Jijin's essence remained unchanged, allowing him to fully grasp the significance of the waves emanating from the giantized Kasa. Anxiety coursed through him. Should he venture out? He had believed that aside from Kaguya and her offspring, there was nothing of note on this planet. Yet, this had arisen unexpectedly. Meanwhile, the giantized Kasa remained oblivious to the upheaval within the shinobi world, nervously observing the giantized Motokawa, which now stood nearly at eye level with him. He feared that Motokawa lacked intelligence and was merely an untainted giant. Although he could manipulate this pure giant, what good would it do without wisdom? Only with intelligence could the full might of the giant be harnessed. Otherwise, under the control of the giantized Kasa, it would be but a mere pawn. The giantized Motokawa ceased his furious roar and lifted his gaze towards the giantized Kasa. Can you still hear me, Motokawa? Do you understand? The giantized Kasa addressed him, simultaneously attempting to channel the primordial power. With merely the thought of this intention, he could perceive the giant form of Motokawa. The giantized Kasa sensed that he could manipulate Motokawa at will. Just as he was preparing to explore his ancestral power, the giantized Motokawa finally stirred. What is this? The giantized Motokawa regained a modicum of awareness and noticed the change in his perspective. The once towering Kasa was now at eye level. Lord Kasa, I understand. I still possess consciousness. The giantized Motokawa gazed at the primal form of Kasa, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. How could he gaze directly upon the magnificent form of Lord Kasa? His thoughts compelled him to kneel in reverence before the giantized Kasa. The giantized Kasa, witnessing Motokawa's sudden act of submission, felt a sense of inherent normalcy rather than surprise. He shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Motokawa, there is no need for such grand gestures. Rise. The giantized Kasa reprimanded Motokawa, disliking the sight of others kneeling. Upon hearing the command of the giant Kasa, the kneeling figure of the transformed Honkawa shifted from a full kneel to a single knee-down position, with his left knee on the ground while his right foot remained standing. His right forearm rested upon his right knee as he bowed his head, expressing, "My Lord Kasa, to stand before you is an act of disrespect. I beg your forgiveness and can only adopt this posture." The solemn voice of the transformed Honkawa resonated through the air. Observing the unwavering determination of Honkawa, Kasa found it difficult to continue speaking. The single knee position reminiscent of a knightly gesture, was somewhat acceptable. Now, Honkawa, share your current feelings. Kasa urged. No longer fixating on Honkawa's posture, Kasa was more intrigued by the sensations of the Naruto world following the transformation. My lord Kasa, I now feel an overwhelming surge of power within me, as if there lies an additional force that I am unable to harness. Honkawa candidly articulated his experience after reflecting on his newly transformed body. Kasa pondered these words momentarily before his consciousness transcended into the ancestral space. Upon entering this ethereal realm, Kasa sensed an unusual vitality. Why does this ancestral space feel imbued with life? He mused, squatting to touch the grass beneath him, genuinely perceiving an essence of vitality emanating from it. Could this be a consequence of Honkawa's transformation? He naturally began to question. After a brief examination of the grass yielded no conclusive findings, Kasa decided against further inquiry. The presence of vitality was preferable to its absence, after all. Ascending to the apex of the coordinate power, Kasa beheld the singular materialized branch among the multitude of others. With a raised hand, he made contact, and in that moment, he realized his control over Honkawa was tangible. This included, but was not limited to, memory alteration, flesh transformation, ability distribution, consciousness control, remote manipulation, and self-manifestation. Self-manifestation? Kasa discovered an intriguing capability. It seemed he could effectuate a remote divine descent through Honkawa's form. The greater Honkawa's strength. The more he could withstand Kasa's power, allowing for both conscious and forceful descents. Am I, then, a true believer? Kasa could not suppress a wry remark, finding this ability eerily familiar. Nevertheless, he proceeded to experiment with other abilities. He could alter Honkawa's memories at will, control his consciousness, and transform Honkawa's giant form, all while exerting control over him. Particularly notable was the ability distribution, which enabled Honkawa's giant form to possess his own weakened capabilities. The golden branch symbolized a being that truly embodied Kasa's envoy. He sensed Honkawa's unwavering loyalty. Subsequently, Kasa exited the ancestral space, contemplating the towering figure of Honkawa before him. Honkawa, let us explore the extent of your abilities. The giant transformation of Honkawa desired to ascertain the abilities inherent in his own transformation, devoid of any external powers. Very well, Honkawa, replied the giant transformation of Kazar. With that, the giant Honkawa rose and commenced his attempts. He endeavored to form hand seals in the hopes of unleashing ninjutsu. As the seals shifted in his hands, he proclaimed, "Water release, water whip." However, upon completing the seals and clapping his hands together, he lamented, "Alas, it appears I am unable to utilize ninjutsu, my lord Kazar." Observing the emptiness in his hands, the giant Honkawa reported his findings, surmising that, like himself, the giant form could not manifest elemental energy. In his heart, the giant Kazar pondered this revelation. Subsequently, Honkawa attempted to channel Chakra to his hands and feet, beginning to scale the walls. Without needing to witness the endeavor, Kazar was well aware that it would succeed. Enough of this, try to harden your form instead, he instructed, casting a glance at the wall-climbing Honkawa, who resembled a Spider-Man. "Oh, certainly, my lord Kazar," responded Honkawa, who then fell from the wall, cushioned by Chakra, leaving the ground unscathed. As he began to concentrate on hardening himself, Honkawa held his breath for a moment. Observing the stillness of the giant Honkawa, Kazar realized that he was merely a pure giant template endowed with intelligence. Subsequently, Kazar harnessed the power of the progenitor to grant Honkawa the ability to harden. With this newfound power, after a brief moment of concentration, Honkawa's body began to crystallize. Soon, he succeeded in encasing himself entirely in a hard, crystalline form. Kazar, gazing at the transformed Honkawa, who now resembled a giant of white crystal, fell into silence. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the hardened neck of the crystalline giant shattered, and Honkawa's true form emerged from the wreckage. Realizing the folly of his actions, Honkawa, with a tearful expression, addressed Kazar. My lord Kazar, I can explain." "Never mind, I understand now. Take your time moving forward," Kazar replied, seemingly sensing something as he glanced at the crystalline giant form. With a resounding crack, the crystalline body disintegrated into dust and vanished. Chapter 68. The unclear daimyo. At that moment, a rain ninja appeared at the entrance of the giant Kazar's chamber. "My lord Kazar, Lord Hanzo requests a matter of discussion with you." The rain ninja explained his purpose. "What could Hanzo want with me?" Khazar wondered, bemused, as he had believed Hanzo to be preoccupied with state affairs. I am uncertain. Lord Hanzo merely instructed me to seek you, the Rain Ninja admitted, equally perplexed by the nature of Hanzo's request. Very well, I shall attend to this shortly, Khazar replied with a wave of his hand, signaling the ninja to depart. Yes, the Rain Ninja responded before vanishing in a flash. Honkawa, accompany me, Khazar commanded. As the Rain Ninja departed, the giant Kassa approached Honkawa. Very well, Lord Kassa, he said. Subsequently, the giant Kassa led Honkawa towards Hans's administrative office. Upon nearing the entrance, the giant Kassa spotted Hans waiting at the door. It seemed Hans had also noticed his presence. His towering stature rendered him somewhat inconvenient in the office. However, the giant Kassa no longer felt the need to conceal his human form. The reason he revealed himself in front of the other Rain Ninjas was primarily due to his accustomed nature of being in giant form. As the giant Kassa walked towards Hans, a mist began to emanate from him. Hans observed the unusual occurrence, uncertain if he needed to intervene. Through the mist, Kassa's human form emerged, accompanied by Honkawa. Hans's eyes widened as he focused intently on Kassa's silhouette. Why are you staring so intently? Is there something remarkable? This is merely my human form. Do not be overly astonished. Soon, there will be many like me. Noticing Hans's gaze, Kassa raised his hand, signaling him to cease staring. Hans, however, had heard Kassa's words about the increasing numbers. Are you implying? Hans's gaze shifted to Honkawa, who stood behind Kassa. Indeed, he is capable of transforming into a giant, albeit in a rather unique manner. Kassa confirmed Hans's speculation. Hans felt a surge of excitement, astonished that Kassa's giant form had indeed come to fruition. After his initial thrill, Hans began to scrutinize Kassa. I never imagined your human form would be so diminutive. I doubt anyone would believe that the invincible giant is you. Hans jested with a smile. Enough about me. Please, tell me why you sought me out. Once you have spoken, I can provide you with the specifics regarding the process of giant transformation, Kassa urged, asserting that regardless of height, he remained invincible, and encouraged Hans to get to the point. I brought you here primarily because the documents from the land of Earth have reached me, Kassa stated. Hans, now serious, led Kassa and Honkawa into the administrative office to sit. Oh, are these documents from the land of Earth or from the Rain Ninja village? Kassa inquired, curious whether it was the Daime or Yuki who had acted so swiftly. Both. There are documents from both the Rock Ninja and the Daime of the land of Earth. Hans sighed, addressing Kassa. What? They sent documents from both? What is the situation? Kassa expressed his interest, eager to delve into the matter. The documents from the Rock Ninja propose a ransom in exchange for the 2 Jinchuriki we possess. On the other hand, the Daime of the land of Earth, perhaps unwilling to bow to a smaller nation, sent 2 documents, one to us and one to the Daime of the land of Rain. As he spoke, Hans rubbed his forehead, clearly aware, as the leader of the Rain Ninjas, of the implications of a nation's Daime. Does the Daime of the land of Earth fail to comprehend the situation? The people of the Rain country were astonished. Their nation's mightiest military force had been defeated, and yet this mere feudal lord dared to act so brazenly? Little did they know, the lord held the economic lifeblood of the village in his grasp, and these nobles often looked down upon us shinobi. Hans took it upon himself to elucidate the reasons behind the lord's arrogance. As Kassa listened, he furrowed his brow, recalling the scarce moments in the anime that featured feudal lords. Indeed, he remembered that after Pain's invasion of Konoha, when Tsunade fell into a coma, the higher-ups of Konoha had sought counsel from the lord. The situation for the Sand Shinobi was even graver. Disregarding the lord's directives meant an immediate cessation of funding. Ultimately, it was Hashirama's conservative approach during the founding of the village that led to this predicament. After contemplating these thoughts, Kassa turned to Hans, determined to hear the remainder of his perspective. However, Kassa, having contemplated the unification of the shinobi world and the abolition of the feudal lord system, surely did not care for the opinions of such lords, did he? Hans, gazing at Kassa, asserted with certainty. Indeed, there is no need for feudal lords, nor for so many shinobi villages. A single nation suffices for this world. Perhaps this generation may reminisce about the former nations, but my focus is not on this generation, but rather on the next and the one that follows. Kassa's gaze was sharp, his fingers tapping on the table as he calmly articulated his thoughts. As long as I am alive, the unified state shall remain unbroken, and in a few generations, the ideology of unity will be deeply entrenched. In that moment, Hans fell silent in response to Kasa's words. Kasa, is your pursuit of unity truly for the sake of peace, rather than the ambitions harbored within your heart? After a brief silence, Hans regarded Kasa from a distance, his eyes deep and scrutinizing. Whether for peace or ambition, unity is an inevitability. The shinobi world must bring an end to this chaos. While chaos may be inconsequential to the strong, it marks the sorrowful beginning for the common folk. I abhor it, and thus, I seek unity. At that moment, Kasa's dark pupils resembled the depths of night, inscrutable. You abhor it. Hans stood abruptly, his expression one of shock as he gazed at Kasa. Indeed, I do not like it. I do not relish tragedy, nor do I embrace war. I do not delight in the bittersweet nature of parting. I cherish joy. I yearn for a peaceful existence, and I desire a world where everyone meets a joyful conclusion. Undoubtedly, all that Kasa undertakes springs from his dislike. He is determined to enact change. Very well, if you can indeed bring about a lasting peace, then let it be as you wish. Hans comprehended that a person capable of such declarations was beyond his ability to alter. Thus, if Kasa could usher in peace, he would willingly extend his assistance. What if the feudal lord of the Rain Country demands that we concede to the Earth Country? Hans inquired about Kasa's perspective on potential occurrences. Tell him to depart, and inform his master that it would be wise to leave quietly. Otherwise, when I arrive at the lord's estate, he shall have no opportunity to retreat. Kasa replied with an air of certainty. Very well, since a decision has been made. The future now rests in your hands, Kasa. The Rain Shinobi will stand beside you. Hans has made a resolute decision. The crucial point is that upon witnessing the young Kasumi's formidable prowess, he dares not imagine what the future holds. Now, let us discuss the matter concerning the Rain Ninja behind you. Observing the Rain Ninja in Kasumi's wake, Hans begins to feel a surge of excitement. This location is not suitable for experimentation. Let us find a more open space. Kasumi surveyed the surroundings and replied to Hans, very well. I understand that this place is indeed inconvenient for demonstration. Hans led Kasumi and Motokawa to a plaza within the tower. Upon reaching the plaza, Kasumi stood alongside Hans. Motokawa, will you be able to transform into a giant? At that moment, Kasumi recalled that Motokawa had only just learned to transform and wondered if he would succeed. I don't think I can, Master Kasumi, Motokawa replied after carefully assessing himself under the gaze of Hans and Kasumi. Create a small wound, then concentrate your will, envisioning yourself as a giant while stirring your emotions. Reflecting on his own transformation experience, Kasumi instructed Motokawa. In the past, he had to sustain an injury and think of transforming into a giant, but now, merely focusing on the thought suffices. After hearing Kasumi's words, Motokawa drew a kunai and made a small cut on his hand. He repeatedly envisioned his transformation in his mind. After standing still for a moment, golden light began to emanate from his body, with golden lightning swirling around him. With a roar, a burst of brilliance erupted, and the transformed Motokawa stood tall. Hans, witnessing Motokawa's successful transformation, felt a spark of exhilaration in his eyes and could not help but step forward. He truly has transformed into a giant, towering as tall as Kasumi. Even though he had previously consumed the grand pancake illustrated by Kasumi and observed Kasumi shrink back to his human form. Witnessing a rain ninja transform into a giant with his own eyes filled Hans' heart with indescribable excitement. The land of rain is truly on the verge of rising. Gazing at the giant Motokawa, Hans murmured to himself. Kasumi, hearing Hans' murmurs, understood that despite hearing his thoughts, Hans remains a citizen of the land of rain. Unable to completely free himself from the constraints of his nation's perspective at that moment. Meanwhile, the giant Motokawa bowed his head and remained motionless. Kasumi, what is happening? Hans also noticed that the transformed Motokawa stood still, unresponsive. Just as Hans finished speaking, the motionless giant suddenly erupted, disrespecting Master Kasumi. The giant Motokawa swung a fist towards Hans' position. Naturally, Hans, observing Motokawa, evaded the strike with a swift sidestep. Kasumi frowned at the sight of the transformed Motokawa, who acted purely on instinct, devoid of awareness. Is this the result of his first autonomous transformation, a rampage? No, it seems he is being guided by instinct. Yet, instead of displaying a predatory behavior, he responded to Hans calling his name. Is this what one might call unwavering loyalty? Kasumi pondered the actions of the giant Motokawa. The absence of cannibalistic tendencies led Kasumi to understand that the pure giant feeds not on humans, but rather seeks the host of the wise giant. However, the entity known as Bin Chuan possessed inherent wisdom. Thus, even when governed by primal instincts, it would not resort to cannibalistic behavior. Observing the still active Titanized Bin Chuan, Casarin raised his hand and restrained the colossal figure. With the activation of the founder's power, the Titanized Bin Chuan remained immobilized. Subsequently, Casarin employed this power to awaken Bin Chuan's consciousness. I sincerely apologize, Lord Casarin, I lost control. The awakened Titanized Bin Chuan, vividly recalling his actions, felt he had embarrassed Casarin and immediately knelt. Upon witnessing the half-kneeling Titanized Bin Chuan, Casarin waved his hand dismissively, indicating there was no need for concern. Well then, Hans, if you have inquiries, please proceed. Casarin addressed the swiftly appearing Hans at his side. Although Hans was curious about how Casarin had managed to control Bin Chuan and why the latter held such deep respect for him, the focal point at this moment was the Titanized Bin Chuan. You are a ninja from the Rain Village, correct? Hans inquired, stepping closer to the Titanized Bin Chuan. Indeed, Lord Hans. I am a Ch of the Rain Village, and I was rescued by Lord Casarin during the last war. Bin Chuan elucidated his identity. Upon realizing that Bin Chuan was indeed a ninja from the Rain Village and had the ability to transform into a titan, Hans asked, Casarin, may I test his strength? Since the Titanized Bin Chuan now belonged to Casarin, Hans sought his permission. Of course, I too am eager to discern the prowess of Titanized Bin Chuan. Let him engage with you. But refrain from utilizing hardening techniques. Casarin consented, keen to gauge the true capabilities of Bin Chuan while ensuring he did not employ his hardening ability. With Casarin's approval, Hans turned his attention back to Titanized Bin Chuan. Summoning his scythe, Hans declared, Come forth, let me witness your strength. In all honesty, being confronted by Hans in a battle stance, Bin Chuan, who had grown up in the Rain Village and was aware of Hans's formidable skills, felt a twinge of anxiety. Taking a deep breath, Titanized Bin Chuan's gaze solidified with determination. Habitually, he reached for his waist, intending to launch shuriken at Hans, only to realize he had nothing on him. With ninjutsu unavailable, Titanized Bin Chuan understood that he could only resort to taijutsu attacks. Swiftly, Titanized Bin Chuan charged towards Hans, delivering a kick aimed at him. Hans observed the speed of this Titanized Bin Chuan. As Bin Chuan approached, Hans furrowed his brow, noting, the speed is acceptable, sufficient among Ch Nin, yet inadequate against J Nin. Calculating the speed of Titanized Bin Chuan, Hans prepared to test his defensive capabilities and strength as the Titan aimed a kick at him. Swinging his scythe, Hans struck towards the approaching Titan. With the sound of steel slicing through flesh echoing, Titanized Bin Chuan's leg was severed. As the force of Hans's strike impacted him, Titanized Bin Chuan lost his balance and fell to the ground, his foot beginning to emit wisps of white smoke. Boom. At this moment, Hans withdrew his stance, clutching his scythe with a furrowed brow, casting a puzzled glance towards the figure beneath the hat. If this is the extent of your transformation, sweeping through the 5 great nations may prove to be an insurmountable task. Although the giant form displayed overwhelming dominance against lower-ranked shinobi, it merely resembled slightly faster meat when pitted against higher-ranked ones. Hans's tone bore a weight of gravity, as the power of the giant transformation of Bin Chuan surpassed his expectations. Meanwhile, the figure beneath the hat discerned a striking resemblance between the giant transformation of Bin Chuan and a true, untainted giant. Immediately, he harnessed the power of the progenitor to assess the condition of the giant transformation. Subsequently, he discovered that the chakra within the giant transformation of Bin Chuan had yet to merge with the giant's power. Reflecting on his own situation, he appeared contemplative before activating the progenitor's power. External path, the demonic statue of the outer path, fearful, it dared not move. Chapter 70, granting access. As the figure took action, the chakra within the giant transformation of Bin Chuan fully integrated, awakening the giant's power. It turned out that access had not been granted. Upon sensing this through the progenitor's power, he understood that his lack of authorization was the reason behind the earlier state of Bin Chuan resembling an untainted giant. Now, give it another try, he instructed Hans, encouraging him to engage once more with the giant transformation of Bin Chuan. At this moment, the giant transformation of Bin Chuan had also restored his footing, demonstrating remarkable recovery speed. Observing this swift recuperation, Hans's eyes lit up in surprise. He had not anticipated that not only could the giant transformation of the figure beneath the hat recover quickly, but so could Ben Chuan. This rapid recovery was a fundamental ability. Noticing Hans's astonishment, the figure beneath the hat elucidated the situation. Indeed, the ability to recover swiftly holds promise. With that, Hans gestured towards the giant transformation of Ben Chuan, signaling him to advance. Sensing a change within himself, the giant transformation of Ben Chuan, though unsure due to the figure's silence, felt a surge of power. In an instant, his speed escalated dramatically, launching a powerful punch towards Hans. Hans's eyes widened in surprise at the marked increase in speed. Impressive. The velocity is entirely transformed. Evading the punch from the giant transformation of Ben Chuan, Hans deftly maneuvered aside. The giant's fist struck the ground, creating a small crater. Excellent. The attacking power is commendable, Hans praised upon witnessing the force of the blow. All abilities have indeed been enhanced. Did you orchestrate this, figure beneath the hat? Hans inquired. Recognizing the stark contrast in the current prowess of the giant transformation of Ben Chuan compared to before. This is what one would call the true strength of a giant after transformation, the figure affirmed with a nod, indicating that the current state represented the power possessed by a ninja giant after the infusion of chakra. Splendid. This development is most favorable, Hans declared, taking the initiative to assault the giant transformation of Ben Chuan once again. He swung his scythe, aiming to cleave towards the giant. In response, the giant transformation of Ben Chuan raised his arm to block the strike. This time, Hans's blade failed to sever the limb outright, instead becoming lodged against the bone. The defensive capabilities had indeed improved. Although it was not a full-force attack, it was still quite impressive. As Hans propelled himself to extract his scythe, he deftly evaded the strike from the giantified Honkawa. Aware that the giantified Honkawa possessed an impressive regenerative ability, Hans seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful blow aimed at the giant's arm. The keen edge of his weapon sliced through flesh with unimpeded precision, severing Honkawa's arm once more. The observer, Kassanen, recognized that the sheer physicality of other giants was still vulnerable to the assaults of formidable shinobi. Honkawa utilized chakra to invigorate his physique, while Kassanen imparted his wisdom. Upon hearing Kassanen's guidance, Honkawa endeavored to employ chakra to stimulate his giant form. Hans paused, intrigued by Honkawa's actions, curious to see if further surprises awaited him. However, as Honkawa attempted to channel chakra, he began to convulse and ultimately collapsed to the ground. It appeared that not everyone could effortlessly employ chakra to enhance their physicality. A modicum of training was requisite. Observing Honkawa's collapse after heeding his advice, Kassanen understood that mastering chakra stimulation required practice, and the giant's rapid recovery would afford him ample opportunity for trial and error. Not everyone was a prodigy like him. After a brief period of emitting white smoke from the ground, Honkawa rose once more. Kassanen Dano, I cannot stimulate my body with chakra. Honkawa's voice was muffled in that moment. Perhaps you should practice more. It's akin to how ninjas utilize chakra to enhance their bodies. Just remember not to harden your entire form during combat, Kassanen advised. It was evidently a tall order for Honkawa, being only in his second transformation, to master chakra stimulation for battle. Thus, Kassanen encouraged him to focus on hardening his body instead. Following Kassanen's counsel, Honkawa began to employ hardening techniques, while Hans watched with keen interest. They observed as Honkawa gradually transformed into a crystalline statue. Hans and Kassanen exchanged glances, both sharing an expression of incredulity. With a sudden crack, Honkawa emerged from the ice-like form, landing on the ground. Facing the astonished gazes of Hans and Kassanen, Honkawa felt an overwhelming pressure. Kassanen Dano, it is my failure. Without hesitation, Honkawa knelt before Kassanen. Let it be. Practice your giant's strength more diligently. You have yet to master it, and your original form remains fragile. Find ways to improve it. Kassanen offered his counsel. Meanwhile, Hans, having observed Honkawa's emergence from the nape, discerned a potential vulnerability. Kassanen, could the nape be a weak point? Hans inquired, seeking the insight of the giant expert. Indeed, for giantified beings, the nape is where their original form resides. In the future, there may be a way to eliminate this weakness, Kassanen affirmed, noting his own uniqueness in lacking a physical form. Then, Kassanen, does that not place you at risk? Hans's expression turned grave, concerned for Kassanen's safety against potential attacks targeting such a vulnerability. I do not possess this weakness, and perhaps in the future, I may be able to eradicate it entirely. Kassanin reassured Hanzo, stating that he had already resolved his weakness, which is why he could appear so carelessly. Furthermore, Kassanin believed that weaknesses could indeed be transformed. His current exploration of the ancestral power was still insufficient, and the Titan transformation of Honkawa had only just emerged. He would take his time to develop it. Well, it suffices that Kassanin has no weaknesses, and in a fair battle, targeting the Titan's vulnerabilities is no simple task. After some contemplation, Hanzo shared his perspective. If the disparity in strength is minimal, attacking the nape of a wise Titan is quite challenging. Indeed, I understand. And the current version of the Titan is merely rudimentary. Stronger iterations will undoubtedly emerge. Although my attempts with the ancestral power have been limited, the ability to confer hardening upon Titans and the authority to transfer consciousness can significantly mitigate weaknesses. As Hanzo and Kassanin conversed, the hardening of the Titan Honkawa shattered. Witnessing the fragments of the hardened Honkawa, Kassanin recognized this as a sign of his immature mastery over hardening. With more practice, he would improve. It was a normal occurrence. The shattered hardening of Honkawa caught Hanzo's attention, prompting Kassanin to explain. Chapter 71. You mentioned it, so why not take a shot? Hanzo expressed understanding, acknowledging that acquiring newfound power without training and mastery is indeed a natural phenomenon. So, can we now produce them on a large scale? Although they had not yet completed a full confrontation with the titanified Honkawa, Hanzo astutely realized that once the Titans were assembled, sweeping through the ninja forces of the 5 great nations would pose no challenge, provided they could resolve the top-tier combatants. Hanzo then turned his gaze towards Kassanin, considering that only Kassanin might possess the strength to contend with the elite forces. He could only withstand, not dominate. Honkawa is an exception. When asked by Hanzo if he could produce Titans, a hint of embarrassment flickered in Kassanin's eyes. Upon seeing that Kassanin had brought Honkawa, Hanzo initially believed Kassanin could produce Titans, only to realize it was a unique case. So, Kassanin, what brings you to present Honkawa? Hanzo wore a puzzled expression, realizing he had perhaps celebrated too soon. It will be soon, very soon. By the way, when will the Lord of the Rain country send someone? Kassanin chuckled, hastily shifting the topic. Hanzo sighed, then gestured for Kassanin and Honkawa to follow him. It has only been a few days. The documents from the Earth Country have reached our Rain Ninja village, so they must have also arrived at the Rain Country's Lord. As Hanzo led the way, he explained to Kassanin, by the way, does the Rain Ninja village have any death row prisoners or similar offenders? At that moment, Kassanin suddenly recalled that even if he could produce Titans, he was uncertain of their intelligence. After all, Honkawa was exceedingly unique and required preliminary experimentation. Yes, we captured numerous opportunistic enemies during the war. If you need them, I can have someone deliver them to you. Although unsure of Kassanin's intentions, it would be prudent not to acquire too many death row prisoners. Please prepare 3 for me. I will need to inform you later to bring them to the location we discussed earlier. Although Kaizen has yet to unlock the Beast Titan form, he is intrigued by the possibility of creating a giant through his own spinal fluid. The notion of manufacturing giants had never crossed his mind before, but the time has come when a legion of giants is essential. While this concept is most frequently encountered in anime, Kaizen remains somewhat skeptical. After all, he does not possess a multitude of his own bloodlines to inject himself with. Nonetheless, attempting it incurs no harm. All right, I'm prepared. I shall send someone to inform you, he declared before several individuals returned to Hans's administrative office. We will not accompany you back. You may handle your duties. Just arrange a room for Honkawa. Observing Hans re-enter the administrative office, Kaizen informed him of his departure. Very well, I shall make arrangements shortly. The daimyo of the Land of Rain has sent emissaries. I will call for you later. Understanding Kaizen's aversion to such matters, Hans took it upon himself to proceed alone. Subsequently, Kaizen departed with Honkawa, while Hans resumed his administrative responsibilities. Before long, Hans assigned Honkawa a room not far from Kaizen. In the following days, Kaizen dedicated himself to training and teaching Honkawa about giant transformation, as well as researching the power of the progenitor. 3 days later, in the plaza within the tower. Excellent. You have mastered localized hardening in just a few days. You truly possess a remarkable talent. Kaizen, arms crossed, regarded the now capable Honkawa with a mix of expressions. Over the past few days, Kaizen had tested his ability to grant Honkawa access to his weakened version of powers. However, possessing such abilities and mastering them are 2 distinct matters. Hanakawa struggled to grasp the chakra mode. His Titan form merely accelerated the growth of his nails. The hardening skill was commendable, yet Kaizen recognized that Hankawa's training also benefited him. Whatever Hankawa mastered, Kaizen would naturally acquire as well. Kaizen pondered, hoping that this unique feedback would extend beyond Hankawa to other giants in the future. If he could transform someone into a giant, he would gain access to all their abilities. I apologize for failing to meet Lord Kaizen's expectations. Hankawa, sensing Kaizen's mildly exasperated tone, immediately knelt in alarm. Perhaps your talent is simply more attuned to the armored titan, Kaizen mused. He was relatively lenient with Hankawa, as he was currently his only loyal subject. Despite Hankawa's singular mastery of hardening, through Kaizen's continuous empowerment, Hankawa's strength had become quite formidable. He could now be regarded as a specialized version of Kaizen. Furthermore, the unlocked armored titan abilities allowed Hankawa to mobilize his true form, no longer constrained to the nape of his neck. Now it was time to experiment with creating other giants. With this thought in mind, he turned to the assistant Hans had assigned. Peiji, please bring over the 3 prepared death row inmates. Hans was preoccupied with matters concerning the Rain Ninja Village and could not remain with Kaizen for long, so he had sent a trusted subordinate to attend to Kaizen's requests. Understood, Lord Kaizen. Upon hearing Kazuhido's words, Heiji employed the technique of instantaneous movement to apprehend the criminal. After Heiji departed, Kazuhido remained industrious, retrieving a pre-prepared large syringe from the sealing scroll. Subsequently, he underwent gigantification. The now giant Kazuhido wielded the proportionately sized syringe and began extracting from his own spine. Indeed, it was essential to utilize a hardened needle, otherwise, it would have been quite challenging to breach my own defenses. Observing the hardened needle pierce his flesh and commence the extraction of spinal fluid. It wasn't long before the syringe, as thick as the forearm of the giant Kazuhido, was filled to capacity. With a satisfying pop, he withdrew the needle and began to mend his injuries. Is this the spinal fluid that enables transformation into a giant, Lord Kazuhido? Could my spinal fluid serve the same purpose? Gazing at the syringe brimming with spinal fluid in the hands of the gigantic Kazuhido, the giant Hankawa voiced his curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, the giant Kazuhido turned his gaze towards the giant Hankawa. That makes sense. You should take a vial as well, as I have prepared a surplus. Reminded by Hankawa, the current giant Hankawa bore no distinction from an intelligent giant, and perhaps his spinal fluid could indeed be effective. Of course, Kazuhido held no doubts about the potency of his own spinal fluid, believing Hankawa's would suffice. Yet, Hankawa had asserted that not providing him with a dose would be a disservice. Watching the giant Kazuhido approach with the large syringe, the giant Hankawa could not help but swallow hard. With a swift action, the giant Kazuhido plunged the hardened syringe into the giant Hankawa's kidney. Though he felt no pain, the sight of such a massive syringe inserted into his body elicited a sharp intake of breath from the giant Hankawa. As the giant Kazuhido proceeded, a substantial quantity of fresh spinal fluid from the giant Hankawa was produced. Chapter 72. Aptitude with a swift pull. The giant Kazuhido extracted the syringe lodged in the giant Hankawa. He then placed the 2 syringes side by side before reverting to his normal form. Observing Hankawa preparing to do the same, Kazuhido raised a hand to signal calm. Noticing this gesture, the giant Hankawa paused. Moments later, Heiji and 2 ranged shinobi, accompanied by 5 blindfolded prisoners, materialized in the arena. Why are there 2 extra? Kazuhido inquired, intrigued by the arrival of 5 individuals. Lord Hans instructed me to bring additional individuals, just in case 5 were insufficient. There are still plenty more in the prison, and I can bring more if necessary. Heiji respectfully explained to Kazuhido. Very well, bring one forward, Kazuhido replied. Afterward, Heiji ushered one of the prisoners into Kazuhido's presence. I am willing to serve the Rain Shinobi Village. I am willing to serve the Rain Shinobi Village. Please, do not kill me. The individual brought forth by Heiji, sensing his impending doom, suddenly erupted into desperate cries. Can he hear us? Observing the blindfolded prisoner's frantic outburst, Kazuhido raised an eyebrow and inquired of Heiji. Apologies. Esteemed Kasuman, it was our oversight. He cannot hear, as we have sealed his 5 senses, yet we overlooked the closure of his vocal passage. After stating this, Heiji, with a stern expression, approached the perpetrator and pointed a finger at his throat. The moment Heiji's finger made contact, the perpetrator was rendered speechless. Observing this, the 2 Rain ninjas behind Heiji replicated his action, targeting the throats of the other 4 criminals. Gazing at the kneeling criminals, Kasumin turned his attention to the imposing syringe nearby, lost in contemplation. This seems rather substantial. A single injection could potentially lead to their demise. Realizing that he could not simply kill them, Kasumin retrieved a standard syringe, relieved to find it available. He then instructed the giant Hirakawa to extract a small amount of spinal fluid from the large syringe while he prepared to collect it with the smaller one. Having successfully gathered the spinal fluid, Kasumin approached the kneeling perpetrator. The success of this endeavor hinged on this moment. He was uncertain if any changes would manifest. He inserted the needle into the perpetrator's back and administered the spinal fluid. After completing this, Kasumin and those around him stepped back, squinting at the criminal. Initially, there were no discernible changes. The perpetrator's body remained eerily calm. However, as Kasumin sensed a reaction from the coordinate power, the perpetrator began to tremble violently. This was it. The outcome hinged on this singular moment. Yet, the perpetrator's convulsions intensified, devoid of any radiance. Observing this, Kasumin understood that failure had ensued. As anticipated, the perpetrator's body began to distort, flesh swelling grotesquely. Ultimately, the flesh reached a pinnacle before collapsing into a puddle of muck. Witnessing this failure and the resultant grotesque form of the perpetrator, Kasumin furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Indeed, my power as a Titan is unlike any other. In the anime, even when Marleyans receive spinal fluid injections, they merely fail to transform into Titans. Here, however, a mutation has occurred. Kasumin pondered, then began to attune himself to the coordinate power. In an instant, he perceived that the coordinate power had received the information of that perpetrator. However, the absence of a certain qualification rendered him incapable of bearing the Titan power, leading to his immediate mutation and death. Is it true that those unmarked by the coordinate power cannot transform into Titans? What about those who are marked? With this conclusion in mind, Kasumin contemplated the marked individuals. However, experimenting on his own people felt inappropriate. Kasumin, has the experiment failed? Hans appeared beside him, gazing at the puddle of flesh and inquiring. Indeed, it was a failure due to the lack of qualification. Kasumin was not surprised by Hans's presence. Such a significant matter warranted his attention. Qualification? Hans queried, a look of perplexity crossing his features. Yes, the majority of the Rain Ninja village should possess the qualification to some extent, but whether they can transform remains uncertain. After all, this is merely an experiment, and we cannot yet confirm the success of the transformation. After all, the colossal form of the Casa beast remains unlocked, rendering it impossible to directly materialize the ethereal branches. The method involving spinal fluid raises uncertainties regarding potential complications. Upon hearing Casa's response, Hans pondered for a moment before inquiring. Do we, the Rain Ninjas, possess the qualifications you mentioned? Fixing his gaze upon Casa's eyes, Hans pressed on. To put it succinctly, nearly everyone who has witnessed my giant physique has indeed qualified. Casa's somewhat evasive reply was not lost on Hans. Suddenly, a diminutive figure darted into Hans's presence. Little bear, what brings you here? Return. Hans admonished the Rain Ninja who had appeared before him, recalling something. Lord Hans, I wish to partake in this experiment. My parents were slain by the Sand Ninjas, and I yearn for the strength of Lord Casa to exact my revenge. Little Bear implored, bowing before Hans and expressing his fervent desire. There is no need, Casa interjected, having already stated that this was merely an experiment. We shall discuss it further once I am able to fully transform. Despite Hans's words, Little Bear remained kneeling, steadfast in his resolve. Observing Little Bear's determination, Hans found himself conflicted about whether to keep him by his side as a guardian. Not necessary, return another time. I shall remember you. And once I can transform into a giant, you will be the first I seek out, Hans ultimately conceded. As Casa spoke, Little Bear was denied the injection of spinal fluid. Glancing at the two enormous syringes filled with spinal fluid nearby, Casa mused that they could indeed serve as formidable weapons. Anyone who was pierced, absent the power of coordinates, would surely perish. Casa then turned his attention to the syringe designated for the giant transformation of Motokawa. He exchanged a knowing glance with Motokawa, who, understanding the silent communication, dutifully pushed forward his designated syringe. Casa nodded in satisfaction at Motokawa's action, observing from the side. Heiji brought another prisoner before Casa, and the latter, pleased with the perceptiveness displayed, proceeded to inject the spinal fluid representing Motokawa into the prisoner. Hans, intrigued by Casa's actions, anticipated new developments. Little did he know, Kasa was simply curious about the effects of Motokawa's spinal fluid. If Kasa's own fluid proved ineffective, Motokawa's would likely yield little as well. The injected prisoner trembled momentarily before succumbing to death, and Kasa felt no shift in the power of coordinates. Chapter 73. Visitors from home. It appears my spinal fluid must be more potent, Kasa remarked after experimenting with 2 kinds of spinal fluid, turning his gaze toward the remaining 3 individuals. No need, let us transfer these 3. In the future, there will be no execution of death row inmates. They shall be kept alive, as they may prove useful later. Although the spinal fluid injection experiment had faltered, the unlocking of the beastly form might yield different outcomes. Understood, Heiji replied, and alongside the 2 rain ninjas, they escorted the remaining 3 back to their cell. Has the experiment been deemed a failure, Kasumin? Hanzo inquired, observing the 3 condemned prisoners released by Kasumin. Indeed, it has failed. We must wait, Kasumin replied, his hands gesturing a sense of helplessness. Hanzo sighed, casting a glance at the colossal form of Motokawa, realizing the peculiar nature of the situation. As Hanzo prepared to return to the administrative office, he spotted the figure of Heiji approaching. Lord Hanzo, Lord Kasumin, there has been an incident, Heiji reported, kneeling before Hanzo. What transpired? Hanzo asked, sensing the gravity of the situation, as Heiji would not have appeared without cause. The patrol team encountered a confrontation involving the envoy from the feudal lord of the Rain Country. Their retinue was assaulted. We have secured the scene, but we are uncertain how to proceed, Heiji conveyed, detailing the unexpected incident. Upon hearing this, Hanzo's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that the envoy from the Rain Country would arrive at the hidden Rain village unannounced, let alone engage in conflict. Oh, this warrants a closer inspection, Kasumin remarked, intrigued. He was familiar with this narrative and felt it was time to administer justice. Noticing Kasumin's keen interest, Hanzo cautioned him, acknowledging that they would inevitably need to interact with the feudal lord's representatives. Let us proceed and gather more personnel. We cannot afford to appear negligent to the feudal lord's entourage. Hanzo's words carried an implicit meaning. Heiji understood and swiftly departed. Motokawa, revert from your giant form, Kasumin instructed, addressing the still enormous figure of Motokawa. Yes, Lord Kasumin. Subsequently, Motokawa followed closely behind Kasumin and Hanzo. Upon exiting the tower, Heiji was already waiting with several squads of rain ninjas. Let us go. Hanzo nodded in approval at the sight of Heiji's assembled forces. Guided by Heiji, they soon encountered a throng of individuals ahead. Why are they allowed to obstruct the streets without consequence? Shouldn't they be apprehended? Did not the rain ninjas just achieve victory? Before they could approach, Kasumin heard a familiar voice. What is that voice? He mused, feeling an uncanny recognition. As expected, upon reaching the scene, he saw a boy with orange hair pointing towards the disarrayed convoy and the vigilant ninjas guarding it, shouting loudly. Yahiko? What are you doing here? Kasumin exclaimed in surprise, as Yahiko was not supposed to be in the town. Ah, it's you, brother Kasumin. Not just me, but Conan, Nagato, and even Grandpammy have come along. Yahiko responded, turning to greet Kasumin with joy, revealing that he was not alone. With Yahiko's proclamation, Kasumin also noticed Conan and the others nearby. What is the meaning of this? Have you all moved here? Kasumin questioned, perplexed by their presence. Well, since you're all here, there is no need for me to return, he mused, feeling relieved. What is the matter? Everyone said to forget about me. Suddenly, a fist struck Yahiko's head. It was Jiraiya, who, upon hearing that Yahiko had failed to introduce him, playfully delivered a light smack. That hurt, Master Jiraiya. Mayahiko held his head as he gazed at the assailant, while Jiraiya muttered under his breath. Just as Mayahiko was conversing with Kasunin, an individual inside a well-guarded carriage spotted the rain ninja approaching and immediately shouted, How do you manage your village? We were assaulted in the streets. What are you doing? Is this how the land of rain sustains you? Hurry up and apprehend them. A flamboyantly dressed rotund man emerged from the carriage, directing his ire towards Hanzo. However, Hanzo disregarded him entirely, fixing his gaze upon Jiraiya. Jiraiya, how does a leaf ninja like you even enter our rain village? What brings you here? Hanzo exuded a menacing aura, suggesting he was prepared to act if Jiraiya did not clarify his intentions. Jiraiya, sensing the impending confrontation, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his brow, realizing that Hanzo was less than amiable. If a fight ensued, he might meet his end in the rain village. Desperately, he signaled to the onlooker, Kasunin, urging him to intervene. Clearing his throat, Kassanin spoke. Hanzo, fear not. Jiraiya is no spy. He has come to our rain village to deliver talent. Prompted by Jiraiya's pleading gaze, Kassanin could no longer remain a passive observer and chimed in. Thanks to Kassanin's interjection, Hanzo retracted his hostile demeanor. Jiraiya exhaled in relief, but felt a twinge of unease upon hearing the latter part of Kassanin's statement. Kassanin, you arrived just in time. This convoy has been recklessly rampaging through the streets, toppling stalls, and injuring people. Sensing the atmosphere had softened, Mayahiko hurried over to report to Kassanin. Upon hearing Mayahiko's words, Kassanin turned to look at Konan and Nagato. Indeed, there were 3 individuals who appeared to be a family. Old me, you take it from here, Kassanin said, gesturing for the elderly man to speak. Allowing Mayahiko to narrate could take quite some time. Kassanin, we heard from Jiraiya about your contributions during the war between the Rain and Rock ninjas. After several days, you did not return. And Mayahiko insisted you must be in the Rain village, so we came to find you. The elderly man explained why they had come to the Rain village. Kassanin nodded for him to continue. Upon arriving in the Rain village, we witnessed this convoy on the street. Lord Jiraiya advised us to keep our distance. However, when Mayahiko saw the convoy recklessly barreling towards a family, he charged forward. After blocking the path of the carriage, the occupants ordered their accompanying ninjas to attack Mayahiko, prompting Lord Jiraiya to intervene, leading to the clash that overturned the convoy. After hearing the elder's account, Kassanin glanced at Jiraiya, realizing that the overturning of the convoy had likely been intentional on Jiraiya's part. Given the capabilities of those ninjas, it was improbable that the commotion would have escalated to such a degree without Jiraiya's involvement. Acknowledging the understanding between them, Jiraiya sheepishly scratched his head with a smile. Subsequently, Kassanin turned his attention back to Hanzo, who had also listened to the elder's narrative. Hanzo's gaze fell upon the opulently dressed figure within the carriage. Is this the manner in which the feudal lord of the Land of Rain seeks to intimidate our Rain village? Such an approach is truly foolish. Chapter 74. It's decided. You are the one, Honkawa. While it is understandable that these nobles look down upon ninjas, the Rain ninja village has indeed triumphed over the Rock ninjas. How could an envoy from a feudal lord publicly humiliate the military might of this nation on the streets? Hans' expression darkened, his displeasure palpable to all. The surrounding ninjas could sense a chilling aura emanating from him. As Hans' demeanor shifted drastically, Heiji began urging the residents of Rain Ninja Village to disperse. Meanwhile, the rotund noble remained oblivious, chattering incessantly. Are you not the leader of the Rain Ninjas, Hans? What are you doing? Why haven't you apprehended them? We, the Land of Rain, sustain you merely to stand idly by? The more he spoke, the more emboldened he became, while the ninjas guarding the noble felt Hans' icy presence intensifying, causing their legs to tremble uncontrollably. One ninja, evidently the leader, hastily approached the loquacious noble. Your Highness, Yoshihide, please refrain from speaking further. The leading ninja tugged at the noble, hoping to silence him. Yet, the noble dismissed the ninja's concern, waving him aside. What are you doing? We maintain you for our protection. Look at what you've done, utterly useless. The noble pushed the ninja leader's hand away, launching into a tirade. After finishing his outburst, he turned to Hans, his arrogance slightly tempered by the growing tension. Fearing that the Rain ninjas might indeed take action, the noble revealed his intentions. Remember, you Rain ninjas are subservient to our Land of Rain. I am here to inform you that our feudal lord has reached an agreement with the feudal lord of the Land of Earth. Their Jinchuriki must be returned to them. Henceforth, the Land of Rain and the Land of Earth will maintain a cordial alliance. Having said this, the noble prepared to leave the village, signaling for the ninja leader to escort him away. Observing the noble's intent to flee without further delay, Kasumi smiled. Hans, do you recall what I mentioned? Kasumi bore an enigmatic grin as he regarded the scowling Hans. Indeed, Kasumi, you were not mistaken. Hans, frowning, had not anticipated that this noble would audaciously humiliate him, the leader of the Rain ninjas, in broad daylight. Kasumi, he is about to escape. You cannot allow him to flee. Mayahiko exclaimed, tugging at Kasumi's garment in desperation. He won't get away. Honkawa, seize that noble. With most of the residents having vacated the area, Kasumi chose to let Honkawa take action. As Honkawa sliced his finger with a specially crafted ring, a golden light erupted around him. Boom. Transformed into a giant, Honkawa landed with a thud, effortlessly tearing apart the carriage and seizing the noble within. What are you doing? Hans, what do you intend to do? Let me go? The noble, now captured by the giant Honkawa, experienced the dread of an ordinary person ensnared by a giant in this colossal realm. Lord Hans, the leading ninja, wished to say more, yet upon sensing Hans's murderous intent, he promptly fell silent. Any further words could provoke Hans to unleash his wrath upon them all. "Oh, Brother Kasumi, is that not a giant akin to yourself?" Yahi's eyes sparkled upon witnessing the titan transformation of Honkawa, a giant form reminiscent of Lord Kasumi. That individual truly embodies Lord Kasumi. Initially, the surrounding rain ninjas found it peculiar that the child accompanying Lord Hans referred to Kasumi. However, upon witnessing Honkawa's own transformation into a giant, they became convinced that this child was indeed the invincible Lord Kasumi from the battlefield. "I know Honkawa. He is also a rain ninja, a nin from my class," one of the rain ninjas exclaimed. The possibility that they too could transform into giants like Lord Kasumi began to dawn upon them. The notion that a ninja capable of such a transformation was one of their own ignited dreams within the other rain ninjas. They all seemed enamored with the idea of giant transformations. The deliberate display of Honkawa's transformation was intended to gauge the reactions of the rain ninjas, and the response was quite favorable. "Rest assured, if there is ever a tremor, I shall certainly include you. Rain ninja, thank you. But if possible, I would prefer wisdom instead." "How impressive. I shall arrange for you to have one as well." Kasumi chuckled as he observed Yahi's gleaming eyes. Meanwhile, the plump individual caught by the giant Honkawa had succumbed to sheer terror, losing consciousness. "Take this group away." Without needing Hans's command, Heiji instinctively issued orders. The surrounding rain ninjas ceased their discussions and began to tidy the disarrayed convoy while ensuring the safety of the nearly struck residents. After escorting all the ninjas away, Hans turned to Kasumi and inquired, "Shall we not make introductions?" Hans's expression softened as he regarded Yahi and his companions. "We'll discuss it later." Kasumi smirked at the unconscious plump man. Subsequently, the giant Honkawa followed behind Hans and Kasumi, holding the plump figure. The residents, persuaded to leave by the rain ninjas, had been observing their movements all along. Upon witnessing Honkawa's giant transformation and his capture of the plump man, the residents erupted in cheers, especially as they saw the giant Honkawa stride through the streets with his captive. "That must be the new giant. His appearance differs from that of Lord Kasumi. Could it be that our rain ninjas are on the rise?" The residents were filled with excitement. The stronger the rain ninjas became, the safer they felt within Rain Village. Once Kasumi and his party returned to the tower, the populace continued their animated discussions. Inside the tower, at Kasumi's behest, the giant Honkawa reverted to his human form. The unconscious plump man was led by the rain ninjas into the prison, awaiting interrogation upon awakening. Subsequently, Jiraiya and his companions were escorted to the reception area, with Kasumi naturally accompanying them. Even if Yahi wished to join, it seemed unlikely that he would bring the entire group. Were they planning to remain in Rain Village? The seated figure of Kasumi appeared somewhat peculiar. The entire assembly had gathered. Was it a relocation? In response to Kasumi's inquiry, the old man expressed concern regarding Kasumi's formidable strength, querying whether it would be wise to remain independent. Naturally, such sentiments were not to be articulated directly. His primary worry was whether Kasumi could secure quality sustenance in the Rain Village. After all, who would cook for him if he departed? Mi answered with genuine sincerity. Kasumi gazed at him, revealing a benevolent smile. "Don't concern yourself with me. Rather, spare a thought for Jiraiya. He arrived upon receiving intelligence from Konoha." Mi swiftly redirected the conversation. Chapter 75. The countenance of Hanzo. Immediately, Kasumi's attention shifted towards Jiraiya. "Indeed, while instructing Nagato and the others in the village, I had received information regarding the war." Observing Kasumi's gaze upon him, Jiraiya candidly stated, "And what then? Did you come here merely because Yahiko wished it?" Kasumi found it hard to believe Jiraiya had so effortlessly ventured into the heart of the Rain Village. Was he truly unafraid that Hanzo would imprison him? While it was unlikely he would be killed, Hanzo was not keen on confronting the most powerful of Konoha. He had indeed inquired about the intelligence concerning the giant appearing on the battlefield. Though he remained silent on the matter, Jiraiya revealed that Konoha had also sought information about Kasumi, but he had chosen not to disclose anything. Kasumi, acknowledging Jiraiya's reticence, merely nodded. In truth, revealing such information would be inconsequential. He no longer feared anyone within the ninja world. Once activated, his chakra mode rendered him unmatched. Who could possibly pursue him, aside from those proficient in space-time ninjutsu? Even if Master Gate attempted to chase him, that little rascal would be unable to breach his defenses. Presently, Master Gate was unlikely to possess Sage Mode, nor did he have the Nine Tails. What could he possibly use to contend with Kasumi? At this moment, Kasumi stood at the pinnacle of conventional ninja power. Then why have you come to the Rain Village? Kasumi still struggled to comprehend Jiraiya's motives. I am primarily here for you, Kasumi. You see, my summoning beast hails from Mount Mayaboku, which is the foremost of the 3 Great Sage regions. The Great Sage from there once prophesied that a person who would bring transformation to the ninja world would be my disciple. I suspect that is Nagato. Subsequently, the Great Sage made another prophecy, which you are aware of. I believe that pertains to you. Jiraiya recounted the prophecy of Mount Mayaboku and the Great Sage, information that Kasumi was already familiar with from their previous discussions. He was uncertain why Jiraiya felt the need to reiterate it. The meaning of that prophecy remained ambiguous. Yet now, Kasumi, you possess extraordinary strength and have not yet reached adulthood. You have already ascended to the zenith of the ninja realm, and I wish to persuade you of something. Indeed, during Kasumi's earlier conversation with Yahiko, Jiraiya had been present. At that time, Jiraiya had not taken Kasumi's words to heart, even though Kasumi had expressed a desire for a world devoid of war, though such an aspiration necessitated substantial strength. However, after witnessing Kasumi's displayed power during this recent conflict, and considering his age, Jiraiya began to believe that Kasumi might indeed realize his vision of a warless ninja world. Oh, persuade me? What do you believe needs persuasion on my part? The current Kasumi not only has tested his strength, but has also unlocked the armor giant form, and he is on the verge of unlocking the beast giant. He is no longer the same individual who first encountered Jiraiya, uncertain of his own abilities and fearful of being unable to match Jiraiya's prowess. However, what could a Jiraiya, who is not at his peak, possibly use to persuade him? No, you have misunderstood. I merely wish to counsel you, urging you to truly contemplate the path of peace in your actions, lest we only increase the toll of casualties. Jiraiya hopes that Kasumi will reflect before taking action. Now, amidst the ongoing battles among the ninja villages, the losses are significant. While Kasumi may not grasp Jiraiya's perspective, he possesses his own resolve, one that will not be easily swayed. With the support of our Rain Village behind him, there is no need for an outsider like you to interject. At this moment, Hanzo also entered, addressing Jiraiya with a tone lacking warmth. Upon seeing Hanzo's arrival, Jiraiya chose to refrain from further remarks. What, then, is the purpose of bringing Yahiko and the others? After bypassing this topic, Kasumi inquired of Jiraiya. Kasumi, I actually wanted to come, Yahiko replied, having momentarily been confused by the conversation between Kasumi and Jiraiya, but now alert upon hearing his name. After a brief silence, Kasumi reflected. Indeed, brother Kasumi, we all wish to come. Conan echoed in agreement from the side. All right, since we're here, why not stay in the Rain Village? The training environment is superior to the outside. As soon as Kasumi voiced this, Jiraiya's displeasure was evident. What does he mean by the Rain Village having a better environment? Is he questioning my teaching abilities? What do you mean, Kasumi? Are you suggesting I am inadequate in instructing Yahiko and the others? Jiraiya retorted, unable to contain his indignation. Can you teach them the techniques of Konoha? This single query extinguished Jiraiya's fire. As a Konoha ninja, he indeed could not impart Konoha's techniques to Yahiko and his companions. The few techniques that Konoha had passed on to Jiraiya could be taught, but they were far too limited. Ah, can't you, teacher Jiraiya, remain in the Rain Village? Conan suddenly realized that Jiraiya's inability to stay in the Rain Village was evident. Of course, a Konoha ninja thinks he can stay in our Rain Village. The mere fact that I haven't apprehended him upon his arrival is merely out of respect for Kasumi, Hanzo scoffed. Kasumi observed Hanzo's apparent disdain for Yahiko and the others due to their association with Jiraiya. Subsequently, Kasumi beckoned Hanzo to come closer. Hanzo was puzzled as to why Kasumi sought him out, yet he complied. After a brief exchange of hushed words from Kasumi, Hanzo's demeanor towards Yahiko and his companions underwent a complete transformation. Ha ha ha, Yahiko and the others are citizens of my Rain country. Naturally, we have the obligation to instruct them. You, Jiraiya, should go wherever you please. I shall personally teach them. Everything in the Rain Village will be open to them. Hanzo's current stance was one of warmth, nearly eager to welcome Yahiko and his companions into the Rain Village without delay. Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato were taken aback by Hanzo's unexpected amiability. They had not anticipated that the leader of Amigate Cure, Hans, would be so benevolent. Naturally, The trio held an intrinsic fondness for Hans, who had long been a protector of the Land of Rain before the emergence of the Akatsuki. In fact, Jiraiya had brought Yahiko to Amigakure with similar intentions. Upon learning of Kasumi's confrontation with Awakens, Konoha was not only astonished by his prowess, but also concerned about the potential shifts in the Land of Rain now that both Kasumi and Hans were formidable forces. Consequently, Konoha persistently urged Jiraiya to return, discouraging any prolonged stay in Amigakure. Even Jiraiya's mentor, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, insisted that he return to Konoha. The pressures from both the village and his teacher compelled Jiraiya to relinquish his plans to remain in the Land of Rain. Coincidentally, Yahiko expressed a desire to visit Amigakure, prompting Jiraiya to acquiesce and prepare to entrust the trio to Kasumi. Rest assured, this is not a directive to betray Jiraiya's teachings, but an invitation for you to join Amigakure, as I too wish for you to help realize peace alongside me. Hans was well aware of the bond Yahiko and his companions held with Jiraiya, although they had not yet shared 3 years together. Yahiko's deeply loyal nature would certainly inspire respect for Jiraiya as their mentor. Chapter 76. The departing Jiraiya. Do you not wish to remain in Amigakure with Kasumi? It would be perfect for you to stay. I must return to Konoha now. Jiraiya then shared his intentions with Yahiko and the others. Teacher Jiraiya, you are leaving? The 3 children quickly gathered around him. Teacher Jiraiya, please do not go, Konan pleaded, tears glistening in her eyes. Their time with Jiraiya had brought them immense joy. I cannot, for my village beckons my return. Ultimately, the Land of Rain is still your home, Jiraiya comforted, gently stroking Konan's head with a smile. Teacher Jiraiya, I shall remember your teachings, Nagato declared with unwavering resolve as he gazed at Jiraiya. Yahiko, you must protect Konan and Nagato, Jiraiya urged, observing Yahiko's sorrowful yet resilient demeanor. Of course, I will ensure that Konan and Nagato are safe. Yahiko replied, a smile breaking through as he reassured Jiraiya. Witnessing such a touching display of loyalty, Hans could no longer contain himself. Nagato, where would you like to reside in Amigakure? I can make the necessary arrangements, Hans said warmly, his demeanor exceedingly congenial as he regarded Nagato, whose crimson hair obscured his eyes. Kasumi, observing Hans's earnestness, felt a sense of discomfort, akin to witnessing a dubious figure attempting to lure children. Nagato, startled by Hans's sudden proposition, stammered, we would prefer to stay with Big Brother Kasumi. We have no acquaintances in Amigakure. Very well, you may stay with Kasumi. It will also facilitate my guidance for you, Hans replied, eager to accommodate Nagato, fully aware of the significance of his Renegan. Amidst Hans's overtures toward Nagato, Kasumi harbored suspicions regarding Hans's true intentions. The talents of Yahiko and Konan are certainly not to be underestimated, and I had momentarily overlooked the crucial role of Yahiko. Well then, let us take our time and settle in. Kasumi has established a tone for the 3 of them. After Jiraiya finished speaking with Yahiko and his companions, he prepared to leave the Rain Village and return to his own. Yahiko and his companions accompanied Kasumi and Hanzo to the village entrance to bid farewell to Jiraiya. Teacher Jiraiya, do visit us often, Yahiko called out, waving his hand as he watched Jiraiya depart into the distance. Jiraiya did not look back, but raised his hand in a farewell gesture. Once Jiraiya had finally left the village, Hanzo relaxed his vigilance. The village's defenses were still rather inadequate, he remarked to Kasumi. This is to be expected. The foundation of Rain Village is too weak, lacking even a protective barrier. Kasumi replied, maintaining a pragmatic outlook. Before him, much of the village's strength relied heavily on Hanzo. The rest amounted to the status of a small village, unable to adequately defend against someone like Jiraiya. Let us return now. I wish to see if my favorite takoyaki stall is still open. I shall treat you all, hoping that the gluttonous fellow has not ruined it. Calling out to Yahiko and the others, Kasumi led them back to the village. I shall head back. You take them around. Accommodations will be arranged for them shortly, Hanzo stated as he prepared to address the issues concerning the feudal lord's estate. After Hanzo departed, Kasumi took Yahiko and the others to the takoyaki vendor he had previously enjoyed. Ah, still here. Boss, give me 100 takoyakis. Upon seeing the familiar vendor, Kasumi decided to order 100 right away. Certainly, just a moment, esteemed guest, the vendor replied, recognizing the generous patron and promptly starting to prepare the order. Before long, the freshly grilled takoyakis were ready. Kasumi and the trio began to indulge. So, how do you find these takoyakis? Quite delightful, wouldn't you agree? Kasumi asked, observing the trio devour the food with gusto. Delicious, big brother Kasumi. Yahiko responded, his mouth full, speaking indistinctly. Before encountering Jiraiya, Yahiko and his companions had merely existed. Their lives improved slightly after meeting him, but they had not settled for long before embarking on journeys with Jiraiya. They had not stayed long in Kasumi's small town before seeking him out. Indeed, they had never tasted such snacks before. After finishing the first round, the vendor had the remaining takoyakis ready. Kasumi packed them up and, with the three young ones, continued eating as they walked along the street. Although the gathering had concluded, numerous vendors still lined the streets. Kasumi led the trio, sampling treats here and playing there. Their previous outing had been interrupted by the sudden appearance of Motokawa, but now they enjoyed a leisurely stroll together. The three young ones were filled with joy, having completely forgotten about Jiraiya. Their smiles were unceasing. As they wandered, time slipped away. Soon, the sun began to set. What a delightful experience, a rare moment of relaxation, Kasumi mused, savoring the snacks he had purchased. Indeed, indeed. Yahiko chimed in, patting his belly, which had expanded with fullness. You have consumed the most, haven't you? Kasumi glanced at Yahiko, the only one among the trio who seemed to desire everything he saw to eat. Konan and Nagato were already satiated, yet he still had room for more. Haha, isn't this delicious? Yahiko acknowledged his hearty appetite, sheepishly scratching his head. Let us head back, it's getting late. Subsequently, Kasumi guided the three back to the tower. Upon entering, a rain ninja appeared to lead them to their quarters. Meanwhile, Kasumi noticed the old man, Mato, reclining nearby. Mato, how is it that you can lie down everywhere? He remarked, giving a kick to Mato's rocking chair in mild annoyance. It hadn't been long since they arrived. And here he was, already lounging again. It's not ideal to wander about, considering this is the heart of the Rain Ninja village. I might as well find a spot to rest, Mato replied, resigned. He was not as vigorous as before when he could still prepare meals for Kasumi. Now, the village had plenty of chefs and cleaners, leaving him with little to do but idle. Very well, do take your rest, Kasumi rolled his eyes, speaking with a hint of exasperation. Simultaneously, he harbored mischievous thoughts about potentially transforming giants back into humans. If that required the Earth's tremors, he would surely arrange for Mato a front row seat to get some exercise. At that moment, Rain Ninja, having observed that Kasumi was done speaking, approached appropriately. Lord Kasumi, Lord Hans requested your presence in the administrative office upon your return. Rain Ninja knelt, his gaze towards Kasumi filled with admiration. Upon hearing Hans sought him, Kasumi surmised it must pertain to the matter regarding the corpulent figure from the daimyo's estate. He nodded in acknowledgement and patted Rain Ninja's shoulder in encouragement. Thereafter, he made his way to Hans' administrative office with ease. Chapter 77. The beastly titan form. Upon arriving at Hans' office, Kasumi discovered that he was not alone. Heiji was also present. Kasumi settled onto the sofa, awaiting Hans to speak. Noticing Kasumi's arrival, Hans set aside the interrogation report concerning the fat man. Kasumi, you are here. The results of the interrogation regarding the visitors from the daimyo's estate have come in. Hans' expression was grim, indicating his dissatisfaction with the report's contents. What is the situation? Although aware that the feudal lords in the Naruto world often engaged in dubious dealings, Kasumi was curious about what had transpired in this instance. The daimyo of the Earth Country promised the daimyo of the Rain Country certain benefits, thereby pressuring us to release the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails and Five Tails, Hans explained, suppressing his fury. The implication was clear. They received benefits while we fought their battles. Isn't this bullying the honest? Kasumi slammed his hand on the table, unable to contain his indignation, declaring that they must take action against them. Observing Kasumi's reaction, which surpassed his own, Hans gestured for him to remain calm. Action must indeed be taken. But let us not panic. Although one could directly deploy troops to annihilate the daimyo's estate, such an action would undoubtedly provoke pressure from the other great nations, compelling them to force our ninja village into conflict. As the leader of the Rain Ninja village, Hans, who frequently interacts with the daimyo, is acutely aware of this. While the daimyo of the Land of Rain lacks the power of the great nations, openly destroying his estate would certainly invite pressure from the surrounding powers onto his ninja village. Would that mean we refrain from combat? Captives in hand. We would simply stand down. Kasumi, intrigued, questioned the rationale of fearing other nations when the emissaries of the daimyo had already been taken. My suggestion, Kasumi, is to wait until you can produce giants en masse before obliterating the daimyo's estate. This way, we need not fear interference from other ninja villages. A ruthless glint flickered in Hans's gaze as he contemplated the prospect of biding his time for Kasumi's giant army. Kasumi had not anticipated Hans's strategic mindset. Hans's implication was clear. Should any ninja village dare to meddle in the internal affairs of the Land of Rain, war would be declared without hesitation. Quite audacious indeed. Hans, but why limit our ambitions to merely the Land of Rain? Let us conquer the surrounding smaller nations first, and then we shall ascend to become the sixth great nation. At that moment, Kasumi laughed heartily, his bold declarations momentarily startling Hans. Was this to be a declaration of war? Kasumi, are you serious? Hans, astonished by Kasumi's words, could not help but rise to meet his gaze. Indeed, once the Land of Rain is liberated, we shall also bring the Land of Grass, the Land of Rivers, and the Land of Birds under our banner. Moreover, this is not mere warfare. Only actions that are unequal constitute war. With a smile that belied his fierce determination, Kasumi's piercing gaze caused Hans's eyes to ache. Hans sensed Kasumi's resolve. He was genuinely intent on this course of action and prepared to follow through. Kasumi, have you been contemplating this all along? After a moment of silence, Hans inquired of him. Indeed, the Land of Rain is merely the first step. The other minor nations do not even count as the second. The 5 great nations represent the true second step. At this juncture, Kasumi's tone grew calm, yet exuded an undeniable air of dominance. Although he had previously expressed a desire to unify all nations, Hans had not anticipated that preparations for such a plan would commence so soon. Hans scrutinized Kasumi for an extended period. Kasumi, as long as your intentions are genuinely for peace and not for power, I am willing to lead the Rain Ninja Village in your cause. Since Kasumi has initiated preparations for the unification plan, Hans naturally felt compelled to align himself with it. I cannot bear to witness tragedy, and I happen to possess strength. At this moment, Kasumi's worldview, which had been shaped in a previous life, asserted that without power, one might remain aloof. However, possessing the capability, he would strive to reshape all that he found intolerable in accordance with his vision. Very well. I shall await your good news. I will ensure the Rain Ninjas are prepared as well. Now, we await your ability to create giants. Following this discussion in the council chamber, Kasumi devoted himself to training while anticipating the unlocking of the beast giants. 6 months later, in the training forest surrounding the Rain Ninja Village, it must be said that the absence of new branches has rendered the unlocking process painfully slow. Even the slightest progress took a full 6 months to achieve. The figure of the Casa person gazed upon the completed beast giant sculpture within the ancestral space, unable to suppress a sense of wonder. It seemed that the unlocking of the giant forms became increasingly sluggish as time progressed, without the emergence of new branches. The last few giant forms might take centuries to naturally unlock, not to mention the introspections of the Casa person within the ancestral space. In the external world, Hans was instructing the trio. Clang. Yuhiko, your physical prowess is commendable, and your swordsmanship has been mastered quite skillfully, Hans praised as he parried Yuhiko's katana. Indeed, leader. But you must remember, I am not the only one battling you. Wind release, violent wind palm. Nagato raised his hand, unleashing a gust of wind towards Hans. Ninjutsu, paper shuriken technique. Utilizing Nagato's wind, Konan continuously hurled her unique paper shurikens. Faced with the combined assault of the 3, Hans forcefully pushed Yuhiko back, wielding his scythe to deflect all the paper shurikens. Impressive power, but insufficient to contend with me. As Hans spoke, he noticed the Casa person sitting cross-legged in the distance, emanating a golden radiance. Leader, why is Big Brother Casa suddenly transforming? Wasn't he meditating? Yuhiko, puzzled at the impending transformation, questioned, is it about to happen? Casa. At that moment, Hans had no time to address Yuhiko's confusion. A surge of excitement coursed through him. He had recently heard Casa mention that the ability to create giants was approaching. Little did he expect it would occur today. Golden lightning danced around Casa, and in the wake of the light, a giant with the head of a human and the body of an eagle appeared, transforming into the beast giant. Casa spread his wings and soared into the sky with a resounding roar. It seemed that while Casa's exterior resembled that of an eagle, he fundamentally remained a giant. The shadow of Casa's outstretched wings enveloped Hans and Yuhiko below. Wow, Big Brother Casa's new form is truly magnificent, Yuhiko exclaimed, gazing at the beast giant soaring above. Hans assessed the beast giant form of Casa, estimating its size to be comparable to Casa's ultimate form, Yet due to the wings, it appeared considerably larger. Soaring through the skies, Casa felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. Upon unlocking the beast giant form, he sensed that, should he desire, he could instantly manifest the illusory branches of power into reality and command them to take the form of giants. Hovering aloft, Casa was in no rush to create giants. Instead, he began to experiment with the various abilities of the beast giant. Chapter 78. The not-so-smart pure giant. As an eagle-shaped giant, the ability to fly was inherent. Moreover, the capacity to materialize the illusory branches signified that the beast giant was indeed the key to creating giants. The beast giant Casa, high in the sky, commenced a full-speed flight. Boom! The giant Casa instantly surpassed the speed of sound. A tremendous sonic boom erupted. Hans and Yahiko, witnessing the instantaneous disappearance of the giant Casa, were met with the ensuing thunderous sound. Big brother Casa, how did he vanish so suddenly? Yahiko exclaimed, covering his ears in astonishment. Such incredible speed. Only Hans realized that the Casa people had not vanished, but were merely moving at an astonishing speed. The giant Casa, soaring through the sky, sensed the surrounding landscape rapidly receding. Flying close to the ground, the colossal Casa witnessed trees collapsing behind it. The exhilaration of breaking the sound barrier was unparalleled. Thanks to its powerful giant form, the Casa experienced no discomfort while surpassing the speed of sound. Completely unaware of how many times the speed it had achieved, it only knew it had indeed broken the sound barrier. After savoring the thrill of its full-speed flight, the giant Casa began its return. In no time, it rejoined Hans and the three companions. As it decelerated and descended onto the earth, the beastly giant Casa had transformed its feet into talons and its hands into wings, resembling an eagle, save for its head. Yet, the giant Casa could feel that it could revert to its original form whenever it wished, transforming its taloned feet back into human feet and its wings into feathered arms, thus becoming a human with wings. Brother Casa, your form is incredible, Mihiko exclaimed as he approached the beastly giant Casa, unable to resist touching its feathers. Little Nan, too, joined in, enchanted by the dazzling crimson plumage that shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. The giant Casa, not fond of being touched, quickly reverted to its original size. As the feathers vanished from its grasp, Mihiko and Nan felt a twinge of melancholy. Enough of that. You both look ridiculous, Casa quipped, shaking himself lightly at their expressions. Is it time now, Casa? Hans managed to rein in his excitement and asked solemnly. Seeing Hans suddenly adopt a serious demeanor, Casa responded earnestly. Yes, I can feel it. Splendid. Let us commence the experiment, Hans exclaimed, his enthusiasm bubbling over as he pumped his fist. No need to rush. Let us find some death row inmates instead. We can't use you two for the experiment, Casa replied calmly, unfazed by the urgency. Since you mentioned needing death row inmates, they have been well cared for in their cells, awaiting your command, Hans replied, rallying the three companions to gather their belongings and prepare to return to the Hidden Rain village. Once everything was packed, Hans and the trio swiftly made their way back to the Hidden Rain village, eager to proceed without delay. Upon their return, Hans immediately summoned Heiji to arrange for the death row inmates to be brought forth. Casa interjected, suggesting that a mere 7 or 8 would suffice. Upon hearing this, Hans's excitement was palpable as he agreed to defer to Casa's judgment. Together, Hans and Casa proceeded to the plaza within the towering structure. Although they had initially intended to leave the three companions behind, their insistence led to them being included. Naturally, Motokawa also arrived, standing guard beside Casa. Upon entering the square, Hans and Kassanen awaited for a brief moment before Heiji arrived, accompanied by the condemned prisoners. Lord Hans, the individuals have been brought, Heiji reported, as he and several rain ninjas positioned the prisoners on the ground. Kassanen, do you require anything else? Hans inquired, his concern for any potential mishap evident. No need. Just keep your distance. Kassanen waved his hand dismissively. Subsequently, Hans and the three observers retreated, and Heiji and his companions also distanced themselves from the prisoners. Once assured that no complications would arise, Kassanen prepared to transform the individuals into giants. Observing them, and then himself, Kassanen felt something was amiss. With a mere thought, he assumed the form of the founding titan. How can one transform others into giants without a titan's roar? He mused, taking a deep breath. Kassanen let out a resounding roar, locking onto the 7 condemned prisoners before him. Utilizing the power of coordinates, he began to materialize their positions while facilitating their transformation. Cassinan realized that the emergence of ethereal coordinates did not solely depend on one witnessing their own transformation or harboring feelings towards oneself. Prolonged habitation in a location could also draw forth individuals to manifest on the coordinate plane. As Cassinan's strength grew, the entirety of the Rain Ninja village became imbued with his essence, appearing on the coordinate power. Golden light radiated from the bodies of the 7 individuals. As golden lightning coursed through, the 7 transformed into different giants. With the power of coordinates, apart from Honkawa, 7 more had been added. The titaniized Cassinan gazed at the 7 giants before him, narrowing his eyes. 3 at 15 meters, 2 at 78 meters, and 2 at 5 meters. Does this disparity matter? He pondered the implications of their varying heights. Without a clear understanding, he feared that future transformations could be random, which posed a dilemma. Channeling the power of the founding titan, he sensed the coordinates of the 7. Cassinan discerned that the strength of their coordinates varied. The 2 at 15 meters represented the greatest strength, while the 78-meter ones were of average potency, and the 5-meter ones were the weakest. Upon further contemplation, he recognized that this initial strength reflected the inherent capabilities of each individual. The more formidable the individual, the better their initial qualifications. However, he surmised that qualifications could be altered. Prolonged exposure to his presence could gradually enhance their abilities. Moreover, Cassinan theorized that his spinal fluid might also serve to augment these individuals' qualifications. As Cassinan deliberated, the 7 giants remained still, silently standing. Hans, unable to contain his excitement, acknowledged that Cassinan had successfully created giants. Cassinan, do they pose any issues? Hans suddenly inquired, sensing the stillness of both Cassinan and the 7 giants. The titaniized Cassinan, interrupted from his thoughts by Hans's voice, turned to command the 7 giants to introduce themselves. They responded with a series of unintelligible utterances, resembling Abba, Abba, appearing rather dim-witted. It seems they are indeed the mindless titans, Cassinan reflected, observing their inability to articulate coherent speech. The giantized Kassa understood that what he had created was indeed the Immaculate Giant. Chapter 79. Unable to withstand the infusion, it exploded. It seemed that it could only be the Immaculate Giant. The giantized Kassa shrugged his shoulders, expressing his helplessness to Hans. Although Hans did not comprehend what an Immaculate Giant was, upon witnessing the 7 seemingly mindless giants, he began to grasp the situation. Did they truly possess no intelligence? Is there a way to bestow them with wisdom? Hans, still not ready to give up, inquired of the giantized Kassa. Just as the giantized Kassa was about to declare it impossible, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he could experiment with his spinal fluid. Yes, it was worth a try. He gestured to Motokawa, indicating for him to retrieve the sealed scroll containing the spinal fluid. Motokawa complied, unsealing the scroll and producing 2 large syringes. He extracted a portion of Kassa's spinal fluid and injected it into a 5-meter-tall giant. The giantized Kassa decided to test the waters with the 5-meter filthy giant. Motokawa began his task, drawing some spinal fluid into a smaller syringe and approaching the 5-meter Immaculate Giant. He looked at the giantized Kassa, asking if he should proceed with the injection directly. The giantized Kassa nodded, indicating that it was acceptable to inject directly. Receiving confirmation, Motokawa pierced the foot of the 5-meter Immaculate Giant with the small syringe. After being injected with Kassa's spinal fluid, the flesh and blood of the 5-meter Immaculate Giant began to writhe. Its body continuously grew, with bones extending. Following this transformation, the 5-meter Immaculate Giant became a 15-meter-tall Immaculate Giant. Observing that his spinal fluid could induce growth in the Immaculate Giant, the giantized Kassa nodded in satisfaction. However, the Immaculate Giant infused with the spinal fluid did not cease its transformation. After reaching 15 meters, its flesh yearned to continue growing. The flesh writhed as if hindered, unable to break through the 15-meter limitation. When it could not surpass this limit, the growth began to stagnate. Seeing the Immaculate Giant come to a halt, the giantized Kassa assumed that this was the end point. Yet, he noticed that the eyes of this Immaculate Giant began to shimmer with light. To the giantized Kassa's astonishment, the infused Immaculate Giant spoke. "Where am I?" With the utterance of these words, the giantized Kassa felt a surge of joy. It turned out that as long as the giant was infused with his spinal fluid after transformation, it could attain intelligence. Suddenly, with that statement, The immaculate giant that had received the spinal fluid exploded, transforming into a cloud of crimson mist. At that moment, the expression of delight remained on the giantized Casa's face. The sudden explosion of the immaculate giant infused with his spinal fluid startled everyone around. They had initially believed the experiment to be successful, that they could create an intelligent giant. Yet, it was only a fleeting moment of success. Casa, does this count as a success or a failure? Hans, utterly bewildered, was at a loss for words. It could be deemed a success, but ultimately, it could not endure, leading to its explosion. The calm titanized Casa noticed the situation. Although the pure titan ultimately exploded, his final articulate words confirmed that he had successfully achieved the wisdom of titanization. The explosion was indicative of the fact that this individual, upon titanization, lacked the requisite qualities to withstand the spinal fluid of the titanized Casa. As the progenitor titan, Casa inferred from the explosion of the pure titan branch. Is this not what you referred to earlier regarding qualifying attributes? Upon hearing the titanized Casa's words, Hans immediately grasped the implication. Indeed, the titanized Casa nodded in agreement, affirming Hans's deduction. Does this mean that it is impossible for titans to possess wisdom? Hans adopted a pessimistic stance at this moment. No. Possessing sufficient qualifications is all that is required. The titanized Casa then recalled the 4 special branches associated with the coordinate power. He subsequently turned his gaze towards Hans and the others. What is it, Casa? Do you have further inquiries? Sensing the titanized Casa's gaze, Hans inquired with curiosity. The titanized Casa redirected his attention. Let us not panic. If the transformation cannot be reversed, it would be disastrous. We shall first attempt to see if it can be done with Motokawa. The titanized Casa held Hans and the others in high regard. For the time being, he decided against titanizing them and opted to experiment with others instead. Motokawa, this time, it is your turn. The titanized Casa spoke, and since his own had resulted in an explosion, he decided to test Motokawa's. Upon hearing this, Motokawa began to extract the spinal fluid from the large syringe belonging to him. Once completed, Motokawa approached the remaining 5-meter pure titan. With a nod from the titanized Casa, Motokawa injected the spinal fluid into the 5-meter pure titan. Soon, there was a writhing of flesh and growth. The 5-meter pure titan successfully transformed into a 15-meter pure titan. Excellent. The titanized Casa nodded, acknowledging that Motokawa's spinal fluid seemed effective. He then closely observed the changes in the pure titan that had received Motokawa's spinal fluid. Apprehensive of another explosion, as time passed, it appeared that the pure titan infused with Motokawa's spinal fluid showed no further changes. It seems it will not explode, merely growing to 15 meters. The titanized Casa mused as he regarded the intact pure titan. It appears that, for the time being, the mass production of wise titans is not feasible. The titanized Casa turned to Hans, who was observing the pure titan. Alas, it is regrettable, but it is still sufficient. Hans also felt a sense of loss. It would have been even better if it had wisdom. Motokawa, transform and test the strength of the pure titan. The titanized Casa intended to assess the power of the pure titan. Upon receiving the titanized Casa's command, Motokawa sliced his finger and transformed into his titan form. Once in position, the titan ordered the pure titan infused with Motokawa's spinal fluid to attack him. However, after the titanized Casa's command, he sensed a hint of fear from the pure titan infused with Motokawa's spinal fluid towards the titanized Motokawa. The titanized Casa then commanded the pure titan to stand down. What is the matter, Lord Casa? The titanized Motokawa, poised to unleash a devastating attack on the pure titan, was momentarily taken aback. You take control of it and see if it is possible. The giant Casa harbored a glimmer of thought within his mind. He held no suspicions regarding the command given to the giant Benkan. He commenced the control of the pure giants infused with his spinal fluid. Indeed, as Benkan exerted his influence, the pure giants, imbued with Benkan's spinal essence, obeyed his commands with unwavering fidelity. Try the others, Casa instructed once more. Benkan began issuing commands to the other 5 pure giants. However, this time, they did not respond. The remaining 5 pure giants wholly disregarded Benkan's orders. Casa nodded, confirming his expectations. Only the pure giants infused with Benkan's spinal fluid would heed his commands. Chapter 80. The welfare of the pure giants arrives suddenly. Casa contemplated whether granting Benkan the authority to control the progenitor of giants would enable him to command other pure giants as well. With this thought, Casa initiated an experiment. As he conferred the authority upon Benkan, the latter's body momentarily stiffened. Lord Casa. Benkan found himself enveloped in a peculiar state, unable to suppress his murmurs. Observing Benkan's unusual demeanor, Casa inquired, "Benkan, what do you perceive?" Casa's words jolted Benkan back to reality. "Ah, Lord Casa, just now I beheld a colossal pillar of light, upon which rested a throne woven from innumerable branches, and upon that throne sat you, Lord Casa." In that moment, Benkan's voice wavered. Caught between the realms of reality and illusion, Casa recognized that he had granted Benkan the authority to control the pure giants. But he pondered the potential peril of fully unlocking the progenitor's powers, fearing Benkan might become lost in their overwhelming might. Casa gently tapped Benkan on the head, an act that thoroughly roused him. "Thank you, Lord Casa. I was uncertain of my state just now." Benkan expressed his trepidation, concerned that he might hinder Casa's endeavors. "It is nothing. I have merely bestowed upon you newfound strength, which you are still learning to wield. Now, attempt to command the other pure giants once more." Casa reassured Benkan. After regaining composure, Benkan endeavored again to control the other pure giants. This time, he succeeded in commanding them. "Very well, Benkan. Engage with the pure giant that has reached a height of 15 meters, but do not strike it down." Pleased with the success, Casa nodded approvingly. Henceforth, the task of controlling the pure giants could be entrusted to Benkan. Upon receiving the command, Benkan directed the pure giant to attack him. Following Benkan's orders, the pure giant infused with his spinal fluid lunged at him with its gaping maw wide open. The pristine giant, propelled forward, was met with a powerful blow from the titanized Honkawa, striking him squarely on the head. With a resounding thud, the pristine giant was sent hurtling backward. Witnessing this spectacle, the titanized Casuarina comprehended that the current titanized Honkawa had undergone significant training, emerging far stronger than before. The pristine giant, now sprawled on the ground, had half of his head obliterated by Honkawa's fist. Such weakness. A frown creased the brow of titanized Casuarina, who soon discerned that the chakra of these pristine giants remained unchanged, akin to the former Honkawa. It had not been assimilated. Realization dawned upon titanized Casuarina, and he promptly granted the 6 pristine giants access to the fundamental chakra permissions. With this infusion of chakra, the recovery rate of the pristine giants accelerated noticeably. Once again, the pristine giant, now enveloped in wisps of white smoke, charged towards titanized Honkawa, this time with considerably greater speed. Yet, for the sagacious giant, Honkawa, it was still woefully inadequate. The fists of titanized Honkawa began to harden. With a decisive blow, he struck, shattering the pristine giant's left arm at the root. The entirety of the pristine giant's form collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, due to the infusion of chakra, the consequences of Honkawa's strike were mitigated. Otherwise, it would have resulted in a grievous injury. "Stop! Stop! I merely asked you to spar with him. Why resort to hardening?" Titanized Casuarina glared at the hardened titanized Honkawa, his ire boiling over. With the infusion of chakra, the disparity between the giants had only widened. The fact that Honkawa had hardened his form, a boon granted by his armored titan state, only exacerbated the situation. The difference between the hardening of an ordinary giant and that bestowed by his armored state was akin to the contrast between glass and diamond. "Ah, my apologies, Lord Casuarina. I got a bit carried away," titanized Honkawa mused, reflecting on his encounters with giants of similar stature, having previously faced Casuarina himself, who had thoroughly dominated him. Now, confronted with another feeble counterpart of the same size, he inadvertently found himself in a rhythm. The sensation of combat was undeniably gratifying. It was no wonder that when Lord Casuarina fought him, he found it so effortless. Titanized Honkawa internally appraised the tactile experience of striking the pristine giant. Never mind. Let us switch to a pristine giant of 15 meters. Through the brief encounters between the pristine giants and titanized Honkawa, titanized Casuarina observed that the chakra-infused pristine giants were slightly weaker than Honkawa had been upon first acquiring chakra. Furthermore, their lack of intellect rendered them even more vulnerable. Nevertheless, as mass-produced giants, they were still commendable. Subsequently, the inaugural titanization of a pristine giant, standing at 15 meters, charged towards titanized Honkawa. After a brief skirmish, the 15-meter pristine giant lay smoking on the ground. Among giants of equal height, this one exhibited superior capabilities compared to those enhanced by spinal fluid infusion. Titanized Casuarina concluded that differing innate qualities during the initial titanization would yield varying heights and combat prowess, with exceptions for aberrant species. As for these 6, that had yet to manifest as aberrant species, no comparisons would be made at this time. Furthermore, the pristine giants brought forth through spinal fluid infusion could not rival the original pristine giants. It appears that the most crucial factor is indeed one's aptitude. It is said that those with exceptional qualities can even endure the infusion of my cerebrospinal fluid without succumbing. The Giant King turned his gaze towards Hans and the others. These four possess undeniably formidable talents. After casting a glance at them, the Giant King returned to his contemplation. He contemplated whether, after transforming a human into an immutable giant, it would be possible to revert them back to their human form, a phenomenon that had not been depicted in the original lore of giants. However, as a more potent progenitor giant, he felt compelled to experiment. As the Giant King paused in his experiment, Hans prepared to approach. Suddenly, Hans observed the flesh of the 6 giants before him beginning to retract towards their napes. As the entirety of the immutable giant's form converged into its nape, a fleshy sphere was formed in place. With a pop, an arm broke through the sphere. Remarkably, it had succeeded. Staring in astonishment at the condemned prisoner emerging from the mass, the Giant King widened his eyes. The prisoner, drenched in viscous fluid, gasped for air, his countenance filled with terror. Witnessing this scene, Hans was intrigued and questioned why these giants manifested in such a peculiar manner. Kasumi, why is the process of reverting from giant forms so strange? Hans voiced his confusion. You see, Hans, it is said that mindless giants cannot revert to their original forms and must remain in their giant state for all eternity. They no longer possess human flesh, their essence having transformed into a mere mass of flesh at the nape of the giant. The Giant King elucidated the nature of immutable giants to Hans. Chapter 81. It seems Baya has endured more trials following the Giant King's explanation. Hans grasped the significance of the immutable giant's ability to revert. Does this imply? Hans met the gaze of the Giant King, who was now looking at him with an inviting smile. Shall we test whether your transformation leads to the emergence of a wise giant? Aye. Brother Kasumi, let me go first. Yahiho, having long been eager, was now emboldened by the Giant King's assertion that even if one were not a wise giant, they could revert back. What is there to fear? Yahiho, don't be so impulsive, came the gentle admonition from Konan, who stood by. It's all right, Konan. Brother Kasumi just reverted successfully. Yahiho reassured her with a comforting smile. Observing Yahiho's determination, Konan felt it unnecessary to dissuade him further. The Giant King understood that Conan's hesitation was not rooted in distrust, but rather in her deep concern for Yahiho's safety. Subsequently, Yahiho ventured to an open space. Here I go, Brother Kasumi. Yahiho beamed with a familiar smile and waved to the Giant King. He mused that he would likely transform into a wise giant. If the Giant King's assumptions held true, those with greater aptitude would find it easier to attain wisdom in their giant form. With a roar from the Giant King, Yahiho was enveloped in a radiant golden light, transforming into his giant form. Though still youthful, he manifested a stature of 15 meters. Witnessing Yahiho's giant form, the Giant King felt increasingly confident that Yahiho was indeed a wise giant. Due to the knowledge of the Titan transformation, it is well understood that even an intelligent giant is prone to rampage during its first transformation. Thus, this time, the Titan transformed Kasa utilized the power of the founding Titan to restore Yahiko's consciousness. As the founding power activated, the Titan Kasa successfully located Yahiko's awareness. Indeed, Yahiko was an intelligent giant. Upon finding Yahiko's consciousness, the Titan Kasa drew him back into himself. At that moment, the Titan Yahiko, standing still, gradually lifted his head. With his flowing orange hair and a physique as muscular as Kasa's, he exuded an undeniable strength. The Titan Yahiko gazed at Titan Kasa, the shift in perspective affirming his success. Kasa, I have succeeded. I still possess my intellect. Konan, Nagato, look. I am aware. Ha. The Titan Yahiko expressed his delight, relaying his triumph to Titan Kasa through his powerful form. He then turned to the worried expressions of Konan and Nagato nearby. A few sweeping gestures in the air dispelled their concerns. Konan and Nagato quickly approached the Titan Yahiko. Yahiko, you are so tall now. We barely reach your ankles. Konan marveled as she touched the Titan Yahiko's ankle in astonishment. Of course, this is Kasa's form. I feel invigorated. With Konan and Nagato by his side, Titan Yahiko refrained from making any sudden movements. Meanwhile, Hans observed with a smile, amused by the interaction between the towering giant and the two smaller figures. "Come here, Hans," said Titan Kasa. Hans nodded in agreement, indicating he was ready. After Titan Kasa's roar, Hans transformed into his giant form. Titan Kasa intended to initiate a consciousness restoration for Hans as well. However, to everyone's surprise, Hans, with his formidable willpower, managed to prevent his first transformation from spiraling out of control. Is this the sensation of becoming a giant? It feels as though my chakra cannot be mobilized. The transformed Hans clenched his fists, sensing the power within him while uncovering a clue. Observing Hans' different demeanor, Titan Kasa speculated that powerful ninjas might not rampage during their initial transformation. Their self-control seemed stronger than that of youthful individuals like Yahiko. As Titan Kasa opened the chakra permissions, a powerful wave of energy erupted around Titan Hans. His transformation captured the attention of those nearby. It appeared that the giants of the strong would emerge even more potent. Titan Kasa contemplated the display of Titan Hans, while simultaneously feeling that the process of granting permissions was becoming a hassle. Therefore, he decided to set the founding power to automatically enable chakra permissions for every subsequent transformation. Not to mention Hans, who was experimenting with his giant power. Konan and Nagato approached, eager to transform into giants themselves. Without needing to be prompted, Titan Kasa was equally intent on harnessing more intelligent giant combat strength. Following a golden glow, Konan and Nagato also underwent their transformations into giant forms. Konan's giant form directly manifested as that of an adult female. From Xiao Nan's giant form, it is evident that she will not remain small for long. At the moment when the first female giant appeared, the transformed Kasa was in awe. Meanwhile, the giantized Nagato exhibited unusual behavior. The giantized Nagato's body swayed uncontrollably, clutching his eyes and howling in agony. This transformation captured the attention of all present. Nagato, the giantized Yahiko, and Xiao Nan rushed to his side upon witnessing Nagato's torment. Simultaneously, a powerful aura emanated from the giantized Nagato, surpassing even that of the giantized Hans. Could it be? As he observed Nagato, who was covering his eyes, the giantized Kasa immediately recalled the Renegan on Nagato's body. The intensity of Nagato's presence grew ever stronger, culminating in the sudden opening of his eyes, revealing a pair of resplendent purple Renegan. Boom! A tremendous repulsive force radiated outward from the giantized Nagato. The focused giantized Kasa, watching Nagato's eruption, instantaneously employed the power of the progenitor to subdue him. With the invocation of this power, the rampaging giantized Nagato was swiftly quelled. The brilliance of the Renegan dimmed, returning him to a normal state. "Nagato, are you alright?" Seeing Nagato's rampage subdued, the giantized Yahiko and Xiao Nan hurried to support him, expressing their concern for his well-being. "I'm fine. It seems my Renegan went out of control earlier, but after Kasa subdued me, it ceased. I even received various messages conveyed by the Renegan." After taking a moment to compose himself, the giantized Nagato recounted his condition. "As long as you're okay, Nagato," replied the giantized Yahiko, breathing a sigh of relief, as he had been terrified, fearing the worst for Nagato. What abilities? Upon hearing that the Renegan had transmitted information to Nagato, the giantized Kasa speculated that Nagato had been undergoing a complete fusion with his Renegan, leading to its earlier turmoil. Chapter 82. A clean sweep. The giantized Nagato closed his eyes, carefully attuning himself to the information bestowed by the Renegan. There are 7 distinct abilities, along with a unique spatial capability. After integrating the Renegan's powers, the giantized Nagato provided a general overview to the giantized Kasa. Upon hearing this, Kasa understood that the current Renegan had indeed merged with Nagato, effectively becoming his own eye. The unique ocular techniques of the Renegan's possessor had manifested, differing from Uchiha Madara's Rinne Sharingan. Spatial abilities? That is quite an impressive power. Spatial abilities are rare in the ninja world, each being immensely formidable. Now that Nagato possesses such spatial capabilities, it is certainly a boon. What specifics? The giantized Kasa was eager to learn whether these abilities were of a defensive or offensive nature. I can attach the power of space to myself. The giantized Nagato, still unfamiliar with his newly acquired powers, was not entirely clear on the implications of the abilities he had just obtained. The giant Kasa, taken aback, found the situation rather peculiar. Initially, Kasa had intended for the giant Nagato to test his abilities. However, due to Nagato's recent explosive display, which had considerably damaged the surroundings, such an evaluation was postponed. Meanwhile, the giant Hans approached Kasa, inquiring about Nagato. Hans, vigilant of the Renegan possessed by Nagato, regarded him as a valuable asset. In response to Hans's queries, Kasa offered only a brief explanation, as elaborating on the details would be excessively burdensome. Nevertheless, the transformation of Nagato was not unwelcome. Subsequently, Hans invited Kasa to the administrative office to discuss matters. Once reassured of Nagato's well-being, the trio began to acclimatize to their gigantic forms. Kasa, relinquishing his giant form, proceeded to the administrative office to converse with Hans. Observing Kasa's actions, the giant Kamikawa also exited his giant form to catch up with him. It was time to fully master the Land of Rain, as the pressure from several major nations intensified. Seated at his desk, Hans, visibly agitated, lamented over the documents in his hands, expressing his distaste for Noki. During the 6-month wait for the Beast Titan to unlock, Awakens had managed to redeem 2 Jinchuriki. The daimyo of the Land of Rain was not surrounded by fools. Understanding that a complete rupture with Awakens was not yet feasible, he chose to remain silent. After reclaiming the Jinchuriki, Awakens reached out to other ninja villages to form an alliance against Awakens, opting for economic suppression rather than open warfare. Particularly, the Cloud Village, having suffered no losses during the Second Great Ninja War, was quick to ally with Noki to jointly suppress Awakens. Although Konohagakure did not overtly participate in the suppression, they tacitly approved of the situation. Hans nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was indeed time to take action, with Hans and Kasa resolved to unify their efforts. Awakens commenced a full mobilization. Hans began summoning all citizens and ninjas of Awakens. After a few hours, the majority of the village's populace had gathered. Standing atop a high tower, Hans surveyed the sea of faces below. People of Awakens, over the past 6 months, you must have felt the weight of pressure from the other great nations, he proclaimed, channeling his chakra so that his voice resonated through the crowd. Upon hearing Hans's words, the citizens began to voice their grievances. Indeed, for half a year, trade caravans from other countries have ceased to visit us, and our goods cannot be sold. Yes, even the black market traders offer exorbitant prices. Who can deny it? My stock is on the verge of rotting. Since the alliance of the Cloud, Rock, and Sand nations, the plight of the Land of Rain had become exceedingly dire. The residents of Awakens were struggling, and the situation was even more precarious for the citizens throughout the Land of Rain. Now, after much deliberation between myself and Kasumi, we have resolved that our Rain Shinobi village shall overthrow the Land of Rain and seize control of this nation. Hanzo announced the subsequent actions of the Rain Shinobi village to all its inhabitants, inciting a stir among the crowd below. This assembly also served the purpose of identifying spies from other villages. As he spoke, Hanzo glanced at Kasumi, signaling that it was his turn. This time, Kasumi opted not to transform into a giant. A mere nod of respect would suffice. The transformation into a giant often proved troublesome. Observing the throng below, Kasumi felt a surge of determination. In that fleeting moment, the illusory branches of coordinate power within the ancestral space materialized entirely. Furthermore, Kasumi chose not to allow the materialized beings to assume giant forms, maintaining their human shapes instead. Once all the villagers of Rain Shinobi had become Kasumi's followers, he swiftly identified the hidden spies. He then stripped them of their bodily autonomy, gathering them together. Look, that entire group consists of spies. Capture them. They will divulge their secrets even if they soil themselves, Kasumi pointed out to Hanzo, indicating the clustered individuals. Upon seeing the assembly of spies, Hanzo nearly lost his composure. While he anticipated that other ninja villages would deploy spies, he never imagined there would be so many. A quick glance revealed at least several hundred individuals, though the exact number would only be determined later during their apprehension. Heiji, take your team and apprehend that group. They are all spies and will reveal their intelligence willingly. Hanzo, weary, waved his hand, signaling his desire to no longer witness the group. Hearing Hanzo's words, Heiji was taken aback. Were they replacing the Rain Shinobi village with so many? In truth, the spies from the 5 great nations were not this numerous. Many were from smaller countries. Nearly every nation had sent representatives, eager to uncover the secrets of the giants in the Land of Rain. Thus, the number appeared so vast only after all had been uncovered. Under Heiji's leadership, the Rain Shinobi apprehended the gathered individuals. Meanwhile, the villagers of Rain Shinobi were too astonished to focus on this situation, captivated instead by the miraculous regeneration of severed limbs around them. As their attention shifted from the spies, Hanzo became aware of the villagers' discussions. Do not panic. This is the result of Kasumi bestowing the power of giants upon all of you, so there is no need for concern. From now on, the people of Rain Shinobi will recover swiftly from injuries. The regeneration of severed limbs is no longer an issue. Hanzo provided an explanation to the villagers regarding their discussions. Upon hearing of the benefits that came with possessing Kasumi's giant power, the villagers erupted into cheers. Is it truly so? We can also possess the giant power of Lord Kasumi. Hail Lord Kasumi! My severed arm has grown back. Such praises flowed continuously from the lips of the Rain Shinobi populace. Chapter 83, Divine Rapture, Giant Edition. Observing the exhilarated residents of Rain Shinobi, Hanzo was compelled to restore order. As he spoke, the villagers gradually fell silent. Today primarily serves to distribute benefits, and now everyone may return home. After speaking, Hans began to turn away, leaving behind the Rain ninjas maintaining the scene and the villagers of Rain Village still caught up in excitement. Let the Rain ninjas work overtime today, completing everything in one night. Tomorrow, they will commence a sweeping campaign across the land of Rain. After dealing with the spies within the village, Kasumi and Hans discussed their arrangements. Yes, the interrogation team will be working overtime, and all personnel will be stationed outside the village tomorrow. Given that Kasumi can now create giants, all the death row inmates can be brought out. Moreover, not only the death row inmates, but upon realizing their future applications, Hans issued orders to scour the area surrounding Rain Village, eliminating all thieves, wanted criminals, and tyrannical warlords oppressing the populace. The village of Rain Ninja could no longer be contained, and many holding facilities had been specifically constructed. With the assistance of these individuals, Hans is confident that tomorrow will be a grand spectacle. The foundational combat power of Rain Village shall be elevated. Hans personally set about organizing affairs, while Kasumi went to observe Yahiko and his companions, who were still experiencing their transformation into giants. Kasumi encouraged them to explore whether they possessed any other giant abilities. Unfortunately, all three were pure titans, lacking any additional capabilities, particularly as they could not release energy after transformation. They were unable to perform ninjutsu, relying solely on chakra to enhance their physical prowess and execute taijutsu. Nagato fared better, attempting the ocular techniques of the Renegan post-transformation, discovering that he could indeed utilize them, with their potency significantly amplified. During the experiment, had it not been for Kasumi's swift intervention, Nagato's giant form almost caused the tower to collapse from within with a single Shinra Tensei. Subsequently, Kasumi led the trio outside the village. Outside Rain Village, go ahead. Unleash a grand Shinra Tensei, Nagato. The current setting permits the giant Nagato to fully showcase his abilities. Although he found it peculiar that Kasumi referred to his Shinra Tensei as a grand version, the giant Nagato proceeded to execute the previously interrupted technique. Shinra Tensei. The adult visage of Nagato manifested post-transformation, his long bangs still obscuring one eye. As he unleashed the ocular technique, a powerful gust swept away his bangs, revealing both Renegan eyes. A colossal repulsion barrier centered around giant Nagato began to radiate outward. Boom. Kasumi, who had distanced himself with Konan and Yahiko, observed the might of Shinra Tensei, inwardly acknowledging that its power had indeed increased considerably post-transformation, and that the transformation retained the essence of the original body along with all special abilities. With a single application of Shinra Tensei, giant Nagato reshaped the surrounding area into a semicircle spanning hundreds of meters. Nagato, how do you feel? Once he completed the technique, Kasumi instantly appeared before him. What a formidable technique. I feel as though I can adjust the range of my attack with my will, and I believe I can unleash an even more powerful strike. The giant Nagato surveyed the remnants of his surroundings and glanced at his palm. Everything felt like a dream, as if I had suddenly become extraordinarily powerful. Well, you understand. So there's no need for experimentation. Clearly, the transformation of Nagato into a giant is none other than the almighty push. In the original work, Nagato was able to obliterate Konoha with a single strike using the Renegan. Now, with his true form and enhanced as a giant, one strike of the almighty push could potentially devastate an area of several hundred kilometers. Subsequently, I instructed the giant Nagato to experiment with other abilities. For instance, manifesting several mechanical arms from his body or summoning a figure resembling the King of Hell. Some evident ocular techniques followed. Before long, the giant Nagato had gained a general understanding of his capabilities. This left Yahiko, who observed enviously. Katsuro, do you think I possess any special abilities? Yahiko gazed at Katsuro with a sorrowful expression, yearning for his own unique power. You should practice your words more, Katsuro mused. Indeed, Yahiko lacked any notable special abilities to develop. Konan even had a paper technique. Once she could harness energy, that would be a distinct power. As for Yahiko, he should focus on honing his verbal skills, which were more fitting for him. Unfamiliar with the world of Naruto, Yahiko did not realize that verbal prowess was the mightiest. He assumed Katsuro was merely jesting. Aren't you adept with a blade? Perhaps you should refine your skills and eventually forge a hardened blade for yourself. Observing Yahiko's dejection, Katsuro painted a hopeful picture for him. Once Katsuro unlocked his warhammer, he would provide Yahiko with a solidified blade suitable for his giant form. Speaking of the giant form, Katsuro pondered whether Yahiko and the others could accept his other transformations. He subsequently harnessed the power of the progenitor to attempt granting the trio access to his various giant forms. After some experimentation, Katsuro discovered that although the three were wise giants, their qualifications were insufficient to bear other giant abilities. They could only maintain their intellect. It appeared they still needed to grow. However, Hanzo might be capable. After gauging the trio's current giant qualifications, Katsuro assessed Hanzo's status, which was considerably stronger and likely able to endure at least one giant ability. As the day had grown late, Katsuro allowed the three to engage in their own activities, reminding them to rise early the next day. He then returned to Amigakure, leaving the trio to continue their attempts at giant transformation. The following day, after a night of interrogational diligence, the intelligence department finally compiled the information on several hundred spies. Lord Hanzo, here is the compiled data on 857 foreign spies. Among them, there are 80 from Konoha, 45 from Awakens, 65 from Amigakure, and 55 from Sunigakure, with the remainder being from smaller nations and rogue ninjas. Listening to the report from the head of the interrogation department, Hanzo's eyelids twitched. While the hundreds of individuals might merely pose a minor threat to Amigakure, the sum of 245 spies from the 5 great nations indicated a concerted effort to establish a foothold in Amigakure. It was as if spies were being dispatched as freely as dumplings, without regard for cost, to settle in Amigakure. How dare these 5 great nations humiliate my humble village? With such numbers, it was evident they were exploiting our small nation, confident in our inability to uncover their spies. However, it is indeed true that without the assistance of Kasuga, it would be nearly impossible for the Rain Shinobi village to uncover these spies. The foundation of the Rain Shinobi village is exceedingly weak. Following the plan, Hans departed, wishing to no longer behold this bothersome assembly of spies. With Hans's orders issued, various death row inmates from the village were transported in a steady stream to the gathering point outside the village. Meanwhile, bands of marauders were also being dispatched en masse to the designated location. By the time Kasuga arrived, the gathering point outside the village was already teeming with people. Wow, there are quite a few here, Kasuga remarked, taken aback by the seemingly endless throng. Just how far had Hans scoured to amass such a multitude? The crowd appeared to number in the thousands, though the overwhelming sight was compounded by the dispersed nature of the assembly. After all, in order to achieve titanization, they could not all crowd together. Otherwise, they would certainly be crushed post-transformation. Yet, it seemed unlikely that all thousands could undergo titanization, as some had only recently been swept in from the land of rain and confined within the village, possibly lacking sufficient time for complete assimilation. Has everyone arrived? Kasuga inquired, eager to commence the creation of the pure giants, seeking confirmation on Hans's preparations. Everyone is here, except for half of our forces that remained in the village, Hans responded, his excitement palpable. The prospect of thousands transforming into pure giants in conjunction with the Rain Shinobi would drastically alter the battlefield's lethality. Understanding Hans's exhilaration, Kasuga refrained from further questioning. As Kasuga began to mobilize the power of the ancestors, he precisely targeted the crowd ahead. Moments later, the throng before him began to emit a golden radiance. Thousands of individuals simultaneously transformed into pure giants, instantly casting the sky in a golden hue. With a resounding clang, Countless beams of light surged skyward, releasing a multitude of steam. Wind release, great wind. The surrounding range shinobi commenced their wind release techniques, dispersing the steam. As the vapor cleared, the silhouettes of thousands of pure giants emerged. Among them, a few individuals had yet to transform, having only recently entered Kasuga's radius of influence and not fully assimilated. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Hans laughed heartily at the sight of the thousands of pure giants before him. His joy and relief unmistakable. The weight of his burden was immense, with the Rain country's unfavorable geography. Any major conflict among powerful nations would surely bring calamity to his homeland. As the only formidable ninja of the Rain country, the peace of the nation rested heavily upon Hans's shoulders, a pressure that was all too apparent. This was particularly true for the Hans who fought for peace in the present moment. Rain shinobi, form teams of 3 and mount the 15-meter pure giants. Hans commanded, his voice resonating with authority as he gazed upon the legion of pure giants. Yes, the surrounding Rain shinobi promptly organized themselves into teams of 3, each ascending onto the backs of the 15-meter pure giants. The figure of Counterattack commanded a colossal being, a 15-meter tall pure giant, to approach him and Hans. Once they stood upon the giant's shoulder, Counterattack gazed ahead and declared, "Advance." With the sound of his voice, the giant, under Counterattack's direction, began to sprint in a formation from short to tall, heading toward the Land of Rain and its capital. Within the capital of the Land of Rain, in the Lord's estate, the daimyo reveled with his advisors. Is it truly wise, my lord, to conspire with other great nations to suppress the Rain ninja village? After all, it is one of our own shinobi villages, one advisor remarked, unable to contain himself as he observed the daimyo indulging in the company of a dancer. The advisor's words evidently displeased the daimyo. Other advisors, witnessing this exchange, immediately interjected, "What are you saying? The Rain ninja village is merely a dog we have raised. The emissary we sent was audacious enough to detain him. These so-called ninjas are nothing but tools. Are you showing sympathy for mere instruments?" This advisor spoke with ferocity, as if defending the Rain ninja village was an unforgivable offense. His words, however, seemed to please the daimyo. "Tokugawa, you are far too soft-hearted. The Rain ninja village must be reminded of who the true master is," the daimyo advised Tokugawa, acknowledging his wisdom. The daimyo's apparent endorsement of the harsh stance toward the Rain ninja village troubled Tokugawa immensely. He, ever vigilant of the shinobi world's dynamics, knew that the Rain ninja village had recently triumphed over the Rock ninja village in direct combat, a remarkable achievement indeed. Their nation should fervently support the Rain ninja village. Only with a formidable military force could they command respect in the world, ensuring the strength of their state. Yet the daimyo's arrogance undoubtedly incensed the Rain ninja village, deteriorating their relationship. In the face of other great nations' oppression of the Rain ninja village, to further instigate such tensions was nothing short of foolishness. As Tokugawa pondered how to enlighten the daimyo on the necessity of relying on the Rain ninja village for their nation's prosperity, he suddenly felt the ground tremble. What is this? An earthquake? Guards! Guards! The daimyo, startled by the tremors, hastily discarded the dancer and, with his corpulent form, bellowed for assistance. 2 ninjas rushed to his side, swiftly escorting him from the room. Inside, chaos erupted as the advisors scrambled to escape, fearful that the earthquake would collapse the structure upon them. The maids and dancers, too, were in a frenzy, attempting to flee, but the exits were barricaded by the advisors. One maid tried to reach the doorway, only to be pulled down by an advisor from behind. "What is your status compared to mine? Do you think you deserve to flee?" he retorted, stepping over the fallen maid as he hastened to escape. Once all the advisors had evacuated, the maids were finally able to leave. The daimyo, now in an open area, remained shaken, while Tokugawa observed that although the tremors persisted, the building had miraculously withstood the quake. Thus, it may not be an earthquake. At that moment, a cacophony of gasps erupted from outside the mansion. "Look, what is that?" The commotion outside captured the attention of those within. Due to the perpetual rainfall in the Land of Rain, the mansion was constructed on the highest terrain. As the occupants ventured outside, they were afforded a clear view from their elevated position. In the distance, a colossal army of pure giants was seen racing towards the capital. The tremors they felt were indeed the result of the massive giants' charge. What are those? Humans? As they beheld the thousands of pure giants advancing, one aide collapsed in terror. Thud, thud, thud. With the approach of the giant army, the vibrations grew ever more pronounced. Just before reaching the capital, the giants began to disperse, encircling the entire city. At intervals, a 15-meter giant carrying rain ninjas was stationed alongside several other pure giants. Thus, the battalion of thousands of pure giants split apart. Meanwhile, Kasumi and Hans rode atop one of the giants, accompanied by 3 additional 15-meter giants burdened with rain ninjas. Chapter 85, Purging the Capital. The 3 giants spread out to prevent any potential escape. Each positioned at a cardinal point, 9 rain ninjas also assumed a watchful stance. The events unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving the inhabitants of the mansion momentarily stunned. Upon dismounting the giant, the Lord recognized Hans and awakened from his stupor. Hans, what is the meaning of this? What do you intend by bringing these giants to my mansion? Are you staging a rebellion? Do not forget your identity as a ninja. The Lord, regaining his composure, pointed an accusatory finger at Hans. At that moment, he still believed Hans to be the obedient leader of the ninja village he once knew. Meanwhile, Tokugawa was drenched in cold sweat, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He understood the significance of Hans's personal arrival, especially in the company of a legion of ninja warriors and giants. Coupled with Hans's actions from 6 months prior, he feared they might not survive the day. In an instant, a sharp shuriken severed the Lord's finger. The Lord collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. The ninjas sheltered within the mansion, witnessing Hans's actions, dared not utter a sound, fearful of attracting his ire and facing their demise. They were merely ninjas scraping by in the Lord's service, capable of bullying commoners and ordinary rogue ninjas, but facing Hans would only lead to a swift death. Shall we eliminate them all? Hans casually inquired of Kasumi, now that they were poised to unify the land of rain. The people of the mansion are of no use and merely a hindrance. No, leave them. Let them transform into pure giants, bolstering our ranks, Kasumi replied, shaking his head, deeming their slaughter a waste. These individuals could potentially become colossal pure giants, the true backbone of the thunderous army. But is it not only in your presence that such transformations can occur? Do you intend to remain in the capital? Hans was aware that only in Kasumi's vicinity could the surrounding populace be assimilated. Only when the qualifications are met can one undergo the transformation into a giant. However, that is not the case here. The intent is merely to leave a few pristine giants stationed here, enabling influence regardless of my location. This revelation emerged after the large-scale manufacturing of the filthy giants by the Casa people. As long as there are 2 or more pristine giants in a single area, they can begin to exert influence over that locale. In a manner akin to this, the pristine giants serve as base stations. Currently, the need for pristine giants as base stations is paramount, and in the future, the scope of influence may expand to the point where such a necessity is rendered obsolete. This arrangement is agreeable. I have also contemplated leaving some individuals in the capital for guardianship, especially since you possess this capability. Consequently, let us ensure that each subsequent town retains a few inhabitants. With just a few words, Casa and Hans determined the fate of a group within the Lord's estate and resolved to employ the same method in future towns. Upon hearing the fate that awaited them, Tokugawa recognized that inaction would surely lead to their demise. Lord Hans, I believe you require someone to manage the capital. I can be that individual. I am well versed in all matters of governance, as I am Tokugawa, an advisor to the Lord, and I possess extensive knowledge of the estate. He pleaded for mercy, expressing his willingness to serve the village of Rain Ninja. Tokugawa was not ready to meet his end. He yearned to witness the rise of the land of rain. Casa, in agreement with Tokugawa's sentiments, had already intended to retain a group for the governance of the nation, initially contemplating a method of direct coercion. He found no need to proceed thus, given that someone was willing. As Casa selected Tokugawa for the task, the latter realized he had escaped death. Surrounding advisors, however, erupted in outrage. Tokugawa, as an advisor, how dare you plead for mercy before a group of ninjas? Before they could continue their outburst, Casa raised a hand, and a nearby pristine giant seized one of the vocal advisors. With a single squeeze, the sound of flesh being crushed echoed through the air, blood and viscera splattering forth, cascading down the giant's palm. The advisors, once enraged, fell silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. Casa's position was shielded from the gruesome display by the towering form of the pristine giant, sparing him from the gruesome fallout. Witnessing the ease with which the Lord's estate fell, Casa felt a twinge of disappointment, having anticipated a more formidable resistance. Yet, he overlooked the fact that the land of rain was but a small nation, having avoided annihilation during the Ninja Wars solely due to Hansa's deterrent presence. In stark contrast, the neighboring land of Whirlpool, devoid of strong figures, had faced obliteration without hesitation. The progress made by Kassa and Hans within the Lord's estate was remarkably smooth. Meanwhile, the army of pristine giants surrounding the capital encountered resistance. After Kassa and Hans ascended the pristine giants toward the Lord's estate, the giant, named Honkawa, began orchestrating the encirclement of the capital and purging its darkness. Those oppressing the common folk, such as gangs and ruthless nobility, became prime targets for eradication, while simultaneously seeking out any potential spies residing within the capital. Naturally, local inhabitants were essential for an effective cleansing operation, as the Rain Ninjas had long planned. They could not possibly neglect to send individuals for reconnaissance. With the arrival of the giant army, the local Rain Ninjas also convened to join the fray. According to local intelligence, the Titanized Honkawa commenced the coordination of the Pure Titans and the Rain Ninjas to eradicate the enemy. For the local gangsters, who merely bullied ordinary citizens, the presence of chakra-wielding ninjas and Pure Titans constituted an insurmountable disparity. Some resolute individuals fought valiantly, but under the blades of the ninjas, they could hardly endure a second. The fate was even grimmer when confronting the Pure Titans. While the Rain Ninjas might leave a corpse intact, the Pure Titans would simply crush them with a single blow. Even the shorter Pure Titans were beyond the capacity of mere gangsters to contend with. Before long, the gangs within the capital were nearly obliterated under the precise assaults of Titanized Honkawa. Observing that neither the Titans nor the Rain Ninjas harmed them, the populace began to watch with increasing boldness. Upon witnessing the Titans clearing out those who had long oppressed them, they erupted into cheers for the Rain Ninjas and the Titans. Hearing the public's acclaim, Titanized Honkawa attributed the success to the efforts of Lord Kajuri, and he joyfully waved at the crowd. However, the cleansing operation soon encountered obstacles as chakra-empowered ninjas appeared. Boom! A 7-meter-tall Pure Titan was injured by an explosive tag. The explosion rapidly drew the attention of Titanized Honkawa, and the surrounding Rain Ninjas swiftly surrounded the area. Damn! How did so many Rain Ninjas and Titans suddenly appear? The infiltrating ninja, still lurking in the land of Rain's capital, couldn't help but curse. Resistance was futile. If he did not fight back, he would be annihilated by the Pure Titans. Soon, the ninja found himself encircled by the Rain Ninjas, with several 15-meter-tall Pure Titans approaching nearby. Realizing that escape was impossible, the infiltrating ninja could only drag down a few with him. The skirmish concluded swiftly, overwhelmed. The infiltrating ninja managed to inflict a single wound on an unfortunate Rain Ninja's face. Chapter 86. Return to the Novice Village. The Rain Ninja's wounds soon healed under the influence of the Titan's power. As they began to root out the ninjas, the Rain Ninjas proceeded with caution. Although the Titan's power allowed for recovery, decapitation would still lead to death. Only upon reaching the level of Wisdom Titans might survival after decapitation be possible. As the Rain Ninjas carefully continued their sweep, numerous infiltrating spies were revealed, all of whom were systematically eliminated. Of course, had Kajuri been aware, he would surely have chastised Honkawa for wasting Pure Titan materials. Eventually, upon reaching the nobility, they encountered a somewhat formidable ninja. Yet, upon being discovered, instead of retaliating, the ninja opted for a hasty retreat. The surrounding Rain Ninjas attempted to encircle him, but he deftly evaded their grasp, outpacing even the Pure Titans. This ninja caught the attention of Titanized Honkawa. Immediately, Titanized Honkawa utilized chakra to enhance his physical form, solidifying his fists. With precision, he anticipated the direction of the fleeing figure and instantaneously positioned himself in its path, delivering a devastating punch. Having absorbed numerous Titan abilities from Kajuri, Titanized Honkawa was now undeniably a shadow-level contender. The speed of this punch left the fleeing figure no opportunity to evade, resulting in the ninja being reduced to mere pulp. After tidying up the spies, the giantized Honkawa resumed his meticulous cleansing duties. Unbeknownst to him, several formidable spies remained concealed and had yet to be revealed. The efforts of the Rain Ninjas and the giants had scarcely grazed their periphery, as they were engrossed in watching the live broadcast of the cleansing operations. Just as the giantized Honkawa was reveling in his task, he sensed the summons of Kazajin and began to act accordingly. Thud, thud, thud. With each echoing call from Kazajin, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from afar. 5 pristine giants, accompanied by the Rain Ninjas, descended from the mountain. Lord Kazajan, Lord Hans. They acknowledged as they arrived at the feudal lord's estate. The rain ninjas dismounted from the pristine giants, kneeling in readiness to receive orders. They swiftly subdued the personnel within the estate and dispatched the innocent bystanders, leaving themselves and 6 other rain ninjas to guard the capital. The matters would be conveyed to them by Tokugawa, and any insurrectionists captured should not be executed. Kazajan issued commands for the rain ninjas to remain behind and took the opportunity to introduce them to Tokugawa. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Tokugawa immediately bowed in deference. Remember, the Land of Rain fully supports the development of the Rain Ninja Village, understood? Kazajan directed at Tokugawa, who received his first command with utmost seriousness. Paying no heed to Tokugawa's response, Kazajan and Hans returned to the shoulders of the pristine giants. Can the departed pristine giants comprehend the commands of the Rain Ninjas? Hans voiced his concern. It was only natural for Hans to question, as the pristine giants were under the control of Kazajan and Honkawa. Now that both Kazajan and Honkawa were leaving the capital, what would become of the remaining Rain Ninjas? Fear not, although the pristine giants lack intelligence. I have issued them directives. They can comprehend simple commands, and it is unproblematic for them to engage in offense and defense. However, it lacks the finesse and ease with which we control them, reassured Kazajan. He encouraged Hans, stating that as long as he issued commands, the pristine giants would remain obedient. They would grasp the basic concepts of attack and defense, but would not perform as adeptly as intelligent giants. They are less capable than pets, but they will eventually be upgraded, Kazajan remarked. Upon hearing this, Hans felt reassured, trusting Kazajan's judgment. After securing the feudal lord's estate, the two embarked on the pristine giants toward the outskirts of the city. As they arrived, the scattered pristine giants began to converge around them. Lord Kazajan, the cleansing of the capital has been completed, and we have uncovered a number of lurking spies, reported the giantized Honkawa overseeing the operations outside the city. Indeed, those revealed are of little consequence. If there are stronger spies among us, you would not have been able to cleanse them out. However, as long as they remain within the capital, they shall inevitably become the next pristine giants, Kazajan replied, dismissing the uncovered spies as mere pawns. He noted that the true master spies lingered in the Land of Rain, but it is of no concern. As long as they dare to remain in the capital, the pristine giants will find their place. Wait, what are the people? You haven't killed them all, have you? Suddenly, a thought struck Kazajan, prompting him to inquire of the giantized Honkawa. Of course, they have all been eliminated. These rebels deserve to perish. In response to the righteous indignation of the Titaniized Honkawa, he declared that all who dared to oppose the Kazaman must perish. Upon hearing this, the Kazaman fell silent, seemingly unaware of the rarity of the pure titans. However, observing the form of the Titaniized Honkawa, the Kazaman refrained from expressing any ire. In the future, rather than slaying them, they would retain the Titaniized individuals as resources for pure titans. The Kazaman explained the scarcity of pure titan material to Honkawa, advising him against killing them indiscriminately. Once all scattered pure titans were gathered, a new advance commenced. Aside from the capital, every recorded town was to be visited. Some pure titans would be retained, with the intent to cover the entirety of the Rain country. As the army of pure titans began to surge forth once more, the earth trembled anew. Soon, the Titaniized Honkawa arrived at another town. This time, they simply sought to ascertain whether any malevolent forces lurked within. If such forces were present, they would be swiftly eradicated, leaving behind 2 pure titans and a squad of rain ninjas to extend the Kazaman's influence over the area. Once the influence was fully established, the station personnel and pure titans could be recalled. This method was employed in every subsequent town until the Kazaman's army of pure titans reached the small town where he had once resided. Upon arrival, the familiar sight of the town evoked a flood of memories within the Kazaman. Kazaman, have you been here before? Hans, sensing the nostalgia in his tone, realized he had yet to hear about the Kazaman's past. Ah, this was my home before I went to the Rain Ninja Village. The presence of the pure Titan army outside the town instigated panic among the residents. They retreated to their homes, save for those whom the Titaniized Kazaman had previously rescued. Upon seeing the Titaniized form resembling their savior, they flocked to the army of pure Titans. This Titan bears an uncanny resemblance to the one who saved us. They are so grand, they exclaimed. Are you among them, Cammy? The crowd erupted into chatter, discussing the pure Titans before them. Witnessing the starkly different reactions of the townsfolk, The Kazaman felt a sense of validation for having saved them. Noticing that this group possessed titanization potential, he nodded and subsequently began to materialize them into distinct entities. After completing this task, the Kazaman prepared to enter the town to commence his routine duties. The rescued individuals observed the Titan entering the town without a hint of trepidation. Chapter 87. The weakness of night. Only one woman, gazing at the Titan as it passed by, could not contain her voice. "Kami-sama, are you inside?" Her call reached the Kazaman's ears, prompting him to turn towards the woman at the front of the crowd. Memories surged within him. Was she not the one nearly violated by bandits? Recognizing her, the Kazaman remembered who she was. Yet, her plea did not compel him to halt. He could not afford to respond to every ambiguous call, lest it exhaust him. Following her exclamation, the Titan army showed no signs of stopping. The woman suddenly collapsed to the ground, feeling that she might never again encounter the giant-like figure. In that fleeting moment, the figure sensed something from the Purity Giant and turned once more to gaze at the woman seated on the ground. As he looked upon her, a representation of her coordinates emerged in his eyes. At that instant, her coordinates transformed from blue to gold. This scene astonished the figure, prompting him to halt his giant strides and approach the woman. Observing the figure's actions, Hans was perplexed but followed nonetheless. The giantized Motokawa also noticed the figure's unusual behavior and trailed behind. Feeling a presence before her, the woman raised her head and beheld the figure. "Kami-sama," she exclaimed, her voice brimming with joy, as if she had discovered a glimmer of hope in her life. Her eyes began to sparkle. Witnessing her reaction, the figure realized that she indeed bore similarities to Motokawa. Is there something wrong with this woman? Hans scrutinized her, ready to act at the slightest indication from the figure. No, she is special, akin to Motokawa. However, he is not the priority now. We must first achieve the unification of the Land of Rain. The figure had brought him along. Although he understood that if the woman were to become a giant, she would mirror Motokawa. The immediate focus was to traverse the entirety of the Land of Rain, with her matters to be addressed later. After issuing his orders, the figure returned to the Purity Giant, with Hans reluctantly following suit. The giantized Motokawa placed the woman upon his shoulder, allowing her to grasp his hair. Thereafter, they resumed their usual course of action, with the small town falling under the influence of the figure. The giant army advanced once more. This day would undoubtedly resonate throughout the Land of Rain. During their sweep across the territory, they uncovered numerous rogue ninjas and foreign shinobi, all of whom were vanquished and placed upon the Purity Giant, awaiting transformation after being assimilated. The Land of Rain had long been under close scrutiny from the major nations. Had they not preemptively eliminated a wave of spies within the Rain Ninja Village, the other great nations might have noticed their movements by the time they reached the capital. Instead, it was only after half of the Land of Rain had been subdued that they recognized the changes occurring there. Has Hans lost his mind? How dare he act so boldly? The third Kazekage, clutching intelligence reports, was astonished by Hans's audacity. He had accomplished what the Kazekage had long wished to achieve, directly seizing the daimyo's stronghold and bringing the Land of Rain under his dominion. Yet, the third Kazekage was also deeply concerned, fearing that Hans's current momentum could lead to an outright declaration of war. Their Sand Shinobi had suffered losses during the Second War. Had it not been for the Rock Shinobi's misfortunes within the Rain, they might have been the sole losers of that conflict. Has Hans truly lost his sanity? We were merely suppressing the Rain Ninja Village. Does this warrant a confrontation with the daimyo? Anoki pondered Hans's motivations, contemplating what their own rock village could gain from this situation. Lord Tsuchikage, should we not intervene to halt the actions of the Rain Shinobi? Oda proposed, suggesting that they should not allow the Rain Shinobi to proceed unchecked. Intervene? With what means? Shall we send them 2 more Jinchuriki? Should I charge forth and engage in a fierce battle with that giant? Upon hearing Oda's words, Anoki was so incensed that he struck him on the head. Has the Rain Shinobi become so easily manageable by the Rock Shinobi? If things go awry, they could suffer significant losses. However, Oda's suggestion sparked inspiration in Anoki. He decided to send missives to the Sand and Cloud Shinobi, urging them to jointly apply pressure on the Rain Shinobi. Anoki soared through the air, a sinister smile gracing his features. Since his own faction was inadequate, he would enlist the aid of the Cloud and Sand Shinobi to suppress the smaller nations, as the great powers naturally formed a coalition. Soon, the correspondents intended for the Cloud and Sand Shinobi departed from the Rock Village. Unbeknownst to the people of the Rain Country, who were still engaged in minor seismic activities. The three nations were preparing to unite against them. The pure giants continued their unchecked rampage within the borders of the rain country. These pure giants required neither sustenance nor rest. They merely needed sunlight to thrive. Their utility was simply unparalleled. As this phase in the rain country progressed, it was anticipated that the ranks of the pure giant army would swell with new recruits. A day passed swiftly, and the pure giant army had traversed a significant portion of the rain country, leaving only some remote areas untouched. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the pure giants also required respite. Deprived of sunlight, their activity levels diminished considerably. Although they were not entirely incapacitated during the night, their inherent energy was insufficient for sustained combat or movement. Unlike the wise giants, the pure giants could not absorb moonlight to bolster their strength. Once the sun had completely set, the entire army of pure giants and the rain shinobi came to a halt, establishing a camp. With their chakra and giant forms, coupled with their sealing scrolls, they quickly erected a campsite capable of accommodating all the rain shinobi. Exhausted, the rain shinobi could finally rest. Sitting on a chair within the tent, Kasumi pondered the necessity of providing a seat for the pure giants. Remaining perched atop them was decidedly uncomfortable. Kasumi recognized the diminished combat prowess of the pure giants at night as a vulnerability. It seemed imperative to be cautious and avoid nighttime skirmishes henceforth. While Kasumi could disregard the weakened combat capabilities of the pure giants after dusk, Hans could not afford such luxury. Nighttime was a critical period for battles in the Shinobi Wars, and he had to devise a strategy to compensate for this shortcoming. As Hans contemplated solutions for the weakness of the pure giants at night, Kasumi brought him encouraging news. There was no need for concern. The nighttime weakness stemmed solely from the absence of sunlight. Soon, they could instruct the pure giants to begin refining chakra, which would not only remedy their vulnerability, but also enhance their abilities. Furthermore, there were already some pure giants possessing chakra. They could be utilized immediately. Had it not been for the need to traverse the rain country during the day, Kasumi would have initiated chakra refinement for the pure giants long ago. Now that they were at rest, it was the perfect opportunity to commence this process. Kasumi promptly began directing the pure giants endowed with chakra to patrol the vicinity while the others started their chakra extraction. Chapter 88. The army grows under Kasumi's guidance. The extraction of chakra from the pure giants proceeded smoothly. Half an hour had passed, and nearly every pure giant had acquired chakra. They then continued to extract and amplify their chakra. During this process, the individual known as Kasu noticed that some pure giants extracted chakra swiftly, while others seemed to struggle, akin to squeezing toothpaste. The ones that extracted chakra slowly faced an arduous task. Upon sensing the rapid extraction among certain pure giants, Kasu discerned that they belonged to a more gifted category, essentially a peculiar breed among the pure giants. Should these pure giants one day attain wisdom and evolve into intelligent giants, they would undoubtedly be among the first of their kind. The chakra extraction of the pure giants had also entered a steady rhythm. Those who were slow would remain so, as long as they possessed chakra. Kasu began to rest, while the surrounding pure giants would report any anomalies to him. The night passed uneventfully. Although the 5 great nations had sensed the commotion in the land of rain, the rock shinobi were still preparing to ally with the cloud and sand shinobi. However, in such a brief span of time, it was impossible to mobilize troops to the land of rain. When Kasu awakened, aside from the tents, he encountered the bustling rain shinobi. "Kasu, you're awake. Come and have breakfast. After eating, we must complete our exploration of the remaining areas." Hanzo, casually patrolling the camp, spotted the freshly awakened Kasu and beckoned him to join for a meal. Feeling hungry, Kasu followed the rain shinobi to the cooking area. With breakfast in hand, Kasu began to observe the pure giants who had extracted chakra throughout the night. As he sensed the chakra within the pure giants, he took a hearty bite of his breakfast. "Not bad, not bad. This will suffice for our activities. In the future, we can allow the pure giants to autonomously extract chakra." After finishing breakfast, the rain shinobi began dismantling the camp. Soon, the camp was completely taken down. The rain shinobi then mounted the pure giants and set off towards the final region of the land of rain. Spare me. I shall never dare again. I will return everyone at once." Ignoring the wails of the human trafficker, the rain shinobi sealed his senses and mobility, confining him for future transformation into a pure giant. After leaving behind 2 pure giants and a rain shinobi, the entirety of the land of rain fell under Kasu's influence. Now, they could wait patiently. Once the transformation into pure giants was complete, the ranged shinobi could be summoned back. Although only a single team of 3 ranged shinobi was left in each town, the total number remaining was not substantial. Once we wait for more pure giants to emerge, we can begin with the other nations. Hanzo had not forgotten that they had merely completed the conquest of the Land of Rain, with surrounding small nations still to consider. He estimated that they would eventually have to confront the 5 great shinobi villages. They would not simply allow them to assimilate other nations without resistance. Kasu understood well that while the 5 great nations might engage in conflict amongst themselves, any smaller nations aspiring to rise would inevitably face the repercussions of the 5 great nations. Then let them come. With the emergence of the pure giant army, the fundamental combat power issues of the Land of Rain had been thoroughly resolved. Hanzo was brimming with confidence. Merely 5 great nations, and should they dare to confront him, he would not hesitate to drive them back. Subsequently, the giant army departed from the area. Kakurin and Hans returned to the capital, opting not to journey back to the Rain Ninja Village. The capital, being the epicenter of the Land of Rain, offered a strategic advantage for any emergencies. Following the thorough purging by the Rain Ninjas, all oppressive factions that exploited the common folk had been eradicated. Under Tokugawa's governance, the capital exhibited no signs of unrest post-purge. On the contrary, the eradication of numerous resource-hungry parasites had significantly improved the living standards within the city. Various facilities in need of financial support received much-needed enhancements. The populace found themselves in a more favorable situation, free from the burden of protection fees and the threat of being accosted by noblemen on the streets. Even the remaining petty criminals, having witnessed the sweeping changes, retreated into hiding. The capital was now safeguarded by the Purity Giants and the Rain Ninjas, making any form of disorder a perilous endeavor. With the return of the main forces, the presence of the Purity Giants had escalated. Citizens no longer feared venturing out at night, as they were reassured by the omnipresent patrols of the Purity Giants. This newfound sense of security was almost surreal. 3 days swiftly passed. The Rain Ninjas stationed in the town had not encountered any assaults, and all the Purity Giants remained unscathed. It was on this day that Kakurin sensed the emergence of numerous branches, signaling the time for harvest had arrived. The Purity Giants stationed across various locations promptly relayed Kakurin's directives to the Rain Ninjas. Once the prisoners had been separated, the transformation into giants commenced. On this day, the Land of Rain radiated with brilliance. The skies were alight with the glow of giant transformations, shimmering throughout the territory. All remnants requiring elimination within the Land of Rain had been transformed into Purity Giants, thus officially forming the Purity Giant Army. Upon witnessing the luminescence within the capital, Hans understood that this was Kakurin orchestrating the transformation of death row inmates. Upon arriving at the former lord's estate, he found Kakurin standing at the edge, gazing at the enchanting spectacle. "Isn't it beautiful?" Kakurin inquired, smiling as he admired the view of the capital. "Indeed, it radiates a peaceful glow, symbolizing the power that leads us toward tranquility." Hans, initially intent on discussing matters with Kakurin, paused to absorb the sight. After a moment of contemplation, he recognized Kakurin's intent to continue observing. It was time to summon the Rain Ninjas and all the Purity Giants back, for the Rock Ninja Village and Sand Ninja Village had banded together to confront them. They must be made aware of the consequences of opposing us. Upon receiving news of the 2 major ninja villages joining forces, Hans was filled with excitement. He sensed it was the opportune moment to strike at these once arrogant large ninja villages. "Of course, you need not mention it. I have already summoned all the Purity Giants." However, he also planned to bury 2 3-meter-tall Purity Giants in a bordering territory to exert continuous influence. Despite Kakurin appearing to relish the scenery, he had already issued his commands. All Purity Giants were en route back, with the Rain Ninjas accompanying them. "Kakurin, you are aware of this. I wonder how many Purity Giants we will have this time." With the arrangements made following Kakurin's arrival, Hans remained in anticipation. In this instance, the extent of the untainted giant army remains uncertain. It would be prudent for the 5 great ninja villages to experience the sensation of being overshadowed by sheer numbers. Kasumi and Hanzo await the return of the untainted giants, while the allied Sand and Rock Ninjas are poised to take immediate action. Although an invitation was extended to the Cloud Ninja, they declined due to the considerable distance, much to Inoki's frustration. He is acutely aware that the Cloud Ninja's refusal is a deliberate affront, confident they will not allow the Rain Country to flourish unchallenged, thus indicating their intent to observe from the sidelines. Chapter 89. The Untainted Giants Caught in a Trap. Thud, thud, thud. Responding to Kasumi's summons, the newly emerged Untainted Giants make their way toward the capital. Meanwhile, at a town near the border of the Rain Country, two 3-meter-tall Untainted Giants toil to dig a pit, preparing to bury themselves as antennas for Kasumi's communication. Suddenly, a multitude of shurikens descends from the sky. Uft, uft, uft. The two Untainted Giants, caught in the act of digging, are instantly riddled with shurikens, resembling hedgehogs clad in metal. However, such injuries are trivial for the Untainted Giants. Instead, the attack activates Kasumi's command, prompting them to retaliate. With the entirety of the Rain Country now populated by Kasumi's giants, he issues a directive. Any assault on the Untainted Giants will result in an attack on all nearby humans who are not of giant descent. As the two Untainted Giants, adorned with shurikens, charge forward, the ineffectiveness of the shurikens becomes apparent, leading the assailants to employ ninjutsu. Earth release, sandstone binding. The very soil seems to come alive, reaching out to envelop the bodies of the Untainted Giants. Before long, the two giants find themselves ensnared in a cocoon of earth. Crack. The earth encasing the giants begins to fissure, indicating that their confinement will not last long. Yet the approaching ninjas are undeterred. Soon, additional ninjas armed with sealing scrolls advance, intent on binding the Untainted Giants securely. Clearly, the two giants are incapable of mounting any significant resistance, and they are swiftly sealed. Following the sealing, the attacking ninjas dispatch several teams to search the vicinity, ensuring that no other Untainted Giants remain before returning to their ranks. The ninjas then pause at the sight of the sealed giants. Before long, more ninjas arrive, and the area becomes densely populated with those bearing the insignias of rock and sand. Upon arriving, the sand and rock ninjas promptly establish a perimeter, while the third Kazekage and third Tsuchikage emerge slowly from the crowd. These must be the newly emerged giants reported in the intelligence. The third Kazekage remarks with a detached demeanor, observing the immobile Untainted Giants sealed by the sealing technique. They resemble the giant that appeared in the Rain Country previously, albeit not as towering. It seems our conjectures were correct. That giant truly has the capability to create others. No wonder the Rain Village exudes such confidence. Hovering in the air, Inoki approaches the Untainted Giants, scrutinizing them with evident disdain, his contempt palpable. The rock ninja, obliterated by the titanization of the Kasa people, had a rather poor perception of the pure giants. It seems they may soon confront such a formidable army of giants. One can only wonder how many of these giants the progenitor could create. The third Kazekage is well aware that they must face the impending threat of the pure giant army, though the exact number remains uncertain. The term progenitor of giants is indeed fitting. It appears that the decision to invade the Land of Rain was a sagacious one. These giants have enabled the Land of Rain to thrive. How audacious! The ninja world is already quite small, and the 5 great nations feel crowded. Yet the Land of Rain seeks to claim its share. Noki, of course, vehemently disagrees. Seizing 2 of these giants presents an opportunity to uncover their weaknesses. The intricacies of affairs between great nations are well understood by the third Kazekage. Otherwise, he would not have allied to assault the Land of Rain. Following the Kazekage's instructions, the sand and rock ninja began their operations. The experiments did not leave the third Kazekage and the third Tsuchikage waiting long. Soon, ninjas from both nations arrived with their findings. Lord Tsuchikage, one rock ninja, knelt before Noki to report. After our experiments, we discovered that both giants possess remarkable regenerative abilities, capable of swiftly mending severed limbs. Observing the rock ninja's report, the sand ninja felt compelled to contribute. Lord Kazekage, we also found that even piercing the giant skulls does not lead to their demise. However, excessive damage does slow their recovery rate. Upon hearing this information, both Kages were rendered somewhat pensive. Such giant weaponry could prove exceptionally advantageous in warfare, eliminating concerns over subsequent pensions. Even if these giants lack sheer strength, their formidable regeneration compensates for any deficiencies in manpower. Yet, are there not enough pure giants? What are their weaknesses? Noki, though beginning to harbor worries, maintained a stoic facade and stated, Lord Tsuchikage, through conclusive destructive experimentation, we discovered that by eliminating the nape of the giants, we can bring them to an end. Faced with the Tsuchikage's inquiry, The Sand Ninja hesitated to respond, leaving it to the Rock Ninja to answer. Upon learning that erasing the nape of the pure giants would lead to their death, a smile crept across Naka's face. Indeed, such hastily manufactured weaponry could not be flawless. One must ponder if the progenitor of giants shares such a vulnerability, with the knowledge of how to vanquish the pure giants. Noki also contemplated whether the nape might be a weakness of the Titanized Kasa people. Alas, he remained unaware that the nape was no longer a weakness of the Titanized Kasa. After gathering intelligence from the two pure giants, the Sandrock Alliance set forth once more into the depths of the Land of Rain. Soon, the ninjas who had excavated the giants hastily departed, leaving behind an unfinished pit. After the demise of two immaculate giants, the individual known as Kasiran, far away in the capital, immediately sensed their passing. Feeling the loss of the two immaculate giants under his command, Kasiran furrowed his brow slightly. They were both 3 meters tall, indicating that the antennae left behind had been destroyed. Had the enemy already arrived in the Land of Rain? Upon entering the ancestral space, Kasiran focused on two somewhat dim branches. Did they grow faint upon death? It seemed they did not disappear entirely. Could they be summoned once more? By sensing these two branches, Kasiran swiftly arrived at a conclusion. Could he utilize the ancestral power to mold them from the soil within the space? However, with each death, the quality would diminish, and if they died too many times, would they lose the potential to evolve into intelligent giants? Understanding that the death of the immaculate giants was not permanent, he realized he could use the soil from the ancestral space to recreate the fallen giants. Yet, the innate quality of the deceased giants would weaken. Following this logic, did the intelligent giants like Hans, Yahiko, and Motokawa also fear death? If they perished, he could simply resurrect them using soil, albeit with diminished quality. Through the immaculate giants, he speculated that intelligent giants could also be revived. However, Kasiran believed it prudent to avoid constant death, lest the intelligent giants' quality degrade to that of immaculate giants. Chapter 90. The Immaculate Giants Capable of Infinite Resurrection. Moreover, Kasiran perceived that these branches likely represented each individual soul. As long as the branches remained intact, infinite resurrection was possible. At worst, their quality would diminish slightly, but they could gradually nurture it back. Recalling, Kasiran noted that soul attacks were indeed scarce in the world of Naruto. It was unlikely anyone would resort to soul attacks against an immaculate giant. Kasiran began to shape the bodies of the deceased immaculate giants from the earth. With his manipulation, the soil surged rapidly, and in a mere moment, 2 immaculate giants were sculpted. Remarkably swift. Observing the completed sculptures, Kasiran couldn't help but express his surprise. The rapidity of sculpting the immaculate giants contrasted sharply with the sluggishness of his own giant form. What would the next giant form be? He had completely forgotten to check amidst his preoccupation with affairs in the Land of Rain. Setting aside thoughts of the 2 immaculate giants, Kasiran turned his attention to his own giant form. As the giant form took shape, Kasiran was elated. Gazing at the enormous foot before him, he realized the next form would be that of a nuclear giant, a colossal giant. Unable to resist, he approached and touched the earthen foot of the colossal giant. At last, you have arrived. You have no idea how those tailed beasts take advantage of their height, Kasiran joyfully remarked while caressing the foot of the colossal giant. The 5-tailed beast, having been thoroughly beaten, and the 4-tailed beast, bewildered, questioned, "What are you even saying?" Soon, the sculpture of the colossal giant had coalesced halfway. Ultimately, as the sculpture formed around the chest area, it began to crumble. Not bad at all. Once the entire Land of Rain transformed into branches, it directly propelled the colossal sculpture to the chest area. It appeared that conquering a small nation would unlock the next stage. Kasa, feeling quite satisfied, marveled at the colossal sculpture of the gigantic titan, appreciating its immense scale. It was impressive enough for a nation of rain to condense such power into its very core. Upon learning of the unlocking progress of the colossal titan, Kasa exited the founder's space, ready to resurrect the 2 deceased pure titans. However, as he prepared for the summoning, he pondered the method of invocation. The power of coordinates, aptly named, is transmitted through the tangible coordinates of humanity to channel the titan's strength. With the coordinates now absent, how could the summoning take place? Sensing something amiss, Kasa carefully attuned himself to the coordinates. He soon discovered that he could indeed deploy the 2 pure titans at any location within the Rain Nation. It seemed that everywhere within his sphere of influence was viable for summoning. However, The locations where the two pure titans had perished appeared out of reach. Casa realized that with the demise of the two pure titans, that particular area had fallen outside his influence. The enemies were attacking from this very point, presumably from the direction of rock and sand. Upon discerning the source of the assault, Casa resolved to take the initiative. He was not concerned about deploying the pure titans, as the difference between having two 3-meter titans and none was negligible. He decided to conserve them for future necessity. Casa ventured into the capital to seek out Hans. Once he located Hans, who was engaged in administrative affairs, Casa informed him of the Rain Nation's impending assault. Upon hearing the news, Hans slammed his palm on the table, declaring a direct counterattack, which aligned perfectly with Casa's thoughts. He then began to rally the ninjas within the capital. Meanwhile, Casa commanded the returning pure titans and conveyed the situation to the Rain ninjas. At that moment, anyone observing from above the Rain Nation would notice that the once gathering pure titans were now redirecting towards the coalition of sand and rock. Surely, this throng of pure titans would deliver a formidable surprise to the sand and rock forces. After summoning the ninjas of the capital, Hans also apprised them of the renewed incursions against the Rain Nation. The Rain ninjas, filled with righteous indignation, rallied at Hans's command. The alliance of Rain ninjas and pure titans set forth for battle once more. Seated atop the shoulder of one of the pure titans, Casa sensed that the titan nearest to the enemy was approaching their ranks. He then closed his eyes, instructing Hans to remain vigilant of his surroundings, as he would now commence remote command. As the founding titan, Casa possessed the ability to direct his titans directly, disregarding any physical distance. Once he initiated command, he swiftly utilized the line of sight from a 15-meter pure titan to reach the front lines. He ordered this batch of pure titans to halt. After they came to a stop, Casa turned to assess their numbers. Indeed, there were quite a few. Through his connection to the coordinates, he discovered that there were a total of 751 pure titans present, merely the count from one town. As the Rain ninjas followed the untainted giants, they soon detected the anomalies among them. They quickly fell into a state of vigilance, fearing that an enemy might be at play. The leader of the umbrella wielders, however, recognized the heightened alertness of the 3 Rain ninjas. There is no need for alarm. It is I, the umbrella wielder, who commands these untainted giants. The umbrella wielder, controlling a 15-meter giant, began to speak. The giants, although devoid of intelligence, were capable of speech through the precise manipulation of the umbrella wielder. Upon hearing the voice, the Rain ninjas turned their attention to the speaking giant. Excitedly, they approached, eager to inform the umbrella wielder of the number of untainted giants in the town. Lord Umbrella Wielder, look at the sheer number of untainted giants in this settlement, exclaimed the captain of the trio, his enthusiasm palpable. The umbrella wielder understood his excitement, but cautioned, this group will soon engage the enemy. Given the uncertainty of their numbers, it would be prudent for you to remain behind. I shall send one of the untainted giants to guide you to the main force. Before the Rain ninjas could insist on their readiness to fight, the umbrella wielder seized the opportunity, commanding the giant to escort them away. He proceeded similarly with the other giants bearing Rain ninjas, directing them towards the main army while the remaining giants continued toward the enemy's position. The umbrella wielder soon realized that this batch of untainted giants possessed little to no chakra. Their lack of chakra significantly diminished their combat prowess, and there was no time to extract any. After a period of contemplation, he attempted to channel his own chakra. Through the power of coordination, he succeeded. Serving as the nexus, he began to transmit chakra to the surrounding untainted giants. Fear of insufficient chakra did not trouble him. He had yet to experience a shortage. If necessary, he could always summon chakra from other giants. Chapter 91, A Direct Confrontation. All the untainted giants in the vicinity were now linked to the umbrella wielder's chakra. With the infusion of chakra, their strength surged instantaneously. Excellent. Head into the forest and lay in wait, he commanded. Under his guidance, the giants entered the forest, prepared to ambush their prey. Meanwhile, the untainted giants within the land of rain continued their advance. Swish, swish, swish. The sand and rock coalition moved swiftly among the trees. Suddenly, a sand ninja, leaping gracefully from branch to branch, was abruptly severed in half by the enormous jaws of a giant. Ah! The unfortunate sand ninja shrieked in agony as he was cleaved. Enemy attack. A warning echoed as the first sand ninja fell victim to the sudden onslaught of the untainted giant. Yet, it was too late. Hundreds of untainted giants surged forth from all directions, bolstered by the umbrella wielder's chakra. Under the influence of the primordial power, the giants obeyed commands with precision, halting their movements on a dime, transitioning into a state of stillness as their bodily functions ceased. Such a multitude of pristine giants, numbering in the hundreds. In an instant, the vanguard of the Sand and Rock Coalition was annihilated, akin to a single droplet merging into the vast ocean, leaving not a ripple in its wake. Each of the hundreds of pristine giants bore traces of blood upon their hands and mouths. Under my command, the strength of these pristine giants had been substantially amplified. With the dual enhancement of the power of the progenitor and the chakra of the Kasa, these giants could be regarded as formidable taijutsu ninjas of the upper echelons. The obliteration of the vanguard was hardly unjust. The ground around was stained crimson with the blood of the Sand and Rock forces, a clear indication of impending peril. A singular ambush sufficed. It was time for the denizens of the Naruto world to experience the dread of being dominated by giants. Under Kasa's control, the hundreds of pristine giants commenced a frenzied charge towards the Sand and Rock Coalition. Fueled by Kasa's chakra, they barreled forth, shattering whatever lay before them. In their tumultuous advance, the giants seemed to coalesce into a singular entity, chakra radiating outward and enveloping them. Led by the swiftest Kasa, they formed a spearhead. Boom, boom, boom. The Sand and Rock forces detected a resounding cacophony emanating from the forest ahead. Trees toppled incessantly, and a terrifying aura loomed. An enemy approaches. Prepare for battle. Although uncertain of the situation, being prepared could only yield beneficial outcomes. With that, the third Kazekage initiated the use of his bloodline limit. Magnet release, Sand Iron Rain. Regardless of what awaited ahead, the third Kazekage was resolved to launch a sweeping assault. Countless grains of sand iron were propelled towards the pristine giants under Kasa's control. Boom. The trees fell victim to the relentless torrent of sand iron, as if a swarm of locusts had descended. In the wake of the Sand Iron-S passage, the area before the Sand and Rock Coalition lay barren. Soon, the sand iron unleashed by the third Kazekage struck the mass of pristine giants. Thud, thud. The chakra armor of the giant horde gradually succumbed to the onslaught of sand iron. There were simply too many giants, and Kasa's chakra could only form a fragile layer of protection. After the relentless barrage of sand iron, the chakra armor of the pristine giant horde was ultimately exhausted. However, the armor had served its purpose well. The horde of pristine giants, undeterred, advanced, bearing the brunt of the third Kazekage's sand iron towards the forefront of the Sand and Rock forces. How dare they take the initiative, seeking their own demise? Dust release, original world separation technique. A square of dust release was conjured by Inoki and directed at the horde of pristine giants. As Inoki launched his assault, the Sand and Rock ninjas were not idle, unleashing a barrage of long-range attacks. Vacuum sphere of wind. Wind release, Wind Dragon Tornado. Earth release, Earth Rock Gun. Earth release, Yellow Spring Marsh. Various ninjutsu followed in tandem with the dust release-s advance. Not only ninjutsu, but the puppets of the Sand Ninja Village also unleashed poison needles. How dare they assume I cannot unleash energy attacks? A deluge of assaults rained down, forcing Kasa to maneuver the pristine giants to evade. Just a single dust release was beyond the giants' capacity to counter. The ability of the pure giants to withstand attacks stems from the chakra mode enveloping them. However, this group of immaculate giants is lethal. Merely brushing against them results in injury, and proximity can lead to death. Thanks to the chakra provided by the Kasa people, the pure giants exhibit remarkable swiftness. Except for a few unfortunate 34-meter-tall giants, all evaded Naki's dust release technique. Ordinary ninjas, unless striking head-on, could hardly hope to affect the pure giants with residual force. Did the pure giants' regenerative abilities seem like a jest? The group of pure giants, having evaded the onslaught, charged once more towards the Sand and Rock forces under Kasa's command. Earth release, Great Wall. The Rock ninjas combined their efforts to erect a formidable earthen barrier, keeping the pure giants at bay. Meanwhile, the Yellow Springs Marsh promptly unleashed its powers beyond the wall. No matter, they could directly tap into chakra. The pure giants began their ascent up the wall. Before long, they had scaled the heights, where the Sand and Rock forces awaited them. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. Wind release, Vacuum Sphere. As soon as they reached the top, countless attacks rained down upon the pure giants. Boom, boom. The feeble 34-meter giants quickly succumbed to the barrage, having their limbs and bodies shattered, collapsing to the ground as they began to recover. Yet, the throng of pure giants pressed on undeterred, closing the distance rapidly. "Aim for the nape," Noki shouted, aware that long-range ninjutsu could only reach this extent. He prepared for close combat, revealing the weakness of the pure giants. Hearing Naka's words, Kasa, positioned at the front lines, understood that the two previously felled giants had disclosed this information. However, Kasa remained unconcerned. After all, the pure giants could revive. Moreover, just because you know their weak point, do you think I will allow you an easy strike? Do you truly believe this horde is mindless? This is a direct command from the progenitor himself, you fool. After Naka's declaration, he unleashed another dust release. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world. Aware that close combat would make it difficult to release dust without endangering his allies, Noki directed the beam of dust towards the pure giants. This time, Kasa had devised a countermeasure. He manipulated a 15-meter pure giant to intercept the attack, channeling additional chakra into it, instantly activating its chakra mode. Although the chakra mode would quickly prove lethal to the pure giant's body, it served well enough as a disposable shield. Indeed, the pure giant, empowered by Kasa's chakra mode, managed to withstand Naka's dust release. The remaining pure giants swiftly evaded the attack and approached the sand and rock forces. Perched upon the shoulder of a pure giant, Kasa grinned widely. The slaughter was about to commence. Chapter 92, a dimensional strike against your grassroots ninjas. As the battle escalated, the ninjas of sand and rock discovered that targeting the nape of the pure giants was no simple feat. All the pure giants instinctively protected their vulnerable spots. Moreover, their strength was formidable. An ordinary nin found themselves at a significant disadvantage when faced with this horde of pure giants. The outcome is one of instantaneous demise. The speed simply cannot keep pace. Moreover, the strength-type ninjas find themselves utterly outmatched against these colossal titans. Only a few smaller, agile giants can contend with their might. With the enhancement provided by the Kasa, these hundreds of titans are equivalent to several hundred elite taijutsu ninjas. In a remarkably short span, the Sand and Stone Coalition has been suppressed. Following the initial clash, which resulted in the loss of over 100 nin lives, the nin of Sand and Stone dare not engage the titans alone any longer. When a nin attempts to restrain a titan, they are swiftly obliterated by a single, rapid blow. Presently, only the nin can directly confront the titans, while others provide support to achieve parity against one titan. However, as the formidable powers of the Sand and Stone ninjas are unleashed, the tide begins to turn. With their elite forces at the forefront, they systematically eliminate the titans one by one. Chiyo, commanding the puppets of the Chikamatsu, dispatches titans with ease. The titans' attacks are relatively straightforward, and, in the hands of Chiyo, who manipulates 10 puppets, they do not last more than a few exchanges. Bang! Another titan falls, its neck cleaved by the Chikamatsu puppets, collapsing to the ground amidst a plume of steam. Though capable of vanquishing the titans, Chiyo remains vigilant against their counterattacks. After dispatching several titans, fatigue begins to set in for Chiyo. Nevertheless, the battlefield's dynamics are evolving favorably. Magnet release, sand iron triangular prism. The third Kazekage wields magnet release to suppress the titans while occasionally eliminating one of them. The Kasa, who controls the titans, understands that despite the enhancements, this batch of titans is still insufficient to defeat the alliance of Sand and Stone. The decisive factor remains the high-level combat prowess of the Sand and Stone ninjas. Without such elite forces, these hundreds of enhanced titans would struggle to breach their defenses. With the movements of the long-range Kasa, an immense quantity of chakra is transmitted. Instantly, hundreds of orbs of light emerge on the battlefield. With the substantial chakra influx, the Kasa orders every remaining titan to activate their chakra mode. No longer willing to be worn down gradually, he prepares for a significant offensive. As the chakra mode is activated, the combat capabilities of all the titans surge dramatically. Crack! A stone ninja, who is directly engaging a titan, is instantly crushed by a titan empowered by the chakra mode. The situation for Sand and Stone takes a sharp downturn. Each titan in chakra mode inflicts catastrophic losses upon the ninjas of Sand and Stone. Dust release, original world separation technique. Dust release, original world separation technique. Dust release, original world separation technique. Witnessing his ninjas falling rapidly, Noki abandons concern for collateral damage. He unleashes multiple dust release boxes, ensnaring the Chakra mode titans within. The encapsulated titans manage to resist momentarily due to their Chakra mode. Yet, it merely extended life by a fleeting second. The pristine giants enveloped in dust escape met their demise, utterly obliterated. The melting release flame fist. The Jinchuriki of the five tails also embraced the transformation into a tailed beast, standing against the pristine giants. As the two shadows unleashed their full might. Coupled with the fact that the Chakra mode of the pristine giants could not be sustained for long, the battlefield soon saw the near-total annihilation of the pristine giants. However, it was noted that half of them were incinerated directly by the Chakra mode. The reason for the term near-total was that one pristine giant, controlled by Kasumi, still lingered. As the sole surviving pristine giant on the battlefield, it naturally drew the attention of the two shadows. Despite his fatigue, Noki raised his hand, preparing to unleash another dust release technique to dispatch the last pristine giant. "Oh, Noki, after suffering a defeat last time, you dare return again. We had not even sought you out, yet you struck first." Observing Noki poised to use dust release, Kasumi commanded the pristine giant to speak. Upon hearing the giant's voice, Noki was startled, yet his hand did not falter. Dust release, original world separation technique. With so many ninjas having perished, Noki had no desire to entertain Kasumi's words. The pristine giant, under Kasumi's control, grinned widely. In an instant, the pristine giant activated its Chakra mode. This pristine giant, under Kasumi's direct control, would not be easily ensnared by Noki's dust release. Evading the technique, the pristine giant launched a flying kick toward Noki in the air. Magnetic release, sand iron wall. The pristine giant struck the sand iron wall created by the third wind shadow. The wall, having withstood the flying kick, began to disintegrate and cling to the pristine giant's form. The pristine giant shook violently, dispelling the sand iron. Upon landing, realizing it could not reach Noki, it turned its attention toward Chiyo. Chiyo, too, noticed the approaching pristine giant and began to maneuver the Chikamatsu 10 puppets. Crack! The pristine giant's advance was obstructed by a puppet. Looking closer, it was a young boy with red hair manipulating the puppet. Could it be Scorpion? To be at Chiyo's side and possess red hair, it could only be him. With a surge of power, the pristine giant shattered the puppet and charged at Scorpion. So what? To dare participate in this war, one must also face death. Observing the pristine giant shifting its direction toward her grandson, Chiyo swiftly commanded the Chikamatsu 10 puppets to resist. However, the two shadows were not to be underestimated. Magnetic release, sand iron wall. Dust release, limitless separation technique. The sand iron resisted the pristine giant's advance, and immediately after, the dust release ensnared the pristine giant. Even though it was under Kasumi's control, the pristine giant's innate qualities were far too inadequate. It could only withstand for a few more seconds than the others. Yet, it was precisely during those fleeting seconds that the pristine giant managed to escape the grasp of the dust release. Boom! The pristine giant shattered the sand iron and charged directly at Scorpion. After enduring a barrage of resistance, Chiyo arrived before Scorpion. Observing the Chikamatsu 10 puppets, the pristine giant realized it could not eliminate Scorpion. Simultaneously, the pristine giant's body could no longer withstand the Chakra mode. Dayemu, await your fate. This is merely the first wave, with many more to come. As his body began to crumble, the immaculate giant gazed indifferently at Dayemu in the sky. Upon the conclusion of the immaculate giant's words, his form disintegrated into dust. Observing this, Dayemu's countenance darkened. Meanwhile, he watched the ninjas who had suffered casualties in their battle against the immaculate giants. At that moment, Dayemu found himself questioning the wisdom of his offensive against the land of rain. Who could have anticipated the formidable strength of the immaculate giants? Yet, little did Dayemu know, this group of immaculate giants was merely an anomaly. Chapter 93. You strive, ancestor, I am prepared to recline. Soon, Dayemu managed to recalibrate his mindset. The fallen ninjas were primarily of the lower ranks, with only a few upper ninjas perishing when the immaculate giants suddenly activated their Chakra mode. In terms of combat capability, the overall strength had not diminished significantly. They simply required some rest. Contemplating this, Dayemu felt emboldened. He could not believe that the land of rain possessed such formidable war machines, ready to deploy countless more. The shinobi from the sand and rock villages commenced the meticulous task of clearing the battlefield. The wounded began to receive treatment, and after the fierce confrontation, they too could take a moment to recuperate. Meanwhile, among the ranks of the advancing forces from the Land of Rain, the overseer controlling the immaculate giants slowly opened his eyes, surveying the distant scenery. The combat prowess of the immaculate giants was commendable, although this batch was entirely vanquished. Their exhibited strength pleased the overseer. Moreover, this was just one group. The Land of Rain still held many more immaculate giants in reserve. Through the perception granted by the coordinates, the Land of Rain was adorned with countless stars, each representing the colossal forms of the immaculate giants. Compared to the entirety of the world, their numbers were not overwhelming, merely outmatching the combined forces of sand and rock by a factor of 7 or 8. Hanzo, witnessing the overseer's awakening, placed a hand on the head of the immaculate giant and inquired, "How goes it? Are the adversaries from the sand or the rock?" Previously, the overseer had mentioned the news of their assault on the Land of Rain, prompting Hanzo to declare the commencement of battle while seeking specifics about the opposing forces. The alliance of sand and rock had mobilized, with both Kage participating. The overseer wore a cryptic expression, one that left Hanzo perplexed. Both sides had engaged. It seemed this battle would be arduous. "Do you have a strategy, overseer?" Hanzo questioned. Unable to comprehend the overseer's demeanor, was he unperturbed by the alliance of the two great ninja villages? In this instant, Hanzo began to suspect that the overseer was composed, perhaps harboring a plan all along. No, there was none before. Now, a strategy had emerged. The concern was not for their own forces, but rather whether the enemy would be utterly annihilated under their aggressive advance. After testing the strength of the immaculate giants by sharing his chakra, the overseer realized this battlefield was not one of mere combat, but of slaughter. As for high-level combat prowess, setting aside the overseer, Hanzo was already formidable. And now with the capability to transform into a giant, his strength had undoubtedly surged. Should the opposition dare to unleash tailed beasts, Hanzo alone could handle them with ease. Originally, Yahiko and his companions were too young to harness their potential, but now they would begin to manifest their abilities. However, after undergoing gigantification, their strength surged dramatically, allowing them to unleash their latent potential. Yahiko and Konan are undoubtedly at the level of Shadow Ninja. Nagato has fully integrated the Renegan, and it seems he may have even approached the threshold of surpassing a shadow. Alongside the special intelligent giants, besides Motokawa, they also acquired a companion named Yuka in the previous town. That makes 2. Furthermore, they have a formidable host of pure giants. One might ponder whether such an assembly could vanquish the coalition of sand and rock ninja. Kasumi felt confident enough to refrain from direct involvement, allowing Yahiko, Hans, and Yuka to familiarize themselves with their giant forms. He would merely provide chakra to the pure giants from the rear, honing their skills. As he contemplated, Kasumi realized that this strategy was akin to riding the dragon to victory. How could he possibly lose? If the sand and rock coalition managed to last a day, it would be a sign of their leniency. Hans observed Kasumi, whose grin stretched from ear to ear, and quietly sat back down, feeling assured. Feeling the rush of the wind, Hans mused silently. After his laughter subsided, Kasumi composed himself and summoned 2 pure giants carrying Yahiko, Hans, Motokawa, and Yuka. The 2 giants swiftly arrived at the location of Kasumi's giant. Hans, intrigued by Kasumi's actions, was eager to discern his thoughts. Under Kasumi's command, the 3 pure giants synchronized their speed, their strides aligned perfectly. The giant Kasumi rode was positioned amidst the 3 pure giants. Yahiko, Hans, and Yuka, seated upon the flanking giants, attentively regarded Kasumi, aware that their summoning indicated he had something important to convey. This time, the intruders comprised a coalition of sand and rock ninjas. Kasumi began by elucidating the identity of their adversaries to the 5. Before they could respond, he continued speaking. "In the absence of any unforeseen circumstances, I shall refrain from direct engagement. I will remain in the rear, providing chakra to the pure giants, while the command of the giants will be entrusted to Motokawa and Yuka. This arrangement will allow you to become more familiar with the command authority of the progenitor." The 5 were still reeling from the revelation that their opponents were 2 major ninja villages when they were further astounded by Kasumi's declaration of non-involvement. Motokawa and Yuka, upon hearing their assignment to command the pure giants, felt a wave of apprehension, fearing that they might disappoint Kasumi with their leadership. "Lord Kasumi, I am fine, but Yuka has only just acquired the command authority of the progenitor. Is it not too soon for her?" Motokawa quickly reasoned that as long as it was Kasumi's directive, he would strive to execute it flawlessly. Meanwhile, Yuka, anxious about potentially dragging down their efforts and disappointing Kasumi, shot a disdainful glance at Motokawa. Humph. I can handle the mission of Kamisama alone, and as for you. Humph. After this, Yuka gazed at Kasumi with unabashed admiration. Her eyes filled solely with reverence for him. Kasumi, under her gaze, felt a tad uncomfortable. Truth be told, he had not anticipated that those he had once saved would now, transformed by the power of coordinates into golden branches, harbor such profound admiration for him, almost to the point of obsession. Both Benkawa and Yuka possess similar qualities and are often assigned to work together. However, Yuka regards everyone else with disdain, treating them as if they were refuse, showing only a modicum of kindness towards Benkawa, likely due to her awareness of his unwavering loyalty to her. This kindness is but a mere fraction of what one might expect. All right, the group of pure giants. Each of you take half. Familiarize yourselves with the mastery of your abilities. After all, the pure giants can resurrect, so there is little to worry about concerning casualties. Once the arrangements for the two were complete, Kasuto turned his attention to the trio of Yahiko on the other side. This time, I hope you engage more with formidable opponents. After all, your strength has surged thanks to my giant power, and you still lack control over your abilities. Kasuto wished for the trio to quickly grasp their newfound power. With the inherent strength of their giant transformations, they need not fear being overwhelmed by stronger foes. If worst comes to worst, there is always Hans. Kasuto cast a glance at Hans, who, already powerful, would likely approach the level of a super shadow after giant transformation. Coupled with his seasoned combat experience, defeating the Earth Shadow and Wind Shadow would be well within reach. Ensure you take good care of the future of the Rain Shinobi. I trust Hans will be more than willing. After distributing the tasks to everyone, Kasuto felt a wave of relief wash over him. Releasing an ancestor giant into close combat would make their presence redundant. They would only be needed against overwhelmingly powerful enemies to stretch their limbs. Chapter 94. The Might of the Pure Giants. After instructing his chief subordinates, Kasuto leisurely leaned against the head of a pure giant, casually checking how much chakra remained. Still having 99 left was satisfactory. Chakra consumption was indeed substantial. After providing chakra to several hundred pure giants, he had only expended 1 unit. Marveling at the chakra mode's draining nature. While Kasuto remained at ease, the Sand and Rock Alliance viewed the distant horizon as if facing a dire threat. After a brief respite, they discovered yet another batch of pure giants approaching the battlefield, clearly another group from a nearby town. However, this new cohort did not charge directly at the Sand and Rock Alliance. They merely halted at a distance, observing silently. The on-edge Sand and Rock Alliance, perceiving the stillness of the pure giants, speculated it might be a new tactic, thus heightening their vigilance. In the air, Yagura gazed at the distant gathering of pure giants. Engulfed in uncertainty, the pure giants stood a couple of kilometers away, a distance made possible by the prior battle clearing such a large area. This distance rendered the Sand and Rock Alliance unable to launch an attack unless they fully transformed their Jinchuriki to unleash the Tailed Beast Bomb. However, executing the Tailed Beast Bomb so quickly would risk the Jinchuriki losing control soon after, complicating matters further. Thus, the Sand and Rock Alliance remained watchful, observing the unmoving pure giants as time passed. As Sha and Yin gradually lowered their guard, they began taking turns to rest. Meanwhile, only the higher-ups of Sha and Yin were engaged in discussions regarding the implications of the actions of the Purity Giants. Ultimately, they failed to reach a coherent conclusion. Lord Tsuchikage, please come quickly. The number of giants outside has increased. An IWA ninja, responsible for observing the Purity Giants through ninjutsu, rushed to report after noticing the surge in their numbers. Upon hearing this, everyone hurried outside to investigate. Indeed, after careful scrutiny, they discovered the count of Purity Giants had indeed risen. Elder Chiyo, do you think this might be an act of intimidation? Should we venture forth to test the waters? The third Kazekage expressed the previously dismissed notion upon witnessing the increasing Purity Giants. Their non-aggressive demeanor, coupled with their growing numbers, led many to suspect they were merely attempting to frighten them. Let us observe further. You have sensed the strength of these giants before, Chiyo replied, shaking her head, unwilling to act hastily. Seeing that the Sand Ninjas were reluctant to probe, the Rock Ninjas naturally followed suit. Consequently, they could only urge the medical ninjas to exert themselves. As chakra was rapidly depleting, and recovery was imperative. As time passed, it became evident to all that the number of purity giants increased at regular intervals. Moreover, they did not cluster together. As one group swelled, another began to form. Now, 3 groups of purity giants had emerged, each comprising 1,000 to 2,000 giants. This revelation sent a chill down the spines of all observing ninjas. Furthermore, the clusters of purity giants continued to proliferate, with a 4th group already beginning to assemble. Is this possible? So many giants. A Jonin voiced his uncontainable fear as he watched the formation of the 4th cluster. The surrounding individuals remained silent, clearly rendered speechless by the sheer number of purity giants. Perhaps, as the 3rd Kazekage suggested, it may truly be an act of intimidation. A Jonin from IWA forced a smile, attempting to reassure himself. Soon, the 4th group of purity giants was fully formed, followed by the emergence of a 5th. Let JKY lead a small team to scout. Noki understood the urgency of preventing the giants from gathering any further. Gritting his teeth, he sent out a team for reconnaissance. Given the distance, if a crisis were to arise, there would be no chance for rescue unless an all-out war commenced at that very moment. Let Amano also lead a small team to accompany the rock ninjas. The 3rd Kazekage recognized that without sending out personnel under such pressure, the alliance might falter. Swiftly, 2 small teams departed under the watchful eyes of the high-ranking officials. These squads quickly darted into the nearby forest, concealing their presence. Both teams of ninjas were adept at intelligence gathering, capable of remaining undetected in the villages of Sand and Rock. The methods employed by Sand and Rock were sound. However, the distant operators of the Purity Giants noticed the movements of Sand and Rock. Although they lacked effective reconnaissance methods due to their remote control, did they truly need them? Before them, the 2 groups of pristine giants began to pivot. One group, under the guidance of the Kage, comprised a balanced assembly of 2,000 towering giants. The collective movement of 4,000 pristine giants resonated with such force that it was distinctly audible to those at a distance within the rocky terrain. The earth trembled slightly beneath this display. Such a commotion was unmistakably a testament to their formidable presence. As the 4,000 pristine giants realigned, they charged toward the concealed forest where 2 small squads lay hidden. Indeed, there was no need for reconnaissance. Under the influence of the Kage's Chakra, these 4,000 giants could effortlessly sweep through the forest, bulldozing everything in their path. The ground quaked under the onslaught of 4,000 giants. The 2 squads within the forest, caught unawares, quickly resorted to ninjutsu and physical techniques to fend off the impending assault. However, their efforts proved futile. This was not merely a matter of dozens, or even hundreds. It was a relentless tide of 4,000 giants, each infused with the Kage's Chakra. While the skilled ninjas might have managed to evade capture, the dense forest impeded their speed, while the giants charged relentlessly, toppling anything in their way, even at the cost of their own damage. With their extraordinary regenerative abilities, they recovered swiftly. In this relentless exchange, both squads were utterly annihilated. Silence fell, an oppressive, deathly silence. The high-ranking shinobi of the rocky terrain stood frozen, gazing at the devastation left in the wake of the giants as they slowly retreated. The aftermath was one of ruin and a landscape drenched in crimson. This was not the leisurely march of a colossal behemoth granting an opportunity for escape. The giants, bolstered by chakra, had surpassed the speed of most ninjas. Their immense stature, formidable strength, and overflowing chakra made them a veritable bulldozer upon the earth. Only the most elite warriors possessed the strength to overcome such a legion. Yet, those titans of might were either deceased, aged beyond capability, or yet to mature. Even if Noki were to expend his life force employing dust release, how many pristine giants could he truly eliminate while shielded by the Kage's chakra? What was there to fear? Even against overwhelming numbers, they had the tailed beasts on their side. A single-tailed beast bomb could decimate a significant portion, and these giants were no match for their ranks. What was there to fear? Observing the silent assembly, Noki realized that without uttering further words, the war would falter. His heart weighed heavily, for aside from these giants, the land of rain was not devoid of its own formidable warriors. Chapter 95, The War Begins. Over 30,000 pristine giants. After Naka's remarks, the expressions of the gathered shinobi slightly improved. They understood that this conflict could not simply be avoided. They had already encroached upon the land of rain and could only prepare for battle. Subsequently, Noki summoned the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails. He had resolved that if the number of giants continued to swell, Then he would have to unleash the full power of the tailed beast to unleash a concentrated tailed beast bomb, even if it meant ultimately subduing the beast's rampage. It is certainly preferable to witness boundless giants than to succumb to despair. This, however, represents the most pessimistic of outlooks. The truth is, the situation remains exceedingly unpredictable. The number of mindless giants has been steadily increasing. Even 5 groups of these titans have instilled fear within the villages of sand and rock. And now, their ranks have swelled to the point where they can no longer be contained, beginning to gather in the surrounding forests. The inhabitants of sand and rock can scarcely perceive the magnitude of these groups. Only the lofty vantage point of Noki allows for a clearer view. Now there are 16 groups, with more giants approaching from the distance. After assessing the situation, Noki descended, his countenance grave and his voice faltering, clearly suppressing a tumult of emotions. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. The current number of mindless giants has surpassed the total strength of all their ninjas combined. Noki, are you certain you did not err? The third Kazekage, disregarding his dignity, grasped Naki's arm. It is no wonder that the third Kazekage appeared so perturbed. 16 groups of mindless giants equate to an overwhelming total of 320,000. Even if they stood still for the third Kazekage to strike, he would exhaust his chakra long before vanquishing them all, not to mention the additional giants on their way. We must retreat. Noki gritted his teeth as he uttered these words. How absurd it was. The Sandrock Coalition had confidently arrived in the Land of Rain, prepared to subdue the Rain Ninjas, only to be intimidated by the giant weaponry of that land before they even laid eyes on their adversaries. Noki, are you jesting? We cannot simply turn back. The third Kazekage could hardly believe his ears. Noki was advocating for retreat. They were among the 2 most formidable ninja villages in the entire ninja world. While the Land of Rain was but a minuscule nation, what do you propose we do? While we may not fear these giants, what of the other ninjas? One giant could easily obliterate them. And this is not a one-to-one scenario. Angered, Noki contemplated the notion of retreat. Did he wish to lead the rock ninjas back in disgrace? He had invested so much effort into the rock village, and these ninjas were its very foundation. Was he to lead them into a battle they were fated to lose? Noki fixed a steely gaze upon the third Kazekage. The Kazekage found himself at a loss for words. Could he assert that the Sandrock Coalition stood a chance against these giants? The previous skirmishes against mere hundreds of giants had proven arduous. Now, they faced tens of thousands. Observing the third Kazekage's silence, Noki understood that he had yet to grasp the gravity of their predicament. They were now the weaker party. Noki turned his attention toward the distant mindless giants. Perhaps only the strength of those 2 individuals could effortlessly sweep away these titans, or perhaps a united front of the 5 great ninja villages would be required. As the eldest among them, Noki had witnessed the zenith of Konoha's glory and had experienced the cataclysmic power of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. In Naki's eyes, only those 2 possessed the capability to challenge such a multitude of giants. The notion of a united front among the 5 great ninja villages was one that he himself found hard to believe. Historically, these villages have been embroiled in conflict, engaging in brutal skirmishes for their own interests. The alliance between the sand and rock villages was merely a consequence of the former being thoroughly beaten by Konoha, while the latter had suffered a similar fate at the hands of the Rain Village. These 2 beleaguered factions sought to reclaim their dignity before the Rain Village. But given the current circumstances, survival seemed a far more pressing concern. Ultimately, after much internal deliberation, the third Kazekage acquiesced to Naki's proposal, preparing for a withdrawal. Yet, could reality truly grant the Sand and Rock Shinobi their wishes? As the high-ranking officials of the Sand and Rock prepared to depart, the unblemished giants stirred. The sudden movement of the unblemished giants heightened the alertness of those ready to leave. One could see a path being cleared amidst the ranks of the unblemished giants, as the Rain Shinobi and their Kasa companions arrived at the battlefield. However, the Kasa had already been present, merely awaiting the assembly of the unblemished giants. Upon witnessing Noki ascend into the sky, it became evident that his time to make an entrance had come. Old man Noki, do you think to leave so easily? Do you presume that the Land of Rain is your home? You come and go as you please? Were you not so brazen as to seek trouble in my domain? And now you wish to escape? Sitting atop the head of an unblemished giant, with a hand propping his chin, Kasa mocked as his words, amplified by Chakra, reached Noki and his entourage without losing their potency. Such taunts undeniably stung the retreating high-ranking officials of the Sand and Rock, though their expressions darkened. They dared not confront Casa directly. Retreat. Despite the scorn, Noki was no novice. He was a seasoned veteran of the shinobi world, unyielding in his decision to withdraw without jest. Ignoring the mockery, he resolutely prepared to leave. Casa raised an eyebrow, contemplating the implications of their departure. If you depart, how shall my subordinates hone their skills? He had resolved to utilize the sand and rock as a training ground for his comrades, especially those who had mastered the art of giant transformation, and he was not inclined to let them go easily. Are you certain you can escape? As Casa's voice echoed, the roars of the unblemished giants behind the sand and rock coalition resonated ominously. Casa was not merely waiting idly among the unblemished giants. He had dispatched some that had yet to coalesce to encircle the enemy's rear. Behind the sand and rock coalition lay two groups of unblemished giants, with a third still gradually assembling. The unblemished giants from the land of rain were also nearly all present, with only a handful from the farthest towns still making their way. As the thunderous roars of the unblemished giants reached their ears, the faces of Noki and his team turned pale. Facing such a disparity in strength while being flanked from both sides, their fate was all but sealed. Observing the immobilized sand and rock officials, Casa mused on where they might eventually find their resting place. Honkawa, Yuka, you each take command of 8 groups of unblemished giants. Control the 2 groups in the rear along with the scattered unblemished giants. Divide the 16 assembled groups of unblemished giants here between the 2 of you. The Casa people are tasked with controlling the rear, ensuring that the pure giants do not allow the Sand Rock Alliance to escape. Mayahiko, you and your companions should engage that distant group. Should you falter, Hans will provide assistance. The higher-ups of the Sand Rock are assigned to Mayahiko and his companions. Naturally, Hans will accompany them as well. Chapter 96. The era has changed. Yaki. The earth begins to rumble. 16 clusters, comprising 32,000 pure giants, commence their advance towards the Sand Rock Alliance. Boom, boom, boom. The ground reverberates incessantly. The colossal noise instantly alerts the resting members of the Sand Rock Alliance, who remain unaware of the impending threat. Old Purple. Yaki gazes at the charging pure giants, his eyes filled with fury. Roar. Old Purple comprehends the gravity of the situation. If this horde of giants breaches the ranks of the Sand Rock ninjas, it could take them over a decade to recover. Old Purple can no longer afford to worry about the potential uprising of the Four Tails. In an instant, he completes the full transformation into the tailed beast. The immense form of the Four Tails stands resolutely before the army of pure giants. Though not a perfect Jinchuriki, he rapidly achieves tailed beast transformation, and the consciousness of the Four Tails begins to surge uncontrollably. Old Purple exerts every ounce of strength to suppress the Four Tails and initiates the gathering of tailed beast chakra. Casa observes the actions of the Four Tails but refrains from intervening. Although he could instantly reach the Four Tails in his beast giant form and seize it, this moment is crucial for Motokawa and Yuka to demonstrate their control over the pure giants. Casa is curious to see how they will respond. The army of pure giants lacks the defensive capabilities he possesses. To withstand a full-force tailed beast bomb would mean certain death. Even a distance of 1 or 2 kilometers is merely a fleeting moment for the pure giants. Yet, it provides enough time for the Four Tails to charge its tailed beast bomb. Motokawa commands the pure giants to halt, instructing them to begin stacking upon one another. As the pure giants rise to a height of 50 meters, Motokawa directs them to harden, forming a thick wall. He then fills the interior of this wall with chakra, attempting to absorb the impact of the tailed beast bomb directly. While Casa does not entirely agree with this approach, the chakra of the pure giants is sourced from him, and coupled with the hardening, their defenses should suffice to withstand the tailed beast bomb. Even if the pure giants forming the wall temporarily lose their combat capabilities, it would be a necessary sacrifice. Bang! The charged tailed beast bomb is launched towards the army of pure giants. This tailed beast bomb is of equal size to the Four Tails, hurtling towards them with great force. Just as the bomb is about to strike the hardened wall, Yuka commands a group of pure giants to emerge from the ranks. A full 2,000 pure giants surge forward to confront the tailed beast bomb. Just when everyone expects the bomb to detonate, obliterating the horde of pure giants, they are astonished to discover that the tailed beast bomb does not explode. Instead, 2,000 hands, glowing with chakra, encircle the bomb, neutralizing its energy. A gasp of surprise ripples through the crowd. No one anticipated that the tailed beast bomb would not only fail to explode, but would begin to shrink within the grasp of the pure giants. Others may be oblivious, but Casa is well aware of the unfolding phenomenon. This time, all the pure titans are fueled by his chakra, which exerts a suppressive effect on the chakra of others. Dust release proves ineffective in inflicting direct harm upon him. It only serves to deplete his chakra. The tailed beast bomb, upon contact with his chakra, is rendered incapable of detonating. The quantity of chakra contained within the tailed beast bomb pales in comparison to his own. Soon, the colossal tailed beast bomb diminishes in the grasp of the pure titan until it vanishes entirely. While Yue Ying's actions were indeed bolstered by his power, he had explicitly stated that he would only supply chakra from the rear this time. With the hardening barriers lifted, the pure titan surged forth once more. Thanks to the delay caused by the tailed beast bomb, all the Sandrock ninjas were acutely aware of the impending battle, preparing themselves accordingly while simultaneously setting traps ahead. Dust release, original world stripping technique. After the tailed beast bomb dissipated, Noki concentrated his dust release to strike at the pure titan. However, Yahiko and his companions did not halt alongside the pure titan. They were now nearing the heights of the Sandrock. Hungry Ghost Path. The giant Nagato advanced, positioning himself in front of the dust release, raising his hand to directly absorb Naka's technique. What? Noki could hardly believe that his dust release had been consumed by a giant. Yet, the giant Nagato afforded Noki no time to ponder. He harbored an immense hatred for these invading ninjas from the land of rain. Universal pull. With a mere gesture, the giant Nagato unleashed a tremendous gravitational force that drew the airborne Noki towards him. The sheer power of the universal pull nearly snapped Naka's waist as he hurtled towards the giant's grasp. Shinra Tensei. Upon Noki reaching a certain proximity, the giant Nagato waved his hand, unleashing a powerful repulsive force that struck Noki mid-flight. With no time to evade, Noki had no choice but to endure the impact. Earth Release, Super Light Heavy Rock Technique. Earth Release, Rock Armor. Wrapping his body in armor made him remarkably light. Boom. Even after donning the armor and lightening his form, Noki was still sent flying by an overwhelming force upon contact with Shinra Tensei. The rock armor shattered instantaneously. Noki coughed up blood in midair. Azura Path. The giant Nagato's arm transformed into a massive cannon, charging with a ghostly blue light. An energy cannon of such caliber could incinerate Noki upon impact. Boom. The blue energy beam surged towards Noki in the sky. At the critical moment, he employed the light-heavy rock technique to evade the giant Nagato's onslaught. Observing that the energy cannon had missed its mark, the giant Nagato summoned 6 smaller barrels from his back, alongside the cannon on his arm. A total of 8 barrels began to fire upon the airborne Noki. Boom, boom. The full-powered Azura Path transformed the giant Nagato into a humanoid artillery. The relentless barrage of blue energy attacks cascaded like a curtain, continuously assailing Noki. In the midst of evasion, Noki found himself unable to unleash any ninjutsu, compelled to continuously dodge the onslaught. Even a moment's hesitation would result in annihilation by the energy projectiles of the gigantic Nagato. How bizarre. Witnessing the colossal figure of Nagato wielding energy cannons in the ninja realm was quite the spectacle. Kasumi stroked his chin thoughtfully. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not merely limited to energy blasts, the giant Nagato also opened his chest to launch homing missiles. Now, Noki had to evade not only the energy cannons, but also the pursuing rockets. How could Nagato possess such overwhelming firepower? In the anime, even a single Azura Path could obliterate Konoha from afar. Observing the relentless barrage of rockets, energy cannons, and laser weaponry unleashed by the giant Nagato, Kasumi fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, the colossal Nagato reveled in the effectiveness of his arsenal. With his formidable size and abundant chakra, he could deploy weapons without restraint. There seemed to be no end to their usage. Noki, exasperated, realized he could not afford a moment's respite. Even a second's delay could lead to his demise amidst countless attacks. He could only hope for assistance from the third Kazekage. Little did he know, the third Kazekage was currently being overwhelmed by the giant Hanzo. Chapter 97. The arrival of the third Kazekage. The third Kazekage is instantaneously defeated. Magnet release, sand iron triangular prism. The third Kazekage unleashed his magnet release against the colossal Hanzo. Boom, boom. Hanzo, in his giant form, crossed his arms defensively, hardening his limbs to withstand the assault. Such a technique proved exceptionally effective. After fending off the sand iron, the giant Hanzo utilized Chakra to enhance his physical prowess. Swiftly closing the distance to the third Kazekage, he delivered a powerful kick. Magnet release, sand iron barrier. The third Kazekage conjured a spherical shield of sand iron, enveloping himself within. Boom. The sand iron sphere was sent flying by Hanzo's kick. Boom. Boom. The sphere rebounded several times upon impact with the ground, dissipating the giant Hanzo's force. Magnet release, sand iron flow surge. Emerging from the sand iron sphere, the third Kazekage pressed his hands against the earth, transforming the soil into waves of sand iron that surged toward the giant Hanzo like a tide. Faced with the overwhelming wave of sand, Hanzo slightly crouched, unleashing a surge of chakra that radiated outward with tremendous force. A pale blue aura enveloped the giant Hanzo. Indeed, it was the chakra mode of Kasumi. Unlike the pure giant, the giant Hanzo's physical constitution allowed him to withstand the chakra mode without being rapidly dissolved. With his body enveloped in pale blue chakra, the giant Hanzo stomped the ground and charged straight into the advancing sand iron tidal wave. His martial prowess was formidable, and in his giant form, it had been significantly enhanced. The airborne giant Hanzo spun rapidly, resembling a drill. This high-speed rotation stirred the air around him, forming a lateral tornado centered on his colossal figure, accompanied by fierce flames. Swish! The third Kazekage's wave of sand iron was instantly shattered upon contact, scattering into the air. As the fiery tornado surged forth with relentless might toward the third Kazekage, a moment of awe seized him as he beheld the colossal inferno. Before the attack could reach its target, a powerful shockwave assailed him, rendering his eyes nearly blinded. Magnet release, iron sand shield. The third Kazekage managed to envelop himself with the iron sand, yet his rear remained vulnerable. Before he could form a spherical defense, the fiery tornado collided with the sand barrier. Boom. The instant the inferno made contact with the iron, a tremendous explosion erupted, unleashing a wave of energy that radiated outward. The ferocious gusts battered all combatants in the vicinity. Kazekage. The giant formed Yahiko and Konan, acting as formidable distractions, witnessed their leader being struck by the devastating blow, leaving his fate uncertain. Unable to contain their shock, they exclaimed in alarm. Are you so distracted by the battle that you failed to see elsewhere? Yahiko, now a giant, also noticed the distant clash between the giant Hans and the third Kazekage amidst the explosion. However, seeing the distracted sand shinobi, Yahiko showed no mercy. Exchanging a knowing glance with giant Konan, they launched simultaneous kicks, swiftly incapacitating the distracted shinobi. As the explosive winds swept by, tousling their hair, the duo paused momentarily, curiosity piqued by the source of such a monumental blast. This initial grand explosion of the battle undoubtedly captivated the attention of all present. Nearby, the giant Nagato, employing his powers to swat away nuisances, halted, shielding himself from the debris propelled by the explosion. Meanwhile, Noki floated above, wide-eyed, fixated on the epicenter of the blast. He had not anticipated that the first casualty would be the third Kazekage. Although the battlefield's occupants ceased their actions to gaze toward the explosion, the untainted giants controlled by Tamakawa and Yuka pressed on, their primary objective being to fulfill Kasumi's orders. Thud, thud, thud. The countless untainted giants charged forward, dispersing the smoke from the explosion. As the sand and rock forces braced themselves for the impending assault, they soon realized that the advancing giants disregarded them entirely. Racing toward the coalition forces, these giants were left as a gift from Kasumi for Yahiko and Hans, and Tamakawa and Yuka, adhering strictly to Kasumi's commands, had no intention of engaging them. Their target lay solely ahead, the distant coalition. The untainted giant legion swiftly departed the battlefield. One unfortunate soul, under the misguided belief that the untainted giants would spare him, neglected to evade their path. Tamakawa and Yuka refrained from directing the giants to attack him, but he was not exempt from their path. This rock ninja, oblivious to the danger, was trampled underfoot by the relentless giants. Even as he recalled the peril upon being first crushed, he attempted to rise, only to be struck down again by the multitude of untainted giants, ultimately meeting his demise beneath their feet. As the legion of untainted giants receded, the collective gaze of the onlookers returned to the center of the earlier explosion. As the currents brought forth by the unblemished giant legion swept through, the gathered crowd discerned a striking sight. At the center of a vast circular pit stood a colossal, one-legged, giant version of Hanzo, unwavering on a single foot. The moment the Sand Shinobi laid eyes on this formidable figure, a chilling realization washed over them. If Hanzo remained standing, the identity of the fallen was all too evident. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the severed leg of the giant Hanzo lay atop the third Kazekage, who, despite being shielded by the sand iron barrier, though not entirely, had managed to withstand the brunt of the initial onslaught, preventing his immediate vaporization. Yet, the third Kazekage now lay prostrate, gasping for breath, resembling a tattered doll discarded on the ground. Lord Kazekage, one Sand Shinobi, unable to bear the sight of their leader's plight, collapsed to his knees. Nearly lifeless from the onslaught delivered by the giant Hanzo. Curse those Rain Shinobi. I shall fight you to the bitter end. In stark contrast to the crumpled figure beside him, another Sand Shinobi, fueled by righteous fury, bellowed vehemently. How dare you call us the villains? You are the true invaders. Are you so blind as to only see your own losses? What has our land of rain endured to suffer such devastation? You shall taste the anguish we have borne. Observing the grim state of the third Kazekage, Yahiko felt a surge of satisfaction, but was abruptly ignited by the furious outcry of the Sand Shinobi. Vowing to let them experience the torment they had inflicted. Seated upon the unblemished giant, Conan regarded the enraged Sand Shinobi and Yahiko, casting a glance at the fallen Kazekage. It was clear that Yahiko, having not spent 3 years with Jiraiya, lacked mutual understanding. Nevertheless, one could not deny the formidable power of Hanzo's ultimate technique. Had it not been for the timely emergence of the sand iron shield, the third Kazekage would have surely perished. Conan recognized Yahiko's early disdain for invaders, unrefined by Jiraiya's teachings. He remained a staunch adversary of the first Hokage. Chapter 98, The Heavenly Star Explosion. Yahiko's impassioned words indeed rendered some of the higher-ups from the Sand and Rock clans speechless. They were, after all, the aggressors. The Rain Shinobi were merely retaliating. Yet, the anger coursing through the Sand Shinobi left little room for contemplation on the matter of invasion. They only knew that their revered Kazekage had been brought to the brink of death by their foes. The Sand Shinobi roared, charging toward the giant Yahiko. Fingers weaving through hand seals as he unleashed a barrage of wind-based jutsu against him. Unfazed by the assault, the giant Yahiko merely glanced at the giant Conan, who understood his intentions. Two children of war, they relentlessly countered the incoming wind blades with their hardened arms, advancing upon the Sand Shinobi. After hearing Yahiko's furious declaration, the buried rage within the giant Nagato erupted like a volcano. The haunting images of his parents' tragic demise flooded his mind. The heavenly star explosion. In a fit of rage, the giant Nagato clasped his hands together. From the convergence of his palms, a dark orb materialized, which he hurled towards Inoki. The celestial body of the Daidara's Earth explosion star surged rapidly towards Inoki. As it traversed the skies, the orb emanated an immense gravitational force, drawing everything in its vicinity closer. Inoki, who had been airborne using the light-heavy rock technique, found himself forcefully pulled towards the Daidara's gravity. Not only was Inoki affected, everyone around him fell prey to the overwhelming pull of the Earth explosion star. Fortunately, the orb was directed at Inoki, allowing those nearby to resist its gravitational influence. The observer, Kasa, gazed steadily at the orb above. Nagato was indeed incensed, and the power of the giant form had evidently amplified his physical stature. At this stage, he was capable of unleashing the Earth explosion star, though its true might remained uncertain. Rock release, super heavy rock technique. Rock release, rock armor. Attempting to counter the Daidara's gravity, Inoki endeavored to increase his weight. However, his optimism was naive. The Earth explosion star, an immensely powerful sealing technique, could not be so easily resisted. As the gravitational force intensified, not only Inoki but also several sand and rock ninjas began to be drawn towards the formidable orb. Recognizing the futility of escape, Inoki turned to face the ever-enlarging Earth explosion star. Dust release, extreme dismantling technique. Inoki gathered his strength and unleashed a dust release assault towards the Earth explosion star. The giant Nagato observed Inoki's attempt to obliterate the dark sphere, channeling a surge of chakra through his hands. Instantly, the gravitational force of the Earth explosion star intensified, drawing Inoki into its grasp. Boom. The beam of dust release pierced through the debris attracted by the Earth explosion star, striking the center of the dark orb. The giant Nagato roared in an effort to stabilize the Earth explosion star. Despite his efforts, the orb was riddled with cracks, yet ultimately, Inoki's dust release failed to shatter it. The fissures, bolstered by Nagato's energy, rapidly mended. Was this the end? Inoki, realizing his attack had not breached the Earth explosion star, understood he could not escape. Just as he was about to be entirely sealed within the orb, the elder Zetsu, having successfully wrested control from the Four Tails, arrived just in time. With a swift jump, he grasped Inoki's form. "You are the Tsuchikage. The rock ninjas cannot afford to lose you," roared the Four Tails, exerting all its might to hurl Inoki away. However, the Four Tails itself could not evade the Earth explosion star, becoming firmly sealed within it. Several unfortunate sand and rock ninjas were also ensnared by the Earth explosion star. Soon, the immense sealing orb loomed in the sky, obscuring the sun and casting a shadow over the world. As he gazed upon the colossal celestial sphere, stretching several thousand meters into the sky, Kasumi couldn't help but marvel at Nagato's meticulous efforts. The magnitude of this celestial phenomenon was such that even a fully realized Nine-Tails would surely succumb to its binding. Yahiko, Conan, come to me." The giant Nagato exhaled deeply and called out to the two who were engaged in combat with the sand and rock. Although they did not comprehend Nagato's summons, their long-standing companionship prompted Conan and Yahiko to abandon their adversaries and rush to his side. Upon their arrival, the gigantic Nagato brought his hands together, transforming them into an immense cannon. Witnessing this, Kasumi surmised that this was not merely a sealing technique. It aimed for total annihilation. With a swift motion, he commanded 200 of the immaculate giants he had summoned to charge toward the giant Hans and the colossal Nagato, while the remainder positioned themselves protectively before him. With a thunderous roar, the giant Nagato unleashed a massive blue beam from the cannon, targeting the celestial sphere above. Boom! The celestial sphere was instantaneously detonated by Nagato's laser, unleashing a blinding brilliance followed by a tremendous shockwave. The giant Nagato, having anticipated the impact, prepared to deploy the Shinra Tensei to counteract the ensuing turbulence. As he initiated his maneuver, the immaculate giants dispatched by Kasumi reached their destination. 100 immaculate giants formed a streamlined barrier before the trio, embedding their feet into the ground and entering a hardened state. The other 100 positioned themselves alongside Hans, ready to withstand the oncoming force. The colossal shockwave surged forth, propelling everyone present into the air, save for Hans, Yahiko, Conan, and Kasumi, who were shielded by the giants. Remarkably, the critically injured third Kazekage fortuitously clung to the protective wall formed by Hans's immaculate giants. As the dust settled after the explosive clash, the immaculate giants relinquished their hardened forms and returned to Kasumi's side. The four-tailed beast and several ninjas trapped within the celestial sphere met their grim fate, obliterated alongside the explosion. Fortunately, the four-tailed beast would eventually return in a few years, but the ninjas were irrevocably lost. Old Zetsu. With the demise of the four-tailed beast, the host, Old Zetsu, was doomed as well. Noki, struck by a stone propelled by the shockwave, found himself bleeding and gazing at the desolate sky. Despite their strained relationship, Old Zetsu's role as a vital asset to the rock shinobi made his sacrifice poignant, leaving Noki engulfed in profound sorrow. One would never suspect that the seemingly harmless and reticent Nagato, who often remained silent within their trio, had so decisively eliminated a tailed beast. Kasumi, shielded by the immaculate giants and unscathed, reflected on the stark contrast between Nagato's current actions and his usual demeanor. Chapter 99, plunged into despair. Yet, it must be acknowledged that Nagato is still quite young. There is no sense of tranquility in growing up. The sudden outburst of emotions now is quite understandable. After all, even the most optimistic among the trio, Yahiko, has succumbed to his emotions. However, unlike Nagato, who possesses the Renegan and can unleash his power directly, Yahiko lacks such an advantage. All IWA shinobi assemble. Upon accepting the death of Old Z, Noki composed himself and bellowed. At his command, the scattered IWA shinobi converged around him. Though not numerous, they represented the pinnacle of Iwa's combat strength. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world. Earth release, mountain jutsu. Noki initiated the dust release against the trio, standing together. Meanwhile, the IWA shinobi collectively executed the mountain jutsu. Two massive semicircular boulders rose from either side of Yahiko and his companions, swiftly closing in. Boom! The giant Yahiko spread his arms wide, preventing the mountain jutsu from converging. Simultaneously, the giant Nagato positioned himself before the two, raising his hands. Hungry Ghost Path. Upon contact with Nagato's hands, Naka's dust release was instantly absorbed, inflicting no damage whatsoever. The combined power of the 6 paths embodied in Nagato is unparalleled by that of the 6 paths of pain. Boom. The mountain jutsu was held at bay by the giant Yahiko, who, now unrestrained, was joined by the giant Konin in launching their attacks. The combined force of their strikes dismantled the mountain jutsu. Damn that Renegan. Its power is astonishingly formidable. As the Tsuchikage, Noki recognized the Renegan in Nagato's eyes. But with battle commencing, he could hardly retreat upon realizing its presence. After all, the Sage of 6 Paths is a legendary figure. What if the Renegan were not as powerful as rumored? Yet it has become evident that the Renegan is indeed monstrous. Attack. Noki charged toward Yahiko and his companions. With the dust release rendered ineffective, he prepared to engage in close combat. The IWA Shinobi followed suit, launching their assault while maintaining their ninjutsu. Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Wind Release, Vacuum Sphere. Unfortunately, every ninjutsu aimed at the giant Nagato was absorbed by the Hungry Ghost Path, yielding no results. Meanwhile, the giant Yahiko and Konin did not remain idle, launching their counteroffensive against the IWA Shinobi. This time, they unleashed their full firepower, surging forward with pale blue chakra. As intelligent giants, they could indeed withstand the chakra mode. Universal Pull. As Noki prepared to execute the heavy rock technique against the giant Yahiko and Konin, he was suddenly pulled away by the gravitational force. This time, the giant Nagato refrained from utilizing the almighty push. Azura Path. One hand employed Universal Pull to grasp Noki, while the other transformed into a cannon. Blue energy surged within the cannon's barrel. Naka's expression shifted to alarm as he observed Nagato's actions, sensing impending danger. However, he soon realized that both of Nagato's hands were occupied. His countenance brightened, believing he had uncovered a weakness. Dust Release, Detachment of the Primitive World. Now, how will you absorb this? The formidable Noki unleashed his dust release, his heart seething with rage. Naive, he thought as he observed the expression of the giant Nagato, who merely scoffed in response. Subsequently, with a piercing glare from his Renegan, Nagato absorbed the surrounding dust release attacks into an invisible barrier. Who informed you that one must raise their hand to wield their abilities? Raising one's hand is merely a habit. Boom. A cerulean beam erupted from Nagato's arm. This is bad. Noki realized the gravity of the situation upon witnessing his dust release being absorbed. As anticipated, the azure beam surged forward, carrying with it an aura of impending doom. Earth Release, Earth-style rock armor. A colossal rock golem positioned itself protectively in front of Noki. Clad in rock armor, Noki was forcefully drawn towards the golem by the gravitational pull of the universal pull technique. Boom. The cerulean beam relentlessly assaulted the rock golem. One must admit, the rock golem technique proved its worth, enduring the assault of the 8-span jewel alongside Gaara's Karura shield. Remarkably, the giant Nagato's energy cannon did not obliterate it in an instant. However, cracks soon began to appear on the surface of the golem, accompanied by the ominous sound of shattering. The golem was ultimately destroyed by the energy cannon, which then struck Noki directly. With a thunderous explosion, Noki was hurled through the air. His rock armor was shattered, and his ribs were fractured, causing him to collapse and cough up blood. Fortunately, he had 2 layers of defense. Otherwise, his injuries would have been far graver. Coughing and clutching his abdomen, he struggled to rise. This ability was utterly insurmountable. After being ensnared twice by the universal pull and subsequently receiving a barrage from the giant Nagato, he realized that another such assault would surely spell his doom. Unbeknownst to Noki, while the human form of the universal pull was indeed potent, it was not invincible. Kakashi had withstood it, albeit briefly. Yet, the current giant-enhanced version of Nagato was a different beast entirely. All his abilities had been augmented, making him far more formidable. Against me, you stand no chance, Nagato coldly proclaimed, raising his palm once more while gazing at Noki from a distance. Damn it, Noki gritted his teeth, internally lamenting that if he allowed Nagato to execute another sequence like that, his end would be imminent. Meanwhile, the giant Konin and Yahiko were engaged in fierce combat with the rock ninjas. In their chakra-enhanced forms, the rock ninjas were no match for the duo. Their physical attacks could not breach the formidable defenses of the two. Various explosive tags, shurikens, and swords proved utterly futile, while their ninjutsu was rendered ineffective by the duo's hardened forms. The surrounding combatants were skilled jonin-level ninjas, capable of maintaining a semblance of balance amidst the chaos, preventing a complete slaughter. However, if the battle continued in this manner, obliteration was merely a matter of time. Not only were the rock ninjas at a disadvantage against the three giants, but the sand ninjas also faced a similar plight against the giant Hanzo. After a period of recuperation, Hanzo's leg had healed, and the sand ninjas, led by Chiyo, endeavored to rescue their Kazekage. However, the sand ninja and the puppet faced off against the giantized Hans, both equally formidable in their own right. Only Chiyo's puppets could withstand a few blows. Furthermore, the poison from the poison needles proved utterly ineffective against the giantized Hans. Chiyo summoned the 10 puppets of Chikamatsu to entangle the giantized Hans. A sand ninja, proficient in wind techniques, infused his chakra into his katana, which instantly gleamed with a blue radiance as it swung toward the giantized Hans. Unyielding, the giantized Hans emanated a faint blue chakra, simultaneously hardening his arm to repel the 10 puppets of Chikamatsu. Clang! The sand ninja's full-force strike was blocked by the giantized Hans's arm and sent flying. After bouncing on the ground several times, the sand ninja steadied himself with his katana. Chapter 100. A glance reveals nothing but the untainted giants. Cough, cough, cough. Their defensive power is overwhelming. I cannot breach it. The sand ninja spat out a mouthful of blood, growling in frustration. In truth, his strike had left a mark on the hardening arm of the giantized Hans. But under Hans's control, it quickly healed. This was merely ordinary hardening. Had it been the hardening of the armored giant form of the Kasa, the sand ninja's blow would have barely left a scratch. Seeing that the sand ninja's attack had failed, Chiyo remained undeterred and continued to manipulate the 10 puppets of Chikamatsu to launch an assault. A female puppet wielding a large sword charged at the giantized Hans, relentlessly hacking away, yet each strike was deftly blocked by Hans, who seized an opening to smash the wall puppet with a punch. Boom! A bowl-shaped puppet shielded the female puppet from Hans's strike. However, the force of the giantized Hans's blow was not so easily withstood. As Hans exerted his strength, ripples spread through the air. The bowl-shaped puppet's arms collided with the female puppet, sending them both hurtling backward, and cracks appeared on the arms that had tried to block Hans's attack. The surrounding sand ninjas refrained from unleashing large-scale wind techniques, for they lacked the power to breach the giantized Hans's defenses and could potentially lead to the demise of their nearly defeated third Kazekage. Indeed, the sand ninja had engaged in battle with the giantized Hans for quite some time, unable to even compel Hans to shift his footing. It was evident that the giantized Hans was aware of the sand ninja's intentions, deliberately remaining stationary to allow them to witness their Kazekage's last breaths before them. Although Chiyo felt urgency, all he could do was maneuver his puppets against the giantized Hans, for he alone possessed the capability to contend with such a formidable foe. Any other sand ninja attempting to confront the giantized Hans would surely meet a swift demise. The sand and rock elite were ensnared in dire straits. While the untainted giant army led by Hankawa and Yuka had already engaged in combat with the distant sand ninja alliance, the fight largely one-sided. The sand ninja gazed at the smiling, untainted giant before him, preparing to thrust a kunai into its eyes. Snap! The speed of this particular sand ninja was woefully inadequate, as he was effortlessly sent flying by a mere flick of the untainted giant's fingers. Yet, this sand ninja had succeeded in creating an opportunity for the few remaining Jainin present. Whoosh! The kunai, emanating a blue light, swiftly severed the head of the immaculate giant from its nape. The Jainin wielding the glowing kunai panted heavily, the continuous exertion of wind-style chakra transformation further draining his energy, as he gazed upon the dissipating steam from the fallen, immaculate giant behind him. The expression on the Jainin's face remained grim. This was merely the second immaculate giant he had slain. Evading the assaults of these giants had proven to be a considerable challenge, and now, with the assistance of a sand shinobi, he had managed to defeat a second one. His stamina had been excessively depleted, and the elite forces of the Sand and Rock Alliance were conspicuously absent. They faced an overwhelming number of immaculate giants, far surpassing their ranks. Each individual struggled to contend with even 3 of them. Had it not been for the lessons learned from the previous capital's ordeal, they would have been annihilated long ago. He could only hope for the return of Lord Wind Shadow to vanquish the enemy and save them. The Sand Shinobi silently contemplated, yearning for the arrival of their esteemed Wind Shadow. Suddenly, amidst his labored breathing, he spotted a dark figure plummeting from the sky. With utmost effort, he narrowly evaded the descent, only to hear the furious voice of the shadow. "It is you who has been relentlessly slaying the immaculate giants." The shadow was none other than Ben Chuan. He reveled in the thought of leaving behind such a multitude of immaculate giants in the realm of mortals. However, he soon realized that one of his controlled giants had gone limp. Given the sheer number of immaculate giants, survival for the Sand and Rock Alliance seemed an arduous task, let alone slaying them. Even if Ben Chuan did not command the giants to massacre, there were still numerous instances of dismemberment. Now, casualties had indeed occurred. "You have caused my competition with Yuka to falter." Although Kasu had not formally mentioned a contest, merely suggesting that the two familiarized themselves with controlling the immaculate giants, Ben Chuan was secretly competing with Yuka, determined to ensure fewer of his giants perished and to capture more ninjas. The deaths of two immaculate giants left Ben Chuan in a foul mood. With Ben Chuan's rising fury, the giants under his control grew increasingly ferocious. Where they had previously only struck ninjas away, they now seized them, viciously tearing at their limbs, rendering them utterly incapacitated. Whether they would survive was of little concern to Ben Chuan. In his giant form, Ben Chuan flawlessly inherited the capabilities of the armored giant, while everything else was mere superficiality. Now, as a fully armored giant, he delivered a crushing blow towards the exhausted J-Nin. The weary J-Nin could not evade the attack in time, and could only brace himself with his katana. With a resounding clang, the fully armored giant's fist shattered the J-Nin's katana, simultaneously delivering a punishing strike to his body. The J-Nin was forcefully slammed to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. With great difficulty, he managed to lift his gaze towards the giant form of Ben Chuan, only to succumb to fatigue and collapse amidst the debris, taking his last breath. The J-Nin felt honored to have been personally dispatched by Ben Chuan, spared from experiencing the hellish aftermath of the giant's rampage. Ben Chuan commanded an army of 16,000 immaculate giants. At the outset, the Sand Shinobi found themselves entirely encircled. No member of the Sand Shinobi could escape the grasp of the purified giants. Even those who had initially evaded the onslaught of the purified giants eventually found themselves, willingly or otherwise, drawn into their midst during the ensuing battle. Each Sand Shinobi was surrounded by these monstrous entities. Initially, they managed to endure thanks to the restraint shown by the titanized Benkawa. However, a moment's inattention could lead to being seized by the nearby purified giants, resulting in limbs being torn asunder. In an instant, cries of anguish echoed throughout the battlefield, where the domain of the titanized Benkawa was stained with blood and severed limbs. In stark contrast, the condition of the purified giants led by Yuka was considerably more favorable. Aware that the Kassanin required reinforcements for their ranks, Yuka refrained from widespread slaughter of the Rock Shinobi. After dispersing the allied forces of Sand and Rock alongside titanized Benkawa, Yuka encircled the group of Rock Shinobi tightly with the purified giants. Given the Rock Shinobi's lack of sharp offensive techniques and mobility, the purified giants had yet to incur any casualties. As for the Rock Shinobi, Yuka opted for direct manipulation of the purified giants to crush their limbs, minimizing excessive bloodshed. Oh, how the titanized Yuka reveled in her cleverness, feeling herself far superior to the foolish Benkawa. Just as she was basking in her triumph, the wails of despair from the other side reached her ears. Had Benkawa truly lost his mind? Why had he suddenly begun the massacre? The titanized Yuka could not comprehend this change, but if Benkawa chose to act foolishly, it mattered little to her. Here comes the great Benkawa once more. Chapter 101. The joy of Shikaku, the sorrow of Shikaku, adorned with violet markings, was utterly exhilarated. Since being sealed within Fubuki, he had not emerged. So this reappearance filled him with joy. "Fubuki, I told you, you would eventually let me out. In the face of the Sand Shinobi's slaughter, you have finally released me," Shikaku exclaimed, expressing his excitement to Fubuki in the mental realm. The world is rife with ceaseless wars, and killings are a constant performance. Fubuki, with hands clasped in resignation, spoke with a tone of exasperation. "Regardless, you have freed me, and I shall lend my aid to the Sand Shinobi. But remember, as long as I assist them, you shall not interfere with me." Shikaku sought confirmation from Fubuki that their prior agreement still held true. Of course, Assist the Sand Shinobi in overcoming this crisis, and thereafter, you are free to do as you wish. With that, Fubuki settled into a meditative posture, falling silent. The dialogue between Shikaku and Fubuki transpired in reality in but a fleeting moment. Surrounding Shikaku was an expansive void. The purified giants were sent flying by the sudden transformation of Shikaku into his full beast form. As the complete incarnation of Shikaku surveyed the purified giants around him, a look of disdain crossed his visage. What are these creatures? Truly grotesque. It was no wonder Shikaku felt this way, for among the purified giants, few possessed any semblance of beauty. Only the wise giants tend to possess a semblance of beauty. Wind release, air bullet. Shoha continuously unleashed enormous spheres of wind towards the pure giants. Bang, bang, bang. The air bullets struck the crowd of pure giants, sending them soaring into the air. Each burst of the air bullet propelled several pure giants away. However, those who were knocked back merely emitted steam and rose once more. Clearly, the power of the air bullets was insufficient to vanquish the pure giants. Shoha realized this immediately. Without hesitation, he pressed both hands to the ground. Huh! A sharp sound emanated from Shoha's mouth, and the ground began to spew forth sand. Centered around Shoha, the sand surged forth towards the pure giants. Soon, the pure giants were engulfed by a torrent of sand. The moment Shoha appeared, the giantified Ben Chuan noticed. Yet, Shoha's speed was too rapid. By the time the giantified Ben Chuan arrived, Shoha had already covered a vast number of pure giants. Drink. Shoha's hands, pressed against the ground, swiftly emitted purple seals. As the sand rapidly enveloped the heads of all the buried pure giants, the giantified Ben Chuan exclaimed, "Tailed beast, you seek your own demise." Witnessing the sealing of his subordinates, he quickly donned his armor and charged at Shoha. Huh, a new breed. Shoha, observing the fully armored giantified Ben Chuan, clapped his hands. Bang! Shoha did not anticipate that the strength of the giantified Ben Chuan, who stood less than half his height, would be so formidable. Caught off guard, he was sent flying by a single punch from the giantified Ben Chuan. Ugly creature, you have enraged me. Shoha, feeling a loss of face from being struck down, stomped his foot. Instantly, countless grains of sand surged towards the giantified Ben Chuan like tidal waves. Simultaneously, Shoha began to gather the tailed beast orb. It's merely a tailed beast. Shoha's words ignited the fury of the giantified Ben Chuan. This was a form bestowed upon him by the Casa people. How could he allow a mere tailed beast to insult him? With the giantified Ben Chuan's wrath, the armor upon him ignited. Black flames danced upon the giantified Ben Chuan's form. Bang! A massive crater appeared where the giantified Ben Chuan stood. Crack! The tidal wave of sand created by Shoha was instantly breached by a gaping hole. Following this, an immense force shattered the sand. As Shoha focused on condensing the tailed beast orb, he remained oblivious to what had transpired until he felt a heavy blow to his head. Bang! The giantified Ben Chuan's fist struck Shoha's chin. The overwhelming force snapped Shoha's jaw shut, causing the tailed beast orb in his mouth to explode. Accompanied by the explosion of Shoha's head, his entire body was launched into the sky. After being struck by the tailed beast orb, Shoha found himself dazed, his thoughts muddled. The giantified Ben Chuan, however, offered no respite. He leaped onto Shoha's head, bringing both hands together to deliver a crushing blow to Shoha's abdomen. Bang! Shoha plummeted to the ground like a shooting star. In a colossal transformation, Ben Chuan stepped upon the air, charging towards the Guardian Crane, which had just descended to the ground. Guardian Crane's shield. Boom! Ben Chuan's foot collided with the shield formed by the Guardian Crane. The Guardian Crane shook its head and rose, revealing a gaping wound in its abdomen. Sand continuously trickled from the wound. That hurts quite a bit, exclaimed the Guardian Crane, as it summoned a sand spear to launch at the giant Ben Chuan. Upon witnessing the Guardian Crane regain its footing, Ben Chuan rebounded back to the ground, deftly evading the sand spear and maneuvering behind the Guardian Crane. He grasped the crane's tail with both hands and executed a powerful shoulder throw. Bang! The Guardian Crane's body crashed into the ground, sending countless stones flying. However, Ben Chuan was not satisfied with just that. He continued to grip the crane's tail, violently tossing it from side to side. Bang! 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 His immense strength allowed for rapid and relentless strikes, leaving the Guardian Crane unable to mount an effective counterattack. After throwing the Guardian Crane a dozen times, Ben Chuan let out a furious roar, leaping high into the air while still holding onto the crane's tail. What are you going to do? In that moment, the guardian crane, having regained a brief moment of respite, was met with the rapidly approaching ground once more. Boom. With this strike, Ben Chuan exerted all his might, managing to snap the crane's tail. Observing the severed tail of the tailed beast in his hand, Ben Chuan disdainfully tossed it aside, then gazed at the guardian crane, now reduced to a pile of mush. Weren't you quite talkative? Care to say another word? Noticing the guardian crane's silence, Ben Chuan's mood lifted considerably. He then ordered the pure giants to spare the remaining sand shinobi, merely surrounding them without any intention to kill. Soon, the sealed pure giants began to emerge from the broken sand as the guardian crane's power waned. Looking at the guardian crane before him, Ben Chuan instinctively stroked his chin, suddenly realizing that his armor had sustained some damage. He promptly ceased the chakra mode and inspected his armor. Fortunately, the damage was minimal and not severe. This incident made Ben Chuan aware that his armor endured the strain of chakra mode after transformation. Withdrawing his transformation, he pointed at the guardian crane on the ground. Subsequently, four pure giants lifted the guardian crane onto their shoulders. Satisfied with the sight of the crane's form, Ben Chuan nodded approvingly. He then ordered his subordinates, the pure giants, to capture all the encircled sand shinobi. Thus, the battle between Ben Chuan's group of pure giants and the sand shinobi came to a definitive conclusion. Chapter 102, Love is Not Loss. It is only transference. Having dealt with the sand shinobi, Ben Chuan proceeded with the pure giants carrying the guardian crane towards Yuxiang's location. Soon, the triumphant Ben Chuan arrived among the group of pure giants where Yuxiang resided. As he approached, Yuxiang sensed his presence. Oh, I wondered why you had the leisure to visit me. It seems you've come to flaunt your achievements. While still pondering Ben Chuan's purpose for coming, Yuxiang noticed the guardian crane being carried by the pure giants behind him. In an instant, it became clear that this individual was merely here to flaunt. What are you saying? I'm simply concerned about a colleague, he replied. As he spoke, the corners of the giantized Honkawa's mouth involuntarily curled upward. Observing the smug expression on Honkawa's face, the giantized Yuka crossed her arms and let out a derisive laugh. Oh, just look at this, she remarked, and with her words, an immaculately pure giant stepped forward, arms outstretched. In its grasp was a young IWA ninja. Upon seeing this ninja, the giantized Honkawa paused, perplexed by Yuka's intentions in presenting an IWA ninja. After all, he was a Jinchuriki. Witnessing the foolish expression on Honkawa's face, Yuka instantly realized that he was unaware of the identity of this individual. Oh dear, he is merely a common Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, she said nonchalantly. I happened to catch him without him even transforming into his tailed beast. Yuka's demeanor suggested that the Five Tails Jinchuriki was as inconsequential as a weed by the roadside. Hearing her words, the corners of Honkawa's mouth fell completely. Impossible. How could he not even have time to transform? Honkawa could not believe that a village's Jinchuriki could be captured without successfully transforming. Was it truly that simple? Yuka displayed a curious expression, as if affirming her previous statement. After listening, Honkawa wordlessly departed with Shikaku in tow. Observing Honkawa's retreating figure, Yuka felt an overwhelming sense of fortune. She had encountered the Five Tails Jinchuriki in his tailed beast form and, seizing the moment before he fully transformed, personally led the effort to incapacitate him. In high spirits, giantized Yuka summoned the immaculately pure giants to conduct the final cleanup. Soon, the exhausted IWA ninjas were all captured by the pure giants, and those whose limbs had been crushed were also collected, though the deceased were left behind. Once the battlefield was cleared, Yuka led the pure giants back triumphantly. Although Honkawa's attempt at bravado had backfired, he returned alongside Yuka. The giants moved with remarkable speed, and soon Honkawa and Yuka beheld the distant battle. The massive assembly of pure giants drew the attention of many. Have they all been captured? The injured Yama asked bitterly, gazing at the pure giants holding the ninjas. He had fought alongside the IWA ninja and the giantized Yahiko until he was the last one standing, while Yahiko's companions merely emitted steam from their bodies. Clearly, such injuries were trivial for those possessing the power of giants. As long as their bodies remained unharmed and their chakra sufficient, they would recover without exerting themselves. It appears your forces have been completely captured, old woman, the giantized Hans said calmly, crushing the last of the Kinshun 10. It appears we have overestimated our abilities, failing to anticipate the formidable strength of Hanzo in his giant form. All of this can undoubtedly be attributed to him. observing the seemingly immobile giantized Hanzo, who effortlessly crushed all her puppets as if toying with them. Chiyo glanced at the distant figure of the umbrella-wielding man, reclining in the hand of the pure giant, watching the spectacle unfold. Upon hearing Chiyo's words, the giantized Hanzo also turned his gaze towards the umbrella man. I am now even more convinced that the power brought forth by this umbrella man will certainly alter the landscape of the ninja world. To speak candidly, Hanzo could never have imagined the magnitude of change that would arise from the awakening of the beastly giant by the umbrella man. It has directly transformed the strength of the Land of Rain in an astonishing manner. Even without the umbrella man taking action, they have decimated the ninjas of the sand and rock directly. We surrender. Surveying the surrounding giants and casting a glance at the lifeless third Kazekage, Chiyo uttered this statement with great complexity. Due to the restraint shown by the giantized Hanzo, a considerable number of sand ninjas managed to survive. Unlike the rock ninjas, only Noki endured amidst the offensive of Yahiko and his companions. Upon witnessing the conclusion of the sand ninjas' battle, the reclining umbrella man waved his hand. Corresponding to the number of sand ninjas, pure giants emerged, capturing all the sand and rock ninjas. Thus, the only enemy remaining on the battlefield was Noki, still standing. The giantized Nagato, positioned before Noki, regarded the severely injured Tsuchikage. Do you still wish to resist? With this, the giantized Nagato raised his hand, his gaze imploring the Tsuchikage to continue his defiance. Observing the raised hand of the giantized Nagato, Noki couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes. This flying ninja had been rendered powerless by the giantized Nagato's universal pull. Now confronted with the raised hand, he instinctively felt a reflexive response. I too surrender. Noki dared not persist in his resistance any longer. All the rock ninja were now in the grasp of the pure giants. He could not bear the consequences of so many rock ninjas perishing. With Naka's surrender, a pure giant belonging to him swiftly captured him. Thus, this journey of the Sand and Rock Alliance to deliver their heads ended. The Sand Ninjas suffered the loss of the third Kazekage and several others, while the Rock Ninja lost one of the four tails and numerous others. The Rain Ninja incurred losses of several pure giants. After lying in the hand of the pure giant and observing the battle for a considerable time, the Umbrella Man began to feel fatigued. As he stretched, he noticed the giantized Honkawa approaching with his giant brethren. Lord Umbrella Man, look, I have captured a tailed beast. A foolish grin spread across the face of the giantized Honkawa. After glancing at the face of the giantized Honkawa, the Umbrella Man fell silent, sensing a change in Honkawa's demeanor. Upon a closer look, he realized that his impression was not mistaken. He waved his hand, signaling the giantized Honkawa to step aside. No longer focusing on the foolish expression of the giantized Honkawa, the Umbrella Man turned his attention to Shikaku. Before he could examine closely, the giantized Waikawa approached. Kamisama, look, I have captured the Jinchuriki. He hasn't even transformed into his tailed beast form before I caught him. Giant-formed Yuka cradled the five-tails Jinchuriki in her hands, presenting it before Kasuto. Upon lifting his gaze, Kasuto nodded. Indeed, it was the five-tails Jinchuriki whom he had previously defeated. Observing Kasuto's acknowledgement, giant-formed Yuka revealed a contented smile. Chapter 103, The Suddenly Courageous Hans. As long as she could fulfill Kasuto's task, Yuka felt an immense sense of satisfaction in her heart. It was all for Kamisa. After all, as those thoughts swirled in her mind, giant-formed Yuka's body began to sway, as if lost in a profound ecstasy. Kasuto, recognizing her state, chose not to intervene. Both Makawa and Yuka were loyal subjects, albeit in different manners. Let us gather all the spoils and return to the capital for some respite, Kasuto declared with a wave of his hand. The entire legion of pure giants commenced their movements. Hans, should we not directly assault the wind and earth nations? Annihilate them and bring them under the banner of the rain country, Hans suggested fiercely. Having reverted from his giant form and now perched upon the shoulder of a pure giant, his hand gliding across his throat dramatically. Hans's words piqued Kasuto's curiosity. Oh, I did not expect you to harbor such grand ambitions, Hans. Are we truly preparing to strike at the major powers? Kasuto teased, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Well, was it not our initial plan to first address the neighboring smaller nations? Now that we have captured the Sand and Rock Ninja, why not eliminate the two great nations directly? Hans remarked with a sidelong glance at the Sand and Rock Ninja held captive by the pure giants, his tone darkly insinuating his long-held disdain for the great powers. Haha, certainly not. I intend for the pure giants to return to the capital for recuperation. Primarily to facilitate their transformation, Kasuto reassured Hans. He understood that once Kasuto transformed the sand and rock ninjas, they would never rise against them again. Engaged in conversation, Kasuto and Hans continued as the legion of pure giants advanced towards the capital. After their departure, a figure emerged from the battlefield. White Zetsu, known as Obito, surfaced from the ground. Black Zetsu, Lord Madara, are you truly resolved to personally eradicate that giant ancestor? I still find him quite terrifying, he admitted, shivering visibly. A clear sign of his fear towards Kasuto. Black Zetsu also emerged from underground, his presence having significantly influenced Nagato, whose course had become uncontrollable. Observing the distant legion of pure giants, Black Zetsu felt a growing concern. It was evident that the power of the giants instilled trepidation even in him. Very well. Let us follow and await Lord Madara's command, Black Zetsu conceded, unable to defy Uchiha Madara's orders, suppressing his fear as he trailed behind Kasuto's group. The sky soon darkened, and at last, Kasuto's entourage returned to the capital. Naturally, such a substantial number of war captives required proper accommodation. The Rain Ninjas began their labor alongside the unblemished giants. Soon, a series of rudimentary shelters were erected. Sand and rock were segregated into 2 batches and confined. Surrounding them was a multitude of unblemished giants standing guard. Kasumi and Hans returned to the office of the former lord, where the Rain Ninjas convened. Seated upon chairs, Kasumi and Hans observed as Motokawa knelt before them. Tell me, how could you let Shikaku escape without thorough inspection? Kasumi, sipping tea served by the venerable old man, cast a disappointed gaze at Motokawa. I apologize, Lord Kasumi. It was my negligence. I did not foresee that the Shikaku giant would leave behind a decoy. The kneeling Motokawa's face turned ashen. Not only had the unblemished giants suffered considerable losses, but the spoils of Shikaku had also slipped away. The one-tailed Shikaku had indeed performed a clever escape, leaving him utterly bewildered. Next time, pay closer attention. Remember, as long as the tailed beast does not revert to its Jinchuriki form, there should be no issues. It's merely one Shikaku. If encountered again, we shall recapture it. Observing Motokawa's pallid demeanor, Kasumi felt compelled to offer some words of comfort. Afterward, Kasumi's gaze shifted towards the bound 5-tailed Jinchuriki, who had only recently been redeemed. This time, not only had he returned, but he had also brought the Tsuchikage along. TSK, TSK, TSK. The 5-tailed Jinchuriki, kneeling with a flushed countenance, wished to glare at Kasumi, but was reminded of his current predicament and could only lower his head in reluctant submission. Kasumi, are you certain you wish to proceed? Might there be complications? Hans interjected, unable to suppress his concerns regarding the experiment Kasumi had previously proposed. What is there to fear? If need be, he can always be reborn, Kasumi replied nonchalantly, indifferent to the power of the tailed beasts. If the experiment succeeds in transforming the tailed beasts into giants, it would be a remarkable gain. Hans, reflecting on Kasumi's words, remembered that tailed beasts could indeed be reborn. Consequently, he found no objections and even hoped for the arrival of more. Yuka, you shall oversee this giant transformation experiment, utilizing your spinal fluid. Tomorrow, we shall conduct the experiment outside the city. My tailed beast may not endure, as it has yet to attain the necessary qualifications. As for Motokawa, you will assist Yuka. Upon hearing this, Motokawa was filled with excitement and expressed his gratitude to Kasumi. Thank you, Lord Kasumi, for granting me the opportunity to atone for my mistakes. Kasumi waved his hand, signaling for Motokawa to descend and prepare with Yuka. Now, I shall retire for the night. We shall test it tomorrow. With that, Kasumi prepared to rest. Observing Kasumi retreat to his chamber, Hans found himself still wide awake. He then sought out Tokugawa, contemplating how to smoothly integrate the countries of sand and rock into the realm of rain. The following day, Kasumi sat upon a prepared chair, flanked by the standing Yuka. Kama-sama, the Jinchuriki have been exceedingly cooperative with our experiments. Under the might of the magnificent giants, I firmly believe that the tailed beasts will surely yield. Yuka spoke with enthusiasm, clapping her hands. Motokawa arrived at the scene, leading the 2 unbound Jinchuriki. I hope you will not make things difficult for the rock ninjas. Han gazed solemnly at the figure seated upon the chair. Humph, it is merely a matter of time, whether early or late. Although Han had willingly consented to cooperate with the experiment, provided that the conditions did not impose hardships on Yenrin, Yuka was not swayed by his reasoning. Shi and Motokawa were capable of confronting the tailed beasts alone. His cooperation merely eliminated a step of receiving blows. Han understood that circumstances often overshadow individual will. Consequently, he fell silent and began to undergo complete tailed beast transformation. 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails, 4 tails. Soon, Han achieved his 4-tailed form. I can only maintain this complete transformation for a brief moment. You must act swiftly. As he spoke, a 5th tail began to sprout from behind him. With its emergence, Han, who was merely human-sized, rapidly expanded into a colossal tailed beast. Hurry! The 5th tail struggled to articulate words. Confronted with this demand, Motokawa showed no leniency. Armed with a syringe filled with Yuka's spinal fluid, he plunged it directly into Han. Roar! As the spinal fluid coursed through him, Han found it increasingly difficult to suppress the consciousness of King Mu. Chapter 104, Tailed Beast. Giant Transformation. The first ultra-large giant. The consciousness of King Mu swiftly seized control of the body. Humans, what have you done? Gaining dominion over his form, King Mu quickly became aware of the changes occurring within him. His body began to swell, grotesque bulges forming across his frame. Roar! King Mu could no longer articulate words. Reduced to primal roars. In agony, he began to wreak havoc around him, seeking to alleviate his suffering. At that moment, the role of Motokawa became evident. He transformed into a giant, directly seizing King Mu's distorted head and pressing it to the ground. Restrained, King Mu clawed at the giant Motokawa. Yet his efforts were thwarted by the armor encasing Motokawa's form. Soon, King Mu grew weary, reduced to incessant roaring. Roar! Roar! Sensing that King Mu had ceased his struggle, the giant Motokawa released his grip. King Mu's body began to undergo further transformation. Originally on all fours, resembling a beast that was a hybrid of dolphin and horse, it began to shift. The limbs morphed, the hooves of the forelegs gradually transforming into human hands. The head, reminiscent of a horse's visage, began to adopt human features. The elongated body transformed into that of a human as well, and the hooves of the hind legs became human feet. In no time, an enormous, entirely white giant emerged upon the ground. The giant, formed from King Mu, did not display red muscles, but was enveloped in white skin, much like a behemoth from a tail. However, unlike the bald head of the behemoth, the giant formed from King Mu sported 5 horns atop its head, resembling a regal crown. Excellent. Splendid. The figure seated in the chair clapped with delight, astonished by the success. Yuka's spinal fluid had indeed facilitated the giant transformation of the tailed beast. The figure had initially presumed that the tailed beast would retain its feral form upon transformation. Yet it had unexpectedly assumed the form of a giant. Thus, he finally had the first ultra-large giant under his command. Though this colossal giant cannot emit steam or wield nuclear weapons, it remains merely an enlarged version of a giant. Nevertheless, such a gargantuan figure brings joy to the people of the land of Rain, the graveyard of mountains. Roaring, absorbing the energy provided by the outer path golem, coupled with yin-yang release, Uchiha Madara, whose body briefly regained its peak condition, suddenly found himself pierced by the outer path golem. The once calm outer path golem began to wildly toss the rocks above its head, emitting a chilling scream as if mourning a lost mother. The outer path golem cried out, "My tailed beast! I shall never return to my former majestic form." It continued frantically digging into the rocks, swiftly creating a large hole in the underground space. Uchiha Madara exerted every effort to restrain the outer path golem, but this time, it was as if it had lost all sense of reason. No matter how much Madara attempted to control it, the golem remained utterly unresponsive. Soon, a passageway leading to the outside world was excavated by the outer path golem, which rapidly climbed through the opening and emerged on the surface, continuously roaring as it headed towards the land of Rain. Elder Madara stared blankly at the now empty underground space. Overwhelmed by fatigue as he sank into the chair behind him, he pondered the consequences of his actions. Over the past year, he had faced the erratic movements of the outer path golem, the upheaval in the land of Rain, and the loss of control over Nagato. Now, even the golem had escaped, proving impossible to contain. Yet, true to his nature as Uchiha Madara, the battlefield maestro, he quickly recalibrated his mindset. Thanks to his continuous efforts to adjust his physical condition, Madara's state had significantly improved. Even if the outer path golem had fled, it was of little consequence. Originally, Madara intended to restore his health before delivering a lethal strike to the giant of the land of rain. Now, it appeared that he must first pursue the outer path golem. Madara equipped himself with the necessary ninja tools, changed into a new outfit, and leapt from the cave in pursuit of the golem. After a considerable time, a White Zetsu variant arrived at the underground cavern. White Zetsu. Upon gazing at the imposing figure of the Mu King giant, the people of the land of rain sensed the branch represented by the Mu King. A massive blue branch hung suspended in the coordinate power. Observing this branch confirmed their suspicions. The more significant the individual transformed into a giant, the stronger the initial branch, and the better the potential for the giant's power. The tailed beasts are undeniably a vital component of the Hokage's domain. Yuka, can you control him? Returning to reality, the people of the land of rain glanced at the Mu King giant, inquiring of Yuka. Yuka focused intently on the Mu King giant, but it remained motionless. No way. Kamisama. It seems devoid of consciousness, in a state of unconsciousness. Yuka felt a bit disheartened, realizing she was unable to make the Mu King giant's body move. The people of the land of rain nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, they controlled the Mu King giant's body to rise. Soon, a towering figure of 100 meters stood upright, appearing even taller. As the figure gazed upon the imposing stature of the giant King Mu, he sensed a distinct difference. Although the giant King Mu had transitioned from a prone position to standing, appearing significantly taller, it was evident that the change was far more than a mere increase in height. A sudden realization struck him. Could it be that this entity lacked a human form? It dawned on him that the giant King Mu was a transformation of a tailed beast. Such a colossal being could not possibly possess a human shape. Hastily, he tapped into the power of the progenitor to perceive the capabilities of the giant King Mu, only to confirm that indeed, no human form existed. The creature could only manifest in its current size, though through the progenitor's power, he could potentially alter its physicality. However, what purpose would that serve? The alteration of size through the progenitor's ability would genuinely diminish the original form, necessitating another use of the progenitor's power to revert it. As for why he could not employ the progenitor's abilities to modify the dimensions of other innocent giants, he had tried and failed, under optimal conditions. A height of 15 meters was the absolute limit, beyond which it was restrained. He surmised that unlocking the limitations of size would require a colossal transformation. Ascending to the shoulder of the giant King Mu, he beheld the distant forest and the azure sky, feeling a profound sense of elation. The sensation of soaring through the skies, whether by flight or atop the giant, was distinctly different. Under his guidance, the consciousness of the giant King Mu awakened. The awakened Mu quickly recognized his own transformation. This newfound sense of freedom was an experience he had never encountered since gaining awareness. He was no longer merely a part of the Ten Tails, but had become an independent entity. Was this what it felt like to possess a corporeal form? The giant King Mu reveled in this sensation, reflecting on the fact that his previous form as a tailed beast was merely a manifestation of chakra combined with yin-yang release, not a true physical body. Awakened, how do you feel? The figure was benevolent towards the newly conscious giant. Chapter 105, Elated and Yearning for Food. Only to discover the vendor absent from the service area, the inquiry from the figure jolted the giant King Mu, who had been lost in the ecstasy of his corporeal existence. The giant effortlessly sensed the presence of the figure upon his shoulder. As the giant's prowess grew, so too did his perception of the source of power. The giant King Mu distinctly felt a sense of submission towards the figure. My lord, how should I address you? Thanks to the power of giants, the giant King Mu swiftly adjusted his demeanor, no longer referring to the figure merely as a human. Oh, I anticipated a more difficult transition. You may call me the progenitor, the figure responded, somewhat surprised by the giant King Mu's rapid recognition of his identity. Among tailed beasts, he was indeed the first to attain giant form. Disregarding strength, he was certainly the elder in terms of experience. Continuing, the figure remarked on having such an extraordinarily large giant under his command. Just jesting, my lord progenitor. It is a pity that son Wukong perished, otherwise, he too could have savored the beauty of physical form. The giant King Mu expressed a hint of regret, lamenting the premature demise of the Four Tails. All victims of the host's misfortune. Contemplating the hosts, the giant King Mu raised a hand. In the center of the palm, flesh writhed, slowly revealing a ninja within the vast grasp of the Mu King giant. Kasumi focused intently. Lo and behold, was this not the Five Tails Jinchuriki? After the transformation of the Mu King giant, Han's figure had not been seen, leading Kasumi to believe that he had been assimilated and perished. Yet now, the Mu King Giant had brought him forth once more. My lord ancestor, this is the Jinchuriki I once possessed. Do you still find him of any use? The Mu King Giant gazed at Han with a look of revulsion. Gradually, he lifted his palm to his shoulder, allowing Kasumi a clearer view of Han, who lay within his hand. Observing the former Five Tails Jinchuriki, Kasumi could sense the Mu King Giant's emotions. Clearly, the past Mu King had not shared a favorable relationship with his Jinchuriki. Rather, he harbored a deep disdain for the feeling of being sealed within. Well, let us have him meet Noki, Kasumi mused. Although Han no longer held much value, considering their prior cooperation, it would be unwise to sacrifice him merely due to the Mu King's sentiments. Upon hearing this, the Mu King Giant withdrew his hand. To him, killing Han would merely provide a fleeting sense of relief. The true priority lay with Kasumi's commands. Very well. Experiment with your colossal form and ascertain how much power you have inherited from the tailed beasts. Keep your distance from the capital and avoid causing too much commotion. For Kasumi, the significance of the Mu King Giant was that the transformation was no longer confined to humans. If tailed beasts could undergo this metamorphosis, then surely animals, intelligent and powerful beings, could as well. After all, the influence of his power had already permeated the entirety of the Land of Rain. Yet no animal representatives had emerged in the coordinates of power. Naturally, the three great sanctuaries had also caught Kasumi's attention. He remained deeply intrigued by the essence of natural energy. Having concluded his instructions to the Mu King, Kasumi returned to the ground, and Han was subsequently delivered to the Rain Shinobi, who escorted him to the Rock Shinobi territory. Elated by the success of his experiment, Kasumi decided to treat himself to some takoyaki. He also invited Yuka and Motokawa to join him. Upon reaching the capital, however, Kasumi suddenly recalled that he was not in the Rain Shinobi village. Where could he find takoyaki? With a disgruntled expression, he returned to his residence. While Yuka and Motokawa followed, bewildered by their master's abrupt shift from joy to frustration upon entering the city. Back at his residence, Kasumi found himself devoid of pressing matters. He needed to wait for the sand and rock ninjas to transform into the pure giants before he could impose his rule over the conquered lands. Reflecting on the missed opportunity for takoyaki, he decided to check on his three generals. Through the sensing of coordinates, he discovered that the three were within the capital. Thus, Kasumi once again led Motokawa and Yuka back into the city, attuning himself to their coordinates. Kasa quickly discerned the presence of Mayahiko and his companions. Next time, please hold on to valuable items more securely. Fortunately, I noticed, otherwise, it would have been a pity had it fallen and been damaged. Mayahiko handed the ceramic sculpture in his possession to the resident before him. Thank you. I am quite overwhelmed. I nearly lost my grip. The resident expressed his gratitude as he accepted the sculpture. Subsequently, Mayahiko continued to enjoy a leisurely stroll through the streets alongside Konan and Nagato. At that moment, Kasa approached the trio. Upon seeing Kasa, Mayahiko's face lit up with surprise. Brother Kasa, what brings you here? He greeted joyfully. I merely wish to check on your well-being, especially after your recent encounter on the battlefield. However, it appears you have adapted quite well. Kasa had indeed noticed the interaction between Mayahiko and the resident. Rest assured, Brother Kasa, not only are we unscathed, but after our battle with the Rock Ninja, I feel rejuvenated. Since the confrontation with the Rock Ninja, Mayahiko's animosity towards foreign lands had significantly diminished. He now found himself yearning for peace, aspiring for a world where all could live harmoniously. Observing Mayahiko's transformation, Kasa felt at ease, allowing him to carry on. He then turned his attention to Nagato. You've changed your hairstyle, Nagato. Kasa noticed the new look, with Nagato's eyes now fully visible. Yes, I just changed it today, Nagato replied with an embarrassed smile. Previously, half of his face had been obscured by his hair, but now he appeared much more vibrant. Nagato's transformation extended beyond mere aesthetics. Since their last battle, he had adopted a more cheerful demeanor. It seems this battle has brought about significant changes in all three of you, Konan remarked, playfully patting Nagato's shoulder. Kasa, witnessing their joyful expressions, felt reassured that allowing them to experience their own strength was indeed the right decision. Well then, continue your exploration, Kasa said, preparing to leave them be. Farewell, Brother Kasa. The trio bid him goodbye. You seem quite invested in their well-being, Motokawa observed, trailing behind Kasa as he gazed at the retreating figures. Indeed, I am particularly concerned about them. Their survival is a fortunate outcome, Kasa replied, casting another glance at Mayahiko and his friends, whose playful antics brought him joy. Motokawa found Kasa's statement perplexing. Were Mayahiko and his companions not already thriving? Chapter 106. I believe we should have a conversation. Kasa offered no explanation. This was merely a lingering regret from his previous life. Now, witnessing the alteration of a once tragic fate and pursuing his vision of peace, how could he not rejoice? Now, let us discuss the future matters of the land of Earth with Inoki, the old man. I hope he is perceptive enough, as altering memories can be detrimental to one's convictions. In high spirits, Kasa led Motokawa and Yuka to the watchtower of the Rock Ninja. Lord Kasa, the guard, upon noticing the arrival of the Kasa person, immediately rendered a salute. The Kasa person waved his hand, signaling that it was unnecessary. I wish to discuss matters at the Tsuchikige's detention facility, he stated, requesting to be led. The guards complied and escorted the Kasa person to the place of confinement. Within a purely wooden bungalow, the Tsuchikige, Noki, sat alongside several rock ninjas in command. Though termed a detention, it was merely a collection of small structures hastily erected for these individuals, thanks to the rapid construction capabilities of the pure giant. As for escape, all the ninjas had their chakras sealed. Even if some powerful ninjas could break free from the Rain Ninja's rudimentary sealing jutsu, would they dare to flee? Upon entering the room, the Kasa person observed Noki, who was bandaged and seated on the floor. Noticing the absence of seating, he glanced at Honkawa. Understanding the unspoken cue, Honkawa began to retrieve items from his sealing scroll. How have you been faring, Noki? The Kasa person inquired, taking a seat on the chair that Honkawa produced. His gaze falling upon the weary figure of Noki. As the Kasa person spoke, Honkawa subtly raised an eyebrow at Yuka, indicating the irreplaceable role he played. Yuka could only respond with a bemused expression at Honkawa's actions. Noki had seen the Kasa person the moment he entered, yet remained still, only lifting his gaze once the Kasa person was settled. The Kasa person noticed the bloodshot eyes of Noki, whose face was devoid of expression but bore the weight of age. Unbeknownst to him, during the day of his confinement, Noki had learned from the commands of the rock ninjas about the devastating losses they faced against the pure giants. More than half of the rock ninjas brought along had suffered limbs crushed by these formidable foes. Such injuries were beyond the healing capabilities of their medical ninjas, rendering these warriors incapacitated. How could Noki, who had led the attack on the Land of Rain, accept such a fate? What are you implying by speaking to me? The Kasa person, unfazed by Noki's current disposition, had come specifically to discuss matters concerning the Land of Earth. The old man was disregarding him. What do you wish to convey? At the Kasa person's inquiry, Noki finally reacted, his voice raspy. I have conferred with Hanzo, and we are preparing to directly annihilate the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind. The Kasa person, noticing Noki had at last responded, casually articulated the intention to obliterate two nations. Noki, listening to the Kasa person's words, displayed no reaction, as though the declaration bore no relevance to him. After a brief pause, he suddenly rose to his feet. Incredulity etched across his face as he stared at the seated Kasa person. What did you just say? The realization struck Noki with profound shock. He never anticipated that the Rain Ninjas would resort to such drastic measures against the 5 great nations, aiming for outright annihilation. Observing Noki's astonished demeanor, the Kasa person felt a sense of satisfaction. This is more like it. Aren't you a bit shocked? It leaves me feeling rather unaccomplished. Indeed. We must eradicate the Wind and Earth countries and integrate them into the Rain Nation. Kasumi elaborated to Ohyuki about their forthcoming steps. We have surrendered. Why do you still wish to attack us? Ohyuki recognized that their strength was inferior to that of the Rain Ninjas. Therefore, there was no uproar. Instead, he hoped to dissuade Kasumi from pursuing an offensive. What do you mean by surrender? Even if you have surrendered, there is still the daimyo, isn't there? Moreover, had you not launched a sudden attack, I would not have prepared to strike against the 5 great nations so soon. Kasumi spoke the truth. He had initially planned to target the smaller neighboring nations. However, the sand and rock had united against him at a crucial moment. Coincidentally, as he was unifying the Rain Nation, a substantial number of pure giants emerged. He soon discovered that the sand and rock forces crumbled effortlessly against his pure giant army. The elite combatants were being overwhelmed by his own generals, leaving him without the need to intervene. Thus, he contemplated directly conquering the Wind and Earth countries, as their military capabilities had already been dismantled by him. Kasumi's words rendered Ohyuki speechless. This war had indeed been initiated by them. What Ohyuki did not anticipate was not only the emergence of numerous giants among the Rain Ninjas, but also the presence of more than one intelligent giant, particularly the one with the Renegan. Ohyuki glanced again at Kasumi, seated in the chair before him. All of this was a result of his actions. Ohyuki had considered simply killing Kasumi to end everything, but initially, Kasumi had exhibited the ability to withstand dust release and scathe while summoning two-tailed beasts. Now, it was uncertain how much stronger he had become. "So what do you seek from me?" Ohyuki asked, still harboring a glimmer of hope that Kasumi intended to target the Earth Country. "I seek you because you are the Tsuchikage. After we take control of the Earth Country, you can ensure the stability of Awakens and prevent riots that could lead to loss of life." Indeed, Kasumi deemed the loss of life too wasteful. He aimed to stabilize Ohyuki first, preventing any rebellion from Awakens. As long as they maintained stability for a few days, once the infection was complete, it would matter little. "If you have any ambitions, then transform into a pure giant yourself," Kasumi remarked regarding his arrangements. Ohyuki fell into silence. "Impossible. The Awakens could never allow you to rule." Ohyuki remained silent, while a bandaged IWA ninja in the room erupted in fury. The emotionally charged IWA ninja prepared to rise and approach Kasumi. The other IWA ninjas, terrified by this action, quickly restrained him. "Sanjukatai, what do you think you're doing? Can't you use your brain? Must you drag the Awakens to destruction?" shouted Oda, who held back Sanjukatai while delivering a swift slap that sent him crashing to the ground. The force of the blow rendered Sanjukatai momentarily incapacitated. After dealing with this thoughtless fool, Oda turned to Kasumi with a conciliatory smile, offering his apologies. "My dear, this individual is a fool. Do not stoop to his level." Naturally, the actions of Xiaotian towards C did not surprise Li Run, for the lives of the entire village, and even the nation, rested firmly in his hands. It is, rather, the IWA shinobi who expressed anger that truly stands out as peculiar. As he glanced at the vanquished IWA shinobi, Li Ren found the face somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered him on the battlefield several times before, appearing to hold a position of leadership among the IWA. "Take heed. This time I am merely informing you, Inoki, not seeking your counsel. Do you comprehend?" No longer casting a glance at the threefold Gata, Li Ren turned his gaze towards the taciturn Inoki. The meaning behind Li Ren's words was abundantly clear. If the IWA village remained undisturbed, there would be fewer casualties. Should they resist, chaos would ensue, leading to inevitable demise. For Li Ren, the current and even the next generation were not his primary concern. Only the children and the young held significance. The demise of this generation of shinobi mattered not. As long as the world of Hokage endured and there were those left to propagate life, his colossal power far surpassed the potential of any shinobi. Yet, this generation was willing to live under his rule in peace, and Li Ren would not hesitate to grant them a stable and prosperous existence. Of course, this represented the worst-case scenario. It would be far better to minimize casualties. "Very well, upon my return to IWA, I shall stabilize the village and ensure it does not become a source of instability." Inoki discerned the implications in Li Ren's words and accepted the situation to safeguard IWA. After Inoki acquiesced, fatigue washed over Li Ren. He felt that conversing with these individuals was devoid of meaning. He had no desire to discuss the subsequent Sand Village matters and intended to delegate the task to Hankawa and Yuka. Rising, Li Ren departed from the confines of IWA, leaving a despondent Inoki slumped on the ground. "Yuka, Hankawa, you shall communicate with the Sand Shinobi henceforth. I am weary and shall return." After providing instructions to Hankawa and Yuka, Li Ren made his exit. Following his directives, Hankawa and Yuka sought out the Sand Shinobi. The Sand Shinobi, perceptive to the situation, responded promptly. Upon hearing, Chiyo immediately consented, much to Hankawa's dismay, as he had yet to truly assert himself. Chiyo observed the departing figures of Hankawa and Yuka, her balance faltering as she fell to the ground. She truly felt compelled to comply. Initially, the hopes of the Sand Shinobi for the third Kazekage had been nearly extinguished when the Colossal Hans dealt a near-fatal blow. Their attempts to rescue him only led to mockery, resulting in the actual death of the third Kazekage. Following their imprisonment, they were further plagued by the news of the Sand Shinobi being slaughtered by the Purity Giant. To endure such circumstances speaks to Chiyo's formidable psychological resilience. If given another chance, when Inoki's united request arrived, she would unequivocally tell him to depart as far as possible. Meanwhile, Upon returning to the city, Liren reflected on the day's events, deeming it quite enriching. After a day of labor, it was time to afford himself a well-deserved respite. Subsequently, Kisan entered the founder's space to examine the unlocking progress of the colossal giants. Indeed, there was some growth, albeit minimal, compared to the last observation. The progress of unlocking the supergiant had only increased slightly. This was still a result of the giantization of King Mu. Otherwise, the changes would have been negligible. It seems that quantity must prevail. Kisan estimated that by converting the nations of sand and rock entirely, success would be assured. Furthermore, it might even unlock considerable progress for the next form. Afterward, Kisan exited the founder's space. In the ensuing days, Kisan enjoyed leisurely visits to the city, indulging in delicacies and observing Hans and Tokugawa manage the nation. He also sought opportunities to train against the giant of King Mu. Simultaneously, he incorporated some of the untainted giants, who had shown little progress in chakra condensation, into the livelihood plan. After all, such giants were too valuable to waste as mere laborers. Under the influence of the untainted giants, the Land of Rain underwent significant transformations. Just as the Land of Rain was rapidly advancing, the other three major nations were on the brink of upheaval. Firstly, the Cloud Shinobi were stunned by the intelligence relayed from the front lines. Their intention had merely been to let sand and rock exhaust the resources of the Land of Rain. Little did they know that both would be entirely captured, with one-tailed beast even perishing. According to the standards set by sand and rock, they could easily overpower the two villages now. But would they dare? Sensing something amiss, the Cloud Shinobi prepared to summon the two other surviving major nations for a discussion. Meanwhile, Konoha was also in a state of alarm. This young brother's strength was advancing at an alarming rate. Jiraiya, what do you suggest we do about the Land of Rain? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, shaking his pipe on the table, gazing at his disciple. Jiraiya was taken aback by the magnitude of the changes brought by Kisan. What was the origin of those giants that so easily crushed sand and rock? While others were unaware, Jiraiya was not oblivious. He had witnessed Kisan's presence in the Rain Shinobi village firsthand. Kisan was the first giant and even the prophesied one. At that moment, Jiraiya found himself in a quandary. Should he reveal Kisan's information to his mentor? Bang! The door to the Hokage's office swung open. Hiruzen, you've seen the intelligence from the Land of Rain, haven't you? I warned you not to allow a small nation to grow when they defeated the Rock Shinobi. Danzo unabashedly seated himself on the sofa, criticizing Sarutobi Hiruzen's inaction. How could a small nation like the Land of Rain rise to prominence? Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, turning his gaze to Jiraiya. Confronted with his mentor's expression, Jiraiya understood that Sarutobi's reluctance to act against the Land of Rain was partly influenced by his own counsel. After all, he had spent some time in the Land of Rain and had a fair understanding of it. Now that the Land of Rain had suddenly risen, he bore some responsibility from Konoha's perspective. Danzo, we cannot recklessly intervene in other nations. Instigating war is not a solution, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, taking a sip from his pipe as he addressed Danzo. Nonsense. Hiruzen, do not presume that I am unaware. You have merely succumbed to this boy's words. Danzo abruptly rose, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiraiya. It is futile to discuss this now. We should contemplate the repercussions of our defeat against the sand and rock. Sarutobi Hiruzen recognized the validity of Danzo's statement, yet the immediate concern remained the handling of the Rain Country captives. Hiruzen's words silenced Danzo, who had come to discuss matters pertaining to the Rain Country. His penchant for nitpicking was merely a habit. Sensei, I wish to visit the Rain Country. Jiraiya broke the silence. Are you certain? Jiraiya, the Rain Country is no longer as it once was. You have witnessed its current strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied gravely. I am certain, Jiraiya asserted, his gaze resolute, clearly determined to return to the Rain Country. This time, his primary intention was to ascertain the well-being of his three disciples and to observe the changes brought about by the enigmatic Aim. Having finished his remarks, Jiraiya prepared to leave the Hokage's office, setting his sights on the Rain Country. Chapter 108. The Astonished Third Hokage and Startling Intelligence. As Jiraiya exited the Hokage's office, Danzo spoke up. Hiruzen, are you truly willing to allow Jiraiya to venture into the Rain Country? The situation in the shinobi world is precarious. Jiraiya is a vital asset to Konoha, should something happen to him there. Danzo's words trailed off, but Hiruzen grasped his implication. Jiraiya has mentioned that he has taken on 3 disciples in the Rain Country. When I inquired about the intelligence regarding the giants of the Rain Country, he displayed a degree of hesitation. Hiruzen recounted Jiraiya's connection to his Rain Country disciples. Danzo paused, momentarily perplexed by Hiruzen's meaning, but soon grasped the implications. Are you suggesting that Jiraiya's return to the Rain Country might yield a different outcome? Or that he might uncover vital information regarding the giants this time? Danzo speculated about Hiruzen's thoughts. In response to Danzo's inquiries, Hiruzen remained silent, unwilling to elaborate further. Realizing that Hiruzen preferred to refrain from discussing the topic, Danzo shifted the conversation back to the matters concerning the Rain Country. Meanwhile, outside the gates of Konoha, a bloodied ninja appeared. Who goes there? The gatekeeper ninja instantly adopted a defensive stance upon the sudden arrival of the injured figure. Soon, a masked ninja, drenched in blood, collapsed before them. What has transpired? Upon recognizing the newcomer as a member of Konoha Zumbu, the gatekeeper rushed forward to assess the injuries. Deliver this to Lord Third. The Umbu, supported by others, produced a blood-stained report, struggling to speak before succumbing to unconsciousness. Hey, quickly, hand the report to the Hokage. Realizing the gravity of the situation after witnessing the Umbu's demise, the gatekeeper urged his companion to swiftly relay the information to the third Hokage. No need. Just give it to me, came a voice as he prepared to pass the report to his comrade. A shadowy ninja emerged, swiftly seizing the intelligence from the grasp of the gatekeeper ninja before vanishing in an instant. The gatekeeper's hand remained suspended in midair, while his companion blinked in disbelief. Perched upon the shoulder of the colossal Mu King sat the Casa man. Observing the neatly arranged formation of the pure giants below, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. Hanakawa, team up with Yuka. Once again, it is you two who shall lead, commanded the Casa man to Hanakawa, who had just placed the chair beside him. Upon receiving Casa man's orders, Hanakawa leapt directly from the shoulder of the Mu King, transforming midair. The giant form of Hanakawa landed gracefully, empowered by the overwhelming force of Chakra. At that moment, the sand and rock ninjas were also unleashed, aligning themselves in a formation identical in size to that of the pure giants. Anoki hovered in the air before the formation of rock ninjas, surveying the myriad formations of pure giants surrounding him. Glancing back at his own rock ninjas, a wave of anxiety washed over him. A thought flickered in Anoki's mind. Could it be? He reassured himself, dismissing the notion as mere folly. Just as Anoki grappled with his mounting dread, the bodies of all the rock ninjas behind him began to emit a golden glow. Observing the unusual phenomena, Anoki's fears transformed into reality as thick clouds of smoke billowed from the sand and rock formations, enveloping the ninjas entirely. No, no, no. Anoki shouted desperately at the encroaching smoke, but as the haze dissipated, the rock ninjas had vanished, replaced by one pure giant after another. I should have anticipated this. I should have foreseen it. Anoki wept, gazing upon the familiar faces of the pure giants that stood behind him. His emotional collapse was mirrored by Chiyo, the leader of the Sand Ninja, who trembled in despair beside him. At that moment, the voice of the Casa man resonated in their ears. Do not be so sorrowful. They have merely transformed into pure giants. This is an inevitability for those who engage in warfare. After we unify the wind and earth countries, proper management shall ensue. Yet, they shall not be without the opportunity to revert. Both the sand and rock ninjas had indeed transformed into pure giants, yet they had not undergone the giant transformation, thus enabling them to receive the Casa man's telepathic message. His words offered a glimmer of hope to the two leaders. If all the sand and rock ninjas were unable to return, they would truly lack the courage to continue living. Of course, to revert, they must first atone for their actions by serving as pure giants for a considerable duration. These two units of pure giants would be stationed separately in the sand and rock countries, ensuring that each group remained within their respective territories. This policy extended beyond just the wind and earth countries. Should the other three nations embark on warfare, they would face a similar fate. After speaking, Kazarin disregarded the thoughts of Ohayaki and Chiyo. He then sat on a chair and gazed into the distance. Let us proceed, he declared. With his words, the colossal Mu King began to advance, followed by the legion of purity giants. Their first destination, the land of Earth, in the Hidden Leaf Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen scrutinized the intelligence in his hands, his grip trembling uncontrollably, a testament to his astonishment. Can you ascertain the authenticity of this intelligence? Do you comprehend the implications? He questioned, his voice raised towards the Umbu who had retrieved the information. In a state of shock, Hiruzen failed to notice the volume of his voice, fixating instead on the Umbu before him. The Umbu, burdened with the weight of the moment, felt immense pressure. Who knew he had merely brought back the report of a fallen comrade? After reading it, the Hokage's expression was akin to one who had devoured his own heart. Hokage-sama, I merely discovered this intelligence at the gates of Konoha, brought back at the cost of a comrade's life. I had no time to delay, and I am unaware of its contents, the kneeling Umbu confessed, scarcely daring to breathe. Upon hearing his words, Hiruzen inhaled deeply, summoned the three elders swiftly. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he directed the Umbu below him. The Umbu departed promptly. Once they were gone, Hiruzen reopened the blood-stained report in his hand. Uchiha Madara, northern border. As he beheld the information, disbelief washed over him. Madara had revived? Had he not perished in combat against the first Hokage? Furthermore, his own teacher had assured them of Madara's demise. What then was the truth behind this intelligence? Chapter 109, Danzo's Expedition, a Barren Land. As Hiruzen's thoughts spiraled into confusion, the Umbu summoned Danzo and others. Hiruzen, why the urgency? Danzo entered without pleasantries, evidently dissatisfied with the hasty call. Hiruzen remained silent in response to Danzo's words. Casting a glance at the assembled trio, come, witness the intelligence the Umbu has brought back. With that, he extended the report towards the table. Humph, I am curious to see what intelligence could prompt such urgency, Danzo retorted, moving forward to seize the document from the table. Impossible, he exclaimed, astonished as he perused the contents. Upon hearing Danzo's outcry, Tika, Shikamaru, and Mito Gate quickly gathered around him. Hiruzen, is this true? They gasped, equally shocked upon seeing the report in Danzo's hands. In response to their inquiries, Hiruzen crossed his arms, his expression grave. Regardless of its veracity, we must dispatch someone to investigate. This intelligence was brought back at great cost by the Umbu. The meaning of Sarutobi Hiruzen's statement has become unequivocally clear. Regardless of its veracity, it is imperative to investigate. This information is likely genuine. Upon hearing Hiruzen's response, the three fell into silence. Indeed, they must ascertain the truth. For they are acutely aware of Uchiha Madara's formidable power, which rivals that of the first Hokage. Due to the uncertainty surrounding the authenticity of this intelligence, Danzo has assigned this task to you. I will grant you the authority to summon the Umbu. While the revelation of Uchiha Madara's existence has left them all astounded. As the village leader, Hiruzen cannot allow an uncertain report to precipitate an immediate departure from the village. Very well, I shall prepare to set forth. Despite the political discord between Danzo and Hiruzen, the current Danzo is not the future Hokage. Matters concerning Konoha are not something he would easily dismiss. After Danzo concluded his remarks, he exited to begin gathering the shinobi. Once Danzo departed, the Hokage's office was left with the three individuals, who remained silent, patiently awaiting news from Danzo. Danzo summoned half of the Umbu and all remaining root members in Konoha, and then he promptly exited the village, heading directly towards the northern border of the Land of Fire. At this moment, the Purity Giant Legion led by Kasa had already infiltrated the Land of Earth. However, Kasa did not lead the Purity Giants directly toward Awakens. Rather, he commenced a systematic sweep within the borders of the Land of Earth. Naturally, this involved purging the local populace. Would you agree, Inoki? The Purity Giant Legion continued the campaign initiated in the Land of Rain, capturing one town after another, leaving behind varying numbers of Purity Giants according to the scale of their conquest. Unlike in the Land of Rain, where only a few remained in one location, they were now more affluent. Inoki observed the towns defended by the Purity Giants from the sky, his heart filled with complex emotions. He had anticipated that upon entering the Land of Earth, Kasa would hasten to Awakens, but to his surprise, Kasa methodically swept through town after town. Each town was purged of numerous criminal elements and corrupt nobility, the majority of whom were spared, with only a scant few perishing in resistance. Inoki was well aware of the transformation of Awakens' Purity Giants and understood their significance. He then turned to gaze at Kasa, perched upon the shoulder of the giant Mu. And after a moment of contemplation, he let out a long sigh. Under the overwhelming advance of the Purity Giant Legion, a significant portion of the Land of Earth had already succumbed to Kasa's dominion within the span of half a day. Kasa had resolved to dedicate several days to the initial assimilation of the Land of Earth. Just as Kasa and his purity giants were leveling the land of Earth, Danzo and the Konoha ninjas, moving at full speed, finally reached the border. Upon arrival, Danzo began his reconnaissance. It was not long before he discovered some traces. Danzo crouched down beside the remnants left by the Outer Path's demonic statue, observing its colossal size. Through the traces left by the Outer Path golem, Danzo deduced that it was a creature of considerable size. With a swift gesture, he signaled all the ninjas to follow him, leading them along the path of the footprints. Boom, boom. The Outer Path golem relentlessly advanced towards the location of the man beneath the hat. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara sat atop the golem, conserving his physical strength. The direction of the golem's movement was continuously adjusting. Was it pursuing some creature? Based on the golem's trajectory over time, Madara surmised that it might be in pursuit of a person or a living being. Otherwise, as an inanimate object, it would not require such constant directional adjustments. Oh, could it be someone from Konoha? As Madara pondered the golem's intentions, he detected a chakra response approaching from behind. He turned slightly to gaze back. Soon, Danzo, leading the Konoha ninjas, caught up with the running golem. This is Danzo, observing the colossal golem resembling a tailed beast, felt a twinge of surprise. As the distance between him and the golem diminished, Danzo also discerned Madara seated upon it. Could that possibly be Uchiha Madara? The intelligence reports had only mentioned his name without detailing his specific characteristics, leaving Danzo uncertain if the figure atop the golem was indeed Madara. Kakashi Riku, cover and intercept that massive summoning beast. Be cautious of the ninja on it, Danzo commanded, opting to probe the golem while observing Madara's movements. Following his orders, 3 ninjas departed from the group, swiftly approaching the golem. Hawk, investigate the figure on that summoning beast. Danzo instructed another ninja to scout Madara. Byakugan, activate. The ninja called upon by Danzo formed a hand seal and activated his Byakugan. Such immense chakra. Upon activating the Byakugan, Hawk was instantly awed by the overwhelming chakra emanating from Madara. Hearing Hawk's exclamation, Danzo's expression grew graver. Just then, the 3 Konoha ninjas preparing to thwart the golem suddenly collapsed from the sky. The abrupt turn of events startled Danzo and his companions. When they reached the fallen trio, they found them lying motionless on the ground. Danzo signaled a nearby ninja to check on them. Chapter 110, Madara's Expedition, The Birth of the Shinju. After thorough investigation, such a conclusion was drawn, further solidifying Danzo's conviction. Subsequently, the Umbu ninjas assisted the 3 in breaking free from the illusion. Danzo refrained from inquiring about their experience and instead ordered everyone to prepare for battle, once again advancing towards the Outer Path golem. Upon reaching the rear of the golem, Danzo issued a direct command to attack. In an instant, various remote ninjutsu attacks surged toward the running Outer Path golem. Initially, there was no intention to engage this group of Konoha ninjas. However, with the ninjas of Konoha courting their demise, Uchiha Madara could no longer feign ignorance. Rising slowly from his perch on the Outer Path golem, Uchiha Madara declared, "Fire style, great fire destruction." In a fleeting moment, a colossal blaze engulfed the ninjutsu of the Konoha ninjas, while the flames surged forth like a tidal wave towards them. "Defend!" Danzo exclaimed, his eyes widening in alarm. Yet his hands remained steady. "Water style, water barrier. Water style, water barrier." The ninjas of Konoha hastily executed their jutsu to counter Madara's fiery onslaught. Their combined efforts finally quelled the inferno he unleashed. Is he serious with this fire style? One Umbu ninja could not help but voice after withstanding the flames. Danzo, however, maintained his composure, issuing commands to the root ninjas beside him. Consequently, 2 root ninjas departed from the main force, trailing behind with caution. At this moment, Danzo was nearly certain that the figure before him was indeed Uchiha Madara. Even the current leader of the Uchiha clan would not wield such overwhelming fire techniques. Observing the Konoha ninjas behind him remain passive after his assault, Madara resolved not to let the weak who dared to provoke him go unpunished. In response, a wood clone emerged from his being. "Survive, and perhaps you may follow again," he remarked coolly as he watched the wood clone advance toward the Konoha ninjas. "Stay alert." Danzo's instincts were heightened upon noticing the wood clone descending from the Outer Path golem. But would his vigilance suffice? Upon reaching the ground, the clone began to emanate blue chakra, forming a skeletal structure of blue chakra that gradually assumed a humanoid shape, followed by the emergence of muscles. Before long, a colossal Susanoo materialized, coldly surveying the Konoha ninjas. The Susanoo then commenced its actions. Boom. In an instant, the Susanoo infiltrated the ranks of the Konoha group, its fist striking down with lethal force, dispatching several Umbu ninjas in mere moments. The remaining Konoha ninjas were sent flying by the sheer might of the assault. Attack! Danzo commanded, launching himself toward the Susanoo. Wind style, vacuum sphere. Danzo swiftly expelled an air bullet, hurtling it towards the Susanoo. Boom! The vacuum sphere struck the Susanoo, failing to even shift it. Earth style, falling rock. Fire style, phoenix fire technique. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. 8 trigrams air palm. A flurry of various ninjutsu followed in quick succession, bombarding the Susanoo. Boom! Yet all their efforts failed to budge the Susanoo in the slightest. At that moment, the Susanoo raised its palm, a chakra-concentrated blade rapidly forming at its center. Boom! With a single downward slash, a massive fissure tore through the formation of the Konoha ninjas. With a swift strike, several ninjas from the hidden leaf fell, injured or slain. At that moment, the other 3 hands of Susanoo manifested chakra blades. Boom! 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 With 3 consecutive slashes, the formation of the leaf ninjas was utterly shattered. How infuriating! Is this the power of Susanoo? Uchiha Madara. Observing the devastating scene around him, Danzo fixed his gaze intently upon Uchiha Madara, who was positioned at the waist of Susanoo. In response to Danzo's words, Uchiha Madara remained completely unfazed. Such a weakling was not worthy of even eliciting a response from him. Susanoo surged into action once more. Despite its colossal form, its speed was anything but sluggish. Soon, the anguished cries of the leaf ninjas echoed in all directions. Each strike from Susanoo, piloted by Uchiha Madara, claimed the life of a young ninja. As he witnessed the continuous demise of his comrades, Danzo's mind raced with strategies on how to shatter Susanoo's defenses. If Uchiha Madara were to discern Danzo's thoughts, he would merely scoff at his futile endeavors. The power of Susanoo was beyond his capacity to overcome. Summoning technique. Danzo invoked the summoning technique to call forth the Dream Taper. Roar! The summoned Dream Taper appeared before Susanoo, opening its mouth wide and aiming at it. Instantly, a tremendous force of suction emerged, relentlessly pulling at Susanoo. Meanwhile, Danzo positioned himself behind Susanoo. Wind release, vacuum wave. Danzo unleashed a barrage of wind bullets, attempting to combine their force with the Dream Taper suction to breach Susanoo's defenses. Such an attack might have had some effect on Sasuke's Susanoo. But who was the Susanoo now? Uchiha Madara. The 8-pointed shuriken. As Susanoo was drawn in by the suction, it spread its arms wide, with continuous shuriken materializing between its hands. Boom! The 8-pointed shuriken was hurled from Susanoo, crashing into the Dream Taper with immense force, obliterating it into a mangled mass of flesh, leaving no chance to return to the summoning realm. Danzo, still firing wind bullets from behind Susanoo, watched in horror as the Dream Taper was annihilated in an instant. His pupils constricted as Susanoo turned its attention toward him. The 8-pointed shuriken. The massive shuriken spiraled toward Danzo. However, having learned from the fate of the Dream Taper, Danzo narrowly evaded the deadly projectile. Gentle Fist. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. A leaf ninja, appearing beside Susanoo, assumed a stance and launched an attack. Bang! 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 The leaf ninja's strikes rained down upon Susanoo like a tempest. Whoosh! With a single slash, Susanoo cleaved the ninja beside it in 2. Buzzing. After dispatching the nearby ninja, a swarm of insects enveloped Susanoo, relentlessly gnawing at it. Whoosh! 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 As the insects clung to Susanoo, chakra blades erupted from its body. In mere moments, the insects were eradicated. Simultaneously, Susanoo began to coalesce the Yasaki no Magatama. Boom! In the distance, the Konoha ninja manipulating insects was obliterated in an instant. At this moment, the wood clone realized that using Susanoo to eliminate them was a waste. Consequently, the wood clone commenced hand seals. The wood release, tree realm would soon manifest. Bang! Bang! Countless roots erupted from the ground, swiftly ensnaring the Konoha ninjas. How is this possible? Wood release. Witnessing the multitude of roots advancing toward him, Danzo's expression was one of sheer disbelief. Chapter 111. Danzo, I am undone. Even upon seeing Susanoo, Danzo was not as shocked as he was now. Wood release is a technique of the first Hokage, yet now it was being wielded by Uchiha Madara. Madara's wood release advanced like a bulldozer, relentlessly pushing toward the Konoha ninjas. Bang! Bang! The earth was torn asunder. Upon hearing Danzo's exclamation, the Konoha ninjas hurriedly evaded the encroaching roots. However, it was evident that the Konoha ninjas were overly naive. The wood release of the tree realm rapidly caught up with those attempting to flee. One ninja after another was ensnared by the roots. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, violent wind palm. Some Konoha ninjas, realizing that continuous evasion would only lead to inevitable capture by the wood release, began to assault the branches instead. Bang, bang, bang. As their techniques struck the wood release, the effects were palpable, momentarily halting its advance. The Konoha ninjas displayed expressions of delight. It seemed that the wood release was not invincible after all. Observing the halted wood release, a Konoha Umbu scoffed, "Fool, do not underestimate wood release." With the emergence of arrogance among his ranks, Danzo immediately chastised him. After receiving Danzo's reprimand, the Umbu fell silent. Meanwhile, the wood clone enveloped within Susanoo looked down upon the Konoha group with crossed arms. Did they think this was the end? The wood release seemed to affirm the words of the wood clone. Enormous roots burst forth from beneath the feet of the Konoha ninjas, instantly ensnaring those who could not evade. The ensnared Konoha ninjas soon met their demise, suffocated by the relentless wood release. This is infuriating. The wood release is exceedingly troublesome. Observing this, Danzo immediately utilized body flicker technique, attempting to escape the expanding range of the tree realm. Yet, the reach of the wood release was not so easily evaded. As Danzo witnessed the relentless growth of the wood release, he realized he had not escaped its grasp. Instead, he ceased his retreat and charged directly toward Uchiha Madara. Approaching Susanoo, Danzo enveloped his kunai with wind nature chakra. With a fierce shout, he thrust the kunai into Susanoo's form. Clang! Even with the wind-enhanced kunai, it proved insufficient against Susanoo's defenses. The kunai shattered upon impact. Watching the fragments scatter, Danzo bore no surprise, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. Instead, he swiftly performed hand seals. Wind release, vacuum multi-ball. Bang, bang, bang. This time, the power of Danzo's vacuum balls surged even greater. Under the relentless onslaught, the exterior of Susanoo developed a faint crack. As the fissure manifested, the expression of the wood release clone finally shifted. How intriguing it is that the wind attribute was employed to slice, followed by the use of ninjutsu to breach Susanoo's shell. The wood release clone observed Danzo's actions intently. Upon the appearance of the crack, a look of approval emerged on its face. Yet, what significance does such a crack hold? As the words of the wood release clone fell, Susanoo transformed its hand into a chakra-infused blade, striking fiercely at Hanzo. The chakra blade cleaved Danzo in two. However, the bisected Danzo soon reformed into a flurry of wind blades that rained upon Susanoo. A wind release clone, was it? The wood release clone grasped the situation upon seeing the wind blades. Subsequently, Susanoo's other hand morphed into a blade as well, delivering a swift strike behind it, directly hitting Danzo, who was poised to launch another attack. This time, it was not a mere clone. Crack! Just as the chakra blade descended, Danzo managed to cover his hand with a swirling defense in the nick of time. He was hurled away by the force of the strike, crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Susanoo slowly approached Danzo. As the smoke dissipated, Danzo's hands bled profusely, twisted in a grotesque manner. Although Susanoo's blow did not sever Danzo's hands outright, the resulting injuries rendered them incapacitated. Coughing up blood, Danzo gazed at the figure of Uchiha Madara within Susanoo, bewildered. Why do you still live? The piece that Hashirama sought was ultimately misguided. A blade of condensed chakra materialized in Susanoo's grasp, pointedly directed at Danzo. Even as Danzo exerted every ounce of effort to evade, his severely wounded body was insufficient to escape the oncoming strike from Susanoo. Thud! This time, Danzo was truly cleaved in two. The two halves of Danzo lay before Susanoo's blade. After retracting the chakra blade, Susanoo turned towards the Leaf Village ninjas who were still struggling desperately within the realm of the wood release. The wood release clone, feeling a sense of tedium, mused that were it not for this group being from the Leaf Village, it would not have entertained them for so long. However, it appeared that the Leaf ninjas were far too weak. The wood release clone formed a series of hand seals. Wood release, flowering, tree world. The Leaf ninjas, still struggling, noticed the transformation of the wood release. Countless colossal flowers blossomed from the wood release. As the flowers bloomed, yellow pollen dispersed widely. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The leaf ninjas inhaled the pollen, clutching their throats and writhing in agony. Soon, all the ninjas still fighting succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Thus, apart from the 2 root ninjas dispatched by Danzo to report back, all leaf ninjas were annihilated. Following the complete eradication of the leaf ninjas, the Susanoo of the wood release clone gradually dissipated. Then, the wood release clone itself transformed into a wooden figure, toppling over. The battlefield was left with nothing but a stench of blood and the continuous spread of wood release. Oh, has it all been extinguished? There exists a disciple who seems to embody the essence of Senju Tobarama. Seated atop the outer path's golem, Uchiha Madara sensed the information relayed by the wood release clone. With a mere sigh of contemplation, Madara quickly cast it from his mind and closed his eyes to meditate. In the days that followed, he remained upon the golem, undisturbed by the ninjas of Konoha. 2 days later, the outer path golem crossed into the land of Earth. At the very moment the golem entered this territory, the figure known as Kasai, riding atop the colossal form of King Mu, opened his eyes. A formidable presence had entered his domain of transformation. Presently, the majority of the land of Earth lay within Kasai's sphere of influence. The combination of Uchiha Madara and the outer path golem evidently caught Kasai's attention. This was the first time he had sensed an adversary through the range of the Giant-S transformation, a phenomenon that astonished him. He had not anticipated such an effect from this ability, which had never manifested in this manner before. Turning his gaze towards the golem and Madara, Kasai pondered who could be the source of this disturbance. His curiosity piqued. He concluded that anyone capable of triggering this function must possess considerable strength, certainly more than those like Inoki, who had failed to activate it. Yet, Kasai chose not to redirect the innocent giant legion toward this new target. They continued their sweep through the land of Earth. After all, it seemed that this individual was coming for him, and there was no need to seek him out. Chapter 112. Madara, what is this? Ah, a monster. The innocent giant seized a faction of nefarious individuals in a town, delivering them to the ninjas for sealing. Such scenes played out repeatedly within the town. Under the grasp of the innocent giant, the more conspicuous malevolent forces were swiftly gathered. As for those less apparent, there was no rush. Once they met the criteria for transformation, Kasai would undoubtedly be informed. Those destined to become innocent giants would not be overlooked. Afterward, leaving a dozen innocent giants to guard, Kasai led the legion amidst the cheers of the town residents toward the next settlement. Once Kasai departed, a group of ninjas appeared in the town. Boss, these are the tumors left behind by that demon, one ninja remarked in hushed tones, eyeing the towering innocent giant with its fierce grin. Ever since the foolish Inoki and his allies were defeated, Iwagakure had been as lifeless as a corpse. They were utterly unresponsive. Otherwise, why would we be compelled to undertake such tasks? The apparent leader of the ninjas spoke with palpable anger, clearly discontent with Iwagakure's feigned ignorance. With that, the group sprang into action. They approached one of the innocent giants, dispersing to encircle it. Once they were all prepared, the leader issued a command, and the surrounding ninjas unleashed a variety of ninjutsu. Clumps of earth and steel began to adhere to the body of the innocent giant. Provoked by the assault, the innocent giant went into a frenzy, retaliating against the nearby ninjas. Hurry! The leader of the ninjas observed as the colossal figure began to thrash about with its massive hands. He shouted urgently, and the surrounding ninjas summoned every ounce of strength they possessed. Ultimately, the mire and steel enveloped the behemoth entirely. Excellent! Upon witnessing their success, the ninja leader leaped atop the giant's head. Secret technique, body manipulation, he declared, pressing his hands firmly upon the titan's crown. The earth and metal clinging to the colossal figure seemed to come alive, writhing and twisting. After a tremor, a satisfied grin spread across the ninja leader's face. They had succeeded. Just as he prepared to rise, the giant began to shake once more. The leader then noticed his resting comrades nearby. What are you doing? This creature is enormous. Quickly maintain the chakra. Hearing their leader's command, the ninjas hurriedly directed their chakra towards the mire and steel enveloping the giant. Following a brief stabilization, the colossal figure ceased its trembling. The ninja leader then melded into the shell that encased the giant. After his disappearance, the titan began to raise its hands and feet, glancing around to ensure all was well. Confirming there were no issues, the voice of the ninja leader resonated from within the giant. All right, let us move swiftly. The colossal figure reached out towards the surrounding ninjas, who offered no resistance, allowing themselves to be grasped. Once its hands were filled, The remaining ninjas took their place upon the giant's shoulders. With all ninjas aboard, the colossal figure began to sprint away in the opposite direction of the Casa people. As it ran, a dark spot emerged ahead. Just as the ninja leader pondered what it could be, the spot rapidly expanded. What could that be? A humanoid creature, blindfolded and adorned with 10 protrusions on its back, approached at an alarming speed. As the outer path golem drew near, the ninja leader realized this being was far larger than the giant he commanded, rendering him akin to a mere child in comparison. Noticing he was in the path of the golem, the ninja leader promptly directed the colossal figure to yield. Trembling with trepidation, he commanded the giant to stand aside, fearful that a single misstep from the golem could spell doom for them. While the giant might survive, the ninjas certainly would not. As the outer path golem passed by, they collectively exhaled in relief, believing they had escaped unscathed. Suddenly, just as the ninjas relaxed, a blue chakra blade extended from the golem's shoulder, piercing the colossal figure directly through. It then hoisted the giant aloft. Once lifted, the chakra blade swiftly retracted, transporting the giant onto the shoulder of the outer path golem. It appears to be controlled by ninjutsu. I thought it was some peculiar variant, Uchiha Madara mused, finding it rather mundane. As the giant drew near, he discerned the shell that enveloped it. Understanding that this was not a unique entity, but merely an innocent giant manipulated by the ninjas, I instantly lost interest. Subsequently, I commanded Susanoo to hurl the innocent giant behind. The giant plummeted from a great height, crashing heavily onto the ground. The shell, already penetrated by Susanoo, shattered completely. The ninja leader tumbled down, while the other ninjas were left disoriented. Freed from its restraints, the innocent giant swiftly seized one of the nearby ninjas and devoured him whole. The sudden turn of events jolted the surrounding ninjas back to reality. Oh no, Old 7 has been consumed. We can no longer control him. The sight of the bloodied corpse in the giant's mouth drove the ninja leader into despair. However, the innocent giant was indifferent to their thoughts. It began to move its hands, grasping at the other ninjas around. Encouraged by the earlier incident, the ninjas skillfully evaded the giant's grasp. Damn that giant. Old 6 seethed with rage over the innocent giant that had just bitten Old 7. He formed hand seals and unleashed a ninjutsu attack on the giant. The impact merely drew the giant's attention. Despite the giant being easily pierced by Susanoo, it was the Susanoo of Uchiha Madara. Realizing his attack was ineffective, Old 6 quickly came to his senses. Big brother, run. With that, he dashed away from the innocent giant. With no target left, the giant redirected its focus onto others. Damn you. Seeing Old 6 sprint away first, the ninja leader could not help but curse. He soon followed in Old 6's footsteps. The other surviving ninjas, witnessing their leader flee, hurriedly followed suit. The now aimless, innocent giant trailed behind this group of ninjas. Don't follow me. The ninja leader shouted in anger at the sight of his subordinates and the innocent giant in pursuit. However, the younger ninjas remained silent, closely trailing their leader. While a ninja's stamina is finite, the innocent giant's is boundless. As long as the sun shines, the giant could chase them to exhaustion. Even at night, it could sustain itself with chakra. Chapter 113. The Outer Path Golem. King Mu, your path to demise is at hand. Meanwhile, oblivious to the misfortunes of the 6 pursued individuals, Kasumi, en route to the next town, sensed an impending presence and rose to his feet. Are they coming? He turned to gaze at the desolate expanse behind him, already feeling the aura approaching. His actions naturally caught the attention of the golem of King Mu. Lord Ancestor, what is happening? The golem of King Mu inquired without missing a step. Stop, enemies are approaching. At that moment, Kasumi felt a tinge of regret. Had the enemies arrived a tad later, he could have invited them to experience the detonation of the ultra-large giant. Just half a day's time would allow him to transform the innocent giant. His ultra-giant form was nearly within reach of being unlocked. As the words of the Kage fell, the towering figure of the King Mu halted in its tracks. The legion of pure giants beneath him, too, came to a standstill under the Kage's command. Kage, is there something amiss? Do you require my assistance? The order to cease naturally extended to the wise giants surrounding him. The giant named Benkawa inquired what he might do to aid the Kage. In response to Benkawa's mental query, the Kage remained silent, gazing intently at the horizon beyond the legion of pure giants. Suddenly, a dark spot emerged in the distance. The Kage recognized it as a formidable presence entering the land of Earth. As the dark figure grew larger, the Kage discerned its true nature. Could it be the Outer Path Golem? Upon realizing what the dark figure was, the Kage was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated the appearance of the Outer Path Golem in this location, especially not in pursuit of him. Shouldn't he, the Golem, be under the control of Uchiha Obito at this juncture? A thought of Uchiha Obito crossed his mind, compelling the Kage to scrutinize the Golem further. Indeed, upon spotting the shadowy figure cloaked in black atop the Golem's shoulder, the Kage surmised that the Outer Path Golem was indeed under Uchiha Obito's command during this time. However, he was perplexed as to the meaning behind Obito's pursuit. What the Kage did not realize was that it was not Obito who sent the Golem after him. Rather, the Golem had ventured forth independently, necessitating Obito's follow-up. In any case, Obito had originally intended to seek out the Kage. Naturally, as the Kage perceived the Outer Path Golem, so too did the myriad of transformed giants below. "What is that?" exclaimed the transformed Hans, gazing at the Golem, which towered even higher than the King Mu himself. His astonishment was palpable, for the King Mu already exceeded 100 meters in height, while Hans's transformed form stood merely at 15 meters. The Golem's foot could easily crush him. The very presence of that entity exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. The King Mu, observing the approaching Outer Path Golem, expressed his perspective to the Kage. Having shed his tailed beast form, he felt no particular dread of the Golem, merely a recognition of its formidable nature. That thing, known as the Outer Path Golem, serves as the vessel for the Ten Tails. By the way, do you know what the Ten Tails is? The Kage's countenance remained composed, as if the imminent arrival of the Outer Path Golem and Uchiha Obito was of little consequence. "The Ten Tails," exclaimed the King Mu in astonishment. His reaction drew the attention of the wise giants below. "Surely you are aware of the Ten Tails," the Kage mused, uncertain of the King Mu's knowledge. However, it appeared that the King Mu was indeed cognizant of the Ten Tails' existence. "The old man spoke of it in the past," the King Mu remarked, his expression a complex tapestry as he regarded the Outer Path Golem. "You may need to join forces with Hans, Yahiko, and the others to confront the Golem." The Kage said this with a hint of a smile directed at the King Mu. After all, it is hardly conceivable to let them confront Uchiha Madara. One strike from the complete body Susanoo could potentially annihilate them all. Moreover, it is worth noting that Madara now possesses wood-release abilities. Fortunately, however, Madara has aged, and his strength is undoubtedly not at its peak. The Renegan is now in Nagato's possession. Contemplating this, Kasumi cast a glance at the colossal form of Nagato below. Could it be that Uchiha Madara has come to reclaim the Renegan? Since I have transformed Nagato into a giant, the Renegan wholly belongs to him now, prompting Madara's awareness? Kasumi believed he had unraveled the truth. Moments later, the Outer Path Golem reached the rear of the Pure Giants Legion. Just when Kasumi presumed the Golem would halt under Uchiha Madara's command, it continued its relentless advance towards him. As both parties were on the verge of discourse, the Golem surged forward, undeterred. How audacious! Not even willing to exchange pleasantries? Have you no regard for dignity? Observing the Golem rampaging through the ranks of the Pure Giants, Kasumi's expression darkened. Hans, Yahiko, Konan, Nagato, Honkawa, Yuka, coordinate with the Mu King Giant to deliver a severe blow to the Outer Path Golem. Kasumi commanded his companions. As for the Pure Giants, Kasumi opted to maintain a distance. After all, in battles of such magnitude, they were mere fodder. It was wiser to clear the battlefield. Kasumi then leaped onto the shoulder of the Mu King Giant, propelling himself rapidly towards Uchiha Madara, who was stationed atop the Golem. Uchiha Madara, upon noticing the approaching Kasumi, recognized that his target had arrived. He shed his black robe, revealing crimson battle armor. With a thunderous clash, Kasumi and Uchiha Madara collided midair. Yet, the anticipated equilibrium did not manifest. In an instant, a tremendous force struck, sending Uchiha Madara hurtling away. Thud! The propelled Uchiha Madara skidded to a halt, his feet carving into the earth. The force was indeed formidable. Shaking his subtly aching hand, Uchiha Madara marveled at Kasumi's strength. How could it not be formidable? Kasumi was now in his true form, and his giant transformation merely revealed a more combat-ready visage. After sending Uchiha Madara flying, the Outer Path Golem glanced at the airborne Kasumi and deemed him too formidable to engage. It then shifted its gaze towards the Mu King Giant. "Traitor, you have forsaken your origins." With this gaze, the Outer Path Golem confirmed its target and lunged ferociously towards the Mu King Giant. Faced with the Golem, The Mu King giant did not flinch. He was no longer the mere tailed beast of yore. He now possessed a corporeal form. The Mu King giant charged forward to meet the Outer Path Golem. Boom! The titans collided, their palms clashing in a fierce contest of strength. As their powers escalated, the ground beneath them trembled and fractured, and powerful shockwaves surged forth. Due to the Outer Path Golem's towering height over the Mu King giant, the confrontation intensified. The colossal figure of the Mu King was gradually being subdued. The Outer Path Golem's form was steadily pressing down upon the Mu King. In Chapter 114, the complete Susanoo. However, the assault from the Outer Path Golem that restrained the Mu King was far from over. The golem opened its mouth, and a dark-tailed beast began to coalesce within. Startled by the sight of the tailed beast orb, the Mu King wondered how it could exert both strength and energy attacks simultaneously. Due to the inability to channel energy outward in his giant form, the Mu King found himself incapable of gathering the tailed beast orb. Yet, he was not without a countermeasure. Swiftly, the Mu King hardened his head and, using the sharp horns atop it, struck heavily into the golem's mouth, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Boom! The tailed beast orb that the golem had gathered was detonated within its own mouth, leaving it in disarray. Roar! The violent explosion elicited a furious howl from the golem, which then unleashed its power. Thud! The Mu King was forced onto one knee under the pressure. Azura Path. Boom! A massive energy cannon struck the golem's head, momentarily skewing its position. Seizing the opportunity, the Mu King turned the tide and forcefully toppled the golem to the ground. He then transformed his fist into a spiked gauntlet and mounted the golem, delivering ruthless blows. After the Mu King's successful strike, he continued to assail the golem with energy blasts. Meanwhile, the other wise giants also charged at the downed golem. Several pure giants hardened their fists, raining down blows upon the golem. Thud! 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 After a flurry of attacks, they realized their efforts were of little consequence, inflicting less damage than the Mu King alone. Previously, the other ninjas had dealt no damage, but now they experienced firsthand the difficulty of striking a high defense opponent. When they fought against ninjas before, just a single punch would cause harm. Now it was a different story. Everyone ceased their assault on the golem. Ordinary attacks were ineffective. It was time to activate Chakra mode, declared the giant Hans. Encouraged by his words, they nodded in agreement and activated their Chakra modes. Instantly, a soft blue chakra enveloped them. However, the giant Honkawa stood apart, able to encase himself in armor, igniting a black flame in his Chakra mode. Subsequently, their assaults began to yield results against the Outer Path Golem. Each punch visibly inflicted damage, eliciting a pained response from the golem. It retaliated with such force that it sent the Mu King, who was mounted upon it, sprawling. At the same time, it began to attack the other giants who had been pummeling it. Roar! The golem repeatedly struck with its hands. Yet its speed paled in comparison to those in Chakra mode, failing to land a single blow. Instead, it found itself continuously under assault. Observing this, the Mu King. Everyone engages in such practices, and the results are remarkably favorable. Immediately, he began to harness his chakra, activating the Chakra mode. Soon, the giant Mu Wong was enveloped in a faint azure radiance. Upon entering the Chakra mode, Mu Wong delivered a powerful punch to the Outer Path Golem. Boom! The golem's head was struck with immense force, sending shockwaves radiating from the point of impact. The Outer Path Golem was propelled backward by the blow. It appears that the golem you brought is at a disadvantage, Uchiha Madara. From his aerial vantage point, Kasumi observed as his subordinates subdued the Outer Path Golem, a smile creeping onto his lips. True combat is not taking place over there. Once his body had fully recovered, Uchiha Madara was not inclined to remain a mere spectator. A formidable aura emanated from him, causing his hair to billow dramatically. Susanoo. Blue chakra began to envelop Uchiha Madara. Skeleton form. Tengu form. The chakra of Susanoo rapidly spread around Uchiha Madara. Soon, the fully hooded Susanoo, hands clasped, materialized before Kasumi. But this is not the end. With a single hand gesture, blue armor swiftly enveloped the Susanoo. Complete Susanoo. The fully realized Susanoo, a special variant of Uchiha Madara, loomed before Kasumi. Its colossal form overshadowed even the Outer Path Golem. Transform now. In this form, only death awaits you. Uchiha Madara spoke softly from within the crystal atop Susanoo's head. Upon hearing his words, Kasumi's lips twitched. Damn, transforming into a 15-meter giant feels quite embarrassing. gazing at the towering complete Susanoo. Kasumi felt his own 15-meter stature was utterly insufficient. Yet, what could be done? A brilliant flash of golden light erupted, and golden thunder descended. Kasumi transformed into the form of the Giant of Kai. However, in assuming this armored giant form, he lost the flying capabilities of the beast giant and began to plummet toward the ground. But soon, he activated his chakra mode once more, regaining his ability to soar. The giant Kasumi, ablaze with black flames, radiated an overwhelmingly powerful presence. Haha, splendid. Sensing the might of the giant Kasumi, Uchiha Madara let out a hearty laugh. Subsequently, the complete Susanoo drew its blade and struck at the giant Kasumi. Unfazed by the impending attack, the airborne giant Kasumi met the assault of Susanoo's blade head-on. Boom. The clash between the armored Kasumi and the complete Susanoo's blade unleashed a tremendous explosion of energy, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Observing the armored Kasumi withstand the full force of his complete Susanoo, Uchiha Madara recognized that a formidable new ninja had emerged in the ninja world. Immediately, he commanded the complete Susanoo to exert its strength, driving the blade against the armored Kasumi, propelling him into the sky. As the complete body of Susanoo touched the ground, its four hands lifted their blades, soaring towards the armored figure. Naturally, the airborne warrior would not allow the complete Susanoo to attack unchallenged. With a swift motion, the amalgamated strikes of Susanoo's blades sliced through the air, unleashing a colossal wave of energy that soared into the sky. Meanwhile, the armored figure positioned itself above Susanoo's head. Descend, it commanded, delivering a powerful blow upon the top of Susanoo's head. The impact sent Susanoo careening through the air. However, it quickly regained its balance. It appeared that despite its size, it had withstood the assault. A single kick had failed to topple it. Observing the stable form of Susanoo hovering in the air, the armored warrior silently acknowledged its own miscalculation. Haha, save for Hashirama, you are the first to engage with the complete Susanoo without being at a disadvantage, Uchiha Madara remarked. His gaze fixed approvingly upon the airborne figure. Clearly, to draw such a comparison to Hashirama was a testament to the warrior's formidable prowess. Chapter 115, Strong Defense? Taste my colossal claws. Despite Uchiha Madara's advanced age, the enhancements from forbidden techniques and the outer path's golem still rendered his power formidable. No need for further words. Let me witness the might of the shinobi world. With that, the armored figure surged toward the complete Susanoo with all its might. Come forth. Uchiha Madara's interest was piqued by the armored warrior's challenge. Boom, boom, boom. The complete Susanoo clashed with the armored figure in the skies. A relentless barrage of shockwaves radiating outward. Amidst the ongoing skirmish with Susanoo, the armored warrior seized an opportunity, slipping through the blades to deliver a heavy impact. Huh! It roared, channeling immense power to thrust Susanoo downward. Kaboom! A thunderous explosion echoed as Susanoo was driven to the ground, its wings striking first. The tremendous force shattered both wings. The armored figure, too, felt the repercussions of the impact, dizziness clouding its mind. Uchiha Madara, controlling Susanoo, flung the armored warrior aside, breathing heavily in the aftermath. Ultimately, age had taken its toll on Madara. His physical capabilities were far from their prime. Such battles would have seemed trivial in his youth. After catching his breath, Uchiha Madara began to form seals. Wood release, wood dragon technique, he announced, slamming his palms together as the earth began to crack. A massive wooden dragon erupted from the ground, swiftly coiling around the complete Susanoo. With the dragon summoned, Uchiha Madara's hands moved without pause. Wood release, flowering tree realm, he proclaimed, clapping his hands once more as countless trees erupted from the direction of the armored figure. Very well, if you wish to play the game of size, then let us proceed. Uchiha Madara observed the complete Susanoo ensnared by the wood dragon. The armored figure expressed words of admiration, and immediately, the flames enveloping him dissipated. Simultaneously, his form was swiftly cloaked by an abundance of trees. Observing the tree-covered figure, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity, pondering what the armored individual intended to do. Suddenly, as the flowering tree realm was on the verge of completely encasing him, all the trees were rent asunder in an instant. The smoothness of the severed edges indicated that brute force was not at play. Noticing the absence of the armored figure at the center of the shattered flowering tree realm, Uchiha Madara instantly grew vigilant. Boom! The complete body of Susanoo suddenly became unstable. teetering towards the ground. Yet, with his vast experience, Uchiha Madara quickly regained control over Susanoo, maintaining its balance. While managing to stabilize the complete Susanoo, he also discovered that one of its ankles had been severed. Indeed, it was a clean cut, not a result of overwhelming force. The severed foot swiftly transformed into chakra and vanished. Uchiha Madara activated his Sharingan, surveying his surroundings. The foot that had lost its paw rapidly regenerated under the supply of chakra, just as Susanoo was in the process of mending its foot. The other ankle was cut off as well. Boom. The already precarious balance of Susanoo, akin to a lone rooster standing, could no longer be maintained, resulting in a direct fall to the ground, stirring up a massive cloud of dust. Such speed, such sharp weaponry. Having suffered 2 successive severings of his ankles without detecting the armored figure's whereabouts, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Subsequently, the wooden dragon enveloping Susanoo began to stir, continuously patrolling around it in vigilance. Boom, boom. As the wooden dragon circled, numerous wounds began to appear on its body, with wood chips flying about. The wooden dragon entered a state of frenzy, swinging wildly in an attempt to use its physical advantage to strike at the enemy. Yet all efforts proved futile. Despite the wooden dragon's fervent assaults, its injuries continued to multiply. Crack! As the damage intensified, a streak of light flashed through. The wooden dragon was cleaved in two. Even after being split, the wooden dragon continued to move. At that moment, the streak of light zipped by the dragon's head, causing its body to stiffen. Subsequently, the dragon's head was shattered into countless pieces. The wooden dragon technique was undone. However, the wooden dragon had bought precious time. The complete Susanoo was fully restored and soared back into the sky. Suspended in midair, Uchiha Madara finally caught sight of his adversary. There, the armored figure had transformed into a colossal entity resembling a boar, lying atop the remnants of the wooden dragon, gazing up at the complete Susanoo. It appeared that a transformation had indeed taken place. Uchiha Madara observed a form in stark contrast to the previous one. The wooden release, flowering tree realm, was about to manifest. Uchiha Madara began to weave hand seals, and countless trees began to grow vigorously around the colossal boar figure. Yet, to the giant, this was merely a trivial matter, incapable of restraining him. As Uchiha Madara increased his chakra input, the scope of the flowering tree realm expanded further. Subsequently, the flowering of the blossom tree realm commenced. Countless crimson pollen began to scatter. The OG giant, in the grand scheme of the blossom tree realm, was still insignificantly small, ultimately succumbing to the overwhelming veil of pollen. Observing the OG giant enveloped in pollen, Uchiha Madara mused that it was over. Snap! Crack! To his astonishment, the OG giant appeared entirely unaffected by the pollen. Transformed into a giant, he no longer required breath. What utility did the pollen hold? He could even seal his skin completely. Witnessing the futility of the pollen, Uchiha Madara seldom furrowed his brow. Truly troublesome indeed. Now, Uchiha Madara found himself at a disadvantage against the OG giant. Engaging the OG giant directly could easily result in the total disassembly of his complete body Susanoo. The defense of Susanoo felt as fragile as paper before the OG's claws. Reluctantly, Uchiha Madara assumed the role of a sorcerer high in the sky. Fire style, Dragon Flame Song Technique. For colossal fire dragons surged forth from Susanoo towards the OG giant. Boom, 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 boom. The 4 fire dragons collided with the blossom tree realm, igniting it in a raging inferno. However, such an assault was too languid for the OG giant. He commenced a sprint across the ground, and upon reaching the vicinity beneath Susanoo, he leaped into the air, transforming into his beastly giant form. With a powerful flap of his wings, he vanished from Uchiha Madara's sight. Another transformation. Uchiha Madara, now vigilant in the air, scanned his surroundings. Yet, the beastly giant OG, employing chakra to muffle his sounds, was far from detectable by Madara. Bam! Suddenly, Susanoo was struck, leaving deep gashes upon its chest. Despite the attack, Uchiha Madara could not discern the beastly giant's form. Was the speed in the air so formidable? Uchiha Madara realized the predicament had escalated. At present, he found himself devoid of effective strategies. Primarily, his eyes were fixed on Nagato. The eyes he wielded were mere substitutes from the Uchiha clan, incomparable to his original. Chapter 116. All believed victory was assured. Boom. This time, the top of Susanoo was assaulted. Uchiha Madara observed the fresh scars before him. aware that this was the threat posed by the OG giant. If it could strike at your very crown while you remained defenseless, then surely it could breach your defenses and seize you within Susanoo. Unable to counter such rapid attacks, Uchiha Madara could only endure, for his speed was lacking. Truth be told, Uchiha Madara felt quite frustrated. In the past, he and Hashirama engaged in a contest of brute force. You summoned a wooden figure, I summoned a Susanoo. We exchanged blows, relishing the clash. Even as battles escalated, it merely transformed into a confrontation of formidable Susanoos and thousands of shadow clones, unleashing barrage-like attacks. Never had there been such a swift combat that left even the Sharingan unable to catch a glimpse of the opponent's shadow. Bam! This time, a scratch marred the visage of Susanoo. Uchiha Madara could no longer endure this affront. It was a blatant humiliation. Despite possessing such extraordinary speed and offensive capability, capable of relentlessly assaulting and shattering Susanoo, he deliberately chose to strike intermittently, mocking the swiftness of his opponent. Is this all you can muster? Uchiha Madara's voice resonated in the air. Moments later, the beast giant, a creature with the body of a man and the head of an owl, flapped its wings and hovered before Susanoo. Huh, who was it that first employed Susanoo for a size advantage? The beast giant smiled, evidently pleased with its playful taunting of Uchiha Madara. Observing the peculiar form of the beast giant, Madara twitched the corner of his mouth. What a bizarre shape. I, Uchiha, must concede your speed. At least it surpasses that of a certain swift ninja. Uchiha Madara offered a rare compliment to the beast giant. Have you devised a strategy to counter my speed yet? Let us see. With that, the beast giant vanished once more, unwilling to engage in prolonged dialogue with Madara. For villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter. Bam! Once again, Susanoo's crown was assaulted, leaving a fresh claw mark atop its head. Yet this time, Uchiha Madara's demeanor remained remarkably composed, clearly unperturbed by the beast giant's onslaught. Indeed, you are formidable. Your defenses, your attacks, your speed, all are beyond reproach. Currently, no one in the ninja world could thwart you. Uchiha Madara calmly articulated the giant's prowess. The beast giant offered no response to Madara's praise. Bam! Another claw mark marred Susanoo's face. However, you have already lost. Though I am reluctant to achieve victory in such a manner, at my advanced age and diminished strength, I must resort to this method to ensure the path to peace continues. Uchiha Madara continued to ramble on with his nonsensical rhetoric. The beast giant remained impervious to Madara's verbal maneuvering. Bam! Once more, a claw mark was inflicted upon Susanoo's chest. The peace that Hashirama sought had been validated. After his demise, war inevitably returned. The tranquility he envisioned had never materialized. At that moment, Uchiha Madara seemed to reminisce while perched atop Susanoo. He recalled the days when he and Hashirama united to establish Konoha, how Hashirama had persuaded him, and how he had once believed in Hashirama's vision of peace. Yet, it appeared Hashirama had ultimately failed. Do you know? If one gathers all 9-tailed beasts and allows the outer paths Geto Mazo to devour them, one can summon the 10 tails. The 10 tails then transforms into the God Tree, unleashing the infinite Tsukuyami, engulfing the world in an illusion. Only then will true peace be achieved. Uchiha Madara spoke, gazing upward. Though the moon was obscured by daylight, it seemed to him as if he could see it. Bam! A fresh claw mark was etched into Susanoo's throat by the beast giant. Feeling the scars on the throat of Susanoo, Uchiha Madara prepared to continue his discourse. At that moment, the figure of the beast giant emerged slowly, its countenance exceedingly grim. As the beast giant materialized, Uchiha Madara was ready to impart the path to peace. Just as he was about to speak, the grim-faced beast giant intervened. You old fool, you dare to unleash Izanami. Enter the realm of illusions. The voice of the beast giant seethed with fury. After enduring multiple assaults and Uchiha Madara's incessant provocations, the beast giant came to a realization. After all, having witnessed the world of Naruto, it was no surprise to him. Conversely, Uchiha Madara was taken aback upon hearing the beast giant's words. To think you are aware of Izanami, he exclaimed, his tone one of astonishment. Old fool, was it unleashed when I appeared earlier? The beast giant could no longer bear the indignity, having previously thought he was toying with Uchiha Madara, only to discover he was the one being toyed with. The beast giant charged once more towards Susanoo. Within the complete form of Susanoo, Uchiha Madara opened his eyes, one of his Sharingan turning white at that moment. I cannot believe I am resorting to such means to defeat a junior, he mused, shaking his head in self-deprecation. The complete Susanoo began to ascend towards the airborne beast giant. Observing the beast giant's unconscious flight, admiration gleamed in Uchiha Madara's eyes. What a formidable ability! Adapting through transformation to meet various combat scenarios. Though his tone expressed admiration, the complete Susanoo drew forth four blades. Alas, our paths are ultimately divergent. As he spoke, the complete Susanoo began to gather energy, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to the beast giant. Universal pull. Suddenly, the complete Susanoo began to retreat. However, it quickly countered this force with its wings. Universal pull, is it? Uchiha Madara was all too familiar with this power. He then cast his gaze downward, where the giant form Nagato raised his hands towards the sky, targeting the complete Susanoo. Roar! The King Mu giant accelerated, propelled by faint blue chakra, charging toward the complete Susanoo. Boom! The horns of the King Mu giant struck the complete Susanoo, sending it soaring. After being knocked away, the giant form Nagato unleashed his ability, directing his palm towards the sky at the beast giant. Universal pull. The beast giant was drawn towards the giant formed Nagato. Boom, boom. Two sounds echoed as the giant formed Motokawa and Yuka leaped into the air to catch the beast giant. Thud. The two successfully brought the beast giant safely to the ground. Lord Giant, they exclaimed, looking at the unconscious beast giant. The voice of the giantized Honkawa resonated with sorrow. Chapter 117, The Susan of the Wheel. Honkawa could not fathom why the mightiest of the Kasa, the strongest warrior, would be the first to succumb in battle. If Kasa could speak, he would only admit to his own negligence, failing to evade the onslaught. The elderly Uchiha Madara displayed a disregard for martial ethics. Honkawa, attempting to engage him in conversation out of goodwill, was met with an immediate isonomy. Giantized Honkawa and Yuka gently placed the beastly giant Kasa upon the ground. Old man, I desire your demise. Upon uttering these words, a surge of chakra erupted within Honkawa. Flames of fury ignited around his armored form, enveloping him in a blazing black inferno, transforming him into a dark fireball. Chakra mode at full power. Activate. Boom. A tremendous sound echoed as Honkawa glanced beside him, only to find that the giantized Yuka had vanished. At that moment, Yuka had morphed into a blue sphere of light, swiftly ascending towards the complete Susan in the sky. Observing Yuka's speed surpassing his own, Honkawa felt a fierce competitive spirit awaken within him. Boom. One black and one blue, they surged forward in tandem towards the complete Susan. The beastly giant Kasa, shaken twice by the tremors, expressed gratitude. Thank you. Meanwhile, the giantized Nagato and his companions, witnessing the actions of Yuka and Honkawa, were equally determined not to fall behind. Three blue spheres shot into the heavens. Fresh blood coursed through their veins. Giantized Hans beamed at the five figures in the sky. Boom. Another light sphere joined the fray. The King Mu giant recognized that the time to demonstrate loyalty had arrived. A colossal blue sphere ascended, hurtling towards the complete Susan. Yuka reached the front of the complete Susan first. Confronted by the approaching sphere, the Susan raised its blade to strike. Clash. The blades of Yuka and the Susan collided. Both retreated, yet the Susan's blade was shattered. Before Uchiha Madara could regain his composure, Honkawa surged forward, capitalizing on Yuka's assault. The Susan, still in a state of retreat, was overtaken by Honkawa. Uchiha Madara prepared to evade, but the force of the moment rendered him unable to fully disengage, compelling him to raise his blade once more. Boom. This time, the Susan's blade failed to strike Honkawa, while the Susan's chest was struck heavily by Honkawa. In an instant, a gaping hole appeared in the Susan's torso. At that precise moment, Nagato and his companions arrived at the Susan's side. Universal pull. Nagato employed the power of the Renegan to seize control of the Susan. Subsequently, Konan and Yahiko launched a combined attack. Boom, boom. Yahiko and Konan struck at the Susan's chest in unison. The already damaged Susan, unable to mend itself in time, was pierced through by their assault. The body of the complete Susan plummeted from the chest down, rapidly dissipating into chakra, vanishing into the air without a chance to resist. Under a relentless barrage of attacks, even Uchiha Madara found himself at a loss for an effective countermeasure. This predicament cannot be solely attributed to Madara. The already formidable individuals around him, empowered by their full chakra modes, had ascended to a level surpassing that of even the strongest shadows. It was only natural that the aging Uchiha Madara could not withstand such overwhelming force. However, he was not one to resign himself to despair. "Yasaka Magatama," he declared, as the remaining arm of his Susanoo began to gather the Magatama. At that moment, Hans arrived, his hardened palms slicing through the arm of the Susanoo with a single, decisive strike. The Yasaka Magatama had yet to fully coalesce when it was abruptly interrupted. Suddenly, a massive blue orb hurtled toward them. Upon witnessing this colossal sphere, a grimace of frustration etched itself onto Madara's face. "This is excessive," he thought. Now, the upper half of his Susanoo was devoid of arms and wings. Its form ensnared in the gravitational pull of universal pull, immobilized in midair. Meanwhile, the giant of King Mu had activated its full chakra mode, charging relentlessly toward the damaged Susanoo. Boom! With a resounding impact, the strike from the giant of King Mu finally severed the control of universal pull over the Susanoo, sending it crashing down like a shooting star. Thud! 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 6 blue orbs descended, dissipating to reveal the steam-emanating figures of the giantified Nagato and others. With a thunderous crash, the giant of King Mu landed behind the 6. Cough! 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 From the debris, Uchiha Madara, his bones shattered, struggled to breathe. Blood staining the ground crimson. Collapsed amidst the ruins, he gazed upon the 7 towering figures before him. No wonder the Outer Path's golem had been vanquished so swiftly. He was surrounded by such formidable subordinates. Madara reflected on the giants with difficulty. Listening to his words, the others remained silent. Subsequently, the steam surrounding the healing giant of Nagato began to draw closer to Madara, placing a hand upon him. The giant of Nagato prepared to extract Madara's soul through the human path, seeking to uncover the cause behind the unconscious state of the beast giant. "Ah, the human path. Is it?" The Renegan, Madara remarked with a hint of self-deprecation, observing his own essence being drawn forth. It was, after all, the Renegan he had bestowed upon Nagato, now turned against him. As Madara's head was slowly extracted, the giant of Nagato realized that the process was becoming increasingly arduous. Despite his efforts, he found it impossible to fully separate Madara's soul, as if it were being shielded by some unseen force. Witnessing this struggle, the others behind the giant of Nagato bore expressions of grave concern, just as they worried about their inability to extract Madara's soul and how to rescue the beast giant. A figure pierced through the heavens, a colossal luminescent tree with countless branches looming behind the giants. Subsequently, an overwhelming and formidable aura filled the entire battlefield. In that instant, all the wise giants present felt its presence. This aura inspired a profound reverence in the hearts of every wise giant. "Uchiha Madara." The voice of fury reverberated across the battlefield. There, in the place where the beast giant Kaizen once stood, now loomed a colossal figure with crimson hair. An immense pressure emanated from him. It was the progenitor giant form of Kaizen. He was consumed by rage, having previously underestimated his opponent. He had barely utilized any abilities, merely shifting forms to engage with Uchiha Madara. Who would have thought this old foe would ensnare him with Izanami? Fortunately, under the might of the progenitor giant's power, Kaizen shattered the illusionary seal of Izanami. In the presence of Kaizen, who wielded the source of giant power, the notion that Izanami could confine him was utterly naive. The enraged giant Kaizen cast his gaze skyward. Where was Susanoo? That immense Susanoo he had summoned? Now, to his dismay, he discovered that his complete form of Susanoo was nowhere to be found. He then noticed the distant figure of the Mu King giant. Upon seeing the Mu King, Kaizen felt a twinge of confusion. Had he not instructed the Mu King and his allies to confront the Outer Path Golem? What brought them here? With a powerful leap, Kaizen arrived beside the Mu King, only to behold 5 wise giants standing together. His gaze quickly fell upon the giant form Nagato, who was clearly extracting the soul of Uchiha Madara with his Renegan. Witnessing this scene, Kaizen's fury became disjointed. What had transpired? Why did he awaken to find Uchiha Madara incapacitated and on the verge of death, being subjected to Nagato's soul extraction? Kaizen fell into contemplation. So, while I remained unable to unleash my full strength, the others managed to engage in a fierce battle. Sighing, he pondered aloud. What had happened that had brought this old foe to the brink of death? Feeling a sense of weariness, Kaizen's words echoed as all the wise giants seemed to regain their ability to act, stirring back to life. "Kami-sama, it's a relief you are unharmed. If something had happened to you, I could never forgive myself," lamented the giant form Yuka, her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at Kaizen. Clearly, Kaizen's predicament instilled in her a deep unease. She was unaware that if her deity were to falter, she would have no reason to continue living. Hearing Yuka's words reminded Kaizen of his earlier folly of being ensnared by Izanami. Damn it, what a shameful history. I was deceived by that old foe. Kaizen was seething with rage. He then fixed his gaze upon the fallen Uchiha Madara, now coughing blood on the ground. Uchiha Madara, I did not seek you out. Why do you venture from your underground refuge to trouble me? Today, you shall not escape your fate. Kaizen held a certain fondness for this battlefield, a place adorned with roses. After all, Uchiha Madara had a rather favorable impression of the past. However, he now found himself ensnared, resulting in a tarnished legacy. Thus, Kasumi would not easily let him off the hook. What took him by surprise was the formidable strength of his subordinates. Although he was not at his peak, he was utterly powerless against them, their prowess undeniably formidable. Simultaneously, he was astounded that one could actually unravel the Izanami. Madara's voice carried a hint of melancholy. There was no denying that he was a veritable Azura of the ninja world, yet he had been treated like a mere plaything, easily vanquished. Initially, he believed victory was within his grasp, only to witness his opponent's minions swiftly dismantle the outer path golem, and ultimately, they even managed to subdue him. The leader, judging by the earlier display of power, was evidently not to be trifled with. He had merely underestimated the situation. As he pondered the outer path golem, Madara caught sight of a small dark figure through the gaps between the colossal giants, the stars of the earth. He realized that the outer path golem had been sealed away. Gradually, Madara began to reflect upon his life, ultimately recalling the Moon Eye plan. However, with the presence of Kasumi, it seemed that the plan was destined for failure. Kurizetsu lamented, how difficult this has become. Slowly, Madara's aura began to wane. Observing Madara's expression gradually calm, the giant Kasumi's eye twitched. Do you wish to die in peace? The expression of the giant Kasumi began to twist. Huh. If you manage to survive, then you shall work for me. A sinister smile crept onto giant Kasumi's lips as he gestured for the giant Nagato to step aside. With a finger raised above Madara's head, giant Kasumi invoked the power of the progenitor. A droplet of transparent liquid coalesced at the tip of his finger. As this droplet formed, all the pure giants around them expressed a glimmer of avarice. However, under the progenitor's command, they could only remain still. Among the wise giants behind giant Kasumi, except for Motokawa and Yuka, all gazed intently at the droplet, sensing that it held the potential to amplify their giant powers. Drip. The liquid from giant Kasumi's finger fell onto Madara's face. Upon contact, the liquid was rapidly absorbed. Crack, crack. After absorbing the liquid, Madara's body began to emit a series of sharp sounds. Broken bones started to mend, growing stronger. His once withered hair regained its deep black hue, and his skin became smooth. As Madara's eyes, which had slowly closed, shot open, he exclaimed in disbelief. The sensation of his body transforming was overwhelming. He was astonished by the restoration of his peak form. Observing Madara's elation, giant Kasumi revealed a devious smile. Once Madara's body was fully restored to its apex, a transformation commenced. The flesh and blood of Uchiha Madara began to writhe incessantly, as everything within him started to undergo a metamorphosis. The excruciating anguish emanating from his very soul compelled Uchiha Madara to finally succumb. Madara fell to his knees, his body trembling as he relentlessly pounded the ground with his hands, emitting continuous roars of agony. Despite the torments of his spirit, he refrained from rolling about, instead surrendering to his cries. Observing Madara's distress, the giant Kasa turned his gaze towards the colossal figure of King Mu. Recalling the devastation wrought when King Mu had transformed using spinal fluid, a destruction that had required Honkawa to subdue it. Now, Madara was utilizing his own spinal fluid, possessing far greater potency than that of Honkawa. Madara's form incessantly swelled and contracted, yet it remained intact, evidently still capable of enduring the process of gigantification. With his flesh writhing, Madara suddenly let out a piercing howl towards the heavens. Subsequently, his body began to emanate a golden radiance. Ding! Golden lightning descended. A giant, measuring 15 meters, emerged, a hedgehog-headed figure with closed eyes, standing resolutely as the giantized Uchiha Madara. Just as the giant Kasa prepared to awaken Madara from his initial transformation, a surge of blue chakra dissipated from Madara's colossal form. Witnessing the vanishing chakra, Kasa surmised it must belong to Indra. Now that Madara had fully transformed, His soul had become entirely independent, thus expelling the lingering essence of Indra. Following this, the giant Kasa invoked the power of the progenitor to awaken Madara's consciousness. The closed eyes of Madara suddenly opened, revealing a pair of violet Renegan. The onlookers behind the giant Kasa gasped in astonishment at the sight of Madara's Renegan, particularly the giantized Nagato, who instinctively touched his own eyes. Chapter 119. The Giant Legion gains 2 new forces. Are you surprised? Kasa turned to regard the astounded crowd, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Regaining his composure, the giantized Madara silently surveyed the assembled individuals. Have I truly assumed your form? Observing his youthful, vibrant hands and body, Madara's tone was steeped in melancholy. After being vanquished by Kasa and his companions, he had believed his Moon Eye plan had failed, that he would never have the chance to resurrect. The carousel of fate had seemingly concluded, yet here he was, alive once more, reborn into a second life. I never intended to force your transformation. The giant Kasa approached Madara, placing a reassuring hand upon his shoulder. Now, you shall obediently serve as my esteemed general. I, too, seek peace. Kasa could discern the disoriented state of Madara and offered him a comforting smile. Humph, there is nothing to say when one is outclassed. Only after his transformation could Madara truly comprehend the abyssal power of the giant Kasa, granting him a clearer understanding of this formidable might. Please share with Nagato the origins of his eyes. To be honest, even Kasumi did not anticipate that after the transformation of Uchiha Obito into a giant, it would restore his eyes. Consequently, they now possessed 2 pairs of Renegan. Gazing into the Renegan of the giant Nagato, the colossal Uchiha Obito sighed and slowly recounted the history of Nagato's eyes to everyone. Moments later, Nagato, astonished, remarked that the Renegan in his eyes had indeed been transplanted from him. Initially, he intended for Nagato to use the Renegan to resurrect him. Who could have imagined that such a formidable ninja as Kasumi would emerge in the ninja world, shattering his plans and even transforming him? The giant Uchiha Obito cast a complicated glance at the giant Kasumi, who was standing with his arms crossed. As for why he no longer wished to engage in battle with Kasumi after regaining his youth and acquiring greater power, it was no jest. While he was indeed arrogant, he was not foolish. Through his heightened perception and an instinctive sense of crisis post-transformation, he realized that should he choose to strike, he might not survive the encounter. Uchiha Obito was correct in his assumptions. If he were to attack Kasumi again in his giant form, Kasumi would not hesitate to erase his consciousness, crafting a new one to dominate the body. Even if this would diminish the potential of the giant form, Kasumi would never allow its master to rebel against him. Now that matters were settled, it was time to proceed with their prior plans. Hankawa, you should converse with Uchiha Obito and elucidate our objectives. The giant Kasumi stretched his neck and then reverted from his giant form. After giving Hankawa a few instructions, he returned to the shoulder of the Mu King giant. Taking a seat in his leisure chair, come along with us. I shall enlighten you on the grand ambitions of Lord Kasumi. Once Kasumi was back on the shoulder of the Mu King giant, Giant Hankawa addressed the stationary Uchiha Obito. Subsequently, all the wise giants began to mobilize. Moments later, they arrived at the battlefield where they faced the Outer Path Golem. It turned out to be sealed by the Ten Tails, marking a return to the past. Sitting in his chair, Kasumi gazed at the Ten Tails in the sky and mused. The Outer Path Golem had originally been sealed on the moon, later summoned to the ninja world by Uchiha Obito, only to be sealed again by Nagato's Ten Tails. The giant Nagato clasped his hands together, controlling the Ten Tails to descend to the ground. Gradually, the shell of the Ten Tails fell away, revealing the unrecognizable Outer Path Golem. My, how severely it has been beaten. Kasumi remarked with a hint of sympathy for the disfigured golem. With the restraint of the Ten Tails lifted, the Outer Path Golem collapsed to the ground. At this moment, the external demonic statue, with its 10 pointed appendages, had suffered the severance of 7 or 8 of them. Its closed eyes were grotesquely distorted from the blows, and only a few teeth remained intact. The fallen external demonic statue emitted a series of incomprehensible wails, evoking a sense of pity. Yuka, administer a shot. You shall take charge henceforth. As Ben Chuan was extolling the grand aspirations of his master to the giantized Uchiha Madara, he turned his gaze towards the whimpering external demonic statue upon receiving Kasumi's command. Subsequently, the giantized Ben Chuan ceased his discourse and approached the external demonic statue. Emerging from the nape of his neck, he summoned a syringe filled with his own spinal fluid. With his colossal form, he administered the injection to the external demonic statue. The statue then experienced a fate akin to that of King Mu, albeit devoid of any strength, merely able to writhe upon the ground. Soon after, a giant external demonic statue, towering a head above King Mu, made its appearance, exuding an imposing presence. Upon its transformation, the 10 spines on its back became more robust and formidable, suggesting tremendous impact upon collision. The 9 pairs of closed eyes remained intact, and through the power of the progenitor, Kasumi discerned that the giant external demonic statue retained the ability to merge. Each fusion with a tailed beast giant would significantly amplify its power, and with 9 fusions, it could metamorphose into a divine tree-like biological weapon. A planet-destroying weapon? Through the understanding gleaned from the progenitor's power regarding the capabilities of the giant external demonic statue, Kasumi realized that once the external demonic statue merged with the 9-tailed beast giants, it could transform into a divine tree weapon. From a distance, it could unleash a planet-destroying energy cannon, and up close, it could morph into a battle-ready 10-tailed giant. However, beyond this, the giant external demonic statue surprisingly lacked intelligence, operating solely on instinct. Only when fused with the 10 tails would the wisdom of the 9-tailed beasts and the external demonic statue emerge. Ben Chuan, from now on, you shall oversee the giant external demonic statue. After entrusting the giant external demonic statue to the giantized Ben Chuan, Kasumi summoned the surrounding immaculate giant army to once again traverse the land of Earth. Uchiha Madara, having listened to Ben Chuan's introduction, comprehended Kasumi's intentions. As one who had personally experienced the power of giants, Madara perceived the immense potential for Kasumi's ambitions to be realized. Since he had already failed and was entirely under Kasumi's control, aiding him in achieving peace was, in fact, a pathway to fulfill his own vision of peace. Thus, Uchiha Madara and the external demonic statue were officially incorporated, augmenting Kasumi's forces with 2 formidable allies, a truly joyous occasion. Chapter 120. The Otsutsuki clan of the moon. After Kasumi's army had departed, atop a flattened mountaintop, a black and white plant emerged from the soil. Kurizetsu, what shall we do now? Lord Madara has been captured, White Zetsu inquired, gazing vacantly at the retreating army of Kasumi, seeking counsel from his companion, Black Zetsu. What Baiju cannot see is the pitch-black visage of Kuroju, which at this moment reveals a human-like breakdown. Kuroju is in a dire state, truly wretched. The carefully manipulated pieces have slipped from his grasp, along with the coveted Renegan he had longed for. Millennia of planning have, in an instant, reverted to square one. Not only has the deeply deceived pawn, Uchiha Madara, vanished, but even the outer path's golem has disappeared. Now, he is left with a minuscule amount of combat power, while his adversaries boast a multitude of formidable forces. After a moment of collapse, Kuroju's mood improved significantly. He devised a plan, since his opponent is immensely powerful, sweeping through the ninja world with no rivals. Even Uchiha Madara cannot contend with them. Then he would simply outlast them. Once they are gone, he would emerge to manipulate other pieces. With this thought, Kuroju regrouped and cautiously retreated underground. On the moon, within a resplendent palace, the Otsutsuki clan observed the transformation of the Kagaya into a giant by the Kasa people, and silence engulfed them all. I have always asserted that this ninja world should have been cleansed long ago. You all disagreed, and now look, even the outer path golem has been corrupted. As the atmosphere in the grand hall grew increasingly heavy, a stern figure adorned with a felt hat from the Otsutsuki clan addressed those present. Rising to his feet, he pointed one by one, stating, "You, and you all claim that the ninja world is protected by our ancestor, Yui, and that our duty is to guard the sealed Kagaya and the 10 tails. But now, behold, the 10 tails vessel has been stolen, and such monstrosities have emerged in the ninja world." As the clan head continued his tirade, an elder at the forefront of the hall opened his eyes. "Izumi Sato, how do you propose we confront those in the ninja world who possess such power?" The elder of the clan spoke. "Naturally, we must unite the Byakugan of both the main and branch families to merge into the Renegan. Then we shall cleanse this failed ninja world and reconstruct it according to our ancestor Yui's will." As he spoke of the Renegan, Izumi Sato's voice rose with fervor, his hands raised high. Clearly, he possessed unparalleled confidence in the Renegan. The clan's elder, listening to his kin, sighed silently within. The call for cleansing the ninja world had grown too loud to ignore, and he was uncertain when it had begun. Both the main and branch families had individuals willing to support this notion. If they truly heeded Izumi Sato's advice and recklessly merged the Byakugan to create the Renegan, it would likely herald the beginning of catastrophe. Izumi Sato, refrain from speaking of this outside of here. I believe our ancestor Yui did not envision such a course. The elder reprimanded Izumi Sato, warning him that his thoughts were perilous. Hearing the elder's admonition, Izumi Sato could only sulkily retreat to his seat, bowing his head. As he watched Izumi Sato withdraw, the elder invited other members of the clan to voice their opinions. Yet, with his head bowed, Izumi Sato's eyes brimmed with madness. Clearly, Kwanzaa harbored no sense of wrongdoing regarding his proposal. The existence of Kaguya had evidently placed considerable pressure on the Tsutsuki clan of the moon. Concurrently, voices advocating for the cleansing of the ninja world began to proliferate. Kaguya's colossal army swept through the land of Earth with relentless force. Before long, Kaguya's forces arrived at the very gates of the capital. Lord Ancestor, we have reached the location of the capital of the land of Earth, where the daimyo resides. The venerable Noki respectfully informed Kaguya from atop the shoulder of the giant Mu. It was abundantly clear to the elderly Noki, following his confrontation with Uchiha Madara, that Kaguya's Titan Legion was insurmountable. The only means of survival lay in ingratiating oneself to the formidable leader. Having finally arrived at the capital, it was time for the arrogant to face their reckoning. Kaguya bore a grudge against the daimyo of the land of Earth. For the latter's previous machinations alongside the daimyo of the land of Rain were etched deeply in Kaguya's memory. With a mere wave of his hand, Kaguya commanded the pristine giants, led by the titanic Mu and the outer path golem, to advance upon the capital. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled under the approach of the multitude of giants, sending ripples of fear through the capital as its inhabitants gazed upon the advancing behemoths and began to fervently pray. Within the daimyo's residence, a guard knelt to report, "My lord, the ninjas from the land of Rain are already outside the capital." Humph. These ninjas are utterly lacking in decorum. The daimyo of the land of Earth clearly held no fondness for Kaguya's advancing Titan army, especially as Kaguya continued to ravage the towns of the land of Earth. Let them take our offered terms and depart. For these people of a minor nation to replace the Tsuchi no Kuni's hidden village is already a generous concession. With a dismissive wave, the daimyo instructed his underground guards to convey their terms to Kaguya, failing to perceive any flaw in his orders. It was evident that he regarded the idea of allowing ninjas from a lesser nation to assume the role of their hidden village as a form of benefaction. Blinded by ignorance, the daimyo remained unaware that Kaguya had already eliminated the daimyo of the Rain village, now incorporated within the ranks of the pristine giants, poised to dominate the land of Earth. Once the guards departed, the daimyo fanned himself, lamenting that Tsuchi no Kuni's hidden village is utterly inept, allowing ninjas from other nations to breach our borders. What a waste of the military funds I allocated to them. His disdain for the IWA ninjas was palpable, revealing his profound dissatisfaction. Boom, boom, boom. The pristine giants commenced their incursion into the city, the capital of the land of Earth. Grander and more splendid than that of the land of Rain, presented no obstacle to the relentless advance of the pristine giants. Under the guidance of the wise giants, they began to cleanse the capital, revealing the darkness lurking beneath its thriving facade, unmatched by any other town. The capital of the land of Earth began to descend into chaos. The common folk were engulfed in fear of the pure giants. However, they soon discovered that the pure giants, under the command of the wise giants, were systematically dismantling and purging various oppressive organizations. Even numerous covert criminal syndicates were eradicated, thanks to the diligent reports from the enthusiastic citizens of the capital. Chapter 121, Giant Transformation. You strike one, I devour one. Currently, Kasuma no longer personally ventured to the front lines. After all, he had numerous capable generals at his disposal. It would be a waste if he had to resolve every issue himself. Thus, Kasuma comfortably perched upon the shoulder of the King of Giants, alongside the outer path golem giant. The two colossal figures loomed over the capital, surveying the entire city. Boom, boom. Lord Kasuma, during my visit to the daimyo's residence, I encountered an individual who claimed to be the daimyo's messenger. The giant transformation Benkawa held a ninja in his grasp as he approached the King of Giants. Kasuma, reclining comfortably, listened attentively to Benkawa's report. Let me go? You giants. Do you even know who I am? I represent the daimyo. The ninja, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, continued to prattle on. Observing the audacity of this mere ninja, one could only imagine the arrogance of the daimyo himself. Kasuma could only remark on the quintessential nature of the ninja world, where the daimyo was a peculiar product of its own. Even during the Fourth Great Ninja War in the original work, the Mizukage was tasked with protecting 5 daimyos. Kasuma, lacking patience for such matters, signaled to Giant Transformation Benkawa. Upon receiving the cue, Benkawa instantly comprehended the command. With a swift motion, his massive hand exerted force, silencing the incessant chatter of the ninja. This unfortunate soul would never grasp the severity of his predicament. What of Yuka and the others? Kasuma inquired, sipping a beverage as he addressed Giant Transformation Benkawa. They have already accompanied Noki to the daimyo's residence. I encountered this ninja on the way. He claimed to possess advantageous intelligence, which is why I brought him back. Benkawa explained, his face reflecting indignation at having made such a futile trip for an imbecile. Nodding in satisfaction at Benkawa's words, Kasuma acknowledged that even though the land of Earth was significantly larger than the land of Rain, the reclamation of the capital no longer required his direct intervention. With Benkawa having returned, Kasuma saw no need to send him back to the daimyo's residence. Instead, he instructed him to coordinate with Hans in the city. Subsequently, Giant Transformation Benkawa proceeded into the city while Kasuma returned to his perch atop the King of Giants. Settling into his seat, Kasuma's consciousness entered the primordial space. As his thoughts guided him, the colossal sculpture of a giant began to coalesce. It appeared that the situation in the land of Earth was nearing resolution, paving the way for an imminent unlock. Observing the formation of the colossal giant, Kasuma felt a surge of excitement. This situation is far superior to what I had imagined, requiring the collaboration of both the Wind and Earth nations to achieve such cohesion. The figure turned to gaze upon the power of coordinates, observing the gleaming dual markers. It occurred to him that the acceleration might stem from the giantization of these two entities. Subsequently, he exited the ancestral space, taking a seat and staring vacantly at the sky. Time passed slowly, and by the time he regained his composure, evening had already descended. Rising from his seat, he stretched languidly, surveying the now tranquil land of Earth and its capital. He wondered about the conditions at the daimyo's estate. Through the power of the ancestors, he communicated with Yuka, discovering, as Kamisama had anticipated, that Uchiha Madara's Jinjutsu was indeed remarkably effective. The entire administration was under the control of the illusion, managing the land of Earth with unwavering dedication. The giantized Yuka's voice, filled with admiration, echoed in his ears. He felt a deep satisfaction with this scenario, far superior to that of the land of Rain. Truly, the prowess of the Uchiha clan is undeniable. At that moment, the giantized Uchiha Madara bore a foul expression, for he could never have anticipated that his first act upon becoming a giant would be to use Jinjutsu to dominate a group of ordinary people. Such a disgrace. After securing the capital, the figure waved his hand once more, sending the purified giant legion into action, leaving behind a handful of purified giants to guard and serve as launchers. The land of Earth continued its sweep under his command, while the other 3 nations found themselves in a state of unrest, with Konoha being the most agitated. Upon receiving information from Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen led Konoha's elite ninjas to the border, but it proved to be too late. By the time Konoha's main force arrived, they were met with a transformed landscape and countless trees, the bodies of Danzo and his entourage being devoured by crows. How could this be? Witnessing the mangled corpse of his friend being feasted upon by crows, Hiruzen found it hard to accept this grim reality. Just as he succumbed to sorrow, Orochimaru, who had come with the team, displayed an expression of excitement. This is would release, he mused. Approaching a tree bound with Konoha ninjas, he reached out to touch it. His face filled with curiosity. His voice snapped Hiruzen from his grief. Too focused on Danzo, he had momentarily overlooked the distinctly unusual forest before him. Observing closely, he realized it was indeed wood release. As one who had witnessed the first Hokage's wood release, he recognized that this forest was undeniably the work of wood release. How could the intelligence have indicated Uchiha Madara? Where did the wood release come from? The combination of Uchiha Madara and wood release instantly made Hiruzen forget his friend's demise. It was, after all, his grandfather's wood release. Tsunade arrived at the forest, her expression complex as she gazed upon the trees born of this power. Hiruzen then instructed his men to safeguard this area while also retrieving the bodies of Konoha ninjas. He promptly led a team of ninjas, following the traces left by the Outer Path's golem. Sarutobi Hiruzen pursued until he crossed the borders of the Land of Fire, arriving at the frontier of the Land of Earth. Observing the tracks that extended into the territory of the Land of Earth, his expression turned grave. He was somewhat aware of the situation within the Land of Earth, having gleaned information through spies embedded within. Hiruzen understood that the Rain Shinobi, having vanquished the allied forces of Wind and Earth, were currently wreaking havoc within the borders of the Land of Earth, sweeping through town after town without apparent purpose. To complicate matters further, the trail left by Uchiha Madara led directly to the Land of Earth. Hiruzen recalled the summons for a meeting sent by the Reikage and realized it was time to convene the remaining great nations. As for the suggestion that the Land of Wind was faring well, he found it preposterous. The Sand Village had been utterly decimated. What purpose would there be in inviting him? Meanwhile, the Sand Shinobi, still desperately seeking assistance from the other three great nations, remained oblivious to the fact that they had been abandoned. Before his return, Sarutobi Hiruzen dispatched skilled reconnaissance ninjas from Konoha to gather intelligence in the Land of Earth. As for the Land of Rain, he was hesitant to send any spies, recalling previous attempts where initial reports ceased abruptly after a few days. Even the most adept spies had proven ineffective there. Thus, Hiruzen deemed the Land of Rain a forbidden zone. This sentiment was echoed not just in Konoha, but also in the other two nations. Upon returning to the place where Uchiha Madara had unleashed the Forest of Birth, Hiruzen instructed the Konoha ninjas to bring back the wood-release sealing techniques and to erase all traces of their presence. Unbeknownst to him, his beloved disciple, Orochimaru, had discovered a wood-release clone and had stealthily concealed himself while no one was paying attention. Upon returning to Konoha, Hiruzen finalized the timing for the summit of the Three Shadows with the Water and Lightning nations, deciding on a location in the Land of Waves. As the three great nations prepared for the summit, the Legion of the Pure Giants led by the Akatsuki finally arrived at the Rock Village. In the midst of the Pure Giants formation, Inoki gazed at the distant rock village with a look of profound sorrow. He could hardly fathom that what had begun in good faith had now devolved into a path of betrayal. When the thunderous footsteps of the Pure Giants reverberated, the gates of the rock village slowly creaked open. Leading the remaining rock shinobi, the elders stepped forth to greet them. Inoki's eyes filled with guilt as he beheld the elders standing before him. He presumed that the rock village had been informed of their total defeat, hence the gesture of coming out to welcome the invaders. Rock Village, the will of stone endures, the aged elder of the rock village proclaimed, tearing open his cloak to reveal his armor. The rock shinobi behind him raised their arms in fervent response to their elder's call. Witnessing this scene, Inoki's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined that his surrender to the Akatsuki was merely to preserve the existence of the ninjas of the rock village. After all, the Akatsuki had explicitly stated that any resistance from the rock shinobi would result in their eradication. Inoki turned his gaze towards the figure of the Kasa person perched upon the shoulder of the giant Mu King. Their eyes met, and Inoki discerned the indifference reflected in the Kasa person's gaze. A sense of urgency washed over him. He understood that unless he took action to rectify the situation, all would be lost. Lord Sage, I will persuade them to retreat. Please grant me a moment. Inoki's voice was filled with desperation and urgency. Fearing that a mere wave of the Kasa person's hand could unleash countless pure giants upon them, obliterating the Awakens ninja, with their main forces decimated. Could this remaining contingent possibly turn the tide? The Kasa person, surveying the battlefield from his elevated position, comprehended Inoki's intent. Despite witnessing the Awakens' determination to resist, he had previously agreed to afford Inoki a chance to persuade them. Observing the Kasa persons in action, Inoki recognized this as his opportunity. Channeling his chakra, he soared towards the Awakens ninja, feeling as though he had never flown faster in his life. Stop! Elder Baku, are you intent on leading the remaining Awakens to their doom? Inoki cried urgently to the elder leading the Awakens. Humph! Inoki, how misguided I was to think you could lead Awakens to resurgence. I never imagined you would surrender and bring the enemy to our village. Elder Baku retorted disdainfully, glancing at the anxious Inoki in the sky. You foolish old man, do you not comprehend the might of Lord Sage? Even Uchiha Madara was vanquished and brought under his command. Inoki knew that nothing could convey the Kasa person's strength to the elderly Baku like this revelation. Sure enough, upon hearing that Uchiha Madara had been defeated, Elder Baku's expression shifted to one of disbelief, and the Awakens behind him halted in their tracks. Anoki exhaled in relief, believing he had succeeded. However, as Elder Baku regained his composure, fury contorted his features. You lie? Anoki, do not presume me to be senile. Uchiha Madara has long since perished. Do not think to intimidate me with such fabrications. Elder Baku spat, his finger jabbing accusingly at Anoki, as if he wished to drown him in his own saliva. You old fool. Just look at who stands at the forefront of the giant ranks. Anoki retorted, refraining from further argument, merely urging Elder Baku to observe the array of pure giants. Even if Elder Baku remained skeptical, the mention of Uchiha Madara prompted a fleeting glance. In that moment, Elder Baku beheld the man who haunted his dreams. Uchiha Madara, arms crossed, listened intently to the exchange between Anoki and Elder Baku. The veins on his giant forehead throbbed with irritation. Having previously been used as a mere pawn in an illusion had already unsettled him. Yet, under the Kasa person's command, he was powerless to retaliate. Now, facing the scrutiny of Elder Baku, the giant Uchiha Madara transformed his Renegan into Sharingan. With a piercing glare directed at Elder Baku, he declared, It is he, the Shura of Konoha, Uchiha Madara. Even though Uchiha Madara had transformed into a colossal being, the Elder Clam would never forget those piercing eyes. Shaken by a mere glance, the Elder Clam found himself swayed by Noki's words. For one who had endured the Warring States period, the name Uchiha Madara was nothing short of terrifying. Were it not for the restraint imposed by Senju Hashirama, the ninja world would have long been overrun. Under the oppressive gaze of Uchiha Madara, the Elder Clam was swiftly persuaded by Noki. Subsequently, Noki continued to issue directives to the Elder Clam. When Noki mentioned something, the Elder Clam's gaze fell upon the phalanx of the pure giant formed by the rock Shinobi, sorrow evident in his eyes. Yet, as Noki spoke further, the sadness in the Elder Clam's eyes quickly transformed into resolve. The rock Shinobi, too, retreated back to the rock village under the influence of their words. Once Noki had concluded his tasks, he soared back to the ranks of the pure giant army. Just as he prepared to ascend the shoulder of the Mu King giant to report to Kasumi, the voice of Kasumi reached his ears. Is everything settled? Then let us enter the rock village. Upon hearing this, Noki ceased his actions. The pure giant army commenced its movement. This time, however, Kasumi did not remain seated atop the Mu King giant's shoulder, but instead followed the others into the rock village. Walking through the streets of the rock village, Kasumi's gaze frequently fell upon the villagers. Fear, vigilance, concern, curiosity. He observed the myriad expressions on the faces of the rock villagers. This was the first time since the sweep of the land of earth that he had witnessed such emotions. Previously, whenever the pure giants began to eradicate the pests of the towns without harming the ordinary residents, the villagers would greet the pure giants with immense enthusiasm. Accompanied by Hankawa's explanations, the townsfolk transformed into experts of intelligence, with each hideout meticulously eliminated by the pure giants. The remaining pure giants were revered by the villagers as protectors. Although the pure giants had no need for sustenance, this did not diminish the villagers' fervor. Chapter 123. Jiraiya finally arrived soon. Kasumi arrived at the Tsuchikage's building. Under Naka's guidance, he entered the Tsuchikage's office, promptly settling into the Tsuchikage's chair. The accompanying Umbu observed Kasumi's actions, unable to voice their displeasure. The remaining itinerary is no longer your concern. Simply assign someone to accompany me, Kasumi declared. Most of the land of Earth had already been thoroughly cleansed. The towns that were first cleared could now be transformed. There was no longer a need for Noki to accompany the pure giant army. I will leave you 30 pure giants from the rock Shinobi. Choose as you wish, Noki stated. Resting his head upon his hand, Kasumi casually regarded Noki. Very well, revered ancestor, he replied. Noki dared not refuse, swiftly agreeing. Kasumi was uncertain about which areas of the rock village required cleansing, choosing instead to wait for the complete transformation before determining which needed to become pure giants. Allow Noki to continue managing subsequent affairs in Awakens. Kasumi, meanwhile, arrived in the village of Awakens. Upon entering, Kasumi observed several homes adorned with white flags, and the expressions of those emerging from within were steeped in sorrow. As they beheld the towering figure of the wise giant trailing behind Kasumi, a glint of hatred flickered in their eyes, while children instinctively recoiled into the embrace of their guardians. Recognizing the implications of their demeanor, Kasumi surmised that these individuals were indeed the families of Awagakyure's shinobi. Otherwise, their reactions would not bear such intensity. However, noting their impotent rage and silent fury, Kasumi felt little inclination to offer explanations, trusting that Noki would address the matter in due course. After all, their kin had been transformed into the innocent giants as a consequence of their involvement in the conflict. They were not entirely blameless. Nevertheless, as long as they contributed to his order in the future, they could surely regain their humanity. The prospect of even becoming wise giants was not beyond the realm of possibility. After all, Kasumi's ambition was to elevate the inhabitants of the shinobi world into wise giants, akin to those of the Land of Light. The power of the wise giants served merely as a foundation. Greater giants would require rigorous self-improvement and cultivation. As long as they became his subjects, refrained from rebellion, and lived earnestly, they would find happiness. For those with a spirit of adventure, the cosmos awaited their exploration. Kasumi gradually exited Awagakure and returned to the shoulder of the giant Mu. Noki selected 30 of the innocent giants to remain in Awagakure, while the others accompanied the legion onward. The days ahead would be dedicated to the thorough cleansing of the land of Earth, until the entire territory lay purged. 5 days later, at the border of the Land of Wind, Jiraiya-sensei, Yahiko, leading the formation of innocent giants, instantly spotted the weary yet familiar figure of Jiraiya and waved joyfully to greet him. Jiraiya's gaze fell upon the assembly of innocent giants, revealing a complex array of emotions. Sitting atop the giant Mu, Kasumi reflected on the passage of time since his last encounter with Jiraiya in the Land of Rain. Now, preparations were underway to cleanse the Land of Wind, with the Land of Earth entirely under his control. The transformed Yahiko and his companions reported their intent to seek out Jiraiya, and Kasumi did not impede their progress. The trio detached from the giant army and approached Jiraiya's location. "Jiraiya-sensei, what brings you here?" Yahiko inquired, his face brightening with a signature smile, clearly elated at the sight of his former mentor. "Indeed, Jiraiya-sensei, we thought we might not see you again." Conan echoed Yahiko's sentiments. Having accompanied Kasumi through these experiences, Conan understood the inherent opposition between their group and Jiraiya, yet she had harbored the belief that their paths would not cross again. "Jiraiya-sensei, do you come as a representative of Konoha?" Unlike the jubilant responses of Yahiko and Conan, Nagato pondered more deeply, a reflection of the teachings instilled in him by Uchiha Madara. During this period, Nagato had been diligently following Uchiha Madara in his studies. Although Madara did not express it, he was undeniably pleased with Nagato's progress. Nagato's mastery of the Renegan had deepened significantly. Jiraiya, observing the 3 giant forms of his disciples before him, was struck with astonishment. Even though he had been informed about the existence of the immortal giants, he had never anticipated the presence of additional intelligent giants, especially not among his own students. Noticing Jiraiya's prolonged silence and his astonished gaze fixed upon them, the trio exchanged glances, reminding themselves of their own gigantic forms. The utility of their transformation was undeniable. Free from physical limitations, they could engage in relentless running and combat as long as their chakra remained unspent. Remarkably, they had yet to deplete their chakra while in this form, prompting them to maintain their gigantic state. "Teacher Jiraiya, this is the same state as that of the great Kage," Yahiko explained to the bewildered Jiraiya, recounting their situation. Following Yahiko's elucidation, Jiraiya managed to come to terms with the reality. He had initially thought that the creation of giant weapons was terrifying enough, but to learn that the great Kage could also produce other intelligent giants was beyond his expectations. Jiraiya's gaze fell upon Nagato's enormous form, where the unmistakable purple hue of the Renegan shone through. He pondered whether Hanzo had also undergone such a transformation. Jiraiya had vivid memories of Hanzo. Had it not been for Hanzo's intervention, he, Tsunade, and Orochimaru would have perished in the Land of Rain. After gleaning the precise answer from Yahiko, Jiraiya took a deep breath. He could scarcely fathom how formidable Hanzo had become in his giant form. Initially, Jiraiya had only seen reports of the Rain Ninja defeating the Sand and Rock Alliance. Intending to visit the Land of Rain to observe his 3 disciples and probe the Great Kage's intentions, little did he know that the Great Kage had already led the immortal giants to conquer the Land of Earth, causing Jiraiya to take a considerable detour. Just as he had finally located the immortal giant army led by the Great Kage, he was taken aback by the transformation of his 3 disciples. Now, it appeared that the Great Kage was preparing to advance into the Land of Wind. Jiraiya gazed at the two colossal giants leading the immortal giants in the distance and inhaled sharply. It was evident that these two were heavyweight contenders. You shouldn't have come alone. Your identity is too sensitive, Nagato sighed, addressing Jiraiya. After spending time learning from Uchiha Madara, he understood Madara's disdain for Konoha, as well as Hanzo's lack of fondness for the village. Among all the possessors of giant power, only the three of them held any affection for Jiraiya. Don't say that. Teacher Jiraiya surely came to see us, Yahiko responded, his thoughts less complicated. His joy at seeing Jiraiya was evident. Chapter 124. The surprising preparation of Otsutsuki Ishiki. Yahiko, Nagato, how do you feel following Kasumi? Jiraiya was aware that his identity as a Konoha ninja was indeed sensitive, yet he still wished to inquire about Yahiko and the other situation. Upon the mention of Kasumi, Yahiko's demeanor brightened instantly. I firmly believe that under the guidance of Big Brother Kasumi, he will surely usher in peace for the ninja world. Yahiko spoke of Kasumi with eyes alight with hope. Observing Yahiko's excitement, Jiraiya found himself at a loss for words. He too had not anticipated that Kasumi would genuinely commence his endeavors. Gazing at the advancing army of the pure giants, Jiraiya was reminded of the first time he encountered Kasumi. Jiraiya-sensei, would you like to join us? Yahiko extended an invitation to Jiraiya, hoping to include him in their mission to cleanse the land of wind. The sudden invitation stirred something within Jiraiya, yet he hesitated, uncertain if Kasumi would consent given his sensitive status. Upon noticing Jiraiya's apprehension, Yahiko resolved to consult Kasumi. I will speak with Big Brother Kasumi right away. With that, Yahiko initiated a communication request to Kasumi. Once connected through the ancestral power of Kasumi, Yahiko expressed his desire for Jiraiya to accompany them. To Jiraiya's relief, Kasumi had no objections to the suggestion. Such sensitivities are of little concern, he remarked, while also considering the potential transformation of Jiraiya. After all, it was an opportunity presented right at their doorstep. Subsequently, Yahiko and his companions escorted Jiraiya back to the ranks of the pure giant army. Upon joining the ranks, Jiraiya indeed spotted Hanzo's figure, along with other wise giants. However, it was when he laid eyes on Uchiha Madara that astonishment washed over him. The Renegan, Uchiha Madara, having overheard Jiraiya's exclamation, remained indifferent towards the Konoha ninja. This attitude contrasted sharply with Nagato's assumptions, who believed Madara harbored disdain for all Konoha ninjas. In truth, Madara's disdain was specifically directed at the second Hokage and his ilk. As Madara ignored him, Jiraiya turned to Yahiko and his companions for guidance. Yet, as Madara did not introduce himself, Yahiko and the others felt it inappropriate to make presumptions about Jiraiya's understanding of Madara's identity. After all, as long as Jiraiya remained within the pure giant army, he would inevitably uncover Uchiha Madara's true nature. Under Chiyo's leadership, the pure giant army commenced their cleansing of the land of wind. 2 days after their entry, most of the inhabitants of the land of earth had been transformed by Kasumi. When Kasumi entered the ancestral space to assess the progress of the colossal giants, he sensed that they were still slightly lacking. However, he bore no regrets, knowing that the completion of the land of wind's cleansing would eventually unlock further potential. Yet, Kasumi could not shake a peculiar feeling, as if something lingered within his giant network. After a meticulous investigation, he found nothing amiss. Concluding that it was merely the influence of Indra's chakra at play, Kasumi chose to disregard the matter, believing he had identified the source of the oddity. After all, I have yet to devise an effective means to manipulate that family. Can one truly sense this? It is no wonder that I have deemed this ability remarkable. Once again, I utilized my ocular technique to evade the scrutiny of Kasunin, the Otsutsuki Ishiki. Observing the distant figure of Kasunin, satisfaction graced my countenance. I have conducted extensive research on the Titan's formidable strength. As for why Kasunin remained oblivious, credit is due to the two sand ninjas, whose intelligence I successfully acquired. I learned that as long as the pure Titan's nape remains intact, it shall not perish. This revelation has made me covetous of Kasunin's Titan prowess. Await my grand gift. Your form shall be mine to claim. Aware that my current injuries render me incapable of confronting Kasunin, I have prepared a splendid surprise for him. I merely await the moment when he advances into position to trigger it. Gradually, I faded from sight, while the pure Titan army, led by Kasunin, continued its sweep through the land of wind. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, who accompanied the pure Titan legion, finally discerned the identity of another wielder of the Renegan, Uchiha Madara. When Jiraiya grasped this revelation, It felt as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Despite his skepticism, he was compelled to accept it in the face of consensus among those around him. The fact that Uchiha Madara had not perished in battle against the first Hokage, but instead allied himself with Kasanen's Titan army, was staggering. Upon discovering Madara's existence, Jiraiya engaged in conversation with Nagato and was met with even more explosive news. What? You mean your Renegan was implanted by Uchiha Madara? Jiraiya gazed incredulously at Nagato, hoping that this statement was merely a jest. Indeed, Master Jiraiya, my Renegan was indeed transplanted from the esteemed Uchiha Madara. I am not a natural-born bearer of the Renegan, Nagato explained with ease. At this point, he was unconcerned about the origin of his eyes. They were his now. Regardless of Nagato's explanation, Jiraiya remained ensnared in a state of bewilderment. It was inevitable, given the multitude of shocks he had recently endured. First, he was astonished by Kasanen's sweeping dominance over the other great nations. Then by the Titan transformation of his own disciple, and subsequently by the resurrection of Uchiha Madara, who had joined Kasanen's ranks. Now, he was further confounded by the revelation that Nagato's eyes were not innate, while the others were manageable. The fact that Nagato's Renegan belonged to Uchiha Madara was what truly left Jiraiya in a quandary. He gazed skyward, pondering whether his belief that Nagato was the child of prophecy was misguided. Could it be that Uchiha Madara is the true child of prophecy? Should I perhaps seek to take Uchiha Madara as my disciple? From Jiraiya's contemplations, it was evident that he had been profoundly shaken. Otherwise, he would not have entertained the notion that Uchiha Madara might be the child of prophecy, nor would he have contemplated the reckless idea of recruiting disciples. Feeling a chilling presence, Uchiha Madara cast his gaze around, eventually fixing his eyes on the bewildered Jiraiya. Suddenly, a jarring thud echoed as the Colossal Pure Giant came to a halt, signaling their arrival at yet another town. It was evident that the Pure Giant was about to commence its cleansing of the town, leaving behind a trail of giants. However, this time the identity of the wise giant leading the charge remained a mystery. Soon, the command from the one in the conical hat arrived. It was Nagato. Subsequently, Nagato instructed Jiraiya to descend slowly and leap off the Pure Giant. Making his way to the front of the formation, he positioned himself atop the shoulder of the leading Pure Giant. Meanwhile, the citizens of Lulan found themselves engulfed in panic, surrounded by the towering giants. Your Majesty, what should we do now? The ministers of Lulan were in a frenzy, akin to ants on a hot pan. After all, who wouldn't be terrified when encircled by a multitude of pure giants? Chapter 125, The Ambush of Otsutsuki Ishiki. The palace of Lulan resembled a bustling marketplace, with chaos reigning as voices clamored incessantly. Silence. Even the Lulan queen, seated regally upon her throne, was compelled to restore order. In her embrace, young Sarah clung tightly, fear evident in her grasp. The queen gently patted Sarah's back, reassuring her that she was not alone. Under the queen's calming presence, the raucous ministers gradually quieted, all eyes now fixed upon her. Rising from her throne, the Lulan queen's scarlet attire shimmered under the light, commanding attention. Hand in hand with Lhasa, she began to stride forward. Let us go and see what they intend to do. If their purpose is indeed to bring ruin to Lulan, we shall face our destiny together. Her words were deliberate and resolute, yet the tight grip on Sarah's hand betrayed her inner turmoil. In response to the queen's declaration, the ministers followed suit. They had initially convened to discuss matters concerning the Sand Ninja village, but now, calamity loomed over Lulan. The sheer number of pure giants was indeed intimidating, especially with two colossal giants towering over the town. After all, even Ultraman stands merely at 50 meters. As the Lulan queen and Sarah ascended to the palace's high platform, Nagato, riding atop the pure giant, had already reached the base of the palace. This time, Nagato refrained from commanding the pure giant to commence its cleansing. He sensed that this town was unlike any other. There was no chaotic growth, and the reactions of the residents, coupled with the presence of guards, indicated it was a town under governance. Such circumstances were indeed rare. Moreover, Nagato perceived an inexplicable sense of impending danger, prompting him to ride the pure giant to the highest point of the town. The Lulan queen quickly spotted Nagato below, and her first instinct was to regard him as the leader of the pure giants. Might I inquire, sir, why have you brought these giants to our Lulan? The queen of Lulan, holding Sarah's hand, inquired towards the descending Nagato. At that moment, Nagato was still observing the Lulan residents and the armed guards around. Suddenly, he heard the words of the Lulan queen. Following the sound, he looked up to the queen perched high above. Nagato recognized her as the sovereign of this town. As for my identity, I am one of the wise giants under the command of the primordial lord, currently overseeing this town. However, upon observing its commendable management, I refrained from initiating a direct cleansing. Nagato succinctly explained the situation to the Lulon queen, who, upon hearing his words, felt somewhat perplexed. She initially believed he was sent by the Sand Ninja village, but the circumstances suggested otherwise. Just as the Lulon queen was about to articulate her thoughts further, the innocent giants erupted into chaos, charging towards the queen's palace in an attempt to seize her. A tremor of fear coursed through the Lulon queen as she realized her worst fears were coming to fruition. These beings had indeed come to annihilate Lulon. Simultaneously, she resolved to lead Sarah to the dragon vein, planning to threaten the giant army by detonating it. What? Suddenly, Nagato was thrown down by the rampaging innocent giants. At that moment, his shock far surpassed that of the Lulon queen. As one who had consistently followed the innocent giant army in their purging endeavors, Nagato had never witnessed an insurrection among the ranks of the innocent giants. Typically, these wise giants were capable of commanding their movements. Unbeknownst to Nagato, among the current wise giants, only Kasunin, Motokawa, and Yuka possessed the authority to command the innocent giants. Their ability to direct them stemmed from Kasunin's influence, which led this group of innocent giants to heed their commands. Essentially, Nagato lacked the capacity to control the innocent giants. Therefore, once a command was issued by a wise giant who could command the innocent giants, they would commence execution of the directive. Boom, boom. The innocent giants led by Nagato had begun to dismantle the palace walls in an effort to capture the Lulon queen and her entourage. Concurrently, innocent giants in other areas began their actions, apprehending residents and guards. Furthermore, the innocent giant army outside the city commenced their advance towards Lulon. Why did the situation suddenly escalate in such a manner? To understand, we must rewind time to shortly after Nagato had entered Lulon. Perched upon the shoulder of the King Mu giant, Kasunin watched Nagato enter Lulon, a peculiar feeling lingering in his heart that he could not shake off. However, this time, Kasunin dismissed it, attributing it to the influence of the dragon vein. Suddenly, a black-red spiral portal materialized beside him. Focusing his spirit, the Otsutsuki's golden right eye spun rapidly. Kasunin's body stiffened, powerless to resist, as he was embraced by the Otsutsuki. After grasping Kasunin, they entered the portal ahead. Upon discovering the portal beside him, the King Mu giant swung his massive hand towards it, but it was too late. By the time the King Mu giant's attack reached its target, Otsutsuki Ishiki has already taken Kasa away. The actions of the giant Mu King astonished the wise giants present. Honkawa and Yuka felt a sudden tremor in their hearts. They swiftly ascended to the shoulder of the Mu King. Upon witnessing the disappearance of Kasa, they were instantly filled with rage. Mu King, where's Lord Kasa? Honkawa's voice brimmed with fury, his gaze fixed intently upon the Mu King. A portal had abruptly appeared, and the ancestor had been drawn into it. The Mu King hastily explained the circumstances of the moment. There had been no issues for such a long time, yet today problems arose. No wonder I sensed something amiss upon my arrival. Yuka's voice bore no trace of anger as she looked toward the looming presence of Lolan. In an instant, the pure giant legion below commenced their actions. The pure giants within Lolan also began to riot. The reason for Honkawa and Yuka's agitation lay in their severed connection with Kasa. As Kasa's exclusive apostles, their bond with him far surpassed that of the other wise giants. The moment Kasa vanished, they felt it. Haha. Utilizing his spatial abilities, Otsutsuki Ishiki ensnared Kasa into a meticulously laid trap. Otsutsuki Ishiki's legs buckled slightly as he knelt to support his body. Was his physique beginning to falter? It seemed urgent. Taking a deep breath, Otsutsuki Ishiki rose to his feet. Now, he was employing his true form, having forsaken his previous incarnation. He was now expending every ounce of his strength to harness the power of the dragon vein to seize Kasa's giant strength. Chapter 126. The Eruption of Dragon Vein Power. Rising after the struggle, Otsutsuki Ishiki cradled Kasa, preparing to place him upon the prearranged ritual array. Within the ritual array lay a black square object. At this moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki and Kasa were positioned beneath Lolan. This space was crafted from the special materials created through Ishiki's continuous use of divine techniques. It was designed to sustain the dragon vein and his powers while ensuring energy containment. These very materials, forged through relentless effort and divine art, had exacerbated Ishiki's injuries. However, the pursuit of Cass's giant strength was deemed worth the sacrifice, were it not for the inability of the wedge to attach itself to a body infused with giant power. Ishiki would not have had to go through such complexities. Just as he was about to place Kassa upon the ritual, Kassa broke free from Ishiki's divine technique confinement. Bang! With a concentrated surge of chakra, Kassa struck Ishiki squarely on the head. Ishiki was propelled against the wall. One must commend the resilience of the materials Ishiki painstakingly crafted. He collided with it fiercely, leaving not even a dent. I wondered why I felt such an odd sensation. I thought it was the dragon vein. Turns out it was just your unfortunate self. After sending Ishiki flying, Kassa disgustedly wiped his body. How is it possible? You awakened so swiftly. Although Ishiki was acutely aware of Kagaya's formidable strength, this assault transcended the physical realm, targeting the very essence of the soul. Kagaya's swift awakening in response to Ishiki's incredulous expression only fueled her disdain further. These silver coins seemed to revel in soul-based attacks. Had she not previously encountered Izanami, inadvertently unlocking the ancestral power of her soul, she would have indeed been ensnared by Ishiki's soul assault for a considerable duration. Kagaya lunged at Ishiki, simultaneously enhancing her form to that of a giant. With a thunderous roar, she fully activated her chakra mode, achieving a complete transformation into her ancestral giant form. This transformation served to shield her from soul attacks while maximizing her chakra output for explosive damage. Unlike her previous encounter with Uchiha Obito, Kagaya was determined to strike decisively this time. A brilliant blue orb of energy illuminated the subterranean space as it approached Ishiki. In a fluid motion, Kagaya infused chakra into her hand, her speed rendering her nearly imperceptible. Even with the might of a being like Ishiki, by the time he registered Kagaya's presence, her hand strike was already poised at his chest, imparting a palpable sense of impending doom. Enraged, Kagaya aimed to obliterate Ishiki in an instant. At the critical moment, however, Ishiki utilized his divine powers to shrink himself, narrowly evading Kagaya's lethal blow and preventing his body from being cleaved in two once more. Yet, Kagaya's strike still severed one of his horns. The impact sent him crashing into the wall, which, despite being constructed from special materials, succumbed to the force of Kagaya's attack, leaving a deep fissure and a web of cracks radiating outward. As Kagaya surveyed her surroundings, she found no trace of Ishiki. Reflecting on her past life, she realized that he had utilized his divine technique to diminish his size, rendering him elusive. However, unable to locate him, she resolved to envelop the area instead. The chakra orb she manifested surged dramatically, causing the ground beneath her to fracture. Around her, a hardened exterior began to manifest, and a vivid dragon had materialized. Roaring with life, Kagaya gathered her strength and delivered a powerful punch against the ceiling. The ensuing energy storm surged throughout the underground space, causing the materials to deteriorate under its relentless force. Ishiki, now diminished, found himself engulfed by the energy tempest, his form beginning to disintegrate. Kagaya, too, bore the brunt of the attack, losing a portion of her arm in the process. As the energy storm continued to roil within the confined space, the damaged wall, struck by Kagaya's punch, crumbled under the tempest's assault. Countless energy tendrils sought an escape, launching toward the fractured wall, culminating in a deafening explosion as it was breached. Countless energy storms erupted, bursting forth from their confines, surging towards the damaged walls and the ground below. All matter underground was reduced to ashes upon contact with the energy tempest. A towering column of energy gushed forth from the town of Lulan. In that moment, Benchuan, Yuka, and the Kaizen's connection was restored. As the energy storm dissipated from the subterranean space, the Kaizen's hardening had already been obliterated. Gradually recovering while leaning against the wall, steam rising from his form, he found himself washed by the energy storm. The few remaining Pigu were also undone, their bodies reduced to a bloodied, lifeless heap on the ground, teetering on the brink of death. Just as the Kaizen believed the Pigu was no more, the ground beneath him began to tremble. Boom! It felt as though something was rushing forth from the earth. After being cleansed by the energy storm, the walls crafted from the Pigu's material had been reduced to a mere thin layer. The power of the dragon vein surged from below, causing them to crack. As the Kaizen gazed at the dragon vein energy, the Pigu, who should have been lying on the ground, had somehow made its way to the designated ritual site. Remarkably, this site remained intact despite the ravages of the energy storm. I never expected you to awaken so swiftly. Though the path was convoluted, it has ultimately commenced. With that, the Pigu infused energy into the ritual. Boom. Upon the infusion of energy, the power of the dragon vein erupted from the earth, enveloping both the Pigu and the Kaizen. Ultimately, as a native of this planet, even with immense strength, he could not rival the might of our Tsutsuki clan. After this declaration, the Pigu dissolved into a black cube. As the Pigu merged with it, the cube began to activate, twisting and contorting until its core was revealed. Subsequently, the core began to dissipate, transforming into particles of light that melded into the dragon vein's power. Enveloped by the strength of the dragon vein, the Kaizen closed his eyes. In an instant, his form began to transform. A golden radiance emanated from the ancestral body, and golden lightning crackled around it. Ding! After the golden glow faded, the original ancestral Kaizen vanished, replaced by a colossal giant, its red muscles exposed. Within the power of the dragon vein, the Kaizen directly completed the unlocking process of the gigantic form. As the dragon vein's strength surged forth, the Kaizen, swept along by its power, entered a temporal tunnel, being carried towards a parallel world of Naruto. At that moment, the Pigu, now transformed into particles of light, officially entered the Kaizen's soul. Chapter 127. The Colossal Giant Explodes. Within the ancestral space, countless particles of light appeared before the coordinates of power. A few of these particles began to coalesce into the shape of the Pigu, while the others scattered, starting to erode the ancestral space. To think his soul's depths were like this. The Pigu gazed at the environment of the ancestral space, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Crouching down, he grasped a blade of grass. It had a tangible sensation. Upon grasping the verdant grass of the ancestral space, Ishur distinctly perceived the tangible essence that belonged to the grass. He then brought it closer to his nose, and indeed, the fragrant aroma of the grass filled his senses. Next, he shifted his focus to the soil beneath, equally authentic in its presence. With a heart brimming with astonishment, Ishur turned his gaze ahead, advancing towards the force of coordinates. Meanwhile, the scattered particles integrated into the earth, while others continued their journey towards the peripheries of the ancestral space. Moments later, a realization struck. There was a problem. Ishur observed the coordinates still hovering before him. He employed his ocular technique to open a teleportation space in front of him. Stepping into this realm, he aimed to draw nearer to the coordinates. As he approached, an anomaly occurred with the particles that had entered the ancestral space. Those that had sunk into the soil began to ascend, yet upon reaching the surface, they found themselves ensnared by the grass, unable to escape the confines of the earth. As the grass swayed gently, the particles were once again engulfed by the soil. After this consumption, the earth began to churn, sculpting countless giants. Massive giants, colossal giants. The very form of the gigantic beings that Karen had just mastered was continuously being shaped. Once the soil had fully coalesced into the giants, they transformed into flesh and blood. In an instant, the eyes of all the giants gleamed with light. I never anticipated that someone would dare to intrude upon my ancestral space. As all the colossal forms activated, Karen settled slowly upon the head of one of the massive giants. Subsequently, all the giants were swiftly consumed by the spatial passage. How could this be? The incessant use of spatial teleportation began to wear Ishur down, and he realized that the distance to the coordinates had not diminished. Exhausted, he sensed that something was amiss. Suddenly, countless spatial passages opened around him. Bang, bang, bang. Countless awakened intelligent giants descended in his vicinity. In an instant, Ishur found himself surrounded by numerous colossal forms. You think you can defeat me just because you've entered my ancestral space? Karen regarded the panting Ishur with the gaze of one observing a lifeless being. The first giant, the closest to Ishur, began to radiate an ominous glow. Boom. The nuclear explosion of the colossal giant commenced. A fierce explosion surged forth, but when it reached the confines of the surrounding giants, it halted. The energy, unable to dissipate, surged violently within the confined space, creating a tempestuous energy storm akin to a relentless hurricane. The great darkness. Ishur summoned countless cubes to envelop himself. Waves of energy incessantly battered against the cubes of the great darkness. Crack, crack. The cubes began to splinter and fracture. The right eye of Ishur incessantly rotates, while the cubic heavens continuously mend themselves, simultaneously summoning an increasing number of cubes. Great Black Heaven. Isher is not merely invoking cubes for defense. He is also harnessing the inexhaustible energy of colossal explosions. As Great Black Heaven absorbs energy, the force within the explosion's radius visibly diminishes. Second one. Another enormous giant has entered the encirclement. Boom. The energy storm that Isher had painstakingly weakened surges violently. Cursed be the name of Pigu. As Isher strives to contract the energy storm, he diverts it into Great Black Heaven. His right eye spins rapidly. A third one. Isher valiantly resists the might of the supermassive nuclear bomb. A third giant has entered. Boom. The rampant energy transforms into a liquid state, swaying within the encirclement. With a sudden rush, the pressure within the encirclement skyrockets. Isher is wounded by the omnipresent force. His injured eyes whirl frantically. The white eye seeks the vulnerable points of energy, while the right eye employs divine techniques to absorb and diminish it. Under the influence of these dual abilities, the liquid energy storm begins to gradually recede. A fourth and a fifth. A mocking smile appears on the face of the umbrella man atop the colossal giants. Two more giants have entered the encirclement. Boom, boom, thud, thud. The energy within the encirclement resonates like waves crashing against rocks, a melodious sound indeed. Crack, bang, bang. The immense energy instantly shatters the cubes summoned by Great Black Heaven. Faced with such onslaught, Isher can only envelop himself with Great Black Heaven, absorbing the tidal wave of energy. Blood flows incessantly from his eyes. The full force of 5 colossal giants' explosions is confined within a narrow encirclement. Energy collides and amplifies continuously. Should even a tailed beast be introduced into this encirclement, it would be reduced to ashes in an instant. The 6th and 7th giants continuously stride into the energy encirclement. Initially, explosions resonate, but as the giants approach, the encirclement morphs into an abyss of darkness, where neither light nor sound can penetrate or escape. The space begins to collapse. Is this the collapse of space? The umbrella man observes the encroaching collapse with a sense of foreboding. Roar! Outside the encirclement, a Ten-Tails suddenly emerges. Ten-Tails? The sudden appearance of this colossal entity startles the umbrella man. The Ten-Tails looms large, overshadowing the colossal giants, which appear as mere kittens in comparison. The Ten-Tails begins to rampage, attacking the giants. Isher has released the Ten-Tails from his space. Reflecting on this, the umbrella man realizes the origin of this Ten-Tails. Aside from the Ten-Tails of the ninja world, Isher harbors another within his realm. The Ten-Tails must consume the Otsutsuki clan to transform into the divine tree and commence its cultivation. Boruto's alternate universe setting. Karen pondered for a moment, then cast a glance at the collapsing ancestral space. Countless colossal giants seized the tail of the Ten-Tails. Spheres of azure light ascended. With a roar, as part of its massive form was drawn into the collapsing space, an immense suction force directly pulled the gargantuan Ten-Tails into this confined realm. Once the Ten-Tails was entirely enveloped, the collapse of space ceased. Chapter 128. I found you, Eren. The energy surrounding the circle dissipated. Guided by Karen's will, the intangible shroud was lifted. The area where Eren stood lay desolate. A resounding thud echoed as an object fell. A diminutive sapling materialized in its place. Upon witnessing the emergence of the sapling, Karen was momentarily taken aback. Could this be the divine tree? Observing the unexpectedly appeared sapling, Karen speculated that it was the divine tree transformed from the Ten-Tails. Yet, its diminutive stature seemed rather peculiar. Karen commanded the colossal giants to lift the sapling, subsequently scrutinizing it closely. After a while, noticing no issues with the giants, he instructed them to bring the sapling closer. Karen stared at the sapling, now about 10 meters tall, with a puzzled expression. How had the Ten-Tails suddenly transformed into the divine tree? And why was it so small? Reaching out to touch the divine tree, as his hand made contact, the earth of the ancestral space began to stir. A giant form began to coalesce. Staring at the suddenly materializing giant, Karen felt baffled. Yet, since it had already begun to form, he awaited to see what shape it would take next. Soon, a nondescript, half-formed titan emerged. Karen gazed at this featureless form, his face a mask of confusion. He then recalled the female titan form. No, it was male. It must be the male titan form. After the giant's upper body coalesced, the earth ceased to sculpt. Karen assumed this was the end. But the half-formed giant lingered without dissipating, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Suddenly, the divine tree in his grasp began to tremble. Outside the ancestral space, Karen's true form, imbued with the power of the dragon vein, began to stir violently. Originally meant to be swept away by the dragon vein's energy to other parallel realms of the Naruto universe, its current trajectory became uncertain. The divine tree within the ancestral space continued to shake, compelling Karen to press down firmly on it. However, the tree's tremors accelerated. Ultimately, the divine tree slipped from his control. In an instant, it swayed and entered an adjacent space. Karen's eyes widened in disbelief at this spectacle. Could the divine tree possess spatial abilities? Staring at the emptiness beside him, he could hardly fathom it. Just when Karen thought the divine tree was slipping away, it re-emerged beside the half-formed giant, subsequently fusing with it. Indeed, it was a fusion, a towering divine tree, far exceeding the height of the half-giant, seamlessly transitioned into the form of the half-giant. As the divine tree merged, a wave of energy began to emanate from the half-giant form, departing from the ancestral space and gravitating towards the location of the being known as Kaizen. It relentlessly radiated towards countless worlds, as if in search of something elusive. As time passed, the half-giant continued its quest, seemingly unable to achieve success. Kaizen, observing this peculiar scene before the half-giant, pondered the nature of this strange manifestation. He understood that the abilities of the female giant did not encompass such a phenomenon. Thus, this giant could only be the Attack Titan or the Warhammer Titan. However, the Warhammer could not possibly be involved in this bizarre situation. Therefore, it must be the most unique form of the Attack Titan. Kaizen watched as the Attack Titan, now fused with the divine tree, persistently sought something unknown, a look of confusion evident in his eyes. Truth be told, Kaizen could not fathom the manner in which the Attack Titan would present itself. Surely, it could not randomly manifest in the form of a giant other than himself, thus eluding his control. The thought was utterly absurd. It could only be deemed a stroke of extraordinary luck for Kaizen, as he found himself within the power of the dragon vein, being transported to an alternate parallel world. Meanwhile, the ancestral space had been invaded by a powerful artifact of the Otsutsuki clan. Yet, this artifact was consumed by the ancestral space. Kaizen, harnessing the Colossal Titan's power, continued to refine its might until a collapse of space occurred. Subsequently, the artifact released the 10 tails, which Kaizen directly dragged to the site of the spatial collapse, allowing the 10 tails to absorb the residual energy and the energy of the space itself. This led to an evolution into a spatial-type divine tree, which was subsequently absorbed by the awakening Attack Titan, positioned beneath the dragon vein. These cumulative conditions prompted an early awakening of the Attack Titan's abilities. As Kaizen contemplated the potential of the Attack Titan, far away in the world of giants, a deafening sound erupted. Bang! Gabby, wielding an anti-giant rifle, fired at the running Eren. Crack! Eren's head was instantly penetrated by the anti-giant bullet. Zeke, witnessing the decapitation of Eren, was overwhelmed with despair. Eren! With all his strength, Zeke caught Eren's falling head. A bizarre, translucent worm-like apparition extended from Eren's severed head. Eren, whose eyes were already rolling back, regained focus the moment he made contact with Zeke's hand. Ding! A colossal golden beam shot skyward. A shockwave radiated outward from Eren's center, shattering the clouds above. The wall Maria began to manifest cracks. Bang! 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 The protective wall Maria, guarding Paradise Island, now completely crumbled. Countless colossal titans released their hardening. Blown away by the blast of the ancestral Eren, Gabby stood in stunned silence. Eren's spine began to solidify. A verdant glow emerged in Eren's eyes. His spine continued to grow. Roar! The founding titan Eren made his grand entrance. Gabby! The armored titan Reiner charged toward Gabby. The skeletal form of the founding Eren overshadowed the sky. Countless colossal titans followed in the footsteps of their progenitor. The earth trembled in anticipation. At this very moment, the progenitor space's colossal form seemed to have detected a target, turning in a specific direction. The power of the dragon vein outside the progenitor space was influenced by this giant, beginning to envelop the supergiant Casa and propel it toward the world of Attack on Titan. In the ancient kingdom of Lulan, it was now under the complete control of Yuka and Hankawa. All the subjects and the royal family had been captured by the pure giant, including the Lulan queen, who had attempted to detonate the dragon vein. However, the captured queen had no thoughts of escape, merely staring blankly at the erupting dragon vein. Why? I did not detonate the dragon vein, she murmured in confusion. Meanwhile, after connecting with Kasa, Honkawa and Yuka disregarded the captured Lulon people and instead waited near the surging power of the dragon vein. As the eruption gradually subsided, the towering column of light slowly descended. Honkawa and Yuka watched the dragon vein with excitement. Yet, once the surge of power from the dragon vein completely ended, they discovered that Kasa was nowhere to be found. When they attempted to connect with Kasa, they realized he was unresponsive. The dragon vein, influenced by the colossal form, also began to lose its momentum, evidently insufficient to transport Kasa to the world of the giants. At this moment, Kasa, within the progenitor space, became aware of the situation outside. Chapter 129, I'm coming in, little giant. Kasa's consciousness returned to his original form. As the enveloping power of the dragon vein flickered continuously, its coverage area diminishing. Observing the pulsating energy of the dragon vein, Kasa understood that if he did not act soon, he might be transported to an unknown location. Why does a journey to other worlds take so long and often fail? Kasa cursed inwardly. He truly could not comprehend it. In the past, when watching theatrical releases, Naruto had instantaneously arrived. Yet here he was, still lingering in the power of the dragon vein. Suddenly, a chilling sensation crept over him. Turning around, Kasa realized the dragon vein had run out of subsequent energy, leaving only a fragment of it to carry him forward. In distress, Kasa found himself back in the progenitor space, gazing at the half-formed colossus ahead. An idea sprouted in his mind. Since the energy was insufficient to propel him onward, he would utilize the power of the supergiant to convert energy and resonate with the giant's abilities, hoping to reach the destination of the transmission directly. With this plan in mind, Kasa began to take action. First, he conveyed a message to Yuka and Honkawa, instructing them that if he had not returned, they should proceed with their plan to cleanse the Wind Country, followed by the surrounding smaller nations, thereby claiming half of the ninja world's territory. The other three great nations should remain untouched for now, proceeding according to the established plan for the pure giant. After sending this message to his base, Kasa's consciousness returned to his original form. As Liren gazed at the dwindling power of the dragon vein behind him, he felt the energy surrounding him becoming increasingly tenuous. His eyes were fixed intently on his surroundings, for he knew that the moment the power of the dragon vein could no longer envelop him would be the moment to unleash his colossal abilities. With the dragon vein's strength waning, the space around him began to manifest a kaleidoscope of vivid imagery. Scenes of Pain's invasion of Konoha intertwined with the sight of Hinata boldly confronting menacing foes. Yet these visions swiftly flickered away, replaced by landscapes from realms unknown to Liren. He beheld titanic beasts clashing in a tumultuous battle, and fleets of cosmic ships engaging in fierce combat. Most astonishingly, he witnessed a deity, adorned with a crown and bearing magnificent wings, descending into a world where it conjured foreshadows to battle 7 colossal dragons of varying elements. As the spatial transfer continued, Liren perceived the encroaching boundaries of the dragon vein's power, drawing ever closer to his form, while the sensation of the transfer began to wane. Just as the power of the dragon vein was on the verge of vanishing, revealing Liren's form, the colossal giant he had transformed into began to radiate with a brilliant light. Instead of unleashing the explosive capabilities of his giant form, Liren harnessed the energy of the Titan, connecting it to the essence of the dragon vein. He then transformed into a luminous sphere imbued with the dragon vein's power, hurtling through the spatial corridor at great speed. Time became an abstract concept as Liren's radiant sphere pulsated with energy. The colossal giant, now emaciated, signified that Liren was nearing the brink of exhaustion. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on, desperate to conserve his dwindling energy. "Is it not yet time?" he exclaimed, witnessing the relentless retreat of the space around him. Frustration swelled within him as he recognized the futility of this continued path. The gaze of the colossal giant hardened with resolve, and the energy within the luminous sphere began to surge uncontrollably. "Charge forth," he commanded inwardly. As the giant summoned its remaining power to initiate an explosive release, Liren propelled himself forward with great force. As he surged ahead, the scene before him unfolded, a titanic skeleton in motion, beneath which lay countless colossal giants. In that instant, realization struck Liren. He was on the threshold of the world of Attack on Titan. It dawned on him that this was the very place the Titans had been searching for all along. By the looks of it, he had arrived in the phase of Aaron's rumbling. Just when Liren believed he could finally breach this realm, he awkwardly noticed his pace slowing. At this rate, it appeared he might not succeed in entering at all. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Liren's mind began to race for solutions. As he contemplated his options, the titans within the progenitor space began to tremble. Drawn by this disturbance, Liren was compelled to return to the progenitor space, hoping to discern if the titans possessed a means to assist him. Upon entering the progenitor space and sensing the titans' abilities, Liren discovered he was perilously close to the world of Attack on Titan. He realized he could directly harness the power of the titans to transport his soul into that realm. Subsequently, the entity slowly drifted through the spatial tunnel, drawn by the tether of soul and body towards the colossal realm of giants. However, the dilemma lay in whether the physical form could withstand the rigors of the spatial passage. Yet, this was the only course of action available. Soon after, the figure melded with the half-giant. As the figure entered the half-giant's sculpture, a translucent orb burst forth from the giant's form, soaring beyond the confines of the ancestral space, directly colliding with the adjacent realm. Alas, wait, this is not right. Why has it veered off course? Observing the misdirection, the soul of the figure grew anxious. With a swift kick, the transformed Bertolt broke through the wall of Maria, gasping for breath amid the shattered remnants. The resounding thuds of the moving giant instantly captured Bertolt's attention. He stared in terror at the towering female titan before him, who bared her teeth in a horrifying grin. Bertolt felt a sense of doom wash over him. He lacked the strength to transform into a colossal giant once more. Just as despair enveloped him, the female titan disregarded him and strode past. After she had distanced herself, a shaken Bertolt finally exhaled in relief. Why did that giant not attack me? As he regained his composure, Bertolt observed the peculiar behavior of the titan. Just then, Annie and Reiner approached him. Are you all right, Bertolt? We saw that titan nearby from a distance. You nearly scared me to death, Reiner said, patting Bertolt on the shoulder, clearly still shaken by the earlier scene. It's fine. That giant, Bertolt replied, still pondering the titan's actions. No time for that, Bertolt. We must leave. The titans are gathering, Reiner urged. His words jolted Bertolt into realization. They were still outside the wall, surrounded by titans, and needed to enter quickly. The three hastily made their way into the gaping breach in the wall of Maria. A hole had been torn open. Incredible, Armin murmured, stunned, as countless titans began to pour through the breach Bertolt had created, entering the wall of Maria. Chapter 130. Feel my titan kick. The residents of the Shiganshina district watched in horror as the titans advanced slowly, plunging everyone into a state of panic. Run! The giants are here. Where are the station troops? The titans have come. Cries echoed, and chaos reigned throughout the Shiganshina district. Father! A girl shouted, struggling to push aside the massive stones. Tears streamed down her face. We must flee too, Eren. Armin called out to Eren, who seemed oblivious to his plea. His gaze fixated in fear ahead. My mother is still over there. Eren began to sprint fervently towards home. Mikasa spotted Eren moving against the tide of the crowd, and, leaving Armin behind, rushed to pursue him. Mikasa, Armin called out, attempting to reach for her, only to find his hand trembling uncontrollably. Eren dodged the fleeing residents, exerting every ounce of strength to run towards the direction etched in his memory. Surrounding him were panicked citizens and those struck by falling debris. It won't. It can't hit my home, Mom, Eren fervently prayed in his heart. As he turned the corner onto his street, panic and helplessness flashed in his eyes. Mom, Eren shouted as he raced towards his home, now crushed by rubble. Mom, he beheld his mother pinned beneath the wreckage. Upon hearing his voice, Eren's mother slowly opened her eyes. Mikasa, move to the side, Eren urged as he positioned himself beside her, summoning all his strength to lift the beam that trapped her. Mikasa, too, exerted herself alongside him. Yet the weight of the debris was far too great for the two children to bear. Suddenly, Eren caught sight of the pure titan passing by. The female titan, having spared Bertolt, steadily approached Eren's direction. Mikasa, hurry. Eren was resolute, unwilling to abandon hope, solely focused on rescuing his mother. Mikasa, equally determined, exerted herself to the utmost. Eren, the titans have breached. You must flee. Eren's mother, aware of the futility of their efforts, knew they could not lift the beam. Her sole wish was for Eren and Mikasa to survive. She had perhaps already accepted her fate. The female titan drew ever closer to Eren's position. Then, the sound of the vertical maneuvering equipment resonated. Hannes arrived at Eren's side. Hannes, take Eren and Mikasa and go. Eren's mother regarded Hannes as a beacon of hope, pleading for him to whisk them away. This place is swarming with titans. No, I will slay this titan and save you all. Hannes encouraged Eren's mother, urging her not to lose hope, and then he charged towards the female titan. Clang! Hannes unsheathed his blade and raced towards her. As he approached the female titan, her colossal form and eerie grin shattered his courage in an instant. Hannes clenched his teeth, staring at the female titan. Without uttering a word, he sheathed his blade back into the vertical maneuvering device and retreated. Wordlessly, Hannes scooped up Eren and Mikasa, sprinting away into the distance. What are you doing, Hannes? Eren struggled in Hannes's grasp, reaching out towards his mother. Hannes felt Eren's frantic struggle, grappling with immense anguish within. I want to save them all, the titans. The titans. Hannes silently roared in defiance against the pure titan. Yet none of this could mask the terror he felt in the presence of the giant. Eren, you must survive. His mother wept as she watched Eren being carried away by Hannes, tears streaming down her face as she observed the two receding into the distance. Ultimately, she could no longer withstand the encroaching fear. Don't go, Eren's mother murmured, covering her mouth. She was merely an ordinary woman, confronted with the grim fate of being devoured by giants. An overwhelming dread consumed her, which had previously been staved off by a mother's love for her child. Now that her child was safe, the suppressed terror surged forth. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded as the female titan stood behind Eren's mother, her hands digging through the rubble of their home, intent on seizing Eren's mother, who was trapped beneath the debris. Eren, held tightly in Hannes's arms, witnessed the horrifying scene of his mother being captured by the giant. No, Mom! Eren cried out, tears streaming down his face as he screamed at the titan. Eren's mother desperately pounded against the giant's hand, striving to break free, but her efforts were futile. The female titan opened her mouth, preparing to devour Eren's mother. No! Eren shouted in anguish, reaching out. Just then, a figure from the titan world, the cart titan, delivered a swift kick to the female titan's head. The impact sent the giant sprawling, freeing Eren's mother from its grasp. The cart titan caught her as she fell, landing heavily on the ground. Eren's eyes lit up with hope at this unexpected turn of events, only to be plunged back into despair as he saw his mother once again ensnared by another giant. Eren's mother, now in the cart titan's grasp, began to pound against its hand, but the cart titan was preoccupied with the surrounding mindless titans that were converging upon him. Damn it! If my true form weren't still outside this world, my titan powers would be negligible. How dare you mindless titans covet the power of the progenitor? He cursed at the foolish titans surrounding him. Yet, the titan body he controlled was indeed unable to contend with so many mindless giants. He was not even at the height of 15 meters, merely 9 meters tall. Had it not been for the earlier kick, he would have been unable to strike the titan that threatened his mother. He regretted not choosing a 15-meter titan body to inhabit. Gripping Eren's mother, the cart titan continued to kick at the nearby mindless titans, using them as stepping stones to gradually escape the encirclement. Eren watched in a daze as the cart titan, with his mother in tow, vanished from sight. I can't seem to use any of my abilities, can I? After all, I am the progenitor. Even in this spectral form, I should be able to wield some power. The cart titan, controlling this mindless titan body, persistently experimented with various titan abilities, hardening, controlling mindless titans, releasing steam, and claws. Yet, none of them manifested. Damn it! He cursed again, unaware of what was truly unfolding. He was unaware of his own complete incapacity. Was he not still able to possess the mindless giant to exert control? Chapter 131. The Mindless Giant Number 1 that silenced the man in the hat. Mother. Alan gazed at the figure of the man in the hat, who had vanished with his mother, his eyes filled with despair. I'm sorry. Hannes, holding Alan, trembled with anxiety. If only he had trained harder. If only he had been braver. Carla. Hannes silently repeated the name of Alan's mother in his heart. Bang, bang. Grasping Alan's mother, the man in the hat observed the movements of the surrounding mindless giants. He noticed that the majority of them were pursuing fleeing humans, rather than converging towards him as before. It seemed they had been drawn away by the humans. The man in the hat began to form a hypothesis. Let me go, you giant. Alan's mother struck the palm of the man in the hat, trembling. Despite her attempts to fight back, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Oh, Alan. The strikes ceased, as she clearly despaired of survival. Alan, you must protect Mikasa. Her gaze turned towards the direction where Hannes had departed. Don't think like that. Who says you're doomed? It's mostly Mikasa who protects Alan. Observing the sorrow and fear in Alan's mother's eyes, the man in the hat spoke curtly as he controlled the body of the mindless giant. Upon hearing his words, Alan's mother looked up in terror at the giant that held her captive. The giant spoke. The man in the hat paid her no mind and swiftly moved away. Truly, the body of the mindless giant felt frail at this moment. He prepared to seek another giant to inhabit. It was primarily because, upon entering the world of giants, he had witnessed Bertolt kicking down a wall, realizing he had not arrived at the timeline where Alan initiated the rumbling, but rather at the beginning of the story. At this moment, the Marleyan squad was breaking through the wall, coinciding with Reiner's overwhelming strength. Once the man in the hat recognized he could possess a mindless giant, he hurried towards Alan's home, hoping to save Alan's mother. Otherwise, Alan's tragedy would become a grim reality. Fortunately, the man in the hat arrived just in time, delivering a flying kick to save Alan's mother. Indeed, what we see now is suffering, a manifestation of greed, muttered a member of the wall cult, clutching a book as he approached the mindless giant. As the man in the hat observed him, he was still brandishing the book while advancing. Seeing this zealot, the man in the hat couldn't help but express his disdain for the wall cult's foolishness. Soon, he reached a location where the mindless giant had yet to arrive, and all the residents had already fled. The man in the hat gently placed Alan's mother on the ground, gazing at the giant who had set her down. Alan's mother wore a look of disbelief. She could hardly fathom that the giant had not devoured her, but instead had spared her life. Moreover, had the previous actions been an attempt to save oneself? Ellen's mother gazed blankly at Khazar. As for why she did not flee, it was simply impossible. Her leg was broken, rendering her immobile. After gently setting Ellen's mother down, Khazar surveyed the surroundings, confirming that the pure titan posed no immediate threat. Subsequently, he detached himself from the body of the pure titan. In a spectral form, Khazar slowly emerged from within the titan's corporeal shell, landing gracefully on the ground. An inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him as he beheld his own liberated form. It felt as though he had encountered it somewhere before. Meanwhile, the pure titan, devoid of Khazar's control, stood motionless in place. Khazar observed the pure titan behind him, a glimmer of understanding flickering in his eyes. It appeared that once he had possessed and commanded this titan, it had become a mere puppet to its master. Khazar began to mentally direct the pure titan, and Ellen's mother witnessed a scene that would forever be etched in her memory. The 9-meter-tall titan first bounded in place before executing a backflip, crashing headfirst to the ground with a resounding thud. Khazar winced at the sight of the titan sprawled on the ground, its posterior facing the sky, covering his face in disbelief at the absurdity of it all. Nevertheless, he confirmed that he could indeed manipulate the titan he had possessed, suggesting that his founding titan powers had not entirely faded away. However, being distanced from his physical form had diminished their potency. Khazar speculated that this weakening was a consequence of his disembodiment. With his newfound, albeit clumsy, Titan Guardian at his disposal, Khazar decided against further possession of another pure titan for control. Despite this titan's lack of finesse, it nonetheless provided him with assistance. "Who are you?" Ellen's mother inquired warily, her voice laced with caution as she regarded Khazar. It was only natural for anyone to feel apprehensive upon witnessing a person emerge from the body of a titan. Nevertheless, due to Khazar's act of salvation, she refrained from screaming and managed to converse with him in a relatively calm manner. "Have you finally ceased your reckless pursuits?" Khazar quipped, noting that Ellen's mother had regained her composure, her tears having subsided. Carla, now more rational and no longer weeping for Ellen and Mikasa, responded to him with a hint of playfulness. Reminded of her own precarious situation at the hands of the pure titan, Carla felt her face flush with embarrassment as she attempted to rise. However, the excruciating pain in her legs quickly rendered her drenched in cold sweat. Observing Carla tremble while clutching her legs, Khazar understood that Ellen's mother had suffered broken limbs under the weight of the beam and was now in a state of paralysis. Initially, fear had dulled her sensation of pain, but with her emotions now settled, the agony in her legs became apparent. This is quite troublesome, Khazar thought, feeling the weight of the challenge before him. After all, he possessed no adequate means of medical assistance. Had he still retained his chakra, he could have offered some aid to Ellen's mother. Now, however, he was merely a soul without any tangible methods at his disposal. "I shall take you into the walls of Rose, and perhaps we can search for your husband, Grisha," Khazar resolved, preparing to seek out Elend's father directly. One must not allow Eren to consume his father. As long as he remains in the world of giants, everything shall be devoid of complications. Reflecting upon his own essence, Kassa was reminded that his true form lingered within the spatial corridor, its existence uncertain. A silence enveloped him as he pondered the potential ramifications should his essence falter within the spatial passage. The thought struck him with dismay. What if his true self were to be obliterated by the corridor? What recourse would he have? Would he resort to constructing a body from sand within the progenitor's realm? No. Could he even access the progenitor's realm now? Suddenly, Kassa jolted to clarity. The pressing concern was not his own essence, but the question of whether he could still enter the progenitor's realm. Without delay, Kassa commenced his attempts. Treading upon the verdant grass, he beheld a distant half-giant. Fortunately, he could still enter. It appeared that the progenitor's realm resided within his very soul. A sigh of relief escaped him. Chapter 132. The utilization of soul power. Kassa then proceeded towards the half-giant. Thud! Thud! He rapped his knuckles against the sculpture of the half-giant, perplexed by its peculiar nature and its continued presence within the progenitor's realm. Gazing at the giant, which radiated pulsating waves, he yearned for it to awaken and provide him with explanations. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Kassa instantaneously comprehended the reason behind the giant's emanating waves. It was, in fact, wielding the power of space to safeguard his external essence. In that fleeting moment, Kassa grasped the giant's current actions. It was revealed that the sapling of the divine tree, in its Tintail's form, had been cast into the spatial collapse by Kassa, subsequently absorbing residual energy and successfully evolving into a divine tree. Under the influence of space, it underwent mutations, losing its agricultural properties yet acquiring spatial attributes. It was then assimilated by his own giant, now tirelessly utilizing coordinate power to protect the essence within the spatial corridor. With this revelation, Kassa felt a wave of relief wash over him. His essence remained intact, floating within the spatial corridor. It would likely require some time to arrive in the world of giants. He then turned his attention to the coordinate power, stroking his chin as he contemplated its formidable nature. It was capable of enabling the progenitor's giant to influence the colossal essence within the spatial corridor. He was acutely aware that his soul resided in the world of Attack on Titan. Coordinates, Kassa murmured, the name resonating within him. His eyes gleamed with realization as he swiftly approached the coordinate power, embarking on a quest to locate the pure Titan from the Attack on Titan world to ascertain whether it had become his coordinate. Kassa tirelessly scoured the vast branches, yet found nothing. After numerous searches, he was disheartened to discover that he could not locate the coordinates belonging to the world of Attack on Titan. It seemed he had merely seized control of Ymir's pure Titan, while the coordinates of that very Titan still resided within Ymir's coordinate power. Kassa was left utterly disillusioned. The essence of one's soul cannot serve as a mere coordinate. Meanwhile, Cassiran utilized the power of coordinates to observe the world of Naruto. Noticing that Yuka and her companions had embarked from Lulan, he nodded in satisfaction. Cassiran now relied on Yuka and her group to provide him with fresh vitality, enhancing his Titan form to unlock its spatial capabilities without the worry of losing the ancestral space. Upon returning to reality, Carla was perplexed by the question of why this enigmatic savior sought her husband. "Why do you need my husband?" she inquired, her confusion palpable. "It is of no consequence. You will understand in due time, though knowing now would serve you little," Cassiran replied to Carla, aware that the might of the Titans held no true significance in altering fate. Undoubtedly, Cassiran relished the intrigue of a riddle. Following this cryptic response, Carla fell into silence. "Come, we must hasten into the walls of Rose. Soon, the invincible Colossal Titan will breach the gates." With that, Cassiran commanded the pure Titan to cradle Carla in its grasp. As she beheld the approaching pure Titan extending its hand toward her, an overwhelming fear surged within her. Despite the knowledge that Cassiran was in control, the terror still rendered her trembling. Once the pure Titan gently placed her in its palm, Carla gradually regained her composure, realizing she was not harmed, but rather cradled tenderly. This newfound sensation somewhat alleviated her dread of the Titans. Cassiran then settled upon the other hand of the pure Titan. With a thunderous thud, the pure Titan began to sprint towards the inner walls. "Ah, release me." "No," Carla cried out as they ran. After a brief while, they encountered scattered pure Titans and residents who had not managed to escape, devoured by the towering beings. Witnessing the consumed inhabitants, Carla's recently diminished fear surged back to its former intensity, flooding her mind with memories of being subjugated by the Titans. Observing Carla's distress, Cassiran shook his head. What would you do if you discovered your husband were a Titan, and your children were Titans as well? A wry amusement flickered within him at the thought of a wife terrified of Titans, while her husband and children belonged to that very realm. As the pure Titan approached the inner walls, the number of residents began to increase. Let us halt here. It would be ill-advised to be seen, Cassiran stated, prompting the pure Titan to crouch down. He was the first to descend from the Titaness palm, and shortly after, the pure Titan gently lowered Carla to the ground. Cassiran looked at Carla, whose legs were incapacitated, scratching his head in contemplation. After a moment, he approached her, placing a hand on her shoulder. Gradually, Carla began to levitate. What is happening? Carla marveled as she floated, astonished to find that her legs no longer ached. Carla, filled with surprise, addressed the man in the hat. Do not be overly joyful. Your legs have not healed. I have merely harnessed the power of the soul to enhance your spirit, granting it a bit more strength to positively affect your physical form. Despite appearing no different from an ordinary person, the man in the hat was, in fact, a being of pure spirit, capable of flight. It was only a slight augmentation of his soul that rendered him indistinguishable from the common folk. Let us proceed, and see if we can find a doctor to tend to your legs before we seek out Aaron. The man urged Carla to act swiftly. She remained in a state of paralysis, and prolonged immobility could lead to permanent disability or even threaten her life. Thank you. You are truly a kind soul. Carla responded with a grateful smile. Observing the smile on Carla's face, the man in the hat felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Together, they made their way toward the inner gate. Inside, refugees were boarding large ships to venture beyond the walls. Hey, Aaron. Armin, standing on the deck, spotted Aaron and was about to call out when he noticed the vacant expression on Aaron's face. Sit down, Armin. It appears the news is grim. Armin's grandfather urged him to take a seat. Aaron's demeanor clearly reflected a deep sorrow. Are we truly going to breach the wall? Albert lamented, covering his face with his hands as haunting images of giants devouring humans flashed through his mind, overwhelming him with guilt. We have come this far. There is no alternative, Reiner exclaimed, his face a mask of madness, though pain lingered in his eyes. Annie stood silently by, her arms crossed. Chapter 133. Reiner, I excel at breaking down doors. With that declaration, Reiner placed his palm against his mouth, and golden lightning flashed. The armored titan emerged. Annie and Berthold watched as Reiner transformed, realizing they had no choice but to flee alongside the other residents, while Reiner prepared to breach the wall. Maria. Let us move, Annie. The pure titan is approaching. Berthold scanned the surroundings and noticed the imminent arrival of the pure titan, prompting him to call out for Annie to leave with him. All right, Annie replied, and the two hurried toward the inner gate. Once they had safely entered, Reiner began his preparations to break through the door. Fire. The soldiers of the garrison opened fire on the approaching pure titan with cannons. Boom, boom. The cannonballs struck the pure titan, momentarily piercing its massive body. The wounded titan crumpled to the ground, attempting to restore its form. Although the garrison's artillery inflicted damage, the lack of precision made it difficult to hit the titan's nape, rendering a fatal blow elusive. Their only recourse was to delay the titan's advance. Thud, thud. Reiner steadily approached Wall Maria. Reiner gazed at the stationed troops of the resistance, inhaling deeply before adopting a sprinting posture. The armored titan, in which Reiner had transformed, incited sheer panic among the stationed soldiers. What is that? Chaos erupted among them. The titan, clad in impenetrable armor, exuded an aura of formidable defense. Thud, thud, thud. Reiner commenced his charge, the armored titan racing forward with an invincible momentum towards the Wall Maria. Fire. Attack him. Thud, thud, thud. The artillery of the stationed troops fired relentlessly. Yet when the shells struck the armored titan, they merely stirred up a trivial cloud of dust, barely registering as a threat. Hurry, the titan is coming. Fear gripped the hearts of the soldiers. Their cannons seemed no more than toys against the titan. The armored titan exhaled hot breath as it dashed towards Wall Maria. With a single, forceful impact, the wall, which had safeguarded humanity for centuries, crumbled under the titan's assault. The soldiers of the stationed troops, unable to evacuate in time, were hurled through the air alongside the debris of the wall. What is that? The titan has breached Wall Maria. The residents aboard the ship en route to the interior of the wall gazed in horror at the destruction unfolding before them, engaging in fervent discussions. Eren stood up, his eyes fixed on Reiner, who remained within the confines of Wall Maria. In that instant, memories of his mother, taken by a Titan, flooded back to him. Eren's emotions began to unravel, his eyes reddened as tears streamed down his face. He approached the edge of the deck, gripping the railing with fierce determination. I will drive every last one of those monsters away. Eren's voice dripped with hatred, his gaze filled with vengeance. Eren. Mikasa observed him with a heavy heart. This was not the Eren she once knew. Look, what is that? Suddenly, those on the ship appeared to witness something extraordinary, their voices laced with astonishment. Armin, drawn by the commotion, turned to see what lay behind the vessel. It was. Armin stared in disbelief at the rapidly approaching figures of Reiner and Carla. Eren, look. It's your mother. Despite his shock, Armin called out loudly to Eren when he spotted Carla. At that moment, Eren, consumed by hatred for the Titans and fervently expressing his feelings, abruptly heard Armin's words. He swiftly turned, but his foot slipped, nearly causing him to fall. In that instant, Mikasa deftly caught him, and together they made their way to Armin's side. Just as Reiner reached the rear of the ship, he and Carla leaped aboard, landing gracefully. Before them stood Armin, with an expression of utter disbelief. Armin began to question reality. Is this what humanity is capable of? Mom. As Carla stepped onto the ship, Eren immediately spotted her. Overwhelmed with excitement, he rushed toward her, ready to embrace his mother and share everything he had longed to say. Kieran reached out to stop Eren. Director Eren, please slow down. Your mother cannot bear the weight of your embrace right now. Kieran observed Eren's diminutive state and couldn't help but smirk with a hint of malice. Previously, in the spatial corridor, the formidable Eren, transformed into the founding Titan, led the Colossal Titans to initiate the rumbling. Now, witnessing the naive little Eren was indeed a stark contrast. Who are you? Eren shouted angrily at the grinning Kieran. Mind your manners. Eren, he saved your mother, Carla said, gently patting Eren's head as she introduced him to Kieran. Upon learning that Kieran was his mother's savior, Eren's expression immediately shifted. With heartfelt sincerity, he bowed deeply to Kieran and expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much for saving my mother. I thought I would never see her again. Tears began to flow down Eren's cheeks as he spoke. Everything will be all right now, Carla said, cradling Eren gently in her arms, offering comfort. As Kieran watched, Armin quietly approached him, eyes filled with admiration. How did you accomplish this? Armin inquired, his gaze still reflecting awe. Kieran, meeting Armin's eyes, displayed a wicked grin. There's no need for children to know too much. Just look at how understanding Eren is. With that, Kieran turned Armin's head away, revealing the tender sight of the reunited family, embracing in silence. Kieran then scanned the surrounding onlookers, who were furtively observing him. As his gaze fell upon them, they were enveloped by a profound dread, instinctively lowering their heads. With a smile, Eren, now reunited with his mother, approached Carla and Mikasa. Let us find a doctor once we reach the walls of Rose. We must check your legs. And if you see your husband, mention the founding Titan. But tell him not to involve Eren. Kieran instructed Carla, ensuring she remembered his words. Though puzzled by Kieran's statements, Carla recalled his ability to control Titans and committed his words to memory. Once Kieran confirmed Carla's understanding, he prepared to depart, intending to seek out Reiner and see if he could exert some influence over him. As for altering the thoughts of the three from Marley, Kieran believed it would be more effective to simply control them than to attempt persuasion. With that, Kieran leaped from the ship, temporarily deciding not to reclaim the spiritual energy from Carla. Chapter 134. Kieran, Reiner, your armored Titan is quite impressive. He would need to rely on that spiritual energy to locate them. As he watched the ship fade into the distance, Kieran turned his attention to the familiar sight of the armored Titan ahead. With determination, he advanced swiftly, breaking through the wall. Reiner stood still for a moment, pondering the whereabouts of Annie and Berthold, wishing to guide them into the walls of Rose. Just as Reiner was watching, as the figure approached with an ominous intent, Reiner remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He mistakenly perceived the individual as a simple-minded Eldian, charging recklessly towards the Titan rather than fleeing. Reiner had no intention of attacking. Without the presence of any mindless Titans nearby, he felt compelled to locate Annie and Berthold swiftly. Suddenly, an unexpected intrusion occurred. You have completely underestimated me. Prepare for my takeover. as Reiner continued to scan his surroundings. The figure lunged at him, initiating a bizarre possession. What in the world? The human figure surged into his body, leaving Reiner questioning his own vision. Yet he could not deny the reality of the situation. In a frantic search for traces of the intruder, Reiner's attempts proved futile. Gradually, he sensed a disconcerting delay in his control over the armored titan. Though he willed his left arm to move, it stubbornly refused to obey. Alarm bells rang in Reiner's mind. Damn it! How could this be? It was that person. A mixture of fear and confusion engulfed him. Alas, as an armored titan, your form is utterly inadequate, the intruder taunted, now fully in command of Reiner's titan body. While Reiner listened in horror as his own titan spoke, his dread intensified. Who are you? How can you control my body? He shouted from within his titan's nape, yet no response came from the armored titan. Cease your struggles. I have already taken control. Do you still wish to resist? Accept your fate, Reiner. The armored titan began to respond to Reiner's turmoil. What do you mean by founding? The mention of the founding power sent a jolt of panic through Reiner. He yearned to revert to his human form, but as he attempted to escape from the nape, he discovered himself ensnared by flesh and blood. This predicament deepened his sense of dread. Despite his earlier bravado when breaching the door, the loss of his titan powers in such a bizarre circumstance left Reiner in a state of panic. You seemed eager to find Annie and Berthold, the intruder continued, manipulating the armored titan's voice. This revelation only exacerbated Reiner's fear. How could this individual know of Annie and Berthold? Who was he? Reiner's mind raced. Is he also from Marley? But how can he control me? ISNT that the founding power? ISNT Titan power meant to be exclusive to Eldians? In that moment, Reiner's mind operated with unprecedented speed, overwhelmed by a torrent of fear. The intruder reveled in his distress. Ah, little Reiner, you are quite entertaining. Now, I shall begin my search for Annie and Berthold. Do you think they will recognize that it is not you in control? The voice of the armored titan echoed like a devilish whisper. Reiner had never felt such profound fear emanating from the voice of his titan. Thud, thud. He realized that his armored titan body had truly begun to move. Reiner roared from the back of his neck, pleading desperately, don't move. Stop this at once. Though seated, he continued to struggle, hoping to halt the titan's advance. Meanwhile, Annie and Berthold approached the armored titan cautiously. The titan, in turn, recognized their presence and slowly made its way toward them. Hey, Reiner, why are you still transformed? Let Annie transform and carry us instead, Berthold inquired. A look of bewilderment on his face as he regarded the armored titan. Annie, standing nearby, also addressed the titan. Reiner, revert back to your human form. The armored titan is not suited for long distances. After speaking, she awaited Reiner's response. Don't talk to me. Just run. Reiner shouted. I am not in control of the armored titan. Unbeknownst to Annie and Berthold, while they conversed, Reiner was already screaming in agony from his nape, nearly resorting to head-butting in fear that the one controlling him would unleash the titan's wrath upon them. No need for that. I will take you both. The armored titan began, signaling its intention to carry them. Annie and Berthold found it peculiar that Reiner was so animated today. However, the breach in Wall Maria had already begun to flood with countless pure titans, prompting them to cease their disagreement with the titan. Very well, Reiner, you can lead us. When you tire, Annie will take over. Berthold conceded to the armored titan's plan. Reiner then observed his titan form extending its hand toward Annie and Berthold, inviting them to stand upon it. No, he is an enemy. Don't go up there, Reiner protested, once again banging his head and shouting incessantly in hopes of catching their attention. Alas, the soundproofing effect of the titan's body proved effective, and Annie and Berthold remained oblivious to the turmoil occurring at his nape. As they stood upon the palm of the armored titan and were carried away, despair washed over Reiner. I'm exhausted, let it all end. Thud, thud. The armored titan hastened toward Wall Rose, dragging Annie and Berthold along. While numerous pure titans surged through the gaping hole, Wall Maria had fallen. Night descended. In the forest, a carriage sped forward. Eren, Mikasa, Historia. Please don't let anything happen to you. Grisha gritted his teeth, relentlessly urging the horses onward, praying for greater speed. He had never felt such fear, even when seeking the founding titan's power. Why? Grisha roared within, unable to comprehend how things had come to this. Thud, thud, thud. The armored titan trudged through the forest, cradling Annie and Berthold. Berthold gazed up at Reiner, sensing that today's Reiner was markedly different from the one he had known before. However, the appearance and form of the armored titan are indeed accurate. It is the titan form of Reiner. Yet, an unsettling feeling persists within me. What is it, Berthold? Have you discovered something? The armored titan, in a sudden outburst, spoke. Berthold, who was observing the armored titan, was taken aback. Chapter 135. Annie, I'm coming in. Ah, it's nothing. I was merely pondering whether it might be time to switch with Annie. Reiner, you have been running for quite some time. Berthold responded quite naturally. He felt perhaps he was overthinking it. It might be due to Reiner breaching the wall, causing him discomfort, which led to his unusual demeanor. Berthold rationalized the current anomaly of the armored titan based on his own feelings. No need. I believe I can endure for a while longer. Just as the armored titan concluded this statement, Berthold leaped and tackled Annie, causing both to escape the grasp of the armored titan. Thud, thud. They embraced and rolled several times on the ground. Clap. Annie, being a trained warrior, quickly regained her composure and kicked Berthold away. Standing tall amidst a faint steam, she glared at him with irritation. Berthold, you better give me an explanation. Berthold, having been kicked and rolling several times before coming to a halt, stood up with a pained expression, also emitting steam. Annie, this armored titan is not right. He is not Reiner. Berthold exclaimed urgently to Annie. Having spent the most time with Reiner, Berthold was intimately familiar with him. The current manifestation of the armored titan was entirely unlike Reiner's usual demeanor. What are you saying, Berthold? How could the armored titan not be Reiner? Annie, initially filled with anger, displayed a rare expression of confusion upon hearing Berthold's words. Just as Berthold was about to say more to Annie, the armored titan approached them. Annie, transform now? There's no time to explain. You must transform. Berthold urged Annie, his face a mask of anxiety. If it weren't for the tremendous noise and power of his own transformation, he would have transformed himself to confront this armored titan. Even in her bewildered state, Annie felt Berthold's sincere urgency and reluctantly agreed to transform. Ding! A golden radiance enveloped Annie. As golden lightning streaked across, the female titan emerged. I never imagined you would recognize me so quickly. It seems your bond with Reiner is indeed strong, little Berthold. The armored titan slowly advanced towards the female titan, praising the relationship between Berthold and Reiner. Hearing the words of the armored titan, Annie grew even more confused. Could it be that Berthold was telling the truth? Who are you? Why are you Reiner's armored titan? Where has Reiner gone? Berthold fixated intently on the armored titan, as if seeking to discern some hidden truth. Ah, Reiner. Currently reveling within the nape, I see. Reiner holds you in high regard, dear Bert. The words of the armored titan left Berthold utterly bewildered. He had initially believed that Reiner had been devoured, and the power of the armored titan had been inherited. Or perhaps Reiner had been discovered by the founding titan and was now under its control. Yet, he never anticipated that the armored titan before him was indeed Reiner, and that Reiner was nestled within the nape of this very titan. At that moment, Reiner's expression was one of sheer exhilaration. Excellent. Truly, you are my dearest friend. Berthold, expose this vile impostor occupying my body. Reiner shouted joyfully from his confined position. Were it not for his constraints, he would have leapt for joy. So, was this armored titan truly Reiner? Annie, with her fists raised in caution, was at a loss regarding her next move against the armored titan. Should she launch an attack? If only Marcel were here, she mused, longing for their squad leader. If Marcel were still alive, she would follow his command without hesitation. Damn that mindless titan. Annie cursed the mindless titan that had ambushed and consumed Marcel. Yet, Annie neglected to remember that had they not been so startled by the sudden appearance of the mindless titan, even one of them could have remained composed enough to transform, potentially giving Marcel a chance at survival. Even if Marcel had not survived, they could have contained the mindless titan that had devoured him, preventing the dire outcome that left the three of them unable to return to Marley. Are you planning to fight me? The armored titan inquired, its voice deep and resonant as it regarded Annie, who stood poised with her fist raised. No matter who you are, return Reiner to us. Annie declared firmly to the armored titan. Very well, I shall return Reiner to you. With that, the figure of Kruger emerged from the body of the armored titan. Simultaneously, he attempted to sense whether he could regain control of the armored titan. However, upon his emergence, the armored titan collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Kruger continued to strive for control, but found himself impeded at every attempt, as if a barrier obstructed his efforts. He surmised that this must be the essence of Reiner, the host of the armored titan's power. Unlike the previous mindless titan, which had no host, and could be manipulated even after separation. Reiner, being a sentient titan, would reclaim control of the armored titan's abilities upon liberation. Thus, he could not exert control in the same manner as he did with the mindless titan. Yet, observing the current state of the armored titan, it appeared that the host required time to regain mastery over the titan's power after the separation. Reiner! Bertolt cried out in anguish, gazing at Reiner, who lay incapacitated as if half dead. Cease your lamentations, he is not dead. Do possess some common sense. Titan bodies dissipate swiftly upon death, Kruger retorted, bemused by Bertolt's sorrowful expression, as though he were the one responsible for Reiner's predicament. Subsequently, Kruger levitated, swiftly entering Annie's body with a whoosh. Annie was startled as something suddenly rushed in. She began to control the female titan, inspecting her body meticulously, akin to Reiner. Meanwhile, Bertolt observed this scene and seemed to grasp how Reiner had been manipulated. Watching the paralyzed Reiner on the ground and Annie exploring her own form, Bertolt's expression shifted to one of despair. It was inevitable. Annie's probing motions gradually slowed, eventually coming to a halt. After a moment, the female titan turned to Bertolt, querying, "Do you understand now?" She smiled broadly at him. Bertolt, gazing at the grinning visage of the female titan, cradled his head in agony, weeping uncontrollably. Why is this happening? It's still Annie's face. Bertolt shattered, overwhelmed by the situation. You could possess me, but why taunt me with Annie's titan visage? Such a blow was too much for the young Bertolt to bear. Not only was Bertolt collapsing, Annie, ensnared within the nape of the female titan, began to unravel as well. Chapter 136. Reiner begins to falter. Annie struggled within the nape of the female titan, seething with fury and then succumbing to despair. She despaired at the thought of someone controlling her body, offering Bertolt a smile filled with malice. I will kill you." Annie writhed in agitation, desperately attempting to shake off the shackles of her titan form, yearning to escape this wretched control. Don't struggle," cackled the one controlling the female titan, reveling in Annie's thrashing and howling. Bertolt, witnessing the grotesque smile of the titan before him, felt his reverence for the goddess crumble. No, Annie isn't like this." He crouched down, muttering nervously as he held his head. Just as both were on the brink of collapse, the elder brother Reiner regained control over his titan form. The armored titan let out a roar to the heavens, heralding his return. Bertolt, what's wrong with you?" Lacking control over his titan body had caused Reiner to lose sight and sound moments ago. Confused, he wondered why, despite regaining his indomitable form, his comrades had fallen. "Annie, did you see the one who emerged from my body? I want him to feel my fist." Reiner demanded aggressively of the female titan, his hands itching for a fight. Clearly eager to deliver a sound thrashing to the one controlling her. "He ran away the moment he left your body. You didn't catch him." The female titan replied regretfully. Upon hearing her words, Reiner's ire flared. "Damn Eldians!" he exclaimed, swinging a fist at a nearby tree, which crashed to the ground under the might of the armored titan's blow. Bertolt silently lifted his sorrowful gaze, observing Reiner, who had been duped by the female titan, and felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Reiner, the armored titan, found himself possessed by Annie's titan form, much like you. Bertolt stood motionless, contemplating whether to transform. "What? Your titan has possessed Annie. How dare you mock me?" Upon hearing Bertolt's words, Reiner was taken aback, his fury directed towards the female titan. With a thunderous roar, Reiner charged at her, his heavy footsteps echoing. Thud, thud. Like a relentless locomotive, he barreled forward. The armored titan let out a guttural exclamation. His right fist propelled toward the female titan's head with the force of a tempest. Reiner was fully prepared to vanquish Annie directly, unwilling to be toyed with any longer. The female titan stepped back slightly, evading Reiner's powerful blow. Observing her nonchalance, Reiner felt an overwhelming pressure. How could she possess such mastery over her titan form? He marveled at the female titan's agility, but soon his focus returned to his offensive onslaught. "I will rescue you, Annie." Reiner unleashed a barrage of punches, akin to a torrent crashing down upon the female titan. Yet, each strike merely ruffled her hair without landing a blow. For Reiner, who had only recently gained mastery over his titan abilities, he faced an opponent seasoned by relentless training and formidable foes. While much of the conflict was dominated by the female titan's brute force, she possessed the requisite skills to match. The female titan's agility surpassed that of the armored titan, allowing her to effortlessly evade Reiner's attempts. Frustration mounted within him as he struggled to make any significant impact. Roar! The armored titan bellowed, suddenly channeling all his strength into his legs, arms outstretched, aiming to seize the female titan. In his navet, Reiner was met with a knowing smile from within the female titan's form. In an instant, the female titan's fists hardened, poised at her waist and driven by her hips. A single punch connected with Reiner's chest. Crack! Boom! The hardened fist struck the armored titan's chest with tremendous force. Both their hardened forms shattered simultaneously. Yet Reiner was sent flying backward, while the female titan maintained her striking stance, her smoking fist the only testament to Reiner's presence. To his astonishment, the localized hardening of her fist proved as formidable as the armored titan's armor. As she unleashed that punch, the one who believed only Reiner would be propelled away was taken aback to discover the female titan had also sustained injury. Incredible! Bertholdt gazed in astonishment at the golden-haired female titan, while Annie, at the back of her neck, was equally astonished by the display. She had not anticipated the female titan could so easily contend with the armored titan. Though in a direct confrontation, she could easily overpower Reiner once transformed. The armored titan's inherent strength compensated for Reiner's lack of combat prowess. The flexibility and stamina of the female titan could easily overpower the armored titan. However, in terms of strength and defense, it paled in comparison to the armored titan. Once ensnared by Reiner in close quarters, it became susceptible to being bound. Reiner, sprawled on the ground, gazed incredulously at the female titan, struck by disbelief. Had he truly just taken a punch? If that blow had landed on the nape of his neck, would his head not have been sent flying? Not to mention Reiner's defeated demeanor, Bertholdt finally steeled himself, resolutely standing and cupping his hands to his mouth. You come out of Annie's body now. Otherwise, I will transform, Bertholdt threatened, using his ability to transform into the Colossal Titan to intimidate the individual within the female Titan. Caught inside the female Titan, the individual felt at a loss in the face of Bertholdt's menacing words. How could Reiner, who was not human, become so agitated by the mere possession of Annie? And did he not fear for Annie's life, considering he was still in her body? Bertholdt, had he forgotten that the body belonged to Annie? The female Titan lowered her fist, wearing an expression that seemed to convey understanding. Her words resonated like a silent bomb, rendering Bertholdt, who had raised his hand in defiance, speechless. Reiner, too, fell silent beside him. Transforming into a Colossal Titan would surely affect him as well. From the nape of Annie's neck, she observed Bertholdt's raised hand through the female Titan's perspective. Annie found herself puzzled, despite Bertholdt's low presence during their previous encounters. He had always been reliable and serious in his endeavors. Yet today, he appeared utterly foolish. Alas, Bertholdt had no choice but to resort to threatening transformation. What else could he do? Should he approach and gnaw at the female Titan's feet? Though they were Annie's feet, it seemed a possibility. Bertholdt dismissed the bizarre thoughts swirling in his mind. What do you truly intend? First, you control Reiner, and now you control Annie. With your apparent mastery over the Titan's form, are you perhaps a host of the Titan's power? Chapter 137. The future of the Marley trio. Bertholdt suddenly felt an unsettling realization. Could this individual be their target, the Founding Titan? Only the Founding Titan possesses the ability to command other Titans. Instantly, a chill ran down Bertholdt's spine. If this were indeed the Founding Titan, then his threat would be nothing but a jest, for the Founding Titan could effortlessly nullify his transformation. At that moment, the individual within the female Titan remained oblivious to Bertholdt's tumultuous thoughts. However, Bertholdt's intuition was correct. The individual was indeed a Founding Titan, though not from the Titan world. Listening to Bertholdt's words, the individual within the female Titan chuckled. If you comply and come with me, I shall refrain from exerting control over you. As the female Titan spoke, the individual emerged from her body, gently descending to the ground. After the departure of the individual, the female Titan collapsed. Reiner, who had been secretly observing, noticed a gleam in the eyes of the armored Titan after the individual left Annie's body. Clearly, Reiner was beginning to showcase his cunning once again. Thud, thud. The armored Titan rose, poised to stealthily approach the cart Titan. However, Reiner neglected his own size. Hearing the commotion, the cart Titan turned to observe the tiptoeing armored Titan, her face a mask of confusion. Is this how you operate the armored Titan? She wondered. Realizing he had been discovered, Reiner abandoned pretense and charged toward her with a furious roar. As he barreled toward Reiner, the cart Titan shook her head. You never learn. With a swift motion, she entered Bertholdt's body. Bertholdt. Witnessing the cart titan inhabit Bertholdt's form, Reiner slammed to a halt, his titan's feet carving deep ruts into the ground. Do you want to try an explosion? The cart titan taunted, controlling Bertholdt, who raised his hand as if to place it in his mouth. Alarmed by Bertholdt's action, Reiner frantically waved his hands, the armored titan nearly creating an afterimage with the motion. At that moment, Annie, having taken control of the female titan, began to rise slowly. She glanced at Reiner's frantic gestures and Bertholdt's raised hand, and with the sudden disappearance of the cart titan, comprehension dawned upon her. Enough, Reiner. We have failed. We cannot contend with him, she said somberly. The cart titan's possession instilled a sense of helplessness in Annie, despite being in her titan form. She could not control her colossal body, feeling trapped within it, a sensation she wished never to experience again. Look at Reiner. Annie understands, Bertholdt remarked, displaying a knowing expression. Although Annie recognized that the cart titan was in control, she couldn't help but grimace as if she had swallowed a fly. Soon after, Annie emerged from the nape of the female titan. Seeing Annie revert from her titan form, Reiner felt a sense of dismay as Bertholdt, the wielder of the colossal titan, was also helplessly controlled by the cart titan. Have you all figured it out? Just comply, and you need not endure my torment any longer, Bertholdt said, raising a finger and shaking it repeatedly before he collapsed to the ground. The cart titan then positioned herself before Reiner and Annie. Do not even think about pursuing the founding titan. I am the founding titan. Can you take me from here? And I haven't even transformed yet. Though the cart titan was not the founding titan of this world, how could the founding titans of other realms not be considered as such? Listening to her words, Annie wore a grim expression, while Reiner clearly exhibited defiance. Observing their reactions, the cart titan recognized that further guidance was necessary, but not at this moment. First, she needed to locate Aaron's family. Although she had sent a message to Grisha via Carla, she feared that Grisha might be too heavily influenced by the memories of the Titans, ultimately passing both Titan powers to Aaron. That would be a most entertaining development. After all this maneuvering, Aaron would still become the host of the founding Titan. What do you want from us? Annie asked, her demeanor subdued as she gazed steadily at the cart Titan, seemingly resigned to her fate. Kaiser understood that she certainly had not given up, after all. An elderly father awaited her at home. However, there was no need for despair. Time was abundant. Come with me, she urged, for the task regarding Marley should be momentarily set aside. Let us await the arrival of your King Gigi. In the earlier chapters, brother, you have been deceived by our father. In the later chapters, father, we have been misled by our brother, the King Gigi. Kaiser held a considerable interest in these developments. As for the stark contrast in Kaiser's state between the worlds of Titans and Naruto, it was attributable to her formidable confidence. Regardless of how one played in the world of Titans, as long as the original form arrived, it would lead to an instant annihilation. Upon unlocking the Colossal Titan, Kaiser had acquired the capability to unleash energy. Presently, it could be said rather extravagantly that Kaiser could obliterate the moon without difficulty. Indeed, the power surge brought forth by the Colossal Titan was immensely potent, not only lifting the constraints on energy output, but also removing limitations on size. If Kaiser desired, she could grow to heights of hundreds or even thousands of meters, although the energy requirement would be significantly greater. 60 meters merely represented the foundational height. Annie glanced at Reiner and noticed his incredulous expression directed at Kaiser, which immediately quelled any desire to engage in conversation with him. Reluctantly, Annie found herself yielding to the situation. Meanwhile, Bertholdt, who had collapsed on the ground, regained consciousness and looked bewilderedly at Annie and Reiner, who stood obediently behind Kaiser, struggling to comprehend the circumstances. His memories were still anchored to the moment when Annie and Reiner had canceled their Titan transformations. Reiner, sensing Bertholdt's confusion, provided an explanation. Ultimately, Bertholdt realized they had no choice but to accept Kaiser's terms. The Titan power they had once taken pride in was now entirely restrained before Kaiser, to the extent that even without transforming, they could be dominated by her. There was no point in continuing to fight. Subsequently, Kaiser led the trio, filled with a profound sense of defeat, towards the wall rose. As time passed, the recent destruction of the walls had resulted in the tragic loss of over 10,000 residents during the retreat. Meanwhile, Aaron and his companions sailed along the waterways, successfully reaching the interior of Wall Rose. Aaron sought out a doctor to examine his mother's legs, but their lack of funds thwarted their efforts, leading the doctor to arrive but ultimately not provide treatment. Although Carla was able to venture out under Kaiser's spiritual influence, her leg injuries had worsened significantly. In the end, Aaron clung to a doctor's leg, persistently pleading for assistance, which resulted in a brief examination of Carla. The doctor concluded that, due to the prolonged passage of time, her legs had little chance of recovery, and she would likely be confined to a wheelchair henceforth. Immediate surgery was imperative, otherwise, the necrotic legs could jeopardize her life. Yet, the doctor had no means to perform the operation and ultimately departed. Aaron, embracing his mother, felt a deep sense of self-loathing, while Carla comforted him with her embrace. Chapter 138. Aaron, our strength is unmatched for Carla. As long as Aaron remains alive, that is enough. Surviving is already a stroke of fortune. Even if she can no longer walk in the future, witnessing Aaron grow up is truly a blessing. After Carla's comforting words, Aaron rejuvenated his spirits. He resolved to earn money, enough to cover his mother's medical expenses. Aaron shared his aspirations with Carla, who listened with a smile and encouraged him, expressing her belief in his ability to succeed. She felt that she would rely on Aaron in the future. Embarrassed by Carla's praise, Aaron shyly ruffled his hair. Although Carla spoke encouragingly, as an adult, she understood the doctor's prognosis more clearly than Aaron did. By the time Aaron earned sufficient funds, her legs would have already succumbed to decay. Yet, as a mother, she would never dampen her child's enthusiasm. Mikasa, observing Carla's smile, felt a wave of sorrow and stepped forward to embrace her. "What's wrong, Mikasa?" To Carla, Mikasa was also like her own child. Mikasa held Carla tightly in silence, her heart heavy. Carla seemed to sense it. Mikasa comprehended the doctor's words. As noon approached, Mikasa and Aaron, together with Armin, went to collect food while Carla and Armin's grandfather waited at their residence. "Let us go. We must persevere." Aaron's spirits were high, and his mother's return had brightened his outlook on life. The trio made their way to the square, which was still teeming with people. Refugees from the Wall of Maria had gathered here, yet this was not the entirety of them. Many more were fleeing towards the Wall of Rose. When all the refugees arrived, it would be a true catastrophe. Aaron squeezed through the crowd, yearning to reach the front to obtain food. However, the throngs made it difficult for young Aaron to progress. Fortunately, he was accompanied by Mikasa and Armin. With their joint efforts, they finally reached the front. Just as the three were about to receive their food, a pair of hands snatched it away from Aaron. Startled, Aaron turned around, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" He attempted to reclaim his food, but the press of the crowd hindered his pursuit. "Let it be, Aaron. We can get another portion," Armin urged, tugging at Aaron. Reluctantly, Aaron resigned himself to the need to collect food once more. Yet again, someone snatched the food before Aaron could reach it. This time, however, Aaron was fully alert and prepared. He delivered a decisive punch to the outstretched hand of the thief. The individual recoiled in pain, glaring viciously at Aaron. Underestimating the determination of the young boy, Aaron met his gaze with unwavering resolve. The man, intending to teach Aaron a lesson, hesitated upon realizing that Aaron remained unperturbed. As the confrontation escalated, Mikasa showed no mercy towards the man attempting to harm Aaron. With a swift motion, she struck his hand at the joint, producing a sharp crack that echoed in the air. Fortunately, Mikasa was still young. Otherwise, that blow might have fractured the man's bones. Seething with rage, he glared at Mikasa and Aaron before vanishing into the crowd. The disruption forced Mikasa and Aaron back, further away from the front row. How despicable! How can such people exist? Aaron fumed, infuriated by those who awaited to benefit from chaos. Just as Aaron resolved to push back into the throng, Armin returned triumphantly, arms laden with food. "Aaron, Mikasa!" he exclaimed, beaming with delight at his bounty. "Wow, Armin, that's impressive. So much food." Aaron's eyes sparkled at the sight of the provisions. "Let us make our way," he suggested, as they distributed the food amongst themselves and began their journey back. "After this meal, we shall seek out opportunities to earn some money." As the trio turned a corner, several large hands lunged towards them. Caught off guard, Aaron and Armin were seized, the food scattering across the ground. Only Mikasa, quick to react, evaded the grasp. "Aaron!" Mikasa's eyes widened in alarm as she saw him hoisted by the same man who had earlier attempted to snatch food from him. Well, weren't you quite bold a moment ago?" the man taunted. Meanwhile, the one who had captured Armin was also the same that had tried to rob Aaron. "You, what do you want?" Aaron recognized his assailant, rage boiling within him as he shouted, fists flying in defiance. However, his efforts were futile. The man easily evaded his strikes and retaliated with a slap that left Eren dazed and reeling. Armin, maintaining his composure, managed to avoid the brunt of the assault. Yet, upon witnessing Eren's predicament, Mikasa could no longer contain her fury. She discarded her food and charged at the man. Huh! The man, noticing Mikasa's petite frame, smirked. Recognizing her beauty, he intended to seize her as he had Eren. But Mikasa was not to be underestimated. With a deft sidestep, she evaded his grasp and delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. Ugh! The man gasped, doubling over and releasing Eren from his grip. Eren, regaining his footing, shook his head and delivered a decisive headbutt, incapacitating the man. Writhed in pain on the ground. The man who had captured Armin watched in terror as Mikasa and Eren displayed their prowess. Mikasa, let us teach them a lesson. Eren felt a surge of confidence at their newfound strength. Mikasa, relieved to see Eren unharmed, nodded in agreement. Humph, you have made a grave mistake. Aside from the two individuals, there was an accomplice who brandished a knife with a sinister smirk. Upon witnessing their weaponry, Armin urgently urged Eren, quickly fetch the station soldiers. However, Eren, being who he is, was not one to cower. He boldly charged forward. Armin, who had just received a slap for speaking out, silently wept as he watched Eren rush in. This scene was all too familiar to him. As expected, Eren was swiftly subdued. Yet, Mikasa would not allow Eren to remain vulnerable. Taking advantage of Eren's feigned assault, she skillfully disarmed the accomplice. With a seamless combination of strikes, she swiftly incapacitated the man. The awakened Ackerman was indeed formidable. Well done, Mikasa. Eren, lying on the ground, gave her a thumbs up. Indeed, he had merely created an opportunity for Mikasa. The two of them were truly exceptional. Chapter 139. The return of Grisha. After Mikasa dispatched the knife-wielding accomplice, only the man who held Armin remained. Armin gazed at Mikasa with admiration. It's just you left. Kindly release Armin. Eren rose again, defiantly pointing at the man. The man, sweating profusely from his forehead at the sight of the formidable Mikasa, exclaimed, "Stay back. Your companion is still in my grasp." He was now using Armin as a shield. Realizing his precarious situation, Armin began to struggle fiercely, mimicking Eren's earlier punches directed at the man. Fortune smiled upon Armin as he inadvertently struck the man in the eye. The man, wincing in pain, released Armin. Seizing the opportunity, Mikasa launched another series of strikes. Thus, under Mikasa's relentless assault, the trio of troublemakers was subdued. You are fully capable adults. Why do you not procure your own food, instead of attempting to rob us? Eren threatened, raising his fist toward the defeated men. The battered man, feeling the weight of Eren's glare and Mikasa's cold demeanor, trembled in fear. We were wrong. We shall not dare again. Upon witnessing the man's realization of his folly, Eren lowered his fist with satisfaction. Suddenly, Eren remembered that they were supposed to meet their mother. Mikasa, Armin, let us hurry. Mother is waiting for me. Eren quickly bent down to gather the scattered food, addressing Mikasa and Armin. Upon hearing Eren's words, Mikasa's icy expression softened ever so slightly, revealing her irritation. Very well, let us depart, Eren. The three swiftly collected the food and began their journey back. Damn it, what kind of monster is that little brat? The man, who had been defeated by Mikasa, struggled against the wall. That child, I never expected to encounter him here. Kenny descended from the rooftop, adjusting his hat as he observed Mikasa's retreating figure. Hey, who are you? The disgruntled man, still seething from the earlier altercation, shouted at Kenny. Oh, Kenny gazed at the person calling out to him, a murderous grin etched upon his face. Observing the palpable tension emanating from Kenny, the man sensed that the situation was dire. Fond of his own foul-mouthed bravado, he had now encountered a formidable opponent. Yet, Kenny was no ordinary adversary. A mere beating would not suffice. He wiped the blade of his dagger, sheathing it back within his trousers, and adjusted his felt hat. Regrettably, he still had a task to complete. Perhaps he would visit Mikasa afterward. Kenny was aware of Mikasa's lineage, as her father belonged to the Ackerman clan. After acquiring this information from his own father, he had sought out Mikasa's father, but the latter was reluctant to involve himself in such matters. Thus, Kenny did not press the issue, although he had visited Mikasa shortly after her birth. He had not anticipated encountering her at this moment. There were still individuals he needed to eliminate, and once his mission was accomplished, he would undoubtedly seek out Mikasa. With his felt hat in place, Kenny departed slowly. Not long after, the bodies of 3 men were discovered, prompting the station's soldiers to arrive swiftly. However, during such tumultuous times, a few deaths would only stir minimal ripples in the grand scheme of things. "Mother, we have returned," Alan exclaimed, entering their temporary dwelling with food in hand. Grisha, who was attending to Carla's injured legs, turned his head at the sound. Upon seeing his father, Alan's food slipped from his grasp as he rushed toward Grisha, tears brimming in his eyes. "Father, you have finally returned." With the pillar of their family back, Alan felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. "It's all right, Alan, I'm home," Grisha replied, embracing his son tightly. He felt an immense fortune to be reunited, despite Carla's injuries. Had he returned to news of their demise, he would have been utterly lost. "Uncle Grisha, you have finally returned." Mikasa and Armin entered the house as well. After sharing the provisions Alan had brought back, it was time for Grisha to attend to Carla's legs. Even as a top-tier physician, he found himself challenged by the severity of her injuries. Grisha could hardly fathom how Carla had endured such catastrophic wounds and still managed to move. Noticing the confusion and worry in Grisha's expression, Carla recounted her encounter with the Ackerman. She had refrained from sharing this with Alan, deeming him too young to grasp its significance. Upon hearing the full account from Carla, Grisha's expression momentarily faltered. He stared blankly at his palm, grappling with the possibility that his memories were flawed. Had it not been for his certainty that the Founding Titan was uncontrollable, the Founding Titan had not been consumed by him. Rather, it had influenced him. Yet, his memories insisted that he had indeed devoured the Founding Titan that fateful day. Now, he bore the powers of both the Attack Titan and the Founding Titan. "Carla, are you certain that individuals spoke in such a manner?" Grisha's expression was grave at that moment. If the Founding Titan had indeed been consumed by him, then who possessed the ability to command the pure Titans? Furthermore, how did he discern that he intended to bestow the power of the Titans upon Eren? Indeed, he conveyed this to me. His reference to the Founding Titan, do you comprehend its significance? Carla inquired of Grisha. However, Grisha refrained from elucidating the matters concerning the Titan's power, offering only vague responses about the past. Carla, discerning her husband's reticence, chose not to press him further. Grisha was also preparing to perform surgery on Carla, yet the surroundings were evidently inadequate for such a procedure. Fortunately, Grisha's reputation was quite substantial, and through his connections, he secured a hospital for the operation. With the aid of the powers of the Titan's spirit and Grisha's exceptional medical skills, the surgery was completed with remarkable success. After the operation, Carla lay in her hospital bed. Thanks to the spirit's influence, she exhibited no adverse reactions. However, this surgery merely ensured that she would not lose her life due to her legs. Her ability to walk again was irrevocably lost, and she would henceforth rely on a wheelchair for mobility. While Grisha kept her company, the door to the ward was suddenly flung open, and a breathless Eren rushed in, a large bump forming on his head. "Father, Mikasa has been taken away." Eren's voice was rife with urgency and helplessness. "What?" Grisha, taken aback by the revelation that Mikasa had been captured, sprang to his feet. "I encountered a strange man who seemed to know Mikasa, but she did not recognize him. He compelled her to accompany him and ultimately took her away." Chapter 140. Eren has his eyes on this power. Eren recounted the events to Grisha, who found it perplexing. Who could possibly know the Mikasa family? It was merely by chance that he had met them, residing deep in the mountains. "Eren, let us find Mikasa." "You must rest well," Grisha gently advised Carla. "We must ensure Mikasa is returned." Carla, her expression one of deep concern, had long regarded Mikasa as her own child, and hearing of her abduction filled her with dread. Without delay, Eren set off with Grisha to locate Mikasa in the dense woods of Wall Rose. Meanwhile, Mikasa, despite being taken, showed no signs of maltreatment. Her gaze was filled with animosity directed at Kenny. "What exactly do you intend to do?" Had Mikasa been capable of overpowering Kenny, she would have certainly not spared him. How dare he lay a hand on Eren? "Oh dear, do not regard me so fiercely. I had no idea you held that boy in such high regard. It seems he is quite special to you," Kenny remarked, beginning to understand Mikasa's sentiment. Being from the Ackerman clan himself, initially, Kenny had intended to invite Mikasa to accompany him, considering he was acquainted with her parents. "Join me, given the current circumstances. It would be prudent for you to follow me. You possess the ability to enhance the living conditions of that child and their family." Having recognized the significance that Eren holds for Mikasa, Kenny has abandoned his previous notions and adopted a new approach, aiming to improve the circumstances of Eren's family by luring Mikasa. No, Mikasa firmly rejects, her hand resting on her scarf. She has no desire to distance herself from Eren, regardless of the situation. Observing Mikasa's unwavering resolve, Kenny senses the complexity of the situation. After all, an awakened Ackerman is not to be underestimated. If he fails to bring Mikasa under his influence, it could have repercussions for him in the future. It would be manageable if Mikasa had not awakened. But now that she has, she perceives a shift in Kenny's aura and instinctively adopts a defensive posture, even if she cannot overpower him. Mikasa is determined not to surrender easily. Kenny's gaze towards her grows increasingly unsettling. Suddenly, a voice interrupts the tense atmosphere. Mikasa. Upon seeing her, Eren shouts with excitement. Kenny turns to look, spotting Eren, Grisha, and Armin standing at a distance. Who are you, and what do you intend to do to Mikasa? Grisha glares fiercely at Kenny. To Kenny, these ordinary individuals are of little concern. You care about these people, don't you? Wouldn't it be better to follow me? He calmly addresses the vigilant Mikasa. The pressure within her intensifies, and she fears that Kenny might attack at any moment. Grisha begins to run towards Mikasa, while Kenny observes Grisha's movements without any intention of stopping him. For these ordinary people, the Ackerman clan is an invincible force, and Mikasa, being one of them, ought to possess the capability to confront him. Yet, she is still too young and untrained, making them easy prey for him. Mikasa, stand with Eren. I will shield you from him, Grisha declares, positioning himself protectively behind her. Eren rushes to join his father, mimicking his protective stance, placing Mikasa behind him. Although he currently lacks the strength to rival Mikasa, his determination to protect her has never wavered. Ah, how touching, Kenny suddenly chuckles, then swiftly draws a dagger, launching it towards Grisha. In response to Kenny's onslaught, Grisha can only wield a surgical knife he always carries. He engages in a brief stalemate with Kenny as their weapons clash. Clang. To Kenny's surprise, he did not expect a mere ordinary man to withstand his strike. Kenny exerts more force, knocking Grisha's surgical knife from his grasp and inflicting a deep gash on Grisha's arm. Blood trickles down his limb. Father! Eren exclaims, witnessing Grisha's injury, yearning to rush forward and assist, but Mikasa restrains him. She understands that with Eren's current abilities, his intervention would only complicate matters further. Grisha gazed at the smirking Kenny, then cast a glance at the children behind him, his resolve solidifying. Eren, take Mikasa and get away from here, Grisha instructed, preparing to reveal his greatest secret to Eren. This had been Grisha's plan all along, using this opportunity to unveil the truth to Eren. He trusted both Mikasa and Armin implicitly, believing they would become invaluable allies for Eren in the future. Indeed, even though Carla had conveyed the language of the Eldians to Grisha, he was still determined to pass on the powers of the two Titans to Eren. However, he intended to explain everything to Eren, a conversation made possible by Carla's continued existence. He wanted Eren to understand everything, so he would not be lost and could better protect his mother. Eren wished to say more, but Mikasa held him back, and Armin advised him that their presence would only make Grisha hesitant. Convinced by Mikasa and Armin's persuasion, Eren distanced himself. Kenny, however, regarded the scene before him with indifference. Such touching familial bonds, he mocked, casting a derisive glance at Grisha. Yet, Grisha chose not to respond to Kenny. Instead, he spoke to Eren in a grave tone. Eren, do you see? You will inherit this power. I will tell you everything, and you must remember to protect your mother and Mikasa well. As Grisha spoke, steam began to rise from his wounds, and his body radiated light. Golden lightning crackled around Grisha. Kenny, who had previously been in control, was suddenly thrown into disarray upon witnessing Grisha's transformation. What is happening? This is impossible, he exclaimed, attempting to distance himself from Grisha, but it was too late. Golden thunder descended. The attack titan had emerged. The immense pressure and force sent Kenny flying. A titan. Armin gasped at the sight of Grisha transformed, astonished. Dad has turned into a titan? Eren's mind was a blank. He could not fathom that his father had become a titan. Is this real? He possesses the power of the titans. Kenny's shock rivaled Eren's. He had never anticipated that Grisha was the bearer of titan powers. Roaring. Grisha's formidable titan form was clearly intimidating. He charged at Kenny with ferocity. Damn it. Without the vertical maneuvering equipment, Kenny stood no chance against the titan. Even as he attempted to evade Grisha's attacks, he exerted every ounce of strength he had. Chapter 141. The arrival of the Eldians under Grisha's relentless assault. Kenny found himself on the brink of collapse. Despite Kenny's strength, he was ultimately just a human, while Grisha had transcended humanity, becoming a Titan. Eventually, Kenny was cornered by the Titan Grisha. With no escape from Grisha's powerful kick, Kenny could only curl up, hoping to endure the blow. Boom. Curled up, Kenny resembled a ball that had been kicked away, colliding forcefully with a grand tree. Gradually, he slid down the trunk, his bones shattered, and his spleen ruptured from the impact. Gaze unfocused, Kenny looked at Grisha, who approached him. The searing pain coursing through his body brought him to the brink of death. Had it not been for the formidable constitution of the Ackerman clan, Kenny would have likely been obliterated by Grisha's powerful kick. Clenching his teeth in defiance, Kenny refused to succumb to fate. His will to survive ignited a flicker of strength, enabling him to tremblingly extract a box from his pocket. Thud, thud. With each step Grisha took, it resonated like the tolling of a death knell in Kenny's heart. Move, he urged himself, desperation coursing through his veins. Ultimately, after a strenuous effort, he managed to retrieve the box, only to despair at the sight of fluid seeping from it. Grisha's might had shattered the spinal fluid inside. With despair etched on his face, Kenny brought the box to his lips, using his tongue to lap at the liquid within. A golden radiance flickered around him as he transformed into the form of the pure Titan. Though merely licking, he became a 15-meter-tall pure Titan. Roar! Upon witnessing Kenny's transformation, surprise flickered in Grisha's eyes. He had not anticipated that an ordinary individual could harness the spinal fluid to become a pure Titan. However, that astonishment quickly turned to cold resolve as Kenny, now a pure Titan, charged at him with a furious roar. Yet, how could a pure Titan hope to contend with Grisha, endowed with the powers of two Titans? Grisha seized Kenny's head, thrusting his hands deep into Kenny's gaping mouth. With a roar, Grisha tore the head of the pure Titan asunder. In the distance, Eren stood, dumbfounded at the sight of his frenzied father. He could scarcely believe that the raging muscular Titan was his doctor father. Thud! Grisha discarded Kenny's severed head onto the ground. Observing the incapacitated Kenny, Grisha raised his foot. Thud! Thud! With each heavy stomp, flesh and blood erupted from Kenny's nape, and steam began to rise from his body, signifying his demise. After vanquishing Kenny, Grisha turned his gaze toward Eren and his companions, beginning to stride in their direction. Despite the knowledge that this Titan was his father, the ferocity he had just exhibited instilled fear in Eren. "Father, can you hear me?" Eren cautiously inquired, swallowing hard as he faced Grisha, who now stood before the three of them. "Eren, you have witnessed it all," Grisha spoke, addressing his son transformed into a Titan. As Eren listened to the giant speak, his emotions began to calm. It was evident that his father possessed great wisdom. "Father, how did you transform into a giant? What are those giants? Who is the colossal giant that towers over the walls?" At that moment, Eren was filled with a multitude of questions he longed to ask Grisha. "Eren, I will soon reveal to you the truth of our world. After this revelation, you shall inherit my power, the power of the giants." Grisha squatted down to gaze at Eren, wishing dearly to witness his growth. Yet, time was not on his side. He would not be able to see Eren grow up, marry, or have children. As Grisha crouched, he reverted from his giant form, emerging from the nape of his neck. "Father." Upon seeing Grisha emerge from the giant's body, Eren hesitated, struggling to find words. He yearned to speak, yet the words caught in his throat. "It's all right, Eren. Once I share the origins of the giants with you, you will understand their true nature. In truth, giants are not to be feared. Our current plight is entirely the consequence of the first king of the walls." Grisha's words left both Eren and Armin in stunned silence. "Let us return. I will explain everything in due time." Grisha urged the three to leave, wary of any potential intruders discovering traces of the giant. He led them back to the hospital. Unlike Grisha's calm demeanor, Eren and Armin were filled with unease and incessant speculation about the meaning of Grisha's words, pondering the true nature of the giants and the connection to the royal family. Meanwhile, Mikasa remained unconcerned with these matters. Her sole focus was on Eren. Upon their return to the hospital room, Grisha noticed a young boy conversing with Carla at her bedside, surrounded by three children bowing their heads. "Carla, who is he?" Grisha inquired, directing his attention to Carla. Mikasa, naturally, was aware of Grisha and his companions, especially given her distinctive scarf. "Who is Eren?" Carla had yet to respond when Aaron, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Dad. He is the one who saved Mom." With Aaron having introduced the boy to Grisha, Carla fell silent, turning her gaze to Mikasa. "Mikasa, are you all right?" In response to Carla's concern, Mikasa shook her head. "I am fine." Uncle Grisha arrived swiftly and defeated the enemy. However, as she spoke of Grisha's victory, her expression bore a hint of peculiarity. Carla did not notice Mikasa's demeanor, but the boy did. It seemed that saving Carla had altered the course of events. Observing the quartet, the boy contemplated, "I am truly grateful to you for saving my wife." Grisha approached the boy and bowed deeply, sincerely expressing his gratitude. "It's nothing. I believe you would be quite interested in the giant that sought to devour your wife," the boy remarked with a hint of dark humor as he watched Grisha bow. "What is so special about that giant?" Grisha felt a sense of confusion regarding what Kassa had said. After all, from the information conveyed by Carla, Kassa was no ordinary person. He had the ability to control giants. Before becoming the mindless titan, that giant was known as Dina Fritz. Kassa looked at Grisha with keen interest as he uttered a name. Upon hearing it, Grisha's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 142, The Defiant Annie. "How could this be?" Grisha exclaimed, staring intently at Kassa. Grisha's intense reaction puzzled Carla and the others, leaving them baffled as to why his response was so pronounced and why Kassa mentioned before becoming a titan. Unlike Carla's confusion, Reiner and his companions understood Kassa's words. Meanwhile, Armin, upon hearing Kassa's statement and reflecting on Grisha's transformation into a titan, began to harbor a horrifying suspicion. "Yes, it is indeed the person you are contemplating. She truly followed through and has been searching for you." Listening to Kassa's words, Grisha recalled Dina's words to him at the seaside wall. "Dina, have you truly come to find me?" As he murmured her name, tears welled in Grisha's eyes. "Kassa, who is Dina?" Observing Grisha's reaction, Carla suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Upon hearing Carla's inquiry, Kassa wore a bemused smile. "She is Dr. Grisha's wife." Carla, taken aback by Kassa's statement, found it difficult to believe. "Kassa, you must be joking." Carla hoped that Kassa was merely jesting, but Grisha's reaction suggested that Kassa was likely speaking the truth. "My dear, shouldn't you provide some explanation?" Carla took a deep breath and composed herself. Given her understanding of Grisha, she believed the situation must be far more complex than it appeared. Grisha also took a moment to steady his emotions, sitting on the edge of the bed, ready to recount his past to Carla. As Grisha began to narrate his story, both Carla and Aaron, along with the others, were left in shock. Reiner and his companions were equally astonished, never having anticipated that the Grisha before them was the father of their captain, Zeke. Furthermore, Grisha had inherited the power of the Titans, specifically the power of the Attack Titan. After Grisha finished recounting his tale, the room descended into a profound silence as everyone processed the revelations he had shared. Armin and the others found it hard to believe. There are humans beyond the walls, and many of them at that. Those within the walls are all from outside. Titans are merely ordinary humans transformed. "I refuse," Aaron exclaimed passionately, looking at Grisha. "To consume my father in order to inherit such power, I refuse." Aaron was overwhelmed. The notion of devouring the previous Titan host to inherit their abilities was utterly unacceptable to him, especially when the person in question was his own father. Aaron's words caused the expressions of Reiner and his companions to darken instantly, as they themselves had consumed the previous hosts to gain their Titan powers. "Alan, even if you do not inherit my powers, my time on this earth is limited," Grisha gently reassured, his hand resting on Alan's head. "The bearer of the Titan's power is granted merely 13 years of life." "How could this be?" Alan replied incredulously, struggling to comprehend the reality that, after enduring the Titan's invasion, his father faced such a fleeting existence. "Do not worry, Alan. You shall carry forth my will," Grisha urged him. But a sudden change shadowed his expression as if he had sensed something profound. "My memories have vanished," he uttered, a look of confusion etched upon his face. "Uncle Grisha, you mentioned the royal family within the walls controls the Titans and established the Great Walls. Why then did they not emerge when the walls were breached?" Armin inquired, his gaze fixed on Grisha, seeking clarity. Armin's question rendered Grisha momentarily silent, while Reiner and his companions perked up, eager for insights into the founding Titan. After a brief pause, Grisha spoke slowly. "After the walls fell, I sought the royal family, but they denied my request to expel the Titans." Grisha maintained a calm demeanor. Yet Armin's emotions erupted. "Why? Why refuse? They possess the means to drive the Titans away, he exclaimed, bewildered by the royal family's apparent inaction. I do not know, Grisha replied, his composure beginning to fray. When the royal family turned down my plea, I transformed and devoured the founding Titan. His voice was low, obscuring his true feelings. But the revelation ignited joy within Reiner and his comrades, who had long sought knowledge of the founding Titan. Reiner cast a cautious glance at Eren, only to find him watching with a sideways glance. A shiver ran down Reiner's spine as memories of Eren's possession flooded back. In contrast, Annie felt no such fear. Her longing to return home had triumphed over any trepidation regarding Eren's control. Annie's eyes sparkled with determination as she watched Grisha, her hand poised at her mouth, ready to bite down and transform. Bertolt, witnessing her intent, felt his heart race. Reiner, observing Annie's flushed excitement, rushed forward to seize her hand. Stop, Annie. Have you forgotten that this devil is still nearby? Do you wish to be possessed again? Reiner whispered urgently, fearful that Eren might overhear. Yet Annie was undeterred, her singular focus on seizing the founding Titan and returning home. Reiner's expression turned to one of despair as he and Grisha watched Annie's resolve intensify. Just as she was about to bite her palm, Eren merely glanced at her, and in that instant, Annie's movements were halted, her body taken under Eren's control. However, Caesar did not directly possess Annie's body. He stood up and gazed at Annie, who was on the verge of transforming, a mocking smile spreading across his face. Have you taken my words as mere whispers in the wind? I am attempting to converse with you amicably. Do you truly believe my temper is boundless? Thankfully, I have retained a fragment of my soul's power. Caesar's voice was calm, yet it was laced with an unmistakable chill. With the soul's power as a conduit, he exerted control over Annie's body. Slowly, Annie lowered her hands, tears streaming down her face, yet her expression remained eerily tranquil. This sight sent a shiver down Reiner and Bertholt's spines. Annie was evidently still conscious, yet her body was beyond her control. Observing the entranced Annie, Grisha lowered the surgical knife he had raised. He too felt a surge of fear. At such close proximity, should she transform, both Carla and Eren would be in grave danger. As Grisha contemplated this, his gaze darkened as he looked upon Annie and her companions. The possessors of the Titan's power? People from Marley? You are the ones who destroyed the walls. Grisha's words, though framed as a question, carried an air of certainty. Under Grisha's intense scrutiny, the pressure on Bertholdt and Reiner mounted significantly. Chapter 143, Grisha, the royal family returns. Fortunately, Carla was ultimately saved by Caesar. Otherwise, it would have been Grisha poised to transform. Grisha managed to maintain a semblance of calm, yet Eren was far from composed. Upon hearing that they were responsible for the destruction of the walls and recalling the circumstances of his father's transformation, Eren's intellect surged forth in a moment of clarity. How despicable! You are the ones who have turned my mother into this. Eren suddenly erupted, charging forward with the intent to confront the Marley trio. Reiner and Bertholdt, recognizing their disadvantaged position, merely braced themselves against Eren's small fists, refraining from retaliation. Enough, Eren. Ultimately, it was Grisha who intervened and pulled Eren away. Even as Grisha held him back, Eren's expression remained one of deep-seated animosity towards the Marley trio. Enough, Grisha. Forget about those three. I have matters to discuss with you. Eren's hostility towards the Marley trio did not surprise Caesar. What is it? Grisha, still wary of the enigmatic Caesar, remained on guard. You possess the ability to control the founding Titan and are accompanied by a team of Titans from Marley. Even if you save Carla, your time is limited. You wish to pass on the Titan's power to Eren. Caesar articulated these thoughts, reflecting Grisha's current predicament. Grisha nodded in acknowledgement. Caesar continued. I intend to venture into the founding space, what you refer to as the coordinate. He fixed his gaze on Grisha, articulating his demand. Caesar harbored ambitions regarding the Titan's power within this world. He too was a founding Titan, the progenitor of the founding lineage. Eager to discern whether the Titan's power held any utility for him. In response to Caesar's request, Grisha fell silent for a moment. I lack the means to wield the founding power. I am not of royal blood. Grisha did not outright reject Caesar's proposition, but merely stated his inability to utilize the founding power. Reflecting on the narrative, Cass's refusal prompts a search for Historia, in hopes of awakening the power of the Titans. If that proves futile, they shall seek out the pure Titan, Dina. Should she also fail, their last resort will be Zeke, a definite bearer of the founding Titan's power. The royal bloodline behind the walls must be pursued. As for your lifespan, I shall find a solution. Casa understands the situation clearly. By directly addressing the founding titan, the 13-year lifespan limitation would cease to exist. However, Grisha is reluctant to seek out the royal family once more. Presently, he yearns for peace to instruct Eren and pass on his strength. Eren seems to sense Grisha's hesitance, approaching him with determination. Father, shall we go? Eren harbors no desire for the Titan's power. He simply wishes for his father to live well. Grisha gazes into Eren's eyes and suddenly comprehends. Why must Eren bear this burden? Why can he not shoulder it himself? If Casa's claims hold true, and he can indeed resolve his lifespan issues, then he shall bear it all. Eren need only stay by his mother's side. With newfound resolve, Grisha decides to seek the royal family. At that very moment, far away in Marley, Zeke and the head of the Deba family envision several scenes in their minds. Casa's true form approaches the world's boundary, and the grotesque worm intensifies its self-rescue efforts. The three from Marley watch Casa, hoping to accompany him. However, Casa reflects, deeming it too perilous for these three untrained Marleyans to remain. Thus, he decides to take them along. Upon hearing Casa's consent, Reiner and Bertholdt can hardly contain their joy, while Annie, under control, stares blankly ahead, tears silently streaming down her face. In the following days, after Grisha and Carla regain some strength, they prepare to depart with Casa. Eren, take good care of your mother, Grisha says, patting Eren on the shoulder. Of course. Don't worry, father. Eren assures Grisha that he will protect his mother. Mikasa, please look after Eren. He tends to be impulsive, Grisha advises. Perceiving Mikasa as more mature than Eren at this moment, after giving his instructions, Grisha boards the carriage, setting off under Reiner's guidance. However, it is not long before the carriage begins to veer uncontrollably. With no other option, Grisha takes the reins himself. Inside the carriage, Reiner mutters in confusion. It looks quite simple. Bertholdt gazes at Reiner with exasperation, while Annie quietly sits in a corner, resigned to her fate. A day later, Grisha and Casa arrive at the location where he devoured the founding titan. Returning to this place, Grisha's expression darkens. Let us proceed, he says, as Casa pulls open the entrance to the underground passage, stepping forward first. After traversing the dark passage, upon entering the subterranean space, one is struck by its impressive solidity. Catherine tapped the crystalline surface of the walls, marveling at the shimmering underground expanse before him. He envisioned the possibility of constructing a palace in such a splendid locale. Under Grisha's guidance, they swiftly ventured deeper into the underground realm. Is anyone here? Why are there signs of destruction everywhere? Reiner pondered, gazing at the desolate and damaged surroundings. Meanwhile, Catherine's attention was drawn to the elevated platform ahead. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Isn't this the so-called Darren's Joy platform? After surveying the platform, he scanned the surrounding environment once more, noting the numerous traces of devastation. However, any bloodstains had been meticulously eradicated. Aware that Grisha had consumed the founding titan in this very place, Catherine felt little surprise at the signs of ruin. Let us proceed. It seems the royals have not arrived here. We should explore another location, Grisha remarked. His investigation into the royal family had uncovered not only this site, but another as well. Subsequently, Grisha led Catherine and the others to the estate of the Rice family. He knocked on the grand door of the manor, and moments later, a maid approached. May I inquire who you are? She asked, her tone courteous yet skeptical. I have an appointment with the head of the Rod family. Please inform him, Grisha replied, eager to locate Rod. Once he had found him, Grisha intended to transform and capture him, for he was the last of the royals. Unbeknownst to Grisha, there was still one royal he had not accounted for, Rod's illegitimate daughter, Historia. I apologize, but we have not received any notification, the maid responded politely. Though internally, she suspected Grisha was deceiving her. She had encountered many strange visitors before, and while she was unaware of the head of the household's true identity, she had seen her fair share of oddities. Just as Grisha was about to say more to the maid, a commotion arose from behind him. Who are you? A voice called out. Grisha turned to see Rod accompanied by a group of men clad in black. Upon catching sight of Grisha, Rod's pupils dilated in alarm. Kill him, Rod bellowed, pointing a finger at Grisha. The black-clad men, upon receiving Rod's command, swiftly drew their weapons and aimed them at Grisha. Despite the imminent threat, Rod, being well aware of the formidable power wielded by a Titan shifter, understood that such attacks would be futile against one who bore that strength. Thus, he gradually retreated behind his men, preparing to flee. Grisha noted Rod's abruptness. He had no desire to engage in conversation. Yet, he understood why Rod was so evasive after all. He had devoured their family's founding titan and had nearly annihilated the entire royal lineage, leaving only Rod, who had managed to escape. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets soared towards Grisha, a cacophony of sound piercing the air. Clang. A golden thunderbolt erupted. Grisha transformed instantaneously, embracing his titan form. With a mighty roar, his transformation sent the Marley trio sprawling. Meanwhile, Reiner stood firm against the gale, gazing at Grisha, now a titan. A titan. He had indeed transformed. Fire. But alas, we are devoid of vertical maneuvering equipment. The dark-clad figures were seized by panic at the sight of Grisha's titan form. Their small firearms were but a mere nuisance to him. As Grisha charged towards Rod's direction, the Marley trio returned to Reiner's side. Annie and I will pursue the royal bloodline, Reiner declared, taking Annie by the hand. Earlier, Reiner had released Annie from her constraints on their way to find the royal family, allowing her to move freely now. Yet, Reiner cast a wary glance at Bertolt, who was fixated on Grisha. What is it that makes you sweat, Bertolt? Reiner's voice grew ice-cold, his tone deepening ominously. Bertolt was intent on Grisha, fearful that a glance towards Reiner might reveal his thoughts. However, the beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead betrayed him. Hurry, Reiner. Annie, get away. Bertolt silently screamed. Having inflicted wounds upon himself after being blown away, ready to transform into the Colossal Titan at any moment. He did not believe Reiner could interrupt his metamorphosis. In the distance, 2 lightning bolts struck, as if signaling the impending doom. Bertolt gritted his teeth, his visage contorting into a fierce grimace. Clang. Bertolt's body radiated a golden glow, his fearsome expression exuding an oppressive aura. Yet, facing the impending nuclear explosion of the Colossal Titan, Reiner merely exhibited a cold, unyielding gaze. I have given you your chance. Boom. A tremendous explosion ascended into the heavens. Rod's estate was instantly reduced to ashes. The dark-clad figures opposing Grisha were similarly transformed into dust. Only Grisha, Reiner, and Annie, in their titan forms, survived. This was still a testament to Bertolt's restraint, as he had not fully unleashed the catastrophic power of the Colossal Titan's explosion. Otherwise, at such close range, none of them would have emerged unscathed. As the explosion subsided, the surroundings became a wasteland. Reiner, curled up to shield his head, gradually unfurled his body. He had cradled Rod in his mouth, safeguarding him from the blast. Reiner's armored titan bore significant injuries, yet the titan's regenerative abilities allowed for swift recovery. Grisha surveyed the Colossal Titan before him, then turned towards Reiner's location. Reiner. Grisha bellowed in the direction where Reiner had been. But soon, he beheld Reiner, unharmed, surrounded by an unscathed perimeter. A closer inspection revealed a layer of warped protective shielding enveloping Reiner, effectively isolating him from the explosion. Still contemplating the acquisition of the founding titan, were you? Karen withdrew the protective spatial barrier enveloping him. This occurred following the unlocking of the giant form, which integrated the powers bestowed by the divine tree. Karen was capable of utilizing this in a spectral state, fortunate that the abilities of the giant transcended spatial constraints. The unlocking of the giant form was, after all, a result of the transformation completed by the inhabitants of the earth and wind countries in the world of Naruto. Gradually, Karen ascended into the air, aligning his gaze with that of the Colossal Titan. Bertolt, situated at the nape, stared in horror at the unscathed Karen. Unable to fathom how a human could survive the cataclysmic explosion of the Titan without a scratch, his attire entirely intact. Your treatment has now diminished. Should you dare to strike at me, I shall remain unfazed. After all, this is our first encounter, yet if you challenge me again after my victory, it shall be your folly, Karen asserted, raising his right hand and sweeping it forward. Bertolt, however, was evidently not inclined to remain passive. As he lifted his palm to seize Karen, he found his body inexplicably succumbing to gravity, collapsing sideways with a thunderous crash. The immense Titan's form crumbled. An avalanche of stones shattered, sending dust billowing into the air. What is happening? Bertolt exclaimed in utter shock. The mere gesture from Karen had brought about his downfall. In contrast to Bertolt's bewilderment, Grisha perceived the situation with clarity. At the moment Karen waved his hand, a wave of energy sliced through the left leg of the Colossal Titan, severing it completely. This was the truth behind the Titan's collapse. As the fallen Titan began to emit scalding steam in an attempt to engulf Karen, A distorted protective barrier enveloped Karen, neutralizing all forms of assault. With his right hand gracefully cutting through the void, Karen unleashed a barrage of spatial blades upon the Titan. As these blades carved through the Titan's form, the torrent of steam abruptly ceased. When the vapor dissipated, the Titan was reduced to merely its upper body, both arms and legs severed by the spatial blades. Bertolt gazed at Karen in terror, realizing he could no longer control the Titan and could only await its recovery before he could act. Yet, as Karen raised his right hand once more, the intensity of Bertolt's fear escalated. With a swift motion, Karen cleaved the Titan's head vertically in two. The severity of such an injury instilled dread in Bertolt, who feared that Karen's next strike might obliterate him entirely. He did not doubt that Karen was aware of the whereabouts of the Titan shifter. Seizing the moment amidst the steam that enveloped the Titan's recovery, Bertolt discreetly reverted from his Titan form, seeking an escape. However, after only a few strides, Bertolt stumbled, his right foot slipping into an abyss, leading him to crash heavily to the ground. "Ah!" he cried out in anguish, clutching the stump of his severed right leg. Karen regarded the wailing Bertolt with a cold gaze, and with several spatial ripples, Bertolt's remaining limbs were swiftly severed. Chapter 145. The inability to activate the power of the founding Titan. In this fleeting moment, Armin and Reiner had just returned to Grisha's location. As they were farther from Bertolt than Grisha, their injuries were not severe. They had hoped that once Bertolt transformed, an explosion would obliterate the Titan. But if that were not feasible, at the very least, it would severely injure him. Subsequently, they could seize Grisha's Titan power. However, to their astonishment, not only was the Titan unharmed, but Bertolt was swiftly rejected as well. The two could only stand in a daze, watching the Titan hovering above them and the disfigured Bertolt writhing in agony on the ground. Armin, upon witnessing Bertolt's tragic state, instinctively took a step back in horror. Meanwhile, the Titan's gaze shifted towards them. With an ominous sweep of its hand, the Titan severed both of their Titan form's legs, causing them to crash to the ground. The Titan then glided slowly to their front, expressing an awareness of their desire to bring the founding Titan home, and initially believed it had sufficiently subdued them. As the Titan spoke, Reiner, still on the ground, attempted to push himself up. Yet, with another wave of its hand, the Titan severed Reiner's arms. While Armin buried his head, too frightened to meet the Titan's gaze. Losing interest in continuing the conversation, the Titan mimicked Bertolt's earlier actions, extracting the two from their Titan forms and slicing off their arms and legs, forbidding them from regaining their limbs until permitted to do so. Observing the two in excruciating pain, the Titan calmly addressed them. Reiner's Titan form vanished, releasing Rod, who was in a visibly poor condition. Despite being sheltered in Reiner's mouth, he had not been killed by the initial explosion, but had suffered injuries from the shockwave. "What do you want from us? Frida has been devoured by you. My entire family has been slain by you, and you have seized the founding Titan. What more do you desire?" Rod screamed frantically at Grisha. In response to Rod's madness, Grisha remained silent. "Take all four of them and leave," the Titan instructed Grisha, who obediently approached to collect the still raving Rod. The Titan observed Grisha's demeanor, curious to see if he would react upon touching Rod. However, Grisha displayed no reaction upon contact. Naturally, he also gathered the bleeding, terrified Reiner and Armin. With a resounding thud, Bertolt was similarly retrieved by Grisha. Once Grisha clasped all four within his grasp, he turned his gaze towards the Titan hovering above. The Titan landed on Grisha's shoulder. "Let us go. Take them back. You should now be able to activate the founding power to control the Titans." The Titan inquired from its perch on Grisha's shoulder. "I do not know. There was no sensation when I touched Rod," Grisha replied. Grisha is indeed peculiar. Logically, he should have been able to unleash the power of the founding Titan upon encountering Rod. Yet, there was no reaction when he met Rod. Kassa furrowed his brow at Grisha's words. Why? Could it be that Ymir was unwilling to allow Grisha to harness the founding power? This possibility crossed Kassa's mind. After all, the founding power following Ymir is, in essence, merely the host of the founding Titan. To access the founding space and issue commands to the royal slave Ymir is all that is required. It is merely a matter of the bloodline of the first king, which is why the slave Ymir would obey. In the narrative, she follows Zeke's commands, and it takes only a few words from Eren for Ymir to heed him as well. Kassa surmised that Ymir wished to witness the conclusion of Eren and Mikasa's story, to validate her lifelong obedience to the first king, which led her to comply with Eren's directives. The appearance of Ymir beside Mikasa cradling the severed head of the dying Eren, illustrates that royal blood and the founding titan are fundamentally just a means to reach the founding space to meet Ymir. Let us proceed. After coming to this realization, Casa felt a twinge of disappointment. The hope of prematurely activating the founding power had been dashed. The attempt to locate the aberrant creature ahead of time had also failed. Everything Casa was doing was not solely to resolve the tragedies of his past life, but also stemmed from a fascination with the aberrant entities of the Titan world. Yet, Casa was currently unable to perceive these aberrations, even with the founding Titan nearby. He cast a glance at Grisha, who was advancing, then withdrew his gaze. It seemed he must wait until his true form arrived. Casa closed his eyes, acknowledging that his endeavor to locate the aberrant creature in advance had faltered. Grisha moved swiftly, rapidly approaching the nearest town. Titans. Run. Why are there Titans here? Just as Grisha prepared to halt, a group of humans armed with bows and arrows emerged from behind some nearby trees. They had heard the sounds of Grisha's movement and, mistaking him for some colossal beast, readied themselves to hunt, only to discover it was Grisha. Instantly, everyone fled from Grisha's vicinity, their legs carrying them as if they had sprouted eight, terrified that a Titan would chase them down and consume them. Sasha, hurry. Don't look. The leader of the hunting group yanked his daughter, who had stopped in her tracks, along with him. Father, look. That Titan has humans in its hands and on its shoulders. It hasn't he eaten them? Sasha's keen eyes immediately spotted Casa and the others. However, her father dismissed the notion that a Titan would refrain from devouring humans, attributing it to his daughter's fanciful imagination, and he hoisted her up, running away. Seeing them escape in haste, Grisha remarked to Casa, "Find a cart, let us return." Now, Casa awaited the arrival of his true form, having captured the royal bloodline, with the founding Titan beside him. Grisha reverted from his Titan form, and Casa leaned against a tree, waiting for Grisha to return with the cart. What are you planning to do? You cannot activate the founding power. Rod glared intensely at Casa, who had no interest in responding to Rod's provocations. Rod observed that the Titan shifters ignored him entirely, redirecting his gaze towards the despondent figures of Reiner and his companions. You are the bearers of the Titan power from Marley, are you not? It was you who shattered the walls, wasn't it? Yet, Reiner and the others lay resigned on the ground, utterly unresponsive. The Titan shifter was overwhelmingly powerful. It transcended the mere abilities of the Titans. With a mere flick of its hand, they were rendered limbless, unable to recover. First, it controlled their bodies, and now it was annihilating them. Meanwhile, the founding Titan stood nearby, and if it were captured and taken back, they could fulfill their mission and return home. However, in the presence of this Titan shifter, the bearers of Titan power felt as powerless as ordinary humans. Despair clouded their spirits. In Chapter 146, Childhood of Sasha, Rod, witnessing their indifference, fell into a frenzy. Seizing the moment while Grisha was absent, he sought to probe the Titan shifter's capabilities. Observing the demeanor of the Marley trio and Grisha towards the Titan shifter instilled caution in Rod. Yet he recalled that the Titan shifter was not a bearer of Titan power. No matter how formidable, it resembled only the Ackerman clan. In a fit of determination, Rod sank to the ground, feeling utterly defeated. He could not even outrun an ordinary person, let alone the Ackermans. His wounds from the encounter with Bertholdt still lingered. As Rod sat despondently on the ground, waiting for Grisha's return, hunters who had previously witnessed Grisha's Titan form arrived, accompanied by a stationed military unit. This is the place. I saw the Titan here. Yes. The Titans have indeed come here. The hunters excitedly relayed their news to the 3 members of the military unit equipped with vertical maneuvering gear. However, the soldiers were clearly skeptical. The walls of Rose remained intact. How could Titans possibly have made their way here? They might have entertained the notion outside the walls of Rose. But upon arriving at the location of the Titan shifters, they found the shifter leaning against a tree. Hey, kid, have you seen any Titans around here? One soldier inquired. Though the 3 were doubtful, they positioned their hands over their gear, pondering the possibility that the hunters might be speaking the truth. What if there truly were Titans present? As the accompanying hunters spotted Reiner and the others, who were dismembered and lifeless, one exclaimed, "Look over there." The rest followed the hunter's pointing finger, horrified by the sight of the trio. These must be human traffickers. Their limbs have been severed. How brutal. The onlookers recognized that the individuals before them bore the marks of severe torment. The 3 members of the station military unit, upon witnessing the gruesome sight of Reiner and his companions, swiftly drew their blades, directing them at the Titan shifter. What has happened to these three? Kid, you better explain yourself. Their expressions turned hostile, mirroring that of apprehensive captors. Grisha is taking his sweet time, the Titan shifter remarked, noticing the weapons aimed at him. Hey, kid, don't change the subject. As the station soldiers conversed with the figure, they were suddenly engulfed by a dizzying sensation, and darkness enveloped them as they collapsed to the ground. In an instant, the figure had incapacitated the three soldiers. The hunters nearby, oblivious to the figure's shadow, could only witness the fallen forms of the station soldiers. Having dispatched them, the figure lifted his gaze towards the group of hunters. Under his scrutinizing stare, they were gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread. As the figure approached slowly, the group trembled in fear. Even a mere release of his aura rendered them motionless. Instead of attacking directly, the figure crouched before a young girl. Are you called Sasha? He inquired, gently stroking the girl's head while smiling. Sasha, captivated by the figure's smile, replied, Yes, big brother. How did you know my name? Her expression was one of confusion, clearly unaware of how he came to know her name. Observing the interaction, Sasha's father felt a surge of protectiveness for his daughter. Please, she's just a child, he stammered, struggling against the oppressive aura that surrounded them. The figure paid no heed to the father's plea, focusing instead on the innocent Sasha. Once I rule the world, I will ensure you have meat to eat every meal, all right? He declared with a smile, clearly fond of the adorable, food-loving girl. Without the scourge of war, she could live a joyful life. Oh, meat. That sounds wonderful. Sasha's eyes sparkled at the mere mention of meat, revealing her undeniable fondness for it. The world is vast, filled with delicious things. When you see me again, come find me for treats, he added, standing up after playfully acknowledging Sasha's enthusiasm. They are not dead. Worry less about other matters. He glanced at Sasha's father, who trembled but looked at him with anxious eyes. Upon hearing his words, Sasha's father nodded quickly, signaling his understanding. At that moment, Grisha returned, driving a cart. What has happened here? He asked, observing the fallen soldiers and the hunters. He had not anticipated such a gathering upon his brief absence. I saw your Titan form approaching, the figure remarked, as he effortlessly hoisted each of the incapacitated soldiers onto the cart. So it was them. I underestimated the situation, Grisha reflected, recalling the group he had previously encountered. Let us proceed, the figure instructed, lifting the last soldier, Rod, onto the cart before allowing Grisha to depart. Noticing that the figure had handled everything, Grisha said nothing further. With a crack of the whip, he drove the cart away. Once the figure had left, the hunters finally regained their ability to move. Ted, who on earth is he? They asked, still shaken, turning their gazes towards Sasha's father, the only one among them who had conversed with the enigmatic figure. Confronted by the inquiries of the crowd, Sasha's father pondered the words of the masked individual. He understood that they had witnessed matters that should remain unknown to them. The events of today should not be spoken of in the future. It would be beneficial for all involved. While still reflecting on the meat spoken of by the masked figure, Ted addressed the gathered crowd, subsequently instructing them to carry the three unconscious members of the station regiment back. They escorted the trio home, while Grisha accompanied Rod, the royal, back to the hospital. Meanwhile, in Marley, after receiving vivid images in their minds, Zeke and the head of the Daiba family, Willie, initially harbored doubts. However, fearing even the slightest possibility, they commenced their actions. As they moved, they became aware of each other's activities, cautiously testing one another and discovering that both had received similar visions. Upon discussion, they confirmed their identical experiences, thus solidifying their belief in the authenticity of these images. Under their initiative, Marley began to mobilize, preparing to deploy personnel for the first wave of probing into Paradise Island. Zeke resolved to take matters into his own hands. If the authenticity of the images was verified, Marley, under Willie's orchestration, would commence a full-scale assault on Paradise Island. During this period, Marley had yet to engage in combat with the other allied forces of the world, and all their strengths were at their peak. As the ship set sail, Zeke and Peak boarded a vessel bound for Paradise Island, ready to penetrate the walls. Chapter 147. The theory of metaphysical encounters. When Grisha and the masked figure returned to their temporary residence, 2 days had already passed. With Rod captured, the high-ranking officials within the walls presumed the last royal had perished. The nobles who were aware of the truth behind the walls had descended into madness. The military police mobilized entirely, intent on retrieving Rod. The destruction left in its wake could only be attributed to a colossal titan. Why would those from outside the walls dare to venture in, unafraid of the rumbling. It is your fault. If you had safeguarded Rod immediately after the initial incident, there would be no such chaos. What good is it to lament now? The royal line has vanished, and the founding titan is no more. The nobles within the palace were in a frenzy. They could scarcely fathom the multitude of events that had transpired in the days following the wall's breach. First, the founding titan was unexpectedly devoured. The royal family was left with only Rod, who had now been taken, and their residence reduced to ashes. No, there is still another. Amidst the clamor of the nobles, an elderly nobleman spoke with a composed demeanor. Though his voice was soft, it silenced the assembly. Indeed, there is also Rod's illegitimate daughter. Military police. The nobles, realizing the presence of the daughter whom Rod had freed, understood she too bore royal blood. Consequently, they resolved to seal the walls, identify those who had captured Rod, and reclaim the founding titan. The elder issued commands once more, and thus, nearly all military police from the Wall of Shino were dispatched, solely to search for the individual depicted in the images, Rod. Upon bringing the carriage to a halt, Casa guided Reiner and the others, who were permitted to restore the use of their legs, down from the vehicle. Rod was also ushered inside under Grisha's supervision. Initially, Rod was restrained within the abode where they were temporarily residing. Casa and Grisha then engaged in a discussion regarding the inexplicable inability to activate the founding titan's powers. Both were acutely aware of Rod's royal heritage, yet the failure to trigger this power was indeed perplexing. When Casa suggested the drastic measure of consuming Rod, Grisha expressed his dissent, believing that devouring Rod would yield little benefit. Subsequently, Casa mentioned another royal figure within the walls. Upon hearing her name, Grisha fell into a contemplative silence, clearly burdened by complex emotions regarding Dina, his wife from Marley. Initially, both were destined to be transformed into pure titans and exiled. However, Grisha had acquired the power of the attack titan, enabling him to survive, and even to marry and have children within the walls. It was also unsettling to realize that his wife within the walls had nearly been devoured by his former spouse. Nevertheless, Casa was resolute in his decision to test the waters, and Grisha had no choice but to acquiesce. Simultaneously, Casa urged Grisha to begin disseminating the truth about the walls. After Grisha discreetly accomplished this task, he visited Carla and Aaron 5 days later. This time, they decided to bring Rod along, for if one royal was insufficient, perhaps 2 would suffice. Upon reboarding the carriage, Casa observed Reiner and the others, who had remained silent since he had effortlessly vanquished their titan forms. They were now permitted to regain the use of their hands and were expected to cooperate with them, should they harbor any rebellious intent. Wishing to seize the founding titan and return to Marley, Casa suggested that the 3 of them would serve as sustenance for Aaron and his companions. His tone was calm, yet the undeniable weight of his words sent a shiver through the 3. Casa was not merely threatening them. Should they dare to oppose him again, he would indeed transfer their titan powers to Aaron and his friends. The trio assured him of their compliance and promised to behave. After Casa nodded in approval, they began to restore the use of their hands. Once their hands were fully functional, tears of joy flowed freely. The sensation of being whole once more was exhilarating. Aware that both military factions were currently searching for Rod, Casa refrained from directing Grisha towards the gate and instead instructed him to head towards a nearby wall. The carriage navigated through the forest, occasionally stopping at nearby villages for provisions of food and fresh water. 3 days passed once more, and Grisha, now at the forefront of the wall, stood before the rose wall alongside Casa. Grisha looked at Casa, eager to understand how he intended to facilitate their passage through this formidable barrier. Surely, he wouldn't resort to having Berthold transform and capture them for that purpose, would he? The mere thought of such a possibility rendered Grisha momentarily mute. Indeed, one could not dismiss that possibility, yet Grisha underestimated Casa's current capabilities. The figure of the man in the hat soared into the air, crossing the walls of Rose to reach the other side. He then focused intently, beginning to manipulate the forces of space. Under his influence, the space ahead began to intertwine with that within the walls of Rose. Grisha gazed in astonishment at the warping space before him, his eyes widening in disbelief. Compared to the sheer physicality of the Titan's power, the manipulation of space felt exceedingly extraordinary to Grisha. Gradually, the distorted space settled into a calm state, revealing a dark portal before him. The man in the hat emerged from the rift, contemplating the distance traveled with a hint of dissatisfaction. It felt inadequate. almost less impressive than the grand spectacle of the great dark sky. Was it due to the absence of his true form? As he stepped through the portal, he pondered its nature. What is this? Grisha inquired, looking towards the man in the hat. It is a spatial transmission portal. Blindfold the horse and step inside, the man replied, shifting his focus away from the portal's mechanics and directing Grisha to cover the horse's eyes. They then drove the carriage into the gateway. Upon exiting the portal, the man glanced back and with a mere wave of his hand, sealed it shut. Grisha continued guiding the carriage forward. Where shall we go now, sir? Grisha asked, surveying the vast expanse of land, uncertain of how to locate Dina. At that moment, the man in the hat was summoning the first titan that had brought him to this world. The first of the staff, upon hearing Grisha's uncertainty, casually responded, choose a direction that resonates with you. You and Dina share a connection, especially since you have consumed the founding titan. You will surely encounter each other. The man's words were not mere fanciful notions. They were grounded in truth. In the original narrative, Eren had encountered Dina twice amidst the countless mindless titans. Not to mention Grisha, who had a much closer bond with Dina. Although Grisha found the man's assertions somewhat mystical, as if he were attempting to deceive him, he had no better alternatives and decided to heed the man's advice. After a moment of contemplation, he sensed a particular direction calling to him and steered the carriage accordingly. Meanwhile, the truth about the walls that the man in the hat had disseminated was steadily gaining momentum. The residents of Maria's Wall, now believing the information, were gathering as the inhabitants of Rose Wall could no longer accommodate the influx of people. Those in the know had already heard whispers of the higher-ups preparing to take action against the refugees. Without Grisha's revelations, the residents of Maria's Wall might have simply considered themselves unfortunate. They had thought that being taken in by Rose Wall meant they should not cause trouble. However, upon learning the truth about the walls from Grisha, feelings of anger began to arise among them. It dawned on them that they were merely livestock. Raised by the royal family, the source of the Titans was, in fact, their transformation. The royals were aware of the entire truth. Furthermore, the royal family possessed the means to control the Titans, yet they had refrained from acting when the walls were breached. Though Grisha disseminated the truth about the walls, he did not reveal everything. Yet, even this partial revelation was sufficient to sow discontent among the impoverished refugees of Maria's Wall. Some soldiers stationed in the garrison began to waver. The chaotic situation within Rose's Wall had begun to manifest. As Grisha drove the cart forward, he encountered abandoned villages, their remnants bearing witness to past assaults by Titans, marked by bloodstains. Upon witnessing such a scene, Grisha heightened his vigilance, aware that they might soon confront Titans. As he passed by a large tree, a crouching abnormal Titan lunged at him, limbs outstretched and tongue flailing as it barreled past the cart. Startled, the horses neighed, and the cart began to sway. As the abnormal Titan adjusted its form to charge at them again, Grisha prepared to transform and confront the creature. However, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from the cart, colliding directly with the Titan. Enveloped by this spiritual force, the Titan halted in its tracks. Grisha, observing the stilled Titan, lowered his hand and inquired with confusion, "What is this, Kasa-san?" With a wave of his hand, Kasa directed the spiritual energy back into the Titan, which remained obediently stationary. "It's all right. If we encounter a Titan, I will control it. There's no need for concern. Just focus on the journey ahead." Grisha, reassured by Kasa's words and the apparent control over the Titan, refrained from further questioning, though an unsettling feeling lingered in his mind. Who, after all, was the progenitor? After calming the horses, the cart resumed its journey, now accompanied by an additional bodyguard. Along the way, whenever they encountered pure Titans, Kasa would effortlessly exert his spiritual force to bring them under control. Consequently, as the number of pure Titans they encountered increased, so did the throng trailing behind the cart. While Kasa managed one of the pure Titans following the convoy, Grisha wiped the sweat from his brow, contemplating the colossal assembly of Titans. Hundreds of these beings could easily overwhelm him upon transformation. Even exhaustion could claim his life. Fortunately, these Titans were under Kasa's command. The commotion caused by Kasa's gathering of pure Titans was significant. As the Titans moved alongside the cart, they caught the attention of a Titan with a horse-like visage. Peeking from his perch in the trees, Peak, who was foraging, noticed the pursuing Titans and questioned the origin of the cart and its multitude of following pure Titans. As Peak observed, a look of confusion crossed his face. However, he soon discerned that the pure Titans were not chasing the cart, but rather following it. This revelation startled Peak, but he quickly realized that such control over the pure titans could not possibly be attributed to Zeke. Moreover, the location was within the wall, suggesting the involvement of the founding titan. Contemplating this, Peak observed the direction in which the carriage was advancing and hastily returned to inform Zeke of her findings. Upon reaching Zeke and the Marleyan squad he commanded, Peak found him preparing a pot of food. "Peak, have you gathered the supplies?" "You returned rather swiftly," Zeke inquired, stirring the contents of the pot. "Commander Zeke, I may have discovered the traces of the founding titan," Peak replied, recounting the bizarre sights she had witnessed in the forest. Particularly, when she mentioned the hundreds of pure titans that had followed her, Peak was convinced that the founding titan resided within that carriage. However, Zeke's expression revealed no joy upon hearing Peak's account. Instead, he appeared deep in thought. Observing his pensive demeanor, Peak felt puzzled. Could this situation not solely point to the founding titan? What could Commander Zeke be contemplating? Could it be that Marley's team has successfully captured the founding titan and returned? Peak speculated, recalling the 4 members dispatched to seize the titaness power. Zeke turned his gaze towards Peak at her words. Impossible. In truth, their plan to capture the founding titan has already failed. It has been seized by others. Moreover, the power of the Jaw Titan has been lost, devoured by the pure titans. As he spoke of the founding titan being taken by others, a complex expression crossed Zeke's face, one of longing, resentment, and profound confusion. Yet, he quickly reined in his emotions. How could that be? "Marley is our captain," Peak exclaimed in shock. It was essential to note that Marley was the most capable among the 4 who ventured towards the wall. Such is the reality. "Come, let us investigate the founding titan," Zeke commanded, summoning the accompanying Marleyan soldiers to equip Peak before they prepared to enter. "Father, is that you?" In the fortress upon Peak's back, Zeke's gaze seemed to penetrate the iron to behold Grisha atop the carriage. Grisha, driving the carriage, appeared to sense Zeke's presence and turned to face him. "Stop, Grisha. It is time." A voice from the hooded figure brought Grisha back to reality. Yet, upon hearing "it is time," Grisha remained perplexed until he spotted the familiar figure of Dina approaching with an eerie smile. Grisha stood transfixed, tears streaming down his cheeks as he gazed at Dina's familiar visage. "Perhaps you should attempt to reach her. I shall refrain from intervening for now," the hooded figure suggested, allowing Grisha to see if he could awaken the founding titan's power. Although this plan had been meticulously devised, the moment Grisha truly laid eyes on Dina, he hesitated to approach. The hooded figure noticed Grisha's reluctance. "What are you afraid of? She remains in her pure titan state and does not recognize you. You would do better to activate the founding titan's power sooner. Perhaps I could arrange for the 2 of you to reunite later." Kakamon gently nudged Grisha, urging him to muster courage. If he could consume the grotesque creatures of this world, then the reunion of Grisha and Dina would not merely be a fanciful notion. Transforming back into a human? He had already experienced that in the world of Naruto. Chapter 149, King Gigi. The assault begins. After a period of mental fortification, Grisha finally established his psychological defenses. "Dina, I am truly sorry," Grisha whispered softly as he gazed upon Dina in her pure titan form. A scalpel was held in his left hand as he made an incision across his right hand. Ding! Golden lightning descended from the heavens. Grisha transformed into his titan form. Meanwhile, Reiner and his companions dismounted from the carriage and observed this momentous scene. This could very well be a historic occasion. Grisha and Dina approached each other. When Peak, carrying Zeke and the others, reached a hillside, they witnessed this spectacle. Zeke's eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be? It was precisely them. Why was his beast titan so uniquely special? As Dina's son, he understood all too well. Meanwhile, his father had seized the founding titan's power within the walls. Their encounter could only yield one outcome. Zeke left the turret and stood on Peak's back, praying fervently. "Please, do not let it succeed." Despite Zeke's desperate pleas, he knew it was a mere wish. Ultimately, he could not deceive his own heart. He dared not gamble on what outcomes would arise should his father, empowered by the founding titan, initiate his plans. "Artillery squad, heed my command," Zeke suddenly ordered. The 4, who had been relaxing within the fortress, instantly tensed. "Yes." Zeke gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly, blood trickling from his knuckles. "Coordinate with Peak to eliminate that female pure titan." Zeke spat out these words between clenched teeth. "Understood." The artillery squad complied, swiftly preparing for battle. Zeke then glanced at the assortment of rocks nearby. Ding! The commotion from the Titan's transformation immediately drew the attention of those near the carriage. Grisha, too, was captivated by this disturbance. As everyone turned to look, a monkey-like Titan stood atop the hillside. Reiner, spotting Zeke, exclaimed, "Commander Zeke." The trio began to tremble. Fearful of being discovered by Zeke, fearing he would realize they stood alongside the enemy. Their families were still in Marley. Kakamon glanced between Grisha and Dina, then at a distant Zeke, before suddenly chuckling softly. "Do you believe this is mere coincidence, Emer?" Zeke grasped a large boulder nearby and split it in two. Crushing the stone in his hands, he made a throwing motion. "Peek, go!" With Zeke's command, the boulder flew swiftly toward Dina. Grisha, witnessing the rapidly approaching stone, hardened his body to shield Dina. Bang, bang, bang. The hardened Grisha was directly struck, sent flying, sustaining injuries upon impact. The figure did not concern himself with the launched Grisha. Instead, he pointed towards Zeke's position. Hundreds of mindless giants, emerging from the carriage, began to roar and charge forward. Zeke, witnessing his strike thwarted by Grisha while a multitude of mindless giants advanced menacingly, had no choice but to abandon the thought of eliminating Dina and instead focus on dispelling this horde of giants. Meanwhile, Peak was already sprinting towards Dina's location. Faced with the daunting number of giants, Peak opted for evasion, even if she coordinated with the Panzer Squad to eliminate a few giants. The sheer volume threatened to deplete their ammunition. Although Peak intended to bypass the mindless giants, the giants had no intention of letting her escape. 1/3 of the horde diverted to pursue her, while the remainder surged towards Zeke. Zeke relentlessly crushed stones, hurling them at the advancing giants. However, the mindless giants were not frail humans. Even when struck by supersonic stones, as long as they retained mobility and were not hit in the neck, they would continue their relentless charge towards Zeke. Observing that a single stone could fell one giant and hinder a few others, Zeke hastened his throws. Boom, boom, boom. Countless stones flew into the throng of giants. Amidst the chaos, the separated giants pursuing Peak were met with gunfire from the Panzer Squad. Yet, despite humanity's formidable weaponry, it proved ineffective against the mindless giants. Bullets penetrated their bodies but failed to deliver a decisive kill. The giants continued their pursuit unabated. "Peak, aim for the neck. If this continues, we'll run out of bullets," Carlo shouted, firing at the giants. Peak, realizing the gravity of the situation, noted that the squad's aim faltered as they struggled to target the necks of the giants. Consequently, she began to circle the giants, enhancing the squad's chances of hitting the vulnerable spots. However, for the colossal giants, the odds remained dismally low. Understanding this, Peak resolved to disengage from the giants and sprint straight towards Dina. With her agility, she could evade the giants and press onward. Zeke, however, was unable to match that pace. In his elongated form, he was no match for the giant's speed. Boom, boom, boom. The crushed stones in Zeke's grasp struck the giants like cannonballs. Frustration welled within him. The sheer number of giants was overwhelming. Assessing the fallen giants, Zeke realized he would have to engage in close combat. As he hurled the last stone, he had no time to retrieve another. "Ah!" Zeke bellowed, swinging his arms against the giants. Boom. The foremost giant was sent flying by Zeke's tremendous strength, colliding with two others behind it. In that moment, Zeke chose to emulate the combat style of beasts. Rather than attacking in the typical bipedal manner of humans, Zeke positioned both hands upon the ground, his body slightly hunched. He charged towards the pure titan. A resounding thud echoed as Zeke propelled himself forward, toppling one pure titan after another. However, he found himself surrounded by a multitude of these titans. Each titan he felled was quickly replaced by another. Some titans even leapt directly towards him. Before Zeke could unleash his formidable guerrilla-style strikes, he was swiftly overwhelmed by a swarm of pure titans. "Ah!" he roared, exerting his powerful arms. The beast titan managed to lift the weight of the titans pressing down upon him. Yet, several pure titans, having anticipated Zeke's movements, seized his arms with their hands. Once Zeke's limbs were restrained, he was utterly bereft of the ability to resist. The body of the beast titan was rapidly consumed by the pure titans, leaving him to howl helplessly. Zeke's comrades, Commander Reiner and Berthold, watched in horror as Zeke was enveloped and devoured by the titans, their throats constricting in dread. Chapter 150, King Gigi, has fallen. Peak, too, heard Zeke's agonizing cries but dared not look back. Only the members of the artillery unit stationed behind Peak were aware of Zeke's dire predicament. Zeke, the commander, was being consumed by the pure titans, unperturbed by his comrades' warnings. Peak charged towards the direction of Dina. Although she could not decipher Zeke's intentions, she recognized that his decision to eliminate Dina must carry profound significance. The only conclusion she could draw was that Dina was crucial to activating the Founding Titan's power. Perhaps, if Dina were to be eradicated, the swarm of pure titans would cease their onslaught. As Peak sprinted forward, Kassa turned to Annie, and Reiner's voice turned cold. "Annie, Reiner, you are to bring Peak back." Kassa was curious to see if Reiner and Annie would heed his command. If they did not comply, it would signify a grave loss. Upon hearing Kassa call their names, fear flickered in Annie and Reiner's eyes, a fear steeped in Kassa's ruthless nature, a terror of being severed from their limbs. Reiner, witnessing Peak, a fellow warrior from his generation, curled up on the ground, cradling his head. "I cannot. My mother is still in Marley." Reiner's heart began to shatter. To act against Peak felt like betrayal to Marley. What would become of his mother? Annie's situation was no less dire, her trembling frame betraying her internal struggle. Meanwhile, Berthold, who had not been named, felt a strange sense of relief wash over him. He was thankful not to be embroiled in the agonizing conflict faced by Reiner and Annie. Yet, the thought that he too would eventually be compelled by Kassa to act against Marley filled him with dread for the future. Kassa's words rang ominously. "Should you refrain from action, you shall never again see your loved ones. Remember, you must either obey me or be stripped of your Titan powers and consumed as a warrior of Marley." Kassa's pronouncement struck Annie and Reiner like a hammer, solidifying their resolve. The weight of despair bore down upon the hearts of the two. "I must return to see my mother and father." Reiner and Annie roared silently within, casting aside the so-called warrior-s ethos, driven solely by the desire to survive and reunite with their families. Ding! 2 bolts of golden lightning crashed from the heavens. The female Titan and the armored Titan transformed. Roar! Reiner was the first to unleash a furious cry, charging towards Peak. His gaze was fixed intently upon her. "If you all perish, no one will relay the message, ensuring my mother's safety. As long as I await the activation of the Founding Titan's power, Marley cannot possibly contend with this demon." With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Reiner's fury intensified. The dread of the warriors, his yearning for home, and the fear of his mother being captured, every emotion erupted within him. Roar! The armored Titan howled, releasing the tumult of his feelings. In that moment, fiery patterns appeared along the joints of his armor, emanating scalding steam. Peak stared in shock at the charging Reiner. "Reiner, do you even realize what you are doing?" Peak shouted, attempting to make him comprehend the gravity of his actions. Did Reiner understand? Oh, he understood all too well. Observing Reiner's relentless advance, Peak opted to command the armored vehicle squad to open fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. The bullets from the vehicle squad's machine guns rained upon Reiner like a tempest. Yet such ammunition was insufficient against the armored Titan. Ding, ding, ding. The bullets ricocheted off Reiner's armor. Shielding his eyes with one hand, he drew closer to Peak. "Damn it, our weapons are not anti-Titan firearms." The vehicle squad roared in frustration, witnessing the ineffectiveness of their machine guns. Peak also recognized the futility of the squad's assault, attempting to outmaneuver Reiner with her agility. However, Peak had forgotten about the female Titan, who possessed speed surpassing Reiner's. As Peak attempted to evade, she was struck by Annie's whip-like kick, propelled towards the ground with a thud. The vehicle squad within the fortress was also jolted by the impact. Before Peak could regain her footing, Reiner charged forth with a ferocious roar. He approached Peak and, leveraging his physical strength over the vehicle's power, enveloped her from behind, using his armored advantage to crush the fortress. Peak was lifted off the ground, her feet thrashing in desperation. Thud, thud. The vehicle squad watched in terror as the fortress began to deform. Roar! Reiner, cease your actions. Amidst the sounds of Reiner's fury and Peak's terror, the fortress behind Peak was mercilessly flattened. Blood flowed from the crushed structure. Reiner. Peak felt the silence behind her and desperately screamed, striving to escape Reiner's grasp. Just as she struggled to break free, a fist loomed larger before her. Bang! Annie's hardened fist struck Peak's face, bending the metallic mask she wore. As Armin gazed upon the struggling Peak, he relentlessly swung his fists. Bang! 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 Armin's fists created a flurry of afterimages. Peak's metallic mask shattered under Armin's blows, and his visage was left unrecognizable from the brutal strikes of hardened fists. Armin seized Peak's head, joining forces with Reiner. Amidst their furious roars, they wrenched Peak's head clean off. The head, still attached to the spine, was held aloft by Armin. Meanwhile, Reiner clutched Peak's colossal body, which began to dissipate into steam. With his hardened fingers, Armin extracted Peak from the nape of his neck. The dislodged Peak glared at Armin with hatred, proclaiming, "Your betrayal of Marley will bring shame upon your families." In response to Peak's words, Armin remained silent, merely gripping Peak firmly, silencing him. The battle between Armin and Reiner concluded, and Zeke was consumed by the Pure Titans. After devouring Zeke, the Pure Titans returned under the command of the Cart Titan. Zeke found himself held in the mouth of one of the Pure Titans, but their lack of precision paled in comparison to Armin. At this moment, Zeke's legs were gruesomely bitten off by the Pure Titan. Armin and Reiner approached the Cart Titan alongside the returning Pure Titans. The Pure Titan, with Zeke in its mouth, presented him before the Cart Titan, regurgitating him onto the ground, soaked in saliva. Peak was also placed beside Zeke. "Well done, Armin, Reiner. I shall ensure you are reunited with your families." Observing the severity with which Armin and Reiner had dealt with Peak, the Cart Titan nodded in satisfaction and glanced at Berthold. Noticing the Cart Titan's gaze, Berthold realized his fate was sealed. He too would confront Marley one day. "Who are you, and why do the Pure Titans obey your commands?" Zeke questioned the Cart Titan, bewildered. Did not his father consume the Founding Titan according to his memories? Chapter 151. Zeke, watch me punch my father. The Cart Titan had no intention to elucidate Zeke's confusion. "Grisha, do not hesitate any longer. Your eldest son has arrived." The Cart Titan called out to the sluggishly moving Grisha. Grisha glanced at the captured Zeke, understanding that Marley had begun its assault on Paradise Island. No longer hesitating, Grisha reached out to Dina, who had transformed into a Pure Titan. As Dina opened her mouth to bite, Grisha could only embrace her from behind. At the moment Grisha made contact with Dina, all the intelligent Titans present felt a surge of power. The Founding Titan's power was activated. With the Founding Titan's power awakened, Grisha sensed he could control the Pure Titans before him. Releasing his hold, Dina ceased her attack on Grisha. Roar! Grisha attempted to exert control over the Pure Titans ahead, but after a mighty roar, he discovered he had failed to exert dominion over them. Stunned, Grisha remained perplexed by the situation. The man known as the Cart Titan sensed a faint force attempting to usurp his control over the Pure Titans. Yet, this force was far too weak to disturb his dominion. Realizing the predicament, Grisha cast his gaze towards the Cart Titan, suspecting that he was the source of the disturbance. Unable to command this batch of Pure Titans, Grisha approached the Cart Titan with Dina at his side. He felt the power of the Founding Titan awaken within him, but it seemed he could not exert control over all the subjects of Ymir. Grisha could only perceive that the current group of Pure Titans was in a state he could potentially govern, but he found himself unable to truly manipulate them. Upon hearing Grisha's words, the Cart Titan furrowed his brow slightly. He then commanded the Pure Titans to hurl Zeke towards Grisha. Instinctively, Grisha caught Zeke as he soared through the air. In that fleeting moment, the consciousness of Grisha and Zeke was transported to a desolate desert. The two appeared momentarily bewildered by their sudden arrival. Grisha, too, reverted from his Titan form back to his human state. As they stood in confusion, a young girl slowly approached them from the depths of the Founding space. Upon sighting the girl, Zeke instantly comprehended the nature of their location and the identity of the girl before him. In an exhilarating rush, Zeke was overwhelmed with joy. Never anticipating that the power of the Founding Titan, triggered by his contact with his father, was now under his command. This was also a testament to Ymir's obedience to the First King, which imbued her bloodline with a sense of loyalty. While Grisha remained in a state of confusion, Zeke began issuing commands to Ymir. "Ymir, command the Pure Titans to attack that person." Zeke envisioned the Cart Titan and urged Ymir to direct the Pure Titans accordingly. However, despite Zeke's commands, Ymir stood motionless, seemingly lost in thought. "What? Why isn't she acting?" Zeke was taken aback by this unexpected development. Just as he pondered this anomaly, the voice of the Cart Titan echoed nearby. Upon hearing his voice, Zeke turned in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. "How did you get in here?" Zeke exclaimed, utterly astonished at the Cart Titan's presence in the Founding space. The Cart Titan had no interest in explaining Zeke's astonishment. He had long since infused Grisha with his soul power, Thus, whenever Grisha entered the founding space, he could accompany him. When he touched Dina and received no response, the cart titan realized he had failed. Yet, tossing Zeke to Grisha proved successful. Surveying the desolate founding space and the countless titan sculptures surrounding him, the cart titan approached Emer with keen interest. You possess awareness, do you not? How pitiable it is that you have obeyed the commands of King Fritz, accumulating sand in this timeless and spaceless realm for so long. Circling around Emer, the cart titan addressed her. In response to his conversation, Emer remained silent, as if devoid of consciousness, merely a tool obeying the commands of royalty. Upon witnessing Emer's condition, Kassa narrowed his eyes. Unfortunately, I have arrived, and the conclusion you yearn to witness involving Eren and Mikasa will remain elusive. Kassa addressed Emer once more. This time, Emer responded. She lifted her gaze to Kassa, inquiring, Who are you? You too possess the power of the Titans, and it is formidable. Observing Emer's reaction and her recognition of his Titan power did not surprise Kassa. After all, they were in such close proximity. Do you believe that I am the human incarnation of the parasite that possesses you? Kassa sincerely answered Emer's query. Yet, Emer clearly deemed Kassa's words to be a fabrication, lowering her head and ceasing communication with him. Faced with Emer's disbelief, Kassa felt powerless. The truth of his words remained unacknowledged. At this moment, Emer was still unable to break free from her subservience to King Fritz. And Kassa lacked the means to persuade her otherwise. He decided to disregard Emer and turned his focus towards the immense coordinate power in the distance. Kassa's body lifted into the air as he soared towards the location of the coordinate power. After Kassa's departure, Zeke, though uncertain of Kassa's intentions, was plagued by an ominous premonition. As Zeke prepared to follow Kassa, he sensed a powerful gaze directed at him. Turning, he met the eyes of Grisha. Grisha regarded the devoted son before him, his expression gradually darkening. In the past, Grisha felt indebted to Zeke. In comparison to Eren's treatment, Grisha believed it was wrong to instill the ideology of the restorationists in Zeke from a young age, forcing him to grow up in a high-pressure environment and participate in the warrior selection. Such events filled Grisha with guilt towards Zeke. However, since Zeke had resolved to use the power of the Titans to kill his mother and was prepared to rebel upon encountering the founding power, Grisha's feelings of guilt dissipated in an instant. Zeke. Grisha muttered his son's name before delivering a powerful punch. Zeke quickly reacted to Grisha's attack. The two engaged in combat, and after a few exchanges, Zeke managed to bind Grisha's hands and pin him down. As a doctor, Grisha had not undergone military training, making him ill-equipped to match Zeke's prowess. While it was conceivable that Grisha could have killed Zeke in Titan form during close combat, in human form, he was merely overestimating his capabilities. Grisha, pinned to the ground, was taken aback. Zeke, the dutiful son, was genuinely striking him without holding back, swiftly overpowering him. Chapter 152. A crisp bite. Meanwhile, Zeke was busy overpowering his father, while Kassa had reached the base of the coordinate power. Observing the coordinate power, which closely resembled his founding space, Kassa directly placed his hands upon it. As his contact with the coordinate power commenced, the coordinate power of his founding space began to resonate with the one before him. As the resonance persisted, a creature, entirely golden and adorned with numerous legs, was violently expelled from the forces of coordinates. Having identified its grotesque target, the figure known as Kassa immediately lunged forth, intent on capturing it. The grotesque creature, sensing an imminent threat to its existence, began to emit invisible waves of energy. Upon encountering these waves, the nearby earthen giant sculptures astonishingly sprang to life, advancing towards Kassa. However, only the earthen giants stirred. The disparity between them and Kassa's primordial realm was far too great. In that primordial space, Kassa could effortlessly shape flesh and blood giants without the need for manual assembly. The sluggish earthen giants were powerless to save the grotesque creature's life. Kassa seized one of the legs of the golden creature. The moment his hand made contact, the grotesque being began to convulse violently. In that instant, Kassa's grip lightened, and the grotesque creature severed its own limb in a desperate bid for survival, abandoning the leg that Kassa had caught. Despite its size matching that of the intelligent giants, the creature exhibited extraordinary speed. With a deft twist, it re-entered the forces of coordinates. Having experienced being expelled by Kassa, the grotesque creature opted to decompose itself. Kassa could only watch in dismay as the golden liquid dispersed through the network of coordinates, transmitted to the spines of each Emirian citizen. Upon the grotesque creature's choice to split for survival, it simultaneously severed all capabilities of the forces of coordinates. Thus, the forces of coordinates could no longer transport the giant's forms, and the primordial powers were constrained. Only the Emirian citizens possessed by the grotesque creature could wield the powers of coordinates under its control. Casa stared in bewilderment at the golden, severed limb in his grasp. To his astonishment, it emitted a delightful aroma. Initially taken aback, Casa questioned his senses, yet the tantalizing scent ignited an urge to taste it. Contemplating the severed limb, Casa wrestled with his thoughts, feeling repulsed by the notion of consuming an insect's appendage. Yet, the allure was undeniable. Just one bite. Ultimately, Casa persuaded himself to lift the golden limb. It resembled a golden fried chicken strip. With a decisive bite, he discovered it was even more delectable than it smelled. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Casa hastened his pace, devouring piece after piece. In no time, the golden strip was entirely consumed. Even after finishing, Casa felt an insatiable longing. It was far too little. His gaze shifted toward the forces of coordinates, revealing a glimmer of greed. Simultaneously, Casa sensed a transformation occurring within his body, as if he were gradually becoming whole. Standing before the forces of coordinates, he closed his eyes, waves of energy radiating around him. Upon reopening his eyes, his crimson irises shimmered. With a roar, Casa's human form morphed into that of his primordial essence. Yet, his primordial form retained the same height as his human guise. Clenching his fists, Casa felt a surge of potent strength coursing through him, an essence derived from his very soul. He recognized that having consumed the grotesque creature would undoubtedly lead to a profound metamorphosis. As the grotesque worm dispersed throughout the bodies of the Eldians, fueled by the power of the coordinates, it became acutely aware of a portion of its own existence vanishing entirely. In that moment, the grotesque worm fervently influenced each Eldian through its fragmented form, with the wise giants and the mightiest beings being the most affected. However, the wise giants were predominantly gathered around the cart titan, and the grotesque worm dared not approach them. Only the armored titan and the warhammer titan fell under the worm's influence. Meanwhile, the Daba family of Marley received the grotesque worm's transmitted information, becoming cognizant of the situation on Paradise Island, understanding that the founding titan was under the control of the restorationists. Consequently, Marley, under the influence of the Daba family, officially commenced its war against Paradise Island. Within the founding titan's realm, the cart titan withdrew from its titan form. Through the coordinates, it sensed the changes within Marley and the power of the coordinates. Subsequently, it relinquished its attachment to the coordinates, realizing that what was concealed within had vanished. It returned to the location where Zeke and Grisha resided. At that moment, Zeke had already released Grisha, and Emer had vanished. "Let us go. War is impending. We must gather the people within the walls first," the cart titan declared to Grisha. It needed to compel all grotesque worms to emerge through the Eldian populace. However, not at this moment, as its true form was absent, and it could not initiate the power of the coordinates to assimilate the surrounding humans. Yet, it would not be long. Through this experience, the cart titan sensed that its true form would enter the world of titans within 3 days. Simultaneously, it felt a sporadic connection, likely to the world of Naruto. Once its true form entered, it could link to that realm and, through its spatial abilities, open a portal. Grisha was taken aback upon hearing the news of Marley's impending attack, while Zeke displayed a complex expression. Although the power of the founding titan had been activated, the authority resided with him. The cart titan, observing Zeke, discerned his thoughts. Yet with the power of the founding titan now lost, it could only rely on him to control the pure titans. Without further regard for Zeke, the cart titan exited the founding space. After the cart titan departed, Zeke harbored a cunning idea. "Emer, I command you to render all Eldians incapable of procreation." After waiting a moment to confirm the cart titan's departure, Zeke began to shout within the founding space. His proclamation astonished Grisha, who had not anticipated that this devoted son would not only attack his father, but also seek to extinguish the reproductive capabilities of all Eldians. Grisha anxiously scanned his surroundings, fearful that Emer would appear and fulfill Zeke's command. As time elapsed, Emer remained absent. Zeke, undeterred, continued to shout, hoping for Emer's emergence. Grisha transitioned from shock to numbness. "Zeke, cease your shouting." As if responding to Grisha's words, Emer finally appeared. The power of the founding Titan has dissipated. I can no longer control my people through the coordinates. Zeke was elated to see Ymir, mistakenly believing that his command had been realized. However, Ymir's words left him momentarily stunned. How could it be? Ymir, are you not the progenitor? Zeke intended to argue with Ymir. Yet she merely spoke a single phrase before vanishing once more. No matter how loudly Zeke shouted, there was no sign of her return. Grisha, contemplative, suspected this might be the handiwork of the coordinate. In Chapter 153, the Survey Corps outside the walls, after returning to the real world, Zeke and Grisha also found themselves back in reality. Despite the long passage of time within the progenitor's realm, only an instant had elapsed in the real world. Let us proceed. We must first reach the wall. Maria, the coordinate, informed Grisha of the upcoming plans. Grisha understood that the coordinate intended to control the Titans within the walls. Moreover, the threat from Marley was indeed imminent. Given the current situation on the island, only the coordinate could offer salvation. His progenitor powers, however, were no longer at his disposal. Unbeknownst to the others, Grisha's status as the progenitor had been nullified. The Titan-formed Grisha gazed at Zeke in his grasp. With a resigned sigh, he released Zeke and subsequently reverted from his Titan form. He lifted Zeke and placed him onto the carriage. Meanwhile, the pure Titans behind them, under the coordinate's command, seized Peak and Reiner. Grisha took the reins of the carriage and set off towards Wall Maria. As the carriage began its journey, a hand descended from above, aiming to grasp the humans inside. Seeing the looming hand, Grisha quickly maneuvered the carriage to avoid the attack. He was bewildered as to why Dina had suddenly turned against them. Then it dawned on him. With the disappearance of the progenitor's power, his control over Dina had also vanished. In an instant, a spatial blade sliced through the air, severing Dina's arm. Concurrently, the coordinate unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, regaining control over Dina. Once Grisha calmed the startled horses, the coordinate emerged from the carriage, observing Dina, who, despite losing her arm, showed no signs of regeneration. This did not surprise the coordinate, as he had foreseen this outcome through the coordinate's power. Without Ymir in the progenitor's space to mold the sand, none of the Titans could restore their forms. Having subdued Dina, the coordinate instructed Grisha to continue. They now required the Colossal Titan within the walls. Grisha wanted to voice his thoughts, but fell silent upon seeing the coordinate re-enter the carriage. My regenerative abilities have also vanished. You must be responsible for this. Zeke, confined within the carriage, noted Dina's lack of recovery, piecing together his own predicament. He comprehended the situation. He could not command Ymir, nor could he access even basic accelerated regeneration. As Zeke prepared to speak further, the coordinate swiftly enveloped him in spiritual energy, gaining direct control over the intelligent Titan host. Rendered unable to speak, Zeke glared at the coordinate in silent defiance. The carriage resumed its journey, with the pure Titans following closely behind. The figure in the carriage became acutely aware of its own corporeal position. After experiencing the power of touch coordinates and consuming the bizarre worm, it distinctly sensed the location of its essence. In just over 2 days, by gauging the velocity of its being and the position of the world of giants, it deduced that its corporeal form would descend upon the realm of giants shortly after 2 days. One day after encountering Zeke and his companions, Grisha, who was on the road, suddenly called out to the figure. It seems we have encountered the Survey Corps, he observed, noting the scattered humans that appeared around them. In such a Titan-infested region, the presence of humanity could only signify the Survey Corps. The figure approached the connection between the horse and carriage, watching the soldiers firing signal flares, marveling at the serendipity of encountering the Survey Corps in this place. As the flares ascended, the crowd gradually thickened, subtly encircling the carriage and the following horde of mindless Titans. Not far behind, Erwin, recently appointed leader of the Survey Corps, rode alongside the carriage. This cluster of Titans is peculiar. They are not attacking that carriage, he remarked. Beside him, Hang, brimming with excitement, observed the mindless Titans trailing the carriage. Indeed, it is quite strange. The Titans we have encountered seem to have died inexplicably. Yet, this group has not only survived, but follows a carriage. Erwin, accustomed to Hang's enthusiasm regarding the peculiarities of Titans, found his own curiosity about this odd assembly of Titans and carriage to be equally compelling. He drew his signal pistol and fired a flare. Seeing the signal, the Survey Corps members began to converge upon the figure. As the soldiers approached, Grisha's carriage came to a halt, and the mindless Titans behind it also paused. Faced with this situation, Erwin fired another signal flare, prompting the soldiers to halt their advance. Gazing at the stationary carriage, he resolved to investigate personally. However, this proposal was swiftly dismissed by Mikasa, who deemed it too perilous for Erwin, the commander, to approach directly. Hang also expressed her eagerness to take the lead. Erwin, aware of Hank's excitement at the prospect of examining these strange titans, noted that only Mikasa genuinely felt that it was too dangerous for Erwin to proceed. After a moment of calm, Erwin suppressed his own desires and instructed Mikasa and Hank's teams to approach the occupants of the carriage. Yet, before they could gather their respective squads, the halted carriage began to move towards them. "Captain, the carriage is moving. It's coming our way," Mikasa exclaimed, drawing her blade and becoming vigilant. However, Erwin refrained from issuing an attack order, mindful of the hundreds of mindless titans trailing behind. Grisha maneuvered the carriage slowly to a stop before Erwin. "Erwin, come to the carriage. Here lies the truth of the world you seek." Grisha conveyed the figure's message to Erwin. Upon hearing this, Erwin furrowed his brow. "Captain, do not approach. It may be a trap." Mikasa urged Erwin not to go, as the identity of this group remained uncertain and the danger they posed was palpable, especially with the titans trailing behind them. After a moment of contemplation, Erwin resolved to proceed, driven by a premonition that he would uncover the truth he sought within the carriage. "Mikasa, should anything happen to me, you shall assume the role of acting commander." As for why Hang was not chosen for this task, it was clear from Hank's exuberance that she would not remain docile in one place. Erwin and Hang rode up to the carriage driven by Grisha. Dismounting, they approached the vehicle. "Please enter, Commander Erwin, and let us continue our journey to the Wall Maria." A voice from within the carriage beckoned, prompting Erwin to calmly ascend and step inside. Although Hang was more inclined to investigate the peculiar titans, the allure of the truth being discussed was equally compelling, and she followed Erwin into the carriage. "We are bound for the Wall Maria. Let us go together," Grisha announced, before commencing the journey, with the mindless titans beginning to stir behind them. Chapter 154. The Vanished Wall Maria. The members of the Survey Corps watched the departing carriage, uncertain whether to follow. Fortunately, Mikasa, temporarily in command, chose to trust Erwin's judgment, and thus the Corps advanced alongside the carriage. Inside the carriage, Erwin surveyed his surroundings. At the front sat a figure known as the Cart Titan. To the left, curled up, was Rod, and to the right, the legless Zeke. The sight of Zeke's missing limbs momentarily puzzled Erwin. "Please, take a seat," the Cart Titan urged, noticing Erwin's presence in the cramped space. Heeding the invitation, Erwin settled beside the curled Rod, while Hang took a seat next to Zeke. "Are you filled with questions?" the Cart Titan observed, noting Erwin's restraint in asking. "Did you not invite us here?" "You will speak when you are ready," Erwin replied calmly, despite the excitement bubbling within. Listening to Erwin's racing heartbeat, the Cart Titan chuckled softly, refraining from contradiction. The Cart Titan then nudged Rod with a kick, urging him to recount the origins of the walls. "Rod, it is your turn to contribute. Please enlighten our guests from the Survey Corps about the walls and the titans." At this prompt, Erwin's attention shifted to Rod. Observing the cowering figure, he found it hard to believe that this man possessed the truth. After being prodded, Rod nervously composed himself and began to narrate the origins of humanity within the walls. As Rod spoke, Erwin's expression gradually darkened, and Hang gazed at him in disbelief. She never imagined that they were not the last remnants of humanity. There were countless others beyond the walls, merely livestock confined by the royal family. When the tale turned to the construction of the walls and the birth of the titans, both Erwin and Hang displayed expressions of shock. Hang could hardly fathom that the titans she had studied were, in fact, transformed humans. Even the two giants that wreaked havoc upon the walls were of extraordinary intellect. By the way, the one with the broken leg beside us is the warrior chief of Marley, also a wise giant. Observing the astonished expressions of the two, the one in the hat kindly enlightened them about the existence of Zeke. After hearing the words of the hat wearer, Erwin fixed his gaze upon Zeke, his mind brimming with inquiries he longed to pose. Gradually, Rod recounted the entirety of the events. The carriage fell into a profound silence, with only the sounds of the wagon and the giant's movements breaking the stillness. "Why did the giants suddenly perish, except for this group of yours?" After a moment of silence, Hanji was the first to shatter the quiet, voicing her perplexity. Upon hearing Hanji mention the abrupt demise of the mindless titans, a flicker of confusion crossed the hat wearer's eyes. He genuinely had no knowledge of this. Do elaborate, he inquired of Hanji. She proceeded to share the circumstances they encountered during their investigations beyond the walls, detailing the mindless giants that had perished without having their napes severed. The hat-wearer distilled the essence of Hanji's account, contemplating deeply. However, the mindless giants under my control, no. In fact, all the giants surrounding me seem unaffected. Initially, the hat-wearer suspected it was due to his control, but then he recalled Dina, the mindless giant he did not command. This led him to believe that the issue might lie with the giants in proximity. He also recalled the bizarre creature that had escaped the coordinates power. The hat-wearer suspected that the creature might be responsible for this anomaly. Suddenly, he thought of their objective, the colossal titan within the walls. Yet, it remained uncertain whether this giant still resided within. Thus, he briefly elucidated the situation surrounding Emer to Hanji and Erwin. Once he concluded, silence enveloped the carriage yet again, as Erwin and Hanji required time to assimilate such monumental information. To the royal family, the Survey Corps investigations were merely a jest. After a brief respite, Erwin turned his gaze toward Rod. You are indeed of royal blood, are you not? Rod did not deny it, affirming his lineage. Upon receiving this confirmation, Hanji silently approached and delivered a punch to Rod, knocking him down within the carriage. The reason I divulge these truths is for you to understand that Marley will soon launch an assault on Parody. Observing the two regain their composure, the hat-wearer disclosed further grave news. Why? Hanji questioned, perplexed. Are they not afraid of the rumbling? Yet, recalling the sudden demise of the mindless giants, unease began to creep into her thoughts. You need not concern yourselves with the specifics. I share this with you as it is imperative for you to participate in the coup. Do not allow Marley's airships to breach the walls, remaining oblivious to the reasons behind it. The hat-wearer informed them of the tasks they must undertake upon their return to the walls. Are we to rely solely on ourselves? Hanji felt the hat-wearer was mistaken. How could they alone orchestrate a coup? Well, I shall not intervene. Once Marley strikes, and you find yourselves incapable of retaliation, simply await your demise. In response to Hanji's doubts, the hat-wearer expressed indifference, for he would not be the one to suffer the consequences. Upon hearing the words of Casa, Hang was compelled to reflect. The sudden demise of the Titans raises a profound question. Can the colossal Titan within the walls still exist? After grasping the entirety of the situation, Erwin discerned Casa's intentions. The only course was to investigate further. Contemplating the grotesque notion of being devoured by the aberrant creature, Casa genuinely considered this possibility. Upon hearing Casa's uncertainty, Erwin nodded in understanding. Truly, Erwin, your composure is commendable. You are indeed a reliable presence. With a heart racing in trepidation, Hang yearned for someone to converse with. However, even the steadfast Erwin found himself entangled in a web of confusion. These revelations were indeed what he sought, yet the sudden influx of knowledge proved overwhelming. Observing their leader's silence, Hang redirected her attention towards Zeke, bombarding him with inquiries. She oscillated between questions about the situation in Marley and the sensations of transforming into a Titan. Time slipped away amidst Hang's incessant chatter, inching closer to dusk. Casa, come and see, cried Grisha, the driver of the cart, suddenly exclaiming. What? The wall is gone. What is happening? Simultaneously, the Survey Corps outside erupted in commotion. Casa stepped outside the cart, gazing ahead. Beneath the crimson sunset, what should have been the formidable wall Maria now lay in ruins, merely a scattering of debris. Countless stones formed a circle where the wall once stood. Indeed, was it my presence that caused this? As Casa beheld the vanquished colossal titans, he confirmed the cause. What should we do now, Casa? Grisha questioned, anxiety evident in his gaze. With the colossal titans within the walls absent, how would they confront Marley? Without the threat of the rumbling, what could they wield against Marley? Chapter 155, The Arrival of the True Body. Tremble, Titan World. In stark contrast to Grisha's panic, Casa maintained an air of calm. If they are gone, so be it. We shall first have our soldiers hold the line, and besides, are there not still hundreds of pure titans here? Initially, Casa had contemplated utilizing the colossal titans to swiftly resolve the Titan world, but given the current circumstances, they could only await the arrival of their physical forms. The condition of the bodies, however, must not be too dire. Grisha stared blankly at Casa. Bewilderment etched on his face, as if questioning the seriousness of his words. Let us proceed and assist the Survey Corps in executing the coup. However, I fear the walls here have all collapsed. What of the wall Rose and wall Sina? Casa, observing the remnants of the wall comprised of hardened Titan flesh, wore a contemplative expression directed at Grisha. Indeed, Wall rose. Carla and the others. Cass's words sparked urgency in Grisha, who realized that Carla and Aaron were stationed not far from Wall Rose. Now, Grisha was anxious to return. "Let us go. There is no need to linger, Commander," Cassa remarked to Erwin before reboarding the cart. Meanwhile, Erwin remained transfixed, gazing at the fallen wall, unable to fathom that so much had transpired in a single day. As the carriage entered the compartment, Grisha observed the delayed arrival of Erwin. Rather than wait any longer, he decided to proceed, anxious to return. "Drive," Grisha commanded, steering the carriage back. The members of the Survey Corps encircling the carriage watched it depart, accompanied by a throng of mindless Titans. Moments later, Erwin mounted the horse that Mikasa had brought over. "Survey Corps, the expedition beyond the walls has concluded. Return," Erwin cried out, his orders swiftly relayed. The entire Survey Corps began to follow the mass of mindless Titans back in an orderly fashion. Along the way, Erwin and Heng shared the truth of the world with several captains of the Survey Corps. 2 mornings later, a carriage was held aloft by a mindless Titan, with Grisha riding atop a horse. The person leading the mindless Titans was cradled in the palm of one of them. "Titans. The Titans have come. Run." At last, they had arrived. As the mindless Titans led by the individual approached the vicinity of the Wall Maria, the crowd took notice, and a sense of panic spread among the formerly calm populace. Meanwhile, the station troops on the wall were preparing their cannons for potential firing, donning their vertical maneuvering gear, ready to flee at a moment's notice if the situation turned dire. "Stop!" Just as the station troops were about to ignite their cannons, the members of the Survey Corps intervened. Observing the Survey Corps racing ahead of the Titans, the station troops began to hesitate. However, as more and more members of the Survey Corps appeared, they lost the opportunity to attack the Titans. "Let us go." The captain of the station troops glanced at the Survey Corps members, activating his vertical maneuvering gear to make a hasty retreat. They dared not gamble on whether the Titans would refrain from devouring humans. Under the escort of the Survey Corps, the mindless Titans successfully reached the town. Yet, the Titans did not enter. Instead, they proceeded directly to the hospital where the people were located. Grisha surveyed the surroundings, noticing houses crushed by collapsed walls, praying that Carla remained unharmed. Finally, upon Grisha's arrival, he found that the hospital housing Carla had not been impacted by the debris. Accompanying Grisha, the individual prepared to welcome the arrival of flesh. Seated in the hand of the mindless Titan, the individual began to guide it in coordination with the actions of the Survey Corps, being led into the wilderness. After leaving one person to reassure the station troops and the civilians, Erwin made his way to the garrison and military police headquarters, preparing to overthrow the monarchy. Meanwhile, the individual instructed the mindless Titans to follow the Survey Corps. The chaos in the town quickly subsided through the efforts of both military divisions. Observing the remaining mindless Titans not consuming humans, the residents began to breathe a sigh of relief as order gradually returned. By midday, Grisha and his family arrived at the location of the individual with food in hand, intending to deliver sustenance. Just as Aaron was about to greet the individual, he noticed them gazing skyward. Curiously, Aaron followed their gaze, wondering what could possibly be so captivating above. Gazing at the sky, which appeared no different than usual, Alan found himself perplexed by what the figure in the hat was observing. Suddenly, the heavens shifted in hue. The once clear sky darkened in an instant, and a tempest arose around him. Alan widened his eyes as he beheld the sky's abrupt transformation. It had finally arrived. A fissure began to form in the celestial dome, accompanied by a shattering sound in the surroundings. Crack! Snap! The firmament fractured. A colossal form emerged, forcing its way through the rift into this realm. Just barging in, is it? Observing his own posture, the figure in the hat twitched his lips. He transformed into a stream of light, soaring into the enormous body. In a moment, the form vanished, the sky returned to its clarity, and the surrounding wind subsided. Were it not for the incomplete fissure still hanging in the celestial dome, Alan might have been convinced that the previous spectacle was merely a figment of his imagination. Shifting his gaze from the sky, Alan watched as the figure in the hat re-emerged, but he sensed a change in this return. The figure now possessed a corporeal form. Acutely aware of the extent of its physical deterioration, Chakra was nearly depleted, the body riddled with wounds, and there were numerous spatial injuries. The figure methodically assessed its condition, recognizing that the lack of chakra was not insurmountable. Although he was no longer in the world of Naruto, where chakra could be drawn from, he sensed an energy within this realm that could be absorbed. By harnessing the power of his colossal form, he could directly replenish his energy. The physical injuries were manageable, as they could be healed directly. However, the spatial injuries posed a significant challenge, particularly since they stemmed from the forceful entry into the world. Had his soul not been positioned as an infiltrator within this realm, the injuries would have been far more severe, likely resulting in a fatal ejection by the world barrier. Having clarified his physical issues, the figure began to connect with the Naruto world. With the activation of his immense spatial abilities, he successfully established a coordinate link to the Naruto universe. The signal connected successfully, and he proclaimed, "Your progenitor has logged in." Through the inhabitants of the Naruto world, he quickly grasped the actions undertaken by the wise giants. Their directives had led to the successful cleansing of the land of wind, and the surrounding smaller nations had also been largely dealt with. In the village of Grass, a member of Nagato's clan, a female of the Uzumaki lineage, was discovered, and she was currently engaged in pleasant conversation with Nagato. Subsequently, the figure began to seek out the whereabouts of Tamakawa Yuka and her companions. Upon tapping into the perspectives of Yuka and Hans, an indescribable expression emerged on his face. Chapter 156, Marley, Our Advantage is Significant. In the Naruto world, within the land of demons, Yuka and her companions, who had been adhering to the final orders given by the figure in the hat before his departure, had first resolved matters in the land of wind, and then proceeded to deal with the surrounding smaller nations along the border of the land of grass. Their progress had been remarkably smooth. However, upon arriving in the land of demons, they were confronted by the priestess, Moreau, who warned them that their actions could disrupt the seal on the malevolent entity, allowing this immortal monstrosity to re-emerge in the world. Yet, the wise giants team scoffed at the priestess's warnings. Without delving into the rejuvenation of Uchiha Madara and the restoration of the Renegan, the mere presence of Hanzo and Nagato signifies a formidable power at the super shadow level. Moreover, the multitude of wise giants and the countless innocuous giants only amplifies this might. The notion of immortality becomes trivial. Activating a chakra mode allows one to kick foes around like mere playthings. In the face of the overwhelming legion of wise giants, the priestess Miko Moreau finds herself utterly powerless. When the malevolent spirit truly breaks free from its seal, it is met with a throng of intelligent chakra giants. Gazing upon the immense entity, Uchiha Madara's eyes gleam with delight as he prepares to experiment with an upgraded version of his giant power in conjunction with Susanoo. Amidst the sweeping force of the innocuous giants, there had been a Kasa person who occasionally served as a tool for illusions. However, with the departure of the Kasa individual, no one could command him to act as an illusionary pawn, leaving him devoid of opportunities to engage. Now, with a spirit to test his abilities, the timing is fortuitous. Madara instructs the assembled wise giants to withdraw, and seeing his readiness, they abandon their intentions to intervene. The Renegan in Madara's eyes begins to spin, and Susanoo materializes around him. The spirit, initially poised to wreak havoc upon its liberation, is taken aback upon witnessing the complete form of Susanoo towering above it. As Madara slices open his palm beneath the prism on Susanoo's forehead, he is far from finished. Within Susanoo, he initiates the transformation into a giant. Observing Madara's actions, Hanzo and the others speculate that this transformation will obliterate Susanoo's brow. To their astonishment, Madara's giant form catalyzes the flesh and blood to adhere to Susanoo, causing the previously hollow chakra construct to sprout organic tissue. The flesh, which was meant to form the giant's shape, becomes entwined with Susanoo, and in that moment, the once inanimate Susanoo is imbued with life. Eyes emerge within Susanoo's eye sockets, and teeth sprout from its mouth. However, due to insufficient flesh, it cannot be fully armed, only allowing the nerves, soft tissues, and a modicum of muscle to envelop its form. Even in this state, the oppressive aura of Susanoo surpasses all previous manifestations, instilling an overwhelming dread in the spirit. Susanoo unsheathes its blade, which appears to pulse with vitality beneath the layers of the giant's flesh. With resounding strikes, each swing causes the spirit's flesh to evaporate instantaneously. With a final resounding clash, the spirit erupts into a cloud of ash. This scene unfolds through the perspective of the Kasa individual, who is left in utter disbelief. What manner of sorcery is this? The fusion of giant power and Susanoo can be wielded in such a way. Is this akin to the berserk state of the Unit 1? Although the Casa individual scoffs at Madara's amalgamation of powers, the execution leaves him in awe, realizing the potential to extrapolate and develop further capabilities beyond mere giant power for the wise giants. In the world of Naruto, Yuka suddenly heard the voice of Kasumi in her mind. "Is that you, Kamisama?" In haste, Yuka responded mentally to Kasumi's voice. "It is I. Once you have resolved matters here, proceed to the location of the Dragon Vein. Bring the army of the Immaculate Giants. I shall open a spatial portal to bring you to my realm. Since the grotesque insects are playing this way, they should not be surprised when I summon my forces from the Naruto world. Initially, I wish to engage with you merely as a progenitor who controls the Titan realm. But given your approach, I shall reveal my true intentions. I am no longer concealing the fact that I possess another world as my army, along with extraordinary chakra." Recalling the chakra, Kasumi remembered the energy detected in the Titan realm, pondering whether this energy existed across all worlds. Upon returning to the Naruto world, she would investigate further. Yuka, having received Kasumi's new directive, appeared quite exhilarated. Finally, she would be reunited with Kasumi. She conveyed the message to the others, including Hankawa, Hans, and Nagato, who were equally thrilled. Ever since Kasumi had been ambushed by enemies and whisked away by the erupting Dragon Vein, everyone had felt a sense of discomfort in his absence. Now, with news of Kasumi and the prospect of venturing into a new world together, their excitement was palpable. Uchiha Madara also expressed interest in the world Kasumi was headed to, curious if there were formidable adversaries worth his involvement. The current ninja world felt like a child's plaything to him, devoid of any intrigue. He could easily dismantle the entire ninja realm at a moment's notice. Observing the remnants of the Mari, he unleashed a swift four-sword slash with Susanoo, obliterating the undying Mari. Its soul was vanquished by Madara's attack, which bore the soul-damaging effects of the Renegan. After dispatching the Mari, the wise giant brigade began their return to the Land of Wind, gathering the army of immaculate giants to await Kasumi's summons. The priestess of the Land of Demons, Moro, watched as the Mari, which had tormented her clan for generations, was effortlessly eradicated by this group, leaving no room for resistance. Under Kasumi's call, the Naruto world began rallying its forces, eagerly anticipating the arrival of Kasumi's spatial portal to the Titan realm, ready to demonstrate what true Titan power in the Naruto version entailed. After communicating with Yuka in the Naruto world, Kasumi's thoughts turned to the enticing aroma of the grotesque insects. Her spirits lifted. "Let us proceed. And while we are at it, resolve your lifespan issues." In a cheerful mood, Kasumi spoke to Grisha's family. As for the resolution, would it not suffice to envelop Grisha's Titan powers? Transform him into a wise giant under my command, which would surely be preferable to serving the grotesque insects. Moreover, it would allow for the Titan transformation of Eren and Mikasa. Kasumi was genuinely curious to see what Mikasa would look like after her transformation. As Kasumi's physical form reached the Naruto world, the process of her invasion and assimilation commenced, and her coordinates' power began to surge. Meanwhile, in Marley, countless airships laden with Marley soldiers prepared to set sail. The ships, tasked with transporting infantry, armored vehicles, and heavy artillery, have embarked on their voyage. The land sovereign Marley has mobilized all its resources, poised to obliterate Parady Island. The Tiber family has also joined the fray in this conflict against Parady. Marley's confidence is palpable. Without the founding Titan, Parady stands no chance against their onslaught. Chapter 157. Breaking through the 1-kilometer threshold, is it true? Grisha, suppressing his excitement upon hearing that Zeke is preparing to address his lifespan issue, reflects on the dire circumstances. With the founding Titan sealed by the grotesque worms, the power of the Titans has become nearly futile. Grisha believed that his lifespan could not be salvaged and had resigned himself to cherishing moments with his family instead. The notion of passing on his powers to Eren was abandoned. It seemed wiser to prioritize Eren's happiness alongside Carla. Zeke extended a finger, gradually coalescing a drop of spinal fluid, which he cast into the air, transforming it into a mist that enveloped Grisha's family. Initially believing he was the sole recipient, Grisha soon realized that the mist also permeated his loved ones. With a startled glance towards Zeke, Grisha was interrupted before he could speak. The figures before him radiated a golden light as thunder rumbled down. Prior to this, Zeke had ensured they were spaced apart to avoid crowding. Their coordinates instantly manifested on Zeke's coordinate power. Roar! The elfin-like Titan, Eren, materialized, accompanied by the stoic-faced Titan, Mikasa. "Eren, Mikasa," Carla, are you all right? Grisha, possessing experience with Titan transformations, quickly assessed their conditions. I'm fine, Dad. I feel invigorated. Aaron exclaimed excitedly in response to Grisha. Indeed. You have retained your consciousness upon awakening for the first time, demonstrating significant progress. You can also liberate them from their size constraints. Observing their conditions, Zeke felt a sense of satisfaction, though they all stood at the 15-meter mark. Zeke could elevate them beyond this limitation at will. The potential for growth was limitless. Contingent on their Titan qualities and energy, greater strength would yield greater size. Having ensured Aaron's family's well-being, Zeke prepared to establish a spatial conduit. In the world of Naruto, under the command of the intelligent Titans, Hankawa and Yuka, all the pure Titans had been assembled. Hundreds of thousands of pure Titans surrounded Lulon in layers, transformed according to Zeke's standards. At last, they would reunite with their elder brother Zeke, and in a new world, no less. The untransformed Yahiko was filled with anticipation, uncertain of what this new realm would entail. He was not alone in his curiosity. Both Uchiha Madara and Hanzo shared his intrigue about the new world. Through the gathering of the intelligent Titans, Zeke began to harness the power of the Dragon Vein. This time, the summoned Dragon Vein energy did not surge forth directly. Instead, it was gradually consumed, accompanied by a distortion in the spatial pit. Moments later, the portal to the world of Titans was opened by Zeke. Phew, that wasn't too difficult. After establishing the spatial portal, Zeke exhaled in relief. It seems there is nothing particularly difficult about it. Although the space portal is not a tangible entity, the sight of it bridging worlds left the Grisha family utterly astonished. Soon, they witnessed the first to emerge from the portal, Yuka and Hans, among others. Upon exiting, the group immediately spotted Kasuto in the distance. Yahiko and his companions rushed forward, exclaiming, "Kasuto, have you any idea how worried we've been during your absence?" Observing Yahiko before him, Kasuto felt as if he had grown a tad taller. Was it merely an illusion? The change was subtle, leaving him uncertain. Is this truly a new world? How is it that there are also bearers of the Titan's power here? Hans quickly noticed the Grisha family in their Titan forms, and they too recognized Hans and his companions emerging from the portal. Before Grisha could inquire about Kasuto and the others, countless pure Titans began to emerge from the portal, swiftly filling the surrounding wilderness. However, Kasuto sensed the remaining number of pure Titans in the world of Naruto and sent a message to Yuka. "Yuka, come over with Hankawa. There's no need to bring more pure Titans. We have more than enough." The number of Titans present had already reached 70,000, which was entirely sufficient. Upon receiving Kasuto's message, Yuka, commanding the pure Titans in the Naruto realm, entered the portal alongside Hankawa. "Lord Kasuto, it is my failure to protect you that allowed the enemy to launch a surprise attack." Hankawa expressed his remorse upon arriving in the Titan world. Yet, Kasuto bore no ill will towards him. Instead, he unleashed a spatial attack. It was understandable that no one could react in time. Despite his injuries, the foundation of his strength remained unshaken. "Enough kneeling. Since you are here, it is the perfect opportunity to elevate your abilities." Compared to the Naruto world, Kasuto had unlocked 2 additional Titan forms and consumed a portion of the grotesque worms, feeling capable of granting Hankawa and Yuka a grand upgrade. Kasuto concentrated and infused several drops of golden spinal fluid into their bodies. As the fluid entered, both began to uncontrollably transform. Ding! A blinding radiance captured the attention of everyone present. The Titan forms of Hankawa and Yuka materialized. 15 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. Their heights rapidly surpassed 100 meters and continued to grow. Hankawa and Yuka were the 2 most closely aligned with Kasuto among the intelligent Titans. Previously, they lacked the strength of Hans and the others, primarily due to their own weakness before transforming into Titans. However, as time passed, their Titan potential had far surpassed that of all other intelligent Titans. With Kasuto's evolution, their potential could instantaneously translate into formidable strength. Noticing that they were still expanding, Kasuto relocated them to a distance. 500 meters, 1,000 meters. Ultimately, their heights stabilized at the colossal scale of 1,000 meters. Hans and the others gazed in astonishment at the Titan forms of Hankawa and Yuka. Even Hanzo and his companions were astonished by the towering figures of Ben Chuan and Yuka. It was beyond mere shock. It could only be described as a tremor of dread. The 2 giants gazed out over the arc-shaped landscape below, their eyes surveying the clouds beneath them. infused with an overwhelming sense of power. The inhabitants within the walls of Wall Rose stared in terror at the colossal beings. With such immense stature, could our world be on the brink of annihilation? Oh, divine providence! First, the walls crumbled, then giants breached the city, and now two titans soared above the clouds. The events of these past few days had been overwhelming. Was their optimal height truly around 2,400 meters? Casa sensed the exact height of Ben Chuan and Yuka. This was not merely a matter of size. Their strength represented a qualitative leap. It was time to revert from their giant forms. Casa transmitted this message to Ben Chuan and Yuka. Upon receiving Casa's message, the two returned to their original forms. Appearing instantly before him, Casa thought to himself, as expected, they were no longer in a state where their true bodies resided at the nape of their necks. They had fully integrated with the power of the giants. Lord Casa, why did we revert to our giant forms in this manner? Ben Chuan inquired, perplexed, as their current state mirrored that of Casa. Following this, Casa planned to upgrade all the wise giants, which would result in a similar transformation. Thus, he packaged the information and sent it to all the wise giants, who received his message promptly. Casa then concentrated and distributed spinal fluid directly to Hanzo and the others. Ding! Hanzo, Yahiko, Uchiha Madara, Nagato, and Konin all transformed into giants. Among them, only Uchiha Madara and Nagato reached the kilometer scale, while the others remained at the 100-meter mark. With this, everyone had completed their upgrades. Ben Chuan and Yuka, 2,400 meters Uchiha Madara, 2,000 meters Nagato, 1,200 meters Konin, 700 meters Hanzo, 900 meters Yahiko, 800 meters thus. All had ascended to the 6 paths level, and the release of energy was now permitted. Only the Mu King Giant was designated to guard the home and did not partake in this evolution, nor did the Outer Path Golem. The residents of Wall Rose had become numb to the spectacle. As giant after giant appeared, they resigned themselves, beginning to bid their final farewells to their families, savoring their last moments of life. Yet, this was not the end. Under Casa's control, all the pure titans began to disperse. This was not limited to the pure titans that had entered the world of giants. Those from the Naruto world did the same. With Casa leading, everyone stood before the pure titans. Let us begin. Casa raised his hand in a fist, and all the pure titans began to grow in size. Tens of thousands of pure titans simultaneously radiated a golden light, illuminating the sky in a resplendent glow. What in the world is happening? First, giants appeared. And now this brilliance. The commander of the Marley forces, poised on the ship's railing, pressed his palm firmly against it, his gaze locked onto the distant sky, as if yearning to uncover the mysteries unfolding within the depths of Paradise Island. We could all see the towering giants from our vantage point, their immense height striking. Willie Tiber stared vacantly at the golden sky, as the colossal beings, under the control of the cart titans, continued to grow. The first 100-meter tall titan emerged, followed by the second and third. One after another, the titans grew to towering heights. Concurrently, the cart titans were installing energy release capabilities onto each colossal figure through precise coordinates. Now, every titan possessed the ability to unleash energy capable of nuclear explosions. Although such an explosion would result in the titan's immediate demise, one could only imagine the magnitude of destruction unleashed by a titan powered by Chakra. The cart titan summoned a colossal figure to the forefront, declaring, "Come forth, it is time to bring this to an end." Ascending to the titan's head, the cart titan was soon joined by others, all standing atop the colossal being. Honorable Kankuro thoughtfully produced a joyous chair for the cart titan, who comfortably seated himself. Pointing a finger, the true rumbling of the earth commenced. Boom, 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 boom. As the tremendous sound reverberated, Gria understood that this world was destined to fall under the dominion of the cart titans. This rumbling echoed across the heavens. Within the walls of Shina, Elwin was engaged in a discussion with 2 brigade leaders about swiftly overthrowing the monarchy. Standing by the window, gazing at the horizon, he inquired, "Were the previous giants and the radiant light conjured by that individual you mentioned?" The station brigade leader, Dotopasis, looked anxiously at the sky as he conversed with Elwin. "It must be. I have a premonition that the world is about to change." Out in the waters surrounding Paradise Island, the Marley vessels, having endured the voyage, finally arrived at their destination. Immediately, all Marley soldiers began to disembark. Armored vehicles rolled down from the ships, equipped with anti-Titan rifles, ready for battle. Airships had already taken to the skies for reconnaissance. Even tank-like weapons descended from the vessels. Advance. With the command of the Marley general, the ground troops began their march. Vehicles loaded with soldiers moved forward one after another. The captain of one airship, gazing ahead with a worried expression, was abruptly interrupted by the soldiers' cries. "Captain, look! Giants! So many giants!" The fear in their voices was palpable. The captain turned to see the horizon filled with colossal titans, his eyes wide with horror. "Quick! Send a telegram to the commander." Upon the captain's order, the communications officer began reporting the situation to the rear. Moments later, the captain managed to regain his composure. "Fortunately, we are in an airship. The giants below cannot reach us." At that moment, the captain deeply sensed that the era of the Titans was drawing to a close. The technology of Marley has advanced to the point where they can manufacture flying airships. The Titans, however, can only traverse the ground below, rendering them incapable of launching an attack against these aerial creations. "Captain, look! The Titans ahead are reacting," a soldier observing the scene reported, having noticed the unusual behavior of the pure Titans in the front ranks. Upon hearing the soldier's words, the captain lifted his gaze, only to witness all the pure Titans raising their arms in unison. In an instant, he beheld a multitude of starlight. How could this be? As the pure Titans completed their energy accumulation, beams of energy shot towards the airships in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Under the relentless barrage from the pure Titans, every Marley airship was obliterated, reduced to debris falling from the heavens. The rear ranks of the Marley forces bore witness to the catastrophic destruction of their airships. Soon after, the ground beneath them began to tremble. Thud, thud, thud. The thunderous sound of colossal footsteps echoed from the front. "Look, Titans! So many Titans! Were we not told that all the Titans had vanished?" The immense stature of the running pure Titans instilled terror in the hearts of the onlooking soldiers. "Attack! Everyone! Attack! We must halt the Titans' advance." The commander of Marley also observed the rampaging pure Titans and screamed into his radio in desperation. After issuing his commands, the commander, filled with profound fury, turned to Willie Tiber beside him, seizing him by the collar and bellowing. "Did you not assure me that all the Titans on the island had disappeared? Was it not the Tiber family that guaranteed this? What in the world is happening with these Titans now? And what of the beams targeting our airships? Explain yourself, Willie Tiber." Chapter 159. The whispering of Miheko and Nagato in the face of the commander's interrogation. Willie shrugged off the hand gripping his collar. "Is it useful to discuss this now?" "We must think of a solution," he replied. Seeing Willie's nonchalant demeanor, the commander could not unleash his anger upon him directly. "Then let the Warhammer Titan engage. At this point, Marley has but one Titan left to rely upon. Even though it may not suffice against such overwhelming odds, it is better than having none at all. The time is not yet ripe." Willie averted his gaze from the commander, scrutinizing the charging pure Titans with keen interest. With no alternative, the commander continued to direct his soldiers in a desperate attempt to resist the advancing Titans. Boom, boom, boom. The Marley army positioned their anti-Titan artillery, firing upon the galloping giants. Shell after shell rained down upon the Titans. Meanwhile, the tank-like armored vehicles also opened fire. Such an assault would indeed prove effective against ordinary pure Titans. However, they were confronted by pure Titans endowed with Chakra, and furthermore, these Titans had recently undergone a wave of evolution. The frontline pure Titans raised their hands, gathering energy within their palms. Countless energy beams erupted forth, annihilating the airborne shells. After a brief interval of launching 2 rounds of energy beams, the frontline pure Titans slightly diminished in size. Yet, under the constant replenishment of sunlight, this minor depletion was swiftly restored. "It's futile, Commander." Our assault was intercepted from a distance. The commander of the anti-giant cannon shouted loudly into the intercom. Boom, boom. Simultaneously, the nearby anti-giant cannon continued to fire relentlessly. This time, before any orders could be relayed from the rear, the soldiers stationed on-site found themselves under attack. Energy orbs rained down from the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Each explosion obliterated everything within a radius of several meters, reducing flesh and steel alike to mere ashes. Boom. An energy orb struck beside the commander, vanishing him and his intercom without a trace. The commander, who was about to speak into the intercom, looked at the now crackling device in disbelief. It was over. He stared vacantly at the series of energy orbs detonating ahead. Moments later, the rain of orbs ceased. The sound of explosions faded. The surviving Marley soldiers stood in shock, gazing at the smooth craters surrounding them. Clatter! A rifle fell from the hands of an infantryman in the rear. There was no way we could win. This is the power of the divine. A soldier collapsed to the ground, cradling his head in utter despair. As the first soldier broke down, a cascade of infantrymen followed suit. The soldiers began to flee, unwilling to meet their demise so readily. In the end, they couldn't even touch the enemy's fur. Get up. Stand up for me. A sergeant, gripping his pistol, urged the kneeling infantrymen with fervor. He incessantly commanded them to rise. Yet, the already shattered soldiers paid no heed to the sergeant's words, merely huddled on the ground, murmuring, "I want to go home. I don't want to die." At that moment, the sergeant, gun in hand, looked around in bewilderment as soldiers either fled or prayed, with only a few still armed. It was utterly finished. The sergeant's pistol slipped from his grasp as he collapsed weakly to the ground. From atop the head of the colossal, mindless giant, Casa observed the chaos among the Marley forces. Have they collapsed? The mindless giant's ability to emit beams truly represented a dimensional assault on this world. The ground tremors were already terrifying, and now they could also launch energy attacks. Any one of these mindless giants, if introduced into a world of ordinary technology, would be a catastrophic monster. Faced with a Marley army that had lost all will to resist, Casa harbored no intentions of total annihilation. After all, these people would eventually join the ranks of the mindless giants. Following the defeat of the Marley army, Casa commanded the mindless giants to advance toward Marley. His goal was to assimilate all of Emer's descendants, coaxing out the grotesque worms hidden within their spinal fluid. The Marley army was merely an afterthought. Boom, boom, boom. The previously halted mindless giants resumed their charge. However, this time, they did not charge directly at the Marley forces. Instead, they veered slightly, avoiding a direct trampling over the Marley ranks. The fleeing Marley soldiers noticed the mindless giants circumventing their position, and a wave of euphoric relief surged through them. Casa directed the mindless giants onward. Only 10 colossal titans remained, gazing at the Marleyan army, while they awaited complete assimilation to transform directly into titans. Faced with the 10 titans left by Casa, the Marleyan soldiers dared not act recklessly, fearing that these giants might raise their hands at any moment. As the titans approached the shoreline, they began to wade into the water, making their way across. In an instant, the sea boiled. The titans propelled themselves forward with energy, causing the waters to simmer. Meanwhile, the titan accompanying Casa halted at the shore. Casa turned to glance at Uchiha Madara beside him, who felt a sense of unease under Casa's gaze. "What are you staring at?" Madara grimaced, sensing he was about to become a mere tool once again. Just summon a Susanoo and fly over, he thought. However, Casa had no intention of allowing the titan to swim across. That would be far too cumbersome. If a complete form could fly, why not equip the colossal titan with a Susanoo and soar over directly? Upon hearing Casa's words, Madara's expression soured as if he had swallowed a fly. Previously, he had been a tool for illusion. Now, he was to become a means of transportation. Though reluctant, Madara had no choice but to activate his Susanoo, enveloping the titan beneath him, and then took to the skies. Atop his head, Yahiko quietly spoke to Nagato. "Do you think Casa is intentionally targeting Lord Madara?" Nagato, surprised that Yahiko discerned Casa's intentions, responded, "I know this. Before Lord Madara joined us, he played a trick on Casa, which left Casa quite displeased. He left the rest unsaid, merely raising an eyebrow at Yahiko." Enlightened by Nagato's hint, Yahiko suddenly realized. Gazing at Uchiha Madara, does that mean Lord Madara will have to endure this for some time? Upon hearing Yahiko's remark, Nagato swiftly covered Yahiko's mouth. Yet, given the prowess of those present, even their hushed conversation was crystal clear. Madara glowered at Yahiko. "You seem quite idle lately. Perhaps you should go practice your taijutsu." Chapter 160. The true explosive star. Upon hearing that Uchiha Madara wanted to practice taijutsu with him, Yahiko's expression fell instantly. Since Nagato had been training with Madara in the use of the Renegan, he and Konan had been consistently with Nagato. So Madara had also begun instructing the two of them. Yahiko had endured his fair share of Madara's punches, but had made swift progress. Observing Yahiko's glum demeanor, Konan stifled a laugh beside him, knowing he was about to receive another beating. Listening to the conversation of those around him, Casa pondered, "Am I truly so petty? It's merely that Uchiha Madara is quite useful. Kasa refused to admit to being small-minded. After all, wasn't it Izanami? He had already unraveled that. Such were the rumors. Time seemed to pass swiftly during the flight. The figure of the colossal being, clad in the guise of Susanoo, had already spotted the coastline ahead. As it descended upon the shore, the tumultuous sea roared behind it. Boom, boom. Moments later, the first of the colossal beings made landfall. Emerging from the depths of the ocean, they began their advance. In the Marley Eldia refuge, Ani's father sat upon the doorframe, gazing at the distant sky. Ani, you must return safely. As he yearned for Ani, a sudden jolt coursed through his body. Clutching his chest, Ani's father collapsed, his body convulsing. In the founding space, under the influence of the coordinate power, Ymir materialized abruptly. They are all subjects of the king. You must not act thus. Observing the coordinate power, Ymir spoke with an air of resignation. Yet, the coordinate power remained indifferent to Ymir's entreaty, or rather, to the grotesque parasites dwelling within her people. The coordinate power began to tremble as the surrounding sands were consumed. As the coordinate power incessantly devoured the sand, fissures began to emerge within its vast expanse. Ymir quietly watched as the coordinate power fell under the control of the grotesque parasites. Although she possessed the strength to thwart this consumption, she suddenly found herself weary, envious of the stance of another progenitor, the figure of Susanoo. As the coordinate power commenced its relentless consumption of sand, the subjects of Ymir within the Marley Eldia refuge began to undergo a transformation. One by one, they collapsed in agony. Ani's father, struggling to lift his head, uttered, Ani. A golden radiance emanated from his being as golden lightning descended. Boom. The surrounding structures were obliterated. A gargantuan colossal being, towering at 60 meters, emerged. Boom, boom, boom. With the advent of the first colossal giant, thunderclaps echoed in rapid succession. One after another, colossal beings manifested. How have these demons suddenly transformed into giants? Hurry, fetch the anti-giant rifles. The Marley soldiers guarding the Eldia refuge shouted to their comrades. Yet, in the next instant, a colossal giant crushed several individuals beneath its weight. Countless colossal giants wrought devastation upon the once secure refuge. Transformed into colossal giants, the subjects of Ymir began their march in a singular direction. Run for your lives. I warned you to eliminate these demons directly. Come on, damn giants. Amidst the chaos in the Marley region, the diverse populace exhibited varying reactions. Some fled in terror. Others hesitated, while a few fired their weapons. But under the onslaught of the colossal giants, they were all reduced to cinders. Marley was engulfed in flames. In the founding space, Ymir continued to observe as the coordinate power gradually succumbed to cracks. Snap. Ultimately, the coordinate power could no longer endure, shattering into fragments. Gazing at the fragmented coordinate power cascading down like stardust, Ymir seemed to reveal a serene smile. Beneath the luminous shards of the coordinate power, Ymir vanished. This founding space gradually descended into silence. Boom, boom, boom. As the colossal pure titans traversed the entirety of Marley, a significant portion of its territory vanished. The two factions of pure titans were destined to engage in a decisive battle upon this continent, the towering 100-meter Chakra pure titans and the 60-meter ordinary pure titans. Meanwhile, within Paradise Island, the Eldians remained untouched by the grotesque parasites that would forcibly transform them into pure titans. Only in the Gracia household did Annie, seemingly sensing something, gaze out the window. Her fingers brushed against her eye sockets, detecting a moisture. How strange. Why do I suddenly feel so distressed? Annie could not comprehend why tears began to flow from her eyes. Upon the continent, the advancing pure titans from both sides ultimately converged. Witnessing the immense pure titan ahead, the Marleyans expressed astonishment. Is Ymir not resisting? How convenient. It saves me the trouble. The pure titans of the Marleyan faction came to a halt. Yet the grotesque parasite-controlled pure titans began to charge forward. The Marleyan pure titans raised their hands, unleashing beams of light towards the grotesque parasites' pure titans. Following a barrage, a multitude of pure titans was swiftly eradicated. As the pure titans fell one after another, a thought struck the Marleyans. Nagato, can you really execute the planetary devastation? The Marleyan called out to Nagato, who, momentarily taken aback, responded, Planetary devastation? Yes, of course, Brother Marleyan. Upon hearing Nagato's reply, the Marleyan realized he was not yet capable of performing it. He then turned to Uchiha Obito. Recognizing the look from the Marleyan, Obito understood he was about to be occupied. He approached Nagato and gently tapped his head. Now you see the difference between planetary devastation and the true planetary devastation. After speaking, Obito looked to the Marleyan, inquiring where he should direct the attack. The Marleyan gestured towards the opposing pure titans, indicating for them to be targeted. Given the current circumstances, they merely needed to await the enemy's arrival, rendering the complex execution of true planetary devastation unnecessary. The grotesque parasite-controlled pure titans, under the beam attacks of the Marleyan pure titans, could not even approach. However, the Marleyan recalled his promise to the trio from Marley. He had vowed to reunite them with their families. It would be absurd to kill their loved ones after transforming them into pure titans. Upon receiving the Marleyan's response, Obito took flight, arriving before the Marleyan's pure titans. The Marleyan's pure titans ceased their beam assaults. With his palms together, Obito declared true planetary devastation. As he separated his hands, a small black orb hurtled forward. As the orb flew, it expanded in size and transformed into a flat state. Nagato, standing beside the Marleyan, observed Obito's true planetary devastation. So, that's how it is. Having previously mastered planetary devastation, Nagato quickly grasped the concept of true planetary devastation after witnessing it once. The true planetary devastation continued to expand, enveloping all the grotesque parasite-controlled pure titans in its path. Once encased, it reverted back to a spherical shape. Thus, the final gambit of the grotesque parasites was eradicated by the Marleyan. Chapter 161. The complete devouring of the abnormal insect having accomplished the true planetary devastation. Uchiha Madara returned to the pinnacle of the pure giant. Have you comprehended it, Nagato? The planetary devastation encompasses more than merely releasing gravitational spheres. It harbors numerous variations. Seizing this opportunity, Uchiha Madara elucidated the myriad methods of unleashing the planetary devastation to Nagato. For instance, one might directly apply the gravitational point of the planetary devastation upon the adversary. Following Madara's succinct guidance, Nagato found himself brimming with newfound ideas regarding the release of the technique. Observing Nagato's contemplative demeanor, Madara felt a sense of satisfaction with Nagato's innate talent and capacity for learning. However, upon glancing at Yahiko, a sardonic smile crept across Madara's face. Yahiko, unnerved by Madara's cold grin, hastily sought refuge behind Conan. Madara had already devised a plan for how to deal with Yahiko upon their return. Having completed the gathering of the Marleyan citizens, the time had come for Casa to await the transformation of all into his kind, followed by the direct manifestation of the divided abnormal insects. Among the 10 pure giants stationed on the distant island of Pa, one began to mobilize, making its way inward. Hanchuan, Yahiko, Nagato, Conan, you four shall lead this contingent of pure giants to conquer the remaining nations of this world. The realm of giants extends beyond Marley. There are numerous other nations that Casa will not spare. Under Casa's directive, the four departed from the head of the pure giant, ascending to another summit. Under Hanchuan's command, the halted pure giant resumed its movement. All pure giants began to emit a verdant glow, their speed accelerating dramatically as they transformed into a flurry of afterimages racing forth. Witnessing Hanchuan's maneuvering, Casa was momentarily taken aback. Did he truly intend to annihilate the other nations? What are you doing, Hanchuan? As Hanchuan reveled in the exhilarating sensation atop the pure giant, Casa's voice echoed in his mind. Quickly regaining his composure, Hanchuan replied earnestly, Lord Casa, I intend to make a swift round trip. Though the evolved pure giants have significantly enhanced their speed, I still find it somewhat lacking. Rest assured, I will decelerate upon nearing the habitation. Hanchuan assured Casa, genuinely wishing for a rapid return, devoid of any intentions of indulging in reckless speed. Upon hearing that Hanchuan was not pursuing destruction, Casa dismissed his concerns. At most, the inhabitants of the other nations would be terrified by the rapidly advancing pure giants. Sitting upon his throne, Casa gazed at the immense black sphere before him, his thoughts drifting to the world of Shinobi. Once the giant realm is settled, I shall return to conquer the remaining 3 ninja villages. The other tailed beasts must also be reclaimed, and the celestial Tsutsuki clan warrants attention, alongside the Sage of 6 Paths and the 3 great sanctuaries. Previously, my strength was insufficient, and I feared being ambushed by the Sage of 6 Paths. Moreover, I harbor a keen interest in the concept of Pure Lands. Within the confines of the planetary devastation, the pure giants continued their relentless charge. However, for the Earth explosion star, it remained utterly unshaken. As the body of the purity giant radiated increasing heat, the temperature within the black sphere rose incessantly, leading to a rapid depletion of oxygen. Eventually, the oxygen was entirely consumed, yet the temperature continued its relentless ascent, reaching 100, then 200 degrees. Gradually, the moisture within the body of the purity giant evaporated, rendering its flesh rigid. It is likely that Kasumi had forgotten that the colossal purity giant within the giant world continuously emitted high temperatures, starkly contrasting with the one he had created. The once forceful arms of the colossal purity giant, which had been relentlessly battering the black sphere, became as frail as withered branches. Its body rapidly dehydrated, muscles tearing, rendering it unable to move. The body that had previously radiated heat ceased its emission. The temperature within the black sphere, which had been rising rapidly, began to slow. Suddenly, Kasumi sensed a peculiar stillness within the black sphere. Why was there no movement? Although the Earth explosion star was a sealing technique, Kasumi's perception remained keen, detecting the lack of internal activity. Fearing that the grotesque insect might be up to something strange, Kasumi instructed Uchiha Madara to create an opening to investigate the situation within. Complying with Kasumi's command, Uchiha Madara employed his ocular power, revealing a small aperture at the top of the once impenetrable Earth explosion star. With a rush, the sealed Earth explosion star opened a hole, causing the immense internal pressure and heat to draw in the surrounding air. Observing this anomaly, Kasumi mused that the grotesque insect was indeed capable of causing trouble. Once the black sphere ceased to absorb external air, Kasumi instructed Uchiha Madara to open the upper half of the sphere, exposing the purity giants within. As the sphere opened, Kasumi beheld the purity giants transformed into desiccated husks. Gazing upon the grotesque sight, Kasumi suddenly recalled the distinction between the giants of the giant world and his own. The former exuded scalding steam, while his giants did not, or rather, could be controlled. After a moment's contemplation, Kasumi commanded the purity giants beneath him to gather their spinal fluid, which he then scattered within the Earth explosion star. The airborne spinal fluid descended into the bodies of the desiccated purity giants, who absorbed it. Kasumi then sensed the emergence of branches in the coordinate power. As Kasumi's ancestral power activated, the purity giants within the Earth explosion star began to emit a golden light, initiating a transformation. Accompanying the golden radiance, each purity giant's spine ignited with a golden glow, coalescing in the sky and slowly forming into a golden chicken fillet. Observing the grotesque insect taking shape, Kasumi swallowed hard. The insect, expelled from the bodies of Emer's people, fell heavily to the ground. Now in the realm of reality, the grotesque insect writhed, emitting waves of energy as it sought to summon the giants for protection. However, the grotesque creature can no longer be controlled by either humans or giants. The power of coordinates has been brutally obliterated by its methods. The attempt to control through division has also been expelled by the shifter. Rising from his seat, the shifter leaps down from the pinnacle of the pure titan, transforming into a 50-meter giant form to seize the grotesque creature from the ground. Captured within the palm of the shifter, the grotesque creature struggles desperately, yearning to escape its impending fate of being devoured. The shifter, now in this 50-meter form, finds it quite satisfactory. The smaller grotesque creature appears too large and unappetizing, while a larger one would be consumed in a single bite, leaving him wanting more. Thus, the shifter begins to devour the grotesque creature bite by bite. With each mouthful consumed, he senses a remarkable enhancement within himself. Chapter 162, Returning to the Shinobi World. It feels as though this grotesque creature was inherently a part of his own being. Once the grotesque creature is entirely consumed, the shifter assumes the visage of his progenitor titan. With a mighty roar, other intelligent titan forms manifest as ethereal shadows behind him. The armored titan, the colossal titan, the beast titan, and 3 others. These 6 forms subsequently merge into the shifter's body. After this amalgamation, he feels all his powers returning. His progenitor form now possesses the abilities of all other forms, becoming even more formidable. Just when the shifter believes it to be the end, another form appears behind him, a seemingly unremarkable giant form. Upon its emergence, the shifter immediately recognizes it, the titan form of Annie from the original narrative. This male titan form integrates into the shifter's essence, granting him the understanding of its abilities. the power of devouring evolution and mastery over all abilities possessed by his subordinates. The latter is easily comprehensible. The shifter now holds the capabilities of all Titans bound to the power of coordinates. This means he has acquired Uchiha Madara's Renegan abilities. The magnetic release of the Sand Village, the scorching release, the boiling release of King Mu, the dust release of Inoki, and various other bloodline limits and techniques. Furthermore, any new abilities developed can be directly grasped by him. Through devouring evolution, the shifter can enhance himself by consuming parts of the strong, thereby becoming even more powerful. After this Titan form appears, no further forms manifest, indicating that the final one is likely the War Hammer, which is yet to be fully unlocked. Upon accepting the male Titan form's abilities, the shifter contemplates. Once all powers are assimilated, he returns to the pure Titan. Suddenly, the shifter feels a hint of drowsiness. Shaking his head, he finds it peculiar that he no longer requires sleep. Why then does he feel tired? Am I about to enter a slumber? He muses on this condition. Fortunately, the drowsiness is merely a fleeting sensation, not enough to pull him into slumber. He instructs Uchiha Madara to release the planetary devastation. The pure Titan is now firmly within his domain. Who among you wishes to temporarily reside in this world? Kazurin inquired of Hanzo and the others. In the current realm of giants, there was no suitable leader to govern, and leaving behind the mindless giants posed a considerable inconvenience. Thus, it was essential to designate someone to remain here temporarily. However, it was evident that none of them were inclined to stay. Yuka, without a doubt, would prioritize accompanying Kazurin. Hanzo was intent on furthering the development of the Rain Country, while Uchiha Madara held no interest in this feeble world. Observing the silence among the three, Kazurin came to a realization. He then commanded the mindless giants to return to Paradise Island. During the return journey, Kazurin pondered deeply. Suddenly, he recalled the retired Elder Mie and the idler Makita. He believed that appointing them as regional ambassadors would garner their gratitude. The two, enjoying their leisurely retirement in the Rain Country thanks to Kazurin's connections, would certainly express their appreciation. Having made his selections, Kazurin reclined contentedly. Upon the return of Kazurin's mindless giant legion to Paradise Island, the encircled Marleyan soldiers felt an immense sense of relief. Surrounded by 9 giants capable of obliterating them at any moment, the psychological burden was truly overwhelming. They feared the inevitable onset of slaughter. The return of the one who could determine their fate alleviated their torment. In truth, Kazurin had not forgotten them. He was merely awaiting their transformation. Realizing the time was ripe, Kazurin commanded one of the mindless giants to release spinal fluid. Under the influence of the fluid, all who had arrived at Paradise Island began their transformation into giants. Willie Tybur watched in horror as his body began to glow amidst the chaos of the surrounding Marleyan soldiers. Why am I becoming a giant? I am not of the devil's lineage. No, I do not wish to become one of those grotesque beings. Confusion, fear, and despair overwhelmed the Marleyan soldiers. Yet, no matter their protests, they could not halt the onset of their transformation. Ding! One by one, the mindless giants arose. After completing the transformation of this group, Kazurin directed the giants to proceed. At the wall of Shina, the station garrison commander and the military chief silently observed the colossal giant conversing with Erwin. They felt as though the world was mocking them. Just 3 days prior, they were mere humans struggling to survive within the walls. They had held esteemed positions as commanding officers. A day later, the walls came crashing down. Fear pervaded their ranks, yet they still wielded authority as commanders. 3 days later, Erwin returned, revealing the truth of the walls and proclaiming the need for a coup to overthrow the false royal family. The true royal lineage had been captured by others, and they were no longer the desperate humans within the walls. Furthermore, the giants were once humans transformed. As they accepted this narrative and prepared to confer with Erwin on how to orchestrate the coup against the monarchy, colossal giants emerged, followed by reports of countless giants. Then, a 100-meter-tall giant approached Erwin, even engaging him in conversation, stating it was the command of the progenitor, Kazurin. Let the 3 legions manage the walls with diligence. The world has succumbed to the dominion of the progenitor. They merely need to live under this rule. The pace of change in the world has become overwhelming for the two of them. However, regardless of their struggle, they must endure. For they cannot confront the colossal giants impervious to artillery fire. When this pristine giant approached the wall of Shina, the station legions were initially startled into an attack. Yet, their projectiles failed to breach even the slightest defense, barely scratching the surface. This particular pristine giant, temporarily endowed with intelligence by the figure cloaked in a straw hat, is no ordinary being. It is Scorpion, the grandson of Chiyo from the world of Naruto. Among the Sand and Rock Alliance, only Noki and Chiyo remained untransformed into pristine giants. The others had all succumbed to this fate. While Scorpion is not a mere background character in the Naruto universe, it is expected that, upon transformation, he could attain the status of an intelligent giant. However, as he was an adversary of the figure cloaked in a straw hat, his intelligence was obliterated, rendering him a pristine giant. Yet now, he has been temporarily dispatched to communicate with Elvin and others from the giant world. Upon receiving orders from the figure cloaked in a straw hat, Elvin began stabilizing the residents of Paradise Island. The figure, however, had no intention of venturing to other walls any longer. He approached the opened portal, preparing to return to the Naruto world and ready himself for slumber. Riding upon the pristine giant, he traversed through the portal back to the Naruto realm. Gazing upon the familiar landscape of Lulan, he felt a moment of disorientation. Had he truly managed to conquer an entire world so swiftly? It seemed remarkably quick. His sojourn in the giant world had spanned but a few days. Chapter 163. The Planting of the Divine Tree. The flow of time differs between the giant world and the Naruto world. Though merely half a month had elapsed since the figure cloaked in a straw hat ventured into the giant realm, a full month had passed in the Naruto world. As he relished the comfort of returning home, he sensed a peculiar energy in the air. Observing this energy, he summoned his chakra. Upon comparison, he discerned a notable distinction. Could this be natural energy? He recalled that, apart from chakra, the Naruto world also possessed natural energy. Contemplating this, he extended his hand, attempting to absorb this energy. He calmed his mind, focusing on extracting the natural energy surrounding him. After a brief moment, he perceived a surge of energy within his body. As this natural energy entered him, it began to merge with his chakra. Realizing this, he understood that the fusion would result in Sage Chakra. With unwavering concentration, he monitored the amalgamation within, ready to expel the natural energy should petrification occur. To his astonishment, the natural energy seamlessly integrated with his chakra, transforming into Sage Chakra without any adverse reactions. Investigating this Sage Chakra within, he reflected upon the origins of chakra. Natural energy is likely an inherent power system of this planet in the Naruto realm, a mysterious force that existed long before the Tsutsuki clan arrived, akin to the Shinigami, the Waikai, and the three great sacred lands. Chakra, on the other hand, was birthed from the natural energy by the divine tree after its cultivation. As the situation unfolded, Yuka and the others observed the contemplative Kasumi, remaining quietly by his side. Only Uchiha Madara sensed the subtle distinction in Kasumi. Did he possess a sage technique reminiscent of Hashirama? Madara pondered, acutely aware of the aura emanating from Kasumi. Though uncertainty lingered, the primary difference lay in Kasumi's physical state, which exhibited no alterations, unlike Hashirama's sage mode, marked by distinctive changes in appearance. After concluding his reflections, he resolved to experiment with his thoughts. Come forth. Kasumi led the trio away from the portal linked to the dragon vein. With a resounding thud, the surrounding innocent giants began to depart as well. Is there anyone left in Lulan? Kasumi, contemplating the impending planting of the divine tree, inquired of Yuka. There is no one. I have transformed them all into innocent giants. There is no place for the location that dared to allow Kamisa to face peril. Yuka seethed. Her teeth clenched as she gazed upon the remnants of Lulan's structures. It was no wonder that upon returning to Lulan, not a soul had been sighted. Kasumi, recognizing Yuka's temperament, found her actions entirely plausible. Let us revert them all back to human form. It is not their fault. He gently tousled Yuka's hair, urging her not to blame the residents of Lulan. Though Yuka still believed the inhabitants owed a debt of atonement, Kasumi's word carried weight. Acknowledging his sentiment, Yuka would undoubtedly arrange matters henceforth. Once the innocent giants had vacated the vicinity of the dragon vein, Kasumi extended his palm, and a sapling of the divine tree gradually emerged from his hand. This sapling was destined to be absorbed by the great divine tree. Kasumi cast the sapling into the air, where it soared above the gaping chasm of the dragon vein. He began to summon the power of the giants, and soon the divine tree commenced its expansion. As it descended into the abyss of the dragon vein, it continued to grow in size. Unperturbed by the ebb of chakra, Kasumi guided the divine tree to take root, drawing upon the natural energy around it. The tree anchored itself to the planet, steadily assimilating the surrounding natural energy. Observing the divine tree as it absorbed the natural energy of the ninja realm, Kasumi was determined to prevent any destructive consumption. Moreover, his tree was not akin to that of the Otsutsuki clan. Upon merging with the body of the giant, this divine tree had assumed Kasumi's form. The tree, now enriched with natural energy, began to transmute its essence, channeling it back through the coordinates. This process not only ensured that the energy of the ninja realm did not diminish, but also fortified the very planet itself. As the energy returned through the coordinates, the roots of the tree exhibited a transformation. The coordinate energy directly converted the essence transmitted by the divine tree into an entirely new form of energy. Kasumi sensed this influx immediately. He gazed at his hands as the energy from the coordinates devoured his chakra. Soon, the chakra within Kasumi was nearly entirely consumed, leaving behind only this newfound energy. His power had grown once more. Aware of his transformation, Kasumi reflected on how remarkably simple it was to become stronger. Subsequently, through the power of coordinates, this surge of energy was transmitted to all the giants. Henceforth, the extracted chakra or other forms of power would revert to the coordinates, transforming into this very energy. Yuka and her companions also sensed the changes within their bodies. Casting their gazes towards the figure ahead, the Kasa person, the god tree, which had been planted, continued to grow incessantly, reaching heights of thousands and eventually tens of thousands of meters. It ceased to grow further, as this height was deemed suitable, awaiting the moment when the world of ninjas would expand, allowing the god tree to continue its ascent. Upon completing its growth, the god tree opened a portal beside it. This was the gateway to the world of giants. Kasa, is this the god tree? After all was accomplished, Uchiha Madara gazed at the towering god tree and inquired of Kasa. Indeed, this is the god tree, but it differs from what you envision, Kasa affirmed. Following Kasa's confirmation, Uchiha Madara regarded the god tree with a complex expression. His original plan had been to gather the nine-tailed beasts to summon the 10 tails, subsequently allowing the god tree to appear and initiate the Moon Eye plan. However, he had not anticipated the sudden arrival of Kasa, who thwarted his efforts and even defeated him. The god tree was unexpectedly summoned by Kasa. Someone has arrived. Come, let us take a seat within the god tree. It is time to unify the ninja world. Through the immaculate giants, Kasa realized someone was seeking him. As for why he did not go to Lulan, he quipped, "Do you think there is still Lulan beneath a 10,000-meter-tall god tree?" The 4 individuals reached the roots of the god tree, where the roots slowly opened a door. Entering within revealed a grand palace, entirely crafted of wood, with an energy light illuminating the ceiling. The palace boasted various styles of architecture, ancient, Western, and modern, each designated to different areas. It appeared that the auto-generated design was quite commendable. Kasa observed the palace created by his control over the god tree with a sense of satisfaction. Most of it was constructed based on images he had seen in his past life, with only a portion stemming from his own imagination. Hanzo and the others curiously surveyed the wooden palace. Chapter 164. The descendants of the land of whirlpools. Kasa found himself in the area styled after ancient Chinese aesthetics. Subsequently, areas of other styles vanished into the walls in a ripple, leaving only the ancient-style palace. At the center stood an exquisitely ornate throne, beneath which were numerous seats, each accompanied by its own wooden table. Kasa proceeded to take his seat upon the central throne, while Yuka and her companions instinctively moved to occupy the seats below. After a brief interval, an array of fruits and desserts materialized upon the tables before them. As they beheld the suddenly appearing food, Hanzo recognized some of it as familiar. He picked up a delicacy from Sunagakure, somewhat puzzled. "Isn't this a dish from Sunagakure?" Observing Hanzo's confusion, Kasa replied with a smile, "Indeed, it is from Sunagakure, just freshly made and directly transmitted through the roots of the god tree." After the explanation from Kasumi, Hans began to understand why the table bore the food of the Sand Shinobi. Kasumi also picked up a fruit from the rock village and began to eat. Shortly thereafter, the grand doors of the palace swung open. 5 ninjas, cloaked from head to toe, hesitated at the entrance. Clearly, they were apprehensive about entering this palace at the roots of the divine tree. "What is there to fear? We have already arrived. What more can we lose?" One of them declared, "There are members of our clan among that lord's subordinates, so do not be afraid." With those words, the leader stepped forward and entered the palace, followed by the remaining 4 ninjas. As they reached the center of the palace, the five stood before Kasumi. When they arrived beneath him, the leading ninja bowed deeply. Honorable Ancestor Giant, we are the remnants of the land of whirlpools. I am Uzumaki Heiichi, an elder of our clan. The leader introduced himself. Upon hearing their lineage, Kasumi felt a surge of curiosity. Why do you call me Ancestor? He had never publicly revealed his name, so how did these remnants know it? In response to Kasumi's inquiry, Uzumaki Heiichi swiftly replied, it is said in the tales of the ninja world that you, Ancestor, are the first of the giants. Hence we address you as such. Finding this explanation reasonable, Kasumi nodded for him to continue. Observing Kasumi's gesture, Uzumaki Heiichi suddenly knelt before him. We have heard that among your followers are members of our Uzumaki clan. Thus, we implore you to take vengeance for our nation using all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. The four Uzumaki clansmen behind him also knelt in unison. Simultaneously, Uzumaki Heiichi produced a sealing scroll from his robe and raised it high. Upon hearing of the sealing techniques, Kasumi raised his hand and summoned the scroll directly to him. Noticing this action, Uchiha Madara shot a curious glance at Kasumi's eyes, but upon realizing there was no change, a flicker of confusion crossed his expression. After taking hold of the scroll, Kasumi unfurled it, revealing a myriad of sealing techniques. The four-symbol seal, the 8-trigram seal, and the 4 red suns array, all powerful sealing techniques were inscribed on the scroll. After examining it, Kasumi was convinced that these individuals were indeed remnants of the land of whirlpools. You brought this scroll to me directly. Do you not fear that I might annihilate you once I possess it? He placed the scroll on the table and transmitted it to Hans and the others before addressing Uzumaki Heiichi. We have nothing left to lose. We believe that an alliance with Konoha would grant us protection. As he spoke, a look of hatred flickered in Uzumaki Heiichi's eyes. Yet, when the Cloud and Mist villages attacked us, Konoha did not come to our aid. It is even possible that Konoha was complicit. He then fervently pleaded, I beseech you, Ancestor, to obliterate the village of Cloud. With that, Uzumaki Heiichi bowed deeply to Kasumi once more, while the four behind him likewise prostrated themselves in reverence. Ban, what are your thoughts? After all, it was your generation that initially forged an alliance with the Land of Waves. In response to the pleas of a few, Kasumi did not answer but instead turned to Uchiha Ban below. What is there to discuss? Whether I attended or not, it was Hashirama who negotiated. Did he not also marry a woman from the Uzumaki clan? Upon mentioning Hashirama's union with an Uzumaki, Uchiha Ban revealed a mocking smile. Clearly, he held a disdainful view of the current Konoha. They cannot even protect the homeland of their first Hokage's wife. In their era, other ninja villages wouldn't dare to covet the Land of Waves. Were it not for Hashirama persuading him, they would have been annihilated by his Susanoo. Uchiha Ban. Upon hearing Kasumi call his name, Uzumaki Heian was taken aback as he gazed at Uchiha Ban seated beside him. Few in the ninja world were aware of the battle between Kasumi and Uchiha Ban, let alone the annihilated Land of Waves. Had it not been for the knowledge that Kasumi had directly obliterated the Wind and Earth countries, giving him a glimmer of hope for vengeance, Uzumaki Heian would have resigned himself to interring the legacy of the Land of Waves. You just wait. Hashirama will soon head to Konoha and bring Orochimaru to resurrect your Hashirama with impure reincarnation. Observing Uchiha Ban, who spoke so casually of Hashirama, Kasumi mused darkly. Remembering Uchiha Ban's reaction upon witnessing the impure reincarnation of Hashirama in the original story, Kasumi suddenly chuckled. Uzumaki Heian, seeing Kasumi smile, believed that their matters had found resolution. You will soon face the annihilation of the Cloud Ninja. Just wait and see. After laughing for a moment, Kasumi composed himself and addressed Uzumaki Heian. Even without the predicament concerning Uzumaki Heian, the annihilation of the lightning, fire, and water countries was already in the planning stages. For now, they would simply commence with the Land of Lightning. Upon hearing Kasumi's reply, Uzumaki Heian's face lit up with joy, and he could not help but express his gratitude to Kasumi. Thank you, revered ancestor, thank you. The 5 remnants of the Uzumaki clan fervently bowed in gratitude to Kasumi. All right, soon an immaculate giant will guide you. Waving his hand towards the underground Uzumaki remnants, Kasumi signaled for them to leave. Hearing his words, the 5 individuals bowed deeply before retreating from the palace. Once they had departed, Hanzo turned to Kasumi and inquired, Kasumi, do you truly intend to assist them in combating the Cloud Ninja? At Hanzo's question, Kasumi was somewhat surprised. wondering if Hanzo had thoughts of directly sabotaging their sealing techniques. Did he find it too favorable upon reflection? Certainly, the ultimate plan was to unify the ninja world, and this was merely the initial strike against the Cloud Ninja. They would indeed engage in battle as it was on their way, while also supplementing their sealing techniques. Although Uchiha Band possessed numerous sealing techniques, they could not possibly rival those of the Uzumaki clan. Chapter 165, The Slumbering Kasumi. Given Kasumi's current strength, overcoming the remaining 3 ninja villages would be effortless. He did not immediately proceed to the other 3 villages, as he was awaiting the return of Honkawa and others. Once the giant world had been dealt with by Honkawa, Yahiko, and their companions, they could commence with this world. Upon reflection, the figure known as Kajurin stifled a yawn, feeling increasingly drowsy, as slumber seemed imminent. Sensing the weight of fatigue upon his body, he conveyed a message to Benchuan and the others, urging their prompt return. In the realm of giants, Benchuan, engaged in the destruction of their rebellious weaponry in a Middle Eastern nation, lifted his gaze. Mayahiko, Nagato, Conan, we must hasten our pace. Lord Kajurin is calling us back. Having spoken, a radiant azure luminescence began to emanate from Benchuan's form. Following Kajurin's planting of the divine tree and the complete transformation of his chakra into a novel energy, it marked the first instance of this power being wielded in combat. Such formidable strength, far surpassing chakra. As the brilliant azure glow erupted, all surrounding tanks and armored vehicles were swept away. There is no time for games. In the Middle East, countless orbs of light ignited. In the world of Hokage, upon perceiving this through Benchuan's vision, Kajurin withdrew his consciousness. Feeling somewhat weary, he resolved to take a brief respite. You all carry on. I shall rest for a moment, he remarked to Hanzo and Uchiha Madara. Leaning against the armrest, he closed his eyes. Hanzo and Uchiha Madara exchanged glances before preparing to depart the palace, while Yuka remained behind, tending to Kajurin. Time flowed on. A month swiftly passed. During this month, with Yuka's authorization, Hanzo and Uchiha Madara tirelessly directed the unblemished giants in infrastructure projects. Houses rose, and spacious avenues were constructed. 2 canals were built, stretching from the land of rain to the land of wind, while saplings from the divine tree were planted throughout the land of wind. The once expansive desert steadily receded, transforming barren lands into thriving oases. The lands of wind and earth became interconnected by broad thoroughfares, significantly reducing travel time and facilitating the exchange of goods and culture. The residents of Sunagakure, having experienced substantial improvements in their lives, expressed joy at the sight of the giants. The hardened sculptures formed by the unblemished giants became commonplace in both nations. Smaller nations also boarded this train of progress, continuously advancing. Though Kajurin had yet to establish a nation, all countries were acutely aware that they existed under his governance. The moment Kajurin founded a nation, they would all be citizens of that realm. However, with the unblemished giants' accelerating development, no citizen harbored dissent. Each town housed stationed unblemished giants, who proved adept at combating crime. Should any wrongdoing occur, the perpetrators would find no refuge under the Coordinate's power, swiftly meeting their demise at the hands of the unblemished giants. In the past month, the movements of Kajurin's realm instilled fear in both the Fire and Lightning nations, anxious that the towering giants might invade their lands and usurp their positions. In this atmosphere of trepidation, the daimyos of both nations frantically allocated funds to Konohagakure and Kumogakure, ensuring they safeguarded their territories. While financial assistance was beneficial, both villages remained apprehensive in the face of Kajurin's giant army. Following the previous summit of the Three Shadows, the shinobi of Kumogakure were also made aware of Kajurin's victory over Uchiha Madara. Moreover, the towering divine tree was visible to all. Unlike the trepidation exhibited by various ninja villages, when Kuroji laid eyes upon this sacred tree, he was utterly taken aback. Had he not been tirelessly navigating the ninja realm for the purpose of resurrecting his mother? And did this resurrection not hinge upon the existence of the divine tree? Now that the tree had suddenly manifested, what was he to do? Should he approach and allow the masked man to unleash the infinite Tsukuyumi? Such a self-destructive course of action was beyond Kuroji's contemplation, in stark contrast to the varied reactions of the ninja realm toward the masked man's faction. The Otsutsuki clan of the moon, upon witnessing the divine tree rise from the earth, swiftly united both the main and branch families. They unanimously resolved that this ninja world required a profound transformation, The divine tree must not be allowed to resurface. It was time to fulfill the ancestral decree of the Yufin clan. Subsequently, under the unified leadership of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, a colossal Renegan was forged. As the colossal Renegan materialized, every member of the Otsutsuki clan who selflessly contributed their eyes felt a sense of worthiness. On a high platform upon the moon, the clan's esteemed elders stood with closed eyes. Clansmen, our cherished treasure, the Renegan, has finally coalesced. Today, we shall wield the Renegan to obliterate the divine tree of the ninja world. In adherence to the ancestral decree of the Yufin clan, we will reshape this ninja realm. With the elder's proclamation, the clansmen below erupted in fervent cheers. The elder was then gently assisted down from the platform. Tianhai, the command of the Renegan is entrusted to you, he said to the one supporting him. Rest assured, elder, we shall honor the sacrifices of our clansmen and ensure the destruction of the divine tree. Although the elder was unable to see, Tianhai gazed at him with utmost seriousness. Indeed, our clan's purest Byakugan bloodline resides within you. You shall master the Renegan. With that, the elder was seated upon a nearby bench. Tianhai, accompanied by a group of clansmen to assist him in controlling the Renegan, ascended the platform. The assembly encircled Tianhai, commencing the activation of a secret technique. A formation manifested beneath their feet, with Tianhai at its epicenter. As he felt the convergence of ocular power and energy upon himself, Tianhai activated his Byakugan, resonating with the colossal Renegan. A low hum resonated through the air as the colossal Renegan began to shimmer and gradually ascended into the sky. Success. Elated at having gained control over the colossal Renegan, Tianhai then aimed it at the divine tree of the ninja realm. Simultaneously, meteors in the heavens were manipulated by the Renegan's ocular prowess, hurtling down toward the divine tree. After seizing control of the meteors, dozens of green orbs materialized around the colossal Renegan. Under the influence of the Renegan's power, these orbs fused into a singular, golden longsword. Clang! The golden sword rapidly elongated, racing toward the divine tree. Golden wheel rebirth explosion. Accompanied by a multitude of meteors, it surged forth to strike the divine tree of the ninja realm. At that very moment, Uchiha Madara sensed the impending assault from the moon. Uchiha Madara, momentarily ceasing his cultivation, lifted his gaze toward the direction of the moon. The Renegan manifested within his eyes, and as he activated its power, he discerned meteors and the golden wheel of reincarnation amidst the cosmos. In an instant, a colossal Susanoo, towering at a kilometer, materialized, followed by Madara's transformation into a giant. This Susanoo was no mere semblance of flesh. It had evolved into a formidable entity. Chapter 166. The assault from the moon. Following his evolution, Uchiha Madara's giant form had also reached a staggering height of a kilometer. Coupled with the current Susanoo, a dual force emerged as the Susanoo giant made its grand entrance. The seamless fusion of the giant's flesh and the Susanoo created an extraordinary sensation that compelled Madara to pause for a fleeting moment. Soon after, the Susanoo giant soared into the heavens, heading directly towards the moon. The gathered crowd around the divine tree gazed in awe at the Susanoo giant in the sky. The sheer magnitude of this kilometer-high giant dwarfed any 100-meter pure giant, evoking a sense of dread even from a distance. As Madara ventured beyond the planet, he observed meteors hurtling toward him. Drawing forth four blades, he gathered a modicum of energy and aligned the swords to cleave forward. A colossal blade of light erupted forth, expanding exponentially. 1 kilometer, 10,000 meters, 100,000 meters. With a single stroke, all meteors were reduced to mere ashes, never even having the chance to touch the shinobi world, let alone strike the divine tree. The destructive light blade maintained its velocity as it surged toward the golden wheel of reincarnation. Boom, boom. Although sound could not traverse the void of space, the explosion following their encounter was blindingly radiant. In the shinobi world, one only needed to look up to witness the dazzling brilliance in the sky. Initially, Tenkai of the Tsutsuki clan regarded Uchiha Madara with indifference, believing that mere ninjas from the shinobi world could hardly contend with their sacred artifact, the Renegan. However, upon witnessing the obliteration of meteors by Madara's blade, Tenkai's demeanor shifted to one of earnest attention. Yet mere acknowledgement was insufficient. When the two forces collided, Tenkai was astonished to discover that the golden wheel of reincarnation was being suppressed, cleaved apart by Madara's strike. Following the mutual destruction of their attacks, Tenkai swiftly commanded the gigantic Renegan. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of black truth-seeking balls encircled the colossal Renegan, humming as they began to spin, emanating a verdant glow. As the spheres whirled with tremendous speed, a tempest of destructive energy surged toward Uchiha Madara. Just as the silver wheel of reincarnation emerged from the moon, it was cleaved in two by Madara's descending blade. Thud! Having obliterated the silver wheel, Madara landed upon the Tsutsuki territory. He was not one to idly await an enemy's assault in the shinobi world. His descent sent the Tsutsuki, who were maintaining the formation, sprawling to the ground, causing the formation to falter. Tenkai sensed the connection with the Renegan weakening, and before him stood the towering figure of Uchiha Madara. Under the weight of dual assaults, Tianhai was drenched in cold sweat. Through the lens of the Renegan, he perceived that Uchiha Madara's presence in the cosmos was not yet formidable. However, upon Madara's descent to the moon, the true terror of the individual confronting him became apparent. Gazing at the colossal Renegan before him, Madara sensed its immense ocular power, yet found it muddied, as if the powers of countless individuals were intermingled. Although the might of the gigantic Renegan could compensate for this flaw, it was of little consequence to a formidable being like Madara. Shifting his gaze from the giant eye, he looked down upon the Tsutsuki clan. Prior to the impending assault on the moon, Madara had been unaware of the human inhabitants residing there, and these humans seemed remarkably familiar with the ninja world. Suddenly, Madara felt an ocular force directed at him. Lifting his eyes, he discerned that the source of this power was the colossal Renegan, controlled by Tianhai. Activating the Renegan's abilities, Madara swiftly dispersed the force that had been imposed upon him. The sudden backlash from the disruption caused Tianhai to suffer, and he coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground, his eyes bleeding profusely. The agonizing sting in his eyes rendered him unable to perceive his surroundings. Yet, to his astonishment, he found himself levitating, propelled towards Uchiha Madara. Utilizing his ocular prowess to draw Tianhai closer, Madara employed the abilities of the human path to extract Tianhai's memories. The brutal extraction caused Tianhai's eyes to roll back, drool escaping his lips. Once Madara had assimilated the memories, he unceremoniously discarded Tianhai, who fell heavily to the ground, reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. With his newfound understanding of the Tsutsuki clan's origins on the moon, Madara pondered how to deal with them. Nevertheless, the Renegan still held some utility. Calling upon his ocular power, he prepared to absorb the Renegan. The colossal eye, now enveloped in his ocular energy, began to resist, but without a wielder. It was no match for Madara's might. In a brief moment, it was drawn into his Susanoo. The Tsutsuki clan on the moon, witnessing the theft of their colossal Renegan and the demise of Tianhai, fell into utter panic. Yet, as they attempted to move, they discovered their bodies were rendered immobile. The overwhelming pressure emanating from Madara stifled the entire Tsutsuki clan, instilling a primal fear that stripped them of any control over their bodies. After a moment of contemplation, Madara resolved to subjugate them all, intending to later transform them into pure giants for his purposes. Throughout his endeavors in the ninja world, Madara had significantly appreciated the utility of these pure giants. Capable of performing ninjutsu, impervious to fatigue, and tirelessly obedient, they far surpassed ordinary ninja in effectiveness. Having determined the fate of these individuals, the colossal Renegan absorbed into Madara's being gradually emerged, ascending into the sky and projecting a semblance of the Renegan, radiating brilliance. The entire Tsutsuki clan, illuminated by radiant light, fell under the control of an illusion. Their eyes transformed into the shape of the Renegan. After the illusion was cast, the colossal Renegan did not return to the body of Uchiha Madara. At this moment, Madara did not possess dominion over the giant Renegan. Rather, he merely exerted his formidable ocular power to forcibly control it. However, he was not in a hurry to reclaim the giant Renegan within himself. Instead, he radiated his ocular power outward, commencing a probe of the planet. As he invoked the illusion with the giant Renegan, he sensed that something within this world had been stirred. Yet, this sensation was fleeting, and just as Madara prepared to delve deeper, it vanished. While extending his ocular power, Madara suddenly detected a humanoid entity within his range. Subsequently, he struck with his blade. The only being capable of evading detection until his Renegan scanned the area must possess considerable strength. Chapter 167, Tsutsuki Yuki Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted from afar. The members of the Tsutsuki clan in the plaza were swept away by the gale generated by the blast. Gazing at the dust stirred by the explosion, Madara observed intently. Using his ocular perception, the humanoid creature had not been vanquished by his strike. Intriguing. The existence that could withstand his blow piqued the interest of Madara, who had not engaged in combat since regaining his youth. He aimed to draw the distant humanoid closer. Universal pull. Bang. Bang. Countless stones were drawn towards him. Yet, the humanoid remained utterly motionless. Faced with this anomaly, Madara ceased his actions. Something was amiss. Fixating on the heart of the dust cloud, he sensed a discrepancy. Even a formidable opponent should not be entirely unaffected by his assault. As the debris settled, Madara's strike left behind a vast crater. Yet no trace of life was discernible within it. He stepped forward a couple of paces, employing his ocular power to conduct a comprehensive scan of the area. Under the scrutiny of his vision, a humanoid presence indeed existed. However, it eluded detection by the naked eye, and his attacks could not reach it. Was it devoid of a physical form? Perhaps a spirit? After a moment of contemplation, Madara speculated that this silhouette was an ethereal entity. Subsequently, the Renegan rotated. The powers of the realm of humanity infused into the blade of Susanoo. The blade, now empowered, struck towards the shadow within his vision. Boom. It moved. With this strike, under the perception of his ocular power, the silhouette executed a dodging maneuver. 3 additional blades were drawn from Susanoo, relentlessly hacking at the apparition. Ah, cease your assault. You can indeed see me, the silhouette sighed, attempting to dissuade Madara from continuing. Yet, Madara was resolute in his intent. Observing the silhouette, which showed no inclination to relent, black orbs of the truth-seeking balls materialized around it. A shadow waved its hand, directing the truth-seeking ball towards Uchiha Madara's blade. Clang! Clang! The truth-seeking ball collided with the Susanoo's blade, producing a series of piercing sounds. Indeed, the truth-seeking ball could not shatter this Susanoo. After witnessing Uchiha Madara's assault on the moon, Hayamura formed a conjecture. However, upon witnessing the blade of Susanoo clash with the truth-seeking ball, a flicker of astonishment inevitably rose in his heart. Truth-seeking ball, you are a ninja. Uchiha Madara naturally recognized this black sphere as the truth-seeking ball. Those capable of summoning the truth-seeking ball were not to be underestimated. As for the previous Tenka, it was purely due to the immense power of the Renegan that he could manipulate the truth-seeking ball. Boom, boom. Hayamura and Uchiha Madara fought and retreated, leaving craters scattered around them from their clash. Noticing that Uchiha Madara showed no signs of relenting, Hayamura summoned the Six-Path Scepter. Ascending into the air, he engaged in battle with Uchiha Madara. Since Uchiha Madara had no intention of halting his assault, Hayamura decided to hold nothing back, preparing to force Uchiha Madara to cease his onslaught. Ha ha ha, precisely as it should be. Observing Hayamura's proactive approach, Uchiha Madara laughed heartily. The movements of Susanoo grew increasingly rapid. The two continued their battle, soaring through the sky and clashing upon the earth. They resembled 2 streaks of light, perpetually colliding. Allow me to demonstrate this technique. Provoked by his fighting spirit, Uchiha Madara pushed Hayamura aside with a single stroke. 4 blades began to awaken, an eerie aura emanating from them. Buzz. Flesh surged within the 4 blades. They had come to life. In that instant, Hayamura felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Uchiha Madara's strike was not to be trifled with. The 4 blades intertwined, and the surroundings of Susanoo began to shatter. Light. A blinding radiance rapidly expanded in Hayamura's eyes. Expanding truth-seeking balls. 80 Gods Void Shatter. The 8 truth-seeking balls behind Hayamura instantaneously manifested before him. Rapidly inflating, countless chakra fists appeared around Hayamura, charging towards the blade imbued with a sense of destruction. The chakra fists of the 80 Gods Void Shatter were obliterated the moment they touched the blade, unable to withstand even a second of resistance. Hayamura pressed his hands firmly against the truth-seeking ball. Ding! The expanding truth-seeking ball developed cracks. Crack! The barrier formed by the 8 truth-seeking balls shattered. The blade's radiance pierced through Hayamura, its momentum unabated as it cleaved towards the cosmos. The meteors beyond the moon were swept away by the blade's light, creating a vacuum. Pierced by the blade, Hayamura felt his chakra diminish instantly. Under Uchiha Madara's gaze, the figure before him became increasingly elusive. Hayamura plummeted from the sky, landing upon the lunar surface. At that moment, he could be discerned by the naked eye. Uchiha Madara descended before Hayamura, scrutinizing this adversary. Draped in a white robe adorned with black tomo, with 2 horns atop his head. His ashen hair and wrinkled visage revealed his advanced age. It is indeed astonishing that a formidable warrior such as yourself has emerged in the ninja world. This was beyond our imagination in our era. As Yumura slowly rose from the ground and gazed at the Susanoo before him, his tone was laden with sentiment. In response to Yumura's praise, Uchiha Madara exhibited no humility. And who might you be, that such a powerful being exists upon the moon? Despite having decisively defeated Yumura with a single strike, the exertion for Madara was considerable, allowing him only to execute 7 or 8 such strikes in rapid succession. Me? Yumura, confronted once more with the inquiry of his identity, chuckled wryly. I am but an elderly guardian residing alone on the moon. Are you familiar with the Sage of Six Paths? Rather than answering Madara's question directly, Yumura posed one of his own. Madara, slightly displeased by the diversion, nonetheless retorted, Indeed. And do you claim to be the Sage of Six Paths? Taken aback by Madara's rebuttal, Yumura clarified, No, I am the brother of the Sage of Six Paths, known as Otsutsuki Yumura. Upon hearing that Yumura was the sage's brother, a flicker of doubt crossed Madara's eyes. He genuinely had no knowledge of the sage having a sibling. Even if Yumura were indeed the brother of the sage, the question arose, why was he on this moon? If what he said were true, and he truly was the sage's brother, then his survival to this day posed questions about the sage himself. It was illogical that the more renowned Sage of Six Paths would not have a brother of equal strength. Since the sage had lived until now, why had he not intervened to bring an end to the turmoil, watching the very world he created descend into chaos? Reflecting upon his brothers who perished in war and his own pursuit of peace, Yumura pondered whether any of the monuments were indeed left by the sage. Chapter 168, The History of the Ninja World. With these thoughts in mind, Madara regarded Yumura. So you have been alive all along. Observing the current state of the ninja world, Madara's inquiry left Yumura at a loss for words. Although he had remained on the moon and not in the ninja world, he had been able to observe its circumstances. Over the millennia, Yumura had witnessed the evolution of the ninja world, from his brother's ninja sect to the present-day ninja villages. He had closely monitored the transformation and development of Chakra. However, he never considered intervening, for he believed himself to be dead. Though he existed now in a form of chakra and spirit, enabling him to interact with the world, he felt he was no longer truly alive. The issues of the living should be handled by the living. The deceased should refrain from meddling. Furthermore, a significant aspect was that he and his sister, Kaguya, had been vigilantly observing the adversaries their mother had spoken of, those foes that instilled fear even in Otsutsuki Kaguya. Initially, they could not comprehend their mother's actions, believing her to be consumed by madness, dismissing the notion of any formidable enemies. Yet, as time passed, they realized that, even though their physical forms had perished, their souls remained eternal, allowing them to exist in the realm of Chakra. Even his brother's 2 children are capable of reincarnating through the use of Chakra, which is a legacy passed down from their mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki. The 2 merely divided Kaguya's Chakra at the moment of their birth. We have already departed from the realm of the living. Let the living tend to their own world. Though I still possess the capability to move, my physical body has indeed perished. Now, only my soul remains. Hayamura elucidated to Uchiha Madara the reasons for their non-interference in the development of the ninja world. Listening to Hayamura's explanation, Madara found it rather ironic. What does it mean to be already dead, considering the recent battle? If it were not for Kage's intervention that allowed him to evolve, he would not have been able to match Hayamura's strength. In his former state, he was an absolute pinnacle in the ninja world, his power entirely distinct from that of Hashirama. This planet, does it harbor something extraordinary? The current ninja world can essentially be said to have been claimed by Kage. Thus, Madara refrained from further inquiries into Hayamura and shifted his focus to the matter of this celestial body. Upon hearing Madara's question regarding the moon, Hayamura paused for a moment, but soon realized the implications. If Madara could sense his existence, it was hardly surprising that he had discerned the moon's significance. After contemplating, Hayamura deemed it appropriate to reveal the truth to Madara. Considering his strength, it was only a matter of time before he would learn. Consequently, Hayamura divulged the moon's emergence and the story of the Otsutsuki clan to Madara in its entirety. As Hayamura narrated, Madara's brow gradually furrowed, and he occasionally posed questions throughout the explanation. The origins of the ninja world, the moon's appearance, and the information regarding the Otsutsuki clan were all laid bare. Once Hayamura concluded his account, the entire truth of the ninja world was presented to Madara. Kurizetsu, Madara murmured the name, his gaze turning icy. He had not anticipated that Kurizetsu had originated from the era of the Sage of Six Paths. He truly believed Kurizetsu to be a manifestation of his own will. Moreover, the stone tablet posed a problem. The Moon Eye Plan and Infinite Tsukuyomi were merely conditions to release Kaguya. The piece he sought was nothing more than a pawn in someone else's game. Sensing the chilling aura emanating from Madara, Hayamura attributed it to Madara's unsettled emotions upon learning the truth. Come with me back to the ninja world. As he spoke, Madara seized Hayamura from the ground. Having been struck by Madara's overwhelming attack, Hayamura had no ability to evade and was thus captured. Subsequently, a colossal Renegan manifested within Madara. He intended to forcibly control the giant Renegan through his ocular power. Do not do that. It will excessively damage the Renegan, making it impossible to disperse it intact later. Allow me to handle this. Observing Madara's actions, Hayamura intervened, contemplating the future disassembly of the giant Renegan to restore the integrated Byakugan for his descendants. Listening to Yumura's words, Uchiha Madara ceased the release of his ocular power and turned his gaze towards Yumura. Yumura unleashed a beam of light from his hand, directing it into the colossal Renegan. Subsequently, he attempted to send another beam towards Uchiha Madara, yet it was thwarted by Madara's defenses, unable to penetrate. Just as Yumura was about to speak, the light was absorbed by Susanoo. With the light absorbed, Uchiha Madara felt a renewed connection with the Renegan, making its control effortless. The gigantic Renegan emitted a faint glow, sending ripples through the surroundings and enveloping Uchiha Madara within. With a sudden thud, Uchiha Madara reappeared in the ninja world, landing beside the god tree. Upon his return, Madara unfurled his wings and soared towards the center of the god tree. However, he was soon intercepted by a figure seated cross-legged in midair, a sage with the truth-seeking orbs floating beside him. In an instant, Uchiha Madara recognized him as the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. The two remained in a tense silence, neither willing to break the quietude. Eventually, it was Yumura who spoke first. Brother, he is formidable. I am no match for him. He was once the reincarnation of Indra. Yumura succinctly introduced Uchiha Madara to Hagoromo. Yet, Hagoromo, who had long been in the ninja world, was well aware of Uchiha Madara's reputation, especially after Madara's recent surge in power upon his return from the world of giants, which allowed him to even reach the moon and defeat Yumura, subsequently bringing him back to the ninja world. This prompted Hagoromo to reveal himself before Uchiha Madara. Release Yumura. Let us go meet the progenitor giant together. Given the current circumstances, a confrontation is unnecessary. If Uchiha Madara can overpower Yumura, it is clear he possesses considerable strength. However, Hagoromo knew that Madara was not the only one in the Akatsuki-S ranks, thus he had no intention of engaging in battle. Instead, he resolved to converse with Madara. As Hagoromo prepared for dialogue, Uchiha Madara was unwilling to remain in a stalemate, yet he could not simply relinquish Yumura. It is impossible for me to release him. You may accompany me instead. After stating this, Uchiha Madara disregarded Hagoromo and soared towards the center of the god tree. Chapter 169. The Path to the Pure Land. Observing Uchiha Madara take flight, Hagoromo had no choice but to follow. In a matter of moments, they reached the center of the god tree, landing beside it, as Madara dismissed Susanoo. Both Yumura and Uchiha Madara descended to the ground. Let us meet the progenitor, Hagoromo said, appearing beside Madara. Glancing at Hagoromo, Uchiha Madara stepped into the entrance of the god tree. Inside, he found Hans, Hankawa, and others seated within the palace, while the Akatsuki leader remained in slumber atop the palace, yet to awaken. As Hans observed the arrival of Uchiha Madara, he prepared to inquire about the recent events in the sky. However, upon noticing the presence of Hayamura and Heya, who stood behind Madara, he hesitated to speak. Once Heya entered the palace, she immediately spotted Kasumi, who lay in slumber upon the throne. This individual must be the progenitor of giants, she thought. As Heya began to address Kasumi, Hankawa and Yuka swiftly positioned themselves beside her, their gazes fixed intently on Heya, ready to strike should she make any sudden moves. Feeling the imposing aura emanating from Hankawa and Yuka, Heya suddenly realized the gravity of her situation. She had overestimated her own strength. Initially, she believed that having Uchiha Madara on Kasumi's side would be sufficient. However, upon sensing the formidable presence of Hankawa and Yuka, which surpassed even that of Madara, Heya understood that leaving this place unscathed would not be an easy task. Esteemed ones, I am Heya, known in the ninja world as the Sage of Six Paths. I have come here primarily to confer with the progenitor of giants, she declared, elucidating her purpose and identity. Yet, Hankawa and Yuka seemed indifferent to her status. Moreover, the elder before them appeared rather feeble, not at all resembling the legendary Sage of Six Paths. Realizing the dire predicament she was in, Heya noted that despite the indifference of Hankawa and Yuka, the others around them reacted with astonishment upon hearing her self-proclaimed title. The Sage of Six Paths. Could it be the fabled ninja progenitor? Yahiko gasped, his eyes wide in disbelief as he regarded Heya. Nagato and Konan also stared at her in astonishment, though they refrained from exclaiming like Yahiko. Nagato scrutinized Heya closely, having overlooked it previously, but upon careful inspection, he discerned the Renegan in her eyes. Feeling a slight balance restored by the surprise expressed regarding her identity, Heya had no choice but to assess the auras of everyone within the palace. The revelation was staggering. Each individual present possessed strength at least on par with the Sage of Six Paths. Furthermore, the aura of Kasumi upon the throne was utterly inscrutable. Kasumi is currently in slumber and has no time for your discussions. You would do well to depart, Yuka coldly addressed Heya, while Hankawa remained silent. His actions suggested support for Yuka's stance. Just as Heya was about to articulate another thought, Kasumi stirred from her slumber, and a terrifying aura enveloped the palace. Those like Hankawa and Uchiha Madara, being Kasumi's kin, felt no fear, but rather an overwhelming sense of reverence and admiration. In stark contrast, Heya and Hayamura found themselves in distress, as they were directly targeted by Kasumi's formidable presence. They sensed that any movement could lead to their utter annihilation. Nevertheless, this oppressive aura was fleeting. Kasumi swiftly retracted her energy. I have heard you. What is it that you seek from me? Kasumi inquired, remaining seated upon her throne, having merely reached a new phase of awakening. With closed eyes, the figure of the straw hat prepared to listen to what Yuhei had to say. Yuhei gazed at the figure on the throne, opening his mouth, yet suddenly finding himself unable to voice his thoughts. Initially, Yuhei intended to advise the figure to remain vigilant against the impending celestial adversaries. However, given the prowess of the figure, it seemed that such concerns were trivial. Any who dared approach would surely meet their demise. Noticing Yuhui's prolonged silence, the figure recalled a mystical realm within the world of ninjas, the Pure Land. If you do not speak, then I shall, he said. Is the Pure Land not under your dominion? Upon hearing the mention of the Pure Land, Yuhui was taken aback. Despite the rumors circulating in the ninja world regarding the Pure Land, it was evident from the figure's demeanor that he was not merely repeating hearsay. He possessed knowledge of its existence. Is the Pure Land a natural phenomenon or a creation of your own? The figure posed his most intriguing inquiry. Should the Pure Land be of natural origin, it would indeed be fascinating. Yuhui remained silent for a moment before revealing, the Pure Land is, in truth, a technique of my ocular prowess, a parallel space. After my physical demise, I discovered that my mother spoke the truth. Enemies do exist within the cosmos. Subsequently, I employed the same ocular technique as my mother to create this space, simultaneously obscuring its location from the ninja realm. With this revelation, the truth of the Pure Land, merely a construct of Yuhui, diminished the figure's intrigue by half. The reasoning behind Yuhui's creation of such a space was likely to amass forces in preparation for the eventual arrival of the Otsutsuki clan. Is my brother's soul also within the Pure Land? Uchiha Madara suddenly fixed his gaze upon Yuhui and inquired. Recognizing the individual Madara referred to, Yuhui, who had long wandered the ninja world, replied, yes. Upon receiving the answer he sought, Madara fell into a contemplative silence. Prior to Yuhui's response, he had anticipated joy upon confirmation, yet now he found himself at a loss, uncertain of how to confront his brother upon their reunion. Found it, the figure exclaimed. Having discovered the Pure Land that Yuhui created, utilizing his spatial abilities, he opened a portal to the Pure Land, and in an instant, a verdant passageway emerged in the grand hall of the palace. The onlookers exchanged glances, astonished that the figure had so swiftly unveiled the entrance. Yuhui, meanwhile, stared at the now open portal to the Pure Land, lost in thought. As the onlookers observed, Madara was the first to act. stepping boldly into the portal leading to the Pure Land. With Madara setting the precedent, the others followed in his wake. Meanwhile, the figure, having opened the portal, began to feel drowsy. After granting full permissions to Yuka and Motokawa, he succumbed to a deep slumber once more. Following his instructions, the two began mobilizing the Pure Giants, summoning them from various locations. Chapter 170. The commencement of unity. Once Ben Chuan and Yuka had made the necessary arrangements, the formidable Uchiha Madara and his companions emerged from the portal, accompanied by several notable figures. Among them were the first and second Hokage, as well as Uchiha Izuna. However, other powerful allies were not present. Initially, Madara had reservations about including Tobirama, but after the persuasive entreaties of Hashirama and Izuna, he relented. Had it not been for Izuna's insistence, you wouldn't have made it out. You should obediently remain at your elder brother's side, Madara remarked disdainfully. Tobirama, sensing the animosity in Madara's tone, was about to engage him in a meaningful conversation when Hashirama interjected. Enough, Tobirama. Our primary objective is to return to Konoha and persuade them, lest we find ourselves embroiled in a battle against the progenitor, reduced to mere mindless tools. Hearing Hashirama's words, Tobirama felt disheartened. Despite his disdain for Madara, the discourse between Madara and Hashirama illuminated the reality that Konoha was not currently a match for Madara's forces. With no capacity for resistance, surrender appeared to be the most prudent choice. Noticing Tobirama's silence, Madara turned his gaze away from him, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he addressed Izuna. Izuna, having just returned to this realm, allow me to show you your newly prepared quarters. Izuna, intrigued, surveyed the palace within the divine tree and replied with a cheerful, "All right, brother." As Madara observed Izuna's beaming countenance, a tumult of emotions churned within him. It was only upon returning to the divine tree and engaging in conversation with his brother that Madara truly felt the profound impact of Izuna's return. Madara, will you still partake in the battles against the other 3 ninja villages? Ben Chuan inquired, noticing Madara's distracted demeanor. I shall not. I wish to have an earnest conversation with Izuna about the years that have passed, Madara declared resolutely. Now that he had his brother by his side, Madara dismissed any concerns regarding Konoha or Kumogakure. With his current prowess, he could effortlessly reshape the entire Shinobi world, rendering any further involvement with them inconsequential. The presence of his brother was paramount. Observing Madara's deep-seated attachment to his brother, Ben Chuan chose to refrain from further comment. After all, the objective of visiting the other 3 ninja villages was merely to finalize the unification. He then turned his attention to Hashirama and Tobirama, who were lost in contemplation. You are the Hokages of Konoha, correct? Then Konoha shall be entrusted to your care. With that, Ben Chuan led the two to the assembled army of the Pure Giants. Due to their exponential growth and strength, the Pure Giants had not fully gathered. Only a small contingent was present, while the majority remained engaged in construction efforts within the worlds of Hokage and the Giants. Hashirama and Tobirama gazed in astonishment at the seemingly endless ranks of the Pure Giants. Brother, the strength of these giants is formidable, Tobirama observed, recognizing the genuine power radiating from them. Indeed, it is astonishing that the people of the future have managed to produce such an army of mass-produced weaponry, Hashirama marveled. Although the might of Hashirama could easily vanquish these mindless giants, the sheer number of them evoked a sense of contemplation within him. Subsequently, Hashirama and Tobirama, accompanied by Yahiko and his companions, set forth towards the Hidden Leaf Village. Yuka proceeded towards the Hidden Cloud, while Hankawa ventured towards the Hidden Mist. Hans remained to oversee the rear operations. Moreover, aside from the wise leaders of the mindless giants, Yuka and Hankawa had intentionally awakened a significant portion of the giants' intellect, primarily comprised of the upper echelons of the rock and sand ninjas, to assist in the cleanup efforts. Before the mindless giants could exit the territory of the Wind Country, they were spotted by vigilant leaf ninjas stationed at the border. Upon realizing the number of giants and their trajectory, the observing leaf ninja were struck with alarm, swiftly relaying the information back to their village. Boom, boom. Before long, the mindless giants had entered the Land of Fire. The contingent led by Yuka also advanced towards the Land of Lightning. Hankawa continued to follow Yahiko and the others. Upon entering the Land of Fire, they encountered a town, and rather than bypassing it, Yahiko instructed the reawakened sand and rock ninjas to commence the cleanup. This endeavor was not solely aimed at achieving unity within the ninja world, but also served as a test for the Sand Ninjas to regain their intellect. Should they successfully accomplish their designated tasks, they would be liberated from their mindless state and restored to humanity. Thus, the Sand Ninjas were particularly focused, exerting every ounce of their concentration. As the procession of mindless giants advanced, they soon reached the vicinity of the hidden leaf. Hashirama, seated atop one of the giants, regarded the village with a complex expression. "Brother, we have arrived." Tobarama, too, gazed upon the village that had absorbed their every effort, astonished that their return would culminate in an attempt at capitulation. Yahiko and his group halted before the hidden leaf. "First Hokage, second Hokage. We pause here to offer you an opportunity." This was in accordance with the agreement between Uchiha Madara and Hashirama to present the hidden leaf with a chance to surrender. Honkawa glanced at the village and then led his contingent of mindless giants towards the hidden mist. Boom, boom. Countless mindless giants traversed alongside the hidden leaf, sending tremors of fear through all within the village. Within the hidden leaf, the third Hokage, fully armed, alongside all the elite Jonin and clan members, approached the village gates. The third Hokage halted, turning to address them. "Esteemed comrades, this battle will determine the survival of the hidden leaf. You are aware of the fates that befell the sand and rock. We cannot afford to fail." With that, the third Hokage raised his staff high. Just as the Leaf Ninjas prepared to rally in response, a voice rang out. "Monkey?" The third Hokage, upon hearing the familiar voice, turned in disbelief to see Hashirama and Tobarama standing beyond the gates of the village. "Sensei." Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was one of incredulity. "Monkey, surrender. The hidden leaf cannot contend with these giants. To avert loss of life, surrender is the wisest course." Although Tobarama was reluctant, surrender was undoubtedly the best choice for Konoha. Upon hearing Tobarama's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly discerned that this Tobarama was an impostor. His mentor, the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, would never utter such statements. How dare these two impostors masquerade as our village's Hokages? As Sarutobi extended his staff toward Tobarama and Hashirama, the crowd behind him began to rally and follow his lead. Flying Thunder God. Minato hurled several shurikens before swiftly appearing beside Tobarama. Upon witnessing the Flying Thunder God technique, Tobarama exhibited a look of astonishment. He had not anticipated that someone had mastered it. Yet, as the creator of the Flying Thunder God, how could he be unaware of its mastery? Chapter 171. Unified Ninja World. Tobarama also threw kunai, engaging in combat with Minato, as their battle shifted to a distant locale. The Konoha members watched the two flashing figures, their expressions grave. Noticing that his brother intended to confront Minato in a contest of Flying Thunder God, Hashirama refrained from intervening. Instead, he urged Sarutobi. "There is no need for resistance. Monkey, Konoha cannot contend with the progenitor's colossal forces." As Hashirama gestured towards the vast array of towering giants in the distance, Sarutobi felt an urge to retort. However, gazing at the formidable giants radiating an overwhelming presence, his protest was swallowed. Hastily, he diverted his gaze, fearing that if he continued to observe, he might genuinely surrender. Noting Sarutobi's resolute expression as he turned away, Hashirama smiled with satisfaction. He had not erred in selecting this Hokage. Hashirama reflected on the united resolve of Konoha's youth. Yet he knew that the disparity in strength between Konoha and the giants could not be bridged by mere morale. Suddenly, Hashirama's countenance grew solemn, dark shadows forming around his eyes. Clap. Hashirama clapped his hands together. Senjutsu would release True Thousand's hands. As his voice resonated, the ground fractured, and countless trees erupted from the earth, beginning to coalesce into thousands of true hands. Whoosh, whoosh. The members of Konoha were compelled to evade the cracking ground. Once tranquility returned, Sarutobi stood in astonishment before the multitude of true hands. Is this the might of the god of ninjas? As Sarutobi pondered, Hashirama had already commanded the thousands of hands to strike down. Boom, boom, boom. After a single barrage from the thousands of hands, all of Konoha's ninjas lay incapacitated upon the ground. Hashirama gazed at the fallen Konoha ninjas, a sense of melancholy washing over him. If he withheld his hand, it would mean the progenitor's giants would unleash their wrath. Yet, if he intervened, he could spare Konoha's people. Having incapacitated Konoha's forces, Hashirama turned his attention to the distant flickering figures. Tobarama, engaged in battle with Minato, also sensed his brother's movements and abruptly halted. Minato, noticing Tobarama's cessation, also paused and regarded him. There was no alternative. Even if Minato refrained, he had to continue the fight. He could not have overlooked the movements and stillness in the surroundings, and it was evident that he had discerned the defeat of the Leaf Village. Your mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique is remarkable, rivaling even my own as the founder. Observing the youthful visage of Minato, Tobarama felt a sense of contentment. Under the leadership of Sarutobi, the Leaf Village appeared to flourish, producing such exceptional talents. Listening to Tobarama's commendation, Minato remained silent. Noting Minato's quietness, Tobarama was not taken aback. In the course of battle, Tobarama had perceived Minato's profound affection for the Leaf Village. Accepting the harsh reality of its defeat and potential demise was undoubtedly a cruel burden. At least, the ones you cherish are still alive. After uttering this to Minato, Tobarama instantaneously transported himself to his elder brother's side. Contemplating the departing Tobarama, Minato thought of Kushina. What of that young man? As Tobarama returned, Hashirama inquired about Minato. Hearing his brother's question regarding Minato's condition, a rare smile graced Tobarama's usually serious face. That young man is formidable. He wields the Flying Thunder God technique excellently, and his self-created jutsu complements it remarkably. His potential is boundless. Surprised by Tobarama's high regard for Minato, Hashirama turned his gaze towards the Leaf Village. Next, we shall eliminate all defensive forces. Observing the rising barrier around the leaf, Hashirama gazed pensively at the village he had painstakingly established. Once Hashirama finished speaking, Tobarama placed a hand on his brother's shoulder. In an instant, the two vanished. Following their disappearance, thousands of shadow clones gradually dissipated. Subsequently, all defensive measures of the Leaf Village crumbled under their might, and the outer barrier was lifted. Those atop the pure giant, including Yahiko, witnessed the dissolving barrier of the leaf, realizing that Hashirama and Tobarama had fulfilled their promise. Therefore, there was no need for the pure giant to raise the village. Moments later, Hashirama and Tobarama appeared at the location of Yahiko and the others. Yahiko, observing the calm demeanor of both Hashirama and Tobarama, found it peculiar. Are you not the Hokage of the leaf? Why do you show no sorrow after resolving matters with your village? Initially lost in thought regarding the leaf's current state, Tobarama responded to Yahiko's inquiry. The strength of your giants is overwhelmingly superior to that of the leaf. Rather than allowing you to trample it, it is more prudent for us to dismantle the leaf's defenses directly, allowing it to merge into your domain. After Tobarama's explanation, Yahiko began to comprehend why the two exhibited no signs of grief. He then commenced directing the pure giant to take control of the leaf. After giving Yahiko and the others a brief explanation, Hashirama returned to the leaf, with Tobarama doing likewise before vanishing. Yahiko harbored no intentions of stopping their departure. In the ensuing days, Yahiko and his companions settled within the Leaf Village. Meanwhile, other pure giants, temporarily endowed with intelligence, awaited the completion of governance over the Fire Country. Time flowed on. During this period, the world of Shinobi underwent a profound transformation. The once defeated giants of Earth and Wind commenced their offensive against the nations of Fire, Lightning, and Water, swiftly dismantling their military forces and the three great ninja villages. The three great nations subsequently proclaimed their demise. Observing the determination of the giants, the smaller nations yet untouched by their onslaught surrendered one after another, leading to the complete dominion of all nations in the Shinobi world by the giants of the Casa people. The Shinobi world entered an era of grand unification. Days later, all inhabitants of the Shinobi world became branches of the power of coordinates. The Casa people also fully awakened the last form of the giant. In their slumber, they merged with this final form, achieving the complete state of the progenitor giant. The entire Shinobi world became enveloped in the aura of the Casa people's fusion during their sleep, prompting all beings to begin their evolution. Those who had not transformed into pure giants became immune to toxins, brimming with vitality, and their lifespan extended to 500 years, gaining the ability to transform into giants autonomously. However, this transformation remained sealed by the progenitor, only to be unlocked in life and death situations. Meanwhile, those who had transformed into pure giants also grew stronger through evolution. A portion of the redeemed pure giants were bestowed with wisdom by Honkawa and Yuka, regaining the ability to revert to human form while also being able to transform back into their giant state. Under the influence of the divine tree, the planet of the shinobi world began to absorb surrounding meteors and small celestial bodies. Chapter 172, Setting Out Irika. In the spacious classroom, Naruto waved his hands, calling out to Gaara. Upon hearing his name, Gaara turned to see Naruto beckoning him, a warm smile illuminating his face. As Gaara took a seat beside Naruto, their conversation ensued. Naruto, have you decided where you want to go after graduation? Gaara inquired. In response to Gaara's question, Naruto sprang to his feet, confidently pointing to himself with a thumbs up. Of course, I want to join the Outer Exploration Corps. Joining the combat unit would be far too mundane. Do not be so naive, Sasuke interjected. A completely new world comes with dangers beyond your imagination. Without formidable strength, one could easily perish in the actual world. Hearing this, Naruto was taken aback, as he thought Sasuke was indicating he did not wish to explore the world alongside his brother, who said I was going to the combat unit. I also intend to join the Exploration Corps and be part of my brother's team. At the mention of joining his brother's team, excitement flickered across Sasuke's face. But Sasuke, didn't your brother forbid you from signing up for his team? Gaara questioned, perplexed by Sasuke's enthusiasm, wondering if he had misremembered. Momentarily stunned by Gaara's reminder, Sasuke retorted, Damn it, I am going to sign up. I refuse to believe my brother would reject me and force me back to school. Frustrated, Sasuke glared at Gaara. The conversation among the three individuals filled Sakura with envy from a distance. Given his abilities, he felt he could only hope to pass the assessments of the logistics team, while both the exploration and combat divisions were beyond his reach. Gradually, the classroom filled with students, and as the bell rang, Irika entered and approached the podium. After distributing the volunteer cards, he began to speak. For those wishing to join that division, you should have made your own judgments. I shall not elaborate further. But remember to act within your capabilities. Students eagerly began to fill out their preferred divisions on the volunteer cards. Once completed, Irika collected the cards. 3 days later, the students who received responses were to proceed to their respective divisions for assessments. Failure would mean they would meet again. After his announcement, Irika dismissed them, and the students left the classroom. This return to school was merely for filling out the volunteer cards. The true graduation assessments awaited them in the divisions they had chosen. Naruto, Sasuke, Gaara, Hinata, and others gathered in the training forest within the village, preparing to spar and warm up for the upcoming examinations. Just as Sasuke and Naruto assumed their combat stances, an emotionless voice echoed in their minds. Detection of a level 5 temporal wave invasion. New Generation 14 students must immediately evacuate the current area and await the arrival of the combat personnel. Startled by the voice, Naruto and the others were taken aback, surprised that the divine tree system had detected a temporal invasion in this location. Just as they prepared to leave, Sasuke stopped them. This is a golden opportunity. An enemy is invading our world, and at only level 5. I believe this is our chance to shine. His eyes burned with fervor as he spoke. Convinced by Sasuke's words, Naruto and the others eagerly inquired about the location of the temporal wave. In response, the divine tree system began assessing whether they possessed the strength to withstand the enemies brought forth by the level 5 temporal wave. Naturally, the powerful predecessors of Naruto would not hesitate to nurture their children. The divine tree system quickly approved their capabilities, lifting the transformation restrictions of their home planet. Soon, precise coordinates and the time of the invasion appeared in their minds. Realizing the enemy was about to emerge, they wasted no time. The 4 of them propelled themselves into the sky, heading towards the designated coordinates. In a brilliant flash, 4 towering giants, each 100 meters tall, crash-landed, forming a protective encirclement. As they descended, 2 figures, one large and one small, appeared within the encircled area. Boruto, bewildered after being pulled through time, stared up at the 4 colossal giants surrounding him. Master, what is happening? He exclaimed in fear, clutching Sasuke's side. In that moment, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, scrutinizing the 4 giants intently. Sasuke, one of them is nearly our size. It seems we've been handed an opportunity on a silver platter. As the adult Sasuke scrutinized the colossal forms of Naruto and his companions, Naruto, in turn, assessed Sasuke's own formidable stature. Suddenly, one of the towering figures with striking golden hair spoke, and the weight of the information contained within his words caused Sasuke's pupils to dilate in disbelief. Following Naruto's gaze, Sasuke beheld his own giant form, which stirred within him an indescribable terror. Where on earth is this? Before Sasuke could comprehend the situation, Naruto and his companions sprang into action. An aura of golden energy emanated from Naruto, enveloping an expanse of 10,000 meters in an instant. Once ensnared by Naruto's energy, Sasuke discovered that he could no longer harness his spatial abilities. Simultaneously, Hinata unleashed a burst of white energy that intertwined with Naruto's radiance. Sasuke felt as though his very being was laid bare, his cells urging him to flee. Just as he contemplated escaping with Boruto, a dark golden sand sphere swiftly encased them all, leaving Sasuke with no avenue of escape. Soon after, Sasuke witnessed his giant form begin to sprout armor. Is this Susanoo? Despite the considerable transformation, the adult Sasuke recognized it immediately. A minute later, the dark golden sand sphere dissipated, and Naruto and his companions reverted from their giant forms. Gazing at the unconscious Boruto and the near-fatal adult Sasuke. Sasuke, he resembles you quite a bit, Naruto remarked, his eyes sparkling with the thrill of discovery as he looked upon Sasuke. Get lost. Who looks like this weakling? His power level may be similar to ours, yet his strength is pitiful, Sasuke retorted, irked by the comparison to such a feeble counterpart. Come on, take this and exchange it for merit. With this, even if your brother is reluctant, he will have no choice but to let you join the team, Naruto said, uplifting Sasuke's spirits in an instant as he regarded the adult Sasuke with newfound kindness. In the realm of the Hokage, within the god tree, Kaguya, sensing the arrival of the adult Sasuke, opened her eyes wide. It was worth releasing the spatial seal of the god tree. We have found another parallel world. This is the last one. The timeline can finally begin to converge, and the Otsutsuki clan has outlived its purpose. Following this realization, an order was issued, and the Otsutsuki clan, previously gathered for training in the starry expanse, was obliterated by countless giants traversing the cosmos. Shortly thereafter, all individuals connected to the Hokage world through the god tree felt a wave of relief. Their powers were all augmented. After departing from the god tree, Kaguya gazed at the myriad spatial portals in the distance, knowing that the journey to unify the myriad realms could finally commence.